In the stone and tall Tower of Trials, there have been many attempts at conquest, from which the weapons of those who tried are still there. 58 minutes and 33 seconds remain before all of humanity is destroyed. A man stands over a pile of papers on a desk. The countdown to the annihilation of humanity continues as a woman with 2 children stands in the middle of urban devastation. Ordinary people read and write chat messages that in 1 hour the world will be destroyed and no one else will defy the odds. There are dead people in the Tower of Trials on the 48th floor who are also trying to defy the trials. But suddenly another challenger sets foot on the 48th floor of the Red Dragon Destia. A man with a purple blade steps onto the grounds. On his face is a strange mask created from some particles. The red and white wings of the magical creature begin to spread wide in the air. In front of the man in the strange mask appears the Red Dragon Destia, which is burning with flames. The dragon addresses the man with the fact that humans do not know how to give up. Even after so much sacrifice, they are back here. The man in the black mask tells him what he needs to do to prepare the roasted lizard. He arrives just in time. The dragon extends its paw with flame to the man, saying that even in death you can make the process more agonizing. The man sees no point in talking to the creature. Magical chains appear beneath his feet. The magical golden chains wrap around the man's legs, forming a magical circle beneath them. The red dragon swings its clawed paw at the guy as he stands before the creature, shackled by the chains. The Red Dragon Destia brings its paw down powerfully and deals devastating damage to the stone floor. The man is startled by the dragon's obvious pattern of cornering him and immediately attacks. The Red Dragon Destia reacts aggressively to the man's words, who glances at the creature's movements and realizes its actions. The red dragon is enveloped in flames of fire and is surprised that the man was able to dispel the effects of his skill in an instant. The red dragon claims that the human has simply chosen a torturous path and accumulates fire in its jaws. The red dragon's mouth opens wide and exhales a powerful stream of fiery flames towards the human. The red dragon controls its stream of fire and destroys everything in its path that the flames hit. The man in the strange mask manages to dodge all the blows from the red dragon's stream of fire. The man once again dodges the red dragon's strike and his blade burns with a pink light. Energy builds up in the man's blade. The man swings his small blade around. The man makes a powerful whiff and strikes the red dragon Destius in his jaw. The red dragon's head flies off to the side from the blow, and he calls the man a cocky man. The red dragon Destia has no intention of letting the man live. He takes advantage of the peculiarities of the Brest neighborhood. The man realizes that the entire dungeon takes place under the Brestlands, but he has no reason to dodge. Energy builds up in the guy's palms. At that moment, the memories of the world begin to be read. It's as if the space around the man begins to change. A limitless storehouse of recorded skills is formed. After all this, a fiery flame is formed in the man's hands, which he calls Hellfire. The man presents his blade in front of him and orders it to burst into flames with black tears. The red dragon taunts the lad for believing in the power of skill, for he himself cannot be defeated by it. The man waves his blade in front of his face and says that it is impossible here, so he will create it himself. The man grasps his blade tightly and again speaks aloud about Hellfire and black tears. The man is going to combine these 2 skills of his to combine them. He contacts one palm with the other. When the 2 skills are combined, the skill becomes a whole rank higher, and not even a dragon can overpower it. With this, the man manages to detect and obtain the Breath of Etherio, Dragon of the Void. The deacon's eyes express shock, because this is the strongest breath that the ancient Etherian himself used. This man manages to obtain the skill of the ancient dragon Etherian himself. The dragon asks who he is. The man introduces himself as Kang Jin Hek. The guy stands in front of the dragon, controlling the dragon's breath of the void. This is far from the first time the guy destroys the dragon. Through trial and error, one gets smarter. The guy plays a game he calls Flop, an uninteresting game with terrible controls. These games are very unbalanced, so the guy stares unhappily at his screen. Also, Flop is called an absurd difficulty level. The virtual reality game Tower of Trials fits here. After the launch of this game, Koreans with their hobby took to the game to replay it, giving up food and sleep for a year. But when about 3 years passed, people fully realized that Tower of Trials was impossible to pass. In this virtual reality game, there was also a gate guardian who deserved to be called invincible. There is also a polar region with a temperature of -60 degrees where you die in just an hour. In Tower of Trials, there is a very long maze, which is more than 10,000 kilometers. This virtual reality game has become not entertainment, but a real torture. The guy freaks out and throws his headphones on the floor. After all these unbearable and difficult trials, the game Tower of Trials went bankrupt. To be more precise, it almost went bankrupt. After all, some old-timers challenged this absurd difficulty. The man struggles with gravity to catch his breath. Many drops of sweat from fatigue are protruding on his face. The guy is tired and sweaty from gripping the 50th floor. He is the first to clear the Tower of Trials. Guy grasps his wounded arm and holds his blade. He can't believe this is all happening for real. Unlike the others, the guy has gone through the game time and time again and has learned everything by heart and is confident that he can reach his goal. Kang Jin-hyuk had spent 11 years on this. He didn't expect to make it, and he didn't even turn on the live broadcast. The guy opens his holographic panel and thinks about putting all his efforts on YouTube. Unexpectedly, Kang Jin-hyuk gets an email notifying him to reboot the game in 12 hours. This is very surprising news to the guy, and he scoffs as if the company has found an oil field in the desert. Parky leans against the remains of the wall and does not understand because the game does not make much profit. Apparently, the company is up to something. The broadcast, which is his earnings, will be the last time the guy will play the game. But even with the update, guys will not play it again. Kang Jin-hyuk has no family. He's 27 years old. He can't live on 500,000 won a month forever. He won't be playing sports for the time being either. Kang Jin-hyuk carefully pulls back the curtain on his window to look out and look at the street. The guy thinks he was once told to tag along as a professional fighter, but now money is more precious than sports. Deep night is falling outside, with the lights still on and a few windows in the apartment building. Kang Jin-hyuk sets himself a table with various snacks and drinks and watches the chat on the broadcast. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk tenses up and makes an emotionless facial expression at the camera. The guy calls his viewers hyungs and calmly addresses them, about to announce something important. The guy reads different assumptions from the viewers in the chat room about what he's going to tell them. Kang Jin-hyuk abruptly snaps out of it and starts laughing at the top of his voice because he just caught up with the atmosphere. The guy takes a sip of his drink and thinks that he needs to officially announce that he's leaving tomorrow. Several green empty drink bottles stand on Kang Jin-hyuk's desk. Guy lies in his bed and sighs heavily from feeling bad, trying to get out of bed. Guy is holding onto his stomach and head, but now he needs to quickly post a video about passing the Tower of Trials. Guy walks over to his computer in poor health and presses the power button. Suddenly, the expression on Kang Jin-hyuk's face expresses wariness and genuine surprise. The guy notices the live feed on the screen, in which it can be seen that the test tower has indeed appeared. A small drop of sweat drips down the guy's face, and he asks himself if the Tower of Trials has appeared. Kang Jin-hyuk presses the enter button and enters the live broadcast, where he notices that the test tower is real. The guy on the broadcast says he learned about it from melon-flavored watermelon hyung. It's from a test tower launched 11 years ago. The broadcast guy asks people if they can believe it. There's something going on in the test tower. Kang Jin-hyuk can't believe what's happening when he sees that this only happens when you first start the test tower. Kang Jin-hyuk notices a notification in front of him that the first stage of upgrading the new version of the Tower of Trials has been completed. A notification appears in front of the players that they must advance to the next floor in 90 days. All players there receive such a notification in front of them on their dashboard. Following the notification of advancing to the next floor in 90 days, a failure notification appears. When Kang Jin-hyuk sees all the notifications in front of him, his computer desk falls to the floor. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at his monitors in shock and can't believe what's just happening. The guy excitedly looks at the notification that says that if he fails, all of humanity will be destroyed. In the Tower of Trials, they write that people's level of adaptability and acceptance of reality is increasing. Kang Jin-hyuk watches all of this excitedly and realizes that he needs to stay calm. He throws his jacket over himself and thinks that if the Tower of Trials is indeed real, now is not the time to hesitate. Guy storms out of his room because he needs to hurry to the place where he can get that item. The guy runs up the stairs, holding onto the banister. The world will probably be destroyed, but there's nothing he can do about it. Kang Jin-hyuk leaps over the railing and his heart feels like it's about to jump out of his chest. A large crowd of people are gathered in the central city, all talking and discussing amongst themselves. One of the people is looking at his phone and wondering what time and what is the fastest way to get to Busan. Two guys are discussing that they can't stay in Korea, so the only way to survive is to go abroad. The girl remarks that the tower has appeared overseas as well. There is no point in going there. People realize that they can't stay in Seoul, so they can't die. Kang Jin-hyuk runs past them. Kang Jin-hyuk stands in front of the escalator and looks down. Now is not the time for him to run, but the time to go forward. He remembers that the Korea server had chosen this place as one of the areas outside the tower. This place is the closest of all 40. Kang Jin-hyuk descends into the central underground room where a beautiful fountain is gurgling. Kang Jin-hyuk enters the event area where there are several other players besides him. Kang Jin-hek looks around the area and the people in it carefully, and without further ado. The people here are all players who played the very first part of the Tower of Trials. Kang Jin-hek walks past the people who are just observing each other, because there's nothing else to do. Soon, there are about 5 limited edition items here. Suddenly, some man calls out to Kang Jin-hyuk. The man recognizes Kang Jin-hyuk as the player who has been playing with toys all day and night, hiding in the corner of the room. The man is BJ's partner at Paprika TV and has 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. Successful celebrity Lee Jong-soo. Also, Lee Jong-soo is a spokesperson for a company that Kang Jin-hyuk was also in. He thinks it's time for a live broadcast. Lee Jong-soo tells the guy to look at something by pointing his thumb at something behind him. Lee Jong-soo doesn't understand why Kang Jin-hek is hiding the floor level he went up to from him since they're co-workers. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't say anything back to Lee Jong-soo and is alarmed when he calls them co-workers. In the company Lee Jong-soo created, many players were cheated because of the unfair contract. The further it goes, the worse it gets. And all the protesting voices of these guys have been mercilessly drowned out by the force of a huge lawlessness. One of the players of this company covers the camera with his hand. Kang Jin-hyuk's co-workers that he was close to have left the company. Lee Jong-soo takes hold of the guy's shoulder and tells him that he's not a bad player and makes very appetizing mukbang. Especially for him, Lee Jong-soo is willing to change his contract terms to be more favorable to him. Kang Jin-hek is already starting to get angry and calls Lee Jong-soo out on the fact that this world has already changed. Kang Jin-hyuk punches the man in the face with his fist and says that you shouldn't throw around empty words. The man in Lee Jong-soo's suit grabs his mouth and covers it with his hands because Kang Jin-hyuk knocked his teeth out.
Lee Jong-soo sits on his knees in front of Kang Jin-hyuk, who looks at him squeamishly but relieved.
Kang Jin-hyuk turns around and realizes that gradually he should start showing up now. Throughout the space next to the fountain, many bubbles begin to rise into the air. All the water that is in the area begins to bubble heavily and rise into the air. Throughout the event area in the Tower of Trials, some sort of transformation begins to take place. Water starts pouring all over the area, in rivulets and strong streams, hitting everything around it. The huge tree standing in the event area also succumbs to the powerful streams of water. The players here notice the mangrove tree in front of them and marvel at what is happening. Kang Jin-hyun realizes that everything is happening just like in the Tower of Trials. There's nothing wrong with his memory. The mangrove tree of greed continues to grow in full swing, and its fruits appear on the tree. These appetizing fruits have an effect that raises dexterity, strength, and mana stats. Kang Jin-hek knows that this is undoubtedly a good item, but there are only 4 fruits on the mangrove tree. The players start looking around amongst themselves, about to start a battle over the fruit of the mangrove tree. All the players pounce on the mangrove tree and push, throwing themselves at each other for one of the fruits. It looks violent. Lulis are pushing each other, pulling the hair of men and women trying to get to the item first. One of the men's bloody jacket falls to the ground, making the man angry and knocked out. Lee Jong-soo suggests that Kang Jin-hyuk join forces and split the fruit in half. It would be a win-win for both of them. Lee Jong-soo aggressively says that Kang Jin-hyuk is already too late and missed out on one of the fruits. Kang Jin-hek points out to Lee Jong-soo to sit quietly if he doesn't know anything. Kang Jin-hek observes what's going on and realizes that this isn't the time to pry for the fruit yet. The multitude of players continue their attempts to get through the others and get to the fruit of the tree. One of the players manages to grab the fruit of the mangrove tree to get it for himself. The man grabs the mangrove fruit and wordlessly brings it to his mouth and bites it. One of the players, the man in the suit, manages to grab the fruit and gain +3 units to dexterity. The normal people from the players don't even know this mangrove tree with the fruit exists. People who have played Tower of Trials several times will focus their attention on eating the fruit. Kang Jin-hek continues to watch the rowdy people and ponders a plan of action. Kang Jin-hek smirks and knows that the old men will enjoy a more violent spectacle. One of the mangrove tree roots bursts out and is about to attack the people standing nearby. Several more tree roots burst outward in such a way that they even break the stone floor beneath them. One of the players claims that if you eat all the fruits of the mangrove tree, it becomes very dangerous. The players are about to escape as they have passed this point a long time ago and have died here at least 50 times. Kang Jin-hyuk is standing in the middle of the event area between the other escaping players. The same Lee Jong-soo also turns around and is about to escape from here with the other players. Kang Jin-hek notices Lee Jong-soo leaving and asks if he's really going to give up too. Lee Jong-soo confidently agrees, because the only thing to do in this place is to die. Kang Jin-hyuk tells him that the real reward will only come when all the fruit is eaten. Lee Jong-soo listens attentively to the guy and doesn't believe what he's saying, questioning him further. Kang Jin-hai replies confidently that if he wasn't telling the truth, then why would he stay here? Lee Jong-soo thinks about how he didn't understand why the guy didn't show any interest in the fruit. Now he realized what the issue was. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles contentedly and thinks that he doesn't know about the other, but now he can smell the sweet smells. Lee Jong-soo admits that Kang Jin-hyuk's words are true. He asks what the guy's going to do. Kang Jin-hyuk answers the man in the suit and states that he needs to get inside first. He explains that if they move next to each other, they will become an easy target. They need to approach from both sides. Lee Jong-soo doesn't run away anymore and asks if Kang Jin-hyuk is suggesting that they spread out. Kang Jin-hyuk warns that if even one of them starts to waver, it's all over. Lee Jong-soo isn't about to be set up. Kang Jin-hyuk is already standing in full readiness to snap and sneak in next. Kang Jin-hyuk chooses the right moment and snaps out of his seat, heading towards the designated spot. The man dressed as Lee Jong-soo immediately does the same and follows the guy. The huge mangrove tree begins to rage and make threatening sounds. The huge mangrove tree gives free rein to its long and powerful roots, which get out. One of the roots of the mangrove tree makes a swing and attacks Kang Jin-hyuk, who dodges the blow. Kang Jin-hyuk in the moment thinks about the man in the suit, Lee Jong-soo, who followed him. Lee Jong-soo stands back and says that Kang Jin-hyuk is crazy for thinking that someone would listen to him. Lee Jong-soo smirks, and it's noticeable that he has a few teeth knocked out. He wants Kang Jin-hyuk to be the bait. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to dodge the punches from the mangrove tree and is relieved. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks and thinks about the fact that Lee Jong-soo's character hasn't changed at all, and it's to his advantage. The sharpened ends of the roots break free and are about to attack the guy. Kang Jin-hyuk dodges the blow again, but the root ends still cut off a piece of fabric on his sweatshirt. Kang Jin-hyuk dodges and thinks that the one who will be the bait is Lee Jong-soo, who is standing to the side. The sharp and long roots of the mangrove tree head straight towards Lee Jong-soo's face. The long and powerful roots grab the man in the suit and encompass his body while restraining him. Lee Jong-soo tries to break free from the strong grip of the tree roots that are restraining him in their trap. As the mangrove tree restrains Lee Jong-soo, Kang Jin-hyuk rushes forward towards his goal. The tree begins to encompass Lee Jong-soo's face as well, restraining and squeezing him harder. The man begs to be saved. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks in response to Lee Jong-soo's plea for help and asks why he would want to save him. Kang Jin-hyuk says that Lee Jong-soo can claim him through that great lawyer. Lee Jong-soo is swallowed up by the mangrove tree trap. The man starts crying as he doesn't want to die like that. The long and powerful roots of the mangrove tree swallow Lee Jong-soo into itself, trapping him. Kang Jin-hyuk confidently continues moving towards his goal, mentally saying goodbye to trash Lee Jong-soo. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to move towards the mango tree and knows his next course of action. The powerful and sharp roots of the mangrove tree are advancing again and are about to attack Kang Jin-hyuk. The guy looks around and knows that the roots are now advancing 22 degrees to the left. Then the roots of the mangrove tree advances again, and the guy picks up that it is now on the right 35 degrees. Kang Jin-hyuk continues his dodging of the mangrove tree's blows, knowing that it's not that hard. The huge and long roots of the mangrove tree collide with each other in flight. After colliding with each other, the roots of the mangrove tree fly straight to its trunk and stick into it. The huge mangrove tree strikes again, but no longer at Kang Jin-hyuk, but at its own trunk. A hole appears inside the thick trunk of the mangrove tree, through which you can see its heart. Kang Jin-hyuk notices that the very core he needs appears in the trunk of the mangrove tree. The guy realizes that there is no error here from what he went through in the game. Knowing the exact trajectory makes it hard to let himself be attacked. There are many broken-off tree branches lying on the floor in the event area of the challenge tower. Kang Jin-hyuk grabs the first broken-off piece of mangrove tree root with his hands. Kang Jin-hyuk suggests to the mangrove tree to not tire of each other and part with the tree heart. The guy knows that the mangrove tree is an event mob, so he won't give experience, but he raises the honor level for 24 hours. The mangrove tree is clearly not happy with this offer, so it starts waving its roots around aggressively. Kang Jin-hyuk stands in front of the mangrove tree that uses the blood-sucking vine skill. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that even though he is an old man, even he will have a hard time dodging it. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to confidently move towards his goal and assess the situation. Kang Jin-hyuk twists the broken-off piece of wood in his hands and is about to use it. When the mangrove tree attacks the guy with its skill, the guy defends himself with the broken-off piece of wood. When one of the tree's long roots attacks the guy, he takes the broken-off piece of branch and sticks it into the tree root. When the broken-off piece and the mangrove tree root collide, there is a blinding explosion. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to stay between the roots of the mangrove tree and defends himself with the broken-off piece of branch. The guy realizes that it is in his power to tweak the trajectory and change it as much as his soul desires. The long and sharp roots of the mangrove tree combine into one solid and powerful piece of wood. Kang Jin-hek realizes that there is no need to be frightened and worried, so he continues to confidently defend himself with the piece of branch. Kang Jin-hek swings his handy weapon every now and then and fends off the mangrove tree's attacks. The huge mangrove tree swings its roots every now and then and breaks through the stone floor. Kang Jin-hyuk gracefully glides across the surface every now and then, dodging the mangrove tree's attacks. Of all the wounds inflicted, the guy only has a scratch on his cheek. He's been through this many times before. Kang Jin-hek tries time and time again to get through the attacking roots of the mangrove tree. Kang Jin-hek has already broken a sweat, but he continues to push forward because he's almost there. Suddenly, the space around the mangrove tree begins to exude a turquoise color. Many magical butterflies fly out of the mangrove tree, oozing turquoise light. Kang Jin-hek raises his gaze to the flying insects and realizes that they are the same soporific butterflies. Kang Jin-hek covers his airways with the sleeve of his sweatshirt without further thought. These butterflies release soporific pollen as a defense. It is inhaled instantly, so you need to know ways to protect yourself from it. Fortunately, Kang Jin-hek knows the best and most necessary way to protect himself from the butterfly's soporific effect. Kang Jin-hek rushes upwards and knows that if he simply holds his breath, the soporific butterflies will not affect him. The tree heart is quite close and is surrounded by many soporific butterflies on its way to him. Kang Jin-hyuk swings a splinter of tree root and sharply stabs it into the tree heart. From the blow to the tree heart, the entire space around it is illuminated by a bright flash of light. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes begin to light up furiously as he swings his hand at the mangrove tree. The guy hits the tree's heart with all his might with his palm. The mangrove tree tries to push and kick the guy away from its trunk where the woody heart is located. The guy's eyes continue to burn fiercely, and he's sure he's not going to back down from his goal. The mangrove tree tries to fiercely resist and fend off Kang Jin-hyuk's blows. A notification appears in the Tower of Trials system that Kang Jin-hek was the first to defeat the mangrove tree of greed. The trunk of the mangrove greed tree splits in half and emits a bright light. Kang Jin-hek calmly exhales and smugly observes the mangrove tree. The guy didn't expect that all his knowledge from the repetitions of passing would be useful to him here. He's grateful for what he's done before. The system requires the guy to give his name in order to record his achievement for a day. Kang Jin-hek watches the panel carefully and has no intention of putting his name in to remain anonymous. He's against the dissemination of his personal information. He will cause undue interest if it's revealed that he was an old man. His face will be obscured by a mosaic and his voice reconstructed. The system doesn't give complete anonymity. But what matters to him now is heart. Kang Jin-hek slips his hand into a crevice in the trunk of the mangrove tree of greed. When Kang Jin-hek manages to fumble for something, he smiles contentedly and tries to get it out. The guy player ends up with a small green ball in his hand, which he pulls out of the trunk of the mangrove tree. Kang Jin-hek gets the core of the tree heart tree, which finally appears in his hands. Each mangrove tree fruit raises strength, dexterity, and mana stats by 3 units or points. In comparison, the tree heart core gives at least 12 bonus stats. With the core, the guy will go up 4 levels. He can't believe his eyes that such an item exists. It's even further, and he can't find anything better. Kang Jin-hek, without further thought, he pops the green ball into his mouth to devour. When the guy manages to swallow and absorb the green ball, he feels a change in himself. Bright and light energy begins to ooze out of Kang Jin-hyuk's chest, forming a dense ball that replenishes his stats. After absorbing the tree heart core, the guy thinks about something and looks in front of him. Kang Jin-hek opens his panel and is about to check how well that core was absorbed. Kang Jin-hek examines his characterization and sees that he has the strongest first level and 12 stats available. 10 minutes later, the video of the first victory over mangrove tree was posted. There is an explosion in the comments. All people were convinced that this video was a complete absurdity. It was all about luck, or a simple method of destruction was used. But after uploading the video, all doubts disappeared at once. Someone was delighted and someone was not. Everyone reacted in the same way. Moreover, among the people there were some who offered the guy very lucrative contracts, just so long as he contacted them. To defeat the mangrove tree of greed, being on the first level, is not easy at all, although it is not so surprising. The guy realizes that you can't judge by experience, because people haven't even reached the second part of the tower before. Kang Jin-hyuk reads the comments of people offering him 1 billion and thinks about it. The guy was late on rent all the time because he lived a hard life, barely scraping by with his broadcasts. There were even times when saving money for food for the mukbang would leave him starving for days at a time. If the guy had been offered that kind of money a day ago when he was broadcasting, He would have accepted the offer without a second thought. But now, Kang Jin-hek is not going to share any information even for the offered 1 billion. The most important thing right now for Kang Jin-hek is to monopolize the information he has. Kang Jin-hek takes out his phone and writes something in it. He is pondering the next place he will go to. While the front was busy playing the Tower of Trials game, the mana flowing out from there filled all areas of Seoul. If anything could undergo changes, it was the relics outside the tower, which then became sacred. Not for real, of course. The sacred relics are in the tower, and these are just replicas or duplicates. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at his phone and finds the place where he can get the most replicas. The guy goes to the People's Central Museum, which houses many relics. A treasure trove of sorts. Guy realizes that he's not the only one targeting the museum, which is so unique here. There are a lot of people who will come here. Among the players who come here, it's likely that the same old guys like Kang Jin-hyuk himself will definitely be among the players. The guy grabs the door handle of the People's Central Museum, after which he enters the event area. Kang Jin-hek carefully opens the doors to the museum, examining the surroundings. He thinks that no one has come in yet. After a brief moment of thought, Kang Jin-hek guy abruptly and unexpectedly notices something in front of him that stresses him out. Kang Jin-hek notices a lifeless person in front of him, which means someone managed to come here first. Kang Jin-hyuk sees a picture of a charred guy sitting in front of him who was destroyed a short time ago. The guy realizes that the world has changed, and with it, the people. But the difference between expectation and reality is the fearlessness of the people. People have set their sights on sacred relics stored in the halls of the Middle Ages and New Ages. The relic that every person who invades here wants to get their hands on is the map of Taedo-en-jido. The map details where to find the labyrinth with the ruins, what items and monsters are there. Everyone makes to possess something like this. True, this map doesn't have information above the 10th floor, but it's enough to light a fire in people's eyes. Kang Jin-hek knows that people don't realize that the real valuable sacred treasures are hidden in the clay. All the people who invaded here for the map are fighting amongst themselves and trying to achieve their goal. Some man also appears among the players and shouts loudly for everyone to be quiet immediately. The players who are here turn around at this unknown guy's shout and don't understand his message. A tall and pumped-up guy with a tattoo on his neck says that whoever moves will refuse to die here. One of the players here is holding a metal pipe in his hands and thinks the man is talking nonsense. Another man with a hammer in his hands smirks and says that no one here will be afraid of such words. The guy with the hammer threatens the guy with the tattoo that if he moves a finger himself, he will hit him. A man with a tattoo on his neck becomes aggressive and sees that people don't understand words at all. The man with tattoos tears his clothes off with his stone fists, which appeared from rage. The other players notice that this tattooed guy already has his own personal ability. The aggressive man with the stone fist demands everyone to stand back because the Taedo-en-jido card will be his. The aggressive tattooed guy violently exhales air, and someone calls out to him from behind. An old man appears on the horizon who is not about to agree with the tattooed guy's words. The aggressive tattooed guy turns his attention to the old man and thinks he's lost his mind. The old man says he is Min Jung-woo, and his meaning is, "Let's live in love and friendship." The tattooed guy threatens the old man that he might snap his neck, since no one here wants his notions. The calm old man looks at the furious guy and tells him that he's rough on his word and his tongue is like a blade. The old man deftly makes a circular motion with one finger, making the air around him sparkle. The old man asks the tattooed guy if he would really be quicker to wring his neck than to turn into a coal. In his index finger, the old man manages to create a small ball in the shape of a flame of fire. The tattooed guy looks at the old man warily and realizes that he is using magic. The old man calmly and deftly directs his fireball of flame at the tattooed guy. The last thing the tattooed guy sees in front of him are tongues of bright flame from that old man. The fiery flames engulf the tattooed guy in an instant, setting his body on fire. All that is left of the man is a charred body that continues to stand from his last breaths on his feet. All that remains of the tattooed man is charcoal and ash from his burned body. The old man turns around and is about to leave, saying, "This is a disaster and fire brought on by his tongue." This old man is cooperated with by a girl, Lady Lee Yuri, who is pleased about it. He asks if she has obtained the objects. The girl affirms and assures the old man not to worry about it and to rely on her. The girl takes up a statue of some Egyptian deity because it will be enough to help. From controlling the statue, a purple aura appears around the girl. It will deal with anyone who decides to interfere with them. Shadows and images of Egyptian dogs begin to fly out of the Egyptian statuette, exuding dark energy. The Egyptian statuette has a thick and golden necklace around her neck that shines brightly in the light. In place of the Egyptian statuette, the real incarnation of the Egyptian statuette appears, standing firmly on its feet. The reanimated statuette is holding her long weapon, and the girl says that whoever moves from his seat will become the enemy of this deity. The girl begins to smile sweetly as she turns to the other players, offering them her cooperation. The other players are not happy about this outcome, noticing that there are a lot of old men and awakened ones lately. All the players drop their weapons and say that they are giving up everything to let the girl and the old man take whatever they want. Lady Lee Yuri folds her hands contentedly and smiles, thanking the players for their cooperation. After all this, Lady Lee Yuri notices someone in front of her, making a wary look. Someone's shoes crush the shards of glass under their feet loudly and confidently. Kang Jin-hek walks forward and walks past the other players gathered here. Kang Jin-hek walks with his head down, looking around. He says that the place is a mess. Kang Jin-hek is outraged that these people don't even have the basic etiquette of handling antiques. Kang Jin-hyuk picks up the card he wants and tries to shake it off. Thankfully, nothing is torn. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk is called out by someone saying that he's the person who broke the atmosphere of fear. The girl Lee Yuri starts to grudgingly scowl and says that she's not messing around here at all. A huge and animated statue of an Egyptian deity takes a step and breaks the stone floor beneath it. Lady Lee Yuri orders the animated deity to get rid of a guy named Kang Jin-hek. The huge and animated statue of the Egyptian deity swings its long spear with a blade on the end. The long spear blade with all its might is heading towards Kang Jin-hek, who is standing motionless. Kang Jin-hyuk stands confidently and doesn't show any emotion. He simply raises his hand up to ward off the blow. With one light swing of his hand, Kang Jin-hek manages to deftly fend off the tip of the long spear. Kang Jin-hyuk effortlessly wrestles the animated statue away from her long weapon, which flies off to the side. Lady Lee Yuri watches their confrontation and marvels at the way the guy fends off the spear blade. Kang Jin-hek knocks back the statuette's spear blade, leaving a furrow in the stone floor afterward. The other players are shocked. Other people are shocked that the guy didn't even dodge and his hands are perfectly fine. This defies common sense. Kang Jin-hek watches the enthusiastic discussions and thinks that people don't know about his stat count yet. Kang Jin-hek looks at the girl and her animated statue, asking about how she's going to act. The girl starts anxiously rummaging through her backpack and stutters as she answers the guy's question. Lady Lee Yuri pulls out some more of the same statuettes from her backpack and tells Kang Jin-hyuk about it. The girl does the same manipulation, causing the figurines to become enveloped in purple energy. Kang Jin-hek watches as the girl manages to awaken the sacred relic, incarnation, replica of Anubis. Lady Lee Yuri brings her figurines to life and brags about it to the guy, asking for his opinion. Several rebellious Anubis surround the girl, who won't tolerate Kang Jin-hek laughing again. Kang Jin-hek begrudgingly admires the girl's ability to support 5 Anubis at once, meaning she's not of an ordinary level. Kang Jin-hek continues to watch and also remembers about the same grandfather who used magic recently. The old man used his fire magic. There are so many old men who got out of the nub images. The girl Lee Yuri is not happy with this assessment of her skills from boyfriend Kang Jin-hek. Kang Jin-hek continues to mockingly reply that her skill is somewhere between not bad and it'll do. Lee Yuri's girlfriend notices Kang Jin-hek's behavior and realizes that the guy is cocky for allowing himself to bluff. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls something out of his inside pocket and is about to show it to the girl. The guy pulls out the very same card. It's impossible to feel something if the difference in skills is great. The guy flips the card just enough for the girl to show everything so she can see with her own eyes this overwhelming difference. Kang Jin-hek directs his energy into the card, on which silhouettes of tigers are drawn. Kang Jin-hek begins to input mana with the pine tiger replica sacred relic. Right from the sacred relic, a ruler of the mountain, a huge tiger appears thanks to Kang Jin-hek's mana. The girl Lee Yuri observes Kang Jin-hyuk's actions and thinks his skills and abilities are absurd. The huge golden tiger steps on the stone floor of the sacred relic and crushes it with its weight. This huge tiger with burning eyes is from the Joseon era. His identity, nameless, he lashes out. One of the Anubis that came to life from the statuette starts chowing down on the aggressive and fierce tiger. Kang Jin-hek strokes behind the tiger's ear and says that some jackal dares to show its teeth to the ruler of the mountain. Kang Jin-hek shows the sacred tiger to act with one slight downward motion of his hand. Kang Jin-hek points to the targets ahead and orders the tiger to attack them. The huge golden ruler of the mountain furiously rocks its teeth and opens its maw, about to attack. The Anubis statues that have come to life are also about to attack the sacred tiger in response. The sacred golden tiger releases its claws on its paws and takes a powerful swing at its opponents. With one light and powerful paw movement, the golden relic tiger manages to strip Anubis of his head. 3 more reanimated Anubis react aggressively to the tiger's behavior, and are about to attack him as well. The huge and golden tiger starts chewing its prey, making drool fly from its mouth in all directions. The fierce ruler of the mountain attacks another Anubis and sinks his fangs into its body. The golden tiger tears the reanimated Anubis to shreds, attacking them with its fangs and claws. The eyes of the golden tiger from the sacred relic burn so brightly that they dazzle with their light. The girl Lee Yuri watches the confrontation between the relics and can't believe it all. The girl has heard of different ways to use sacred relics, but she has never heard of anything like this. The girl looks up at the tiger from below and realizes that this mana makes her feel like her skin is being ripped off. The silhouette of the golden tiger's muzzle hovers in the air. Lee Yuri looks at it in fear and realizes that she can't win. A drop of sweat drips down on the girl's face. Lee Yuri anxiously and exhaustedly falls to her knees on the stone floor. Tears begin to appear in the girl's eyes. She thought she had chosen the strongest card. The Lee Yuri girl is disappointed that she made the wrong choice. She is alarmed at who the guy is. Kang Jin-hek walks over to the girl who is sitting on the floor on her knees and looks at him anxiously. Kang Jin-hek approaches her with a confident face and a smirk, demanding her to give him something. The girl grabs the collar of her jacket and anxiously asks what he means. Kang Jin-hyuk gets down on one knee to the girl and demands Tutankhamun's mask from her. The girl gets aggressive and says that it's useless in Korea and where he's going to use it. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't respond to the girl's words in any way, but simply makes a finger gesture that signifies for her to give him the mask. The golden tiger from the sacred relic with its burning eyes appears next to the girl, scaring her, so she gives it all away. Lady Lee Yuri's empty backpack remains lying on the stone floor among the glass shards. The girl pulls out the very sacred relic, Tutankhamun's mask replica, from there. Kang Jin-hyuk quite grasps the item he received and lifts it up. He finally receives the second sacred relic already. Lee Yuri's girlfriend looks at the satisfied guy and asks if he's aiming for the Taeyo and Jito card. Kang Jin-hek had already forgotten about that map, but the girl reminds him. Even though the guy says it's none of her business, Kang Jin-hek gently and carefully places his palm on the golden tiger's fur and asks him to oversee everything here. Kang Jin-hek orders the golden tiger to make sure that no one follows the guy. A black and red energy emanates from the golden tiger from the sacred relic, causing all the players to be on edge. The huge ruler of the mountain from the relic adopts a fighting pose and bares its fangs in front of everyone. Kang Jin-hek looks back contentedly and realizes that all preparations have been completed. Kang Jin-hek directs his gaze forward and towards the stairs, thinking that it's about time for him to go. Kang Jin-hek is about to obtain the strongest skill in the entire Tower of Trials. Many different relics are under glass in the event area of the People's Central Museum. This is where the same old man with magic appears, who doesn't understand how things got this way because of Lady Lee Yuri. The old man appears next to Kang Jin-hyuk, who looks at him and sighs thoughtfully. Kang Jin-hek wonders how the old man snuck in here and if he defeated Lady Lee Yuri. Kang Jin-hek, along with the old man, stand in front of some sort of magical barrier that blocks the way. Kang Jin-hek expresses his thoughts out loud that it's a level 1 barrier. The old man realizes that the guy knows about it too. The old man cautiously holds out his palm and says that this is the first time he's ever seen such a barrier. The old man half slides his palm into the barrier and says that whether it's a physical or magical attack, it's all useless. Kang Jin-hyuk follows the old man and also puts his hand halfway into the magic barrier. The guy is enveloped by dark energy and covers his eyes. This is the place where the flow of magic diverges. While penetrating the barrier, Kang Jin-hek notices the word Karpo in front of his eyes. Kang Jin-hek turns to the old man and says that he knows how to break this barrier, but he has a condition. The old man stares back at the guy emotionlessly and doesn't understand what condition he's talking about now. Kang Jin-hyuk says that if the old man uses the flames to affect the barrier non-stop, they'll have a chance to weaken the shield. The old man asks how long it would take to do that. Kang Jin-hyuk says until he returns with the relics. The old man thoughtfully clarifies that while the guy will be inside, he should stand outside and affect the shield with his magic. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he himself doesn't have the ability to hold magic. There's only one way here. He'll share the map since he needs something else. The old man listens to the guy and realizes that there's no benefit to him here. So much effort and the outcome is worse than imaginable. The old man pretends he's fine with it, but asks Kang Jin-hyuk if he's sure he'll give him the card. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles and agrees because he doesn't want to become the enemy of a user with high-level magic. The old man thinks it over, but realizes that there is only one way out, and he has to trust Kang Jin-hyuk. The old man listens to the young guy carefully and states that he trusts him. Kang Jin-hyuk points at the barrier with his hand and asks the old man to take care of it. The old man is about to exert all his strength and starts to accumulate magical fire flames in his hands. The old man's eyes light up furiously, and he makes a powerful swing with his hand with the fire flame. The old man accumulates a great deal of magic in his hands and directs the fire flame straight into the barrier. As the old man starts to hold his flame on the barrier, the defense mechanism weakens and the wall starts to crack. Kang Jin-hek waits for the right moment and is about to act as soon as the shield cracks. Kang Jin-hek breaks through the cracked barrier of the first level and finds himself outside the barrier. Kang Jin-hek has accelerated and is now trying to slow down. Several tongues of flame encompass his jacket. The old man demands the young lad to hurry up because he is already starting to sweat and won't be able to hold the flames for long. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles slightly at the old man and assures him that he will do what is necessary. Kang Jin-hek is really not going to indulge the old man and will do everything as he wishes. In the People's Central Museum, there are many different relics behind a barrier, such as a map. Behind another glass rack is another relic in the form of a seal kimono. Also, besides the other relics, there is also some kind of gold ingot that holds something valuable. Kang Jin-hyuk looks around and realizes that unlike the lower floors, there is nothing to indicate that anyone has been here. In front of the guy's face is a glass rack with an iron sword engraved by Qianlun, which has already been broken and the relic is missing. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that the person who was here has done what he wanted and has already left. He is also the one who put up the barrier. Kang Jin-hek realizes that the person doesn't care about the battles. He just got what he wanted and left this place. Kang Jin-hek picks something up and begins to examine it. The person who had been here didn't know something. The item that person received was only a second-grade relic. Kang Jin-hyuk found something he wanted. Behind the glass rack, the Lee Dynasty gold coins appear in front of the guy, a personalized ability just for him. These coins are the last piece of the very mosaic to create the strongest skill in the Tower of Trials. Kang Jin-hek scrutinizes the items in front of him, going to gather all the necessary ingredients. There's a ceremonial Persian pouring mold in the right eye of Tutankhamun's mask. Kang Jin-hek is going to combine these two relics to create something more powerful and stronger. These two relics react with each other. Such a message appears when two matching relics meet. Kang Jin-hek contentedly watches the fusion of the two matching relics while immersed in his thoughts. In order to advance further, one must pay their price. Kang Jin-hek breaks the rope on the coins of the Lee Dynasty. Kang Jin-hek is about to add the gold coins of the Lee Dynasty to the other two relics. Kang Jin-hek covers up from the aftermath of the reaction between the three holy relics. Kang Jin-hek overcomes the disgusting percentage and succeeds greatly in uniting. Through the unification of the three holy relics, Kang Jin-hek obtains the relic Eyes of Truth. They can be used to open a window of another person's state. They are the best eyes in existence, but that's not why he came here. By combining the three relics, a hidden quest is available for Kang Jin-hyuk that unlocks a strange destiny. Kang Jin-hyuk has the ability to copy and save abilities, creating powerful skills afterward. This is Kang Jin-hek's personal weapon, the Overrun, in order to become the strongest in the Tower of Trials. The memories of the world are formed. The guy gains the personal ability Unification, but certain details can be changed if the level rises dramatically. Kang Jin-hyuk is distracted from his thoughts by the same old man who keeps destroying the barrier with his flames. The old man is already covered in sweat and says that his strength is running out. If Kang Jin-hyuk is already finished, then he should hurry up. Kang Jin-hek looks around thoughtfully and thinks about what he should do now. Kang Jin-hek purposefully looks at the old man and thinks about what he needs to do to copy his abilities. The old man continues to hold his fire flame. In order to copy his ability, you have to make Min Jung-woo's true essence manifest. Kang Jin-hek sees that the old man is hiding his feelings behind a mask, but he already knows how to be. Kang Jin-hek reads the terms and realizes that all he has to do is just make this old man angry. Min Jung-woo holds his fire flame from the last of his strength and is already yelling at the young guy to be quick. Kang Jin-hyuk faces the old man and tells him that he may not use his skill anymore. The old man Min Jung-woo listens to the guy carefully as he continues to hold his flame. Kang Jin-hyuk assures the old man that there was really no special need to use his skill. The old man Min Jung-woo relaxes and asks the young guy why he told him to do that. Kang Jin-hyuk says Carpo, which is Latin for spell of destruction. It was getting through the easy way. The old man didn't contribute to it in any way. Kang Jin-hek thinks the old man really fell for it. In the end, the old man's mana was depleted very quickly. Kang Jin-hek looks at the picture and thinks that he overreacted, and now he needs to piss the old man off. Kang Jin-hek knows everything about the tower down to the smallest detail, so the map is completely useless to him now. The guy's holding a lighter and is not going to give this map to anyone even under these conditions. Old man Min Jung-woo is already getting nervous and asks the young guy in a shouting voice what he's going to do. Kang Jin-hyuk makes a smirking and angry face and says that he already told the old man about it earlier. Kang Jin-hyuk brings a lighter to the card and is about to light it on fire because he doesn't need it at all. With this map, anyone can find out information up to the 10th floor, and the guy's advantage will be gone. So he sets it on fire. The old man observes Kang Jin-hyuk's actions and starts yelling loudly and anxiously for the guy not to do it. In such a case, the surest way is to get rid of that possibility. The card burns with a bright and thick flame. The old man becomes very aggressive and violently insults the guy for burning the card he wants. Kang Jin-hyuk looks scornfully at the old man, while the flames burn brightly behind him. He fulfills the needed condition. Kang Jin-hyuk stands proudly and notices that he succeeds in copying Min Jong-woo's fire element skill. The copied element is stored in the memories of the world. It allows him to control fire and increases his affinity with the fire element. Kang Jin-hyuk observes his panel and thinks that the fire element is not a bad stat for the first copying. Old man Min Jong-woo aggressively threatens Kang Jin-hyuk that he will regret what he did. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to the old man and sees that he doesn't understand what the guy is burning this card for now. Kang Jin-hyuk activates a level 1 fire element and is instantly enveloped in flames of fire. Old man Min Jong-woo holds the small flame in his palm and watches Kang Jin-hyuk shocked. Min Jong-woo realizes that it's definitely the same skill he has, but the power differs like heaven and earth. The old man realizes that the guy is far from a mere mortal since he has that level. He really doesn't need any card. The old man Min Jong-woo starts to squint contemptuously and turns to the young man Kang Jin-hyuk again. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the old man that if he wants to continue to climb the tower in peace, he should obey the guy well. Kang Jin-hyuk. When he first entered the People's Central Museum, he immediately starts to assess the situation. He realizes that, counting him, only 4 old men have appeared in the Tower of Trials. Now that the tower has become a reality, he understands the general desire to reduce risks. The boy stretches his whole body boredly. Wanting to get ahead of everyone else by doing such a thing is foolish. Kang Jin-hyuk's stats and abilities noticeably change in a big way. Be that as it may, as many personalized abilities and skills as possible should fall into his hands. Kang Jin-hyuk gives the old man all the instructions he needs and ends the conversation by saying that he will contact him in due time. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the old man that he will need to raise his level with that girl on the bottom floor. Kang Jin-hyuk remembers the old man and Lady Lee Yuri, realizing that he got that horse that he can do whatever he wants to do with for a long time. The guy's road turns out to be a very long one. The first thing he does is to collect the abilities he needs most in a book called Memories of the World. Kang Jin-hyuk leaves the event district, and on the way, he reflects on the fact that he only has one body, so he won't be able to monopolize absolutely every ironic fate. Kang Jin-hyuk sinks back into his thoughts and realizes that he has the ability to get absolutely everything. Kang Jin-hyuk looks very cocky. He can get his hands on all the coolest and most important things. Kang Jin-hyuk walks his way and grabs his stomach. This is his limit, and now it's time for rice and soup. When Kang Jin-hyuk walks into an establishment, he notices men sitting in front of him discussing something. The news broadcasts to the entire establishment that there has been an incident at the National Central Museum in which at least 23 people have been killed and 50 injured. The news is reporting that there are some seriously injured among the casualties, so the casualty count is rising. The instigators are likely targeting relics. News reports also say that such incidents have occurred not only in Korea, but also in the US, Europe, China, and Japan. Such incidents are happening all over the world, and the number of victims is impressive and growing. Kang Jin-hyuk watches the news and thinks about the fact that all of this is expected. Players all over the world have not been sitting idly by making preparations to conquer the tower. The news anchor on TV offers all the viewers to watch the CCTV video shot inside the building. The video repeats all the events that took place. It is hard for everyone to believe it, but it is indeed reality. People don't believe that an ordinary person did it. They recognize this guy who appeared in the Tower of Trials community. People realize that the person who destroyed the mangrove tree and this guy on the video are the same person. Kang Jin-hyuk is stressed that many people recognize him and wants to hide his identity. News reports say that the government is already investigating the cause of the building of unknown origin, the Spanish Tower. A special department called Awakened Association has already been established. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that the Awakening Association reacted faster than he thought. Kang Jin-hyuk thought it would take the department a few weeks to accept the incident at the museum as something inevitable and gather people with personal abilities, but they handled it faster. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to sit quietly in the establishment and watch the news, which offers to meet the participants and listen to the details. A man with a scar on his face appears on the TV screen. His name is Han Sang-jin. He is the head of the Awakened Association. Kang Jin-hyuk watches the man on the TV carefully and is about to listen to him further. The head says that the reason he is here is to recruit the awakened ones. It all depends on their level. The pay will be in line with a 7th grade civil servant. The head's salary is 60 million won. Kang Jin-hyuk listens attentively to the head's words, that the people who appeared on the broadcast will be the exception. The head of the Awakened Association, Han Sang-jin, assures the viewers that he's willing to stake his head's name on it. Han Sang-jin says that if anyone joins them, whatever the person wants, all their needs will be funded by the government. The people around Kang Jin-hyuk discuss how lucky those people are to get into the associations. It will be a drastic turn in their lives. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that the people who appeared on the broadcast are the exception, meaning that he was the target of the association. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that he is considered a serious threat. No matter what price he is offered, he is not going to be owned by anyone. One experienced person has much more value than 100 similar players. Han Sang-jin realizes this too, trying to lure him to his side with his bank account. Since Han Sang-jin has been entrusted to be the head of the association, he must have a pretty good ability. The guy suspects that this is possible because of his long time playing Tower of Trials. It would be glorious if the head had a really good ability. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that if the chapter has a good ability, then he will surely taste the taste of copying. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to be in this establishment and abruptly turns around to look at the clock to see the time. At 7 o'clock tonight, when the hour hand indicates the new time, the Tower of Trials will open. The very structure of unknown origin called the Test Tower appears in Korea. When the Test Tower opens, the space around it changes slightly. The players who came here gather in a crowd and are about to enter the tower. Some of the people gathered here yell out for no one to hurry because finally, this place is completely the same as what they did before. Kang Jin-hyuk looks around and still can't believe it. Many players here are very much like newcomers. In honor of entering the tower, each of the players are given 100 coins. These can be used in the tower. 100 coins will be given for every 10,000 views of the player's achievements. Viewing videos by those who dwell outside the tower will only count when they watch them for the first time. Therefore, you need to be more cautious when choosing a video. The live streaming feature can only be used while mopping up boss monsters to get to the next floor. If tampering with views and other illegal activities are found, appropriate action will be taken. Kang Jin-hyuk listens carefully to all the conditions and instructions received, thoughtfully holding his hand at his chin. There is a bridge here that is the link between the people ascending in the tower and the ordinary people living outside the tower. In the live streaming system, viewers watch videos of the players, wanting to see the end of the tower, and thus raise views. The most interesting setup of Tower Trials is the system. Simply put, the more famous you become, the more coins you can earn. Players get off the ground and are going to head to the Goblin Cave first. There they will be able to find a spot and hunt around. They'll get their share and have some fun. The players running past Kang Jin-hyuk cheekily push him in the shoulders because they're trying to get in the fastest. Kang Jin-hyuk looks around and notices such a rush in people. He sinks into his thoughts. Kang Jin-hyuk suspects that the people want to clear this place quickly and get ahead of everyone else. It won't be hard to get the copes, but he won't pour the video first. The guy realizes that if he gets some coins for views but also shares some information, he'll be doing himself a huge damage. Kang Jin-hyuk behaves calmly and measuredly because he knows what he has to do first. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks contemptuously and observes the people in a hurry, realizing that he is choosing a different path for himself, different from others. There was a time when during the sweep of the beginning of the 13th floor, there was no way to advance further. The guy collects all the hidden parts, searching the lower floors to climb up to the next floors. Kang Jin-hyuk continued on his way, analyzing every little thing, every step and action he took. At one point, Kang Jin-hyuk manages to find the right solution in some of the ruins there. At that moment, Kang Jin-hyuk gets some kind of realization that puts him in a stupor and horrified by his own anxiety. The guy even has his torch fall out of his hands because at some point, he realized that his character was worthless from the beginning. The guy starts shaking from such a bad result while searching the lower floors. The character he had been rocking in misery for years turned out to be a complete non-entity. The guy sees a notification in front of him that he can delete the character, but he doesn't do it yet. This is utterly absurd, for he has devoted himself to it. Even wasting time on doubts is now an unacceptable luxury for the guy. He's going to delete his character and repeat his journey from the beginning. The irrevocable deletion of Kang Jin-hyuk's character begins, and it's as if space is shattering into thousands of pieces. Before finally doubling his character, Kang Jin-hyuk makes a promise to himself to make sure to reach the end next time. The current Kang Jin-hyuk remembers himself back then. It was a whole 6 years ago when he removed his character. A confident Kang Jin-hyuk stands in front of the entrance to the maze named Liverintos. Its degree of difficulty reaches level B. It's an incredibly intricate Daedalus maze with many different traps. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks that the foundation for breaking through above the 13th level would be to accumulate a base, and the key to that is in this maze. Kang Jin-hyuk is not at all happy about having to clear this maze again, as if he had joined the army again. Kang Jin-hyuk puts his finger on some kind of stone medallion. The guy compares the maze to an affectionate dog. Kang Jin-hyuk gathers his thoughts and strength and opens the stone gate at the entrance to the maze. Kang Jin-hyuk enters the Liverintos maze and looks around his surroundings. There are various weapons, figurines, and ruins scattered everywhere. On the stone and thick walls of this labyrinth are various engraved paintings. Kang Jin-hyuk recognizes the familiar smell and look of this labyrinth as soon as he walks into it and looks around. Kang Jin-hyuk walks deep inside and keeps his hands in his pockets. He thoughtfully and smilingly raises his head, realizing that he is experiencing the same feeling as last time. Inside the space within the Liverintos maze, flying and brightly glowing butterflies appear. Kang Jin-hyuk raises his hand up and exposes his finger, on which a glowing moth lands. The guy greets it. Suddenly, something catches Kang Jin-hyuk's attention. Another butt appears again. Kang Jin-hyuk turns back around and notices many more players behind him. He asks who they are. The girl with the tidy hair replies that they were looking for a place to hunt and saw an open maze. They decided to enter here before it closed. 10 minutes before invading the maze, these players had been following Kang Jin-hyuk. They felt like the guy knew something, so they followed him. They were surprised that he opened the maze without a key and basically entered here in the first place. The girl observes what's going on and after talking to another player, suggests that everyone enter this maze following the guy. The other player disagrees with her idea and says that they don't even know what kind of maze it is or how big it is. The girl yells at the guy and suggests he try thinking. She says that they know what the most important thing is at the beginning of the Tower of Trials too. The girl claims that Kang Jin-hyuk hasn't found the key and the maze has already opened. It's on the first level, so it's possible to go in there, and the difficulty level isn't that high. The other players continue to watch Kang Jin-hyuk enter the maze that is on the first floor. Another girl is chewing gum and blowing bubbles. She asks if the guy will obediently share items with them. The girl with the tidy hair starts to smirk and says that the guy won't share anything with them. The girl's eyes light up with rage, and she suggests forcing Kang Jin-hyuk to stay in this maze forever. The girl turns to Kang Jin-hyuk and suggests to him that they go with him, because the more people who share the dangers with him, the better. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks they've assured themselves of their numerical superiority and thinks they can outsmart him. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his eyes of truth and scrutinizes the girl. Her name is Park Hana. She's 22 years old and previously reached the second floor of the tower. In this girl, the guy notices an interesting ability called contact, through which the rapprochement will go better and naturally. Later, Kang Jin-hyuk uses this ability to control that person. Following the girl, another guy is introduced. His name is Jang Chul-sik, and he curls up in the process of passing the first floor. Another girl in their company is named Lee Hai-min, who only reached the first floor of the tower. The second girl is Jang Min's girlfriend, who reached the third floor. The other two guys, Jung Min-guk and Do Kan-woo, have the experience of passing the challenge tower as their first and only experience. Kang Jin-hyuk pretends to be very excited to meet the other players and introduces himself to them and says his name. Kang Jin-hyuk knows that all these players can obviously slap him in the back of the head at any moment, so there's no need to memorize their names. Park Han's girlfriend, ostensibly in a friendly manner, grabs Kang Jin-hyuk's hand and stands next to him as close as possible. The girl clings tightly to the guy and starts asking him what floor he reached in the Tower of Trials. The girl purposely takes Kang Jin-hyuk's hand and gets as close to him as possible. Park Hana activates her level 1 contact ability to get close to Kang Jin-hyuk as quickly as possible. Kang Jin-hyuk now understands how her ability works, which immediately makes the girl trust him. He pushes her away and replies that he went up in the tower as far as he could. Park Han's girlfriend doesn't understand why the contact effect doesn't show up on Kang Jin-hyuk in any way. She pretends that everything is normal. The girl just has Kang Jin-hyuk tell them what kinds of monsters there are in the maze and what their features are, because it's not hard for him. Kang Jin-hek looks around and examines the room of the maze where the shimmering moths are flying around. Kang Jin-hek turns around to the other players and tells them that this maze changes every time at a certain hour. Park Han-'s girlfriend and the other players look questioningly at Kang Jin-hyuk and think his words are absurd. Suddenly, an earthquake starts under the players' feet, as if the maze is about to really change. All the players anxiously start looking around, noticing the obvious changes in the maze room. Park Han-'s girlfriend is also very anxious and doesn't understand what's going on, since it's only a level 1 maze. Huge slabs of stone begin to appear all over the maze room and slide out from the wall. The other players call out to Park Han to be careful because the space starts to transform. Park Han-'s girlfriend thrusts her palm forward sharply and is about to kick the stone slabs away. Another player calls out to his comrade and tells him not to stand in one place or he'll be crushed. He tells him to look up. Abruptly and unexpectedly, a huge and heavy stone block starts to collapse on top of the players. All the players try to cover their heads and hide from the change so as not to get hurt. They realize that everything has stopped. Park Han-'s girlfriend anxiously and warily looks around, trying to catch her breath. One of the girls claims that they can't see the worlds here. They're surprised that there's such a maze on the first floor as well. It's kind of absurd. Kang Jin-hyuk shakes off his sleeves and wonders if the others have never been in a changing maze. Park Han-'s girlfriend says it's too dangerous for the first level and they need to get out now. The girl turns to Hyman and asks if she can find a way out with her ability. Hyman starts crying bitterly and says that while changing the maze, her ability was suddenly deactivated. Park Han reacts very anxiously to such news. It turns out that they can't even find an emergency exit, so they are locked in here. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't realize before that the reason why the players entered the maze, it was all about their navigation. They thought that knowing about the labyrinth would turn their sortie into an easy trek. Kang Jin-hek thinks the other players are stupid. He's waiting for the right time to come when he shows up here. Park Han's girlfriend aggressively turns around to Kang Jin-hyuk, and her face expresses rage and hatred. The girl aggressively calls out to Kang Jin-hyuk and is about to start getting into an argument with him. The girl confidently heads towards the guy and tells him why he didn't warn them in advance that this maze is changing, because walls don't just fly. The Park Han girl yells furiously at Kang Jin-hyuk because they were dodging like crazy and many people got hurt. He almost got everyone killed. All the other players second Park Hana's words and start pointing their fingers at him and calling him names. Iz and Mina were separated because of him. Kang Jin-hyuk does not react to the provocations and curses of the other players, but only exhales heavily. Kang Jin-hyuk makes a displeased and disdainful expression as he didn't tell the others to follow him here. Park Han's girlfriend reacts anxiously and fearfully to Kang Jin-hyuk's words that no one asked them to follow him. Kang Jin-hyuk is already getting nervous and angrily replies that they said they came from there themselves. No one dragged them here by force. One of the players is holding some stick he created. He thinks Kang Jin-hyuk is the reason they're stuck here, so he's also ruining their mood. The blonde guy is holding a metal stick. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't like him from the moment he first saw him. The blonde guy was about to say something else to the guy, but something terrible and unpleasant happens to him. Some kind of small axe flies into the stone surface in the maze and crashes into it. The blonde guy is abruptly knocked off his feet by something and falls sideways to the ground. The other players are shocked by this. One of the girls starts calling the fallen guy's name and crying hard. The guy with glasses watches anxiously. Suddenly, someone's large foot, completely covered in animal hair, appears from somewhere. Out of nowhere, the minotaur that inhabits this maze appears. It leaps out of its seat and is ready to attack. Each of the players realizes that they are about to face a minotaur. They prepare their weapons and abilities. The double-sided axe that knocked the blonde guy off his feet earlier continues to be in the stone wall. At some point, the double-sided axe bursts out of the wall as if it's someone's command. This double-sided axe belongs to a minotaur who swings it aggressively and threatens the players. Park Han's girlfriend looks down at the minotaur in horror and fear, realizing that they are all dead. Kang Jin-hyuk demands everyone to stand back and bullets past the players present. He's going to deal with everything. The minotaur is many times larger than Kang Jin-hyuk himself, but the guy purposefully heads under its blows. The huge and fierce minotaur swings his axe hard and hits the stone surface of the floor with it powerfully. The minotaur's double-sided axe ends up in the stone slab as Kang Jin-hyuk dodges its blow and soars into the air. Kang Jin-hyuk receives another system notification that the guy successfully dodges the blow. A small but deep scratch appears on Kang Jin-hyuk's shoulder. The guy has a hidden stat, Gap, which greatly reduces the level difference when fighting a strong opponent, and vice versa when fighting a weak one. Kang Jin-hyuk pushes off the minotaur's horn with his palm, thinking about the fact that when fighting an opponent stronger than him, the level difference decreases for every 3 points. While the aggressive Minotaur looks around for his opponent, Kang Jin-hek clings to its horn and hangs onto it. The guy swings slightly on the monster's horn and jumps down with ease, stopping just a bit away from the Minotaur. All this confrontation is a way to grow while still remaining at level 1. The only way he learned about through countless trial and error. This is exactly what Kang Jin-hyuk is thinking about as he smirkingly looks at the Minotaur. The huge Minotaur is not going to give up and swings his double-sided axe once again to attack the guy. Kang Jin-hek deftly and easily dodges the blows because he's been hit by the Minotaur's attacks tens of thousands of times. Kang Jin-hek proves that his body remembers all the patterns. His hidden gap stat is constantly increasing every now and then. Kang Jin-hek continues to deftly dodge the Minotaur's blows, for which he receives countless notifications to increase his gap stat. The huge and strong Minotaur continues its endless axe droughts and attacks on Kang Jin-hek. Kang Jin-hek is an experienced old man, which is why he can so easily manage to dodge the blows and raise his stats again. Kang Jin-hek knows that no matter how powerful the Minotaur's attacks are, there's no point in them if they don't reach their target. The other players here are watching the fight between the Minotaur and Kang Jin-hyuk, marveling at the fact that they dared to harass such a person at all. Park Han-'s girlfriend is already giving up on her idea to destroy Kang Jin-hyuk and take away his rewards because she sees how strong the guy is. The huge and fierce Minotaur's eyes light up brightly. He puffs aggressively and glares at his opponent. Kang Jin-hek criticizes the monster for procrastinating. The monster just swings his axe from side to side like that and thinks he can hit. All these unpleasant words of Kang Jin-hek provoke the Minotaur and make him very angry, which makes him furiously open his mouth and growl. The huge Minotaur swings his double-sided axe and throws it towards his opponent. When the Minotaur's double-sided axe almost reaches Kang Jin-hyuk himself, he thinks about the fact that the way to become stronger in a short time is quite simple. The huge Minotaur axe flies past Kang Jin-hyuk's shoulder, who takes a risk by making his bet and putting his life on the line. The axe almost grazes Kang Jin-hyuk's neck. He thinks that the entire reward is given out depending on the life-threatening danger. At the last second, the guy manages to dodge the fatal attack and is rewarded with a 1-unit increase in stat gap. He's glad, getting 1 stat point per scratch. Kang Jin-hek does manage to get his palms drenched in blood in the process of this fight. The guy realizes that if he makes even the slightest mistake, the situation will become many times more dangerous. He should slowly wrap things up. Kang Jin-hyuk turns his attention to the other players and gloats over the fact that the minor characters have willingly decided to leave. One of the girls calls out to Park Hana and says she wants to get out of here as soon as possible. Park Hana tells her to go lean on the wall, then there will definitely be a way out. In an instant, Kang Jin-hyuk appears behind Park Hana and asks her where they are going now. Park Hana's girlfriend looks very scared and firm and anxious. She is shocked when the guy appears behind her. There are many large drops of sweat protruding on the girl's face. She's scared and wary when she sees the guy from behind. Kang Jin-hek points his finger at the Minotaur and suggests that the players join in. He explains that it's only worth it to dodge its attack, and they'll be given a hidden stat. It's easier than it looks. When the huge and aggressive Minotaur swings his axe again, Kang Jin-hek gives out that they need to share the rewards with others. Kang Jin-hek holds Park Hana's girlfriend by the wrist as the huge Minotaur launches its attack and swings its weapon. The other players are very worried about the girl, crying and looking just as terribly frightened as they reach out to the girl. Park Han's girlfriend looks even more scared and shocked. She looks at the monster and tears appear in her eyes. The aggressive Minotaur's double-sided axe flies through the room in the maze and collapses all the stone structures behind it. One of the players, shocked and very scared, falls to the floor and stares at the large pool of blood in front of him. Kang Jin-hek states that the players shouldn't stand there. They should at least try to dodge or keep their distance at all. Kang Jin-hek, without much emotion, without fear or shock, coldly asks the Minotaur about his rightness. The huge Minotaur continues to make some sounds and stands in front of Kang Jin-hek at a distance. Suddenly, the Minotaur's attention is drawn to a shattered stone slab that falls down. The entire space within the area of this labyrinth begins to change and transform again. Kang Jin-hek waves goodbye to the Minotaur as several moving stone slabs appear in front of him. Kang Jin-hek makes a satisfied and smirking face as the stone slabs almost block him from the Minotaur. The guy says they'll see each other later. The surprised huge Minotaur stares in utter bewilderment at the stone wall that appeared right in front of him. The Minotaur's eyes continue to burn furiously, but it does nothing but stand there and breathe aggressively. At some point, the thought crosses the Minotaur's mind to break down this wall with his double-sided axe. The space within the labyrinth soon stops bringing its changes, and everything falls into place. Park Han-'s girlfriend is still trying to catch her breath and come to her senses from the horror that she just experienced. The other players are also lying on the floor and trying to catch their breath because they almost died there. They are worried that the Minotaur will run after them. Kang Jin-hyuk talks about how he recently touched the pollen of the glowing moths that attracts the Minotaur, so maybe it will still chase them. Park Han-'s girlfriend is again stunned by Kang Jin-hyuk's words and asks him why he did something so reckless. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't understand her question and thinks it's stupid, because obviously he did it to increase his stats. The guy reaches out for the sword that's lying on the ground. Every time the maze changes, he rests a bit and replenishes his stamina. Kang Jin-hyuk puts his blade forward and continues that he's having fun here, once the Minotaur finds him again on his own. It's a beauty. Park Han's girlfriend continues to look shocked and scared. She asks how much longer the guy is going to be doing this here. Kang Jin-hyuk confidently puts a thumbs up and states that he'll do it until he gets out of the maze, which is exactly a month. One of the players dubiously thinks about the fact that this hell is going to go on for another 30 days. Park Hana almost faints and claims that they'll go separately. Park Hana assumes that if they go on without Kang Jin-hyuk, the Minotaur won't chase them out. The guy thoughtfully and uncertainly confirms this. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to smirk contemptuously and asks which way the guys are going to go in that case. One of the players holds Park Hana up and sees her from here. Kang Jin-hyuk states that with no landmark, it's many times more dangerous to move around here. Jin-hyuk, in the company of Park Hana's girlfriend, stops abruptly after hearing Kang Jin-hyuk's words. Kang Jin-hyuk checks his blade, then asks Jin-hyuk if he knows where the exit is here. He claims that he knows a lot more about this maze than anyone else. Park Han's girlfriend squints suspiciously in Kang Jin-hyuk's direction and realizes that they simply have no other choice. The girl changes her mind again and changes her mind, intending to follow Kang Jin-hyuk further. Kang Jin-hyuk waves his finger negatively and says that you can't get anything in the world for free. Even bus fare has to be paid for. Kang Jin-hyuk puts his blade to the face of Park Hana's girlfriend, who barely shows any emotion anymore. Kang Jin-hyuk points his blade threateningly at the girl and demands she give him all the coins she has. Some guy with a bandage on his head and a nice engraved shield in his hands swings his small blade. A few goblins with different skin colors appear in front of the young lad and watch him in surprise. The lad uses his shield and small blade as an attack and defense on several goblins. The guy deftly tackles multiple goblins now and then, while smiling contentedly and shouting out various sounds. At one point, the whole picture of the guy fighting a goblin freezes because it turns out to be a video. This guy's video has over 1 million views and endless comments from various people. The Perry blonde guy with the headband is pretty much watching the screen and realizes that it's enough and people have gotten into his video. A company of guys realize that all the headlines on the message board are all about them because their blonde guy fought goblins to a pulp. They'll get 1,000 coins from the views. The blonde guy is glowing with happiness and thanks the guys for their help and overall effort in dealing with the goblins. They discuss among themselves that people in the comments think the guy did it alone. The guys unmount the video and put the blonde guy's buffs on the guy. The blonde guy in the blindfold draws attention to the comments of the balding dude, who writes that he saw better results than in their video. The blonde guy says not to get so upset because life in this world involves monopolizing the outstanding discoverers. The guy with the glasses is anxiously looking at something. In the place of their video comes a new one, uploaded to the Walk of Fame, titled World's First to Succeed in Amplifying an Object Tenfold. The blonde guy notices the new video appearing and rushes to the monitor to get a better look and figure out why this is suddenly happening. The blonde guy watches in shock at the comments of people who wonder how a person managed to amplify an object 10 times. The guy thinks that this is completely absurd, and such a thing is impossible. 10 minutes before uploading the video online, Kang Jin-hyuk tells the guy and the girl not to stand around and mind their own business. Kang Jin-hyuk directs them to rake moss and prepare a sleeping place, as well as find logs to start a fire. There are a lot of things to do. One of the players obeys Kang Jin-hyuk, who lets them go, but he is greatly annoyed and enraged. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that now is the time to start doing things himself. He opens the exchange in the Tower of Trials system. The system welcomes the guy to the exchange. The guy sees his number of coins in the amount of 5,000 and times that he has acquired them. The guy begins to scrutinize and examine the coin exchange by moving his finger around the screen. Kang Jin-hyuk spends 70 coins to buy 1 enchanted tarot cards of rank F. After this purchase, he spends another 80 coins on a shard of an old worn-out F-rank bronze key. Following that, Kang Jin-hek, spends 300 coins to buy a piece of a wooden wagon wheel of E rank. The guy's last purchase turns out to be an F rank bingo amplifier in the amount of 10 pieces of 10 coins each. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles suspiciously and thinks about how these items are no different from trash that no one would buy. After his musings, Kang Jin-hek clicks on the buy button on his panel and purchases all the items. The system issues a thank you for the purchase. Kang Jin-hek says that the most important thing is knowing how to use these items properly. The guy is going to combine the 3 items immediately, and he succeeds in this matter. Kang Jin-hek receives the Goddess of Fortune's Wheel of Fortune, but it's incomplete. The item has an S level. This item raises luck to its highest value for 10 minutes. The item is still incomplete, so it has limitations in scope, but it's still a success for the guy. The guy forms a blade in his hands. Luck with a limited area of application, and if one doesn't know the limit of its application, the resulting luck can play the opposite effect. Kang Jin-hek is quite taken with the Wheel of Fortune and is confident because he knows the limit of luck. Kang Jin-hek knows that his life remembers everything. He starts spinning the Wheel of Fortune in the air, which makes the highest value of luck increase. Kang Jin-hek raises all 10 lotto enhancers into the air to use in his future plan. Lotto boosters are famous for their worst percentage, but now the guy's luck is at its highest level. The guy is going to use it all on his dagger. He gets a lot of notifications flying in now, and then that the amplification is going well and he's succeeding. The tip of Kang Jin-hyuk's small dagger begins to become enveloped in a strong and dark purple energy during the amplification process. Through all the manipulations, Kang Jin-hyuk manages to get an old dagger that has a maximum of 10 units added to it. The guy is the first to succeed in creating a plus 10 item, causing his achievement to be placed on the Walk of Fame for a full 24 hours from tomorrow. The guy squints contentedly at his dagger he holds in his hands. Finally, he's getting a really worthwhile item. The other player, in the company of Park Hyena's girlfriend, is sitting on the floor, hugging their knees. They are going through their 10th day of living in hell. In front of the players sitting on the ground, a small bonfire made from gathered branches is burning. In addition to this burning fire, the players have a small and uncomfortable single bed made of moss. The players have a complete lack of any food other than mushrooms in the same moss. The girl wonders how another player still has such food in him. Park Hana's unhappy and tired girl turns to the side and observes something sadly. Kang Jin-hyuk exists and survives here under the same conditions as the other players. The guy is sleeping on a moss rookery. In addition to the moss bed and the lack of food, a minotaur regularly appears at the same time and attacks the players. Also, to top it all off, the labyrinth is constantly changing, a constant struggle on the verge of life and death. Kang Jin-hyuk with his dagger is at ease. He accepts all these conditions of survival here. Park Han's girlfriend tells the other guy that if things continue like this, they will definitely die. The guy says that Kang Jin-hyuk will take advantage of them enough and leave them. Park Hana opens the system and scrutinizes all the comments from the people watching them. Park Hana's girlfriend turns to the viewers and asks them if they found any information about Kang Jin-hek. None of the anonymous viewers have found anything on the guy. The girl anxiously lowers her head and is annoyed that such people were recruited for support outside the tower. The girl stares furiously and angrily at the screen and wonders if they've given the information to Appa and what the Ravens Guild has to say. The girl reads comments that nothing is known about the maze and to wait another 3 weeks before reaching her location. The second player pops something in his mouth and asks Park Hana what their Raven Guild will do. The girl claims that there is no information. While Kang Jin-hyuk is quietly sniffling and resting on the moss bed, the girl is about to tell the second player something. She suggests that they destroy Kang Jin-hek and hold out here a little longer until Appa comes to the cave they discovered. Then they'll survive this hell and get out without the guy. Park Han's girlfriend anxiously asks what is the best way to destroy Kang Jin-hyuk. The guy grabs a nearby boulder and says that the best way to get rid of Kang Jin-hyuk is to destroy him while he sleeps. Guy swings the cobblestone and is going to do it here and now. Not many people can live with their head broken. When another player is about ready to attack Kang Jin-hyuk, Park Han's girlfriend stops him and grabs his arm. The guy grudgingly asks why he has to stop. The girl claims that Kang Jin-hyuk has a reaction speed like a monster. The girl claims that no matter how to attack him, the guy will still get up and attack the guy's back even when he's sleeping. The red-haired guy asks what the girl is suggesting then. It's not like they're going to suffer any further. The girl is looking for something in her bag. She says that her Appa from the Black Raven Guild gave her something in case she was in danger. The girl pulls out the poisonous sting of a giant immature pumpkin wasp. A drop of its venom is capable of destroying hundreds of trolls. The girl's eyes light up furiously and she proposes to act in a way that the guy probably can't resist. Kang Jin-hyuk wakes up in not the best condition. The guy is staring at something with disgust. In his hands, he's holding a wooden board with sticks made of mouse bones. Of the food, they have fried moss and mushrooms again. It feels like they're making a survival movie. Kang Jin-hyuk asks if there's anything to eat besides fried moss and mushrooms. Park Hana replies that they need to catch a mouse or a moth for that. Kang Jin-hyuk asks Park Hana to pass him some water, which is behind her, and Chul-sik asks him to add some more mushrooms and moss. Chul-sik uses a makeshift wooden spoon to put some mushrooms and moss on the guy, because there's still enough of this disgusting brew to go around. Kang Jin-hyuk wishes the rest of the players a pleasant appetite. Park Hana thinks Chul-sik is a gutless bimbo. Kang Jin-hyuk begins to eat his disgusting and unpalatable food with sticks made of mouse bones. Park Hana's girlfriend watches Kang Jin-hyuk closely as he eats the poisoned food. Chul-sik's boyfriend also watches Kang Jin-hyuk's meal intently, waiting for the consequences. Suddenly, a wooden board with fried moss and mushrooms falls out of someone's hands right onto the ground with a clatter. Player Chul-sik starts choking on something hard, and dark green foam starts coming out of his mouth. The veins all over Chul-sik's body start to swell up a lot, and he grabs his throat and can't breathe because he ate the poisoned food. The guy continues to beat in frantic convulsions and falls with his whole body to the ground while Park Hana watches in horror. Kang Jin-hyuk calls the players' names and says that he would never just accept food from their hands. The girl realizes that he knew about the poison. Chul-sik lies poisoned and is no longer showing signs of life. Kang Jin-hyuk switched plates as the guys put on his refills. Kang Jin-hyuk opens the panel of the test tower system and is about to shake a report on the players because they were secretly doing a live broadcast, and it's illegal. Park Han's girlfriend pretends like she doesn't know what he's talking about since he has no proof. Discussions about the situation continue in the comments. Kang Jin-hyuk reads that the live stream can only be turned on when confronting the boss when going to the next floor. If illegal actions are found, action will be taken. Kang Jin-hyuk files a complaint report against Park Hana. She should have watched her facial expression during the broadcast. It's too obvious on her face. The guy without much thought presses the yes button to file the right complaint against Park Hana for illegal actions. After filing the complaint, a red circle appears around Park Hana's girlfriend with "warning" written on it. The girl doesn't realize what's going on. Kang Jin-hyuk's application is filed and all the anonymous people in Park Hana's chat room are deleted. The girl stands in horror in the center of the red circle. The girl turns back around and looks at her panel. All connected viewers leave her live stream and will not be able to watch any videos for a month. Repeat offenses will result in permanent blocking. The girl is horrified, thrashing around on the spot and turning around. She doesn't understand how this happened and where all her viewers have gone. Park Hana's player penalty is replaced by a ruthless fate. The girl anxiously turns back around as Kang Jin-hyuk fairly observes. The image of the very same Minotaur holding a double-sided axe flashes from behind. From around the corner of a stone wall in the maze, a fierce and angry Minotaur appears, which the girl certainly notices. The huge and fierce Minotaur opens its mouth and begins to growl loudly and viciously. The horned and huge Minotaur snaps out of its seat and starts accelerating towards the Park Hana girl. Park Hana's girlfriend quickly moves behind Kang Jin-hyuk's back and asks him if he's going to fight again. Park Hana leans against Kang Jin-hyuk's back in a panic and asks where she can hide because the Minotaur is getting closer. Kang Jin-hyuk says that Park Hana is very brazen. She tried to poison him a while ago, and now she thinks the guy is going to tell her something. The girl starts crying in panic and asks the guy why he doesn't say anything, since he always did before. Park Han's girlfriend notices a notice above her head about the conditions for copying her contact technique. Those conditions are met. The guy succeeds in copying the C-rank contact technique. He says that he doesn't need the girl now. Park Hana doesn't know what he means. Park Hana's girlfriend breaks down into a scream and tells Kang Jin-hyuk that he will regret his actions. The girl angrily grabs her breasts and in a shouting match tells the guy that her older brother is a member of the Crow Guild. A powerful swing of the Minotaur's double-sided axe happens and knocks the girl to the ground, pushing her backwards. During the Minotaur's attack, Kang Jin-hyuk flies into the air and dodges it as Park Hana just falls to the ground. The girl sits on the cracked stone ground and looks anxiously at the guy, who soars into the air. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out his old dagger and makes a powerful swing, leaving a trail of purple energy in the air. The guy's entire trajectory makes multiple turns before reaching the Minotaur with his rusty dagger. Kang Jin-hyuk shallowly manages to stab his rusty dagger into the huge Minotaur's back. The huge Minotaur swings its fists again, trying to attack Kang Jin-hyuk, who dodges again. The guy stops on the ground and realizes that it does damage, albeit a little. He also has the good sense to pump the gap. All that remains of the confrontation between the fierce Minotaur and Kang Jin-hek are the rifts and cracks in the stone surfaces. Kang Jin-hek is about to strike again, but realizes that it will definitely not be possible to finally destroy the Minotaur. Kang Jin-hek dodges another blow as he contemplates his next move. The guy dodges the Minotaur's attacks quickly and deftly. He's going to create a similar situation now. Kang Jin-hek carefully observes the Minotaur's movements and his attacking actions. Kang Jin-hek activates the level 1 fire element he copied from the old man in the folk museum. The entire space around the furious Minotaur is engulfed by the bright flames of fire that Kang Jin-hek controls. While the huge Minotaur is distracted by the fire flames, Kang Jin-hek finds himself behind the monster and makes 2 cuts on its legs. Kang Jin-hek brakes sharply and stops with his knees on the stone slab on the floor. The fierce and huge Minotaur sits down on the stone surface on one knee, and Kang Jin-hek stands up and asks the Minotaur not to rampage too much. Kang Jin-hek smirks and says that building muscle doesn't make the meat tougher. He holds up his rusty dagger in his hands. Kang Jin-hek smirks contentedly and observes the fierce Minotaur's further behavior. The fierce and huge horned Minotaur begins to breathe heavily, exhaling dense streams of steam from its mouth. Kang Jin-hek notices the Minotaur's burning eyes and realizes that the moment has come for the Minotaur to use its last card. The Minotaur's entire body begins to enlarge and its eyes burn red. The Minotaur Maze Guardian activates a level 10 rabies. The muscles on the Minotaur Maze Guardian's entire body begin to greatly increase in size. In addition to the enlarged muscles on the Minotaur's body, its bilateral axe and horns begin to be covered in bright green energy. Kang Jin-hek calmly and coolly watches the Minotaur's transformation and tries to cover himself from the coming wind. Park Han's girlfriend watches the Minotaur's transformations in horror and doesn't understand how such a thing can be defeated at all. The huge guardian of the labyrinth Minotaur changes its appearance drastically, but its eyes continue to burn red and steam comes out of its mouth. The Minotaur's attacks and speed will be increased by 30% for 5 minutes thanks to its 10th level rabies. It can temporarily speak in human language, as its intelligence is also increased. The huge and fierce Minotaur starts talking to Kang Jin-hek and threatens him. He points his axe at the guy. Kang Jin-hek activates the energy of his rusty blade and notices that the Minotaur's mana efficiency improves greatly compared to what it was. Kang Jin-hek's eyes also begin to light up with anticipation, and he directs the Minotaur to attack him. The huge and fierce guardian of the labyrinth Minotaur threatens Kang Jin-hek and says that he will trample him. The furious Minotaur swings his axe and attacks Kang Jin-hek, who holds back his blow with his rusty dagger. Kang Jin-hek's rusty dagger slides across the blade of the Minotaur's double-sided axe and leaves behind sparks. The Minotaur Labyrinth Guardian's double-sided axe flies away from the impact of the rusty dagger, as does Kang Jin-hek's dagger itself. Kang Jin-hek continues to defend himself and fend off the Minotaur's strikes with his rusty dagger. Throughout the space of the maze, the energies of the Minotaur and Kang Jin-hek's blows and attacks are spreading. Park Han's girlfriend sits off to the side and watches the confrontation between the monster and the guy. She can't believe what's happening. The girl crawls aside and hides behind the nearest wall. She sees that the guy is not just dodging, but also taking the full force of the blows. The girl sees that this boss monster has activated a level 10 skill. Even if all the members of the Black Raven Guild were here, they still wouldn't be able to win. Park Hana's girlfriend thinks that Kang Jin-hek is crazy for being able to deflect his blows like that and even resist such a monster. Kang Jin-hek endlessly reflects and responds to the attacks of the Minotaur Labyrinth Guardian. It's as if Kang Jin-hek is enjoying it, and Park Hana is genuinely amazed at how he can smile in such a situation. Kang Jin-hek continues to confront his opponent, the fierce Minotaur, and thinks about how he felt like he was stuck. Kang Jin-hek hated this reality with all his soul, where it looked like he wasn't moving forward but was treading on the ground. He felt helpless. In his life and in the game, the difficulties were like hell. Right now, however, he had 57 units of gap stat, and this world was reacting to Kang Jin-hek. The guy continues to repel the Minotaur's attacks and smiles broadly as his gap stat increases continuously. The energies of the Minotaur and Kang Jin-hek meet each other now and then and reflect each other. Labyrinth Guardian Minotaur makes a strong swing with his double-sided axe and powerfully stabs it into the stone surface. The furious Minotaur's eyes express some slight worry, and stone shards fly around. Kang Jin-hek soars into the air and looks at the Minotaur with his burning eyes. The guy deftly and easily chops the stone cobblestones. A few quick and deft movements with his rusty dagger and Kang Jin-hek is already inflicting many cuts on the Minotaur. His rusty dagger is still lit up with dark purple energy, ready to engage in a confrontation once again. The furious Minotaur says that Kang Jin-hyuk is only capable of some tricks. He swings his fist at the guy hovering in the air. Minotaur takes a swing with his fist and says that Kang Jin-hyuk can't leave a single scratch on him in the end. The fierce and huge Minotaur seems to be stomping in one place while holding his double-sided axe. The ground beneath Kang Jin-hyuk's feet seems to float as he manages to dodge the blows quickly and skillfully. Furious Minotaur's shaking fist stops in front of Kang Jin-hyuk's face when he notices it. The furious Minotaur remains standing in one place motionless as the level 10 rabies time is up. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the Minotaur that his 5 minutes are up. The Minotaur calls this kid a sassy kid. Rabies is able to manifest the limit of power in 5 minutes, but after that comes a penalty that will put the user into a state of anabiosis for 24 hours. The Minotaur behind the guy goes into a state of anabiosis for 24 hours. Kang Jin-hyuk checks his panel and sees 57 stat points on it. If you think about it that way, a difference of 19 levels could very well be reduced. Kang Jin-hyuk examines his panel and realizes that the time remaining is 20 days. His goal is to reach 100 points at the same pace. Park Hak's girlfriend peeks out from behind her hiding spot and asks if it's over. Kang Jin-hyuk says that the Minotaur's refugeeism is over, but he's only gotten rid of it temporarily. Kang Jin-hyuk says that if the maze changes again and they wait for about a day, the Minotaur will reappear. Tears appear in the girl's eyes. The guy proves his words about how he was going to be here for a month. As a result, there are now 20 more days left. 20 days later, the events repeat themselves in the same sequence. Inside the labyrinth, there are again devastating changes, and a battle with a Minotaur is underway. The Maze Guardian Minotaur once again channels its energy into a double-sided axe and attacks Kang Jin-hyuk. When Kang Jin-hyuk dodges another sharp slashing blow from the right, he receives another stat boost of Gap. Kang Jin-hyuk watches the Minotaur Labyrinth Guardian's every action and strike and dodges a low blow. His Gap stat increases again. As the Minotaur builds up his hatred and rage again, he begins to attack. The guy notices in due time that he manages to gather the required 100 stats of Gap. Kang Jin-hyuk swings his fist and hits the huge and furious Minotaur right in the chin, causing it to start flying off. The guy thinks that the further he goes, the weaker the Minotaur gets. He smirks and jokes that it's all about mood. Kang Jin-hyuk fends off the Minotaur with his punch. At one point, the guy deftly moves onto one of the Minotaur's horns to use it to push himself further away. Kang Jin-hyuk sort of clips the horns of the defeated Minotaur with his foot and tells him that now it's time for them to say goodbye. Kang Jin-hyuk finally deals with the Labyrinth Guardian Minotaur and turns toward the girl with a satisfied smirk. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at Park Hana and says that he should think about it and figure out how he should deal with the girl. The girl is extremely disturbed by those words. Kang Jin-hyuk abruptly gives the girl the news that he's gathering the interns into his old man company from now on. Kang Jin-hyuk makes a disgruntled expression and doesn't see the desire in Park Hana's eyes at all. Apparently, she's not interested in such an offer at all. The girl blurts out that she is very interested in such an offer and has wanted to join something like this for a long time. Kang Jin-hyuk calls her a very confident candidate. Kang Jin-hyuk asks the girl about what useful things she can do for their company of old men in the future. The girl tells the guy about her intimacy ability, which will definitely play a role in the future. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks about the fact that he's already gotten himself her ability, so he's not interested in her offer at all. Kang Jin-hyuk steps confidently towards the girl. Park Hana blurts out that she would never betray Kang Jin-hyuk, but he's not interested and asks what else she has to offer. Kang Jin-hyuk gets as close to the girl as possible and leans into her. He calls her a total disappointment. Kang Jin-hyuk claims to be summarizing past interns into the first set of old man company. The girl pleads with him to give him time to think. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes light up with hatred and contempt. He refuses the girl's plea and request. The girl falls on her knees in front of Kang Jin-hyuk and tells him in a scream that she is ready to give him the Bram ring. The girl grabs onto the guy's leg and begs him to keep her alive. Her older brother tells her that he made a deal with China and provided Goryeo ginseng as payment. Kang Jin-hyuk listens to the girl carefully and is stunned by the news that the Brahma ring has fallen into the hands of the Black Crow Guild. The Brahma ring is one of the best items you can get on the first floor. It increases movement speed, provides magic resistance, and restrains the mana of monsters. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his level 1 Eyes of Truth, which help him realize that Park Hana is telling the truth and is not being devious at all. Kang Jin-hyuk puts his hand on the girl's shoulder, and congratulates her for just succeeding in becoming the intern of the old man's company. Park Hana is happy that she managed to survive. Kang Jin-hyuk puts forward the conditions of their old man company. Interns don't get paid a salary, and wherever and whenever she's called, she has to arrive on the spot with a bullet, whether it's 3 in the morning or an island in between. He doesn't care. Kang Jin-hyuk brings up the last and most important point. They need to sign a contract. The girl is surprised that there's also a contract to sign. Kang Jin-hyuk confirms to her to sign the contract. The guy opens and starts reading the memories of the world. The guy uses 2 skills, Contact Level 1 and Fire Elemental Level 1. Kang Jin-hyuk combines the 2 skills and gets a soul brand of rank A. He says it's about to get a little hot. Kang Jin-hyuk grabs the girl's shoulder and pulls her close to him. Park Hana doesn't realize what he's doing. It's not like it's a contract like that. Kang Jin-hyuk points his hand with the soul branding at the girl. He asks if she really thought she was going to stamp it on plain paper. The guy congratulates her for joining the Black Enterprise. The girl tries to stop him. He leaves a level 1 soul stamp on Park Hana's face. The object is obliged to obey the owner's orders, and if broken, the entire body ignites. The huge and powerful gate at the entrance to the maze opens, and the boys manage to get out. A system notification is issued that the first floor maze has been traversed for the first time. Park Hana breathes in the fresh air and is happy that they survived there. Park Hana and Kang Jin-hyuk will be on the honor roll for 1 day. Also, each of the players are awarded 5,000 coins for passing the maze. Lavushka is genuinely excited about the rewards for such torment, as suddenly Kang Jin-hyuk calls her out and she calls him boss. Kang Jin-hyuk puts his hand forward and demands the girl to give her all the coins she received. The girl frustratedly gives the guy all her coins, and now he has about 10,000 coins in hand. At this point, there are no players with more coins. Kang Jin-hyuk approaches the girl again and demands that she bring him the Bram ring within 3 days. The girl says that 3 days is too short. When the girl starts to contradict, Kang Jin-hyuk once again saves up the soul branding energy in his palm and gives her a deadline of 2 days. Park Hana's palm marks Park Hana's face, and she says she will try to do it in 2 days. The news on the street TV announces that the strongest guild, the Tangun Guild, is planning to defeat the boss of the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials in a week's time. The Tangun Guild is the leading guild in all of Korea. Indeed, the tower is fiercely fought by players from the United States, Japan, and Europe, but the stakes are very high for Korea as well. A dejected Park Hana, in the company of her boss Kang Jin-hyuk, walks down the street where the news reports that there are still no statements from the Chinese. The news reports discuss that rather than wait for help from the other side, it's easier to try and take over everything on their own. The Tangun Guild is able to cope without outside support. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks that they're in too much of a hurry since they're already planning to go after the 3rd floor boss. Kang Jin-hyuk isn't sure that they won't regret their decision. Their haste is understandable because they want to get their hands on as many resources as possible. He knows that each floor is given 90 days to complete. There is no need from and to the 3rd floor or even the 2nd floor. They won't strengthen their rear and the difficulty will increase. When the Tangun Guild faces all of this, they won't be able to handle the current difficulty level, and humanity won't get a second chance. The guy goes back to his home and is going to start by gathering information about the events of the last month. He needs to find reliable information amongst the gossip and lies. The guy takes out his phone and is going to contact people he can trust. That is, informants whose information he will surely trust. Kang Jin-hyuk opens up a forum and scrutinizes it, and then he's going to enter a name in the user search bar. After all this, Kang Jin-hyuk packs up and arrives at a meeting place at some busy cafe. The first such person is Yi Dae-min with the nickname Bald Head. In life, the guy is very different from what he is in the game. The second such person is a girl named Yu Yun-hwa with the nickname Fire Fist, a very combative girl. Kang Jin-hyuk is wary and confused looking at the guys he played with together 2 years ago. They don't look like their characters at all. The guy didn't think the first group would be set up like this. The girl is able to overpower a bear with her bare hands. The white-haired guy throws fire. And Kang Jin-hyuk himself is a nerd captain. Kang Jin-hyuk applies his Eye of Truth and examines Yi Dae-min. As he expected, the guy gets the King of Machines this time too. Powerful magic and no serious disadvantages. An ability useful in large-scale battles. Next, he moves on to the girl Yu Yun-hwa. Her ability Heavenly Hwaran Spirit helps to fight in close combat. They both have almost the same level, so they hunted together. Kang Jin-hyuk knows that they've gotten along well before. The conditions for copying their abilities is that the three of them need to reach the 20th floor. And Daemin points his hand at the guy and tries to find out what he's stalling about. The guy needs to talk about himself, so it's his turn. Kang Jin-hyuk greets the guys and gives his name and his nickname Captain Nerd. The guy already regretted creating that nickname 11 years ago. Kang Jin-hyuk says he's 27 years old and streaming on Paprika TV. And Daemin is surprised that the guy is a streamer because he used to watch that channel sometimes too. Kang Jin-hyuk lowers his gaze thoughtfully and tells Yi Daemin that he's not streaming anymore now. Yi Daemin smiles widely and waves his hand at Kang Jin-hyuk, reassuring him. After all, they've been playing together for so long. Yu Yun-hwa confirms the words of Yi Daemin sitting next to him and says that they're more comfortable with him. The guy remembers one of his betrayers, who was diluted by a mangrove tree in the beginning. He also remembers Park Hana, who also wanted to use him and betray him. He was very tired while he was among those hypocrites. Kang Jin-hyuk, in the company of Yi Daemin and Yu Yun-hwa, sits in a cafe and realizes that he feels comfortable around them for the first time in a month. Thus, he learned from the guys what was going on while he himself was in the maze. One of these things is the development of the major guilds of the world. During this time, there is also some new trend of streamers that is popular nowadays. But the main problem now is the emergence of a collective of minors who have set up some sort of factory and are kidnapping people. And Daemin asks Kang Jin-hyuk about the fact that he's been missing for the last month or so, which means he didn't take the test. Kang Jin-hyuk proceeds to eat his ice cream and asks his comrade what test he's talking about. The guys all get into a cab and drive off somewhere on a busy highway. Yi Daemin says that when the tower first appeared, a flood of players rushed inside it, but from the second floor onward, the death toll skyrocketed. Because of all this, the association put a certain restriction in which only those who passed the test could go up to the second floor. Yu Yun-hwa points to his barcode on his wrist and adds that after passing the test, the association gives a confirmation code. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that the head of the Awakened Association, Han Sang-jin-paul, is gathering people with powerful abilities under the guise of reducing the number of casualties. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles contentedly and thinks that he is using the system created by the association for his own benefit. The guys drive up and come out near a tall and large building that has a huge television screen hanging on it. After the association was created, players with grades below F lost the ability to go to the second floor. However, players with high grades immediately receive offers from the best guilds in the country. Therefore, there are three types of people gathered at the testing site. The first type of people are those who insanely want the right to enter the tower. They pray and are very nervous. The second type of people are those who meet those who have gotten high ranks to the tower. They take special reports and ask which guild will take who. All the previous types of people look at those of the third type with admiration and surprise. The last type of people are those who want to show their right of entry to the world. They include Park Hana and her brother Park Ha-jin, the rising stars of the Black Raven Guild. All the camera lenses and people's attention is drawn to a guy with short black hair. This tall and statuesque man is Kim Gi-dae from the Father of Wrestling Guild. All the reporters don't want to miss a single shot. Kim Gi-dae irritably takes off his glasses and looks around. He asks what the crowd is about and why anyone can come here now. Park Ha-jin answers him that many people want to get rich and famous quickly. Kim Gi-dae demands to clear the way for him since he doesn't have time for that. Kim Gi-dae glares furiously at his companion and says that he only came here for him. He asks if he's up to the task. Park Ha-jin and her sister Park Hana warily reply to the man not to worry, and they'll make sure to do everything. All of this guy's bodyguards shoo away from his men and demand to stand back, move faster, and don't tread on the ground. In the midst of all this commotion, behind everyone in the crowd, there's Yi Dae-min standing with Kang Jin-hyuk. One of the bodyguards points his finger at Kang Jin-hyuk and asks who he is. Kang Jin-hyuk also points his finger at himself and says that he got his number and is waiting in line, so why should he move over? Park Ha-jin shushes the bodyguards and asks why he can't get rid of some crazy person. Park Ha-jin pokes his finger into Kang Jin-hyuk's shoulder and says he's making a mistake. He should give in before it's too late. All the people here start discussing that the guy is opposing Park Ha-jin and he's out of his mind. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that Park Ha-jin is the brother of the very same Park Hana. While looking at Park Ha-jin, Kang Jin-hyuk activates his Eye of Truth ability and notices he has a very interesting devastating attack ability. Park Ha-jin doesn't understand why the guy is staring at him like that. Kang Jin-hyuk reads the conditions of copying his ability. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that the conditions for copying his ability are simply to provoke Park Ha-jin. Park Ha-jin starts to threaten Kang Jin-hyuk, saying that even if there are a lot of people here, He won't get away with it. Park Hana appears behind the guys and notices Kang Jin-hyuk in front of her, and her face expresses terror and fear. Park Ha-jin points her finger at Kang Jin-hyuk and says that he's lost his way, but Kang Jin-hyuk is already aggressive and furious. Kang Jin-hyuk abruptly grabs Park Ha-jin by the index finger of his hand, which he tries to poke the guy with. When Kang Jin-hyuk takes hold of the guy's finger, his eyes light up aggressively, and he abruptly curls Park Ha-jin's finger upwards. Park Ha-jin abruptly pulls his finger out of Kang Jin-hyuk's hand and grasps his hand painfully. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't react to his provocation and calmly takes a sip of water from the bottle. Park Ha-jin starts to get angry. Park Ha-jin starts to get aggressive and abruptly leaps out of his seat to punch Kang Jin-hyuk. All the people here begin to crowd in one place and react very sharply to what is happening. Kang Jin-hyuk takes a sip of water and notices Park Ha-jin's boyfriend coming at him. Kang Jin-hyuk uses his water bottle as a weapon and splashes it right at his opponent. The water from Kang Jin-hyuk's bottle flies out and hits Park Ha-jin's face, who is perplexed by what is happening. At the very last moment, Park Ha-jin sharply and forcefully kicks the water bottle flying at him. Park Ha-jin rushes forward sharply, but he doesn't realize what's happening. Kang Jin-hyuk is behind him. It's as if Kang Jin-hyuk didn't make a single movement, and Park Ha-jin falls to the floor and no one understands why it happened if he just stumbled. Among the crowd, there is Park Han's girlfriend, who is watching the situation from the side and wondering what Kang Jin-hyuk is doing here. Suddenly, a man named Kim Gi-dae appears in front of the guys and demands the guys to stop immediately. Kang Jin-hyuk recognizes the man as Kim Gi-dae from the guild, Father of Wrestling. The guy activates his Eye of Truth ability. Looking at Kim Gi-dae with his Eye of Truth ability, Kang Jin-hyuk experiences a failure. Applying the skill is impossible because of the big difference in levels. He heard that his level is above the 20th level. Kang Jin-hyuk looks down at the man and says that he didn't know Park Ha-jin had a babysitter. Kim Gi-dae replies that he's not a bad kid. Kang Jin-hyuk interjects Kim Gi-dae to ask if Park Ha-jin is really useful and if it has to do with bringing core dynasty ginseng to China. Kim Gi-dae's face abruptly starts to show surprise and tension. He wonders how the guy found out about this. The crowd of people starts discussing which ginseng is even in question. Park Hana in the middle of the crowd tenses up alarmingly. Kang Jin-hyuk confidently waves his hands and says that no matter how he found out, you have to ask the right questions. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to smirk and says that an example of such a question is how to get rid of side effects. Kim Gi-dae irritably demands the guy stop and activates his level 3 dungeon skill. The entire space around the guy starts to be consumed by a black aura with some yellow symbols. Yi-dae Min calls out to the guy but doesn't have time to do anything. Kim Gi-dae's eyes begin to light up furiously, but he calmly and coolly continues to stand still. A large and black cube appears in the entire space of this room, which looks like a cage that has locked Kang Jin-hyuk in. Kang Jin-hyuk touches the wall and realizes that it is a protective barrier. Kim Gi-dae asks the guy about the 10 dungeons and asks him to prove to him that he's not lying. The guys talk about the necessary edible item, Core's ginseng, to restore stamina and mana. But if someone has to just eat it, there will be a side effect like magic poisoning. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he understands how Kim Gi-dae is suffering from this right now and knows what 3 items can help him. The first ingredient is green Corasian juice in a glass flask with a gold lid. The second such ingredient is the moonstone, which has a beautiful pink sky hue. The most important ingredient is mandrake root, that same screaming and deafening plant. Kang Jin-hyuk suspects that Kim Gi-dae is on the lookout for the mandrake root right now. He's ready to tell where it is and asks if the man believes him now. Kim Gi-dae tensely looks at Kang Jin-hyuk and realizes that everything he said matches what the scouts and explorers said. Kim Gi-dae continues to look at Kang Jin-hyuk and tries to figure out who he is, and Kang Jin-hyuk smirks and waits for the man to answer. Kim Gi-dae pulls out his large blade from somewhere, which is bathed in golden light, and points it towards the guy. He's not happy about all of this, of course, but he's willing to believe Kang Jin-hyuk. The man warns Kang Jin-hyuk not to do any tricks, because then he'll be in trouble. Kim Gi-dae thinks about the high price Kang Jin-hyuk will pay for his help, which is the 10 most valuable dungeons. Kim Gi-dae can't accept such a high price and is about to end it all here and now. But something in the moment stops him and passes right in front of his blade. Kim Gi-dae becomes alarmed, and his facial expression depicts a look of horrified surprise and shock. Kang Jin-hyuk is enveloped in purple energy and smirks. Kim Gi-dae doesn't seem to have realized anything yet. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out his rusty blade and says that their deal with Kim Gi-dae and his life is solely in his hands. One of the bodyguards powerfully flies off into a stone wall and expectorates from the resulting pain. Yi Dae-min and Yu Yun-hwa are outside the black cube and fight off the bodyguards attacking them. Yu Yun-hwa's girl has her red energy appearing around her. The girl chases the guards away if they don't want to die. At one point, Kim Gi-dae's third-level dungeon is canceled and the men disperse. Kang Jin-hyuk asks Yu Yun-hwa to calm down. Yi Dae-min and Yu Yun-hwa try to find out if Kang Jin-hyuk is okay. They are willing to destroy everyone for him. The man Kim Gi-dae turns his back on everyone and walks away. Kang Jin-hyuk says that they were able to find common ground. Park Ha-jin runs after Kim Gi-dae and aggressively tries to see if he's really going to just let Kang Jin-hyuk go. Park Ha-jin slams his fist into his palm and says that if the man gives him a chance, he will come up with a good plan. The man, Kim Gi-dae, aggressively and powerfully grabs Park Ha-jin by the neck in a way that makes the guy drool. The man lifts the guy up while holding his neck. He says that Park Ha-jin is no match for Kang Jin-hyuk. If he pulls something like that again, he'll regret it a lot. The veins in Park Ha-jin's neck start to swell from the strangulation. He squeezes out the last of his strength to say that he understood. The man Kim Gi-dae throws the guy to the floor and walks away with his guards. Park Ha-jin is very curious about what happened inside that dungeon. Park Ha-jin starts to get very aggressive and his eyes fill with rage. He won't let Kang Jin-hyuk humiliate him anymore. When Park Ha-jin greatly increases his hostility towards Kang Jin-hyuk, the guy manages to copy his stealth skill. He uses it to control his breathing and heart rate. People around are discussing Kang Jin-hyuk, who just tore into Park Ha-jin, while the guy himself goes about his business and is about to take the test. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the results table and notices Park Ha-nu in first place. He marvels at her abilities as if she drank ginseng. His name is called Next. Kang Jin-hyuk walks into the room to take the test where you have to hit a magic stone. All skills can be used. The examiner asks Kang Jin-hyuk if he's only going to use his dagger. He assures him that it's enough. The examiner looks at his tablet without distraction and tells Kang Jin-hyuk to start when he's ready. The examiner turns towards the guy who is walking towards one of the rocks here. The examiner asks Kang Jin-hyuk to walk over to the entry-level stone because he is now standing at the middle-level stone. The examiner shockingly tells him that ordinary players can't even activate a mid-level stone. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't reply anything to the examiner but silently swings his blade. He activates the power surge stat. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes begin to burn with confidence, and he wants to see what all his suffering in the maze is worth. Kang Jin-hyuk simply chops the medium-level magic stone in half with one deft and powerful strike. The examiner opens his mouth in shock because it's impossible. Most of the players don't qualify because they don't have enough magic power to attack a small stone. The examiner watches in shock as Kang Jin-hyuk chops a medium-level magic stone in half. He has never seen or known such a thing. The examiner congratulates Kang Jin-hyuk for obtaining an S rank. He must report this to his superiors immediately. Kang Jin-hyuk grabs the examiner's clipboard and tells him to report it only in a week. The examiner doesn't understand why something like this would be delayed. Kang Jin-hyuk says that for personal reasons, the examiner can only report where he wants to go in a week. Kang Jin-hyuk touches the sharp tip of his dagger and says he knows a couple of worldly wisdoms. The law is far away, but the fist is near. The examiner understands. Kang Jin-hyuk stands leaning against the wall and folds his hands into a lock. He meets Park Ha-nu and asks if she was overtaken quickly. Trainee girl Park Ha-na holds out her palm to the guy, in which is the Brahma ring that Kang Jin-hyuk told her about. The guy examines the ring, which suppresses the monster's magical abilities. The girl screams in panic and says that she fulfilled her promise and asks him to remove the branding. Kang Jin-hyuk cheekily turns around and walks away, waving at the girl. He'll look at her behavior. Yi Dae-min and Yu Eun-hwa ask in surprise and incomprehension if the guy really has an F rank. They thought it would be higher than theirs. Kang Jin-hyuk says that it's a temporary result and will need to retest in a week. The guys understandably agree. Yu Eun-hwa says that the second test will be in the dungeon. She asks how he's going to take it. He needs information and demands they head to the tower and he'll write it up. The guy gets in the cab and thinks about the fact that the first test determines rank based on magical power. And whoever passes that test goes on to the second test. The task of the second test is simple. You need to pass one of the dungeons. There's no difficulty limit, and you can choose any opponents you want. Kang Jin-hyuk is going to go to the ancient ruins on the first floor. Neither then, 11 years ago, nor now in reality, no one was able to pass this forbidden zone. The guy with all his preparations heads to the abode of the fallen. He tries to remember the last time he was here. An empty soda can flies into Kang Jin-hyuk. Someone demands that he carry his suitcases there. Kang Jin-hek is going to the mountain ruins on the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Having F rank, he can't get there alone. The guild guarding the ruins won't let him go there. Kang Jin-hek goes up to the ruins in the company of some guys. The best option is to go there as a porter. One of the men he goes up to the ruins with turns to him and asks him how the guy got here. Kang Jin-hyuk replies that he needs a lot of money to survive. The man replies that everyone here needs money. The man pulls out his phone and shows a picture of his family. He says that he is here to feed his wife and children. The man continues to discuss the picture with the guy, but Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that the man is one of those suicide players. The man explains that with their F rank, they have to be extremely careful. Where they point, that's where they go. There's no machinery inside, and the ambulance isn't coming soon enough. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles and tells the man not to worry. He assures that those who are here will return home unharmed. The man smilingly looks at the guy, but sweat is showing on his face. He asks the guy if he's telling the truth, but he himself doesn't believe his words, thinking it's just a kind word. Kang Jin-hyuk and the other man reach their destination. The quest for the raid team begins. Here, it is necessary to accomplish the capture of the S-level ruins. Kang Jin-hek scrutinizes the conditions and notices a special reward for the first conqueror of the Tower of Trials. The guy just gets rewarded with an increase in the luck and adaptability stats, a cold heart skill to help keep calm, and a monopolization skill where the best reward for completing the trials alone is given. Kang Jin-hyuk is very happy about such a wonderful special reward. He makes a crazy expression on his face and thinks about how nothing cooler and better can be anymore. The guy realizes that there are an incredible amount of awards in the tower, but to get even one of them is already a great luck. The guy thinks about how he doesn't even need luck with that passive. He is distracted by the fact that a magic circle appears in the center of the ruins. All the players here are watching the magic circle appear and spread in the center of the ruins. Some man in armor appears. He has a headache. He can't get used to all this. The man goes in the company of another guy and a woman, who report to him that everything is fine and all 50 people are alive. The male bearers recognize these guys as a raid team of the Parhe Guild, which means ancient Chinese state. They recognize the leader of the team. While the man in armor is handing out his instructions, Kang Jin-hyuk activates the Eye of Truth and examines his data. The man's name is Sung Jung-hwa. Kang Jin-hek examines the copy conditions in which one must gain Song Jung-hwa's trust while going through the raid. Kang Jin-hek realizes that fulfilling such conditions will be extremely difficult and hard for him. After all this, some kind of realization suddenly comes to Kang Jin-hyuk, and he thinks of something. Kang Jin-hek observes the raid team and notices that the head of a top 10 guild only has that level. Kang Jin-hek tries his best to blend in and disguise himself just to avoid being exposed and recognized. These ancient ruins in the Forbidden Zone look very large, old, and diverse. A man with a staff and a hooded hat asks the others to follow him as it gets dark further on. If anyone gets lost, no one will rescue anyone. The hooded mage raises his staff up and activates his level 1 lamp ability, lighting the path ahead. As the ray of light from the stone in the mage's staff rises to the ceiling, it illuminates the space and the many knights and mages who have died here can be seen. All the male bearers look around the ruins with interest and wariness and marvel at the setting. It turns out that these were not knights and mages but dead monsters that the raid group had already managed to destroy. The male bearers notice how frightening and intimidating the atmosphere here is. One tells the other to shut up, it's scary enough as it is. The head of the raid team calls out young Hwa-hyun and waves to the porters who have arrived. Kang Jin-hyuk notices the raid team members in front of him and something makes him very nervous. He watches the guys and finds it strange that they had no casualties even though they had taken out so many monsters. Kang Jin-hyuk watches the head of the team, John Hwa-hyun, and realizes that his strategy is strange. The man who keeps Kang Jin-hyuk company and the porters taps the guy on the shoulder and tells him not to stand still and to go hand out water and stuff. The man talks about how they can handle themselves here, and Kang Jin-hyuk needs to help the foreigners. The guy has already forgotten that he's a porter from here now. Kang Jin-hyuk observes the foreigners from the raid group wearing some knight armor. On the raid group's knight armor, Kang Jin-hyuk notices some kind of sign, trying to recognize it and figure out what it means. He notices one of the raid group wearing blue and white armor and remembers that it is the mark of the warriors from the Zion Guild. Kang Jin-hyuk scrutinizes the members of the raid group and finds them to be fragile creatures. He is about to befriend someone. Kang Jin-hyuk takes out a metal camping mug and pours water into it, adding ice. He holds out the mug to someone. Kang Jin-hyuk serves the water to the knight in white armor for doing a good job here. The man thanks him. While handing over the water mug, Kang Jin-hyuk activates his level 1 communication skill. The man starts to remove his helmet, from underneath which his long and blonde hair starts to fall out. The man clearly has a slight interest in the guy. A beautiful and young girl with long blonde hair appears from under the helmet armor. Kang Jin-hyuk had no idea that there would be such a beautiful and young girl underneath the armor. Kang Jin-hyuk recognizes this young, beautiful girl as the youngest daughter of the aristocrat Laurentia family from Europe. She is a versatile player connected with divine power. The girl has skills in offense, defense, and healing. She saved Amsterdam from chaos, very famous in Europe. This girl is the saint of Amsterdam, Teresa de Laurentia. Now the boy understood why there were no losses. She is at her best in battles with undead and uncleanness. Kang Jin-hyuk also reflects on the fact that many people want to go higher, but she is here even though there is a raid on the third-floor boss. The young girl rather drinks a mug of water that refreshes her. At this time, Kang Jin-hyuk activates his Eye of Truth. At first, an error is given due to the difference in levels, but then the stats luck and adaptability compensated for the difference in levels, raising the Eye of Truth to level 2. Now he could see the target's status. The conditions for copying her abilities and skills are to rescue Teresa from a dangerous situation, as she is one of the 100 players in the world. Now it is clear why she is admired by everyone. The guy notices that the girl is undergoing a profession quest. Most likely for this purpose, she is here in the ruins. Teresa de Laurentia thanks Kang Jin-hyuk for helping her quench her thirst. Kang Jin-hyuk smilingly takes the mug from the girl and thinks about the fact that he should be the one to thank her for the opportunity to get the patronage of the heavens ability. Kang Jin-hyuk only has to find out what kind of situation could be dangerous for this paladin and how to save her. It's a very difficult environment. Someone calls out loudly for the team leader, John Hwa-hyun, to come over here immediately. The guy runs with all his might. John Hwa-hyun comes to the stranger's call and observes the situation. Sweat is running down his face and he is alarmed. The man and the girl point at the dead sentries who have already been eliminated. The raid team notices a notice that the guardians of the ruins are watching for trespassers. The time remaining is 9 minutes and 59 seconds. The ruin security system Sleeping Bomb activates when trespassers appear. In activation, it summons the guards. If it's not touched, nothing will happen. John Hwa-hyun panics and doesn't realize what kind of fool activated it. It doesn't make any difference anymore since it's already in battle mode. Wreaths protrude on John Hwa-hyun's face from the tension and realizes that it's too late. There's only 10 minutes left. John Hwa-hyun realizes that fighting the guards with her own strength is tantamount to destroying herself. Minimally half, even most of them will die. John Hwa-hyun is about to evacuate the civilians at first, but then changes his mind because he doesn't want to end things before he even starts. He can't stop because he's already done a lot to become the head of the guild. John Hwa-hyun turns his back to everyone and hides his face in the shadows. He states as they continue the raid. The man and woman start to arise that they're not even halfway through, and the guards will be advancing from all sides. John Hwa-hyun orders him to shut up and follow him, and he'll take charge. Even without a second team, they have a chance of success. John Hwa-hyun recalls the image of the young and beautiful Teresa de Laurentia because she's here with them now. One of the panicked players shouts out a warning to the other players that the guards here have woken up. Another guy replies to him that he worries about everything all the time. A guild like Parhe won't act without countermeasures. The guy with arrows and yellow hair says that loners like them just need to obey the head. The guild has probably already wiped out all the guards. From behind the arrow guy, whose name is Jin Dae, a huge iron hand appears and grabs a devastating grip. The other players stand in a circle with their backs to each other and personally witness the demise of Jin Dae, who was snatched from the shadows by someone. The curly black-haired guy who panics the most claims that they are now in a very bad situation. From all sides appear the guardians of the ruins, huge reanimated knights in armor with no material bodies. The players need to prepare for battle. John Hwa-hyun orders everyone to prepare for battle. Tanks are sent forward, forming a formation. Carriers to the back and stay out of the way. Orders are shouted for the tanks to give buffs and the healers to get ready. Everyone scatters to their places. Song Jung-hwan grabs his weapon and activates his level 2 steel defense. All members of the raid team stand in their places and on alert. Sung Jung-hwan activates his level 2 combat concentration. From behind the rest of the raid team, a mage with a staff named Lee Yoon-mi rises into the air and activates a level 2 angel song. Song Jung-hwan shouts out to the others that the ruin guards are approaching them. The iron guards are already advancing to attack. The huge and iron guards attack the team leader Song Jung-hwan, who defends himself with his steel defense. A serious confrontation begins between all the members of the raid team and the iron guards of the ruins. The solo players call out to the leader and ask him to send them a tank because they can't stand and need reinforcements. They need healers immediately. The raid girl tries to get the leader's attention on the solo players. Sung Jung-hwan tells everyone to focus on the battle. There will be casualties either way, and it's inevitable. Sung Jung-hwa is very tense and irritated. He has no business or time at all to think about the solo players right now. Unlike guild players who act cohesively, solo players are immediately lost in battles like this. The solo player with black wavy hair realizes that the leader heard his words and requests but did nothing. The guy raises his eyes to the Iron Guards and starts crying because he realizes that the guild has abandoned them. Someone in knight armor rushes to help through the corridors of the ruins at the call of the solo players. Teresa de Laurencia appears among the solo players to save their lives. The girl reacts instantly and disposes of the Iron Guards. Teresa de Laurencia activates her level 4 cross skill and disarms, and then destroys all the Iron Guards of the ruins. The black-haired solo player with wavy hair stops crying and can't believe his good fortune to be saved. A brave, courageous, and very strong girl named Teresa de Laurencia appears in front of the solo players. The girl quickly runs her eyes and assesses the situation. 2 guards have gone through the raid teams. The non-combat units are now in danger. The girl grips her sword and dismounts because she needs to hurry up and cover the rear of the others. In the rear guard of the Forbidden Zone ruins, the porter's bags are scattered on the floor and bloodied, and the men themselves are dying. A man, one of the porters who showed a picture of his family at the beginning of the journey, sits wounded against a wall and realizes they are in trouble. The Iron Guards of the ruins that have appeared here begin to attack anyone who gets in their way. The man realizes they are finished. When the Iron Guards start swinging their iron fists, someone gives them deep cuts even on their armor. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out his rusty dagger and tells the man that he said back in the beginning that he would return home alive. The man looks at Kang Jin-hyuk in shock and shouts out a warning to him about the Iron Guardian attacking him from behind. The Iron Guardian extends his huge and metallic arm towards Kang Jin-hyuk, who dodges it. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his level 1 fire element and accumulates his fire flame in his palm, intending to counterattack the Iron Guardian. With his fire element, Kang Jin-hyuk manages to attack the Iron Guardian and just blast him into several iron pieces. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the Guardian that has fallen apart. He hopes that the raid team will finish him off themselves. He needs to stay on the first level and he can't be destroyed. Kang Jin-hyuk approaches the man who wonders how he got that level. The guy wonders who could have awakened the high-level guards and why, for what purpose. The man is wary and at a loss as he looks at Kang Jin-hyuk, who stands in front of him with his rusty blade. Suddenly and abruptly, Teresa de Laurencia appears and snatches the man out from under Kang Jin-hyuk's nose. Kang Jin-hyuk turns around in surprise and looks at the Teresa de Laurencia who appeared and the man she took. Teresa turns to the guy and says that she thought he was a good man, and he threatened the common porter with his knife. The girl begins to suspect the fact that Kang Jin-hyuk might be the one who awakened the guardians of the ruins, so she arrests him here and now. Kang Jin-hyuk points his finger in incomprehension and surprise, and doesn't understand why she's saying that at all. Teresa de Laurencia attacks Kang Jin-hyuk sharply, but the guy manages to dodge, causing her sword to crash into the stone floor. The girl angrily tells Kang Jin-hyuk not to fight back because she doesn't want to hurt him. Kang Jin-hyuk wonders if she believes herself. Kang Jin-hyuk says that there was some misunderstanding, but the girl is already angry and has stopped listening to him altogether, continuing to attack him. The girl expresses to the guy that she will definitely listen to his excuses later. She swings her sword again. Kang Jin-hyuk again deftly dodges her strike and makes it look like he pushes the girl and throws her to the ground. Teresa de Laurencia flies into one of the stone slabs on the floor here and shatters it with a clatter. The girl lies on the cracked stone slab worried and upset and tries to recover from the impact. The girl opens her eyes when the sharp blade of Kang Jin-hyuk's rusty blade appears at her cheek. The boy says he didn't wake any guards. Kang Jin-hyuk holds his blade up to the girl's face and says that if he needed to, he would have destroyed them with his own hands. The man carrier asks Teresa why she's doing all this now, because Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk saved him. The girl, awkwardly and very embarrassed, looks at the carrier man and realizes that she has done something unnecessary now. The male carrier leaves Kang Jin-hyuk and Teresa de Laurencia alone with each other. The girl begins to bow bashfully as a sign of apology. Kang Jin-hyuk assures her that it's okay because his actions did look very suspicious. Teresa de Laurencia walks beside Kang Jin-hyuk and asks him the reason why he is hiding his identity. Kang Jin-hyuk thoughtfully repeats her words. The girl listens in surprise about how the guy knows what she's here for and is here for the same reason himself. She invited the Zion Guild for cover, and she herself wants to secretly get the St. Peter's Treaty for her choice of profession. Kang Jin-hyuk assures the girl that he knows all the strategies to pass these ruins. The girl will help him with her skills, and the items he needs are in one place. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly suggests to the girl to join their efforts in passing these ruins. The girl opens her eyes wide and in surprise and is amazed at such an unexpected offer. There is some commotion among the members of the raiding party. Someone is yelling at someone, forbidding someone else to do something. Sung Jong-hwan starts yelling that they should go ahead and coordinate their actions, and someone wants to go alone. Teresa de Laurencia replies to him that according to their map, there are only 20 kilometers left, and everyone knows the strategy. According to the agreement before the boss battle, everyone has the same rights. Sung Jong-hwa doesn't even have time to reply anything to the girl, so he just sighs anxiously and incomprehensibly. Teresa de Laurencia makes a smug and serious face as she looks at team head Sung Jong-hwa. Sung Jong-hwan grudgingly agrees to the girl's wish, but she has to get back to them before they get to the boss's room. Teresa de Laurencia asks the team leader to let her take one of the porters with her, but he doesn't care anymore. Let her do whatever she wants as long as she gets back in time. Teresa de Laurencia turns around with a twinkle in her eye at the porters here to choose. All the men know this is a one-way ticket for them. They tell each other not to make eye contact with her, or she will definitely pick one of them. Among the crowd of porters here, Kang Jin-hyuk raises his hand, showing his desire to go with the girl. The other porters look at Kang Jin-hyuk's raised hand with doubt and judgment. All the male porters begin to grab Kang Jin-hyuk by the shoulders and talk him out of such a stupid idea. Kang Jin-hyuk asks the men if they've ever had an idea when they were young. Kang Jin-hyuk acts out the play, grabbing his chest and saying that right now love is sobbing inside him, even if he loses his life because of his weakness. This whole performance is one powerful spark and lightning strike into the minds of the male bearers, who know exactly what Kang Jin-hyuk is talking about. The men look after Teresa de Laurencia and Kang Jin-hyuk, calling him the last romantic of a generation, remembering their youth. Teresa de Laurencia looks back contentedly at Kang Jin-hyuk walking next to her, who is already tired from the day. Teresa de Laurencia and Kang Jin-hyuk stop at one of the balconies, noticing the many different kinds of foul things below them. Kang Jin-hyuk and Teresa de Laurencia look around the room and assess the situation. The girl points her finger at the sarcophagus in the center of the room amongst the undead. She says that the Treaty of St. Peter is located there. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to the girl and asks if she understands the fact that they need to remove the protection. The girl says yes. A notice appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk and Teresa de Laurencia's faces, warning them that the master of the abode of the fallen is watching them. Kang Jin-hyuk studies the notice and realizes that it's about the boss, but he's never been interested in the players, and now he's suddenly decided to show himself. Teresa de Laurencia points her finger at the notice and asks if Kang Jin-hyuk saw what was written. She doesn't understand what the words mean. Sweat is showing on Teresa de Laurencia's face, and she suspects that this master of the abode of the fallen saw them as enemies, but Kang Jin-hyuk denies it. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly points his finger at himself and says that the host just recognized him. The girl is extremely surprised at where he gets such confidence from. Teresa de Laurencia asks Kang Jin-hyuk about the guy knowing the way to pass. The guy replies that he has known about it for quite some time. The girl is about to say something to Kang Jin-hyuk, who looks back at her questioningly. Teresa de Laurencia asks with concern in her eyes if she really has to do it herself. All sorts of evil things continue to roam around the room of the ruins that Kang Jin-hyuk and Teresa de Laurencia have reached. Teresa de Laurencia abruptly leaps off the balcony and soars into the air, holding her sword. The girl, lightning fast, descends to the center of the circle in the middle of the space, where various unclean things roam. When the girl appears here, she instantly attracts the attention of these undead and unclean things. Teresa de Laurencia activates the level 5 battle song skill that was hidden in her stat. For 10 minutes, all her stats are tripled. Kang Jin-hyuk points to the girl while saying that she needs to attract the undead's attention, so her task is quite simple. When the girl activates her skill and her pet starts to light up with golden energy, the attention of the undead and the unclean is instantly attracted. Kang Jin-hyuk instructs Teresa de Laurencia that she needs to release her divine energy, then all the attention will be on her. The girl's eyes are absorbed by the divine power and she activates her level 5 saint power. The girl presents her sword in front of her face and covers her eyes, spreading her divine energy around. When the unclean and undead reach and begin to touch Teresa de Laurencia's divine energy, they instantly begin to dissolve. Teresa de Laurencia's divine energy spreads everywhere, burning and dissolving various undead. The girl is very skillful and quick with her sword with divine energy to deal with uncleanness and undead. The boundless amount of unclean and undead continue to advance and attack Teresa de Laurencia. Taking advantage of such a moment, Kang Jin-hek snaps out of his seat and begins to stride over the heads of the undead towards his goal. Kang Jin-hek deftly walks over the heads of the undead and realizes that all the undead are now angry at Teresa and are directing their attention to her. The guy moves through the undead and realizes that because of her control over the mobs, he won't join and level up. At some point, some spark and lightning realization crashes into Kang Jin-hyuk's head. Something is going wrong. Suddenly, red lightning bolts start appearing from somewhere and strike right in the center of the room. In the room right in front of everyone, elite undead appear and special dead monsters rise up. An explosion spreads throughout the space in the center of the ruins and smoke rises up from the destruction. From the smoke from the explosion, it's as if Kang Jin-hek rises up, who realizes that now a mini-boss is finally appearing in front of them. One of the Iron Hand Guardians of the Forbidden Zone ruins appears in front of the rising Kang Jin-hek. The Iron Guardian appears out of nowhere and begins to attack Kang Jin-hek, who again deftly dodges the blows. Kang Jin-hyuk thoughtfully reasons that Durahan shouldn't be here. Most likely the conditions have changed because of Teresa. The Iron Guards of the ruins in the restricted area keep attacking the guy, who dodges the blows. He thinks about the fact that he needs to consider this next time. Lich is the name of the elite undead that uses black lightning. Durahan can be dealt with easily, but you have to be more careful with flying monsters. The so-called Lich uses his magic staff and spreads black lightning throughout the room. Kang Jin-hek finds himself in the epicenter of the Iron Guard's strikes and the Lich who used the black lightning. Kang Jin-hek, with a satisfied face, dodges the punches thrown at him time and time again and dodges the attacks. Black lightning that Lich uses flies past Kang Jin-hyuk's face and heads straight for the sarcophagus. Black lightning deals heavy damage to the sarcophagus in the center of the room and begins to destroy it, and cracks appear there. The glass on the sarcophagus begins to crack and break. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks that this kind of defense is not difficult to deal with. Black Lich frustratedly watches as the level 5 magic defense is destroyed. Kang Jin-hek once again dashes through the Iron Guards of the ruins in the restricted area with lightning speed and bullets. With a satisfied and even crazy smile, Kang Jin-hek takes out his rusty dagger and concentrates his power in it. Using his rusty dagger with his power, Kang Jin-hek slashes the many Iron Guards. Kang Jin-hek confidently holds his rusty dagger in his hands and is going to further realize his plan of action. Teresa de Laurencia continues to deal with the undead with her divine power, and soon she too will be finished. Kang Jin-hyuk is watching the skeleton closely because he is the last one left. Lich is extremely dissatisfied with what is happening. A thin and powerful beam of energy sweeps through the Lich's head and deals devastating damage. Kang Jin-hyuk observes what is happening and looks questioningly at Lich, not realizing what happened. Someone's foot steps on one of the skulls and reprimands Kang Jin-hyuk for finally finding it. A man in gray pants unknowingly steps on the skull and crushes it into crumbs under his feet. The man says that he was sure Kang Jin-hyuk would come here, the one who reads all the monster's movements like an open book. The dark-haired man in the suit points his sharp sword at the guy and tells him that it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes begin to light up with rage and hatred as he stares at the man in front of him. The man stands with his sword pointed at Kang Jin-hyuk, but the guy doesn't recognize him. The man says that he should remember him. The man starts to shake with anger and makes a hateful face, realizing that Kang Jin-hek doesn't remember him. Kang Jin-hek stands near the destroyed sarcophagus while the man stands nearby. Kang Jin-hek activates the Eye of Truth on the man. The effects of his stats compensate for the difference in levels and his player status is revealed to him. The man's name is John Yu-sung. He is 28 years old and at level 29. The conditions for copying his skills is a sword fight in which he will lose and his self-confidence will crumble. In Chong Yu-sung's hands is the same iron sword of the Qianlong dynasty, a black sword with the dynasty's engraving on the blade. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that this is the same item that went missing from the People's Museum, and perhaps Jong Yu-sung took it. He may have taken it back in the very days when Tower of Trials was still a virtual game. After Jong Yu-sung lost once to Kang Jin-hyuk, no matter where he was, the man challenged him again and again every time. Kang Jin-hyuk points his finger at the man and realizes that it's the same battle-hungry player who now looks like a stalker. Jung Yu-sung says that the game has become a reality, so Kang Jin-hek couldn't recognize him. Too bad the guy underestimates him so much. Kang Jin-hek tiredly grabs his head and remembers what he thought of him back at the museum. Jung Yu-sung keeps challenging him to a fight only to lose. Jung Yu-sung confidently holds his iron sword in his hands and claims that this time will be different. John Yu-sung is confident that they are both at the very beginning of their journey now, and he has no advantage. Kang Jin-hek replies to him that if he wants to fight, the guy won't stop him, but isn't sure if the man can handle it. Kang Jin-hek points at Teresa de Laurencia and says that his partner won't just stand back and watch. Teresa de Laurencia notices a new opponent in front of her and purposefully heads towards the guys. John Yu-sung looks at the girl aggressively and recognizes her as a saint. Kang Jin-hyuk has an interesting partner. John Yu-sung isn't about to let anyone get in their way. The guy applies a level 5 battlefield selection. The man swiftly aims his iron sword and stabs into the stone floor, creating an air vortex around him. Kang Jin-hek gets his bearings just in time and is about to retrieve something from the sarcophagus behind him. Inside the destroyed sarcophagus, something glows a bright purple color and the guy's going to retrieve it. Teresa de Laurencia notices what's happening and loudly calls out to Kang Jin-hyuk, who's about to disappear. The guy pulls out a small and black balloon from the sarcophagus, replying to Teresa by saying that they'll see each other again soon. Teresa de Laurencia watches as Kang Jin-hyuk along with John Yu-sung disappear somewhere. Thanks to John Yu-sung's skill, the guys move to some other space and battlefield. John Yu-sung thrusts his sword up in front of his face and says that no one else will interfere with them. The man challenges Kang Jin-hyuk to a fight. John Yu-sung activates the level 5 duel, and all of his stats increase by 10%, while Kang Jin-hek's decrease by 10%. Kang Jin-hek watches young Yu-sung walking towards him and realizes that his special skills duel and battlefield selection have weakened the guy a lot. Kang Jin-hek smirks and thinks about how this situation has now become extremely disadvantageous to him. Because of the disadvantageous situation, special conditions appear and the special conditions of the skill synthesis are activated. The conditions are adjusted according to the changing situation. Kang Jin-hek copies John Yu-sung's unique ability, then the conditions of copying can be fulfilled after the skill. Kang Jin-hek copies the unique S-rank sword song ability. The skills of a swordsman with this ability are increased by 200%. Also, the player's perception is greatly enhanced. While the copied ability is stored in the world memories, John Yu-sung demands the guy not to relax and ignore him. Kang Jin-hek grabs his improved rusty dagger in his hands and prepares for the upcoming battle. Kang Jin-hek is very quick and skillful in dodging and fending off Jung Yu-sung's sword strikes. Jung Yu-sung asks what Kang Jin-hek is counting on. After all, he is fighting at a medium distance, so why only use the dagger? Kang Jin-hyuk smugly answers him that a rusty dagger is enough. Sword fighting is interesting too. Jung Yu-sung is extremely unhappy that Kang Jin-hyuk is underestimating him. He activates the 6th level sword soul skill. John Yu-sung is very skillful with his iron sword and delivers graceful blows that have devastating effects. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks the man is trying hard, using supreme techniques in a battle with a novice. Jung Yu-sung angrily replies to Kang Jin-hyuk that he is far from a beginner anymore. He shows him an obscene gesture. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that if he continues to parry Jung Yu-sung's attacks, his dagger will be finished. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out the very ball he took with him from the sarcophagus. It's about time to use it. He's going to use the balloon for a skill that can resist the sword. He combines Sword Song and Demon Soul. Kang Jin-hyuk puts the balloon to his rusty dagger, and the out-of-rank fusion begins. John Yu-sung shields himself from the light of the fusion of the Sword Song ability and the Demon Soul item. Kang Jin-hek gains the unique SS rank Sword Graveyard ability in front of John Yu-sung. Kang Jin-hek's sword skills are now increased by 500%. The body only uses the most effective sword techniques. This ability is required to obtain the title Demonic Swordsman. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the 1st level Night of the Dark Moon, but the ability only gives out about 1/10 of its power. He lacks the mana to control the power. All the while, Jung Yu-sung watches the transformations and combinations of Kang Jin-hek's techniques. John Yu-sung is amazed at the incredible power, even though he is fighting on a battlefield that is comfortable for him with the most favorable conditions possible. John Yu-sung tries to fight at an unfamiliar distance to Kang Jin-hyuk, but is angry because he still can't win. Every time in and out of the game, John Yu-sung tries to fight Kang Jin-hyuk and defeat him. Young Yu-sung tries his best to win every time, but he still can't beat Kang Jin-hyuk in the fight. John Yu-sung starts to aggressively yell and get angry, wondering why he can't beat Kang Jin-hyuk. The man is not going to accept this situation and is going to defeat Kang Jin-hyuk by continuing his attacks. Kang Jin-hek stands coldly in front of the man, and all of his attacks seem to not hurt the guy at all. Kang Jin-hek's eyes begin to light up with a purple color, most likely due to his active sword graveyard ability. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to parry and fend off multiple attacks from Jung Yu-sung like a demon that has risen. Young Yu-seong is stunned and unhappily surprised that Kang Jin-hyuk manages to parry his attacks again. At one point, Kang Jin-hyuk appears behind Young Yu-sung and says that he's already fought something stronger and faster than him, but he's had enough. Kang Jin-hyuk raises his rusty dagger up with a cold-blooded expression and is about to attack. Kang Jin-hyuk swings his dagger and attacks Jung Yu-sung, who stops his strike with his iron sword. Jung Yu-sung puts a lot of effort into pushing Kang Jin-hyuk's dagger away from him. He's extremely tense. Kang Jin-hyuk's rusty dagger strikes right on the hilt of the man's iron sword where the blade starts from. Kang Jin-hyuk looks like a demon with burning red eyes in the shadows. He pushes Jung Yu-seong away from him with ease. Jung Yu-sung's iron sword flies aside and slams into the ground. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he won again, and he doesn't even know how many times he won in their fights anymore. Jung Yu-sung replies to him that Kang Jin-hyuk has already defeated him 138 times. The guy asks to take his life. Kang Jin-hyuk looks smugly at Jung Yu-sung, who lost to him again. Kang Jin-hyuk surprises the man with his answer when he tells him that next time it will be the 139th attempt. Kang Jin-hyuk tells him about how the Tower of Trials is no joke at all. Even the strongest players die here due to their carelessness. Kang Jin-hyuk says that they need players who are strong and also as persistent as Jung Yu-sung. He holds out his hand to him. Kang Jin-hyuk extends his hand to the man while he thinks about the fact that he needs to wait another 60 days to copy the player's abilities once again. Kang Jin-hyuk is doing all these actions purely for his own benefit. He sees no point in wasting his time searching. There is an excellent target for copying abilities right next to him. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his level 1 communication ability. Jung Yu-sung turns away and says that he admits his defeat this time too, but next time the outcome will be completely different. Jung Yu-sung reverses the effect of the battlefield selection skill. He asks the guy his name because he still doesn't know it, but Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't want to get acquainted. Jung Yu-sung is about to pick up his iron sword and says he's going to call the guy the same as before. Kang Jin-hyuk knows exactly what Jung Yu-sung called him servilely, so he's extremely unhappy that he's going to do that. Jung Yu-sung turns around to Kang Jin-hyuk one last time and calls him like the old-fashioned way, stinker. Kang Jin-hyuk feels very embarrassed and uncomfortable. Teresa de Laurencia is surprised that a man called him stinker. The raid team members turn to their leader John Hwa-hyun, asking him if they've outlasted all the monsters. The man looks at the system and says that the scanning artifact picked up something, but there shouldn't have been anything left there. All of the raid team members notice that this object is moving purposefully in their direction. A huge iron golem appears right in front of all the raid team members. The raid team members also notice that a man with long white hair and pointed ears is sitting on this iron golem. The head of the raid team, Young Hwa-hyun, notices the man on the golem and recognizes him. The man gracefully descends from the iron golem, and the raid team members realize that they are facing a supreme vampire. The man respectfully bows to the raid team members and greets them as if they were dear guests. The man's name is Belus. The supreme vampire, Belus, says that he accompanies the master of these ruins, the Lord. He is one of the blood relatives. All members of the raid group point their swords at the high vampire and ask him why he has come here. He didn't just come out to meet them here. Belus thinks these people are rude. He realizes that Young Hwa-hyun is the leader of this group. He came here with his offer for them. The supreme vampire Belus is about to touch the sword of the team leader with his finger. He gives them a choice, one of them, all of them to follow him without interruption. The man pauses languidly before giving them a second choice and touches the tip of the sharp sword with his finger. The supreme vampire Belus activates a blood plague of unknown level and spreads it throughout the room. All members of the raid team ask the team leader what's going on and what's wrong with their bodies. A blood plague envelops everything around them. The head of the raid team, John Hwa-hyun, is horrified and wary as he watches the blood plague spread. The supreme vampire Belus gives them a second choice. Only half will go with him, and he'll just eat the rest. Jung Yu-sung stands silently leaning against the wall, while Teresa de Laurencia and Kang Jin-hyuk sit on the stone floor with some kind of artifact. Teresa de Laurencia uses her level 5 Power of the Saint skill and illuminates some object with her energy. In front of her is an icy tear, which when absorbed enhances magic, but if purification is not applied can severely harm the player. Mana increases by 12. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at his hands and thinks about the glaciated tear he received along with the demon soul. It can't be used immediately after receiving it, but thanks to Teresa de Laurencia's holy power, he has already obtained 12 stats. The guy is happy with the result. Teresa de Laurencia notices an invitation from the master of the abode in front of her. Upon accepting the invitation, all traps and monsters are deactivated. Teresa is completely shocked. They need to go to the farthest room to rescue the squad members who have been taken hostage. Teresa de Laurencia bows her head and says they need to act. If she can save even one, she can't hesitate. Teresa de Laurencia clenches her fist tightly and is about to say something, but pauses for a long moment. The girl wonders the main question is whether they can defeat this Lord Master of the abode. The girl suspects that they may fall into a trap prepared in advance for them. She realizes that without a raid team, there is no point in her thinking that there is a possibility and probability of defeating the Lord. The girl thinks about whether the outcome would have been different had she been around. She joined the war band as a paladin to protect the players. Teresa de Laurencia stands between the guys in her dark musings and thinks she might have made the wrong choice. Jung Yu-sung exhales heavily and says that none of this has anything to do with him, so he'll go. Jung Yu-sung walks past the girl and tells her that if she's having a hard time making a decision, she should listen to what he has to say. He looks at Kang Jin-hyuk and says that this man doesn't have an ounce of honor. He's just plain selfish. For that, he really hates him. But aside from all the other flaws and nuances, there is something extremely special about Kang Jin-hyuk. Jung Yu-sung assures Teresa that the only one who can defeat this lord is Kang Jin-haek. Jung Yu-sung gives Teresa all the instructions she needs and gives her opinion, then leaves. Teresa de Laurencia bites her lips nervously and hides her eyes under her bangs. The girl ponders the man's words. Teresa de Laurencia thinks it over extremely quickly and follows Jung Yu-sung to thank him for his advice. The girl walks up to Kang Jin-hyuk and grabs his hand. She tells him that she will accept the invitation of the master of the abode. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly makes his arms at his sides and says that his services are worth quite a bit. The girl confidently clenches her fist and says she'll pay him as much as he needs, as long as he helps. It's like Kang Jin-hyuk expected such a request from the girl and realizes that she'll still go there no matter what. Teresa de Laurencia and Kang Jin-hyuk bump their fists and accept the quest with an invitation, and the monsters go into hibernation. Teresa de Laurencia, in company with Kang Jin-hyuk, come to the farthest room and a huge and tall gate appears before them. Teresa stands before this gate and feels that there is just an unreal amount of mana here. Kang Jin-hyuk reassures the girl that there is no need to be scared because they have an idea of their opponent and his power. Teresa de Laurencia asks the guy if he has a plan. Kang Jin-hyuk says that the strongest man doesn't always win. Kang Jin-hyuk looks very confident and says that he already has a plan prepared. A huge gate opens in front of the faces of the guy and the girl, and Kang Jin-hyuk tells her that no matter what, she should trust him and believe in him. Teresa de Laurencia and Kang Jin-hyuk walk into this room that was hidden behind this gate. The stairs to the throne appear before them. Teresa and Kang Jin-hyuk walk across the room and head straight to the bone throne above the stairs. There on the throne, a supreme vampire named Bellis with long white hair and pointed ears is already waiting for them. He smirks contentedly. The supreme vampire watches Kang Jin-hyuk and Teresa heading towards him and says that he's glad to see them here, or he was already waiting for them. Sitting on the throne is a beautiful and young girl with black wings. This is the same Lord Alice von Ataraxia. The girl with red eyes tiredly rests her chin on her palm and says that she is already tired of waiting. Kang Jin-hyuk coldly asks Alice von Ataraxia if the raid team members and the others are all right. The girl offers him to look and see for himself, pointing upward with her finger. The girl applies a dimension gap of unknown level and can be seen bound people appearing in space as hostages. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes light up with some kind of yellow color, and Teresa peeks out from behind his shoulder and watches him in surprise. Kang Jin-hyuk notices among the bound hostages the very same Pak Ha-jin who shouldn't be here. Kang Jin-hyuk studies the hostages and realizes that it was Pak Ha-jin who awakened these guards. Alice von Ataraxia says that she invited Kang Jin-hyuk here because of the smell that comes from him. The player's girl shifts her foot over and says that she senses a sweetness in him that she feels for the first time. The girl gambles and playfully puts her finger to her lips and says that she was very taken by the smell of his blood. Alice von Ataraxia licks her finger and says that his smell is not comparable to that of ordinary people. That sweet and arousing scent of hers. Kang Jin-hyuk is alarmed and uncomfortable because the Lord is talking about some sweet blood because it's never happened before. Lord girl Alice von Ataraxia smiles contentedly and playfully when she realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk is alarmed. The guy tilts his head in embarrassment and puts a finger to it. Of course, when a vampire talks about blood, a person can't be calm. The girl tells him not to worry as she eats the delicious stuff very slowly. He will manage to live for another 60 years. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes what it all means. She puts a tube down his throat and keeps it to herself. He refuses to live as an expensive lunch. When Alice von Ataraxia points some long and thin ray at Kang Jin-hyuk, the guy abruptly and deftly withdraws his shoulder from it. This long and thin ray burns a notch in the stone surface. The girl lord says that his opinion is of no consequence. Lord Alice von Ataraxia aggressively puts a finger with her power forward and says that Kang Jin Hyuk has no other choice. Teresa Le Laurentia stands behind Kang Jin Hyuk and asks him if he's okay. The guy replies that he's fine. Kang Jin Hyuk starts smiling smugly and says that he's not scared because he's not just saying all this for no reason either. Kang Jin Hyuk gets down on one knee in front of the Lord and says he'll give her something sweeter than blood. Teresa doesn't realize what he's doing. Lord Alice von Ataraxia smirks and laughs at such words, for there is nothing sweeter than blood. The girl says that Kang Jin Hyuk can stop sucking up. Nothing is more important to them than blood. No matter what he proposes, her opinion won't change. Kang Jin Hyuk confidently raises his gaze to the vampire girl, suggesting her to think again about his proposal. After all, he is willing to offer her freedom. Lord Alice von Ataraxia's gaze changes drastically and expresses shock at what she has heard. She clearly did not expect such an offer from Kang Jin Hyuk. All of Lord Alice von Ataraxia's servants start shouting out that Kang Jin Hyuk dare not speak of such a thing at all. It would tear him apart. Lord Alice von Ataraxia raises his hand up, showing it to the servants. This gesture tells the others to shut up immediately. The girl Alice von Ataraxia confidently gets to her feet and shows herself in front of Kang Jin Hyuk. She says that the guy better back up his words with deeds. Kang Jin Hyuk shows his respect by standing on one knee and bowing his head in front of the girl. Kang Jin Hyuk says that if he wasn't responsible for his words, he just wouldn't have come here. The girl Lord Alice von Ataraxia notices such confidence from the guy and is willing to listen to what he has to say. A mask appears in the guy's hands, which he's about to put on himself. The guy introduces himself as Kang Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk brings the mask up to his face and says that he swears in front of the girl as a representative of the Manga. The guy puts his mask on his face, on which a notch in the shape of a lightning bolt appears. He swears that he will free Lord Alice von Ataraxia. This masked man is someone who has turned his back on the rest of the people because of money, revenge, and personal beliefs. The Mayans looked like grim fighters. They prevented players from climbing the Tower of Trials. Among other things, the Manas helped all the monsters in the labyrinths and ruins. Lord Alice von Ataraxia looks at Kang Jin Hyuk thoughtfully and says that she has heard of the Manas. She asks if he is one of them. With a mask on his face, Kang Jin Hyuk talks about making a connection with the temple on the 27th floor. Kang Jin Hyuk reveals that the Lord is here, how to cheat the barrier that covered the ruins. Everything was told to him there. Teresa de Laurentia watches Kang Jin Hyuk and doesn't understand what it all means and why Kang Jin Hyuk said he is a Manga. All of the servants and minions of the Lord for some reason become abruptly agitated upon hearing about the temple. The girl Lord says that since he knows about the temple, the guy is definitely not bluffing. Kang Jin Hyuk asks if the girl will believe him. Around the girl, blood rises into the air. She's not going to believe him because there's no difference if he's a Manga or not. For centuries they've stayed locked up here, so it's all idle chatter. The girl makes it known that she doesn't like talkers. Alice von Ataraxia doesn't believe him and activates a blood orb of unknown level. The girl's eyes light up with excitement and she says that Kang Jin Hyuk's blood smelled so sweet. She's really sorry for the way things turned out. With her created blood spears, the girl is going to attack Kang Jin Hyuk to destroy. Kang Jin Hyuk continues to act cold-blooded and doesn't move as many bloody spears fly at him. Teresa de Laurentia abruptly appears in front of Kang Jin Hyuk to protect him from Lord Alice von Ataraxia's attack. Teresa de Laurentia activates her level 5 Saint Power skill and is about to confront the vampiress. Teresa's ability makes a huge protective barrier appear that stops the vampiress's bloody spears. Teresa de Laurentia orders Kang Jin Hyuk to stay within the barrier as she continues to hold the barrier. Teresa de Laurentia is a bit wary, but hopes that her divine power can handle this attack of the vampiress. After these manipulations, the girl strengthens her barrier and activates a level 5 sacred shield. Lord Alice von Ataraxia starts laughing at the way Teresa lays out against the normal attack. The girl then stops laughing and takes her hand away from her mouth. She begins to get angry. Lord Alice von Ataraxia begins to bare his fangs and says he hates everything holy. Lord Alice von Ataraxia activates a blood blast of unknown level. She plans to destroy everyone in one blow. Teresa de Laurentia lifts her head up and watches the vampiress's attacks. She wonders how long she will last in a case like this. Some kind of insight comes into Teresa de Laurentia's head, and she believes the best that can be. Kang Jin Hyuk's rusty dagger plunges sharply into Teresa de Laurentia's chest, penetrating through her through and through. Teresa de Laurentia starts crying and squints at Kang Jin Hyuk in horror, not realizing what he's doing. Kang Jin Hyuk, wearing a Manus mask with a lightning bolt on it, stabs Teresa in the chest with his rusty dagger, showing this picture to the vampiress. Lord Alice von Ataraxia sighs thoughtfully and watches Kang Jin-hek, trying to figure out what he means by this. Kang Jin-hek pulls out his rusty dagger and says that if he proves to her that this isn't all a bluff, will she believe him? Lord Alice von Ataraxia finds this all interesting. She notices that Kang Jin-hyuk has betrayed the comrade who is protecting him. She demands to prove it all with something else. Teresa de Laurencia's hand in iron knight armor grabs Kang Jin-hyuk by the pant leg. The girl tells Kang Jin-hyuk with the last of her strength that they promised to save the squad members. Could it be that this is his whole plan? Kang Jin-hek looks at the girl through his man mask, listening to her extreme words for the moment. Kang Jin-hek swings his rusty dagger again and is about to strike another blow at Teresa de Laurencia. The girl's night shield is splattered with the thick blood of Teresa de Laurencia that Kang Jin-hek stabbed with his rusty dagger. Teresa de Laurencia's blood also splatters the Manus mask on Kang Jin-hek. Lord Alice von Ataraxia tries to contain her laughter as she watches Kang Jin-hek's actions. The girl starts laughing loudly and resoundingly. She realizes that Kang Jin-hek is on her side and will give him a chance to explain himself. The guy holds up the Bram ring and says to cheat the barrier that is preventing them. He prepared a special spell. The guy shows the Lord the Bram ring and says that if they place your soul in this ring, they will be able to cheat the barrier for a short while. Lord Alice von Ataraxia hears for the first time in her life that you can seal your soul into this ring. There's a reason why Kang Jin-hek was giving up all experience points and staying with level 1. The reason that stopped the guy in such a case was the use of the soul relocation skill. Thanks to all his manipulations and sticking to his prepared plan of action, the guy managed to reach Lord Alice von Ataraxia. Kang Jin-hek channels his energy and creates a magical triangle in front of him. Only a first-level player can activate the soul movement skill. The player Kang Jin-hek meets all the conditions, and so the magic circle of soul movement is activated. The recharge of the shield will trigger after a year, and only one soul can be sealed at a time. Kang Jin-hek turns to the Lord and says that the magic circle will disappear in a minute. If the girl gives her consent, the spell will work. The decision is up to the Lord. Apparently, Lord Alice von Ataraxia didn't believe in Kang Jin-hek's words and actions until the last, but now she has a choice to make. The Lord's minions and servants have been watching from the sidelines and now see with their own eyes how this magic circle is being used. Lord Alice von Ataraxia uses her telekinesis and mentally calls out to her loyal servant Bayless. The girl tells him that it's rather difficult to trust Kang Jin-hyuk in this situation. The girl asks Bayless to destroy Kang Jin-hyuk and the magic circle if the guy does something suspicious. The girl is going to take that step and trust her life to Kang Jin-hyuk. She has been imprisoned for too long. It's been over 1,000 years. If she doesn't do it now, she may never be able to get out of this dungeon again. She's going outside the magic circle. Lord Alice von Ataraxia points her finger at Kang Jin-hek and asks him one last time if she can trust him. Kang Jin-hek extends his hand to the lady and says that if she trusts him, she will never regret it. Alice von Ataraxia and Kang Jin-hek's fingers touch, and the guy uses his level 1 communication skill. The girl shows interest in Kang Jin-hyuk. The girl listens to every last word the guy says and says she'll let him use her soul movement. Bram's ring instantly reacts to her words and starts activating its magic power. Alice von Ataraxia's soul moves into the Bram ring. The magic circle seems to suck the girl into itself, dissolving her silhouette in the air. From the Bram ring comes her voice. She thought it would be uncomfortable inside it, but it's quite cozy here. Kang Jin-hek carefully and cautiously lifts the Bram ring with Alice von Ataraxia's soul from the floor and says he's glad. Kang Jin-hek expresses his satisfaction that the vampire girl likes her new home. Teresa de Laurencia tries to get to her feet and activates her Patronize the Heavens ability. The girl does manage to get her body to her feet. In front of her, she sees Kang Jin-hyuk standing in the center of the visitation. The Ming mask on Kang Jin-hyuk's face begins to fade away, seemingly dissolving into thin air. He tells Teresa, "Welcome back." Teresa uses her Heaven's Protection ability, with which she can bring a fallen and dead person back to life. The girl smiles contentedly and sweetly at Kang Jin-hyuk and is already standing on her feet more confidently. Kang Jin-hyuk dissolves the mask on his face as he won't be needing it anymore. The ring lord starts yelling that the guy doesn't dare treat her like that. Kang Jin-hek tucks his Bram ring into his pocket, from where the lord's voice screams for Bellis to destroy this vile deceiver. Teresa de Laurencia turns to the guy and says she has a lot of questions, but it's probably best to ask them later. Kang Jin-hek picks up his rusty dagger again and says that now is not the best time or place for questions. The supreme vampire and blood relative of Alice von Ataraxia calls these Shay people stupid, He plans to destroy them. The Supreme Vampire Bellis activates a level 13 blood wave. He is not going to let them live after they betrayed his master. The entire space of the ruins is enveloped by a powerful and thick blood wave, with Teresa and Kang Jin-hek standing in the middle of it. Kang Jin-hek is about to confront the Supreme Vampire Bellis by activating his level 5 fire element. Kang Jin-hek leans on one knee and directs his fire flame to underneath, spreading it around him. Kang Jin-hek spreads his fire element over the Supreme Vampire's blood wave, then pulls out his rusty dagger. Kang Jin-hek is going to confront the Supreme Vampire, and Teresa de Laurencia is instructed to save the raid team members. Teresa de Laurencia moves to the bound and restrain members of the raid team to rescue them. Teresa de Laurencia walks to the team leader and activates her level 4 cross skill. The raid team leader gratefully relieves herself and asks where the vampires are now. Teresa is glad they weren't too late. Teresa de Laurencia turns her attention to Kang Jin-hyuk and says that he is confronting the vampires alone. The Supreme Vampire is surprised that some ordinary human was able to repel his special magic. Kang Jin-hyuk explains to him that his fire and his magic have extinguished each other. Belus doesn't seem to understand anything at all. He continues that the moment he was imprisoned from the mistress, then all of her minions had already lost. He pulls out his rusty dagger again, the blade of which shines brightly. When Kang Jin-hek activates his unique sword graveyard ability, Belus activates a level 9 dark martial art. He's going to destroy the guy with his sword, since it doesn't come out with magic. All of the vampire minions begin their attack, and screamingly demand Kang Jin-tung to release their lord. The raid team leader watches Kang Jin-hyuk shocked and surprised and calls out to Teresa. A drop of sweat drips down on the team leader's face. He looks at Kang Jin-hyuk and the vampires in horror and worry. Kang Jin-hyuk manages to dispose of most of the minions. The head of the raid team asks who this guy is. Teresa thinks that since he's still wearing the mask, it means he doesn't want to reveal his identity. She doesn't know much about Kang Jin-hek, and they met completely by chance. Kang Jin-hek dispatches Lord Alice von Ataraxia's henchmen with deftness and ease and returns to the boys. Teresa de Laurencia tells the guy that it hurt. It was the first time she died, so also at the hands of an ally. Kang Jin-hyuk asks if they made it through. Teresa de Laurencia smilingly, but a little upset, lowers her head and says they made it through. A stream of tears begins to flow down Teresa de Laurencia's face as she looks at Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hek watches Teresa de Laurencia closely and dissolves his mask on his face. The girl starts crying and thanks Kang Jin-hek for keeping everyone alive thanks to him. All the conditions are met, and the guy manages to copy and save the SS rank Heaven's Protection ability in the memories of the world. This divine protection allows him to avoid being killed. Kang Jin-hyuk asks Teresa what she's crying about, but she says the tears are flowing on their own. Teresa de Laurencia turns to Kang Jin-hek and suspects that the guy knew in advance that she would be resurrected. Kang Jin-hek says he's just glad she survived. He pulls back the curtain and says it's about time for them to take the relics and get the hell out of here. Group leader Song Jong-hwa says that the rights to the relics from this raid belong to the guild. Kang Jin-hyuk, disgruntled, turns to the team leader and says that he saved their lives and he's also demanding the relics. Team leader Song Jong-hwa says that's not what he meant. He'll pay the guy with money or something. He won't be left out. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks about how even after the defeat, their leader is still acting cocky. He doesn't like him. Kang Jin-hyuk points his finger at the relics and says that if they need it so badly, they can have it all. When team leader Sung Jong-hwa is already on his way to the relics, Kang Jin-hyuk warns him that they might not be satisfied with the result. The head of the raid team, Song Jong-hwa, is perplexed and surprised as he turns around and doesn't realize what regret he's talking about. One of the sacred relics for passing the ruins is a fragment of Merlin's staff, which is a material. Song Jong-hwa thinks about the fact that even though most of the members were held hostage, they will be able to regain their credibility by bringing a good loot. Team leader Song Chong-hwa smugly reaches his hand towards the wreckage of Merlin's staff to touch it. Some sort of red mark appears on team leader Song Jong-hwa's hand, and the staff fragment itself with black lightning bolts pushes the raid team leader away. Song Jong-hwa looks closely at the red mark on his palm and asks what it is. Kang Jin-hyuk tells him that it's a curse. Even though Merlin's staff is a precious relic, there is a curse on it. Kang Jin-hek continues that if Alice were to disappear completely, he would be safe. However, Alice is now banned from the ring. The head of the raid team, Sung Jong-hwa, abruptly grabs the back of his head because something wrong is happening to him. Teresa de Laurencia covers her mouth with her hand and anxiously watches team head Sung Jong-hwa. When team head Sung Jong-hwa doesn't realize what's going on with him, Kang Jin-hyuk takes the girl's hand and is about to lead her away from here. In Seoul, at the entrance to the test tower, awakened association manager Young Jae-hyun holds up a coffee and asks the department head if the words of that guy can be trusted. The man opens his pack of cigarettes and is about to take one out of there to smoke. He asks everyone to wait and not to be outraged so immediately. Department head Kim Dae-chun lights his cigarette and says that they got the message, and at least they should get something. Manager Young Jae-hyun tells him that the experts have reported that the raid will last at least 3 weeks. Kim Dae-chun says he's worried that the man isn't from the Parquet Guild, but he's got some kind of gut feeling. A department head Kim Dae-chun pulls out his gas lighter and tries to light it to light a cigarette. A notice appears in front of the department head's face that the ruins of the abode of the fallen have been cleaned up. In Seoul, a magical portal appears at the entrance to the Tower of Trials, from which all members of the raid team emerge. All the members of the Awakened Association who are here notice the members of the Parquet Guild. Instantly, cameras and phones rise in the air. Everyone congratulates the guys for clearing the ruins of the first floor. Everyone wonders what strategy they used. Questions erupt from the crowd about who was the best player in clearing the ruins. They notice the raid team leader coming out. The raid team leader, Sung Jong-hwa, has all of his hair fallen out, including his eyebrows and eyelashes. His partners cover for him and tell him that the ruins are scary, dangerous, and unpredictable. One of the employees holds a pen and notepad in his hands. Upon seeing the balding head of the raid team, the man begins to cry. Everyone is very curious about what happened there, inside the ruins where the raid team was conducting its sweep. Teresa de Laurencia appears in front of the cameras and addresses everyone and says that it wasn't the raid team that cleaned up the ruins. All the people try to ask her if it was the Zion Guild, but Teresa denies it. Someone else comes out of the magic portal. Kang Jin-hek, whose face is hidden by a mask, appears in front of Teresa de Laurencia. The girl claims that the guy almost single-handedly handled the ruins. Teresa de Laurencia talks about how all the members of the raid team were just watching from the sidelines as this mysterious masked man massacred them. Awakened Association Manager John Jae-hyun says to call their association leader. Park Ha-jin squints at Kang Jin-hyuk with a bandaged head, realizing that they barely survived. If it wasn't for the masked player, they would have definitely died. All the members of the ruins cleanup raid team turn around and are about to leave this place to go home. Kang Jin-hek makes himself some instant noodles and reads what's been written about him on the forums and news. Kang Jin-hek is about to start his meal and knew it would become a topic of discussion, but not to this extent. Good thing he was wearing a mask. Kang Jin-hek brings up the fact that Teresa de Laurencia knows his face, but promised to keep it a secret. One cannot worry. Kang Jin-hek finishes his meal and finishes his noodles, leaving the empty box and chopsticks on the table. Kang Jin-hek takes out the Bram ring hanging on a chain. He wonders if it's time to talk to the trapped vampire. From the Bram ring comes the voice of Alice von Ataraxia, who resents how the guy dared to put it in a dark and smelly pocket. Kang Jin-hek wishes a devilish expression on his face and starts shaking the chain with the ring, giving the girl an earthquake. Kang Jin-hek continues to taunt the vampiress and twists the chain with the ring even harder. The girl says she feels dizzy. Kang Jin-hek gives the girl a whipping but soon stops shaking the ring. He asks if she's come to her senses. Alice von Ataraxia tells Kang Jin-hek to put himself in her shoes and think, and after all, vampires never forget a grudge. Kang Jin-hek thinks about shaking the ring again. The girl demands him to stop and orders him not to do that again. Kang Jin-hyuk says that the girl still hasn't realized anything. He starts shaking the ring even harder and the girl is about to throw up. Kang Jin-hek devilishly unwinds the chain with the ring, giving the vampiress a carousel of doom. He's enjoying it. Alice von Ataraxia begins to sink into this earthquake and seem to dissolve into space from the violent shaking. 3 hours later, Kang Jin-hek finally puts the chain ring on the table, taunting the vampiress. Kang Jin-hek tells Alice von Ataraxia to stop roaring and come out. He releases the power from the Bram ring. Instead of the Bram ring, Lord Alice von Ataraxia appears in front of Kang Jin-hek, whom he releases. The girl gets to her feet saying that it's finally time for revenge. She'll pay him back 1,000-fold. Kang Jin-hyuk leans his back and arms on the table and looks at little Alice von Ataraxia. The girl resents being so much smaller. The guy explains to her that he only materialized a part of the girl. The girl doesn't understand what part means. He says that she can be called a mini version of Alice, who can use barely 1% of her power. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks about how even though he put a restriction on her, she's still stronger than any vampire. Lord Alice von Ataraxia falls to the floor and covers her eyes with her palms because she starts crying. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to the girl and tells her to stop crying and listen to him. What he said in the ruins are not empty words. Alice von Ataraxia continues to cry and demands him to stop crying. because this isn't the kind of freedom she wanted. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he knows it's not freedom, but he will give him the true freedom that the girl longs for. The girl, Alice von Araxia, puts her sad gaze down and continues to cry. Suddenly, the girl's eyes light up with hope and she asks what Kang Jin-hyuk means. Kang Jin-hyuk tells her that if she helps him destroy those who betrayed her, he will give her back her place as the head of the Araxia clan. A new video is uploaded to the honor roll about a raid that was supposed to fail. However, the masked player who appears has completely changed the situation. People are admiringly discussing the masked guy's confrontation with the vampires and the Lord in the comments. Kang Jin-hyuk is holding his phone and cocking his head up. He knows that many guilds have a lot of money indeed. Kang Jin-hyuk walks up to one of the tall buildings in Seoul. He realizes that all of this seems to be true. Kang Jin-hyuk is about to put his mask back on, but he's not going to get involved in the guild's affairs or the squabbles between them because he doesn't care about them. Kang Jin-hyuk breaks down the door at the entrance of the tall building with a bang. They all wanted to destroy him, and he's not going to forgive. Kang Jin-hyuk appears in front of many guards that are in that tall building. Kang Jin-hyuk uses his fire element and is going to direct the fire flames to attack. Kang Jin-hyuk says that for all of this, he will just tear everyone to shreds. He accumulates his fire element in his palm. Shin Gun-soo is sitting on the top floor of the building, covering his face with one palm in anger and calling someone names. Park Han-jin stands with his head resting on the floor. Shin Gun-soo let him know that someone should have died in those ruins, but the guy did the exact wrong thing. Shin Gun-soo thumps his fist loudly on the table and says that Park Han-jin woke up the guards, but ended up accomplishing nothing. Shin Gong-soo, the head of the Black Raven Guild, says that because of some lunatic they can't handle, their guild is losing reputation and may cease to exist altogether. Shin Gun-soo kicks Park Han-jin with his foot and continues to call him bad names in every way possible. Two bodyguards stand at the door to the guild leader's office where the sounds of fighting and blows can be heard. Suddenly, the panoramic window in the guild head's office breaks with an explosion that repels the men as well. Some men's boots appear from somewhere. Some man sneaks in with an explosion. Kang Jin-hyuk, wearing a mask to hide his identity, appears here and asks if there is a master of this guild here. Park Han-jin lies upside down, and guild head Shin Gun-soon starts yelling for someone to grab this guy already. Park Han-jin rises to his feet abruptly and realizes that now is the opportunity to restore honor in the face of the head. Park Han-jin rises into the air and flies at Kang Jin-hyuk to restore his name as Park Han-jin's super hands. Kang Jin-hyuk takes off his mask so Park Han-jin can see his face. The guy smiles contentedly and greets him. Kang Jin-hyuk punches Park Han-jin in the face. Out of surprise, the guy doesn't even have time to react. Park Han-jin flies into one of the cabinets in the guild leader's office after being hit by Kang Jin-hyuk. Shin Gun-soon points his finger at Kang Jin-hyuk and says that he's the reason they lost their position in the association. He can't just strut around here. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly sits down on the couch. He turns to Shin Gun-soon and says that's not what he has to worry about right now. Guild head Shin Gun-soon's eyes begin to express his anger, hatred, and aggressiveness. Shin Gong-soon's hands reach for his long sword in its sheath that is in his office. Shin Gong-soon activates his level 5 sword flash ability to attack Kang Jin-hyuk. Shin Gong-sun notices Kang Jin-hyuk's calm, relaxed, and cool demeanor, even though he is in danger. Shin Gong-soon brings the tip of his sharp sword towards Kang Jin-hyuk's face, who does not react in any way. Suddenly, some powerful current pierces through Shin Gong-soon's sword and breaks its blade. Guild head Shin Gong-soo realizes that the guy used an ordinary Korean checker to shatter his sword. On the table in front of Kang Jin-hyuk is an ordinary vase filled with checkers. The guy says that they're very convenient to throw. Kang Jin-hyuk twirls one of the checkers in his fingers and brazenly puts his feet on guild head Shin Gun-soon's table. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks and suggests to Shin Gong-soon to finally start their conversation already. Guild head Shin Gong-soon stands up on the table and approaches Kang Jin-hyuk while simultaneously calling out to him. Shin Gong-soon swings his broken sword and asks if Kang Jin-hyuk came to take revenge on him because he ordered his destruction. All over the building, Kang Jin-hyuk leaves behind devastation and dead people. Kang Jin-hyuk drinks a Korean checker with his magic power and is about to throw it at the guild leader. Kang Jin-hyuk violently throws the Korean checker, which hits the guild head Shin Gun-soon in the forehead. From the Korean checker hitting his forehead, guild head Shin Gong-soon falls on his back right on the floor in his own office. Kang Jin-hyuk picks up another saber and glares furiously at the guild head. He says that his words are completely out of place right now. Guild head Shin Gun-soon lies on the floor and says that all of this is enough already. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he's not going to stop in the middle. A checker mark remains on Shin Gun-soon's forehead. He says that the guy needs to be more objective since they have a lot of rankers in the tower. Kang Jin-hyuk calmly lets the guild head Shingun soon speak and listens to him carefully. The guild head says that even if the guy takes his life, there are a lot of people who will chase after him for revenge. Apparently, Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't understand what that means at all. Blood for blood revenge begets revenge. Until one side forgives the other, there will be no end to the endless bloodshed. Kang Jin-hyuk runs his fingers over the checkers and says that Shin Gun-soon's words make sense. Blood and revenge will prevent a peaceful sleep. Kang Jin-hyuk picks up a few checkers at once and suggests that guild head Shin Gor's son is already finished. Kang Jin-hyuk uses the fire element in the hand that holds the checkers. He says that he will retaliate and their side will forgive and finish the battle. Kang Jin-hyuk starts raising many checkers in the air, and when he's about to attack, Shin Gong soon asks what the point of this is. Guild head Shin Gong soon starts to tense up and asks Kang Jin-hyuk in horror to wait. Kang Jin-hyuk puts his palm forward and starts launching many Korean checkers at once. Kang Jin-hyuk channeled a powerful force into these checkers. When he attacks the guild head, the man flies into the window from the impact and shatters it. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly but grudgingly looks through the broken window following the guild leader. Kang Jin-hyuk briefly stands by the broken window and at some point turns around to leave. Kang Jin-hyuk walks over to Park Han-jun, who is lying on the floor and starts shaking with fear. Kang Jin-hyuk tells him that his sister Park Han-na has done a lot of good, so it's only because of her that he kept Park Han-jin himself alive. Kang Jin-hyuk tells him that it would be best if he stays out of his sight for the rest of his life. Park Han-jin continues to lie face down on the floor and listen to Kang Jin-hyuk without answering him anything. Kang Jin-hyuk calls out to one of the guards who is pretending to be dead. Kang Jin-hyuk tells him that if the man proves himself useful, he will keep him alive. He demands to know about himself. The man says his name is Kim Hee-woon and he's 26 years old. He does general work in the guild. He studied IT and accounting at Stanford. He can be assigned anything. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to face the man and says he's quite diligent. He says that the situation here isn't good at all. Kang Jin-hyuk tells him that it's not really profitable to destroy a guild like this, so he wants to give it to the man. Kim Hee-woon doesn't understand what the guy means. Kang Jin-hyuk tells him not to worry so much about it. He'll just be the official representative. Kim Hee-woon doesn't see any point in that because no one will follow him at all, even if he becomes a guild master. Kang Jin-hyuk explains that if an ordinary member suddenly gets a high position, everyone will be against it. Kang Jin-hyuk tells him not to worry about those who won't accept. The man asks if the guy can handle them on his own. Kang Jin-hyuk holds onto his Bram ring on a chain and says he doesn't want any unnecessary trouble. He'll lend him something. Someone is holding his phone and reading messages saying that all players of rank above A need to gather on the top floor of the tower. A red-haired man with a scar is grinning his teeth because the top floor knows they're busy after all, so why call them now? The Black Raven Guild players react to the message about the meeting and are about to go to the top floor. These men are all rank players of the Black Raven Guild. They look disgruntled and furious. A red-haired man with a scar approaches some pandemonium and tries to figure out why everyone is gathered here. The department head shushes the people, grabbing them by the shoulders. He asks why they're piled up in front of a strange building. The body of Shin Gun-soon, the head of the Black Raven Guild, lies on a crushed car. A red-haired man with a scar is shocked by what he sees and calls out to the head of the Black Raven Guild. Their guild head is dead, and on the top floor lie the bodies of people who have already been taken from their lives. A red-haired man with a scar panics as he skips into the guild leader's office and wonders who then gave the order for the players to come up here. The eyes of the red-haired man with the scar looks at the guild leader's desk, and something is very, very, very alarming. The red-haired man with the scar notices Kim Hee-woon sitting at the desk of their deceased guild head. The red-haired scarred man instantly recreates his sword in midair and is about to attack Kim Hee-woon with it. Kim Hee-woon jumps up sharply from his chair to dodge the strike from the department head and his sword. The red-haired man with the scar grabs the man by his tie and demands that he tell everything without leaving out any details. Kim Hee-woon anxiously replies to the red-haired man with the scar and says that there's a new owner. The red-haired man with the scar asks in surprise who the new owner is. Alice von Araxia stands at the window and says how much everyone pisses her off. A smaller version of Alice von Araxia stands at the window and turns to the men. She says she doesn't need to start first. The red-haired man with the scar turns to Kim Hee-woon again and says that it's nonsense that the little girl is blowing this place up. Saying that the girl is petty really sets her off and stresses her out a lot afterward. Alice von Araxia makes a disgruntled and furious look on her face, asking the man who he called petty here. The department head turns his attention to the enraged girl and becomes alarmed. A bright flash of light appears in the panoramic window of the tall black Raven Guild building. After the bright flash of light, there is a loud and violent explosion. Kang Jin-hyuk turns toward the building where the explosion is coming from. People realize that it's coming from where the man fell from. Kang Jin-hyuk shamefully covers his face with the palm of his hand and says that he only gave the guild to Alice, and she's already been dabbling in this kind of thing since the beginning. Kang Jin-hyuk takes out his phone, which makes a ringing sound. He reads a message that he is invited for a secondary test on a certain date and time. It's been about 2 months since the test tower appeared. The world was changing rapidly, and people were quickly adapting to the changes. The news showed that masked man everywhere because he sparked interest by single-handedly mopping up ruins that large units couldn't handle. Only 2 people know that the masked man is Kang Jin-hyuk and was actually a porter. The first is the leader of the porters, Uncle Kim. Kang Jin-hyuk asked him to keep it a secret. Teresa de Laurencia also made a promise to Kang Jin-hyuk that she would keep it all a secret. Kang Jin-hyuk knows that there is him with the mask and there is him without it. This way it will be much easier for him to act. Kang Jin-hyuk comes to the Awakened Association again. All his preparations are finished, and there are no more restrictions. Kang Jin-hyuk walks smugly and with a smile on his face into the Awakened Association building. It is the time of his power. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at his simple certificate on his phone, which confirms the passing of this player's test. As Kang Jin-hyuk looks at his certificate with a serious face, someone calls out to him from the side. Kang Jin-hyuk is greeted by his comrades Yu Yun-hwa and Yi Dae-min. The guys tell him that they've managed to get a little pumped up here. Yu Yun-hwa points back at someone with his finger and says that they said they know Kang Jin-hyuk here, so they had a little chat. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles back at the girl and says that he'll be sure to formally introduce them now. Kang Jin-hyuk points his hand at a smaller version of Alice and introduces her as a player from Northern Europe. If he says the girl is a vampire, a commotion starts. Kang Jin-hyuk introduces Kim Hee-woon, his appointed manager of the Black Raven Guild. He will be exploring the dungeons and helping them with pumping. The man cries happily and thinks about the fact that he was even introduced. Compared to Shin Gun-soo's exploitation, this kind of treatment is a real reward. Kang Jin-hyuk says to go to Kim Hee-woon if he needs anything. And Dae-min is delighted that the guildmaster is Kang Jin-hyuk, even though the paperwork says it's Kim Hee-woon. Both Dae-min and Yu Yun-hwa smile contentedly and happily because this is all very cool. It's a good thing that he and Kang Jin-hyuk are friends. Kang Jin-hyuk stands back and watches why Dae-min and Yu Yun-hwa chatting with Kim Hee-woon. Kang Jin-hyuk walks up to the little vampire girl and calls out to her. The girl folds her arms resentfully and looks away. The girl starts to explain that they all started it first. She didn't mean for it to come to this. Kang Jin-hyuk is shocked that she blew up a building just because she was called a baby. Kang Jin-hyuk asks if the girl can't keep her cool after living for 1,000 years. The girl says resentfully that no one dares call her that. Kang Jin-hyuk exhales tiredly and wonders how little Alice is acting. Kang Jin-hyuk is going hunting and invites Alice to come with him. She says that he can do it alone as well. Kang Jin-hyuk puts his hand up and shouts out that he's going on a legitimate hunt. Kang Jin-hyuk, in company with little Alice, looks at a tall building in the distance. The girl asks if there are still places left to hunt. Kang Jin-hyuk says that the 3rd cleared is open, but the 4th is not yet open. The most valuable dungeons are under guild control, and everyone thinks there are no more places to hunt. Everyone but himself. Kang Jin-hyuk comes to the 1st floor of the tower where Moon Lake is located, the place with the most beautiful scenery in the tower. But for that reason, no one comes here anymore. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that he hasn't been here for a very long time. After all, the fate of humanity hangs in the balance, so there is no time to enjoy the views. Alice von Araxia starts talking to the guy in the ring and asks how the guy is going to hunt here. The girl panics and asks him if he's really going to go into the lake and if the water will get into the ring. Kang Jin-hyuk goes into the lake and walks past the 12 statues decorating the tranquil Moon Lake. The guy stops in front of the statue with the fish and says that's the one he wants. This statue isn't just decoration, it has another function. Alice from the ring asks if the statue has a secret button. Kang Jin-hyuk answers her that it's far from simple. The secret of this statue with the fish in the middle of the Moon Lake has only been revealed by 3 players. Very rarely has it been talked about in the community, but no one has been able to find the right key. Kang Jin-hyuk says it's understandable because it was an unusual key. This key is the moonlight. Kang Jin-hyuk puts his palm against the hole, through which some sort of mechanism can be seen. The guy explains that using his fingers to adjust the amount and angle of the moonlight. After such manipulations, the system of this statue will begin to respond to the reflection of the incoming light. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to twist his palm in every way possible, properly adjusting the light using his fingers. The mechanism inside the statue begins to respond to his actions. Kang Jin-hyuk knows that it will open. Kang Jin-hyuk stares at the statue with his interested gaze, realizing that he has succeeded. In front of Kang Jin-hyuk, the water splits in two and a passage to the lower floors opens up. He invites Alice to come with him. Kang Jin-hyuk and little Alice get to the -1st floor of the Tower of Trials. The girl wonders what was under the tower here. The girl walks rather close to the stream of water and slips her hand in there. She hasn't felt something like this in a long time. Little Alice covers her eyes contentedly, enjoying the forgotten freedom. Kang Jin-hyuk notices little Alice's satisfied face and asks her how she feels now. Kang Jin-hyuk asks the girl if she regretted making a contract with him. The girl blushes embarrassedly. The girl pretends to be offended, but is still able to believe the guy a little. She says that what he said didn't sound like a complete lie. Kang Jin-hyuk walks down the stairs and applies Heaven's Protection, activating the sacred power. He begins the second stage of unfreezing the icy tier, and his mage power increases by 18 units. Kang Jin-hyuk exhales tiredly and thinks about the fact that after reabsorbing the tier, it was easier for him to control Alice. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the fire element and thinks about what little Alice thinks about the players in the tower. He looks at the girl and realizes that even if the game has become reality, Alice, who has lived for thousands of years, does she consider herself part of the game? Kang Jin-hyuk turns to little Alice and says he wants to ask her one question. As Kang Jin-hyuk begins to ask his question, his words, voice, and image begin to become severely distorted. Kang Jin-hyuk notices little Alice's face scared to the point of terror and is surprised himself. The girl asks him what he said and why he scared her so much. Now the guy understands how it works. The thing about the tower was blocked. Now Kang Jin-hyuk realized that he couldn't discuss it with those who lived inside this Tower of Trials. This was already a good thing. Suddenly, the little Alice flying beside Kang Jin-hyuk abruptly turns back and becomes alert. The girl's eyes light up and she informs her boyfriend that something is now approaching them. From somewhere out of the shadows, the black claws of some unknown monster begin to appear. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to hold the flames of fire in his palm and turns around towards the noise. Kang Jin-hyuk calls the minuscule first floor in the Tower of Trials the spawning ground. He instantly attacks the creature with his fire. Some huge scarab-like bug approaches Kang Jin-hyuk, who attacks it with his fire flame. The incredibly large-sized scarab is completely enveloped by the fiery flames, but continues to rush towards Kang Jin-hyuk. An entire army of huge and fast scarabs head towards Kang Jin-hyuk, trying to avoid the flames of fire. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly watches as his fire flames spread to his opponents. Kang Jin-hyuk stands with his little Alice in front of an endless stream of monsters climbing out of the abyss. A huge 25th level scarab beetle appears in front of the boy and girl. Little Alice shouts indignantly and clutches her hand to her chest. She is really disgusted to see such scarab beetles. Kang Jin-hyuk is standing in the ruins on the -1st floor surrounded by many scarabs. He orders Alice to stand behind him. Little Alice obediently stands behind Kang Jin-hyuk, who puts his hand forward and activates the unique ability, Patronize the Heavens. The guy's unique ability, Patronizing the Heavens, sets up a powerful and strong whirlpool in the air. Kang Jin-hyuk directs a powerful beam of holy power towards the army of enormous scarabs. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly and confidently watches the powerful stream of holy power attacking the scarabs. In the midst of the holy power, one of the enormous scarabs can be seen. Kang Jin-hyuk reduces the monster's physical defense by 30%. Kang Jin-hyuk asks little Alice to show her power. The girl asks why a noble vampire like her has to fight such nasty monsters. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out the chain with the Bram ring and threatens the girl that he will ban her there again if she doesn't obey. The girl understands everything and points her palms to the ground, making a red magic circle appear from where red streams of blood are coming from. Little Alice activates the blood wands of unknown level and directs them at the scarabs. The huge scarabs are enveloped by the bloody putas and are trapped as if being restrained by the bloody streams. Kang Jin-hyuk praises Alice satisfactorily and pulls out his rusty dagger. The guy applies a power surge stat. There are 100 such stats in total, and the difference is reduced by 33 levels. Kang Jin-hyuk uses his rusty dagger to strike many times, and he manages to level up several times. The guy is holding his rusty dagger, with black liquid dripping down it. He was having a hard time keeping up while he stayed at the first level. He had a lot of stress built up. The number of scarabs only increases, and they surround Kang Jin-hyuk again. The guy is ready to confront them. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his unique sword graveyard ability Enveloping the space with black and purple energy, Kang Jin-hyuk gets satisfaction and excitement from hunting scarabs. He says that he is very happy about their appearance. At this time, several members of the Olympus Guild gather in the meeting hall. Frederick, the head of the Titan Guild, folds his hands in a lock in front of his face and says that since everyone is gathered, the meeting can begin. The blonde man says that everyone already knows that the 8th raid on the 4th floor ended in failure. The man talks about the fact that out of 100 people divided into 15 squads, only 9 of them came back alive. To get to the 4th floor, you have to go through the 3rd floor on which the boss is quite ordinary, but he summons thousands of statues. They need a way to defeat them. One of the men in the red jacket clenches his hand into a fist and slams it sharply on the table he's sitting at. The man in the red jacket is the head of the China Guild, Teng Wei. He realizes that they failed even after using the divine artifact. He asks how he will be ordered to deal from the statues. Teresa de Laurencia is a loner, and she stands next to Maria, the head of the Olympus Guild. Maria talks about how the 2nd and 3rd floors were passed too quickly. The good players had too little time to pump. Baek Jin-ho, the head of the 3rd squad of the Tengen Guild, agrees with Maria's words that it would be good if there were more players above level 15. Baek Jin-ho thinks that they're only in trouble because of the China Guild, which monopolizes dungeons for the sake of controlling magic crystals. Teng Wei, the head of the China Guild, thinks that Baek Jin-ho is challenging him. He issues overly serious statements. The men start arguing amongst themselves. Teng Wei says that they are just passing the Tower of Trials for the sake of humanity. He won't stand for insults. Baek Jin-ho says that such an excuse won't help him. The head of the Titan Guild, Frederick, demands the men stop arguing. Only in fighting is all they need here. Frederick calmly sits in the center of the table in the same position and says that they are here to solve a completely different problem. Baek Jin-ho stands unhappily with his arms folded across his chest. Maria asks Frederick if he has any thoughts. Frederick anxiously grabs his head and tells everyone that a message came in yesterday from the mains. All the heads of the different guilds are shocked at this news. Frederick says that if they fulfill one condition, they will help them. No one is going to cooperate with them, as they are internationally wanted. Teresa thinks about how they are all afraid to interact with the Mainas. It's not surprising, since the guild's influence is now greater than the government. Teresa knows that the greater the influence, the more important morality becomes. They must act with that in mind. Suddenly, the candles on the huge chandelier in the study begin to extinguish with the flow of the wind. Someone out of nowhere repeats the chapter's words about lowlifes. Flames appear from the fireplace in the study, and some voice from there says something about how he somehow dislikes hearing such things. One of the mains appears from the fireplace and says that pride is a good thing, but the guild heads themselves know they can't do it on their own. Mains flies out of the fireplace and puts out the fire after him. All the guild heads jerk up from their seats and tense up at the man's appearance. Baek Jin-ho tensely looks at Mayan, who thought he dared to show up here at all. Baek Jin-ho abruptly grabs the table with his fingers, and with all his might, he breaks the wood through. The veins on Baek Jin-ho's face swell with anger, and he is about to destroy Mang. The man holds the table with his fingers and swings it at Main. Teng Wei, the head of the China Guild, stands behind the flying table and forms a sword in his hands. China Guild head, Teng Wei chops the table in half with his sword and says that he agrees with Baek Jin-ho for the first time. Old Man Mang stands by the fireplace and says that the guys have hot heads, but after hearing his suggestion, they will change their minds immediately. Old Man Mang starts to smirk and tells them to help them out. They will help them deal with the 3rd floor boss. Baek Jin-ho waves his hands aggressively and says that if they team up, even that man won't be enough. How can you even handle a huge army? The hooded Old Man Main folds his hands in front of him and says that such a number of warriors can be created. The Old Man Main envelops the space with his magical energy and applies the skill Black Graveyard Guardian. The head of the Titan Guild, Frederick, walks over to the window and looks out the window, noticing something appearing there. Titan Guild leader Frederick watches through the window as skeleton arms begin to burst out of the asphalt right outside. The old man of the Mainas says thank you to the long-dead warriors, and there are many useful skeletons here. There are strong people among the Main, such as necromancers. Frederick, the head of the Titan Guild, keeps squinting out the window and is simply amazed at the number of skeletons that have risen. A whole huge army of rebellious skeletons appears in front of the building where the various guilds are meeting. The head of the Titan Guild turns to the old man and notices a staff in his hands. Mang realizes that the man recognizes this staff. The old man Main shows his staff of greed, which can only be created by collecting all 99 items. The head of the China Guild observes the mane and realizes that it is an amalgamation of the necromancer and the staff of greed. Teng Wei, the head of the China Guild, turns to the others and says that there is a chance to deal with the third-floor boss. Maria doesn't believe his words. After all, they're Maina's. Baek Jin-ho agrees with Maria's words and says that it would be the right thing to destroy it here and now. Baek Jin-ho instantly thinks it over and says that if the public doesn't find out about the pact, then the game is well worth the candle. Teresa watches the turmoil as the guild heads can't decide which side to take. Teresa de Laurencia wonders how things have turned out. Everyone has gone crazy since they're going to cooperate with the Mainas. The girl thinks about how if Kang Jin-hyuk was here, none of this would have happened. She thinks about what she should do. Suddenly, a request for a video call from outside comes to the girl. The girl has to choose to accept the video call from Kang Jin-hyuk or not. Teresa de Laurencia accepts the call without too much thought and is very happy to see Kang Jin-hyuk, who asks how she is doing. While talking to Teresa de Laurencia, Kang Jin-hyuk turns around at the noise and doesn't realize what's going on. Kang Jin-hyuk tries to ask Teresa de Laurencia what kind of strange situation she has going on there. Old Man Main turns around at Kang Jin-hyuk's voice and orders him to reveal his countenance since he has raised his voice. Kang Jin-hyuk switches to conference mode while Teresa anxiously watches everything. Kang Jin-hyuk's face appears on the screen in front of everyone in the meeting, but wearing a mask to hide his identity. Everyone in the meeting recognizes this person as the unknown person who cleaned out the first floor dungeon. That incredible player who cleared the dungeon alone, unknown to anyone. Major guilds from all over the world wanted to get their hands on this player. Now, this super rookie player was right in front of them, even though they had made great efforts to contact him before. This caused all the guild heads in the meeting to have dry mouths from the joy of seeing the unknown player in front of them. The old man Mang starts smiling widely and finds this interesting. He too heard about the guy who single-handedly cleared the first floor dungeon. Old Man Man asks Kang Jin-hyuk if he knows that there will be a boss capture of a completely different level this time, and Old Man Man will definitely be able to defeat him. Old Man Man points to the rebellious skeletons and says that so many summoned are enough, and the guild heads have already given their consent. Kang Jin-hyuk listens to Old Man Mang's words and gloats at him because he doubts his words. Kang Jin-hyuk asks Old Man Main how he is going to deal with his fake staff of greed. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to explain, proving his point. Old Man Maing created his staff without the heart of a saint and prison mold dabbed with oil. Frederick, the head of the Titan Guild, turns to Kang Jin-hyuk and says if he has proof. Kang Jin-hyuk explains that the real staff has a red stone under the skull, and the open floors lack some of the materials needed to create the real staff. Kang Jin-hyuk points out the rebel skeletons and says that they are very weak and won't last even a quarter of a day in the boss room. Kang Jin-hyuk says that Old Man Mang will just abandon them in danger, running off with the loot like a rogue. Old Man Main listens to everything the unknown player says and grudgingly calls him cheeky. Old Man Main rallies to the attack, telling the others that they will regret not accepting his offer. Old Man Main says whether the guild heads will be as calm the next time they meet him. He will keep an eye on everyone. Through the window from the meeting hall, you can see that the rebels and summoned skeletons are beginning to dissolve into thin air. The head of the Titan Guild, Frederick, is frustrated and tense as he watches the rebellious skeletons disappear. All the heads of the different guilds are standing in the meeting room, and now they don't know what to do or how to be. An unknown player asks them to leave it to him. They will not have to cooperate with the Mainas, and he takes responsibility for the operation. The head of the Titan Guild, Frederick, asks if the guy can really do it alone. Kang Jin-hyuk confirms it. Frederick tensely thinks about the fact that even if he can't handle it, at least he'll be closer to them. Maria smirks contentedly and thinks about the fact that unlike the deal with the Mainas, this deal doesn't have any serious downsides. Teng Wei smiles contentedly and happily, realizing that they can't miss out on such a fortunate moment. Baek Jin-ho smiles widely with his white teeth, and he clearly agrees with what the other guild heads think. Teng Wei asks what kind of payment would suit Kang Jin-hyuk, but Maria stops him and says that the Olympus Guild will fully fund him. Frederick and Baek Jin-ho start arguing amongst themselves about which one of them will provide the unknown player with everything he needs, but he says he doesn't need anything. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to everyone and says that they should limit entry to other players and will let him go through alone. He doesn't need the rewards. Maria doesn't understand why he needs all this. Teng Wei also says that such a thing is questionable, and they need to know the reason for such actions. Kang Jin-hyuk playfully but thoughtfully taps his finger on his cheek and thinks about what reason to tell them. Teresa de Laurencia is greatly embarrassed when she hears the guy's words that he's just doing what he needs to do, and for the sake of his dear colleague. Kang Jin-hyuk is already covered in sweat and he himself is disgusted by how much meaningless pathos he's showing. Teresa de Laurencia watches Kang Jin-hyuk embarrassed and happy and repeats his words about his dear colleague. Baek Jin-ho starts shouting admiringly because he is amazed to see such a strong camaraderie of an unknown player. Baek Jin-ho says that as a guild representative, he has nothing to add. Kang Jin-hyuk's words touched him deeply. All the while, the video conference is recording the video and their conversation. Ordinary players would ask for a good payment, but in this case, it's worth thinking about the prospects. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that a player who sacrifices the reward for his comrades would be able to get much more than what he would have been paid. Kang Jin-hyuk wraps up the conversation and thinks about the fact that he can't be in conflict with the guilds, so he'll upload the video, editing out the moment with the Mang. Kang Jin-hyuk opens his characterization and studies it. He's only been in the spawn point for a day, and he's already level 12. Things are going better than he expected. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk is called out by someone from outside, and he turns around unhappily towards the voice. Little Alice resents that you can't leave everything to her. Kang Jin-hyuk says that since she has the strength to bicker, she definitely won't die. Little Alice wipes her tears with a handkerchief and says that they have an equal partnership, not slavery. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks this is an unfounded accusation. Kang Jin-hyuk opens the exchange and says he was just about to buy mana replenishment for Alice. Alice says it's not enough. It won't restore her strength. Plus, if her mana runs out, she won't be able to help him. The girl bares her fangs and drool begins to flow from her mouth. She says that she has to restore her mana naturally. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to tense up at that suggestion and tries to stop little Alice. Kang Jin-hyuk is already starting to scream and tenses up, trying to stop little Alice. The girl wipes her mouth contentedly with a handkerchief and rejoices at the deliciousness she just tasted. Kang Jin-hyuk holds onto the bite on her neck and wonders how much of his blood she's had time to drink. The girl replenishes her mana and asks what they're going to do next. Kang Jin-hyuk tells little Alice that they need to shop for something first. Kang Jin-hyuk purchases the necessary attributes to enhance abilities and different materials. Alice thinks that he has procured some junk. Kang Jin-hyuk says that sometimes even junk can be useful. Kang Jin-hyuk and his little vampire are standing in front of some ravine, and he tells her that they will have a lot of things to do from now on. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the vampires that they need to clear the minuscule floor in just a day. Kang Jin-hyuk takes a step forward and with a smirk on his face begins to fall into the huge abyss in front of him. Kang Jin-hyuk calmly gives into his flight into the abyss. Alice asks him how he can jump so calmly when he doesn't even know how deep it is. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks at her question about the depth. He's jumped here over 100 times before, so he definitely knows everything. Kang Jin-hyuk turns around to face down and tells little Alice that this is the right moment. Little Alice instantly reacts and activates a reverse gravity of unknown level. Kang Jin-hyuk lands with the vampires, who calls him reckless, not realizing if it's luck or skill. Suddenly, the little vampire Alice's attention is caught by something, and she becomes alert, calling out to Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his level 4 fire element and approaches the large torch in the center, setting it on fire. Kang Jin-hyuk assures his partner that everything is fine, and they've come to the right place. Huge worms with many fangs in their mouths appear here. In addition to these toothy worms, various insects like locusts and beetles also appear here. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he can't be defeated by such weak insects, and suggests that the boss come out himself. The boss in the statue, in the form of Anubis, wonders what the guy knows about him. Kang Jin-hyuk stands calmly and smiles contentedly. He talks about what he knows about this boss without a doubt. Kang Jin-hyuk calls a huge statue of a hound wandering the desert called Anubis. Anubis says that Kang Jin-hyuk is the first man to come down here, and he wanted to mess with him, but the guy only brought his doom closer. Kang Jin-hyuk demands that he attack him, because he didn't come here to talk after all. Anubis starts laughing loudly because Kang Jin-hyuk thinks that such a gorgeous Anubis would fight him. Little Alice blocks Kang Jin-hyuk's path and tells him that Anubis is very dangerous. She suggests that he should leave, she can handle him herself. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles softly with the corners of his lips and is pleased that little Alice cares for him. Kang Jin-hyuk demands the girl to calm down and observe. Little Alice is worried and tells the guy to temper his ardor. Kang Jin-hyuk appears before the huge statue of Anubis again and says she will show him what kind of man Alice made a pact with. The huge statue of Anubis puts his hand down, in which he holds his Egyptian staff. He finds the situation entertaining. After Anubis activates his personal ability, Anubis Judgment, he questions the guy about whether he learned about him from that vampire over his shoulder. Anubis asks his first question. Kang Jin-hyuk knows that the statue always uses this ability on his opponent. When all questions are answered, he activates his absolute judgment of Anubis's judgment. Kang Jin-hek is going to copy his ability through which he can ask questions, but Anubis needs to be pissed off to do so. Kang Jin-hek answers the huge statue's question in the affirmative. The huge statue of Anubis asks the guy his next question. Did Kang Jin-hek come here for the hive? A second question is asked, to which Kang Jin-hek replies that he would be given a lot of money for the beehive on the black market. When Kang Jin-hek answers the second question, the judge who is standing next to Anubis picks up a human heart. Anubis asks his final question, if Kang Jin-hek came to his territory and thinks he will stay alive. Kang Jin-hek answers him that if he can't defeat Anubis, the only thing left to do is to throw away all his belongings and die. Kang Jin-hek answers the last question, and all conditions are met. Many spikes appear under the guy's feet. Right now, Anubis's judgment is activated and all stats are reduced by 50%. Anubis's silhouette appears behind the guy. All abilities and skills are sealed for 1 minute. Anubis chooses a representative to pass judgment on Kang Jin-hyuk. A huge locust appears in front of Kang Jin-hek and little Alice, who will be Anubis's representative to pass judgment. Kang Jin-hek watches coldly. Little Alice is disgusted to see the mantis appear. The statue of Anubis introduces the girl and her boyfriend to his representative, whose name is Giant Mentis. He will be passing judgment. The huge black locust with red eyes stares silently at Kang Jin-hek, and Anubis asks how the guy rates him. Kang Jin-hek replies to Anubis that he's very impressed with his representative. The guy transforms something in his hands. Kang Jin-hek says that one mini gramophone that plays the selected music once will be enough for him. It can't be turned off until the music ends. Anubis' statue suspects that Kang Jin-hek wants to use human music to cloud the representative's mind. Kang Jin-hek negatively and surprisingly interjects what kind of mind we're talking about now. A huge flash of light appears from behind Anubis locust representative Giant Mentis. Kang Jin-hek begins to dance, holding his rusty dagger in his hands. He says that one should give oneself to the music wholeheartedly. Kang Jin-hek talks about how this is the perfect music that he found through trial and error. Kang Jin-hek swings his dagger in a dance, a rhythm that perfectly matches the attack patterns of Giant Mentis. Kang Jin-hek, following this rhythm as always, is in complete control of this battle. Anubis watches in shock as Kang Jin-hek moves out of the way of the attacks, taking advantage of the music. This is not luck, but a precise calculation. A few drops of sweat appear on Kang Jin-hek's face, and he's about to capitalize on the best moment. 1 minute has passed and Kang Jin-hek is able to use his skills again. As soon as the restriction time runs out, the guy activates the sword graveyard. A wound appears on you locust representative Giant Mentis, and a green and thick liquid flows out. Kang Jin-hek stabs one of the mantis claws. Anubis asks if the guy really thinks he can defeat his representative. Anubis says that Giant Mentis recovers in seconds. If Kang Jin-hek uses up his strength, he's finished. Kang Jin-hek confirms that right now he can't destroy that mantis. Kang Jin-hek shows Anubis his dagger and says that he can make the mantis simply not want to live. Kang Jin-hek stabs Anubis multiple times with his rusty dagger and destroys the mantis limbs. The huge mantis's eyes express tension and anxiety as Kang Jin-hek continues to attack it. Little Alice watches their confrontation, and she wonders if the guy is really playing around. She knew he was strong, but not that strong. Suddenly, some realization comes to Little Alice, and she begins to suspect that Kang Jin-hek is the one. Little Alice looks at Kang Jin-hek in anticipation and realizes that he can help her exact her revenge. The enormous representative mantis falls to the stone floor with all its weight from Kang Jin-hek's blows. The statue of Anubis asks what his mantis is doing. He orders him to fight and not to run away. The proud warrior chosen by God, representative, falls with his whole body to the ground and shakes with fear and defeat. Kang Jin-hek walks past the remains from the limbs of the mantis with a calm and slow step. Kang Jin-hek embarks on the final stage in which he destroys it, a great warrior believing in his own invincibility. Kang Jin-hek approaches the huge mantis sitting on its head. By doing so, he humiliates and provokes him. After doing so, the giant mantis instantly rises to its feet and tosses Kang Jin-hyuk into the air. The enormous mantis, the representative of Anubis, seems ready to fight again and will not tolerate humiliation, but he gives up. The statue of Anubis notices that his representative has been defeated because he takes his own life. Kang Jin-hyuk's level increases again. From the mantis, he receives the magic folio of the Duchy of Peltaris. After studying it, he can learn ice magic. Kang Jin-hek touches this magic folio and says that such a thing can only be seen in the middle floors of the tower. Kang Jin-hek gains the level 1 ice creation skill because of his monopolization stat. Kang Jin-hek holds the magic folio in his hands and immediately applies ice creation. happy with his acquisition. Anubis recognizes Kang Jin-hek as a challenging person, but he doubts that he can win by betting his ice on it. Kang Jin-hek asks what he's talking about, since Anubis can't even attack directly. Hold up here on the 42nd floor. The Anubis statue asks the guy why he's challenging him when he knows he's just an incarnation. Kang Jin-hek wraps his palms around his magic power and says he's just having fun challenging him. The statue of Anubis is provoked by such words and says, is he nothing more than some kind of entertainment for the guy? Anubis thinks this is disrespectful to him. He is about to apply the hive, which is home to countless insects. Anubis instantly releases his hive and orders the insects to destroy this impertinent man. Kang Jin-hek uses some small ice magic balls that dissolve the insects by barely hitting them. Kang Jin-hek notices the incredible amount of insects flying out and continues to attack them. Kang Jin-hek is about to use his fire element ability again, forming a fiery flame in the palm of his hand. Kang Jin-hek begins to form an air vortex around himself while holding the fire flame in his hands. Kang Jin-hek brings his palms together and is about to combine the fire element and ice creation skills. A ball of bright and blue light appears in Kang Jin-hek's hands, which he's going to launch at his enemies. The merging of the two skills in Kang Jin-hek's hands is successful, and he gains a new AA rank Daylight skill. Kang Jin-hek activates his new level 1 Daylight ability, and this bright flash illuminates everything around him. A strong and powerful stream of daylight is purposefully directed at the insect army. Kang Jin-hyuk launches such a bright and dense stream of light upwards, striking all the insects in its path with it. The many insects from the hive of the Anubis statue still have time to watch as the flash of light illuminates everything around them. Guy uses daylight, which compresses and releases magical power. It has high power and limits the enemy's field of vision, which gives an advantage in combat. The statue of Anubis clenches his fist and brings it to his face thoughtfully. He realizes that it is time for him to change his tactics. The statue of Anubis concentrates his magical energy in his palm and activates the chosen being. With this ability of Anubis, a very strong and powerful individual is engendered in the hive. The eyes of this strong and powerful individual are red in color and very wide open, looking forward. A huge and strong bee flies out of Anubis' hive, ready to attack its opponent, Kang Jin-hek. Kang Jin-hek notices the huge bee flying at him and applies a level 1 ice creation. Using his ice balls, Kang Jin-hek instantly dissolves the strong bee specimen in the air. The statue of Anubis says it's too easy because the chosen creatures don't die, they just multiply. One strong and enormous bee multiplies by several more, about to continue its assault on the enemy. The statue of Anubis tells Kang Jin-hek that whatever skill he uses, it doesn't matter. Kang Jin-hek picks up a C-rank enhancement pill that increases the size of an object 10 times. Kang Jin-hek makes one deft and quick swing to repel the attack of one of the bees. The many enormous bees sigh in surprise because Kang Jin-hek repels their attacks. Kang Jin-hek knows that the effect of the enhancement pill will only show up after 1 minute. He needs to stall for time. Kang Jin-hek climbs onto the body of one of the huge bees and starts moving on their backs. Kang Jin-hek stops on one of the huge bees to assess the situation and stall for time. Kang Jin-hek is about to take control of the situation and grabs onto the tendrils of the huge bee. Kang Jin-hek deftly saddled one of the huge bees, intending to ride it through the air. The statue of Anubis is already getting nervous because the bees are doing something wrong. He orders them to quickly destroy the guy. Kang Jin-hek remembers Anubis' words when he said that bees don't die, they just multiply. He sits on a huge bee. Kang Jin-hek looks back at the bees chasing him and realizes that this feature would drive any opponent to despair. Under the horrible and absurd conditions, the enemy simply cannot make a sound judgment of the whole situation. One of the bees is attacked. Kang Jin-hek jumps off the huge bee and activates a D-rank obscure cube in midair. Kang Jin-hek combines ability meter, sticky glue, forest web, and two-headed ogre 100 mg snot to strengthen the obscure cube. Kang Jin-hek uses his obscure cube skill to trap several enormous bees in this trap. Kang Jin-hek lands on the ground and thinks that through endless repetition, one can understand the tactics and then intelligently assess the situation. In the obscure cube where the bees are trapped, a small fire flame appears. This fire flame inside the obscure cube appears due to Kang Jin-hek's activation of the level 5 fire element. Kang Jin-hek cleverly traps all the strong bee individuals inside the obscure cube along with the hive. At times, one would come up with an unexpected solution. Strengthening pill of rank C starts its effect right inside the obscure cube with insects. An infinite amount of the same enhancement pill starts to fall from the insects now and then. Kang Jin-hek knows that in order to become an equal opponent for a boss with a huge army, you need the maximum number of these pills. The endlessly multiplying monsters allow the guy to gain not only tons of experience, but also items. He realizes that this is an excellent farming game. The statue of Anubis is anxiously and warily watching, not realizing what's going on. Anubis realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk has prepared items to combine in advance, learned the characteristics of the hive, and created a trap. The statue of Anubis looks at Kang Jin-hyuk and says that he now understands everything. The guy had been provoking him to do this from the beginning. The huge and powerful stone fist of Anubis abruptly hits the surface beside him. The Anubis statue clutches his palm a bit and bows out because he fell for the guy's tricks. The Anubis statue abruptly balled its stone palm into a fist and destroyed its hive. Hive, summoned by Anubis himself, hovers in the air and abruptly cracks, completely shattering. Kang Jin-hyuk notices that it's already over, and he's only just getting into the swing of things. The Anubis statue's eyes light up with a fierce purple light, and he asks how dare the man treat him with such disrespect. The Anubis statue begins to freak out and aggress like a child, endlessly repeating disrespect, disrespect, disrespect. The Anubis statue points his Egyptian staff at Kang Jin-hyuk and says that he just has to survive and go up to his floor. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks rather smugly and asks him not to yell Anubis out since he was going to do all of this without him. The Anubis statue blurs into a grin with a grin, and he says that when the guy goes up to him, then he'll punish him for disrespecting him. The eyes of the Anubis statue stop burning with purple light, and it's clear that the Anubis lodge has been destroyed. Kang Jin-hyuk fulfills all the necessary conditions, and the ability Anubis Judgment is copied into his world memories. Such an Egyptian skill can only be applied to one person once, and if abused, the gods of Egypt will punish the person. The Tower of Trials system issues a notification that the gods of Egypt are showing their interest in Kang Jin-hyuk, and some are feeling hostility. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that Anubis has already managed to snitch on him. He notices that the gods here are very picky. Kang Jin-hyuk is approached by his partner, Little Alice. She asks how and what happened here. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles contentedly and says that Anubis is just tired. The girl doesn't quite understand what was said. Kang Jin-hyuk opens his characterization panel again and notices that this is the first time he's risen so many levels in this place. He doesn't know what's in store for him, so he's going to pump everything at once. Suddenly, a video call request appears in front of the guy's face. Kang Jin-hyuk asks a disgruntled Alice to sit aside. On the screen, Jeon Yu-sung appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk and asks him what the man is calling him for. Young Yu-sung tries to figure out where Kang Jin-hyuk is now. He doesn't know the place. The guy replies that it's none of his business and asks what he's calling for. Young Yu-sung confidently informs Kang Jin-hyuk that he has a nice offer for him. Jeon Yu-sung tells him that in 24 hours, a martial arts tournament will begin at the Awakened Association, where players of AA rank and above, including him, have been invited. Kang Jin-hyuk is surprised that the association decided to hold the tournament when there are more important things, the same third-floor boss. Jeon Yu-sung asks Kang Jin-hyuk to participate in the tournament and fight him. Kang Jin-hyuk asks why he would waste his precious time on this. Kang Jin-hyuk mentally says that only if Jeon Yu-sung doesn't have any new skills to copy. Jeon Yu-sung assures him that he can't say no. Jeon Yu-sung shows Kang Jin-hyuk a card that is a black market pass. This is the reason why he can't refuse him. A blonde man in a suit and holding a microphone taps his pointer and informs him that some item is sold right now. Jeon Yu-sung explained to Kang Jin-hyuk that the black market is not a place where players can buy something with coins. The black market is a secret place where invited participants can only purchase items with real money. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that people are holding these auctions because the Tower of Trials has become a reality. He just needs items to pass the boss on the third floor. He will be able to purchase a lot of good things there. A notification appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk's face that his video has become a hot new item and has already been discussed. Kang Jin-hyuk edited the moment with the Mang, and no one spoke ill of the guilds. It's not favorable for him to conflict with the big guilds. People reacted predictably to the unknown player who hides under a mask and is the center of attention when he declares to the big guilds that he will go on a mission alone. That kind of thing can't help but be interesting. Kang Jin-hyuk's video has 50 million views, 100 coins for 10,000 views, so that's about 500,000 coins in total, and with a 90% commission, it's 50,000 coins. But that's not bad. Kang Jin-hyuk is distracted from his thoughts and musings and starts yawning from boredom or fatigue. Kang Jin-hyuk sits in the stands next to the other people who came to watch the tournament. He can't wait for this tournament to be over. Kang Jin-hyuk and the rest of the spectators are watching two unknown players fight. The organizers had selected 24 players of rank AA, and above to hold such a tournament. After several failed third-floor raids, the association and the major guilds decided to widely distribute the recordings of this tournament to show the population the power and greatness of the top players. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks it's all just a simple show. Not everyone watches NewTubes, and here is such an opportunity to showcase the players' abilities. It's a great way to lighten the mood. Back during the video call with John Yoo-sung, a man offered Kang Jin-hyuk to give this ticket to the black market if he fights him. Kang Jin-hyuk stops Young Yoo-sung and says that he hasn't reached AA rank yet, so he can't even enter the tournament. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that the man is ignoring him when he says that the winner of the tournament is given a choice in which he can choose a replica relic from the National Museum. John Yoo-sung continues that on top of all this, a player can invite a player who didn't participate in the tournament and fight him. Kang Jin-hyuk gets kind of uncomfortable when John Yoo-sung tells him that he will defeat him in front of everyone this time. The players in the tournament continue to fight in pairs in the arena. They provoke each other and incite each other to do something just to win. Suddenly, a huge dark silhouette appears behind the two unknown players. Anubis appears behind the players, summoned by one of the players who has the summoning technique. The huge Anubis with red eyes swings his fists and slams into the ground, sending the players flying into the air. Those same poor two players are abruptly engulfed by a powerful fire flame that strikes them. The same old man and girl from the very beginning of the Tower of Trials participate in the tournament and fight these two unknown players. The judges and the association representatives say that the old man and the girl are strong. There are many participants here that can be recruited. The head of the Black Luck Guild, Hongdok-P rank S, tells his guys that he only has his eye on one participant here. The white-haired man watches as one of the contestants, John Yoo-sung, fights in the arena. Hong Daeok-P thinks the guy is just great. His battle control, wide view, and most importantly, many types of attacks. John Yoo-sung is the only player who refused to join his guild. He's a very ambitious guy, not like girls. Hong Dok-P is distracted from his thoughts by some man sitting behind him, who says that he can't look at all of this calmly anymore. The man fixes his glasses and says that if he participated, he would handle everyone and make the one who refused to join the guild kneel. The dark-skinned man takes off his sunglasses and smiles a white smile. It's the AAA-ranked John Do-hyun from the Black Luck Guild. Hong Dok-P turns to the guy and tells him not to think about the tournament fights, but about the upcoming interview. He's invested in all of this for a reason. John Do-hyun says he knows how to shine in front of the cameras. Hong Dok-P thinks about the fact that Do-hyun has every opportunity to rise to the S rank in 3 years. If everyone knows that he has nurtured a rising star, the prestige of the guild will increase dramatically. In the huge arena of the Awakened Association tournament, the battles between players continue. Among the players in the tournament, there is a man in a green hat who has 2 blades on his hands, and a girl who is constantly blowing bubbles with bubble gum. Someone attacks this man and the girl with gum with a lightning technique that shreds everything with its beams. The old man with fire techniques and his partner are also attacked, which they try to cover themselves from. Young Yoo-sung appears in the tournament arena, attacking and hitting the other players with his sword. On the live broadcast of the tournament from the Awakened Association, the winner, John Yoo-sung, is already announced. People all over the world are watching this live broadcast, admiring and marveling at the winner, John Yoo-sung. On a big TV on a street in Seoul, this live broadcast is also on. Jung Yoo-seong, as the winner, is offered the choice of a relic or the right to choose his opponent. He chooses the second one. All the people who are watching this live broadcast are wondering who the winner, Young Yoo-sung, will fight. John Yoo-sung thrusts his iron sword forward and points it at someone from the stands of the arena. Jo Do-hyun shouts out excitedly and cheerfully that he approves of John Yoo-sung's choice as he chooses him. From behind, someone's hand grabs the man by the collar of his shirt and pulls him down for him to sit back up. The white-haired head of the Black Luck Guild stops the dark-skinned guy and tells him that he's not the one who picks the winner. The guild leader tells the man to look at the tip of Jung Yoo-sung's sword and the direction of his gaze. He looks a little higher. Young Do-hyun is surprised that the winner didn't choose him because he's sure that other than himself and their head, no one can match him. Young Do-hyun's attention is caught by some man in the back who is grudgingly about to stand up. Kang Jin-hyuk rises from the podium and says that John Yoo-sung knows how to harass people. All the spectators and those watching see John Yoo-sung lower his sword, which means that he really chose Kang Jin-hyuk. The members of the Black Luck Guild are wondering who this person the winner chose is. They're going to run him through all the bases. One of the Black Luck Guild members runs the guy through the bases and says his name is Kang Jin-hyuk and he has F rank. The head of the Black Luck Guild thinks to himself that if he had picked John Do-hyun, the duel would have been spectacular. but he picked an F-ranked player for some reason. After all, he won't get any benefit from it. The guild leader suspects that John Yu-sung just wants to publicly bully the weak. He's trying to figure out what this fellow winner is up to. Kang Jin-hyuk approaches Jung Yu-sung and tells him to give up if he plays him again this time, because it's about time he learns to admit defeat. Jung Yu-sung is angered by Kang Jin-hyuk's words, as if he's sure he's going to win again. Or is he saying that after seeing him win? Kang Jin-hyuk taunts Jung Yu-sung and asks how hard he's been training because he's definitely gotten stronger. Jung Yu-sung grudgingly and irritatedly scowls, saying that he didn't stop for a second to catch up to Kang Jin-hyuk. Jung Yu-sung raises his sword and is ready for battle. Kang Jin-hyuk will have to try his best to get a black market pass. John Yu-sung applies the 6th level sword soul skill, making his second stand. That's the blazing sword soul in his eyes. Kang Jin-hyuk shamefully rubs his eyes and thinks that John Yu-sung is taking up his cause again. Kang Jin-hyuk is ready to fight Jung Yu-sung, calling him a stalker. The guy uses his fire element. A powerful beam of fire shoots through the spherical roof of the Awakened Association building where the tournament is being held, leaving behind devastating effects. The entire arena is abuzz with the battle. Jung Yu-sung sits kneeling on the ground in shabby and tattered clothes. He wonders how many skills Kang Jin-hyuk even has. Jung Yu-sung passes out and faints, falling to the floor in front of Kang Jin-hyuk, who looks at him silently. Kang Jin-hyuk walks over to the man and is about to take his black market pass from his pocket. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he will gladly use the invitation to the black market. All the tournament spectators are just in shock and are animatedly discussing the attacks of Kang Jin-hyuk, who only has an F rank. Kang Jin-hyuk approaches one of the losing players, which are an old man and a girl greeting them. The old man and the girl tensely look at Kang Jin-hyuk because this is their first meeting after a day at the museum. Kang Jin-hyuk suggests that they get along and says that their first meeting was a little violent. The old man and the girl really don't want to be his enemy. Kang Jin-hyuk addresses the girl Yuri, since they get along, that she needs to listen to his request. He asks her for her phone number. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately says that if she doesn't want to, she can choose not to give it, but keeps her phone ready. Kang Jin-hyuk turns his phone screen toward the girl and says that she can only not give her number if she can handle the consequences. Yuri's girlfriend thinks that it's only lip service, but actually a real blackmail. She'll give the guy her number. Some person sitting in the middle of the bleachers between the rest of the people abruptly gets off his seat and disappears. Kang Jin-hyuk watches the man who jumped out of the bleachers and popped into the arena. The man says that it was an amazing fight. The man tells Kang Jin-hyuk that since he's F rank, he should have lost quickly, but in reality, the guy isn't that easy. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his 3rd level Eye of Truth. While John Do-hyun is delighted to see such a show, Kang Jin-hyuk reads the terms of copying his technique. The man has a hidden intention whose plot needs to be unraveled. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't realize what the hidden intention is. He wonders how the system constantly determines the object's desires and intentions because it's beyond the capabilities of artificial intelligence. John Do-hyun waves his hand at Kang Jin-hyuk and tells him that he didn't come here to fight. Kang Jin-hyuk asks what his purpose is. John Do-hyun says that they have the same line of work, so they'll have to run into each other often. The man extends his hand to the guy as his co-worker, to which he shows common courtesy. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his 3rd level Eye of Truth because he doubts John Do-hyun's common courtesy. The Eye of Truth indicates that the man's words are lies. Behind John Do-hyun's calm face, there are dark feelings, anger, rage, hatred. Reporters who have been waiting for a moment like this, and his reaching hand to use his giant strength. Along with these, Jung Do-hyun and his guild leader, Black Luck, who is expecting something. John Do-hyun wants to surpass the rookie overpowered winner, wants to defeat Kang Jin-hyuk in front of reporters to shift all the attention to himself. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly looks at John Do-hyun and realizes that he manages to read him like an open book. Kang Jin-hyuk gets ahead of John Do-hyun's hidden intention, and the conditions of copying are fulfilled. He copies his giant's strength. When Tower of Trials was a game, the guy didn't have the opportunity to copy such a skill because there weren't many players with it. But now that the game has become a reality and other players are getting skills with difficulty, he will gladly collect them. Kang Jin-hyuk scoffs at the fact that he and Jung Do-hyun are co-workers. It must be the greetings on behalf of the Black Luck Guild. John Do-hyun sees that Kang Jin-hyuk isn't a member of any guild, so they would be happy for him to join. Kang Jin-hyuk asks that if he joins, will they give him a deposit? John Do-hyun replies that he should just name the amount. Kang Jin-hyuk was already extending his hand towards John Do-hyun's hand to shake it. John Do-hyun anxiously and tensely observes Kang Jin-hyuk's behavior and actions. Kang Jin-hyuk is about to ask one last question. Does John Do-hyun really think he can defeat him with bare strength alone? John Do-hyun smiles excitedly and madly, agreeing with what Kang Jin-hyuk said. His arm becomes impressively stronger, causing his veins to swell. John Do-hyun activates his level 5 Giant's Hand, gamblingly and hatefully squeezing Kang Jin-hyuk's hand. Kang Jin-hyuk and John Do-hyun's hands continue to hold each other and clench competitively. Since Kang Jin-hyuk has already asked John Do-hyun 3 questions, the Anubis Court is activated, and John Do-hyun realizes that his opponent's hand is not squeezing through. At some point, something heavy and strong bends young Do-hyun's head, pulling him to the ground. John Do-hyun gets down on one knee and looks like he can't squeeze Kang Jin-hyuk's hand, but the guy praises him for holding on so well. Kang Jin-hyuk says that John Do-hyun is kind of confident in his strength, so why isn't he embarrassed to be squirming in pain like that? Where's his pride? Young Do-hyun's hand abruptly unclenches, and Kang Jin-hyuk's hand only squeezes his opponent's hand harder. John Do-hyun begins to scream exhaustedly from the pain he gets from Kang Jin-hyuk's squeezing hand. Kang Jin-hyuk makes a furious and mad face as he continues to squeeze John Do-hyun's hand, who is already begging him to stop. Kang Jin-hyuk is not going to continue this circus for long and swings his fist, punching the man in the stomach. The blow to young Do-hyun's stomach is so strong and painful that he spits out his drool. The man flies back hard and powerfully as Kang Jin-hyuk calls him cheesy and thinks he's nothing. Kang Jin-hyuk clenches his fist and says that they are definitely not co-workers. The man shouldn't pretend that he wants to be friends. Black and red lightning bolts appear next to Kang Jin-hyuk's face, which immediately draws his attention. Someone appears in the center of the tournament arena again, leaving behind bright red smoke and destruction in the stone surface of the floor. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his Eye of Truth again, studying the conditions for copying the new object. Hong Dok-pei, the head of the Black Luck Guild, appears in the arena. He has come to stand up for his boy, Do-hyun. The conditions of copying his technique is to aim to break the ego of this man in a suit. Kang Jin-hyuk replies to Hong Dok-pei that he understands how angry the man is, but he should be a little more restrained. Hong Dok-pei starts to get hysterical and aggressive, not intending to be more restrained. He suspects that Kang Jin-hyuk is scared of him. Kang Jin-hyuk coldly replies that he just doesn't plan to beat the guildmaster yet. Hong Dok-pei calls Kang Jin-hyuk obscene words and soars into the air. The man activates his blood rage energy ability. Everything around the man is enveloped in black and red lightning bolts of his magic power. The man asks if Kang Jin-hyuk thinks it is possible to defeat the guildmaster. Kang Jin-hyuk raises his hand up to activate his level 2 daylight ability. The spectators begin to cover their eyes from how brightly this flash shines and try to realize what's going on. Kang Jin-hyuk begins to step forward and picks up his favorite rusty dagger. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the Power Surge stat and stops Hong Dok-pei in front of him. He uses 99 points to reduce the level difference by 33 units. Hong Dok-pei thinks it's impossible that Kang Jin-hyuk even managed to reflect his energy. Hong Dok-pei recalls that on the raid on the Divine Warrior's second-floor boss, he was the leader of the vanguard. The man demands Kang Jin-hyuk not to make fun of him because the guy considers him his opponent. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't react in any way to Hong Dok-pei's provocations, but calmly and confidently observes him. Hong Dok-pei soars into the air again, and someone activates his level 4 Arbiter ability. In the tournament where Kang Jin-hyuk and Hong Dok-pei are now battling and being watched by the entire population, everyone must show themselves trustworthy. The active level 4 Arbiter ability belongs to the head of the Awakened Association, Han Sang-jin, who comes here with his aides. Kang Jin-hyuk notices a man appearing in front of him and recognizes him as the head of the Association of all the Awakened Ones in Korea. The head of the association, Han Sang-jin, has a gray expression on his face and a large scar on the bridge of his nose. Hong Dok-pei, the head of the Black Luck Guild, immediately complains to Han Sang-jin about Kang Jin-hyuk, who turned a player who was a member of their guild into a wimp. Han Sang-jin replies to him that this isn't a show but a real tournament, so it's easy to get maimed here. Han Sang-jin approaches Kang Jin-hyuk and greets him, then introduces himself as the head of the Awakened Association. Ace Han Sang-jin tells him that he didn't know anything about Kang Jin-hyuk until 20 minutes ago, but Director Park, the person in charge of the tournament, contacted him as a matter of urgency. Director Park called him on the phone and told him that he needed to come as soon as possible because something incredible was happening here right now. Han Sang-jin had encountered a lot of inconsistencies, so he double-checked the test results. He found out that Kang Jin-hyuk had influenced the examiner. Han Sang-jin still continues his conversation in a cool and calm tone, calling out to Kang Jin-hyuk. The man and his assistants bow to the guy and congratulate him on receiving the 16th S rank in Korea. He was given the wrong rank by the association by mistake, so they apologize and take responsibility. All the managers and tournament officials immediately jump up when they hear about the new S-ranked player. We need to call those in the conference room. Everyone rushes out of their seats in the stands and hurries over to Kang Jin-hyuk, pushing the head of the Black Luck Guild and calling the guy special. All the people running through don't notice young Do-hyun lying on the floor beneath their own, with vomit residue around his mouth. Hong Dok-pi looks at Kang Jin-hyuk irritably and thinks about how this tournament was supposed to be a stage for the Black Luck Guild, but this guy just stomped them out. Hong Dok-pi realizes that he needs to take control of the situation now. He asks the others to wait. Hong Dok-pi stops one of the reporters by grabbing his arm. The man tells him that he has to report that their guild is planning an attack on the third-floor boss. The reporter breaks free from his grip because he doesn't have time. He asks to talk about it next time and contact him later. Hong Dok-pi is left all alone, immersed in his shame, thoughts, and humiliation at the hands of Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk finds himself in the center of attention after what is happening. A multitude of cameras and reporters surround him, blinding him with flashes. Hong Dok-pi doesn't say or try to do anything else. He just shamefully and hatefully lowers his eyes. As Hong Dok-pi turns around to leave, the conditions of copying his technique for Kang Jin-hyuk are fulfilled. The guy gains the unique ability, Blood Rage Energy. The news broadcasts and discusses Kang Jin-hyuk's new S-rank player everywhere. Guy observes how lively people are reacting to the video report and leaving comments. Back during the altercation at the tournament, Han Sang-jin told Kang Jin-hyuk that if he was going to Las Vegas, he would be given an airplane as an apology. Kang Jin-hyuk lounges in his comfy chair and now understands why everyone wants a high ranking, because the attitude is drastically different. Kang Jin-hyuk is provided with an airplane that will take him to his desired destination in comfort. One of the flight attendant girls approaches Kang Jin-hyuk with her card and dazzles the guy with her joyful smile. The girl lays out some appetizing food and a drink on the guy's table. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that this is what first class is all about. Kang Jin-hyuk contentedly and appetizingly proceeds to his meal, tasting the first-class dish. As Kang Jin-hyuk contentedly rolls onto the back of his chair and gets high, little Alice tensely calls out to him. Little Alice tells Kang Jin-hyuk to look at the guy on the airplane, who is wearing a white suit and has blonde hair. Little Alice tells Kang Jin-hyuk that this guy smells weird and his blood has a nasty odor. She doesn't even want to taste it. Kang Jin-hyuk asks why all of a sudden she's complaining. Alice says it's no joke. This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Kang Jin-hyuk knows that if all people are just ordinary blood bags to Alice, and she says that about this guy, then something about him is really wrong. Kang Jin-hyuk opens his surprised eyes wide and activates his Eye of Truth while looking at this guy. This guy turns out to be a Mang, and his profession is necromancer. The conditions for copying his techniques is the degree of closeness with him, but to maximize the effect, you have to join the Mang Association. Kang Jin-hyuk is a little worried, thinking that he couldn't even imagine that guy could be a Mang, because he walks around with an unperturbed face. As Kang Jin-hyuk sinks into his thoughts and musings, Alex Judro is just passing by him and notices the guy. Alex Judro points his finger at the guy and asks him if he's really Kang Jin-hyuk, who got S early in Korea. Kang Jin-hyuk is sure that it's not a simple accident. Alex got on that plane on purpose. After the news of getting S rank, not only the big guilds are interested in the guy. Kang Jin-hyuk confirms his words by saying that he was recently given that rank. Alex says he saw him at the tournament and thinks he's amazing. The man in the suit completely forgets his manners and apologizes for it, holding out his business card with his name on it to Kang Jin-hyuk. Alex Judro says that meeting like this is true destiny. He offers Kang Jin-hyuk a drink, as alcohol is a great way to pass the time on long trips. Kang Jin-hyuk is going to play along with this man and takes his card, agreeing to have a drink with him. Alex Judro pulls out an expensive cognac and starts talking about himself, how his cosmetics business is going, what hardships he went through with the advent of the Tower of Trials. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles widely in conversation with the man, because he already knows in advance that this man is a Mang. Alex Judro behaves just as casually. But does he know that Kang Jin-hyuk is already aware of his identity? Alex Judro deftly and gracefully swishes the glass of cognac in his hands, saying that he came to Korea far from the cosmetics business. Alex says he wants to do business with the Awakened and expand his business because he needs to keep up with the times. Alex Judro takes a sip of expensive cognac from his glass and talks about how there was some problem. Alex Judreau reveals that there is that player who hides his face behind a mask. Kang Jin-hek realizes which John Doe we're talking about. Kang Jin-hek says that he saw this unknown person offer to attack the third-floor boss. He asks what connects him and Alex. Alex Judreau says that they were also going to participate in the raid on the third-floor boss, but the masked unknown man got in their way and an unpleasant situation ensued. Alex Judreau says that the masked player said he was doing it to protect his comrades, but he turned them down because he needed to do something alone and to keep them out of the way. Kang Jin-hyuk concludes the conversation by saying that Alex is most likely personally acquainted with the unknown masked man. The man confirms this. Kang Jin-hek watches the man and realizes that he's lying with such a calm face. The guy says that John Doe is very greedy, and Alex agrees with what he says. Alex adds ice to his glass and refills it with cognac. He suggests Kang Jin-hek to go with them to the third-floor boss. It will be a big help for them. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't quite understand what the man means, since John Doe has already said that he will fight alone. Alex Judreau explains that S-ranked players are given discretion, so no one will interfere or touch him and Kang Jin-hyuk. Plus, they'll be able to get the third-floor items. Kang Jin-hyuk refuses to drink. He thinks about how even the big guilds allowed John Doe to go through the floor alone, but the Mainas are going to block the entrance to the room. Alex wants to get in through Kang Jin-hek. Kang Jin-hek replies to the man that his request is too serious since he just got S-rank, and Alex already wants him to go against the big guilds. Alex Judreau explains to the guy that he's a real businessman. As much as he asks for, so much he offers. Alex shows the guy some kind of bottle. He says that even if someone has an incurable disease, even if their heart stops, there is a medicine that can cure it. Alex Judreau holds a bottle with a special elixir and shows it to Kang Jin-hyuk. Such loot immediately attracts the attention of Kang Jin-hek, who looks at the bottle in Alex's hands in surprise. Kang Jin-hek takes the elixir in his hands and wonders what the main association did to get their hands on this rare item. Kang Jin-hek says that it piqued his interest. Alex Judreau says that so many people want to get their hands on this elixir, and he will give it to Kang Jin-hek in advance. Alex Judreau suggests that Kang Jin-hek sign a contract, activating his level 6 Dead Man's Contract ability. Alex Judreau tells the guy that such a chance is very rare. Kang Jin-hek studies the Dead Man's Pact. Kang Jin-hek realizes that it looks like an ordinary contract, but if the terms of the contract are not fulfilled, the person will be cursed, and with it, death. And if one doesn't sign, then there's no need to worry about anything. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Alex that he can't sign the treaty. He's a very sensible guy and isn't going to turn against the big guilds. Alex Judreau looks at Kang Jin-hek unhappily and realizes that it's not enough. Too bad, because he relied on him. Alex Judreau is going to take the guy's elixir away since he's refusing to work, but Kang Jin-hek isn't going to give it back. A bead of sweat appears on Alex Judreau's face, and he asks what Kang Jin-hek is doing now. Kang Jin-hek contentedly and smilingly holds up the elixir and reminds him that he's being judicious. Kang Jin-hek clutches the elixir tightly in his hands and smirks furiously. Besides, the guy is also greedy, so he should definitely get what he wants. Alex Judreau's face changes in an instant and expresses his anger. He thinks Kang Jin-hyuk's words are nonsense. Suddenly, after this conversation between the two men, a violent shaking of the airplane begins. Alex Judreau doesn't understand what Kang Jin-hek is going to do with so much mana. Does he really want to cause the plane to crash? All passengers on board are informed that they have encountered sudden turbulence. Kang Jin-hek needs to go back behind his seat and fasten his seatbelt. He tells Alex about it. Alex Judreau realizes that Kang Jin-hek knew from the beginning where he belonged. Kang Jin-hek confirms this by praising Alex for being a good actor. Alex Judreau advises the guy not to annoy them because John Doe will make him pay the appropriate price for it. Kang Jin-hyuk knows full well that the man is lying because they were kicked out of the Olympus meeting, and he pretends to be in on it with them. Alex Judreau tensely looks at Kang Jin-hek and wonders how he knows everything. Does he really know the unknown? Alex tries to hold on to the arm of his chair, thinking that it could be a bluff, and the guildmates just shared the information with him because of getting S rank. Kang Jin-hyuk braggingly waves the elixir in front of the man and says that if he behaves well, he will share the information about the unknown with him. The airplane that Kang Jin-hek and Alex Judreau are on starts to land. They will meet up later. In Las Vegas, night is already falling, and the whole city is lit up with beautiful lights and lanterns. Little Alice is surprised and curious about her surroundings, asking the guy what kind of city of people it is. Alice praises the city they arrive in. Kang Jin-hyuk tells her to be quiet or he'll send her right back into the ring. As a thank you for Alice smelling Alex's mana, He lets her out for a walk. With his current amount of mana, the limit for her is 150 centimeters. Kang Jin-hek stops and is about to summon Memories of Peace. Kang Jin-hek combines the Eye of Truth SS and Blood Rage Energy S, obtaining the skill Greedy Gaze SSSS. This skill adds the ability to split vision and read minds to Eye of Truth. Can only be used on a player with a lower level. He wanted to combine the skill with a more powerful skill, but now it's urgent. Alice calls out to the guy. Little Alice calls out to Kang Jin-hyuk and points her finger at the casino, asking if that's where they're going. The guy says they didn't come here to have fun. Kang Jin-hek tells Alice that it's forbidden to use skills, that is magic, in regular casinos. The guy looks at the casino entrance and the people and realizes that you can also take money by force only to spend it at the auction, but you can't take away the earnings of ordinary people. Little Alice pretty much asks what kind of place they are going to go to. The boy interjects why they. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks and says that the place they're going to isn't comparable to a regular casino. The girl starts smiling happily, and her eyes light up with interest when she hears the word, doesn't compare. Kang Jin-hyuk, along with Little Alice, come to Tortuga's private gambling house, standing in front of it. Little Alice looks at the building unhappily and says that the other buildings were better. Kang Jin-hek repeats that they didn't come here to have fun. Kang Jin-hek watches one man on the street making excuses for another man trying to get away with it. The man in the black suit kicks the white-haired guy in the jaw and denies everything he said. Kang Jin-hek takes one last look at the guy's altercation and realizes that Little Alice was right. Kang Jin-hek and Little Alice go inside the building. The girl says that there are a lot of interesting things here. She asks how this place is different from others. Kang Jin-hek gently lifts the girl into the air and explains that this is a casino where magic can be used. Kang Jin-hek carries the girl over to the bar and gently, with care, sets her down on one of the stools. Kang Jin-hek turns to the bartender and says that he'll take care of all the expenses, but he'll serve Alice whatever she wants. Alice isn't happy about having to sit here for nothing. Kang Jin-hyuk lastly takes a shot glass of drink and drinks it. The girl asks what Kang Jin-hek is going to do by himself. Kang Jin-hek empties the shot glass and puts it on the bar. He says that he wants to take up an extra income. The dark-skinned man with a ponytail applies a level 3 base blocking. The player targeted by this skill is unaffected by other skills. The subject who applied it has skills that remain effective. The dark-skinned man with the ponytail is Pedro the Tortuga dealer. He looks at someone and says he has a pretty good hand. Tortuga Pedro looks at Kang Jin-hyuk and realizes that he has already lost $500,000 to him. It's dangerous for him to lose more. Tortuga Pedro is going to win this time. He puts out all the chips and says he's raising the bet. Tortuga Pedro is watching Kang Jin-hek carefully and intensely, who is holding a blue chip in his hands. Kang Jin-hek smugly rests his chin on his hand and goes all in. There's about $5 million here. Kang Jin-hek smirks and asks Tortuga Pedro if it's okay, because it's a very large amount of money here. Tortuga Pedro shows no doubt and says that the dealer is confident at all times. Kang Jin-hek asks which guild controls this place. Tortuga Pedro answers him that it's the Cleaners Guild that invests and controls. Tortuga Pedro thinks about the fact that the guy's been silent all this time, and now all of a sudden he's asking questions. It's like Kang Jin-hek reads his mind and asks if it's okay to ask so many questions. Tortuga Pedro starts to guffaw and justifies that if the visitor is interested, he should definitely answer. At some point, Tortuga Pedro realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk has the skill of reading minds. Tortuga Pedro's dark-skinned, ponytailed Tortuga Pedro says he's going to reveal his cards even though it doesn't matter. If the guy changes cards the moment they reveal them, the guy can't do anything about it. The man is applying a level 3 sleight of hand skill. Tortuga Pedro is about to switch cards with his hands, but the very same 2 jacks appear on the table. Tortuga Pedro notices the same 2 jacks and becomes very tense and genuinely surprised. He wonders how this happened. It turns out that Kang Jin-hek used the skill Anubis Judgment, even though Tortuga Pedro used the skill and switched cards. This was all just impossible. Kang Jin-hek boastfully says that he feels relieved. He won because the pair of kings in his hand helped him do it. Kang Jin-hek realizes that the new skill, Greedy Gaze, is beautiful. The mind-reading ability is a pretty good ability. In the event of his victory, Kang Jin-hek is going to take all the chips, encompassing them with his hands. Several men in business suits run up to the table where Kang Jin-hek and Pedro Tortugas are playing. One of the men says that he doesn't know what skills Kang Jin-hek used to get such a winnings, but he will have to follow them. Kang Jin-hek realized how visitors are treated here. The red-haired man in the business suit scowls maliciously and says that they don't call those who receive such winnings as visitors. Kang Jin-hek listens carefully to the red-haired man's claim and starts smirking back at him. The red-haired man is so pissed off by all of this that he wants to end it soon. He demands that Kang Jin-hyuk be brought into the room. The red-haired man lifts his head up and notices a guard flying over his head with blood coming out of his mouth. Kang Jin-hyuk says that hearing such words from their side reminded him of something he heard at the entrance. He recalls what it was like there. Kang Jin-hyuk swings his fist and says that those who get beaten up like that are complete fools. Kang Jin-hyuk deftly navigates the spaces and manages to dodge a bullet from a gun. One of the guards wearing sunglasses holds a gun in his hands and points it at Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk reacts instantly and hits that guard in a way that just drives him into the ground. The Zivak people watching the fight cheer for Kang Jin-hyuk and incite him to tear the guards apart. While Kang Jin-hyuk is dealing with the guards in the back, little Alice asks the bartender what the drink is called. The girl replies that it's Kiss of Fire. The girl holds up a red drink. The bartender tells her that this cocktail expresses the budding ardor of love between lovers. Kang Jin-hyuk gambles and frantically fights with the guards while little Alice looks at the drink and thinks of ardent love. The girl thinks the bartender's story is complete nonsense, so she's just going to drink this cocktail. While Kang Jin-hyuk fights with the guards, the others try to find out when the guild leadership will arrive. The red-haired guard replies that in about half an hour. The red-haired guard realizes that something has gone wrong now. Even though they live in a crime-ridden neighborhood, the red-haired guard watches an enraged Kang Jin-hyuk and thinks that even here it's hard to find such an unstoppable fighter. One of the guards approaches the red-haired manager and tells him that they have a problem. The red-haired man thinks that nothing could be more important than Kang Jin-hyuk fighting with the others. When the red-haired manager takes the phone in his hands and reads what it says, he is shocked and tense. The red-haired man sees the news on the phone that this guy is Kang Jin-hyuk and he recently received the S rank in Korea. The man tenses up because there are only 20 S-ranked players in America, and now one of them is right in front of him. The red-haired manager realizes that if Kang Jin-hyuk continues to rampage, he will just destroy their casino. The red-haired manager turns to all the guards and demands them to stop immediately. From the tension and agitation, the red-haired manager pulls back the collar of his shirt in a panic. The red-haired manager takes off his jacket and sits down on his knees in front of Kang Jin-hyuk. He apologizes to him because he acted tactless and didn't recognize him right away. Kang Jin-hyuk asks why the man is suddenly apologizing. Did he really realize that he messed with him for nothing when he found out about his rank? The red-haired manager starts making excuses and says that he didn't mean that. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks that's absurd. Kang Jin-hyuk leans over to the man and says that wasn't this place like this originally, where the one who gets beaten is the fool. Kang Jin-hyuk explains to him that he placed a bet and won the average amount, but they interfered and then also did moral damage. He starts his calculations. Kang Jin-hyuk brings forward the amount he calculated and says it's somewhere around $10 million. The red-haired manager is just shocked. Kang Jin-hyuk grabs the red-haired manager by the collar of his shirt and suggests that he shut down their establishment altogether. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at his phone and realizes that this amount of money will be enough to get the item they want at the auction. Soon it should be their turn. As Kang Jin-hyuk studies the auction and waits for his turn, a white car pulls up to him and he takes notice. The window in the car opens and a man invites Kang Jin-hyuk in as guest number 117. They take him to the auction hall. Kang Jin-hyuk sits in the car and looks out the window, but it's hard to see what's outside. That probably means that the auction venue is being carefully hidden. Kang Jin-hyuk is in anticipation when the car is already pulling up to the desired destination. Kang Jin-hyuk is dropped off at a large and beautiful building and wishes him a good time. Little Alice asks if the guy has forgotten his promise, but he explains that he's going to an inconspicuous place on purpose. He asks the girl not to be cranky. Kang Jin-hyuk lets the girl outside again. She really likes being here. This place is very suitable for a noble girl like her. Little Alice asks if they are going to the auction. Kang Jin-hyuk agrees and asks the girl to keep a low profile, but she doesn't understand why. Kang Jin-hyuk explains to Little Alice that there are a lot of extra eyes here. They enter the building where the auction will be held. Kang Jin-hyuk and Little Alice go inside, where people are anxiously and excitedly discussing the upcoming auction. According to rumors, the auction will feature an ichthyosaur heart. Thanks to the magical energy of the tower, many ancient jewels are revived again. Even if people can't purchase it, they will at least get to see it. Little Alice begins to carefully sniff the smells around them. Kang Jin-hyuk asks what's wrong with the girl. She replies to him that she smells a horrible stench. The girl covers her nose against the horrible smell as a man with a staff of greed approaches them. Alex Judreau and his teacher Julia Zedric's Manas appear in front of Kang Jin Hyuk with a fake staff of greed. Kang Jin Hek notices that Alex even brought his teacher here, but he probably got kicked hard for coming back without results or elixir. Kang Jin Hek activates his greedy gaze skill. Just as the guy suspected, the teacher has a classy ability. The conditions for copying are to study with the dark magic teacher and get an A+ grade. Kang Jin Hek grudgingly examines the copying conditions and is angry that the system is just going crazy offering such conditions. Kang Jin Hek turns to Julius Zedric and says that thanks to his student, he got a rare item and his flight was unique. Julius Zedric says that he came here on purpose to clarify about the information he has about the unknown player. Kang Jin Hyuk realizes that this old man is very straightforward. He suggests that the old man discuss it elsewhere, but definitely not in such a beautiful room like here. Old man Julius Zedric lowers his staff and blocks Kang Jin Hek's path, stopping him. The old man tells the guy that there won't be another time. He needs to deal with the unknown as soon as possible. Kang Jin Hek defiantly pushes Julius Zedric's staff away to go on about his business. Kang Jin Hek confidently and defiantly says that he can't remember when Main's problems became a concern to him. Alex Judreau is angry and stares after the departing Kang Jin Hek, and little Alice gloats over them. Old Julius Zedric grabs Alex by the shoulder and tells him to leave Kang Jin Hek behind, because there are other ways. Little Alice says that these stinking people really piss her off and offers to get rid of them. Kang Jin Hek forbids her to make a fuss here, because it won't get any better. Kang Jin Hek and little Alice come to the hall where the auction will be held. The guy is just going to pick up the item they want, and that's it. Kang Jin Hek notices the talking host on stage and realizes that it's about to start. He offers to go to their seats. The blonde man in a suit on stage announces that they are starting the 175th black market auction. The first item to be auctioned is a meteorite that fell on Arizona in the United States. It emits strong magic after the appearance of the Tower of Trials. Kang Jin Hyuk and Alice are looking for their place. The black market auction host shouts out that they start at $100,000. Kang Jin Hek and little Alice sit down in their seat, and cries start going around about raising the price of the item. Kang Jin Hek thinks about the fact that there is currently no craftsman who can process the meteorite, so there is no way this item can be used right now. This is an opportunity to buy it for cheap. Kang Jin Hek raises his auction number at a value of $300,000. Kang Jin Hek just purchases the meteorite for himself at the cheapest price he can think of. Someone suddenly cuts off Kang Jin Hek's joy and raises his cost to $1 million. Kang Jin Hek doesn't expect this turn of events at all and is surprised when someone offers a higher value. Kang Jin Hek notices that these people turn out to be Julius Zedric and Alex Judreau. Next, bidding begins on another item, a sealed catalog of a mental hospital. The value is $100,000. Kang Jin Hek picks up his auction number and offers a value of $300,000. Julius Zedric outbids Kang Jin Hek again and offers a value of $1 million to keep the guy from buying the items back. All the people present at the auction are amazed that the old man raises the price 3 times at once and offers $1 million. The auction host hits his gavel and announces that the item has been sold to the elderly gentleman for $1 million. Kang Jin Hek realizes that the old man Julius Zedric has a mind to buy everything the guy has set his eyes on. Kang Jin Hek sits back and smiles evilly, realizing that the old man is going to act like this. Little Alice doesn't understand what's going on with him. The next auction item is a relic of the Mayan civilization found in South America for $500,000. Little Alice doesn't understand why Kang Jin Hek didn't even listen to the description and decided to buy the item. Kang Jin Hek replies that he has a plan. Kang Jin Hek and little Alice observe the behavior and actions of old man Julius Zedric, who again offers $1 million. Kang Jin Hek is about to realize his plan and offers a value of $1.5 million. Old man Julius Zedric stretches his hand with the license plate up high and offers $3 million. The auction host excitedly repeats the price of $3 million and asks who else has offered a bid. Kang Jin Hyuk lowers his hand with the license plate and doesn't intend to raise his bid. The item goes to old man Julius Zedric again, who buys the item for $3 million. Old Julius Zedric peeks out from under his hood and watches Kang Jin Hyuk's actions. A long bidding battle ensues between old man Julius Zedric and Kang Jin Hyuk, but all items are eventually bought back by the elderly Mang. Another regular item lot, and the elderly old man once again buys the item at auction. Alex Judreau turns to his teacher and asks if it might be time to end this bidding battle. Old man Julius Zedric hits the guy with a number and says that Kang Jin Hyuk shouldn't get what he wants. Julius Zedric is going to get everything Kang Jin Hek has set his sights on, even if they suffer heavy losses, and make sure to trade for information about the unknown. The auction host introduces the participants to the next item for true connoisseurs, the first chessboard. All participants discuss that no one would give up this chessboard because it doesn't even have any pieces attached to it. They'd rather wait for the ichthyosaur heart. Little Alice anxiously squints at Kang Jin-hyuk, waiting for his next move. Kang Jin-hyuk offers $50,000 for a worthless chessboard. The old man Julius Zedrick, on the same principle, offers the auction to raise the bid to $100,000. Another confrontation of bids begins, where old Julius Zedrick raises the price to $8 million. The people around him discuss that this crazy old man has gone completely insane since he is buying a worthless board for $8 million. Kang Jin-hyuk raises his number, but is visibly nervous because he has a drop of sweat dripping down his face. He raises the bet to $10 million. Old man Julius Zedrick is about to continue the betting scramble and smiles widely with all his teeth, about to do something. The old main man's eyes light up furiously, and he gets up to offer a bet of $30 million. The old man Mang realizes that $10 million is Kang Jin-hyuk's limit. He has found what he needs. Old man Julius Zedrick says that if Kang Jin-hyuk wants to get his hands on this item, he will have to agree to his terms. Kang Jin-hyuk anxiously covers his face with the palm of his hand and doesn't realize how much more the old man has left since he has already spent a lot. This is beyond his expectations. Kang Jin-hyuk bends down frustratedly and covers his face with his palm. He needs a new plan. The auction host says that the chessboard is going to an elderly gentleman for $30 million, but he doesn't get a chance to finish. Little Alice stands up confidently and offers her bid of $100 million. Old man Julius Zedrick's jaw almost falls off at the shocking cost for some chessboard. Little Alice asks Kang Jin-hyuk with a look if she's doing the right thing. The old man wonders who the little girl and her boyfriend even are. Julius Zedrick realizes that he's already spent over $70 million on junk, and if he doesn't stop now, it will be a total loss. Julius Zedrick shakes his head, but through gritted teeth, offers his bet of $110 million. Little Alice isn't going to fall behind and offers her bid for a raise of $200 million. Julius Zedrick screams for the girl not to cross the line. He won't believe they have that kind of money. The auction host approaches Alice, and it's not that they don't trust her, but she needs to provide a statement of her account balance. Little Alice asks what other certificate she needs to provide. The girl forms a magical portal behind her. The girl changes the space around her, and now the others can see the many treasures she possesses. One of the bidders picks up a huge royal crown and examines its value through a magical microscope. The man in the suit says that this crown is worth over $500 million. Julius Zedrick can't believe it. The old man named Julius Zedrick looks surprised and shocked at little Alice having so much wealth. Julius Zedrick begins to suspect that little Alice is most likely far from an ordinary person. But the only thing more dangerous than this girl is that Kang Jin-hyuk keeps little Alice near him. Old man Maine squints at the guy with the girl and realizes that he's probably got an opponent far more troublesome than the unknown player. Julius Zedrick turns to his apprentice Alex and tells him that their situation is changing dramatically. They move on to plan B. Maine's apprentice Alex Judro smiles contentedly and madly because he's been waiting for such words from the old man for a long time. The masked girl brings out a chessboard under glass to little Alice. The host says they are ready to give her this relic. Little Alice points her finger at Kang Jin-hyuk and says to give the chessboard to him. Kang Jin-hyuk is grateful, of course, but isn't that a bit much? Alice says she doesn't care, since she was going to take all her junk apart anyway. But more importantly, she can't watch these people look down on her contract worker. Kang Jin-hyuk smilingly exhales and realizes that Alice has a way with words that is worthy of praise. From behind Kang Jin-hyuk, there is a massive explosion that destroys part of the hall where the auction is being held. All the participants of the black auction realize that the building is about to collapse, and they need to find shelter. In the hall where the auction is being held, there is turmoil and panic. People are trying to run away and find shelter. People are in a terrible panic and turmoil trying to escape from here as fast as possible, pushing and grabbing each other. Alex Judro attacks all the people in his path. He says they are all just victims he needs as raw materials. Alex Judro stops and activates his melting magic ability. All the people in the room grab their heads and scream their heads off. People start shaking with fear and terror, holding onto their heads, falling at Alex Judro's feet and begging for help. Kang Jin-hyuk is so shocked at what is happening that he doesn't even know what to say or what emotion to let out. Kang Jin-hyuk gets annoyed and talks about Alex Judro overstepping his bounds and acting like a psychopath. It's like the soul and life force is being drained out of the people and bidders at the auction alive. Huge monsters begin to appear instead of the auction participants and ordinary people. Kang Jin-hyuk observes Alex Judro's behavior and actions and says that it's all a total abomination. Alex Judro controls the monsters and says it's not an abomination at all. If you look at them, you can see something beautiful. Alex Judro isn't surprised that with S-rank, Kang Jin-hyuk manages to stand on his feet even under such strong magic. Alex Judro smirks hatefully and says that he remembers very well how the man insulted him on the airplane. Alex Judro orders the monsters to attack because he was given the order to eliminate, so he doesn't need to hold back anymore. Kang Jin-hyuk watches as usual coolly and calmly as one of the monsters attacks him. Kang Jin-hyuk raises his head and confidently looks at the flying monster, intending to stop it. Kang Jin-hyuk manages to cleverly dodge the monster's attack, which makes Alex Judro call him very nimble. Alex Judro watches Kang Jin-hyuk and the monsters from above and asks where the little girl is. Kang Jin-hyuk says she didn't like those nasty guys, so she ran away, but her body actually disembodied since the guy will need all the magical energy. Kang Jin-hyuk assesses the situation and realizes that the damage will gradually stack up. A lot of monsters start advancing on Kang Jin-hyuk and the guy realizes that he shouldn't stall. He needs to finish the fight as soon as possible. Kang Jin-hyuk is going to confront the monsters and activates his sword graveyard skill. Kang Jin-hyuk instantly flies through the huge monsters and dissolves them in the air with his technique. Alex Judro is amazed at Kang Jin-hyuk's abilities. He's amazed because he couldn't even keep track of the guy. Alex Judro holds the magic circle under his palm and says that he is pleased when the amount of resources exceeds expectations. Alex Judro creates monsters out of the bitters again. It becomes so easy and pleasing to him. Kang Jin-hyuk assesses the situation and thinks that Alex Judro wants to drag out the battle and exhaust him. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that the monsters are fueled by these people's powers and stay in formation while the enemy runs out of mana. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the distraught Alex and realizes that this is from a standard tactic. This is how necromancers fight. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes Alex Judro's plan of action and pulls out his rusty dagger to confront the monsters. Kang Jin-hyuk begins to swing his rusty dagger with agility and speed, attacking the monsters. Kang Jin-hyuk pushes himself off the ground and flies back a bit. He asks Alex Judro about his trump cards. Kang Jin-hyuk activates Daylight and says he will burn them all before they recover. Kang Jin-hyuk rises high into the air and lights up the entire space with his daylight, which the monsters turn on. Alex Judro covers himself with his hand from the bright light and grudgingly remarks about Kang Jin-hyuk using this technique again. Alex Judro had already analyzed Kang Jin-hyuk's skill after watching the video from the tournament. Alex Judro realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk needs to attack before the rays of light united. Alex Judro watches the streams of bright daylight being directed at the monsters and doesn't understand why they aren't moving. Alex Judro scrutinizes the monsters and realizes that they all have icy feet. Kang Jin-hyuk excitedly and frantically almost licks his icy fingers. He's the one who froze the monster's feet. Alex Judro tenses up as Kang Jin-hyuk flashes a flash to hide the ice skill from him so he wouldn't see it. Kang Jin-hyuk shouts loudly for Alex Judro to get behind him already and releases a wave and flash so powerful that it penetrates through the entire auction building and bursts out. Alex Judro lies on the floor and painfully tries with all his might to come to his senses from the powerful attack. Alex Judro tenses and grinds his teeth in fear, saying that all of this is simply impossible. Alex Judro turns back to his monsters, who have disappeared. He calls them out in a panic and calls them cuties. Kang Jin-hyuk walks up behind the blonde man and says his cuties are a little blown away. Alex Judro is about to attack Kang Jin-hyuk, but the guy reacts quickly and stops him with his flash of light. Kang Jin-hyuk aims his daylight beam at the man and breaks something on him. Alex Judro is trying to stay on his feet and is going to run out of here to survive. Alex Judro starts crying in panic because he lost even though he had a huge advantage. He needs to escape sooner rather than later and find his teacher. Kang Jin-hyuk's rusty dagger instantly stabs into Alex Judro's chest as he tried to escape. Kang Jin-hyuk's silhouette begins to emerge from the pall of smoke from the destruction. Alex falls from a blow from a rusty dagger. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles wryly and tells Alex Judro that this is the way to throw knives and daggers. Kang Jin-hyuk walks up to Alex Judro and says that he's the one who caused this chaos here, and now he just wants to escape. Kang Jin-hyuk forms something in his hands with his magical energy, and is about to tell Alex how he's going to die today. Kang Jin-hyuk explains that for the next half hour, blood will be building up in his lungs. When they fill with blood, the guy will start to suffocate. Kang Jin-hyuk continues that death by fire or suffocation comes first, but he can make sure the man doesn't suffer for long. Alex Judro notices the elixir that will save him in Kang Jin-hyuk's hands when the guy demands him to tell him about the Manga Association. Alex Judro grabs Kang Jin Hyok's pant leg and can't say a word because he chokes up. Alex Judro tries to do anything to survive. He wants to try and write in his own blood what he wants to say. Kang Jin Hyuk steps his foot on Alex Judro's palm, stopping his initiative. Kang Jin Hyuk says that if a man doesn't want to talk, there's nothing that can be done. Alex Judro realizes that the guy wasn't going to listen to him. Kang Jin Hyuk puts his hand in his pocket and is about to take something out of it. Kang Jin Hyuk throws away Alex Judro's business card because he won't be needing it anymore. Kang Jin Hyuk turns around to leave. He wishes Alex an agonizing death and calls him scum. In a secluded corner behind the stage host's counter, many relics are lying derelict on the auction stage. Kang Jin Hyuk accidentally discovers these relics being raffled off at a black auction. Kang Jin Hyuk notices a safe created by Michelangelo and an ichthyosaur heart here. With this combination, a subspace can be created for the items. Kang Jin Hyuk immediately combines these items and successfully creates a huge inventory subspace with plus 5,000 kilograms. Kang Jin Hyuk is greatly startled when someone behind him suddenly calls out to him and tries to get his attention. Kang Jin Hyuk turns around and sees that very same anchor man with a little boy behind him. He thanks the guy for saving them. Kang Jin Hyuk realizes that the little boy is the presenter's son. The little boy thanks Kang Jin Hyuk as well. Kang Jin Hyuk realizes that he will have to pay for these items, and he says that he's not taking them for nothing, but the presenter stops him. Kang Jin Hyuk doesn't understand why the host says it's okay about the payment. The host takes off his microphone and tells him that he saw the guy before he passed out himself. After all, Kang Jin Hyuk saved their lives. The male presenter is very grateful to the guy for saving his only son's life. He never thought of denouncing the guy to the higher-ups. Kang Jin Hyuk feels an interesting feeling for the first time, which he quite even likes. On the third floor of the Tower of Trials in the Cathedral of Hate, a red-haired girl is trying to shield herself from attacks with spears and arrows. The girl's name is Melina. She is furious that there are so many defenses put up here. I can't believe I have to go through this every time. Next to her is a guy in strange glasses who tries to calm her down because he is in a bad mood. The girl Melina abruptly turns to the guy with glasses and asks him about his bad mood. The girl threatens him with a curved blade and tells him why she should worry about his bad mood. The guy says it wouldn't hurt if she doesn't plan on getting killed. Some man walks up to the girl and the guy and shouts at them to stop now. The man's clothes have some weird organization emblem embroidered on them with an inverted cross and the Roman numeral 7. The man in the freaky mask says he can't even believe the guy and girl have survived together for over a decade. Melina the redhead and the guy with the glasses look at each other hatefully, and the masked man asks why they're always like cat and dog. People are seated in some kind of chapel. The masked man is about to announce the reason he's from Conscripted. There's a new character that needs special attention, Kang Jin Hyuk. The red-haired girl, Melina, suspects that Kang Jin Hyuk has played before, but that doesn't mean he's stronger than the other rankers. The masked man demands the girl to be vigilant because Kang Jin Hyuk may have already climbed higher than them. But the girl denies it because those who have climbed up to the 20th floor are considered cool. The redhead Melina notices the support of the guy with glasses, who also confirms her words. The guy in glasses explains that they chose the unpopular virtual reality Challenge Tower to hide from international police surveillance and know the tower well. Melina says that others just don't have that much to worry about. Melina suggests that Kang Jin Hyuk might have been playing this heartless game just out of idleness. The girl pensively lifts her head up and says that only a sick person would keep trying to pass this game. The man in the freaky mask thinks about how the guys don't take his words seriously, but at least they understand each other. You can't underestimate Kang Jin Hyuk. The man in the plague mask realizes that a threat needs to be eliminated. He turns to the girl and her boyfriend and demands they follow Kedrick. The man appearing behind him asks for help so he won't be in trouble. The girl says that this old man is very troublesome. Yu Yun-hwa turns around with his whole body to take a swing and kick his leg. Yi Dae-min is wearing a protective helmet to avoid getting hurt unnecessarily by the girl. Yu Eun-hwa swings her foot and kicks Yi Dae-min right into his protective red helmet. The protective helmet flies off Yi Dae-min's head and he falls to the floor. The girl asks if he's okay. The guy shakily points a finger up. Yi Dae-min makes a compress on his head as the girl gets out of the bath and wipes his hair with a towel. The guy suggests she look at something on the clipboard. Yi Dae-min shows Yu Yun-hwa a video of an unknown player who will be broadcasting a raid on the third floor. He keeps watching him, and it seems like the guy isn't that easy. Yu Yun-hwa assumes that the guy is just bluffing. Yi Dae-min partially agrees, but there's something special about him. The guy and the girl discuss the Tree Man Temple in the third floor boss's room. If you answer his 3 questions, he will give a skill item as a reward. A drop of sweat drips down on Yi Dae-min's face. He is about to tell about some problem. Yi Dae-min says that the difficulty in rating the tree man is the difficulty of the questions it asks. The tree man seems embarrassed and lowers his head and says that he hasn't had any visitors in a while. The tree man asks if the unknown masked man has come to solve its riddles. The guy asks to ask him the most interesting ones. The tree man explains the conditions to him. If the guy answers the 3 questions he asks, he will give him a sheet that the guy will choose. Several stone but living statues appear behind the unknown player. The tree man says that if the guy makes a single mistake, it will punish him. The tree man asks his first question, what is the optimal depth and temperature for Kelgorns to live in seawater? And Damon is shocked at how complicated the questions are. Who can even answer something like that? Yu Yunhua also wonders if anyone even knows such a thing. The unknown player replies to the tree that the answer is a depth of 175 meters and a temperature of 1.5 of a degree Celsius. Yi Dae-min, along with Yu Yunhua holding the remote control, are shocked that the unknown player is answering such questions. Kang Jin-hyuk demands the next question, but the tree hasn't yet told him if he answered correctly. The guy is confident in his answer, so he demands to go further. The tree man confirms with his behavior that John Doe is answering correctly, but the next question won't be an easy one. The tree man asks about the method of using Feliani's sponge body, and John Doe starts describing everything in detail. And Damon doesn't understand what he's saying at all, just some set of words. The tree man asks one last question. The giant eagles from the heavenly plateau mate only once a year. And when? The unknown player already knows the answer to this question, so he lightning fast presses the red button. The unknown masked player answers that eagles mate once a year when the first snow falls in the tower. The tree man starts laughing ringingly and says that he is the first person to answer all of his questions. The unknown man says that he was curious too, and is always happy to talk about the tower. The tree man says he promised to give the guy a leaf of his choosing, red, yellow, or green. The comments under the broadcast are full of excitement. The red leaf is a fire modifier, the yellow one is a defense boost, and about the green one, Yi Dae-min says he knows it's a movement speed boost. Yu Yunhua says that the guy is facing a protracted boss fight, so he'll most likely choose movement speed. She would choose that. The unknown player says he doesn't want the regular sheets and wants something else. He demands to give him the black leaf that the tree man is hiding. The tree man's eyes look like they are capable of hypnotizing. He asks how the guy knew about the black leaf. Yi Dae-min and Yu Yunhua look at each other, not realizing which black leaf he's talking about. The tree man says he can't give the unknown man the black leaf and offers him one green leaf in addition to the red one, a very favorable deal. The unknown man turns around and is about to leave. He says that the great and honorable tree promised him that it would give him the leaf he wished for, but in the end, it just talks his teeth in. The unknown man demands the tree not to talk and to give him the black leaf, or else everyone will think he is a dishonorable liar. The tree man is not happy with this outcome and does not want the managers to find out about it. The tree man begins to lose his life force, but gives the unknown player a black leaf in the amount of 1,280 pieces. It adds a decay effect on armor or weapons in the form of extra damage. The unknown player realizes that the last piece of his puzzle is ready and it's time to begin. But before tackling the third floor boss, the guy is going to deal with the stone statues that have come to life. The two players discuss that the unknown has already started the raid on the third floor boss. They can sit this one out and then go home. The half-bald guy asks what's the point of defending the entrance. Only a crazy person could come here. The other guy answers him that since they've been ordered to, they have to do what they're told. The man asks if they have a plan of action. If one gets too worked up about it, it won't work out. As the men finish their dialogue, standing and guarding the magic gate, they notice that everyone around them abruptly disappears. Black and gloomy circles begin to appear under the feet of the guys guarding the magic portal as they try to figure out where everyone went. From these black magical circles, long and flat threads of ribbons begin to appear and wrap around their feet. The boys are trapped, bound by the purple ribbons. Someone informs them to absorb and store energy because they need everything. There is no time to hesitate. Julius Zedric appears in front of the magical gate, guarded by the two boys, with his army of many other Maenas. The unknown player has already started his walkthrough of the third floor boss. The unknown player easily tackles the revived stone statue with his rusty dagger. The unknown player is about to enter the room with the boss. People in the comments below the live broadcast don't quite fully believe in his success, but are intrigued to watch. The unknown player says he doesn't care if the viewers believe him or not. He's got enough problems as it is, so they shouldn't bother him. The unknown player confirms what he's addressing to the viewers. He's not forcing anyone to watch, so if someone doesn't want to do it, they can just fuck off. Many streamers ingratiate themselves to viewers just to increase their views. But you can go for the I do what I want concept from the start. There are people who watch it for that reason. That's exactly why there's a fandom of people who like it. And a lot of viewers are really into it. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't have time to enter the boss's room before he turns around at the noise behind him, noticing a purple cloud appearing in the space. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of the unknown, realizes that there is someone else here besides him. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of John Doe, covers the camera with his palm and announces that he is ending today's broadcast, but the viewers are extremely upset and puzzled by this. As the unknown player ends his broadcast, a multitude of various undead and unclean things begin to descend. The Manas appear, pointing their palms forward and creating magical circles in them. In the space of one of the locations of the Tower of Trials, a whole army of undead appears. In addition to the rest of the undead, there are also animated stone statues with glowing red eyes. The undead controlled by the Manas start attacking the reanimated stone statues. A fierce confrontation begins between the undead from the Manas and the reanimated statues. On a steep and high cliff above the confrontation between the undead and the statues, an unknown player sits and watches. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of the unknown, suspects that it's all Manas and the sides are equal, but he might be wrong. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask, observes the confrontation and realizes that the undead side is slightly stronger. The Manas holding control over the undead say that the blow is headed for them, and they need to push a little harder. As one of the Manas is about to push back another order, something flies into him from the side and strikes him. The Mains realize that a long-range attack is coming, and they need to deploy their shields. The Mains direct their magic circles towards the ice stones that are attacking them. They try to figure out where this attack is coming from. Among the animated stone statues, the Main has noticed the same masked man who is directing his ice attacks at them. One of the Manas with his undead army says that this guy is alone, and so he needs to be eliminated quickly and continue the attack. The army of rebellious undead rushes towards Kang Jin-hyuk under the mask of the unknown, unleashing their arrows. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of John Doe, deftly moves among the reanimated statues to avoid the attacks. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of the unknown, raises his palm and uses his Heaven's Protection skill. A bright divine light envelops the space and absorbs all undead opponents into itself. The Mains realize that it is impossible to control the undead because of Kang Jin-hyuk's holy skill under the mask of the unknown. They need to concentrate on thought control, but a huge knight from their undead starts attacking them. The Mayans loudly inform Mr. Zedric that their third team has been destroyed. The elderly Julius Zedric calls the other Manas names and says that he can see perfectly well without them that the team has been destroyed. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of the unknown, realizes that there are 4 teams created to effectively control the undead, and now one of them has been destroyed. If he manages to destroy the first one and break their network, their control will be completely destroyed. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of the unknown, moves among the enemies with ease and uses his fire element. He beckons the monsters towards him. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of John Doe, attacks one of the statues with his fire flame and says that with that speed, the statue will definitely not be able to catch him. Kang Jin-hyuk, disguised as John Doe, tries to escape from the fighting Moai statue, which rushes after him. The Mains realize that the Moai battle statue is now moving towards them. It's time for them to stop asking stupid questions and stop the monster. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of John Doe, appears behind the 2 Mains and grabs them by the shoulders, denying what they're about to do. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of the unknown, informs them that they can't stop him. A huge battle statue of Moai jumps up and is about to land on the undead with its weight. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of the unknown, immediately disappears quickly, leaving the hooded Moai anxiously watching. The battlestone statue of Moai lands on the undead Main with loud yells and screams. The Mains inform Julius that their first team is also destroyed. If this continues, they will be surrounded. Julius Zedric starts screaming and asks what kind of enemy they are facing. He keeps messing things up every time. Julius Zedric activates his Pyramid Keeper skill. One of the Mains tells him that if he uses this skill now, he won't have any mana left for the boss, but the old man knows everything without him. Julius Zedric is already so pissed off that he's going to concentrate all his power and destroy the enemy. Julius Zedric orders the Guardians to wake up. The mummies summoned by the elderly Manas begin to rise from the ground. One of the Manas asks the elderly man Julius Zedric if he's all right. The man says he is a little overworked. The elderly Mang Julius Zedric turns to a nearby Mang and asks him to come closer to him. When the other Mang approaches the elderly Zedric, He grabs him by the shoulders and as if starting to suck the life force out of him. The old man's hand on the shoulder of one of the Mainas begins to envelop with a dark and gloomy energy, and the guy looks on in horror. Julius Zedric begins to take the young mind's energy and life forces from the young mind, which he himself needs. The elderly man Julius Zedric tells him not to twitch, because then his pain will only get worse. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that Julius Zedric is absorbing the energy of his own comrade. All that remains of the young Min is his robe and sash, because Julius Zedric has absorbed his energy, and now he is back in formation. The elderly man's eyes begin to burn a fierce and hateful red color, asking how he has waited so long for him. Old man Julius Zedric surrounds himself with the rebellious mummy keepers and suggests the fun begin. The rebellious mummy keepers behave aggressively and unfriendly. A dark and gloomy mist oozes from their mouths. Julius Zedric starts laughing madly and asks how Kang Jin-hyuk is under the mask of the unknown his strongest army. Julius Zedric tells him that his mummy soldiers can safely use bandages as strong as steel. The mummy soldiers of this old man wield both defense and attack. Stronger than the undead simply cannot be. Julius Zedric says he should have held back the mummies for the third-floor boss, but if he finishes off the unknown here and now, the game is definitely worth the candle. Julius Zedric starts swinging his staff aggressively, and he wishes that Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of the unknown, would die as soon as possible. Two silhouettes appear in the air above the space where the fierce battle is taking place. Watching the scene, a red-haired girl and a guy wearing strange glasses appear there. The girl says that the guy in the mask is very surprising, and she hasn't seen Zedric put up so much of a fight. The guy with the glasses explains that the plan to take out the bases from John Doe was good, but the fact that he didn't leave afterwards was stupid. He miscalculated the balance of power and will pay for it. Guy thinks that when the unknown saw the skeletons and knights, he thought he was quite capable. Guy goes on to say that in contrast, Zedric has a lot of very problematic abilities. The guy with the weird glasses thinks that since this is the situation, there's no point in them getting involved in all of this. The red-haired girl in the company of the guy with the glasses abruptly notices something and turns around. The red-haired girl turns towards the battle and tries to figure out what this unknown guy is doing. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of the unknown guy, continues his battle with the unclean as agilely and quickly. During the battle, Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of the unknown guy, keeps recalling his old experiences. Some old man with long hair tells the guy that his sword is sharp and strong, but he strains hard. His mistake is dissipating his strength. The long-haired old man lifts up a rope and asks the guy to look at it carefully. The long-haired old man says that a true master is able to deliver a good blow using a minimum of force. The old man starts winding the rope around himself and tells the lad to imagine it moving freely like the wind, responsive, pliable, and fickle. The long-haired old man waves the rope around and explains what needs to be done at the right moment. Kang Jin-hyuk watches the old man release the energy of the rope's movement at the right moment. The long-haired old man asks Kang Jin-hyuk if he wants to learn his spiritual sword art of Chuhungamu. Remembering the whole experience, Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of an unknown person, the guy recovers part of the spiritual art of sword Chuhungamu skill, and now it can be reproduced. When Kang Jin-hyuk attacks the unclean and Julius Zedric, the comprehension of his spiritual art of the sword Chuhungamu skill increases rapidly. Old man Julius Zedric realizes that the vortex from the guy's spiritual art is so strong that it attracts everything around him. In the center of the space at one of the locations of the Tower of Trials, Kang Jin-hyuk summons a huge and powerful vortex. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of an unknown player, is about to use the fifth type of sword dance, Soul Destruction. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of an unknown player, summons a simply devastating attack that spreads to all opponents. The elderly man Julius Zedric activates his double shield to protect himself from the unknown player's attacks. Julius Zedric is angry at the guy and doesn't understand. After all, it's only been 6 months since the world changed. So how did the guy get such power? The skull on old man Julius Zedric's staff of greed begins to crack and quickly disintegrates. Old man Julius Zedric can no longer hold his double shield without the staff and is attacked by Kang Jin-hyuk. Old Julius Zedric lies on the ground with the other defeated fowls and undead. Old Julius Zedric begins to shake with fear and realizes that he needs to run away because he will definitely not win this fight. Julius Zedric shouts out an order for someone to hold the guy back and protect him. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of John Doe, approaches the old man and says that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, just like his student. Kang Jin-hyuk says that at first he brags that he has an advantage, but when he realizes he can't win, he runs away. This is what he taught his apprentice as well. The old man, Julius Zedric, calls the boy a scoundrel because he really dislikes his words and he himself is shaking with fear. Julius Zedric realizes that this unknown player is Kang Jin-hek. The guy says to say hello to his student. Julius Zedric's entire body and head is engulfed in bright and hot fiery flames. Kang Jin-hek is about to burn Julius Zedric alive and asks him to tell Alex that he's sending the old man to him so the guy won't be bored alone there. Kang Jin-hek, under the mask of John Doe, controls the fire and clenches his fist in the final stage. The life energy given to them by the necromancer begins to come out of the skeletons and other undead. The remaining mains watch the undead disappear before their eyes and try to figure out what happened to the summoned ones. From behind, the remaining mains are already being approached by the stone statues that are about to attack. The mains realize that Zedric has lost. The stone statues attack the remaining mains and are about to destroy them completely. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that applying soul destruction at this level was not easy, so he is overworked. Because of this, he acquires the mid-level mana replenishment solution, 4 pieces. Kang Jin-hek holds up the mana flasks and realizes that if he doesn't go here now, it's at a loss to him. Kang Jin-hek throws the mana bottles back and breaks them. He needs to be patient for a little longer. Kang Jin-hek, under the mask of an unknown person, bumps into some shield that flew off at this distance. He used to love shields, and this is nostalgic for him. Kang Jin-hek, under the mask of the unknown, grasps the shield and scrutinizes it with interest. Kang Jin-hek is fully armed, both the shield and the rusty dagger. He is ready for the confrontation that follows. Kang Jin-hek raises his head up and addresses some guys near the stone statue. Kang Jin-hek gets into a fighting stance and confronts the temple guard Lord of the Four Beginnings. There are several huge and stone statues here that are about to attack Kang Jin-hek. Kang Jin-hek holds back the blows of the stone statues with his new shield. He says that he likes their silence. Kang Jin-hek, under the mask of John Doe, deftly and quickly dodges the blows that are coming at him. Kang Jin-hek makes multiple strikes with his rusty dagger and chops stone statues into pieces. Kang Jin-hek, under the mask of an unknown person, demands from the already spitting out the key because he's already tired. The stone statues are shocked at the guy's demand and tensely stare in his direction. Kang Jin-hek, under the mask of John Doe, continues to deftly and quickly blow the heads off the stone statues. Kang Jin-hek raises his shield upwards and wonders if the stone statues had such a pattern. The Lord of the Four Beginnings puts his arm forward using the Weather of Knowledge. He is holding some sort of golden object. In the stone statue's hand is the very key that Kang Jin-hyuk needs. It is a golden key with a flower on the hilt. The stone statue of the Lord of the Four Beginnings sticks this key into his chest, leading to the main hall, and it starts to react. Kang Jin-hyuk is watching intently, and his face expresses anxiety and tension. Through the manipulation of the stone statue, the entity outside the gate of the main hall responds to his call. Kang Jin-hyuk observes what is happening and realizes that the stone statue has decided to act for sure. A huge flower bud appears in place of the stone statue of the Lord of the Four Beginnings. Instead of the flower bud, many hands of some huge creature begin to appear. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that he immediately summons his big brother. The Bodhisattva thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara appears. In Buddhism, this is the embodiment of the compassion of all Buddhas. The huge deity reports that his 4 great celestial kings have not summoned him for a long time. The huge deity says he didn't think there would be a person among the visitors who would pose a threat sufficient to use the key. Kang Jin-hyuk stands in front of the deity with his rusty blade and says he is going to destroy the boss of this floor. The huge deity folds his arms over his head and says that Kang Jin-hek is very interesting. He's not sure about the rest, but he recognizes his bravery. Kang Jin-hek realizes that the deity takes this as a joke, but he wants to finish soon because he's tired. Deity would like to continue talking to him, but the guy is apparently not in the mood. Kang Jin-hyuk spreads his legs wide and points his rusty dagger at the deity. He says that chatting with statues is just so much fun for him. The huge deity says that every moment of life is the greatest gift, and the guy is pretty stupid. The huge deity takes in all of his many dream hands and tells Kang Jin-hyuk to enjoy it while he can. Kang Jin-hek covers himself with a shield as the deity tells him that when doom comes, he'll miss that moment as well. The huge deity looks calm and cold-blooded. He is about to enter the fray. The huge deity forms some kind of magical green ball in his hands and is about to aim it at the guy. Kang Jin-hyuk once again deftly dodges and avoids the green magic beam of the huge deity. The huge deity's blows hit Kang Jin-hek's shield, which is already starting to crack. Kang Jin-hek realizes that the deity has tremendous power. As he blocks the blows, he feels like his body is crumbling, but he has to be patient. He will only get one chance. The huge deity starts to smile quite a bit and is surprised that the guy manages to resist his sonic blows. Huge Deity gets into the excitement of this confrontation and says he's getting more and more interested. Kang Jin-hyuk crosses his arms in front of him and is about to activate ice creation. With his ice creation technique, Kang Jin-hyuk forms ice blocks of spikes that start to come out from underneath the ground. Kang Jin-hyuk spreads these ice blocks everywhere and is about to continue his attacks. The huge deity aims his golden sword and immediately pierces through one of the ice blocks. The huge deity watches Kang Jin-hyuk with interest and wariness and calls him a boy. The huge deity starts squinting suspiciously and realizes that the boy is using Western magic. Huge deity is about to continue his attacks and starts showing some gestures with his hands. The huge deity cleverly takes away Kang Jin-hyuk's shield and says that the guy's tricks are really pathetic. The huge deity points out a rusty dagger that Kang Jin-hyuk stabs into one of the deity's hands. The huge deity tells the guy that he's starting to throw his cheap tricks at him again, but the guy doesn't say anything back. Huge deity looks at the stab dagger and tries to figure out what Kang Jin-hyuk did, since the poison doesn't work on him. Kang Jin-hyuk shows his fist shrouded in red energy and says it's called blood energy. If wounded once, it can deal damage continuously. The huge deity is about to remove his hand with the rusty dagger. It doesn't make any difference, and such a trick won't work twice. Huge deity asks what Kang Jin-hyuk is going to do next, since he only took away one of his arms. Kang Jin-hyuk kicks the deity's lost arm and says that he's right. To deal with him, he clearly won't have enough. And the guy knows that the same method won't work twice. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls a large ball out of the deity's hand. He says that he got exactly what he needed. The huge deity realizes that the guy was targeting the hand with the gem from the beginning. Kang Jin-hyuk says to let the deity blame himself, since he let him get his hand. Kang Jin-hyuk combines the grimoire of the Principality of Peltaros and the Avalokiteshvara gem. Kang Jin-hyuk obtains the Golden Dawn of Lemmigaton of S rank. It contains a description of 72 demons and allows you to unleash your magical abilities to the limit. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that all of this is enough. The guy applies the greedy gaze. The conditions for copying Avalokiteshvar's technique are that within 5 minutes, he must be made mad using the ice technique, and a beautiful statue must be created for him, as the deity hates Western magic. Kang Jin-hyuk studies the conditions for copying the deity's technique and notices that he needs the necessary music and attire. Kang Jin-hyuk rereads the information again. He thinks he got it right about the song and the statue. The system is going more and more crazy. Kang Jin-hyuk stands in front of the deity and is about to pick out the right clothes. The huge deity is trying to figure out what he's doing. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that although the conditions are strange, he can't just give up. If he takes the lower 25 floors, getting the mandala is the only place he can get it. The huge deity is already getting nervous and angry. He asks what Kang Jin-hyuk is doing. Kang Jin-hyuk puts a small gramophone in front of him, which starts playing the music he wants. Kang Jin-hyuk asks the huge deity not to ask anything else from now on. Kang Jin-hyuk purchases the necessary clothes and a blonde wig. He doesn't really like what's going on either. The veins on the huge deity's yellow face begin to swell with anger at what is happening. The huge deity slaps his palm and is angry that Kang Jin-hyuk is going to mess around in front of him. Avalokiteshvara activates his mandala ability, crossing his many arms. The enormous deity is about to attack so that Kang Jin-hyuk will feel the pain that follows the million sansara. Regardless, Kang Jin-hyuk continues to dance to the right music with the right clothes. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his ice creation ability again and creates a huge ice block in front of him. The huge deity continues to attack Kang Jin-hyuk, who continues to dance. The guy says that when you pump ice creation, the result is just fine. The huge deity is extremely unhappy with everything that is happening, which Kang Jin-hyuk creates and does. The red-haired girl in the company of a guy with strange glasses continues to watch Kang Jin-hyuk. They are very surprised by what is happening. The girl notices that Kang Jin-hyuk is fighting Avalokiteshvar by turning on some music. She can't believe that Kang Jin-hyuk's ice magic has reached such a level. The girl tries to figure out what kind of wig the guy is wearing. It looks like one that is sold at the store for a pittance. The guy silently thinks about the fact that his actions can't be predicted. The unknown man has defeated Zedric, and now he is fighting Avalokiteshvar. Avalokiteshvar's power is great. She can barely be handled, even reaching the 10th floor. She is called the second boss of the 3rd floor. Kang Jin-hyuk is fighting this power. It has gone beyond the capabilities of all humans. The red-haired girl asks what will happen if they attack him. Will they be able to overpower him? The guy says it will be difficult. The girl turns to Richao's boyfriend and suggests he back off because they won't be able to do it. Not unless they get the support of the leadership. Richao refuses, because then their place in the hierarchy, which they have worked so hard to defend, will be jeopardized. The girl asks what the guy is going to do then. since he's going to die for the position. The guy with the weird glasses, Richao, holds some sort of coin between his fingers and says that it's time for that to happen. The red-haired girl smirks contentedly and expresses her admiration for Richao's boyfriend with a look. As Kang Jin-hek continues his dancing to the music, and in his wig, more attacks start flying at him. Kang Jin-hek squints and suspects that the main sent more than just Julia Zedric here. Kang Jin-hek channels his magic power again and creates ice blocks to defend himself from the attacks. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hek is distracted and disturbed by something. The boy turns around alarmed. The huge deity continues to attack Unknown and tells him not to dare turn away from it. Kang Jin-hyuk wryly apologizes to the deity and is about to use his fire element. The guy was just fixing his hair so he couldn't concentrate. He activates the ice creation once more. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to hold his magic power in the palm of his hand and says that thanks to the deity, he's even a little worried. The huge deity Avalokiteshvara starts to aggress again and points his swords at Kang Jin-hek. Kang Jin-hek responds to Avalokiteshvara by aiming his ice blocks at his attacks. The huge deity's magical swords collide with Kang Jin-hek's ice blocks. The huge deity Avalokiteshvara calls the guy a fool and snapped his fingers. Avalokiteshvara activates the trap barrier, creating a green protective dome around himself and Kang Jin-hek. The huge deity Avalokiteshvara continues his attacks and tells Kang Jin-hyuk that all he can do is defend himself. Avalokiteshvara asks where all of Kang Jin-hyuk's confidence has gone, spreading golden ribbons and rays throughout the space. This technique Avalokiteshvara calls between heaven and earth. Kang Jin-hek is trying to figure out what he should do next. Kang Jin-hek continues with his tactics and activates ice creation again. Kang Jin-hek creates a huge ice block that envelops him and creates a sort of magical ice protective dome. The huge deity Avalokiteshvara notices that Kang Jin-hek is protecting himself with the ice block from his attacks. Avalokiteshvara takes his protective trap barrier in his huge hands and says that it's useless for the guy to resist. The huge deity uses his disgrace. He returns the trap barrier to the ground and is about to do something. Avalokiteshvara activates his divine spear to pierce the trap barrier. From beyond the confines of the deity's protective barrier comes his name. Avalokiteshvara has no intention of listening to Kang Jin-hyuk and strikes the protective dome with his divine spear, shattering Kang Jin-hyuk's ice block. Avalokiteshvara swings his huge and oddly shaped spear, smirking with the corners of his lips. Avalokiteshvara asks Kang Jin-hyuk if the same attack twice will really fail. Avalokiteshvara is shocked to see Kang Jin-hek appear in front of him and says that identical attacks twice are perfectly passable. Kang Jin-hek goes back to his tactics and starts dancing again, waving his arms around. Avalokiteshvara raises all of his arms up and is about to powerfully strike Kang Jin-hek with them at the same time. Avalokiteshvara raises his hands up as Kang Jin-hek creates an ice prison around him. Kang Jin-hek turns to the deity and says that he doesn't like ice magic, so he's really hurt right now. Kang Jin-hek asks the ice prison deity why someone who has achieved nirvana through self-cultivation is so prejudiced. Kang Jin-hek gently reaches out his palm to the ice prison, as if about to touch him. Kang Jin-hek creates a hand out of the ice with an obscene gesture, showing it to Avalokiteshvara. He says there is nothing like shock therapy for compulsive disorders. Avalokiteshvara begins to freak out and gets very violently angry at such an action from Kang Jin-hyuk. The huge deity screams in rage at Kang Jin-hyuk that he will send him to the lowest and most horrible level of hell for endless torment. He will force him to be reborn as an insect thousands and millions of times. Kang Jin-hyuk takes off the stupid wig, and the conditions for copying the mandala skill are complete. It allows one to empower weapons. Only those who have found harmony with themselves in the world can use this skill. Avalokiteshvara tenses up and is surprised when Kang Jin-hek copies his ability and tells him not to waste his strength. Kang Jin-hek uses the mandala skill on the ice statue with an obscene gesture. Deity is shocked at how the guy managed to get such an ability. It took him forever in meditation to get it, and he just copied it like that. Kang Jin-hek replies to the deity that he will make sure that the potential of his skill doesn't go to waste. Kang Jin-hek sets out to destroy Avalokiteshvara. He lifts the ice statue into the air. Kang Jin-hek swings his arm and sticks his arm forward, aiming the ice statue directly at Avalokiteshvara. The huge ice statue hand stabs directly into Avalokiteshvara's chest with its finger. The huge deity begins to seem to dissolve into the air, losing its silhouette. The huge Avalokiteshvara's body abruptly cracks and collapses from Kang Jin-hyuk's blow. Kang Jin-hek sits down tiredly on the wreckage of the destroyed Avalokiteshvara. His level increases many times. Kang Jin-hek receives the stone key and carefully holds it in his hands. Thanks to it, he is able to summon the boss of the area in question. Kang Jinhek realizes that this boss was persistent and troublesome. It's gotten harder than in the game, and it's quite tangible. Kang Jinhek is about to leave this place. He's pretty tired after his battle with Zedric and Avalokiteshvara. Kang Jinhek is going to spend his new stats to increase his mana from 71 to 77 units. Kang Jinhek begins to stretch tiredly. He needs to prepare something on Mana Regan next time. Kang Jinhek clenches his fists contentedly and realizes that he still has some things left to do. The Tower of Trials is a place with a special atmosphere. As night falls, the temperature drops rapidly, and the aggressiveness and strength of the monsters increases. Therefore, at night, most players leave the tower or stop hunting and find a safe place. Kang Jinhek sets up a place to sleep and puts out a brazier on which he fries huge shrimp, which can only be caught in the river near the temple on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials. Kang Jinhyuk dissolves some of his mask on his face and starts to eat the fried shrimp. He is tired. Kang Jinhek feels the same flavor he couldn't enjoy outside the tower, and now he's eating it again. He needs to copy some cooking skill next time. During Kang Jinhek's meal, something distracts him a lot when he hears a rustling from the bushes. A red-haired girl and a guy with glasses come out from behind the bushes, having come for the delicious smell. The girl says that they too will have to spend the night here, and if they can join before dawn. They were supposed to leave before dark, but they couldn't. The guy and girl approach the eating Kang Jinhyuk in complete silence. Kang Jinhyuk allows the guy and girl to sit down, especially since it's not that cold here. They look at each other. The girl takes a seat and introduces herself as Melina. The guy's name is Richao. Kang Jinhek says that they must have suffered a lot. Kang Jinhek says that he has made quite a lot of food and is going to treat his guests with it. The girl Melina looks at the plate of huge shrimp and her mouth starts drooling. The guy forbids the girl to eat it because they don't accept food from the hands of strangers, especially not from someone who hides their face under a mask. Kang Jinhyuk asks if the mask bothers them. Richao replies that they only wear the mask when they want to hide something. Kang Jinhek says that they are sitting around the same campfire after all, so if they are uncomfortable, he can take it off. Richao and Melina are surprised by that answer and question if he can really do that. Kang Jinhek says that it's not fun to just take the mask off and suggests a game. Kang Jinhek says they're all interested in learning more about each other and suggests they each ask 3 questions. If they answer all 3 questions, he will gladly take off his mask. Richao realizes that if you just have to answer the questions, you don't have to tell the truth. Even though he won't know the truth of the words, it certainly won't go to their disadvantage. The red-headed Melina turns to Richao and expresses her interest in the situation with her gaze. The boy nods in response. The girl takes their rusty coin and tosses it up to choose who will be first. The girl offers to choose who to start with using the coin. She chooses the obverse. The girl flips her rusty coin one more time and it falls on the obverse side. The girl shows the coin to Kang Jinhyuk and says they start first. The guy notices a barely noticeable magic in the coin. With this Caligula's coin, they can pick a target and infuse magic into it for 5 minutes, and then they can influence the opponent's mind. The girl tries to choose the first question she wants to ask. The girl Melina finishes her musings and asks if any of Kang Jinhyuk's comrades are here. Kang Jinhyuk understands this practical question. The girl wants to know the number, but he replies that he came here alone. Now it's his turn to ask the question. Kang Jinhek asked that they were kind of going for the boss, but ended up just watching. It was obvious to them that he was fighting. Melina answers him that they were waiting for the right moment to enter the temple. It's a place with a bad reputation, so they had to be careful. Melina next asks why the masked man came to the tower. Is the reason for money or fame? Kang Jinhyuk realizes that if their interests align, the girl will win us over to her side. The guy says that if he says what he wants, will they be able to fulfill his conditions? Melina replies that if their interests align, they are capable of a great deal. The guy with the weird glasses, Richao, smirks contentedly but doesn't enter their conversation. Kang Jinhek is about to ask his final question, and if they answer him, he'll take off his mask like he promised. Kang Jinhek stirs the embers in the fire and asks if the main association really thinks the 2 of them will be enough to stand up to him. The red-haired girl, Melina, starts grinning widely and says that it happened just as she thought it would. The girl says that Kang Jinhyuk already knew their true colors. They saw with their own eyes how he stood up to Avalokiteshvara alone. The girl says that Kang Jinhyuk was already overworked. They have already realized that he is very weak. The girl rather informs that out of the 2 of them, 2 will be quite enough now. He can be handled with just 1 coin. The girl puts her hand with the coin forward, pointing it at Kang Jinhyuk. Kang Jinhyuk continues to sit quietly as the girl swings her coin, but nothing happens. Melina doesn't understand why the coin isn't working or if it could have broken. Richao asks what she's doing. Kang Jin-hyuk stands up and holds a plate of shrimp in his hands. He says there's nothing wrong with the Caligula coin. Thanks to Melina's Anubis judgment, she can use the coin now, as his skill blocks players from using skills and reduces all stats by 50%. Richao realizes that they've been exposed and tells the girl to go to Plan 2 and use the skill, but she replies that no skill is working right now. Kang Jin-hyuk carefully and calmly puts down the plate of shrimp, saying that the guys are in turmoil right now. Two wooden statues appear in front of Kang Jin-hyuk. The gods of the temple are pleased with his offering. The guy needs to choose a subject to hold the judgment of Anubis. The totem pole, Great Warlord, is chosen by the enemy. The second totem pole, Afterlife Warlord, is also chosen by the enemy. Melina and Richao are watching fearfully and anxiously, and the girl says she has never heard of such a thing. These guardians of the land, Great Warlord and Afterlife Warlord, are about to attack Medina and Richao. Richao thinks and realizes that the sacrifice awakened the pillars, so it wasn't just a simple meal. Kang Jin-hyuk says he's tired and lies down on the ground, resting his head on a log. He tells the guys not to move rashly. They won't be able to escape anyway. One of the guardians of the land, the Afterlife Warlord, activates his sing-out ability. Richao Guy realizes that if Kang Jin-hyuk dies, the scary pillars will disappear with him. Kang Jin-hyuk talks about how he warned them that they shouldn't move. The Great Warlord activates the warning. The Great Warlord, after activating his skill, grabs Richao with lightning speed and breaks his glasses. The guy screams exhaustedly. The Great Warlord Guardian of the Earth grabs Richao and drags him underneath him. The only thing that remains of Richao is a rusty coin that pops up on the ground. Melina is terrified and begins to panic and become afraid. She realizes that she should have run away before it was too late. Kang Jin-hyuk stops the Great Warlord's land guardian and he instantly obeys the order. Kang Jin-hyuk approaches the girl and activates the greedy gaze. He has already figured out their situation, so he offers to move on to the conversation. The greedy gaze skill is canceled from the difference in levels. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that even his luck stat didn't help him this time. All that remains of Richao is a lifeless body. Kang Jin-hyuk hopes that they will sincerely answer his questions from now on. The girl asks what he's interested in. Kang Jin-hyuk says he's already heard about the Main, only he can't understand their motives. If they don't climb the tower, humanity will disappear. So why are the Mainas bothering the players? The red-haired girl, Melina, is about to tell everything, but there is an exclamation from outside that she is not allowed to do so. Richao tries to get out of the ground with his last strength and says that the girl is not allowed to say anything. The Great Warlord's land guardian pillar becomes active again, but there's no way the guy is going to say anything. The red-haired girl, Melina, looks at Richao in fear and horror, and tears appear in her eyes. The girl falls to the ground and stares into the huge hole in the ground where Richao was dragged. Kang Jin-hyuk says that living true to an idea until the end is certainly cool, but only at the right time and place. Kang Jin-hyuk tells her that he doesn't let those who make attempts on his life live. Only if the girl tells him the right information, then he'll stay alive. Kang Jin-hyuk holds a rusty dagger in his hands. Information is expensive, but not as expensive as a life, of course. A drop of hope appears in the redhead Melina's eyes that the girl wants to hold on to. She says she doesn't know the real names of those who were sent after Kang Jin-hyuk, but they call them Lancelots. There are 11 others in the group besides him, but she's from the mercenaries, so she doesn't know. Kang Jin-hyuk confidently and brazenly sits down in front of the girl, activating his greedy gaze and realizing that her words are true. He demands to continue. The girl continues that the leadership told them if they collect the 12 cursed relics of the tower, then even if humanity disappears, they can survive and get a big reward. Melina ends her story by saying that she doesn't know anything else. Kang Jin-hyuk sees that her words are pure truth. That's all he's been able to find out. They're all crazy and even worse than he ever thought of them. Kang Jin-hyuk knows that the purpose of the Mainas is to summon the devil. Would they really survive even if humanity disappeared? One will have to act with this information in mind. Kang Jin-hyuk thanks the girl for the important information he might need. The girl asks if she can go in that case. Kang Jin-hyuk denies her words, but the girl arises, because he said he'll let her live if she tells all the information he needs. Kang Jin-hyuk stands up and starts pacing towards the girl. He will keep his promise, but only after he makes a pact. Kang Jin-hyuk concentrates magic power in his palm. Melina asks what kind of treaty we're talking about. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the soul brand in his palm. The contract states that the girl will obey him. The girl, Melina, realizes that this is 100 times better than just dying here like this. The girl prepares herself for the upcoming contract and closes her eyes, from which teardrops are flowing. Kang Jin-hek realizes that he's got everyone captivated by his broadcast, so it's understandable that they'd be annoyed that the guy is just going to upload another video instead. Kang Jin-hek walks out onto a wide path surrounded by bamboo bushes. He's about to enter the temple and start his business. Kang Jin-hek removes his mask of the unknown and holds the stone key that unlocks the gate he needs. Kang Jin-hek inserts the stone key into an invisible lock, which only begins to manifest after reacting with the key itself. The space in front of Kang Jin-hek begins to transform and change as he tries to open the gate. Kang Jin-hek watches the changes in the space and notices a purple lightning bolt that reaches into the sky and forms a purple bright ball there. The boss of the third floor responds to Kang Jin-hek's call, and because of that, the stone gate begins to open, transforming the space around it. Amidst the transformation in the space, a magical portal appears, from which the boss's stone foot can be seen. From the magical portal gate, a huge stone boss appears in the company of his stone minions. The real boss appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk in a human body and with long purple hair. He has a small cup in his hand and asks who dares to disturb his rest. Kang Jin-hek activates his greedy gaze on the third floor boss Muhan. His stats make up for their difference in levels, but for the same reason, the guy can't copy his abilities. Muhan sits on the head of a huge stone minion. He says that many tried to fight against his army, but only Kang Jin-hek summoned him by using the key. Muhan continues to sit on the head of his huge statue. His stone army is 100,000 souls. He asks Kang Jin-hek where his army is. Kang Jin-hek is wearing a white cape and smirks contentedly in response to Muhan, quoting his question about the army. Kang Jin-hek is about to use the first chessboard he received at the auction, activating it in his hands. Kang Jin-hek puts his chessboard laddie on the chessboard, and a chessboard opens up all over the space. Kang Jin-hek uses his magic power and summons magic chess pieces in the number of 2,851 pieces. Muzan thinks Kang Jin-hek's action is a good idea. With this method, one can become the replacement of an entire army by himself. But what such a small thing can do against him is unclear. Kang Jin-hek smirks back at Boss Muchan and says he's not done yet. The guy opens his panel and buys reinforcement pills in the same amount as the chess pieces on the board. The pills are applied to them. Ordinary chess pieces of the standard look and size begin to enlarge and transform into real warriors. The boss of the third floor, Muhan, is watching the scene contentedly and with interest, sipping his drink from a white cup. He recognizes that Kang Jin-hek is different from those who came before. Kang Jin-hek smiles contentedly with a wide smile as 2,851 huge chess soldiers appear around him. Kang Jin-hek expresses with his face full of confidence in what he is doing and in defeating the third floor boss. One of the black-colored horse-shaped chess pieces is carved and refined like a sculpture by some man. An old man with fire techniques turns to the girl Yuri, asking her to prepare a few more pieces because his joints are aching. Park Hana grudgingly cuts the figures and says that if they had any goal set, they'd know how many they have left. What are they supposed to think if they were just told to make sculptures? Yuri starts infusing the figures with some magic. She says they don't have time for idle talk right now. The old man kneads his shoulder and says they've already made over 2,000 pieces. Yuri says that if Kang Jin-hyuk, that demon, doesn't like the figurines, they'll be finished. The girl opens one of the drawers in the table and starts putting magic-infused chess pieces in it. Yuri looks at the chess pieces they've made and realizes that if things turned out like this, it would only be to their advantage to have Kang Jin-hek on their side. Kang Jin-hyuk sits down on the chess piece in the shape of a horse and picks up the knight's sword. He says that he hates to hear a confession from someone who just sits on his third floor and hides behind the servants, besides bluffing. The third floor boss looks at Kang Jin-hyuk in bewilderment and doesn't understand what he's talking about or what exactly he means. Kang Jin-hek explains to him that he defeated a couple weak players, and now he's showing off. That's why he's stuck on the third floor, because he doesn't have the abilities to go higher. All of the monsters in the Tower of Trials guard each of their floors and use that floor's energy. Not only players, but they themselves can climb the tower and increase their power. The boss of the third floor, Muhan, starts laughing and calls Kang Jin-hek a nice kid because he thinks that because of his lack of strength, Muhan can't go up to the fourth floor. Kang Jin-hek sits on his horse from the chessboard and is completely confident in his words. Muhan is tied to his third floor. Boss Muhak gets to his feet and tells Kang Jin-hek to think as he pleases. Apparently his goal is to piss off his opponent. Muhan explains to Kang Jin-hyuk that the difference in army size and level of tactics is obvious, so defeating them with his forces is simply impossible. Third floor boss Muhan orders his first battalion of stone statues to begin their attack. Kang Jin-hek scrutinizes the enemy army, which has 1,000 statues in the vanguard. Mayhan wants to see how Kang Jin-hek will react. Kang Jin-hek raises up his knight and chess sword, activating the first chessboard skill. By activating the skill, the attack and defense of the chess pieces on the field increases by 30%. Kang Jin-hek begins to give orders to the chess pieces, the outermost pawns 3 steps forward, and the first row to prepare for defense. Listening to Kang Jin-hek's orders, the pawn chess pieces activate the shield wall skill. Kang Jin-hek orders the chess pieces to maintain their battle formation when enemy spears and arrows start flying at them. When the stone minions of third floor boss Muhan's stone minions begin to attack, the pawns hold their defenses with their shields. All of Kang Jin-hyuk's chess pieces are endowed with magical powers. They continue to hold their defenses. The pawns from the chessboard hold their stone shields tightly, and Kang Jin-hek orders them to stand to the last man. Kang Jin-hek gives the next order, this time to the rooks from the chessboard. They apply their hail of arrows skill. A multitude of arrows from Kang Jin-hek's chess pieces are directed towards the opponents, the stone statues. The stone statues, the minions of the third floor boss Muhan, begin to raise their shields and also hold their defenses. The elephant figures activate their wave of fire skill and raise their burning torches upwards. Many tongues of bright flames of fire begin to envelop the stone statues of Muhan. The fiery flames create many strong and powerful vortices that engulf the opponents. Muhan smirks and says that Kang Jin-hyuk managed to deal with the advanced group in seconds. That's worthy. Third floor boss Muhan puts his hand forward and orders the 2nd and 3rd battalions to come forward. A whole 100 elephant chess pieces attack their opponent's flank, and the knight pieces activate a wedge formation. Kang Jin-hek is going to break through their formation and rush faster than lightning. When they collide, their damage will be increased by 200%. The stone statues and minions of the third floor boss Muhan are preparing to attack Kang Jin-hek's chess pieces. The knight chess pieces, along with Kang Jin-hyuk, rush into the enemy formation and attack them head-on. Muhan watches Kang Jin-hyuk's actions carefully and realizes that he is quite skilled at leading an army. He looks at Kang Jin-hyuk and realizes that he manages to switch to attack or defense in a timely manner, as well as give accurate and timely orders. Muhan observes a suspicious hole in their formation. To him, it looks and turns out to be overly appetizing, like a poison treat. Muhan carefully observes the formation of the chess pieces and activates the Identify Weaknesses skill. The third floor boss looks down at the battle from above while standing on his huge statue. He realizes that if he destroys the crown, victory will be in his hands. Suddenly, third floor boss Muhan notices some strange action on Kang Jin-hyuk's part. Muhan starts laughing and calls the guy cocky. Before this, he couldn't understand why Kang Jin-hek makes a mistake that even rookies don't make. But apparently, this isn't the case. In that very appetizing hole in the construction of the chess pieces stands little Alice with a crown on her head. Now Muhan realized what Kang Jin-hyuk meant back then. Third floor boss Muhan rather uninterestedly orders his army to move forward and to break through. Kang Jin-hek continues to sit on one of the horses of chess pieces and looks back carefully. Kang Jin-hek realizes that the enemy has approximately 3,000 minions, including giants that are 15 meters tall. As soon as he steps back, Mayan targets the center of the formation. Kang Jin-hek orders his army to ignore this, as the enemy now has 3,000 fewer warriors in defense. Muhan realizes this. Kang Jin-hek lures him by opening the center and showing him his bait in the form of a crown. It's not a bad trap. One of the huge stone statues and Muhan's minions starts stepping on Kang Jin-hek's chess pieces. The elephant chess pieces continue to confront Muhan's minions with a grind of their fire. The huge statue and Mayan's henchman who tried to launch an attack is destroyed with a fire flame. The huge stone hand of another of Mayan's minions grabs that stone statue, which is many times smaller than it. The huge stone statue of Mohonu's henchman swings his arm and is about to throw his fellow into the enemy army. One of the third floor boss Mohonu's stone minions flies straight into the center of Kang Jin-hyuk's army at high speed. In response to such an action, a powerful and huge explosion wave happens from Kang Jin-hek's side. Little Alice in the blue crown stands her ground and her hair flies in different directions from the blast wave. Little vampire Alice, the crown of Kang Jin-hek's army, is surrounded by several of Muhan's huge stone minions. Muhan smirks contentedly and observes the scene, saying aloud that this is the end for them. There isn't the slightest bit of doubt, fear, or consternation on little Alice's face with the crown. She stands confidently among Muhan's stone minions. Muhan continues to sit on the huge stone statue and says that Kang Jin-hyuk has come so far. He praises him, for he managed to get there with a handful of warriors. Kang Jin-hek smiles smugly and asks Muhan to stop talking nonsense because he left a passage for him on purpose. Third floor boss Muhan makes a serious and thoughtful face because it turns out Kang Jin-hek knew it was a trap. Muhan puts his fingers down and says that's enough. Kang Jin-hek gave the crown to that little girl, and he made it through in small ways, but he's not going to get much more than that. Muhan forms a yin and yang symbol under his palm. He's going to end things here and now. Kang Jin-hek on a chess piece of a horse rides past the huge statues of David and the great Bodhisattva. The great Bodhisattva says that there are no better warriors in the human world. David replies to him that there aren't even any humans here with perfect proportions. Third floor boss Man looks at Kang Jin-hek in surprise and wariness, suspecting that he has lost his mind in the face of defeat. Kang Jin-hyuk rushes towards his goal smugly. A smirk can be seen on his face under the shadows. Little Alice unhappily turns to Kang Jin-hyuk and asks him if he was really going to go there alone. Kang Jin-hyuk sarcastically sneers back at her and says that she must be worried about him. Little Alice warily replies to him that she is indeed worried about him because man is the guardian of the third floor for a reason. Kang Jin-hyuk says that this is the first time a girl has ever said that she thinks someone is strong. He asks if she thinks Muhan is stronger than her. The girl grudgingly yells back at him that he's comparing her, the Lord of the Night, to those douchebags. Little Alice starts to tell him that if she hadn't been imprisoned, then long ago she would have done something, but the girl cuts her story short without finishing. Kang Jin-hyuk asks if he can keep Alice for this plot. The girl agrees and begins to gracefully show off in front of him. Even in her current state, she can handle the minions. The many hands of Mayan's stone minions begin to reach for little Alice, who stands coldly. Kang Jin-hyuk says that if Alice hears what Mahan is saying about her, she will definitely get very angry. Little Alice activates her blood spear ability and calls the stone minions attacking her insolent. Little Alice gets angry because the stone statue minions don't even realize who they are going to destroy. The girl is ready to attack. Little Alice points her bloody spears at all the stone minions, who successfully tears apart with her weapons. The stone knights and Man's minions watch as little Alice rises into the air and activates her blood blast skill. The girl holds a huge bloody ball above her head in cold blood and self-confidence. She is about to destroy the stone minions. Little Alice launches her bloody magic ball at the opponents, causing a powerful and loud explosion. Little Alice stands smugly and proudly on the remains of the stone minions and begins to step on their heads. Third floor boss Muhonu is greatly surprised at how such a small and fragile girl can have such strength. Kang Jin-hyuk explains to Muhonu that thinking he could overpower the queen, he let the guy get closer to him. That was his mistake, as she's beyond him. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the blood rage energy. Thanks to the human tree, Kang Jin-hek received a black leaf that reacts to this skill. Kang Jin-hek gains a new attack modifier, Mind Destruction, that deals devastating damage and disorients the target, but does not distinguish between allies and opponents. Kang Jin-hek continues to rush at the horse chess piece and launches his power-filled knight sword towards his opponent. Kang Jin-hek aims his sword, which changes trajectory and flies into the air above the opponents, creating bright purple beams of light in it. The eyes of Mahun's stone minions begin to fill with a dark purple light, consuming their minds. The great stone bodhisattva is also affected by this technique of Kang Jin-hyuk and absorbs his mind. The great bodhisattva turns to David and tells him that he didn't like him to begin with. The great bodhisattva thinks that David has a smarmy face and a terrible purse. He's about to strike him with his palm. The great bodhisattva swings his palm and strikes David in the face, cracking him to pieces. He doesn't want to see his stone comrade. The third floor boss Mayan's stone minions start attacking each other and bashing with their spears. Complete chaos begins on the opponent side of Boss Mayhan's opponent, where his entire army starts attacking each other. Even the great bodhisattva was defeated by the destruction of the mind and attacks David, and Muhan's tactics are destroyed. Muhan grasps his head in horror and realizes that because of one person it was all ruined. While third floor boss Muhan is horrified and fearfully holding his head and sweat is running down his face, Kang Jin-hek calls out to him. Kang Jin-hek rushes over to Muhan on his chess horse and tells him not to be nervous because he already looks pathetic. Kang Jin-hek activates his ice creation ability and creates a block of ice from behind the huge stone statue that Muhan is sitting on. The boss realizes that Kang Jin-hek is cutting off all the rear. The third floor boss, Muhan, is startled and looks around fearfully as he observes the ice block behind him. Kang Jin-hek creates an ice bow and is about to use it. He asks if Muhan really thinks he can escape from imminent defeat. Third floor boss Muhan turns his back on Kang Jin-hek and is really going to escape. He demands someone to stop the guy. The huge stone henchman that Muhan is sitting on swings his fist with magical power to hit Kang Jin-hyuk. The huge stone statue henchman slams his fist into the ground, causing many soldiers to fly apart. All that remains of Kang Jin-hek's chess and magic figures are some of their parts, limbs, and weapons. Kang Jin-hek says that as soon as it smelled fried, Mon left everything to his servants and tried to escape himself. The guy activates the mandala skill. With both the ice creation and mandala skills activated, they begin to work in unison with each other in Kang Jin-hek's hands. Kang Jin-hek checkmates his opponent Muon, channeling all of his magical power of skills and abilities into him. The golden arrow from the mandala skill heads towards Muhan and hits him in the neck, instantly damaging him. A bright divine and golden light begins to penetrate Muhan's third-floor boss body. Kang Jin-hek's skills have a devastating effect on Muhan. Bright and golden energy begins to ooze from his body, penetrating outward in dense beams. The bright golden light from Kang Jin-hek's mandala spreads throughout the area, and the third-floor boss Muhan has been defeated. Little Alice with her crown continues to stand in the same spot and notices that the guy manages to defeat the boss. She smiles contentedly. Kang Jin-hyuk's entire team, in the faces of Old Man Park Ha-na and Yu-ri, notice that the fourth floor of the Tower of Trials is opened for him, and 90 days are given for him to conquer it. Some of the heads of the various guilds also notice that an unknown player manages to conquer the third floor. Teresa de Laurencia begins to smile with tears in her eyes when she realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk has managed to complete his plan. Kang Jin-hek is left behind by the rash of changes he left behind in his battle with Muhan. Kang Jin-hek, amidst the explosions, notices the system notification that the third floor of the test tower has been successfully passed. Kang Jin-hek's level is steadily increasing again and again. He's going to put all his stats into mana, and after that he's going to look at the drops. All the treasures that can be obtained after eliminating a monster are divided into mana by color. From the first 10 floors, only red-colored, lowest-ranked treasures fall out. Kang Jin-hek receives an orange-colored chest as a reward. This is most likely due to his monopolization skill, which triggers when he gets rewards alone. Kang Jin-hek opens the chest and receives many items. A pink diamond, a paramount right, a soft grain, living water, a sunseed, and a snail spewing fire. Kang Jin-hek opens his magic pouch and is about to hide all the items he received there. He's surprised at how much stuff he was given. Kang Jin-hek coldly and carefully examines the rewards he received without saying a word. Kang Jin-hek looks at the last award on the list and realizes that the monopolization skill is incredible. Kang Jin-hek realizes that with all of this, he will be able to pass the fourth floor quickly and easily. Little Alice watches the guy and realizes that she will never get used to his facial expression. Little Alice exhales with relief and looks at Kang Jin-hyuk with concern and acceptance, realizing that he is completely incorrigible. The heads of the various major guilds are once again gathered in one of the meeting buildings, waiting nervously for something. The head of the Olympus Guild smiles widely and realizes that the unknown player actually managed to single-handedly accomplish the task. The other guild heads realize that they have received another hero. They were given another 90 days to prepare for the next floor. They would need to train much harder. Only the man in the red jacket is not happy with what is happening now. He thinks that this kind of success will not be good for them at all. The unknown man has gotten everything, the loot and the views. The man nervously leans his hands on the table and is asked what he now means by his words. Teresa angrily tells him that the unknown was cleaning up after them because they couldn't cope and almost teamed up with the Mainas. Thanks to the unknown player, humanity got another 90 days without the Mainas getting involved. Teresa de Laurencia fiercely defends the unknown player as they begin to lash out at him after he helped them deal with such a crisis. Teresa de Laurencia asks Maria and Beck, the other guild heads, to support her in these words, but they are not going to do it. Teresa de Laurencia is completely bewildered when she realizes that no one is going to support her, which makes the girl very upset. Teng Wei proudly turns her head away when Teresa realizes that everyone else is thinking the same thing as Teng Wei himself. Teresa de Laurencia is only in surprise and shock at such an act from the guild heads. The girl simply has nothing else to say about it. Teresa de Laurencia is upset, but seriously and angrily informs everyone that she immediately declares her resignation from their association. Maria is surprised by this action and asks if Teresa has made a serious decision. She should think it over carefully, because Maria has done so much for her to get her here. The head of the association says that this is not a passing yard and you can't just join or leave. Only those who can really protect humanity get an invitation. The elite are gathered here. The head of the association says that if Teresa leaves them, she will never be able to come back here again. Is she really going to trust the unknown with her life? The girl leaves and says she will trust him with everything, just like she once trusted her life to him. Kang Jin-hyuk walks along the coast thinking about how he's tired and has too much money in his pocket, so he might as well go to a nice hotel. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk gets a phone call, and on the screen, the guy notices that Yoo Eun-hwa is calling him. Kang Jin-hyuk picks up the phone and knows that the girl called him before, but he was in the tower, so he couldn't pick up the phone. Yoo Eun-hwa informs Kang Jin-hyuk on the phone that Grandpa won't open his eyes. The girl lowers her head frustratedly. Kang Jin-hyuk listens to the girl carefully and asks her where she is now. Yoo Eun-hwa is the granddaughter of the legendary martial arts master Yoo Chun-young, a great master of Korean martial arts. The girl is always cheerful, active, and resilient. Kang Jin-hyuk responds to the girl's call for help and arrives at the place she announced to him. The girl with a flushed face turns to Kang Jin-hyuk and cries bitterly. This is the first time the guy sees her in such a state. Kang Jin-hyuk takes the girl by her shoulders and bends down to her in a caring manner. The guy asks her to tell him what happened after all. The girl tells him that it all started after the appearance of the Tower of Trials, when there was an incident in Incheon. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that he was in the maze with Park Ha-noi at that moment, but replies that he saw such a thing on the news. Yoo Eun-hwa reveals that her grandfather was there at the time. He defeated the monsters that awakened after the outbreak, but was badly injured and didn't recover at all. The girl opens the door to her grandfather's room and says that he's only getting worse now. This man, her grandfather, is Yoo Chun-yeon, a martial arts master who is considered the strongest in all of Korea. The guy activates his greedy gaze and realizes that she can copy his technique if she saves his life. Kang Jin-hyuk scrutinizes the man and doubts that this is a man who has never entered the Tower of Trials. A doctor appears from behind and walks into their room. He asks Yoo Eun-hwa what's going on here. The A-rank healer, Ho Jin-soo, says that the person who came with the girl is an ordinary fighter who can't do anything besides fighting. Even an S-ranked person can't do anything to help here. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Ho Jin-soo, the hitman, and says that he's known Yoo Eun-hwa for a very long time and came to see if he could do anything for her in this situation. Ho Jin-soo snarks and sarcastically apologizes, calling it all a misunderstanding. He thought that Kang Jin-hyuk showed up here to become a legendary healer as well. Yoo Eun-hwa clenches her fists in anger and says that she was desperate enough to call Kang Jin-hyuk here, who is not a healer, even though he is strong. The girl claims that the best experts in the field are here, except that her grandfather isn't getting better at all. Healer Ho Jin-soo takes off his glasses to wipe them clean. He claims that they're doing their best here. The man explains that they're doing their best, but even with modern equipment, they don't have time to investigate the diseases that came about because of the tower's influence. They are doing their best. Silence falls in the room that is Grandpa's room, and everyone just looks around amongst themselves. Yoo Eun-hwa anxiously and shamefully shrinks back, hugging herself around her shoulders. She apologizes to the Childer because she gave in to her emotions. Yoo Eun-hwa motions for Kang Jin-hyuk to step outside so as not to disturb the doctors from doing their work when the guy activates his greedy gaze again. Kang Jin-hyuk's face is consumed with incredible rage and anger. He reads the mind of the hitman who thinks Kang Jin-hyuk is a rancher. He's out here catching freebies, so there's no way the guy should interfere with them. He has to pretend he's doing the healing. Healer Ho Jin-soo says that the conflict of energies of his grandfather's techniques and the tower's magic caused him to lie in a coma state. The man continues that they wanted to apply the magic stone treatment method, but the price of raw materials is too high. Yoo Eun-hwa answers him so they don't have to worry about the cost. She will sell everything she can and get the money. The rest doesn't matter as long as Grandpa is healthy. Healer Ho Jin-soo smugly averts his gaze and agrees with everything Yoo Eun-hwa tells him. At one point, the healer's expression changes drastically because Kang Jin-hyuk says that the guy is talking nonsense, also extorting money. Kang Jin-hyuk almost walks right up to Ho Jin-soo and calls him a fraud. The rest of Ho Jin-soo's partners claim that Kang Jin-hyuk is seriously insulting them with extortion. Ho Jin-soo nervously adjusts his glasses and claims that Kang Jin-hyuk is talking nonsense. Just because the guy is Mrs. Yoo Eun-hwa's guest, he doesn't have the right to say whatever he wants. Ho Jin-soo thinks Kang Jin-hyuk is bluffing and is testing them. Even if they get caught, the cryptocurrency wallet accounts registered to fake names he can't find, even if he's a god himself. Kang Jin-hyuk asks how far Ho Jin-soo has gone since he's even using fake accounts and even cryptocurrency. Yu Yun-hwa is already starting to get tense, and she's interested in Kang Jin-hyuk's words. She asks what the guy is talking about now. Ho Jin-soo claims that Kang Jin-hyuk is blatantly lying and trying to defame them because he doesn't have any proof for his words. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to read the guy's mind as he tries to realize how much he knows. Doesn't Kang Jin-hyuk also know that the guild Black Luck has been in contact with the Dweller? Kang Jin-hyuk is very wary when he realizes that the Tower of Trials Dweller is making contact with people. Kang Jin-hyuk and his girlfriend Yu Yun-hwa stand in the corridor in front of Hyo Jin-soo's hitmen and his partners. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that Hong Dok-P has been in contact with the Dweller, but the humans are a serious threat to the tower residents. Then what are they up to? Something starts happening on Yu Yun-hwa's grandfather's life support machine, and he starts to get worse. Yu Yun-hwa is panicked and terrified and turns his attention to it and rushes towards his grandfather. Fake hitman Ho Jin-soo abruptly snaps out of his seat and is about to run away from here. Suddenly, a door closes in front of Ho Jin-hyuk's face, which Yu Yun-hwa abruptly pushes open with his foot. Yu Yun-hwa asks where the man is going. Apparently, something is really bothering him since he's getting off his seat and is about to run away. Yu Yun-hwa tearfully says that if her grandfather dies, the man won't leave here alive. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the girl and asks Yu Yun-hwa to immediately calm down right now. Grandpa starts squirming and moaning in pain. Kang Jin-hyuk talks about how the most important thing right now is his treatment. Ho Jin-soo claims that he was just on his way to get all the medicine he needed. It's only because of them that Yu Chun-yoon is holding on somehow, and they won't let them do anything about it. Kang Jin-hyuk frustratedly but proudly lowers his head. Ho Jin-soo has already burned himself, but he continues to talk nonsense. Kang Jin-hyuk demands that Yu Yun-hwa give that fake hitman a good once-over. The girl immediately complies with Kang Jin-hyuk's request and swings her foot at the hitman. The girl punches Ho Jin-soo in the face so powerfully and hard that his glasses fly off his head with a crunch. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at his grandfather and realizes that he is overflowing with mana. This is a severe case. A normal person would have gone to the other world a long time ago. Kang Jin-hyuk is not going to let Yu Chun-young die here, so he pulls something out of his magic pouch. Ho Jin-soo watches Kang Jin-hyuk and realizes that the guy has the very same elixir appearing in his hands. Kang Jin-hyuk holds the cherished bottle in his hands and sees that the man really knows something since he realized what it is. The guy was going to use the elixir on a special occasion, but he's known the girl Yu Yun-hwa for quite some time. Kang Jin-hyuk pours the entire contents of the bottle on his grandfather because he can't miss an opportunity like copying Yu Chun-young's technique. Yu Chun-young's grandfather begins to absorb the elixir of life, filling his entire ailing body with it. The bloated blue veins on Yu Chun-young's grandfather's arms start to disappear thanks to the elixir of life. Yu Chun-young becomes normal and his entire body is no longer covered in bloated veins. The man lets out some exclamations. Yu Yun-hwa runs up to his grandfather as soon as she realizes that he is on the road to recovery and feeling better. Kang Jin-hyuk watches contentedly as the resilient and strong Yu Yun-hwa starts crying bitter tears. The guy fulfills the copying conditions and obtains the heavenly flower cultivation technique that can absorb magic in the atmosphere. Ho Jin-soo observes what's happening and realizes that it's simply impossible that Grandpa is really cured. The fake hitman Ho Jin-soo and his partners try to make a quick and sneaky getaway while the guy and girl are distracted by Grandpa. A foot in Kang Jin-hyuk's boot appears from behind, kicking Ho Jin-soo's Hitler in the back, and he falls. Kang Jin-hyuk puts his foot on the fake Hitler and says his assistants can go. The look on Kang Jin-hyuk's face shows that he is extremely unhappy with what is happening. He will talk to Ho Jin-soo separately. Ho Jin-soo's fake hitman falls with a thud into some back room with boxes, brooms, and more. Ho Jin-soo, with a swollen and disgruntled face, asks Kang Jin-hyuk what he's going to do to him, if he's going to let him die. Kang Jin-hyuk stands in the doorway and says he won't destroy him for embezzling money. He'll only let him go if the man returns all the money he's stolen in the meantime. Kang Jin-hyuk assures Yu Yun-hwa not to worry. He'll explain everything himself. The guy offers the hitman an offer that can't be refused. Ho Jin-soo suspects something is wrong since Kang Jin-hyuk is going to let him go for nothing. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly looks at Ho Jin-soo and asks what the problem is. Maybe he's just sick of living. While Yu Yun-hwa continues to take care of her recovered grandfather, a message arrives on her phone that approximately $28 million has been deposited into her account. Fake hitman Ho Jin-soo tries to escape from this place as fast and as soon as possible. Mentally, he is glad that he's still alive. Kang Jin-hyuk and little Alice on his shoulder are watching the escaping Hitler. The girl can't believe that Kang Jin-hyuk would just let someone go. The guy asks her to follow the escaping man. Little Alice realizes that Kang Jin-hek ended up letting the man go on purpose. Kang Jin-hek explains to her that even if you push these 6 men, you can't get much information. They need to find out where their base and leaders are. The girl understands everything and immediately plans to fulfill Kang Jin-hyuk's request. The guy asks her to keep a low profile during his surveillance. Kang Jin-hek doesn't look after little Alice, but even so, he realizes that the girl is very happy. Kang Jin-hyuk asks Yu Yun-hwa to come out of Grandpa's room for a while so he can check on the absorption of the elixir. Kang Jin-hyuk carefully and finally makes sure everyone has left the room and turns around to Grandpa. Grandpa opens one eye and asks if the guy knew he was already conscious. He thought he was faking it just perfectly. Grandpa starts to straighten his shoulder and realizes that in this case, it was his breathing that gave him away. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he can't be picked on. Grandpa turns to Kang Jin-hek and apologizes to him for having to cheat. Kang Jin-hyuk understands his wariness since he showed up here unexpectedly and cured him. He would be suspicious of himself in such a case. Grandpa starts laughing loudly because Kang Jin-hyuk has guessed his thoughts as accurately as possible and has nothing to add. The guy realizes that the man is now healthy. Kang Jin-hyuk tells him that Yu Yun-hwa was very worried. Usually the girl doesn't even ask for help, but this time she even texted him. The grandfather realizes that he is friends with his granddaughter. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the man that he wants to ask him one question that the grandfather is willing to give his answer to, since Kang Jin-hyuk saved his life. The guy asks what happened during the breakthrough. Grandpa strokes his scar on his shoulder as if remembering something. He starts to tell that when it all started, he was on his way to a conference. Grandpa remembers everything that happened. He is traveling in a car with other people when suddenly something happens and he wonders what it is. Right between the tall high-rises in the middle of the city, some kind of magical breach in space appears. Grandpa wonders where it came from. Out of this huge and magical breach, many spider-like monsters start crawling out. The spider-like monsters purposefully get out of the magical breach and move towards the humans. One of the spiders gets as close as possible to an officer who can't find his gun. The spider opens its jaws and is about to bite him. To save the officer who lost his gun, Grandpa had to jump out of the car and take charge of the situation. He kicks the spider with his foot. Grandpa all over his body begins to build up and concentrate magical energy. He tells the officer to evacuate the people while he deals with the monsters. Some unknown man appears among the stone rifts saying that there are some pretty good shots among the humans as well. This man has a lush and voluminous hairstyle that looks like a hedgehog. He offers Grandpa to play with him. Grandpa deftly and quite quickly deal with the monster spiders that have climbed out of the rift. Grandpa has a few drops of sweat on his face. He knows that somehow he can handle those huge guys. Some unknown man wearing woven sandals and holding a sword moves toward Grandpa. The gray-haired grandfather's attention is sharply attracted by something, and he realizes that now he is in danger. A man with voluminous hair and dark hair rises into the air and smiles maliciously. Grandpa suspects he's going to be difficult to deal with. The dark-haired man strikes Grandpa in the shoulder and chest, leaving behind a wound. There's no way Grandpa can get this guy. When the dark-haired man delivers his blow to Grandpa's shoulder, he is instantly behind him. Grandpa squirms in pain and a little blood trickles out of his mouth. The dark-haired man looks back at the old man. Grandpa tells Kang Jin-hyuk that he has never seen a man wield a speed sword like that in his life. That's the last thing he remembers. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks her grandfather got it wrong. He tries to remember the guy with long hair and wearing Asian clothes. Kang Jin-hek realizes that all this means that the Murim forces dominating the 21st floor have started to behave in an extremely unpredictable manner. Kang Jin-hek knows about these persistent guys who use every possible way and method to get their way. When he was still playing Tower, they were a bit difficult to deal with. He tries to understand what they are trying to accomplish by venturing out into the outside world. Kang Jin-hyuk explains to his grandfather that the one who attacked him is a resident of the tower and got out of the tower, which he didn't expect. He suspects that the situation could get seriously complicated. Yu Yun-hwa is standing in the hallway outside the door to her grandfather's room. Grandpa says that the girl has some pretty good friends. Grandpa rather folds his arms across his chest and suggests they have a wedding. But Kang Jin-hyuk denies it since they're not in that kind of relationship. Grandpa tells the guy that he may not be that smart, but he's learned to figure out a lot of things as he's gotten older. One of those things is figuring out people. Grandpa stares at Kang Jin-hyuk with his serious gaze. The man starts to adjust his sleeve and says, "It takes at least 10,000 hours to become skillful in any field." He believes that there is some truth in those words. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that his time spent in the tower is 50,125 hours. Grandfather continues that the tower only appeared a few months ago, and awakened ones who are considered experts are often overrated. But Kang Jin-hyuk is different. It's like he's been through this a million times before. Kang Jin-hyuk knows the bitter taste of defeats and well-deserved victories, the experience gained through all sorts of trials. He has put in a lot of effort to achieve such serious results. Kang Jin-hyuk says that Grandpa is clearly exaggerating, but the old man calls him humble and assures the guy that he is a master of his craft. Grandpa smiles contentedly and smugly, grabbing his chest with his hand. He wants to repay the guy for saving him and asks what he can do for him. Kang Jin-hyuk clarifies if he can ask for anything, since it's a thank you from Korea's most prestigious martial arts master. Grandpa continues to smile contentedly in response and tells the guy to worry about her and to voice his request soon. Yu Yun-hwa has been standing at the entrance to her grandfather's room the whole time. At some point, Kang Jin-hyuk comes out of there, and the girl turns around on him. Yu Yun-hwa asks how her grandfather's feeling. Kang Jin-hyuk tells her that the elixir has penetrated his body and has begun to take effect. In a few days, he'll be completely healthy. Yu Yun-hwa rubs the back of her head in embarrassment and asks how she can thank Kang Jin-hyuk, but the guy doesn't ask for anything in return. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes fill with greed and satisfaction. He says that her grandfather reimbursed him in full. Yu Yun-hwa's grandfather slowly and leisurely gets up from his bed after talking to Kang Jin-hyuk. The man starts to cry, but smiles slightly. He didn't think Kang Jin-hyuk would ask for something like this. Kang Jin-hyuk climbs up to the 101st floor of some rich high-rise building he rented a room in. Kang Jin-hyuk walks up to the large and panoramic window. He is busy thinking and smiles slightly. He realizes that money is a great thing. Kang Jin-hyuk goes to the landline and calls the room service to ask them for a favor. Kang Jin-hyuk has brought an entire table on wheels that is completely stocked with various food. Kang Jin-hyuk gets down to his meal after long periods of fasting and being busy with the trials in the tower. Kang Jin-hyuk almost chokes on his drool as he begins to dine on what the room service has brought him. These flavors are great for him. Little Alice is lying on the couch and says that the guy's food is very appetizing. Kang Jin-hyuk tells her that until a few months ago, he used to eat whatever he had to, and people would watch him eat and pay for it. On the TV in Kang Jin-hyuk's room, the news or some show comes on, and the girl says that they have invited experts on the Through the Tower of Trials program to come and see how it goes. The news girl introduces Jang Eun-seok, a ranker of the Tangan Guild, the strongest guild in Korea, to everyone. The girl asks to greet the man with applause. The man and the host sit down at a table, and she asks him what is the key moment in conquering the tower. Jang Eun-seok says that the most important thing is to become strong as quickly as possible. There are two methods for that. The guy says that the first method is the most common and well-known one. Raise your level and your skill level. Little Alice is lying upside down on the couch watching TV, where the guy talks about the second method in which you can use the coins that are given in the tower. Jang Eun-seok continues that these coins have the ability to purchase useful and powerful items, and it's undoubtedly the best option for a ranker. Alice watches as Kang Jin-hyuk cleans up the dirty dishes. Jang Eun-seok tells the TV that the Tower of Trials coin has now become the main and dominant currency. The TV continues to discuss that the fourth floor has opened up thanks to an unknown player, but no one has entered it yet. Kang Jin-hyuk is about to go on vacation. Little Alice starts to smile contentedly and excitedly when she realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk is going to go rest, and she is left alone. The TV discusses that no one has entered the fourth floor because the sweep of the third floor continues. Alice pulls out a bottle of alcohol and a glass for it. Jang Eun-seok clarifies on the TV show that whoever clears the third floor first will be the first to get to the fourth floor. He reveals that the fourth floor is a special dungeon. 100 attack waves must be endured and mopped up. The key to the sweep is to capture and hold the base. The whole problem is that if the player who enters cannot defend the stronghold, the fourth floor will be locked down for 20 days. Yang Eun-sung says that there is a huge risk that something irreparable will happen if the floor is not cleared within 90 days. He thinks that even John Doe wouldn't act so rashly. Kang Jin-hyuk is about to take a shower when the TV show continues. There they discuss that humanity could be destroyed. That's the risk. Tower is now the supreme ruler of the world. Kang Jin-hyuk turns on the shower and douses himself with water. The TV show says that the principle of causality is being ignored. If you look at it from that perspective, a scenario where humanity disappears could happen. The anchor woman asks if it's worth sticking around for at least a month. Jang Eun-seok agrees. In order to enter the fourth floor, out of the 90 days allotted, 30 at least must be allotted for preparation. Jang Eun-seok suggests to the girl host to rest this month somewhere nice, and the girl happily agrees. As Jang Eun-seok gets behind the wheel of his car, a notification pops up for him that an unknown player has announced the start of the fourth floor. The man stares in horror at the notification asking players planning to participate in the fourth floor sweep to prepare. The first water one begins 8 hours later. Jang Eun-seok abruptly tries to turn his car around and yells that they have an emergency and need to gather all the ranchers. Jang Eun-seok gets very angry when he realizes that they are not prepared for this at all, and now they only have 8 hours left. What was John Doe thinking when he was doing all this? At dawn, when the sun is already streaming into the room, Kang Jin-hek opens his eyes while little Alice is still sleeping next to him. Kang Jin-hek stretches his arms up and talks about how he slept like a baby today. Kang Jin-hek, along with his little Alice, wake up and sit in front of the panoramic window. It's time for them to move out, because in an hour and a half, the first wave will start. On the fourth floor of the Challenge Tower, players will face 100 waves consisting of regular and special zombies. Players can only mop them up in 2 ways, and the first is to prepare various kinds of defense towers. The second way is to choose a base where you can effectively hold the defense. The first player to get to the fourth floor of the tower is Kang Jin-hek. Other players can only get here after 20 minutes. The guy says that it's creepy here, as it always is. Kang Jin-hek realizes that they have very little time and need to hurry. The guy walks up to Sanam, the World Cup stadium. Kang Jin-hek walks up to one of the large pillars of this structure and applies the right to set up base here. Kang Jin-hek continues to set up his base, using soft grains, plants 5 sun seeds, applies living water, and plant growth is accelerated by 20%. The preparations are over, and we can return. At the starting area of the fourth floor, there are already a lot of players gathered at the starting area of the fourth floor, about to pass it. Kang Jin-hek sits on the stone rubble and observes the players. He realizes that all the famous guilds have sent their players. Kang Jin-hek diverts his attention to someone when he starts to be called out loudly. In front of him among the players, Kang Jin-hek notices Yu Yunhua and Yi Dae-min, who greet him. That's when the very same Teresa de Laurencia appears and greets Kang Jin-hyuk as well. Yu Eun-hwa and Yi Dae-min are very surprised when they notice Teresa here. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he's the one who called her here. Kang Jin-hyuk apologizes for the rambling because there was no time to explain and needed to act urgently. All the guys willingly responded to his request, and that's why they showed up here. Teresa de Laurencia looks away embarrassed and says she'd rather be with Kang Jin-hyuk. The rest of the players notice Teresa in the company of Yi Dae-min, Yu Eun-hwa, and Kang Jin-hyuk, then start discussing them. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that even though the players are small in number, they are great. He asks if everyone is prepared. Yu Eun-hwa asks if all of them will be enough. There are very strong waves of zombies here. Yi Dae-min says his summoning skills aren't high enough, so it will be difficult. Kang Jin-hyuk says if it's going to be easy, it's not interesting. He specifically chose Sanam Stadium as his base. The guys start to panic because it takes at least 100 people to hold such an area. Yu Eun-hwa says that Tower of Trials is no longer a game, and if Kang Jin-hyuk dies, there will be no more respawning. He doesn't change his habits at all. Teresa de Laurencia is embarrassed and ashamed as she watches the guys and realizes that Kang Jin-hek is a pervert. Kang Jin-hek says that the stadium is the best place to destroy opponents, but the guys continue to panic. Teresa wants to ask the guy something. Teresa de Laurencia says she heard that it takes at least 5 players to protect the base. Teresa de Laurencia says there are only 4. The guys confirm her words. Kang Jin-hyuk calmly tells the guys not to worry because the 5th player will be here soon. A short-haired guy appears behind the guys with a long sword in his hands. Apparently, this is their 5th team member. This is the same swordsman who keeps trying to defeat Kang Jin-hyuk. He threatens the guy that he will destroy him. The guy who will keep the guys company has been practicing in some dungeon. The guy takes off his outer clothing and tries to concentrate on something while holding his sword in his hands. When the guy is focused on his training, he gets a message from Kang Jin-hyuk, who is waiting for him for an hour in the starting area of the 4th floor. The guy thinks he'd better practice. It's funny, like he immediately ran as soon as Kang Jin-hek called him. Guy reads the addendum to the first message, which says that if he comes, Kang Jin-hek will fight him without using his right arm and leg. The guy continues practicing, thinking it's a silly and childish provocation. If he falls for it, Kang Jin-hek will lead him around by the nose again. Kang Jin-hek adds that he'll also close his eyes during the fight. The guy is already starting to give in. Anger will be the fuel for his future revenge. When Kang Jin-hek asks him if he's a coward, the man immediately responds and can no longer hold back his impulses. The guy appears in the fourth floor area and approaches the guys, threatening Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hek calmly greets him. Kang Jin-hek realizes that the guy is easy to read when he chooses an attribute sword. It's an item that can conduct elemental magic. It allows them to eliminate the swordsman's weakness, long range. The guy approaches Kang Jin-hek and says what makes him think he's scared. He's going to show him everything here and now. The man sticks his sword forward aggressively and in a rage, concentrating his magical power in it. He's going to show Kang Jin-hyuk how wrong he is. Kang Jin-hyuk says that's all well and good, of course, but how is the guy going to fight with that unfinished sword? The short-haired sword guy turns his attention to the guy's words and asks what that means. Kang Jin-hyuk tells him that an attribute sword is not a bad thing, but only in its completed state is it revealed as a weapon to its fullest extent. Kang Jin-hek says that the random drop of this floor contains an item that will complete his sword. After all, the guy needs the fire attribute. The guy starts yelling for Kang Jin-hek not to bluff, because random drop means random. You never know what's going to fall out of there. Kang Jin-hek says the guy should know that he has his own methods of getting what he wants. If he joins the base defense, he'll give him an item. He'll upgrade his sword, then they'll fight. Kang Jin-hyuk asks the guy how he feels about such an offer. The guy calms down and silently looks down. The guy isn't going to get into a fight with Kang Jin-hyuk anymore and hides his sword. The guy realizes that this item will supposedly randomly fall out to them. He agrees to the proposal and a group of 5 is formed. The guys assemble a full team with a minimum of 5 players to defend the base on the 4th floor. Teresa de Laurencia asks Kang Jin-hyuk if everything is okay, since Yu-sung is in a bad mood. The guy reassures her that as long as the agreement is in effect, the guy won't betray them. Kang Jin-hyuk confirms that Yu-sung does make a creepy impression, since he's a man of honor. Suddenly breaking into the conversation, Yu Yun-hwa turns to Kang Jin-hyuk and is about to say something to him that she forgot about. Yu Yun-hwa holds out some tedious attribute to Kang Jin-hyuk and holds it out to him. The girl gives Kang Jin-hyuk the paired dragon swords. Because of the Tower of Trials, the ancient relics have gained magical power comparable to that of artifacts. Yu Yun-hwa says that these swords were asked to be given to him by her grandfather. He treasures them very much. She asks how the guy managed to get them, to which he replies that his grandfather just treats him well. Kang Jin-hyuk removes the sheath from the paired dragon swords and notices a note that says, "Dowry," from his grandfather. He has a pretty good sense of humor. Kang Jin-hyuk brings his companions to their base location, which is at Sanema Stadium. Yu Yun-hwa asks if the 5 of them should defend this huge base. Yu-sung thinks Kang Jin-hek is reckless, but the guy says he has a plan. Some voice calls out to the guys from outside and says he was wondering who chose such a stadium as their base. Some guy with dark hair and a hat and his company are standing among the pillars. He turns to Kang Jin-hyuk and now realizes whose base this is. Behind his back, this dark-haired guy has a red-gold sword with an interesting symbol on the hilt. Kang Jin-hyuk watches the guy carefully and notices the pattern on his sword. He seems to recognize him. A man with long black hair wearing a white hat and a hoodie with a jacket on top calls out to Kang Jin-hyuk. It seems like they already know each other. As the guy heads towards him and Teresa, Kang Jin-hyuk recognizes his pattern. It's one of the Murim members from the 21st floor. Kang Jin-hek realizes that first the Black Luck Guild, now the Triad. It turns out that the occupants of the tower are really getting out. Kang Jin-hyuk is asked if he really is who he says he is. The guy confirms that he is. The guy with long hair and a hat introduces himself as Namgung Hyun, but Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't even want to hear it. Kang Jin-hyuk says he shouldn't even introduce himself. He knows well enough how crazy the guys in Namgung's family are. The long-haired guy in the hat doesn't expect to hear that from him at all, so he's surprised and alarmed. Teresa de Laurencia asks Kang Jin-hek what's wrong with these Namgoons. Kang Jin-hek says that they've known each other for a long time. Kang Jin-hek knows that they are the master clan of the Murim world, residents of the 21st floor of the tower, the Namgung family, elite warriors with an incredible ego. The long-haired guy in the hat starts to threaten and insult the guy, but Kang Jin-hek interrupts him. Kang Jin-hek parodies him and starts repeating his words. "You're a lowlife? Do you even know who I am? How can you insult Namgung's family? I will destroy you and all your family." Kang Jin-hek demands that this part be left out because he's already heard enough of these low-grade villain phrases. Kang Jin-hek feels that their family no longer has any pride left to protect. The guy doesn't understand how Kang Jin-hek knows about him and his family. The long-haired man in the hat starts to get aggressive and yells about how dare Kang Jin-hek insult Namgung's family. Kang Jin-hek activates his greedy gaze on Namgung Hyun. In order to copy one of his abilities, the guy needs to locate all the Murim residents in the triad. Kang Jin-hek is surprised that there are other residents besides him. If they just wanted to get a little close, this is all a bit over the top. Teresa de Laurencia turns to Kang Jin-hek and asks what they're going to do, but the guy keeps quiet. Kang Jin-hek thinks to himself that it doesn't make any difference to him what their task is. He'll just copy the skill. Kang Jin-hek tells the others to prepare for battle. Namgung Hyun orders his minions to aim at the enemy's limbs and engage in battle. Yi Dae-min tells Yu Yun-hwa to take over the left side. The girl is pleased that she can finally stretch properly. Yi Dae-min concentrates his magic power and activates his King of Machines skill. A huge machine created by him appears underneath Yi Dae-min. The skill summons various mechanisms. Yu Yun-hwa activates her Not a Step Back skill. The damage she receives is reduced by 15% until she stops fighting. Teresa de Laurencia also changes her attire, and her body is now covered in armor. She will be covering the rear. Yu-sung says that every time he sees Kang Jin-hyuk in action, he realizes that the guy doesn't care about the circumstances. Kang Jin-hyuk says he needs about 3 minutes for everything and asks Yu-sung to stall for time. Yu-sung turns toward his opponents and says that he won't even need 3 minutes for everything. Yu-sung says that he'll do just fine on his own without Kang Jin-hyuk. He dodges the first attacks. Teresa de Laurencia activates Holy Reinforcement and Battle Song to help the allies. For 10 minutes, all of the allies' stats increase by 5, and Yu Yun-hwa and Yi Dae-min, noticing this, are very happy about this outcome. Yi Dae-min, using his mechanisms and machines, fires many missiles aimed at the enemy. The missiles instantly head towards their target and hit it, leaving behind a massive explosion. Yu Yun-hwa deftly continues to fight his opponents in hand-to-hand combat, striking quickly and hard. Teresa de Laurencia is also in armor and wields her sword and holy power. Namgung Hyun's aides and henchmen realize that the boys are very strong and this confrontation will be a tough one. Yu-seong wields his sword beautifully and deftly, dashing past his opponents like lightning and striking them with powerful blows. Yu-seong can slash his opponent in an instant and leave severe wounds on their bodies. Yu-seong looks around and realizes that there are more than just small bugs here. From the side, Yu-seong is attacked by Namgung Hyun, but the guy manages to react in time and stop his attack with his sword. This doesn't save the situation much because Namgung Hyun's sword still hits Yu-seong's shoulder. Namgung Hyun has already pulled out his sword and says that Yu-sung has a very good reaction. Apparently, the guy is good at something. Namgung Hyun says that you can't become a swordsman without knowing the basics. He will personally show him what the sword art of a true master is all about. Namgung Hyun begins to concentrate his magic power into his red-gold patterned sword. Namgung Hyun's eyes burn with rage and he's about to use his Emperor's sword, already on the attack. Yu-sung stands in front of the guy and realizes that he's about to be attacked. There are many magical energy streams moving towards him. Yu-sung tries to hold back all of Namgung Hyun's attacks but realizes that his blows are very heavy. Compared to the triad, he is many times stronger. At some point, Namgung Hyun breaks through Yu-sung's defense and hits him with his long sword. For a moment, Namgung Hyun stops to look at his opponent. Some large magic ball flies at Yu-seong, but the man doesn't do anything and just stands in a stupor looking at it. Suddenly, Teresa de Laurencia appears in front of Yu-seong and covers the blow with her knight sword. While Yu Yun-hwa is dealing with the other guys, Kang Jin-hyuk appears and says that Teresa's reaction to everything was very timely. Kang Jin-hek puts his palm out in front of his face and says that he's ready, and it's his turn to attack. Kang Jin-hek puts one finger and palm forward, activating his fire element skill. A multitude of tongues of fiery flames Kang Jin-hek directs towards his opponents. The flames of fire surround Namgung Hyun, forming a vortex around him and trapping him in its trap. Namgung Hyun starts swinging his sword at the fire flames and says that such weak magic can't defeat it. Namgung Hyun notices that Kang Jin-hyuk is being blown high into the air, so he continues to watch him. Namgung Hyun smirks and says that in this position, Kang Jin-hyuk can't dodge his attack. He's going to pierce the air. Kang Jin-hek uses his ice creation skill to freeze one of Namgung Hyun's feet and pin him to the ground. Kang Jin-hek activates daylight and sentences that people don't check what has already been checked, even though they should. Double check if the hearth is out. Kang Jin-hyuk directs a powerful and bright stream of daylight towards Namgung Hyun. Namgung Hyun starts sweating with horror and creepy surprise. He didn't expect such strong blows from Kang Jin-hek. Some man in a fur jacket suddenly appears here as Kang Jin-hek delivers his punch. The man throws a cross kick and scatters Kang Jin-hek's daylight. Kang Jin-hek notices a man appearing in unknown who repels the guy's punch and intervenes in their battle. The man brings the other partners with him as well. He says that Nam Gung-hyun definitely can't make it here alone. Now two teams appear against each other, Kang Jin-hyuk with his company and Nam Gung-hyun with the other triad residents. The man with the hedgehog hairstyle says that he didn't think there was someone outside the tower who had so much internal energy. The girl next to him says it's the first time she's seen such a thing too. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that all the remaining triad residents and the residents of the 21st floor are in front of them. The copying conditions are met, and the guy gets the infinite step, which he combines with the sword graveyard, obtaining the demonic Sword King steps. Kang Jin-hek is content with what he gets. This skill gives plus 70% to movement speed and can be used to attack. A man with a hedgehog hairstyle asks Nam Gung-hyun if he's okay, to which the guy replies that it's nothing. The girl tells her brother that this is the first time she's seen Nam Gung-hyun so discouraged. Another man with a ponytail says that the guy is probably not in the best shape right now. Nam Gung-hyun gets angry at this kind of discussion. The long-haired Nam Gung-hyun turns to the other residents and yells about how he could have asked alone, and no one asked them to interfere. The man with the hedgehog haircut says that they don't doubt his skills. Only the guy must remember that the head ordered to reach an agreement, not to ruin everyone around him. The girl says that Hwangbo's brother Gunak's words are true. If the guy is going to continue working with them, fighting unnecessarily is not worth it at all. The long-haired Nam Gung-hyun in the hat says that he knows everything himself, except that Kang Jin-hyuk already knew that they came from the tower itself. Kang Jin-hyuk pretends that nothing is happening and doesn't pay attention to anything. His ear itched. All the triad residents who are residents of the tower turn on the guy in an instant and are shocked at the news. They start discussing among themselves why and how Kang Jin-hyuk can know about them and whether Nam Gung-hyun is lying to them. The long-haired Nam Gung-hyun says that regardless of the other residents' plans, Kang Jin-hek needs to be destroyed. He doesn't like him. A huge and sharp machete-like blade stops Nam Gung-hyun's red gold sword. The man with the hedgehog habit says that he understands Nam Gung-hyun's feelings, but they need to move on now. One of their company's aides says that there's a wave of zombies approaching from the right. They only have 3 minutes to do anything. Kang Jin-hyuk kicks the guys out of here because they have the stadium to themselves. They wouldn't have chosen such a horrible place anyway, and they already have their base of operations. The man with the hedgehog haircut says that their place is much better than their huge and open stadium. They need to try to hold out because the residents will be back after the first wave is over. The man with the hedgehog haircut orders everyone to return to the base and organize a defense. The order applies to everyone exclusively. It's time for them to move. Nam Gung-hyun turns to Kang Jin-hyuk and says that he is extremely lucky. Next time he will fight at full strength. Yu Yun-hwa is not happy that they had to fight even before the wave started, even though they need to conserve their strength. Yi Dai-min says they should get ready too. Kang Jin-hyuk notices the supermarket in front of him. Sturdy walls full of groceries. An optimal place for a long defense, but there's one drawback there. Kang Jin-hek smirks thinking about it, but he's going to go with the guys. A small drone takes to the air to assess the situation. It notices an oncoming wave of undead. Many zombies of different kinds and varieties are coming in a stream, like an entire and organized army. Yu Yun-hwa, along with Yi Dae-min, observe the image the drone shows them. They ask Kang Jin-hyuk if they can really fight back with their own forces. Yu Yun-hwa asks if Kang Jin-hyuk purposely chose a strange place to enjoy the extreme, but the guy tells her not to worry. Kang Jin-hyuk points at the sunflowers that are growing behind him. He says that these things are much healthier than they look. Teresa is shocked because it's the first time she's seen such big flowers. Kang Jin-hyuk picks up his wand and is about to explain his plan to the others. He motions for everyone to come closer. Kang Jin-hek explains that the purpose of the base defense is to prevent the flag from being captured. He has placed the flag in the center of the stadium so that it is always in sight. He draws a pattern on the ground. Their stadium has 4 entrances, north, west, east, and south. He planted a plant in front of each of the entrances. Kang Jin-hek says that if they keep these plants, they will be able to protect the base, and with the size of the base, they can expect to be rewarded for maximizing the number of enemies destroyed. Kang Jin-hek continues that the plants will mop up most of the zombies in a wave, but they should periodically be given about a minute to recharge. And during that time, it will be up to them to hold back the zombie hordes. Yu Sung says he's going to take over the west side. Kang Jin-hyuk demands that he not overdo it and let himself get bitten by the zombies. Yu Sung angrily turns on the guy and says, does he really think some pieces of rot can overpower him? Kang Jin-hyuk says that Yu Sung literally just said something like that and got the full brunt of it from their Murim guy. Yu Sung says that's different. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Dae-min to cover for them by staying in the center and assessing the situation. He should remember to use the drones and keep an eye on all directions. Why Dae-min agrees. Yu Eun-hwa says she's going to take the north side, and Teresa de Laurencia will hold the south direction. Kang Jin-hyuk pretty much agrees with everyone and orders everyone to take their positions immediately. Kang Jin-hyuk prepares his gun, and he's very excited to finally be able to test out the paired dragon swords. Yi Dae-min prepares everything he needs to, creating and arranging various machinations around him. Kang Jin-hyuk receives a notification that the first wave is starting. He should be on standby. Yi Dae-min shouts loudly and addresses everyone with the news that the zombies are on their way and are coming. Teresa de Laurencia, along with Yu Eun-hwa, are already standing at full alert to fend off the zombies from their directions. Yi Dae-min along with Yu Sung are also on full alert, waiting for the approaching wave of zombies. A multitude of undead and unclean things begin to aggressively and violently advance towards the guys. The huge army of undead and zombies continues to advance, smashing through everything in their path and smashing through the entrance to the stadium. The sun plants planted by Kang Jin-hyuk begin to apply sunlight to attack the zombies. A huge flower blooms its bud and releases a large and powerful fireball from it. The huge fireball hits the advancing undead and begins to burn through their flesh instantly. The plants planted by Kang Jin-hyuk continue to attack the undead on all fronts. The undead continue to rush towards the flowers no matter what. The fireballs released from the buds reach them. Yu Eun-hwa marvels at such a powerful plant force that can't even compare to ordinary defense towers. Only molten mass and ashes remain from the oncoming baubles thanks to the plants. The huge plants close their buds because they need to recharge at this moment. Yu Eun-hwa turns towards the passage and notices that following the defeated pile of undead, the next one is coming. The undead are literally climbing on top of each other, shoving and pushing, trying to get to the guys as quickly as possible. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out his paired dragon swords from their sheaths and is about to test them on the undead. Kang Jin-hyuk shouts out to the others that the real battle is about to begin. They need to hold out for a full minute. Teresa de Laurencia instantly reacts to Kang Jin-hyuk's words and realizes that it's time for everyone to act. Kang Jin-hyuk blurts out a light and friendly smile as he looks at Teresa de Laurencia. The girl looks back at Kang Jin-hyuk very embarrassed. It looks like she has a crush on him. The girl realizes that in moments of danger, Jin-hyuk was always there for her. They dealt with difficulties by trusting and having each other's backs. The girl is confident in her abilities and will do what needs to be done for those who are worth it. This time she's going to put her full trust in Kang Jin-hyuk. Some other player is also dealing with the last of the undead. The first wave is over, and the next wave will start in 3 hours. Some unknown man dressed half in armor says that from the first wave and it's already so hard. They need to not overexert themselves and rest. The Tangun Guild under the command of Song Jong-hwan is also here. He tells others to think about items and experience, and if things go wrong, they can run away. The best moments of the battle from each base will be broadcast for popularity voting. Sung Jong-hwan is amazed that the supermarket is a triad base. They're good enough. Some guy tells Sung Jong-hwan to look at the team that took the base at Sonam Stadium. There are only 5 people on it. Sung Jong-hwan reacts instantly and pushes the guy to take a quick look at those people. He is surprised that there are only 5 people for such a huge base. Song Jong-hwa just can't believe his eyes as he watches the video. He wonders what such a thing must be done to the plants to make them so strong. These guys are far from simple. Their strong and powerful plants are only part of the whole picture. The zombies couldn't even come close to overwhelming Kang Jin-hyuk's team in numbers. They dealt with the undead with dexterity and immediacy. The guys from the Tangun Guild begin to list the names of this team. These are all the distinguished rookies. Song Jong-hwan notices something. Sung Jong-hwan looks carefully at the screen and then starts smiling widely and realizes that Teresa de Laurencia is there too. Sung Jong-hwan starts to blush embarrassedly and remembers all the good times he had with Teresa de Laurencia. He orders everyone to vote for this video. Teresa is the best and he is crazy about her. Kang Jin-hyuk starts calculating the energy of the sun. He gets 1,800 units of the sun's energy. Kang Jin-hyuk explains to the guys that you can get sun energy when you destroy zombies. It is needed to strengthen the plants. Teresa asks if it will make it easier for them to defend themselves. Kang Jin-hyuk replenishes the sun energy to all the plants. The guy gives the seeds to Teresa and tells her to plant the cannon plant in the south and east. And to Dae-min and Yu Sung, he gives an ice seed and a stone seed. The ice one should be planted in the center and the stone one in the west. There is one seed left in Kang Jin-hyuk's hands that he will plant himself. It's special. Yu Yun-hwa asks if the thing can just be planted in the ground. Kang Jin-hyuk explains to her that there's no point in just planting it in the ground, then it won't grow in the right amount of time. He's about to explain everything and everyone. They need fertilizer to grow quickly. Kang Jin-hyuk hands out various fertilizers to the plants. The seed pods of the plants are trembling in anticipation. They lick themselves because of the incredible flavor they have never experienced in their lives. Kang Jin-hyuk creates a whole cloth bag in which he mixed all the fertilizers that are necessary and delicious for the plants. Kang Jin-hyuk takes a spatula and starts feeding the plant with this fertilizer. He tells it to eat and grow soon. Yi Dae-min asks Yu Yun-hwa if Kang Jin-hyuk has finally lost his mind. She wonders how long it takes to be in the tower to turn into such a person. Yu Sung starts to get angry and shakes with anger because to a person like Kang Jin-hyuk, he loses all the time. Teresa de Laurencia clarifies if Kang Jin-hyuk is really a pervert. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the guys to give the plants fertilizer to make them grow quite fast. He demands to take care of the plants until the next wave. Teresa de Laurencia notices that Kang Jin-hyuk is going somewhere and asks him about it. Kang Jin-hyuk calmly turns to Teresa and says he's going to clean up a bit. Teresa de Laurencia is extremely surprised and alarmed when Kang Jin-hyuk talks about cleaning up. As Kang Jin-hyuk exits the stadium and walks down the stairs, he is watched by a black raven that is perched on a lantern. Kang Jin-hyuk notices that everyone is busy gathering supplies for the battlefield. They are preparing for a long battle. Kang Jin-hyuk deftly leaps over obstacles, including a bus, to get to his destination. Kang Jin-hyuk stops at a tall brick building and says that only simpletons prepare for a prolonged battle. Kang Jin-hyuk walks into the brick building and realizes that he hasn't been here in a long time. About 8 years, probably. As before, there are a lot of cobwebs in the corners here. Kang Jin-hyuk walks over to the broken window and looks through it. The view here is still the same as before. Kang Jin-hyuk rips a rag off a large mirror, about as tall as the guy himself. This thing didn't go anywhere from here either. Kang Jin-hyuk puts his finger on the mirror and is about to proceed with a further plan. Nam Gung-hyun, in the company of his triad residents, are in the same supermarket where they set up their base. Among the many supplies here in the supermarket, there is also a similar mirror covered with a cloth. Kang Jin-hyuk's hand starts to appear from the mirror that is in the supermarket. Kang Jin-hyuk uses this mirror in the brick building as a portal and appears in the supermarket. Nam Gun-hyun hits the stone wall so that it cracks and breaks. He's going to destroy Kang Jin-hyuk. The girl in their company says she usually doesn't agree with this kind of thing, but this time her brother's words make sense. The girl eats chips and continues that although they need to increase their influence, they don't have to team up with those who can't be controlled. Nam Gung-hyun is surprised that a girl named Dan Seo-ha is taking his side this time. Hwang Bo-gunak thinks about the many times they have secretly met with people outside, except that unlike Kang Jin-hyuk, no one could expose them. He tries to figure out how the guy managed to reveal their identities. Hwang Bo-gunak thinks about actually destroying Kang Jin-hyuk, and then there will be no reason to worry. Suddenly, there's some kind of shaking in the supermarket and everyone doesn't realize what's going on. One of the tribe members asks what happened. The running guy with glasses says something is going on in the warehouse. In the supermarket warehouse, huge and aggressive plants that look like fly swatters appear. Amidst a cloud of smoke from the dust, a male silhouette is seen saying he picked up this housewarming gift. This red flower is a gourmet. It's like Kang Jin-hyuk is controlling this plant and says that it ate all the food that was in the warehouse. Everyone wonders how the guy even managed to get here. Hwang Bo-gunak says he doesn't know what Kang Jin-hyuk is up to, but he should stop immediately. Kang Jin-hyuk asks what the reason is. Hwang Bo-gunak gets angry and yells at Kang Jin-hyuk, who he says doesn't realize what he's doing. Kang Jin-hyuk starts picking his finger in his ear, supposedly unable to hear anything. He talks about some kind of queen. All the triad residents bulge their eyes in surprise and are alarmed that the guy knows about the queen. The rest of the triad starts whispering amongst themselves, trying to figure out which queen they're talking about now. Kang Jin-hyuk says that if the base, which is defended by over 200 people, falls before the third wave, the mistress of the fourth floor, the womb of the dead, nicknamed Queen, will emerge. Kang Jin-hyuk covers his eyes thoughtfully and says that he kept thinking about how he could fulfill such a condition. Kang Jin-hyuk makes it clear that he was lucky because these guys chose the supermarket as their base. Dan Seo-ha says that it's impossible to defeat the queen, even if you team up. So why does Kang Jin-hyuk want to summon her here considering he knows all about it? Kang Jin-hyuk smirks furiously and says that he's just too lazy to mop up stupid zombies every time. Kang Jin-hek pushes off the flower stem with his hand and soars upwards, flying through a hole in the roof. He wishes the guys good luck in dying here. Nam Gung-hyun tries to chase after Kang Jin-hyuk and calls him names. The guy just came here, said what he wanted, and now he's leaving for nothing. The supermarket base is destroyed by a huge red plant that Kang Jin-hyuk called here. Teresa de Laurencia notices that some sort of vibration is starting to emanate throughout the space, and aloud reports it. And Dae-min uses his drone to see that the supermarket is collapsing. Teresa clarifies if it was the base of those who fought them, the same triad. Yoo Eun-hwa hopes that none of this is related to Kang Jin-hyuk, but Yoo Sung says his intuition tells him otherwise. The right conditions are met and a unique event begins. The very queen that Kang Jin-hyuk told him about appears. The queen is tied to her womb by some stalks. She calls all the people here pathetic. Fourth floor boss Pandariel joins the fray. Yoo Eun-hwa is just shocked at this news, and Yi Dae-min thought they'd just have to mop up the zombies. Yoo Sung is just like the others noticing these notifications. He tries to figure out what Kang Jin-hyuk is trying to accomplish by such actions. Kang Jin-hek climbs onto the roof of a tall building and looks down, picking a good spot for himself. Kang Jin-hek pulls out the item he got from the third floor boss, the solar eclipse stone. It can cause darkness by covering the sun, thus enhancing skills with the darkness attribute by 100%. Kang Jin-hyuk clutches the solar eclipse stone in his hand, thus activating its effect. With the activation of this stone, the moon obscures the sun, and total darkness ensues, which enhances skills with the same attribute by 100%. Zombies react to the darkness and the absorption of the sun. They begin to transform. Teresa de Laurencia notices that skills with the light attribute are weakened by 50%. And Dae-min notices that something is wrong with Teresa de Laurencia and asks the girl about it. Teresa de Laurencia wonders how it's possible that her saint powers are suddenly halved. Queen Pandariel also feels the change, in which skills with the darkness attribute are enhanced by what percent. Pandariel frees herself from her womb shackles and calls Kang Jin-hyuk an insolent person. She looks for the place the guy is in. Kang Jin-hek continues to stand on the rooftop and sees a notice that the fourth floor boss is directing the entire attack on Sanam Stadium. But that's what he expects to see. Kang Jin-hek turns around on his security camera and thinks it's already time to upload a new video. Panic sets in everywhere. No one is given any information that there is a fourth floor boss. The triad is the reason this raid failed. A man tries to stop Song Yu-hwan, who is trying to escape, but he won't listen to him. There's a new uploaded video on the Tower of Trials website, and people are already starting to comment on it in a variety of ways. Yoo Eun-hwa with Yi Dae-min notices Kang Jin-hyuk's video with a huge number of views. It says he's cleaning up after the triad. Yoo Eun-hwa turns to Kang Jin-hyuk and says that he's already overreacting. Yi Dae-min hopes the guy isn't going to bring them here. Teresa says that the second wave hasn't even started yet, and the destruction of the supermarket is definitely not Kang Jin-hyuk's doing, but the guy responds ambiguously. Yoo Sung says he doesn't care if Kang Jin-hyuk did it or not. Finally, there's a worthy target. Teresa de Laurencia asks Kang Jin-hek if he has a way to defeat this queen. Kang Jin-hek says that there is one method for that after all. Yoo Sung is glad that the guy has some kind of plan this time. Kang Jin-hek points his finger at Yoo Sung and says that his role is very important and is the main role this time. A drop of blood protrudes on Yoo Sung's face. He clearly didn't expect this from Kang Jin-hyuk and such a responsibility. A deliberate number of different undead start advancing towards the guys at Sanam Stadium. The zombies are all moving purposefully towards Sanam under the orders and supervision of their Queen Pandariel. The undead led by Queen Pandariel approach the huge Sanam Stadium. The Rotten Queen asks if this is the place. Queen Pandariel points out to her minions that Kang Jin-hek is hers, and she demands the rest be punished. The undead instantly heed their queen's order and launch an attack on Sanam Stadium. The undead under Pandariel's control are so assorted that many of them are able to move even on walls. Teresa de Laurencia notices the undead army advancing towards them and orders everyone else to fall back. Yi Dae-min uses his machinations to confront the zombies. Yoo Eun-hwa realizes that these are some special zombies. The plants grown by the guys for protection start attacking the zombies with fireballs. Some kind of hell starts to happen in the huge Sanam Stadium. Everything is on fire and the zombies keep climbing like ants. A lot of zombies from Pandariel's army keep trying to break through the defenses of the guys at the base of Sanam Stadium. Undead Queen Pandariel continues to move towards her target, Kang Jin-hek, constantly muttering to herself about how weak this man is. The queen swings her huge fist and hits a flower bud to push it away from her. The long-haired and red-haired queen continues toward the stadium and mutters to herself that this is her home here. As the queen gets even closer to Sanam Stadium, she notices a huge and tall block of ice in front of her with the boys in it. She wonders what it is. Yu Yunhua along with Yi Dae-min find themselves frozen in the block of ice in the same position as they were before. Teresa de Laurencia along with Yu Sung are also frozen and find themselves inside the ice block. Queen Pandariel notices a purple pebble hovering in the air in front of her and takes it into her monstrous hands to examine it. Queen Pandariel examines the purple faceted pebble and doesn't realize what it is. Once upon a time, in another confrontation between Yu Sung and Kang Jin-hyuk, Yu Sung tells the guy that one day he will definitely die a death not of his own making. Young Yu Sung gives that thousands of coins to Kang Jin-hyuk, who says who else would he find that much money from? He doesn't want to spend his own coins. Kang Jin-hyuk presses the yes button on the panel to purchase some item he needs. Kang Jin-hyuk says that from now on they all become bait. Yu Sung doesn't know what he's talking about and thinks the guy is messing with him again. Kang Jin-hyuk shows the guys the purple rock and says he used the wrong word. It's not bait, but booby trap. When Queen Pandariel holds the purple crystal in her hands, it starts flashing and glowing with a bright light. When the purple crystal began flashing and emitting bright beams of light, the ice creation is activated. At Sanam Stadium, the base of the guys and Kang Jin-hyuk, an ice prison forms covering the entire space. Ice prison covers everything around, not only the furniture and paraphernalia, but also the zombies that showed up here. Queen Pandariel is also trapped in the ice prison and is covered in ice. The undead are muttering to themselves about being cold. To get rid of the ice shackles, Queen Pandariel activates her plague ability and breaks the ice shackles on herself. Queen Pandariel approaches one of the ice blocks where Teresa de Laurencia is and tells them to get the hell out of her house. Queen Pandariel is about to destroy the ice block with Teresa, but there is a massive explosion. Queen Pandariel continues to watch and look at Teresa under the ice, not immediately noticing what is happening. Queen Pandariel begins to nervously look back to see what's happening there. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the skill Silent Breath and Demonic Sword King steps, soaring into the air and flying away from Sanam Stadium. Kang Jin-hyuk has another plan that he's going to make a reality. Kang Jin-hyuk is going to go to Queen Pandariel's fortress, and she understands it perfectly. Queen Pandariel says that you can't touch her fortress and is going to rush after Kang Jin-hyuk. Pandariel, the womb of the dead, is nicknamed Queen. Her level, skills, and especially her poison attacks, the fourth floor boss is strong in every aspect except intelligence. The essence of passing the fourth floor is the defense of the base. This rule applies not only to players but also to the zombies themselves. The local and resident zombies also have their own base that they need to protect. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that now that the queen is at Sanam Stadium, it means that her base defense is weakened. Kang Jin-hyuk, on his way to Pandariel Fortress, turns back to assess the situation. Queen Pandariel knows where Kang Jin-hyuk is going and rushes after him. Kang Jin-hyuk is surprised that Pandariel has figured out his plan too closely and aggressively follows his trail. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't care, as it's quite late. He's had a good run, and now he should have enough time to do whatever he's planning. Kang Jin-hyuk is already approaching Queen Pandariel's fortress, where various zombies are also roaming around. The zombies of different kinds and varieties turn around to see Kang Jin-hyuk flying at them. Kang Jin-hyuk flies into the fortress and activates Graveyard of Swords, then augments this with Heaven's Protection. Kang Jin-hyuk becomes enraged and aggressive, intending to tear this fortress into splinters. Kang Jin-hyuk deftly deals with the zombies that stand in his way of Queen Pandariel's fortress. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that things are just as nasty here, and he needs to end things quickly. Kang Jin-hyuk flies up to the outskirts of the fortress and thinks to himself that something should have shown up by now. In a pile of skeletons and remains, Kang Jin-hyuk notices a red flag sticking out of the ground, signifying Queen Pandariel's base. Kang Jin-hyuk rushes forward and looks cocky. He makes one powerful swing with his sword. Kang Jin-hyuk deftly and quickly dodges the attacks he receives from one of the Zombarians. Kang Jin-hyuk slams down hard on the ground and leaves behind smoke and dust. He realizes that someone has already appeared. Butcher, a guardian who protects Queen Pandariel's flag and only sees Kang Jin-hyuk as food and meat, appears. Kang Jin-hyuk is about to attack, and while doing so, he thinks about how he's going to deal with the Butcher this time. The huge Butcher with two heads swings around and flaunts his garden and sharp scissors like a weapon. The huge and fierce Butcher swings the blades of his scissors, but Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't get that strike. Kang Jin-hyuk stops the Butcher's blades with his paired dragon swords that Yu Yunhua's grandfather gave him. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the Butcher that his paired swords aren't just a piece of metal. He activates the fire element skill. Kang Jin-hyuk soars into the air and ends up on the Butcher's head, hitting him with the fire technique right in the skull. The huge butcher begins to scream in horror and the damage done by Kang Jin-hek. His head begins to melt. The two-headed butcher tries to get rid of the fire on his body as Kang Jin-hek slumps to the ground. Kang Jin-hek holds his paired dragon swords in his hands and realizes that the butcher has incredible regeneration. Kang Jin-hek engulfs the two-headed butcher with fire to restrict his view, and he himself is about to use his paired dragon swords. Kang Jin-hek begins to deliver lightning-fast and multiple strikes all over the enormous butcher's body. The two-headed butcher starts to get aggressive and tolerates the guy's blows. He says that he can't be destroyed by this just like that. Kang Jin-hek deftly gets behind the back of the huge butcher at one point, who turns around in surprise at him. Kang Jin-hek is about to argue with the enormous and two-headed butcher, activating his mandala skill. A bright golden divine light begins to penetrate the body of the butcher, who squints at it. On the fourth floor in Queen Pendariel's fortress, a huge bright dome appears in Queen Pendariel's fortress, covering the space. Kang Jin-hyuk's level increases when he has already achieved his 31st victory. He receives the scissors with a vengeance-hungry soul. Kang Jin-hek turns towards the red flag and realizes that it's time for him to end it all now. Kang Jin-hek begins to climb up the mountain of remains and skeletons to reach the red flag of the queen's base. Suddenly, a notice appears in front of Kang Jin-hek's face, which slightly surprises the guy. Kang Jin-hek reads that the Black Hound is showing its presence. The representative of the Egyptian gods makes him a business proposal. The guy realizes that the Black Hound is definitely Anubis. He thought Anubis would sit quietly for a while after expending his energies on the minus first floor. Kang Jin-hek's hand covers Queen Pendariel's flag and addresses Anubis. He listens to him and demands to speak his proposal. A black sky appears in the sky and covers a lot of space. The Black Hound appears and lets out a long howl. Kang Jin-hek holds tightly to the flag and asks what happened. If Anubis is angry, the guy just takes the flag. The Black Hound is at a loss and asks the guy to calm down. She says that the Egyptian gods want to see a logical conclusion to the battle. Kang Jin-hek realizes that Anubis, as those who guard the floors above the current one, can't accept that a sweep of the fourth floor will be completed without a battle with the level boss. Kang Jin-hyuk suspects that they just don't like the man's brash behavior. He asks why he should suddenly accept their offer. Kang Jin-hek clutches Queen Pendariel's red flag tightly and says that he can win just by taking it for himself. Black Hound Anubis begins to laugh lingeringly and loudly at Kang Jin-hek's words. Kang Jin-hek turns around at the notice and reads that the Black Hound is offering him a treaty. Kang Jin-hek studies the terms of the contract and begins to rub his chin thoughtfully. He smirks at the suspicious generosity. Somewhere in the stone crevices, Queen Pendariel herself is already appearing, hurrying towards her fortress. Queen Pendariel lands on the ground with a thunderous crash, breaking the ground beneath her. Queen Pendariel lifts her head up and notices that the flag is still in place. She is surprised and wonders why the flag is still there. From behind, Queen Pendariel comes the voice of Kang Jin-hek, who realizes that she is wondering why he didn't pick up the flag after getting an easy victory. Kang Jin-hek tries to construct something. He says that someone made him fight the queen. He already got his advance, so he can't take the flag until he defeats her. Queen Pendariel turns to the guy and doesn't know what else the word advance is. Kang Jin-hek takes off his welding mask and confirms that advance is what he was just talking about. Kang Jin-hek modifies his weapon that he received from the two-headed butcher. He is very happy that he has already received the advance payment. A huge and rusty sword with a skull on the hilt appears in Queen Pendariel's hand. This sword appears and is created from her poisonous magical energy. Queen Pendariel confidently takes hold of her sword and gets into a fighting stance. She says that Kang Jin-hek will regret messing with her. Kang Jin-hek activates Heaven's Protection, but the skills with the attribute Light are weakened by half due to the effect of the Solar Eclipse Stone. Kang Jin-hek looks at the Queen and realizes that even with the maximum leap effect, he doesn't even come close to having enough stats to destroy her. Queen Pendariel begins to swing her sword, and Kang Jin-hek turns away and becomes a bit wary. As Queen Pendariel begins to strike with her sword, Kang Jin-hek blocks her attack and an explosion happens. Queen Pendariel stops to assess the situation. She continues to hold the poisoned sword firmly in her monstrous hands. Kang Jin-hek activates his mandala skill to block Pendariel's strike, and the woman is surprised by it. Kang Jin-hek enjoys and gets satisfaction from the battle with the queen. He smiles a slight smile. Queen Pendariel grasps her head tiredly and asks why Kang Jin-hek doesn't die. She begs him to disappear soon. Queen Pendariel starts to get aggressive and her eyes fill with hatred. She is about to attack. Queen Pendariel launches her multiple attacks, which Kang Jin-hek dodges with the skill Demon King Sword Steps. His movement speed increases by 70%. Kang Jin-hek coldly turns around and looks at the queen, activating his ice creation skill. A multitude of sharp ice blocks appear under the queen's feet and trap her. Kang Jin-hek soars into the air and is about to strike the frozen queen with his new weapon. Kang Jin-hek strikes the rotten woman right in the shoulder, making her face crinkle in pain. Ice begins to crack on her body after Kang Jin-hek's blow. Queen Pendariel screams exhaustedly. Kang Jin-hek returns to his spot and squats down. He squints at the queen and assesses the situation. Queen Pendariel rips a crust of ice on her and says that there's no way to simply destroy Kang Jin-hek. Kang Jin-hek assumes a fighting stance again and says that he knows that all of this is not enough to destroy her. Queen Pendariel is once again filled with rage and hatred. The woman speeds up and is about to strike again. As Queen Pendariel once again takes another swing with her sword, Kang Jin-hek activates the ice creation. Kang Jin-hek manages to restrict Queen Pendariel's view thanks to his technique, which he uses to freeze her eyes. The rotten woman tries to get rid of the ice growths on her eyes and begins to become disoriented in space due to this. Due to her disorientation, Queen Pendariel misses and Kang Jin-hek calmly avoids her attack. Kang Jin-hek begins to unwind his modified scissor weapon and strikes Queen Pendariel. Queen Pendariel's eyes are once again filled with lust for revenge and hatred for the pitiful man. Queen Pendariel starts to attack again, but Kang Jin-hek tensely tries to block her strike with the scissors. Kang Jin-hek's eyes are also filled with anger, rage, and the desire to destroy the monster. Kang Jin-hek pushes away from the queen with his scissor weapon and soars into the air. Queen Pendariel begins to swing her rusty and rotten sword above her. Queen Pendariel stabs her sword into the ground and activates her funeral march skill, raising many rotten tentacles into the air. Kang Jin-hek seems to get a little lost, and his scissor-like weapon falls out of his hands. He remains in the air. As Kang Jin-hek makes his deal with the Black Hound Anubis, the deity rejoices. Kang Jin-hek begins to fall down from the sky, past the tall and abandoned buildings of the 4th floor, arm outstretched upwards. As an advance, Anubis offers Kang Jin-hek a jackal fang that increases his movement speed by 10% and his attack power by 30%. Kang Jin-hek tells Anubis that this is not enough. He will only engage the queen if Anubis agrees to one condition of his. Anubis wonders what kind of condition Kang Jin-hek is offering. The guy says he's not asking for anything special, but there is one B-rank item, a white branch, that he asks to be given to him. This white branch is a fairly common item and is used for medical purposes. It can be obtained on floors higher than the 10th floor. To Anubis, who is on the 42nd floor, such an item is nothing but useless trash. The Black Hound Anubis accepts Kang Jin-hek's condition and smiles widely with his sharp fangs. Kang Jin-hek receives the items White Branch and Jackal Fang. He won't be able to take the flag until he defeats Queen Pendariel. Kang Jin-hek smiles in all his 32 and picks up the White Branch item he needs. The Black Hound Anubis' face tenses up and he expresses his misunderstanding and surprise. Kang Jin-hek starts combining the items White Branch, Jackal Fang, and Revenge-Hungry Soul Scissors. Kang Jin-hek looks contentedly at his new weapon, which begins to emit a bright purple light. The combining of the items in Kang Jin-hek's hands goes well. He was doing this in the air while being attacked by Queen Pendariel. In Kang Jin-hek's hands, the Scythe of Causal Dissection appears. It is an artifact of the great god that has the effect of absolute justice. It destroys that which cannot be destroyed and dissects that which cannot be dissected. Queen Pendariel begins to tense up at the sight of the weapon in Kang Jin-hek's hands. This appearance of the divine artifact does not correspond to the 4th floor, so there is a recalculation of the effects and it can only be used once. Kang Jin-hek reads the changed conditions and realizes that he only has one chance to win. He's fine with that. Kang Jin-hek is not going to give up and starts swinging his new weapon to destroy Queen Pendariel. Queen Pendariel tensely looks up at Kang Jin-hek and realizes that she is in real danger. The rotten woman Pendariel realizes that she can't dodge such a blow. She wonders what she should do next. Kang Jin-hek is holding a new divine staff and is about to attack the queen. The woman is about to attack back at the same time. With eyes burning with excitement and rage, Kang Jin-hek swings the staff and strikes the queen. The tip of Kang Jin-hek's staff and the tip of the queen's sharp, rotten sword make contact in the air. When the two weapons come into contact, a small explosion occurs and Queen Pendariel's sword shatters into many pieces. Kang Jin-hek still manages to reach Queen Pendariel and strike her in the shoulder with his new staff. All this time, Kang Jin-hek didn't doubt his abilities one bit. He smiles contentedly and gamblingly as he stabs Queen Pendariel. The Black Hound Anubis, who had been watching the battle taking place all this time, opens his mouth in shock. Tears appear in Queen Pendariel's eyes as she realizes that she's coming to an end. Queen Pendariel suddenly finds herself as a little girl and is in some house sitting on a rug. An opening door appears in front of the little girl holding her pet, with sunlight oozing through it. The small and long-haired girl gets to her feet and walks towards the huge door that opens in front of her. Queen Pendariel's eyes begin to express resignation to the situation and her doom. Kang Jin Hyuk tells the queen that Muhan could only hide behind the backs of her servants, but this woman was much stronger. Queen Pendariel begins to dissolve into thin air and dies when Kang Jin-hek says goodbye to her. The boss of the fourth floor finds himself defeated. As Queen Pendariel dissolves into thin air, Kang Jin-hek is about to leave and his level rises again without end. Sonam Stadium's base begins to get rid of the ice blocks, and he receives a notification that Kang Jin-hek has successfully defended his base. All of Kang Jin-hek's team members get rid of the ice that is melting. They are each given 5 random boxes of A-Rang. Teresa de Laurencia smiles and realizes that she didn't completely trust Kang Jin-hyuk for nothing. Teresa de Laurencia sits on her knees and looks up at the sky, realizing that Kang Jin-hek did well this time too. The news begins to discuss what happened in the tower, even though it's been a full 24 hours since the 4th floor burst. The news is discussing that no one can believe it. Everyone expected it would take at least 20 days to fight off 100 waves. When Kang Jin-hyuk meets up with Yu Yun-hwa and Yi Dae-min, the news discusses how they did it in one day with their team. That's all the power of an S-ranked player. Kang Jin-hyuk says he realizes he was late, but he had to bring someone with him. Yu Yun-hwa asks who he's talking about. Little Alice, who the guys met last time, shows up. The girl grudgingly says that it's pretty messy for a banquet hall. Kang Jin-hyuk says he brought her here because she's now part of their old man team too. And Dae-min is surprised at such a silly name for their team. Kang Jin-hek asks where Teresa is now. Yu Yun-hwa tells him that she'll be here in about an hour. She tells them not to wait for her and to get to eating. Kang Jin-hyuk listens to the guys and turns the other way, where someone catches his attention. Standing nearby is Yu Sung, and Kang Jin-hyuk didn't expect the guy to show up here too. Yu Sung says he only came to learn the secret to getting random rewards. Kang Jin-hek gives the guy a friendly hug on his shoulder and says he'll tell him the whole secret. Only the guy doesn't need to choke and have a drink with them. The other part of Kang Jin-hyuk's team walks into the restaurant. The security guard and current guild director, Park Ha-na, Yuri, and the old man with the fire. They bow before Kang Jin-hyuk and call him president, congratulating him on successfully completing the 4th floor. Kang Jin-hyuk tells everyone to eat to their fill and as much as they can. In honor of the 4th floor sweep, Little Alice pays for everyone. Little Alice pulls out 2 gold coins from her pocket to show everyone that she has the ability to pay for everything. A delicious meal is set on the table. 2 plates of breaded fried chicken legs and 2 mugs of beer. Kang Jin-hek gladly takes one of the mugs of beer and practically drinks it in one gulp. Kang Jin-hek drinks a mug of beer and feels great. Little Alice sits next to him at the table. The girl proceeds to eat the fried chicken legs and says that she can't believe that she can eat so many delicious things for only 2 coins. The girl looks at the fried chicken leg and says that she's tasted a lot of meat, but here the flavor is just on a whole other level. Kang Jin-hyuk keeps up with Little Alice and proceeds to get to her plate of fried chicken legs. Little Alice gets aggressive when Kang Jin-hek takes up her plate of chicken legs. Kang Jin-hek agrees with her and relinquishes her plate of food. Alice says she'll never forget it. The guy looks at her and thinks, who would have thought that she's one of the strongest residents of the tower? Yi Dae-min is already pretty drunk on beer and tries to strike up a conversation with Yu Sung. The guy asks him what the guy was doing before all of this. Yu Sung starts taking a sip of beer and says that he was a student in medical school before all this. And Dae-min can't believe it. This is where Teresa de Laurencia shows up, who everyone has been waiting for. The girl walks in embarrassed and apologizes to everyone for being late. Yuri cheekily pushes the old man away from her and pulls out her phone. She actually sees the very same Teresa de Laurencia in front of her. Kang Jin-hek smilingly watches as the girls offer Teresa to take a picture and post it on the internet. Kang Jin-hek begins to reminisce about his past, where he went through a tower of trials and was always alone. Now Kang Jin-hyuk has a whole team assembled, with the help of which he managed to achieve better results and heights. Little Alice notices Kang Jin-hyuk's behavior and asks him why he's suddenly smiling. Kang Jin-hyuk says it's nothing. It's getting a little noisy in here. Kang Jin-hyuk sits down on the couch and examines his own features. He notices that he has already risen 3 levels. Kang Jin-hek used to think that he was advancing in the most perfect way, but now he's advancing so fast that it's not even comparable to the past. Kang Jin-hek is trying to figure out if it happened because of the changes he received after the game became a reality. The important thing is that he didn't go into a loss. Kang Jin-hek is about to watch and study his reward for passing the 4th floor. He has a high-level skill enhancer in front of him. Kang Jin-hek is about to apply this item to the skill he uses most often, ice creation, and raises it to level 8. Some lackey turns to his boss and says that it's somehow gotten drastically colder here. He asks if the man has turned on the air conditioning. His boss angrily yells at him that the man is slacking off again. If he's getting cold, then let him get dressed. Kang Jin-hek tries to scratch his ear again, pausing before his next actions. Kang Jin-hek acquires a level A random item knockout. It's an item that when scrolled through, you can knock out a rank A random item. Kang Jin-hek grasps the lever like he's about to play some sort of slot machine and pulls it down. Kang Jin-hek starts the random A rank item knocker, and it tells him to press the red button located in the middle. The machine tells the guy that he won't have much time left. Kang Jin-hek isn't going to press the button just yet, and cheap threats aren't going to scare him. Kang Jin-hek knows that if you leave the wheel spinning like that, the sound and visual effects will make the player anxious, as if something terrible is about to happen. The automata gives out that Kang Jin-hek's time has expired and offers to spin the wheel again. Kang Jin-hek knows that everyone would press the red button if they were him. Kang Jin-hek is about to pull the lever again. He's the same player who's been up and down looking for bugs purposely left in the system by someone. Kang Jin-hek starts spinning the game wheel non-stop, which is already starting to break down. Kang Jin-hek knows that on the 37th time, if he spins the wheel without stopping, its spinning speed will decrease by 99%. Yu-sung wanted to call Kang Jin-hek names, but changed his mind and called him by his first name. He asks if what he says is true, that it's possible to knock out a desired A rank item this way. Yu-sung asks how far Kang Jin-hyuk has gone. The guy lets him choose his desired item this way too. Yu-sung gets the item he wants and has wanted for a long time. He perfects his sword and says that he can definitely defeat Kang Jin-hek now. But this method has consequences. The item will disappear after a week. Kang Jin-hyuk sees how happy Yu-sung was when he collected all the attributes. The guy can't wait to see his face after a week. Kang Jin-hek receives an A-rank tricolor pill item. Considering that he can only use it for a week, it's the best option to pass the next floor. Now Kang Jin-hek is going to use the most important and last item to pass the 5th floor. He uses the entrance ticket for the Great Magic Library. The Great Magic Library appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk. He realizes that he hasn't been here in a while and wonders if he should visit the old man himself. Kang Jin-hyuk sneaks into the library and notices an old man with a hat sitting at a table. This handsome, graceful, and well-groomed old man is using a monocle instead of glasses. He seems to notice Kang Jin-hek's appearance. Kang Jin-hyuk confidently heads towards the old man who is aware of his presence. The old man has already heard about the 4th floor being massacred. The old man is writing something on a piece of paper with his fountain pen. He did not expect that immediately after passing the floor, he would have visitors. The old man wearing a monocle stands up and greets Kang Jin-hyuk. He introduces himself as Rick Hennessy. He is the manager of this library. Rick Hennessy is an influential person of the middle level of managers and is in charge of the Great Magical Library in the Tower of Trials. Kang Jin-hyuk is excited about this meeting with someone in charge. He introduces himself to the old man with his name. The man begins to descend the stairs and says that this is the first time he has ever seen a person come here so quickly. The old man continues that not only was he able to get here, but in the huge labyrinth, he found him immediately. This is a very interesting case. Kang Jin-hek continues to smile at Rick Hennessy and says that just luck is on his side. Kang Jin-hek starts going through the books on the bookshelf. The old man tells him that he can take any book he wants, but there are no books here at the level he can read. Rick Hennessy says that at the very least you need to understand the rune language. Therefore, it's beyond Kang Jin-hek's grasp. Kang Jin-hek grabs the red book and reads its title, Teachings on Elevation to the 6th Circle, written by the mage Imperial Telemos. He asks the old man if he's right. Old man Rick Hennessy is alarmed when he realizes that Kang Jin-hek knows the rune language. The guy replies to him that he by nature likes to learn new things, so he knows a little bit of everything. Rick Hennessy observes Kang Jin-hek and realizes that he's a player who's about to pass the 5th floor and already knows the rune language. The old man wants to ask the guy one question. Rick says that he realizes perfectly well that the guy is different from the other players, at least in the fact that he managed to get here. Only he feels like he has some kind of special support behind him. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks and calmly turns to the old man, asking what kind of support he's talking about. Kang Jin-hek activates the Judgment of Anubis. and says that the Egyptian gods are indeed behind him, who helped him get here and get the information about the tower. Rick Hennessy is shocked and doesn't understand how this is possible. He can definitely feel the energy of Anubis. Does that mean they're already showing interest in the players? No target is chosen, so Anubis's judgment of Anubis is deactivated. Kang Jin-hek says he's a valuable player to them since they blessed him with such power. Rick Hennessy adjusts his jacket and says that a decent man needs to be treated accordingly. Rick Hennessy removes his hat and bows to Kang Jin-hyuk. He apologizes for underestimating his dear guest from the beginning. Kang Jin-hek rather mockingly says that if Anubis saw something like that, his neck would definitely seize up. Rick Hennessy talks about how he's going to give the guy one of those books as a gift to prove his apology. Kang Jin-hyuk clarifies with the old man if he can really choose any book he wants. Rick bows and confirms those words. Rick Hennessy continues that he wants to give his precious guest a precious gift. Kang Jin-hyuk has already made his choice and picks up a black and gold book with beautiful patterns. Rick Hennessy asks if the guy is sure of his choice. It's certainly a great grimoire, but it's written in an ancient rune language, so no one can read it except those who lived in that era. Kang Jin-hyuk starts reading what's written in the book to prove his skills to Rick. He says that this book was written by some lizard with 8th grader syndrome, so he'll take it. Rick Hennessy freezes in a stupor for a moment, but then starts laughing. He apologizes once again to the guy for underestimating him, which is to be expected from a guy blessed by the gods. The man places his palms on top of each other and is about to do something to give the guy the book. He's going to keep an eye on Kang Jin-hyuk from now on. Old man Rick Hennessy is going to change space and get away from Kang Jin-hyuk by hiding his secret library behind him. He will be waiting for them to meet again. Kang Jin-hyuk holds the black and gold book and watches as the portal to the magic library closes. Kang Jin-hyuk recalls that it was terrifying. The 5th floor seemed like a world with a dead civilization. The dark-skinned man turns around in panic and horror at what is happening behind him. Some man in a yellow hooded jacket is giving orders for his minions to find the victims. The dark-skinned man remembers that all that was left were fanatics mad with blood. The place seemed like one big asylum. The dark-skinned man tells the story on television, and the anchor realizes that he is talking about a mental hospital. The anchor asks that speaking of fanatics, they don't seem all that threatening, so why did the man run away instead of fighting? The man says that he was going to fight them back by using skills, but there is a big obstacle on the 5th floor that prohibits the use of skills. The man shows the stone and says that he couldn't even summon his inventory, and it was only because of this return stone that he was barely able to save his life. The video is paused when this dark-skinned man says that this time they are giving a special discount of up to 20% and selling the Stone of Return for 5,000 coins. Teresa de Laurencia pauses the video and asks Kang Jin-hyuk to take her to the 5th floor. Kang Jin-hyuk sits at the table and tells the girl that she can't go to the 5th floor with him. The girl asks why she can't. Teresa says that it's already clear that Kang Jin-hyuk is going to go to the 5th floor, but she can't let him go alone. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't understand since when did the girl become so pushy. Kang Jin-hyuk says he can't because he can sneak in there himself no matter how much she asks. He demands the girl back off. Teresa de Laurencia grabs Kang Jin-hyuk's wrist to stop him and continue the conversation. Teresa de Laurencia asks Kang Jin-hyuk to promise her that he won't try anything impossible. Kang Jin-hyuk gets into a car and heads somewhere. He holds his wrist and remembers Teresa's words about trying to do the impossible. A notification appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk that he is receiving a gift from the Caladium Kingdom as aid. Kingdom of Caladium. There are such suspicions that they are enemies of the Murim power. Kang Jin-hyuk receives the skill Murky Odor. It gives overcoming the 5th floor limitation. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that he was given a gift against the restriction. They started contacting the players they were interested in. Kang Jin-hyuk enters the 5th floor and is about to make the most of his new skill. He will start the walkthrough from a random location. The only rule here is to survive and escape. He is given an F-rank item. Thanks to Kang Jin-hyuk's possession of the Macedrian Grimoire, one of his skills has been unlocked. The guy can now use Greedy Gaze. Kang Jin-hyuk chose this particular book in the library for this very reason. He will keep it, he will need it in the future. In the 5th floor area, there are other people who just appear out of space and fall to the floor. People start to get to their feet and lean on the walls. It's very dark and too humid. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that those who were at the starting point have already started to arrive. Kang Jin-hyuk's tracking scroll activates on his wrist, and he thinks about how he's going to leave these newcomers behind and quickly get down to business. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to his wrist in a panic and realizes that the tracking scroll is activated on it. There is a movement to the object of the tracking scroll. Kang Jin-hek turns around and realizes that the stubborn Teresa has appeared. On the fifth floor area, Teresa de Laurentia appears next to Kang Jin-hyuk. The girl says that she wasn't sure if the guy would keep his promise, so she just followed him. Kang Jin-hek says he already told her not to follow him than she was even thinking when she followed him here. Teresa says not to let the guy scold her for coming here because she was worried about him. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that now he has to rearrange all his plans. The rest of the players start going through their pockets and realize they all have something going on inside them. Teresa de Laurentia checks her pockets too and pulls out a flashlight from there. She asks what Kang Jin-hek got. Kang Jin-hek pulls out a regular pen from his pocket. Teresa says that this item isn't the best. Kang Jin-hek starts clicking the pen and assures the girl that you can get by with even one pen. The other player, the guy, lights his lighter that he got. Now at least something can be seen around. Teresa de Laurentia tries to turn on her flashlight and cranks it to make it work. Kang Jin-hek stops the girl and grabs her flashlight so she doesn't turn it on. The players or other unknown people begin to look around the neighborhood and wonder what this strange place is. The players begin to follow ahead, lighting the way with a lighter. They are spotted by the local monsters who are about to make them their victims. Men in yellow hoods and masks turn towards the players and say that they are their victims. The players who showed up here and are trying to find their way around notice the local monsters running towards them. One of the players yells to the other to immediately knock out his lighter so they can't be captured. As the monsters and the yellow-clad psychotic men run past, Kang Jin-hek tells the girl to hide. Kang Jin-hek, along with Teresa de Laurentia, hide behind the nearest box, from where the girl peeks out. Kang Jin-hek is about to go ahead and act out his plan, but the girl claps him on the shoulder and stops him. The girl points her finger towards the players and asks if they should save those fleeing people. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the girl that if she followed him, she will need to follow and obey his instructions. Kang Jin-hek says that they should avoid unnecessary disclosure right now. Also, the girl is not ready for a direct frontal assault right now. Teresa de Laurentia is not happy that Kang Jin-hek is underestimating her too much. She has also prepared and brought some things with her. Teresa de Laurentia shows the guy the Renaissance stones and says that she bought them not only for herself but also for Kang Jin-hek. Kang Jin-hek loudly and demonstratively slaps his palm on his face, showing the stupidity of Teresa's act. The other players try to hold the door open so they don't launch the fifth-floor lunatics chasing them to them. The players realize that at this rate, the psychos will soon break through. They ask the players behind them to help. The dark-skinned girl is holding the rebirth stone in her hands and is asked what she is about to do. The dark-skinned damsel says that she's going to get the hell out of here. She wishes everyone a happy stay here. The revival stone breaks in the dark-skinned girl's hands, and she is shocked at what is happening. The other players notice that the revival stone doesn't work in the girl's hands. They've all bought their own revival stones. The psychos from the fifth floor in yellow clothes do burst through the doors and push all the players away from her. The muscular and huge body of some monster appears in front of them, holding its weapon. The players here notice their opponent in front of them and dissolve in terror. A huge and muscular man wearing a helmet and holding a weapon attacks the players. Teresa de Laurentia notices that the revival stone breaks in her hands as well. Kang Jin-hyuk is amazed that the girl believes everything that is shown on TV. Teresa de Laurentia dissolves into despair and frustration. She bought as many as 2 pieces to give Kang Jin-hek one. Suddenly, Teresa de Laurentia starts to hear the sounds of fighting coming from somewhere behind her. Teresa de Laurentia realizes that now is the time for them to leave. One of the fifth-floor psychos appears behind her. The fifth-floor psycho puts his gun to the girl's neck to take her hostage. Teresa de Laurentia abruptly turns around and punches the yellow-clad psycho with her fist so that he falls to the ground. Kang Jin-hyuk, in company with Teresa de Laurentia, notices that there is some sort of explosion coming from outside. Several more psychos in yellow clothes and with torches in their hands appear on the fifth-floor area. Teresa de Laurentia asks Kang Jin-hyuk if they've really been exposed already. The guy agrees that they have. The lunatics talk about how God desires holy blood. Together they must realize the rebirth of the king, and then there will be eternal happiness for them. Kang Jin-hek once again pulls out the same pen he got at the beginning of the journey from his pocket. Kang Jin-hek deftly and lightning fast uses the ordinary pen to stab the lunatics hard in the neck. Kang Jin-hek smirks and asks if any of the loonies want to read him another one of his sermons. The psychos from the fifth floor in yellow clothes start to tense up and look at Kang Jin-hyuk in horror. From behind one of the regular loonies, a huge and muscular man who is the deputy here appears. The huge and muscular man's hand reaches out to one of the regular loonies who tries to justify himself. Teresa de Laurentia watches in horror at what is happening. Kang Jin-hek asks her if the girl ever played hide and seek. Kang Jin-hek points his finger at the muscular man and says that he wants to play with them, so the girl should stay out of his way. The huge and muscular man in the helmet raises his arms and is about to swing his weapon. The huge and muscular deputy slams his weapon into the floor, but Kang Jin-hek and Teresa de Laurencia dodge. The hide-and-seek begins. One of the yellow-clad psychos falls to his knees and bows to the pink-clad man, who asks if they're catching victims. The man in pink and purple clothing with the medallion around his neck says that their god is making more victims. Now the tower has opened and more ignoramuses will come to them. The man with the medallion around his neck begins to laugh madly and violently, for the promised time of his rebirth has come. Someone calls out to the masked man with the medallion. One of his minions asks him to look at something. The monitor shows a video of a huge and muscular deputy chasing Kang Jin-hyuk and Teresa de Laurencia. They are the recently discovered victims. The head with the medallion watches the video and says it's the first time he's seen the deputy in such agony. These victims are overly agile. One of the men from the sect, who is standing next to the ringleader, turns his attention to something and becomes alarmed. The man from the sect recognizes this nimble guy from the video. That guy is Kang Jin-hyuk. The purple-clothed and masked man, who is the ringleader, asks if the man knows the guy from the video. The man continues to watch the picture on the screen and confirms the fact that he knows this guy. The men in the sect continue to watch the video of all the players coming in. The man says that in order to realize their plan, Kang Jin-hyuk will be the most dangerous obstacle. The man who takes a seat next to the ringleader has that very same Mang mask in his hands behind his back. The huge deputy swings his huge hammer every now and then, and Teresa de Laurencia constantly dodges. Teresa de Laurencia is surprised at such speed of the deputy considering the size of his body. He's very different from the usual believers like the others. Teresa de Laurencia and Kang Jin-hek keep dodging the deputy's punches, and the guy says that fighting this huge man is impossible now. Kang Jin-hek instructs Teresa de Laurencia and says to keep his distance first. He's just a girl to lend him something. The huge deputy continues to chase after Kang Jin-hek and Teresa de Laurencia. A bright light appears in front of the huge deputy, causing him to put his hand over his eyes. The huge deputy doesn't think about anything and just swings his huge hammer, hitting the place where the bright light was. The huge deputy hits the gun with his hammer, which shatters into splinters. The huge deputy is puzzled at what's happening. Kang Jin-hek says that this way, they can buy some time to devise a plan. Kang Jin-hek, along with Teresa de Laurencia, hides behind the nearest shelter and asks for the girl to listen to him. Kang Jin-hek points his finger at himself and says he'll get that huge deputy on himself. The girl asks if they'll run from him again since they just got away from the deputy. Kang Jin-hyuk says it's okay. They'll have to run into him when they pass the 5th floor anyway. Kang Jin-hek tells the girl that while he's going to distract the deputy on himself, she needs to find other people and evacuate. They came here with the revival stones, but now they can't get out of here because of him. Kang Jin-hek continues that he will try to clear the 5th floor as quickly as possible, even though it's gotten a little more problematic. Teresa de Laurencia agrees with him frustratedly, but she herself realizes that it's all because she was the one who came here for Kang Jin-hek for nothing. Kang Jin-hek notices Teresa de Laurencia's despair and frustration and doesn't say anything back to her for a while, but then asks the girl to remember something. Kang Jin-hek throws a small pebble at the deputy's head and calls out to him to get his attention. Kang Jin-hek looks at the big-headed deputy mockingly and asks if he's too bad at playing hide-and-seek. The big-headed deputy starts to follow Kang Jin-hek, who distracts him to himself and runs away. Teresa de Laurencia watches from hiding as Kang Jin-hek distracts the big-headed deputy. Teresa de Laurencia quietly and carefully peeks out, waiting for the right moment to take further action. Kang Jin-hek tells Teresa de Laurencia to use something at the right moment. Kang Jin-hek answers the girl's question and says that when it comes, she will definitely feel it. Teresa de Laurencia looks in the nearest drawer with various bats and other paraphernalia. The girl picks up the first club she sees and thinks about what she will surely realize when the time comes. Teresa de Laurencia runs through a small cafe on the 5th floor and realizes that she needs to save those people first. Kang Jin-hek continues her escape from the huge deputy and thinks about the fact that Teresa de Laurencia is now long gone. Kang Jin-hek abruptly turns around to the deputy and activates his greedy gaze skill. Kang Jin-hek looks at the big-headed deputy and notices a warning that an action has been detected that violates the casualness of the 5th floor. Kang Jin-hek scrutinizes the window with the notice. He reads that a rotting heart is showing interest in him. A secondary condition of changing occupation has been created. Kang Jin-hek continues his escape from the alternate when the rotting heart offers the guy to become his sword. He can reincarnate as the Black Apostle upon accepting the offer. Rotting Heart is one of the absolute beings who resides on the upper floors, similar to Alice. Here he is known as the Demon King. If one tries to overcome the restriction, it will attract attention. Kang Jin-hyuk remembers the red-haired girl. It will be possible to show off one's abilities by becoming a black apostle, but the price to pay for that is becoming the Demon King's servant for the rest of your life. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to smirk mockingly and says, "How can a tiger fall before some mud?" Kang Jin-hyuk abruptly smirks at the notice and announces that he's declining the offer. Rotting Heart, that is, the Demon King, becomes furious that Kang Jin-hyuk is refusing the offer. The huge deputy grabs his big head and starts squirming in pain in his body. Kang Jin-hyuk receives the curse of the Demon King for the sinful act of refusing his offer. Kang Jin-hyuk's heart feels as if it is shackled with iron chains, and he becomes a target for all demons. The curse will last until his death. Kang Jin-hyuk grabs his chest and can't stand on his feet, squirming in pain from his heart. Kang Jin-hyuk begins to expectorate his blood as he continues to suffer from the curse. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that it's all very painful, but that doesn't stop him at all. The guy wipes the blood from the corners of his lips. Kang Jin-hyuk is surrounded by yellow-clad cult lunatics, and he asks them if they're going to keep looking at him like that. Kang Jin-hyuk, writhing in pain, spitting blood, points his fingers at the psychos and suggests that they come over to him. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks contentedly and maliciously as he looks at the sect lunatics advancing on him. The other players sit on their knees in the hall with their eyes and hands bound and say that they all made a mistake. They plead for their lives to be spared. A yellow-clad cult psycho grabs a dark-skinned and curly-haired girl by the hair and starts pulling her along. Teresa de Laurencia appears next to the bound players and attacks one of the psychos with her club. Teresa de Laurencia swings her club and hits a man in yellow clothing, who is in a cult, in the jaw. Teresa de Laurencia turns to a dark-skinned, curly-haired girl and tells her to take care of the others. The dark-skinned and curly-haired girl says that there is no point and they will all die here. They won't be able to get out of here. Teresa de Laurencia looks closely at the bound players and realizes that they are all in terror right now. One of the psychos from the yellow-clad cult begins to attack Teresa de Laurencia, who tries to resist his blow. Teresa de Laurencia swings her club that she found and hits the psycho in yellow right in the jaw. The dark-skinned and curly-haired girl watches Teresa de Laurencia straighten up the psycho in yellow. Teresa de Laurencia tells everyone not to give up. They can all get out safely. Teresa de Laurencia tells everyone to grab their guns and get upstairs, because her comrade is already mopping up the 5th floor. A huge deputy grabs Kang Jin-hyuk and throws him over his shoulder, taking him somewhere with him. He is followed by the yellow-clad lunatics. Some of the players are in jail and realize that they shouldn't have come to this place. One of them was about to get the hell out of here, having only looted a few items. One of the psychos from the yellow-clad cult sticks his sickle through the cage and tells them that if they make any noise, they will be sent to be tortured. The yellow-clad psycho bows to the ringleader and says that he has silenced the prisoners, and now they can continue talking. The ringleader, in purple clothes and mask, looks at one of the players and asks if it is really the same player. The man with the inverted cross and blue eyes says it's the first time he's encountered him in person. Kang Jin-hyuk sits among the players in the same prison as the others. He silently stares at the sect's lunatics. The sect leader and all the sect members realize that the very same player Kang Jin-hyuk is sitting in front of them. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the man with the inverted cross and realizes that his mana is clearly human. Since he's at one with the 5th floor boss, he's definitely one of the manas. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his greedy gaze on the man from the manas, but he fails to open the status window. The subject uses a high-level mental barrier. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls something out of his pocket and says that he was going to use it to fight the cult head, but apparently he has no choice. Kang Jin-hyuk uses the white pill, which has the effect of doubling one of his stats for 10 minutes. He improves the adaptation stat from 10 to 20. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the greedy gaze and breaks through the mental barrier of the mean. His name is Hosenbelt. Kang Jin-hyuk reads that he is a knight of the round table. He must be the influential person of the Manga Association that Melina was talking about. He's much more influential than he thought. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that this meta barrier is what beckons his eyes. Later on, he can become the foundation in defeating the deity. The conditions for copying his ability are that one must learn his knight name, and before that, one must act like a schoolboy with 8th grade syndrome. Kang Jin-hyuk shamefully and out of stupidity wonders who is even running this Tower of Trials system. He can only fulfill such conditions after 6 bottles of soju. Hosenbelt has been watching Kang Jin-hyuk closely the whole time and asks him why he's silent right now. Kang Jin-hyuk peeks out from under his palm and says that he was busy suppressing his powerful force of darkness within him. Hosenbelt stands with the sect leader in front of Kang Jin-hyuk's prison, and they answer him nothing. The ringleader asks if Kang Jin-hyuk is really the one Hosenbelt was talking about, because this guy doesn't seem to have his head right. The ringleader turns away and is going to leave Kang Jin-hyuk to Hosenbelt, because even he himself isn't that crazy. Little Alice sits in her ring and laughs uncontrollably at Kang Jin-hyuk's behavior. He mentally thinks about how he's already dying from the cringe as well, so let the girl pretend she didn't see anything. Hosenbelt turns to Kang Jin-hyuk and thinks that the guy doesn't fully realize the gravity of the situation in which he was caught in order to be sacrificed. Kang Jin-hyuk replies to him that it's foolish to think they'll be able to keep his destructive insanity locked up. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to squirm in front of the Mang, who watches him through the bars and remains silent. Hosenbelt doesn't understand what's wrong with Kang Jin-hyuk. Maybe he's hiding some kind of trump card. Considering his abilities that he's been showing, it's entirely possible. Hosenbelt tells Kang Jin-hyuk that he's known about his powers for a long time, but he can't survive here with his skills sealed. One of the players who appeared on the 5th floor is already beginning to be sacrificed in a sacrificial ritual. Hosenbelt notices loud screams from the sacrifice unit and tells the other players to hear it too. He scares the players into believing that everyone will participate in this ritual. A slow and agonizing death awaits them that cannot be endured in a sober mind. Hosenbelt takes the keys out of his pockets and approaches Kang Jin-hyuk with a proposition. If he tells him everything about the unknown, he can give him the keys to get out. Kang Jin-hyuk can't stop smirking the whole time and laughs at the fact that Mang is offering him the keys. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks and tells Hosenbelt that if he wants to know his true name, he has to reveal his real name first. Hosenbelt isn't worried about it, since Kang Jin-hyuk is going to die anyway. The man says that he is also known as Lancelot. Kang Jin-hyuk copies his mental barrier skill due to his true knightly name of Mang. Hosenbelt says it's his turn to ask questions. He demands to tell him all about the true face of the unknown. Kang Jin-hyuk starts waving his finger in front of Hosenbelt and says he'll only tell him this once, so he should listen carefully. Hosenbelt agrees to Kang Jin-hyuk's terms and listens carefully to what he's told. Hosenbelt listens carefully to everything Kang Jin-hyuk tells him and is surprised at what he hears. Hosenbelt throws the keychain through the bars and says that he will keep his promise by giving the keys to Kang Jin-hyuk. Hosenbelt puts on his Mang mask and wishes Kang Jin-hyuk a quick death here on the 5th floor. One of the other players sitting behind Kang Jin-hyuk notices the key Hosenbelt threw in front of the guy. The blonde man grabs the key without a second thought and tries to open the bars to get out of the jail cell. The man fails and notices that there is no keyhole. Kang Jin-hyuk relaxes and lies down on the stone floor and realizes that such a thing was expected of them. Kang Jin-hyuk puts his hands under his head and thinks about what Teresa de Laurentia is doing right now. Suddenly, the bars of the cell are opened by one of the psychos in yellow, and Teresa de Laurentia flies into the cell. The psychos begin to discuss amongst themselves that this is the first time they have seen a victim who has fought back so hard and defeated 20 men. The loonies discuss the fact that God will surely be pleased when he receives for himself such a sacrifice with such vitality. Teresa de Laurentia turns to the players sitting in her cell and asks where everyone else is. Teresa de Laurentia turns around to see someone aggressive, who starts yelling about how it's all about the other guys. The dark-skinned and curly-haired girl starts kicking the other players and says it's all because of them. If only they weren't there, everything would be fine. Teresa de Laurentia reacts instantly to the girl's behavior and asks what she is doing. She demands that she stop it immediately. The dark-skinned and curly-haired girl is alarmed and gets in a stupor. She tells Teresa that a saint like her just doesn't know anything. The dark-skinned and curly-haired girl tells her that the girl that Teresa is protecting is one of the tower's residents. Teresa de Laurentia turns toward the short-haired girl with surprise and misunderstanding. The short-haired girl looks at Teresa in surprise and confusion, and tears appear in her eyes. Teresa de Laurentia turns around to the girl, who shamefully and embarrassingly hides her face with her arms around her knees. The other players discuss amongst themselves that if the tower's inhabitants didn't exist, there would be no tower. Oh, and they wouldn't be cooped up here either. A dark-skinned and curly-haired girl points her finger at the short-haired girl and says that she's the reason for everything. The other players back her up. The girl with short hair and tears in her eyes begins to shake with fear and terror. The short-haired girl in tears is already covering her eyes, thinking she's about to get smeared. Teresa de Laurentia grabs the dark-skinned girl by the wrist and tells her to stop acting like this. It doesn't matter if she's a resident of the tower or not. She's grabbed just like everyone else. The girl with the short hair tearfully looks behind Teresa de Laurentia, who is protecting her. Teresa de Laurentia does not back down and is not about to give up. She continues to fiercely defend the girl with short hair. Teresa de Laurencia's eyes fill with anger and frustration. She continues to nag the girl with her stare. Teresa de Laurencia sits down next to the girl in tears and asks her what her name is. She says that as long as her little sister is around, no one will touch her. The girl with short hair, embarrassed and shyly, answers Teresa that her name is Andrea. Teresa de Laurencia smiles sweetly and says that the girl has a very pretty name. She now understands her name. The girl lived in some village where she worked like the rest of the inhabitants and carried baskets on her back. The girl tells that one day the faithful lunatics in yellow came to their village. These lunatics in yellow said that they would keep all the villagers alive if they would sacrifice someone to them. After all this, the villagers of that village, since she was an orphan, told her that she should be a sacrifice for their village. The villagers told the little girl that it was a great honor, and there was nothing they could do about it. Teresa de Laurencia sits the little girl down beside her and begins to hug her tightly, comforting her. She realizes that she must be very lonely. Teresa de Laurencia looks at this little girl Andrea with kind and caring eyes. Teresa realizes that even though she is a resident of this tower, she is still no different from an ordinary person. The yellow psychos from the believers are discussing among themselves that they should already have the next victims ready, one from each cell. One of the yellow psychos says that if no one is chosen, they will all be sacrificed at once. They'll have to try a little harder to live a little longer. The dark-skinned and curly-haired girl and the other players grab their heads and start screaming in terror that they aren't going anywhere and they don't want anything. One of the players, an unknown girl, turns to Teresa and the girl and looks at them with a crazed look. Teresa de Laurencia holds the girl tightly in her arms and has no intention of giving her up. The player suggests sacrificing the child. She's not even human after all. Teresa de Laurencia jumps up and blocks the path of the other players. She demands that everyone wait and take their time with their decisions. The other players are not going to listen to Teresa and indulge her instructions. They are aggressive and violent. The yellow-clad psycho says it's fine that they're going to fight. God will only be even more pleased with this outcome. The face of the yellow-clothed psycho marvels and expresses his surprise. The man stands in a stupor. Kang Jin-hyuk raises his hand in the air, nominating himself. He is going to go as a victim. The other players who are in the cell with Kang Jin-hyuk say that they are okay with his decision, and this way they will survive. The yellow-clad psychos tie all the prisoners with ropes and lead them in one formation to sacrifice them. Kang Jin-hyuk holds in his teeth one of the colored pills he once received and took with him. As the prisoners are led in formation for the sacrifice, Kang Jin-hyuk spits the pill into the water drain. The red and white pill that Kang Jin-hyuk spits out flies straight into the water in the drain. The yellow-clothed psycho turns around to look at Kang Jin-hyuk, who pretends he didn't do anything just now. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the yellow-clothed psycho's back and realizes that all the necessary preparations are now complete. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that right now, Teresa has most likely already been caught and is sitting in a cage. With her temperament, he's sure that she will be the first to be called into the role of victim. This is the first time Kang Jin-hyuk is going through this part this way, but so far, things are going smoothly. Just as he planned, a hidden quest appears for him, in which he needs to destroy fanatics and the ringleader to increase his adaptation stat. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks about the stat reward given every time, but he didn't expect it to be adaptation. As Kang Jin-hyuk continues to move among the other prisoners, he hears loud screaming and yelling. A multitude of yellow-clad fanatics begin to shout and worship their god, giving them their glory. Among the stone ruins in the center is a deputy with his huge hammer among the four pillars. Kang Jin-hyuk raises his head in surprise and notices how many fanatics have gathered here. Kang Jin-hyuk turns around to one of the other players who is vomiting. He thinks that it's not too bad here for him to vomit. A huge wooden door amongst the stone ruins opens and falls to the floor with a clatter. The order to bring in the next victims is heard. In the center of attention among the stone ruins stand two big men in helmets and with a large weapon in their hands. The yellow-clad fanatics begin to push the prisoners forward with their sickles and knives on sticks. All of the prisoners, including Kang Jin-hyuk, are released from the shackles on their arms in the form of a tied rope. Kang Jin-hyuk listens as the fanatics loudly worship their god who desires horror-filled sacrifices. One of the yellow-clad fanatics starts yelling into a microphone. He asks which sacrifices give the god the most joy. The other fanatics stretch their hands up and say that God desires majestic sacrifices worthy of a god. The fanatic in the yellow robe continues to yell into the microphone and tells everyone to witness the sacrifice. The fanatic in yellow points his hand at Teresa, who is tied to a pole. She has sacrificed herself for a child she does not know. How majestic an act this is. The fanatic says that the blood of this majestic person will adorn the completion of their rite of sacrifice. It is a worthy sacrifice. Kang Jin-hek sticks his hand in his inner pocket and says that he was going to end this floor by getting all the stats. But now there's a but. Kang Jin-hek pulls out his pocket and activates the ancient grimoire of Macedrian. He's released from the restrictions of the fifth floor master. Kang Jin-hek releases everything that was sealed by the restrictions. He's so fed up with everything that he's going to end it all. He only has 4 hours left. Kang Jin-hek extends his palm to the side and activates his fire element skill. Kang Jin-hek directs his stream of fire flame through the window and directly into the pill he turned off into the water. The fire pill begins its activation. Flames appear under the huge deputy's feet and envelop the floor and his feet. Kang Jin-hyuk stands in the center of the room amidst the ruins and envelops the entire space around him in bright flames of fire. Fanatic notices that Kang Jin-hek is using a skill. This can't be the case because according to the god's commandment, using skills is not possible here. Kang Jin-hek continues with his plan and pulls out his rusty blade enveloped in purple energy. Kang Jin-hek waves his hand and throws his rusty dagger somewhere to the side. The rusty dagger flies into the rock Teresa is suspended from and cuts her arm chains. Teresa de Laurencia has a gash on her forehead from which blood flows. The girl starts to fall down because the chains are cut. Kang Jin-hek flies up to Teresa de Laurencia and manages to catch her in time as she falls down. Kang Jin-hek holds the lifeless and immobile body of Teresa de Laurencia in his arms. Kang Jin-hek puts his 2 fingers up to the girl's neck to feel her pulse and see if she is alive. Kang Jin-hek doesn't express any emotion on his face. The guy just stands silently with his head down slightly. Kang Jin-hek takes out another pill, and his entire body fills with rage. He doesn't care about stats or anything else anymore. He's just going to destroy everyone here. Kang Jin-hek pops the black pill of darkness into his mouth and bites it with a snap with his teeth. A gloomy and black aura appears around Kang Jin-hyuk. He is about to erect a black barrier. The yellow-clothed fanatics begin to get lost in the black smoke because they can't see anything amongst it. Kang Jin-hyuk's face expresses his thirst for revenge and his desire to destroy everyone here. He exhales the air furiously. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out his dragon pair swords and a black aura continues to spread around him. The entire space around Kang Jin-hek is covered in a black and purple shroud. The guy uses the sword graveyard skill. The yellow-clothed fanatics continue to look around, but they can't see anything because of the black smoke. One of the fanatics in yellow throws his sickle on the floor and begins to pray to the great god of darkness to answer their call. He is joined by 2 more fanatics, and they appeal to the almighty and great god of the demon king to lead them. The yellow-clad fanatics are distracted from their prayer by something and they turn away in horror. The yellow-clothed fanatics look at Kang Jin-hyuk through the shroud of black smoke. They feel his energy. It is the energy of the demon king god. The yellow-clothed fanatics perceive Kang Jin-hyuk as the god of the demon king and rejoice that he has answered their prayers. Kang Jin-hek, using his dragon pair swords, flies through the fanatics with lightning speed and cuts them down. Kang Jin-hek manages to destroy the enemy, causing his adaptation stat to be improved by 0.1/10 of a unit. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to destroy the fanatics and receives an improvement in his adaptation stat for each one. In the middle of the black and purple smoke and veil, in the center of the room, Teresa de Laurencia lies lifeless. Teresa de Laurencia continues to lie unconscious on the stone floor with her hands chained together. Teresa de Laurencia has previously fiercely defended the little girl because this is not the right thing to do. The little girl begins to cry and hide behind Teresa de Laurencia, who claims that the girl is still just a little child. The other players begin to contradict Teresa and say that the little girl is just an NPC and not a human being. They demand that she be given to them. Teresa de Laurencia unsubscribes the dark-skinned girl and another player with her in company to protect the little girl. Teresa de Laurencia says that they probably all thought that without skills, she was just an ordinary weakling, but they shouldn't be deluded by that. Teresa de Laurencia confidently holds her fists in front of her and says she will defeat them all, even if they pounce on her all at once. The dark-skinned girl realized that Teresa was going to choose the next victim among them herself. The dark-skinned and curly-haired girl wipes the blood from her mouth with her hand and says that Teresa pretends to be kind, but in reality is just like everyone else. Teresa de Laurencia turns to the little girl, Andrea, and looks at her with a sad look. Teresa de Laurencia begins to pat the girl's head lightly and tells her that she will definitely come back again. Teresa de Laurencia turns toward the bars, behind which the bigot in yellow stands and waits for them to make their choice. The bigot in yellow begins to smile widely and madly, and drool flows from his mouth. He says that Teresa de Laurencia is a victim worthy of a god. On the 5th floor area, among the abandoned living quarters, lie the bereft fanatics who were massacred by Kang Jin-hyuk. Teresa de Laurencia finally comes to her senses and tries to get to her feet to realize what is going on around her. Teresa thinks about how she and Kang Jin-hyuk ended up being the ones trying to do the impossible. Teresa de Laurencia comes to her senses, and the first thing she sees in front of her is Kang Jin-hyuk. Teresa de Laurencia smiles lovingly and gently at the guy because she knew he would definitely come for her. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at Teresa de Laurencia carefully and looks confident. He smiles slightly. Thanks to Kang Jin-hyuk's rusty dagger, the chains on Teresa de Laurencia's hands are broken. Kang Jin-hyuk receives 23 stat adaptation for the hidden quest. Now all that's left to do is dispose of the cult leader and get out of here. Teresa de Laurencia approaches Kang Jin-hyuk and informs him that she needs to go somewhere now. Teresa de Laurencia opens all the cells from the prisoners and frees the players, who are surprised that the girl managed to survive. Teresa de Laurencia runs up to the bars of the cell where she herself was sitting and calls out loudly to the girl Andrea. The little girl sits on the stone surface and notices Teresa, whom she happily calls out. The little girl jumps into Teresa's arms and the girls hug each other tightly. Teresa's very happy to see that Andrea is in one piece. Kang Jin-hyuk asks how to make sense of it all. Teresa reveals that Andrea is a resident of the tower. The fanatics captured her and had to make her either a victim or one of the fanatics. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at Teresa de Laurencia unhappily and can't believe he's wasting his precious 10 minutes on something like this. Suddenly, some interesting idea and thought pops into Kang Jin-hyuk's head. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at Andrea, who is hugging Teresa de Laurencia tightly, and remembers that she is a tower dweller. Kang Jin-hyuk's head is once again visited by some interesting and mysterious thought. Kang Jin-hyuk approaches little Andrea and asks her if he remembered her name correctly. Kang Jin-hyuk asks the little girl why she didn't become as religious when all the locals fanatically believe in God. Little girl Andrea sadly and wistfully lowers her head and hides her eyes in the shadows. The little girl Andrea sadly answers Kang Jin-hyuk's question with the fact that she didn't want to believe that God exists at all. Tears start to appear in Andrea's eyes, and she says that her villagers sold her because she has no parents. The little girl begins to shake with anger and says that if there really is a God, he is the creator of this hell of despair. The little girl Andrea starts crying bitterly and says that if this was God's plan, he is a complete heartless lowlife. Kang Jin-hyuk watches emotionlessly as little Andrea cries bitterly on the sidelines. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the girl, not knowing if this will comfort her or not, but as soon as he was born, he was abandoned in an orphanage and grew up all alone. Kang Jin-hyuk stands next to little Andrea and tells her that life without parents is very hard indeed. Teresa de Laurencia can't believe what Kang Jin-hyuk is saying about himself right now. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he had to move on. No matter how much Andrea blames someone or takes offense, it won't change anything. Little Andrea starts to twiddle her fingers in embarrassment and says that as long as the cult leader is alive, nothing will change. Kang Jin-hyuk remembers, thanks to the girl, that there is still a cult leader left. He's about to offer the girl something. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to little Andrea and says he can destroy the cult head. If the guy destroys the cult head, the girl will be able to live in a world free from the power of this lowlife again. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the soul brand and demands the girl to become his partner and subordinate in return for his offer. The little girl Andrea agrees to Kang Jin-hyuk's proposal without a second thought. Kang Jin-hyuk touches the little girl's chest with his finger and leaves his soul brand on it, which burns with a blue flame. Kang Jin-hyuk quite strokes the little and joyful girl's head and tells her to take good care of him from now on. Suddenly, Teresa de Laurencia realizes that she didn't do anything like that for Kang Jin-hyuk, so why is she acting just like his partner? Kang Jin-hyuk invites Teresa and Andrea to follow him in order for them to destroy the cult head, and in the meantime, Messidrian's grimoire expires, and all skills are blocked again. The cult head is sitting on his knees in some cramped room furnished with various jug-like vessels. The cult head smiles madly and is about to open one of the jugs that are here. He says that it will glorify their deity. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the girls that the cult leader is different from the rest of the fanatics. Even though he also can't use skills, he's as strong as a breaker. Teresa asks Kang Jin-hyuk if he can overpower the cult head with skills like last time. The guy says that's what he originally planned to do, but nuances came up. Kang Jin-hyuk explains to Teresa that time is up and he can't use the skills right now. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he can be fought in hand-to-hand combat as well, but he has one strong and powerful artifact in his hands. That artifact is the vase that eats evil, an artifact that destroys the enemy with a spell with absolute precision. Teresa interjects about what absolute accuracy we're talking about, and if that means they can't win. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he will take the first hit. Kang Jin-hyuk says that there is a cooldown between spells. That's why Teresa's role is most important here right now. Kang Jin-hyuk says that she definitely needs to overpower the head before he uses the artifact again. Kang Jin-hek with Teresa and little Andriana walk up to the huge metal door, and the guy asks if they're ready. Teresa de Laurentia, along with little Andrian, shakes her head at the same time, showing the guy that they are ready to proceed. Kang Jin-hyuk starts twisting the lever and tells the girls not to forget anything. If they remember everything he said, they will definitely get out of here. Kang Jin-hek, in company with Teresa de Laurentia and Andrian, enter the room where the cult leader is already standing in front of them. The cult head turns around with crazy eyes at the guests who entered to him and looks at them. The cult head calls the guys humans who ruined the ceremony and came to see him in person. This is all very interesting. Kang Jin-hyuk asks the cult leader where his partner went. He got his wish, so he just left. Kang Jin-hek grudgingly realizes that one of the Mainas is very savvy, even though he wanted to destroy him here. The cult head adjusts his hood and says that he doesn't know how Kang Jin-hek managed to use skills while ignoring God's restrictions. The cult head rips off his purple jacket and shouts that he will definitely sacrifice Kang Jin-hyuk, making him repent for all his wrongdoings. Teresa de Laurentia notices the very artifact Kang Jin-hek was talking about in the cult leader's hands. Kang Jin-hek snaps out of his seat and calls out loudly for Teresa to come with him immediately. Teresa de Laurentia steps straight toward the cult head and is about to swing her fist. Kang Jin-hyuk appears behind the cult head and also attacks the man and hits him with his leg. Teresa de Laurentia also jumps up and hits the cult head right under his knee to knock the man down. The cult head either smiles cockily or grins madly. He continues to fend off Kang Jin-hyuk's leg kicks. At some necessary and definite moment, Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Teresa de Laurentia and says to act now. The girl tears off a small piece of cloth and listens intently to Kang Jin-hek, who gives her instructions. Teresa de Laurentia appears behind the cult leader and inserts the cloth into his mouth, pulling it all the way back over his head. While Teresa de Laurentia is holding the cult head back, Kang Jin-hek steps on him and is about to attack him. The little girl Andrea stands behind Teresa de Laurentia's shoulder and watches in panic. The sect head begins to shake his whole body because he didn't expect such an attack from the victims. The head of the sect shakes his head violently and thus pushes Teresa de Laurentia away from him. Teresa de Laurentia flies into the stone wall with a rumble and breaks through it with her weight. Kang Jin-hek is going to attack next and wants to confront this muscular sect head. Kang Jin-hek unhappily turns around at the sect head, who dodges the blow. Kang Jin-hek abruptly and quickly appears in front of the sect head and punches him in the jaw with his fist from below. Kang Jin-hek steps back a bit to keep the proper distance as the man grabs his head. Kang Jin-hek tells the sect head that they slaughter monsters dozens of times bigger than him with their bare hands. He's sure the man won't defeat him in hand-to-hand combat. Teresa de Laurentia tries to get to her feet and says she didn't expect anything else from Kang Jin-hek. The purple-haired sect head starts laughing madly and says that Kang Jin-hyuk is the best victim. The sect head grabs the clay artifact and says that Kang Jin-hek will be the first sacrifice in his ritual. The sect head picks up his artifact and is about to open it, reading out loud some incantation. The man opens the artifact, from which blue streams of magical power fly out. He says that it will be a joy to his lord. Teresa de Laurentia realizes that the sect leader begins to read and use the spell that Kang Jin-hek was talking about. Kang Jin-hek begins to become enveloped in blue streams and reprimands Teresa to remember that this spell has a long cooldown. Kang Jin-hek tells the girl to look closely at the eyes of the vase, which will tell when the artifact is ready to be used again. Kang Jin-hek smiles at the girl and tells her to remember to take care of everything else. Teresa de Laurentia stands in a stupor and listens to Kang Jin-hek with surprised eyes. Powerful streams of blue-black energy begin to painfully penetrate Kang Jin-hyuk's body in front of Teresa de Laurentia. The little girl Andrian watches in shock and opens her mouth in horror. A barrage of negative emotions descends on Teresa de Laurentia. She stands in a stupor and doesn't understand what she should do next. Teresa de Laurentia sees Kang Jin-hek's body falling to the ground in front of her and hurriedly heads towards him. Kang Jin-hek dies unexpectedly. Demon King's curse disappears because of his death. The sect head holds the artifact in his hands and rejoices at the fresh sacrifice. God will definitely be very happy about this. Teresa de Laurentia tries to pump and bring Kang Jin-hyuk to consciousness. She asks him to wake up and open his eyes. The sect leader starts laughing loudly and crazily and says that the death of a comrade is a very painful thing. Teresa de Laurentia begins to get angry and her eyes fill with rage through her tears. She turns to the head of the sect. The sect head says that if the death of a comrade is not agonizing for Teresa, then she is the wrong victim. He kicks the girl again. Teresa de Laurentia flies backwards from the impact with a clatter as little Andrian calls out to her from the side. The head of the sect hears little Andrian's voice and turns in her direction, smiling widely and madly. Little Andrian hides behind one of the cabinets, and the sect head notices her and now realizes where she has been all this time. The sect head's hand begins to reach for little Andriana to take her for himself. The girl is shaking with terror and fear. Teresa de Laurencia appears and jumps on the sect head's neck. The man did not expect such actions at all. Teresa de Laurencia tightly wraps her arms around the sect leader's neck and is about to throw him backwards over herself. Teresa de Laurencia manages to powerfully throw the sect head backwards so that a cloud of dust and a loud rumble is left behind. Teresa de Laurencia begins to cry again, but her eyes are filled not only with tears, but with rage. She will not let Andrea be taken from her. The sect head holds the artifact tightly in his hands and says that Teresa still has the strength left to fight. The muscular sect head looks like a clown. His eyes turn red and open as wide as possible. He stares at Teresa with a crazed look. Teresa de Laurencia is getting punched time and again by the sect head who destroys everything in his path. The cult head seems to be enjoying it all and is ready to fight on when Teresa is on her last breath. Teresa realizes that it's impossible to stand against the sect head without using skills. The muscular sect head gives glory to his god out loud again and leaps out of his seat to attack Teresa. The sect head starts throwing multiple punches at Teresa, but the girl dodges and tries to back away from the battle slightly. During one of her dodges, the girl grabs the first shard lying on the floor. The girl swings her arm with all her might and launches a sharp shard of one of the vases at the head of the sect. Through her machinations, the girl manages to knock several chandeliers from the ceiling to drop to the ground. The sect head turns around at the fallen chandeliers and laughs at this. He believes that the girl will not be saved by the darkness. Teresa de Laurencia at this time is trying to run away somewhere. Teresa de Laurencia runs away and sits on the floor trying to catch her breath. She thinks that her action will reduce the sect head's outlook. The girl contemplates a plan of action. First, she must take the vase away from him. If the man uses that spell again, she won't stand a chance of winning. Teresa de Laurencia turns toward the sect head approaching her, who has already found her. The muscular cult leader swings his fist at the girl and strikes, but she manages to dodge the blow. Teresa de Laurencia turns around at the cult leader and tries to figure out how he found her so immediately. The muscular sect head continues to hold the vase in his hands and says that Teresa is very agile, but if he finds her again, she's finished. The cult leader tells Teresa that her shiny hair is immediately conspicuous even in the dark. Teresa de Laurencia's hair is sticking out from behind a wooden cabinet, and the muscular sect head notices it. The cult head shows the vase and says that after he knocks her out, he will find that little girl, and when Teresa wakes up, he will make her watch Andrea fall victim to the vase. The cult leader notices Teresa de Laurencia's hair behind a closet and looks out sharply, catching her. The girl is alarmed at the sight of him. The muscular cult head swings his fist at the girl again, but she manages to dodge again. Teresa de Laurencia dodges the sect leader's blows with agile and quick movements. The sect head smirks contentedly and says that Teresa de Laurencia is so strong that she seems endless. Teresa de Laurencia hides from the cult head again. He tells her that she can hide wherever she wants. Finding her is only a matter of time. Teresa de Laurencia realizes that you can't waste the precious time that Kang Jin-hyuk has won. If she loses here, then Andrea will die as well. Teresa de Laurencia is once again hiding in some clay vase and jug den, trying to catch her breath and think of a plan of action. Teresa de Laurencia picks up another piece of vase shard from the floor and looks at it closely. The muscular cult leader walks between the cabinets and broken vases, chanting praise to his lord. He holds his artifact in his hands. The muscular sect head once again meets Teresa de Laurencia's hair sticking out from behind a cabinet in his path. The cult head continues to grin madly and says he's changed his mind. He will keep him alive if the girl swears that she will become a believer. The cult head offers to make Teresa a saint of the demon king god, so the girl can bring little Andrea with her. The muscular sect head with the vase in his hands abruptly peeks out behind the closet and is about to grab Teresa's hair. The sect head grabs Teresa de Laurencia's hair and realizes that it is just her severed piece of hair. Teresa de Laurencia appears behind the sect head and rushes towards him to snatch the vase-shaped artifact from his hands. Teresa de Laurencia begins to cut her hair short. Compared to Kang Jin-hyuk, her hair is a complete trifle. The girl is very serious and confident. She briefly cuts off her long and beautiful hair. The head of the sect finally stops smirking and his face expresses surprise and wariness. Teresa de Laurencia, with her hair cut off, tries with all her might to reach up and snatch the vase from the sect head's hands. The sect leader swings his fist and is about to hit the girl, who realizes that the man has a very fast reaction speed. Suddenly, from the other side, a vase lands on the head of the sect head and disassembles from the blow. Little Andrian appears and drops the vase on the sect head to help Teresa de Laurencia in some way. The sect head begins to bare his white teeth again and begins to aggress at the little girl. When little Andrian distracts the sect head with a vase, Teresa de Laurencia manages to snatch the vase-shaped artifact out of his hands. Teresa de Laurencia snatches the vase out of the sect head's hands and praises little Andrea aloud. The sect head begins to smile and asks what Teresa is going to do with the artifact, if she is going to sacrifice herself. Teresa de Laurencia carefully examines the artifact in the form of a vase and studies it. Before everything happens, Teresa de Laurencia recalls Kang Jin-hyuk saying the words to her, Pateria de Amerios, Teo pa Bericio. She needs to learn those words. Kang Jin-hyuk explains to the girl that this is a spell in the rune language. The girl can use it at the appropriate time. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the girl that when such a moment happens, she will definitely feel it and realize it. Teresa de Laurencia looks at the artifact and realizes how she feels right now. This is the right moment. Teresa de Laurencia begins to repeat the words Kang Jin-hyuk gave her and instructed her to learn. The eyes on the sect head's artifact skull begin to burn brightly with blue light as the girl begins to recite the spell. The sect head points his finger at Teresa in shock and asks how the girl knows the ancient language of runes. Teresa de Laurencia replies to the sect head that an old man told her that she could do it instead. Thanks to a spell cast by Teresa de Laurencia, the artifact begins to activate and absorb the sect head into itself. The sect head begins to cry madly and in terror because this is impossible. He begins to call for help from the god of the Demon King. The boss monster of the 5th floor is defeated thanks to Teresa, who activated the artifact and imprisoned the sect head in a vase. The artifact stops exuding bright and luminous energy, and then simply falls to the ground. Teresa de Laurencia picks up little Andrea in her arms and examines her, trying to see if she is unharmed or injured. Teresa de Laurencia picks up little Andrea, who points her finger at Kang Jin-hyuk and calls him brother. Teresa de Laurencia says she handled everything and tries to wake up Kang Jin-hyuk, who won't get up. She apologizes for going after him without his permission. Teresa de Laurencia starts crying bitterly and promises Kang Jin-hyuk that she won't do it again, just so long as he wakes up. The influence of the Demon King god disappears due to the absence of the monster boss. The restrictions on skill use are lifted and Kang Jin-hyuk begins to move his fingers. Teresa de Laurencia watches as the guy activates Heaven's Patronage. With this skill, Kang Jin-hyuk can resurrect once if it's not instant death. The skill has a cooldown of 240 hours. Teresa de Laurencia and little Andrea happily and joyfully watch as Kang Jin-hyuk is resurrected. Kang Jin-hyuk rises, and before he can say anything, the girls call out to him loudly and joyfully. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks slightly and tells the girls that dying turned out to be quite painful. Kang Jin-hyuk asks why Teresa de Laurencia is crying again, just like she did in the maze. She replies that the tears are coming out of her eyes. Teresa de Laurencia stabs Kang Jin-hyuk in the chest in a friendly and caring way, and the guy expectorates blood. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Teresa de Laurencia that he's still in pain, for which the girl apologizes again. The guy asks why the girl cut her hair. Teresa de Laurencia asks the guy why there's still no message about opening the next floor, since they handled the 5th floor boss. Kang Jin-hyuk explains that the condition for clearing the 5th floor is to escape from it. If they go out that door, then it will count as a 5th floor sweep. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at little Andrea and says that this floor has another highlight. Kang Jin-hyuk talks about the 5th floor's monster boss spot being transferable. Kang Jin-hyuk picks up an artifact and says that since the condition of the sweep didn't include eliminating the boss, whoever picks up the artifact will become the new master of this floor. Kang Jin-hyuk sits down on his knees in front of a little girl and says he's entrusting her with the position of ruler. Teresa de Laurencia is surprised and shocked at such news, as well as a little Andrea herself. Kang Jin-hyuk tells her if she remembers that the guy promised her that she would live in a world without a cult leader. Kang Jin-hyuk places the artifact in the girl's hands and tells her to live her life as she wishes. Now no one can make her unhappy. A notification appears in the Tower of Trials system that the floor ruler's position has been handed over. Andrea's transformation begins. To match the title of ruler, her body begins to gain instant improvements. Teresa de Laurencia watches the bright light from as little Andrea begins her transformation. A tall and beautiful girl with long purple hair appears in front of the boys. Andrea has grown up. No longer small, Andrea confidently clenches her fist and smiles gratefully at Kang Jin-hyuk and Teresa. Andrea bows to the guy and assures him that all of the entities here, including herself, will follow his will. The ruler of the 5th floor swears allegiance to Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk is the first to be able to gain loyalty from the monster boss. For this, he's registered in the Hall of Fame. Kang Jin-hyuk strokes the head of a grown-up Andrea, who has tears dripping from her eyes. He tells her to keep the smile on her face from now on. The grown Andrea turns to Teresa de Laurencia and looks at her with sincere gratitude. Andrea abruptly throws herself around Teresa de Laurencia's neck and hugs her tightly. The girl asks to visit her more often. Teresa de Laurencia carefully and lovingly hugs the girl back and promises her that she will visit her. As Kang Jin-hyuk and Teresa de Laurencia say goodbye to Andrea, the 6th floor of the tower is revealed, with 90 days to go before the cleanup. People around the world read the news about how Kang Jin-hyuk has cleared the 5th floor. People praise him and think that he deserves better recognition. People all over the world are commenting on how Kang Jin-hyuk is cleverly straightening out and literally living a second life. Their team up with Teresa is simply fire. Fraudster and journalist Eun Jen is turned to trial after all for his revival stone scam. Some guys at the bar are celebrating the sweep of the 5th floor and are going to have a drink in honor of such a momentous occasion. One of the injured players thanks Kang Jin-hyuk for managing to survive. He thought there was no other way out of this hell, but Kang Jin-hyuk changed everything. Yoo-sung watches the video of Kang Jin-hyuk sweeping the 5th floor and his face doesn't express joy and contentment at all, rather the opposite. Yoo-sung starts to get angry and doesn't understand why Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't give him a chance to get close to him. There's a loud knock on the door of Yoo-sung's room because someone has come in. Yoo-sung turns around at the door. Suddenly, instead of entering normally, the wooden doors are destroyed by someone with a rumble. A blonde-haired man wearing a white masquerade mask walks into Yoo-sung's room. The man smiles and points his sharp sword at Yoo-sung. Instantly, his sword appears in Yoo-sung's hands. The guy asks sharply and rudely who the blonde man is. The blonde man in the white mask bows slightly, placing his palm against his chest. He says his name is Kwain. The man says he didn't expect the unknown to have such a small house. He expected to see more luxury. A drop of sweat appears on Yoo-sung's face, and he doesn't understand what unknown has to do with this and what's even going on. Yoo-sung becomes angry and aggressive when he realizes that the person behind all of this is Kang Jin-hyuk. A loud and violent explosion happens in one of the high-rise buildings, blowing out windows and glass. Passers-by are startled and pay attention to the explosion. Kang Jin-hyuk comes to some place and his ear once again starts to itch badly. Little Alice's hands point someone to a rack of handbags. This is the starting point. The girl extends her hand and points to the end of a long table. That's the end point there. Little Alice smiles contentedly and says she buys every single thing she just pointed to. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Little Alice and says that inflation is coming because of her. The girl doesn't care. She doesn't even know what it is. Kang Jin-hyuk, as payment for teaching Andrea, allowed Alice to enjoy a civilized life, although it's more like the girl is just taking retribution. Little Alice takes on the task of teaching Andrea. She teaches her to live like a boss, to stand like a boss, to schedule the boss's day. Alice teaches Andrea the basic knowledge that every ruler should have, sort of like an introduction to bossology. Kang Jin-hyuk does all of this because he's sure how he'll reap his rewards from all of this in the future. Kang Jin-hyuk is studying his characteristics again. He's getting stronger and faster than he thought. Considering the points he got for the hidden quest on the 5th floor, he has as many as 78. He realizes that even guild rankers who raise their stats through dungeons should be around level 30. If one were to add another leap, a stronger player than him simply can't be found. Kang Jin-hyuk couldn't even imagine receiving such an item as a reward for passing the 5th floor he was given. Kang Jin-hyuk had received a boundary-breaking mirror. It connects to any desired location in the Tower of Trials on the first 10 floors. As the player grows, the allowable floor is added. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that he still has a lot of preparation to do, so he stows his item in his pocket for now. The current director of their guild gets a call from Kang Jin-hyuk and says something to him over the phone. Kang Jin-hyuk replies to the man that he has business with him. He asks if everything is quiet in their guild. The guild director says that Kang Jin-hyuk has become very popular lately, and they're broadcasting about him on all the channels. A lot of people come to them just because of him, and that's how they get stagnant. Kang Jin-hyuk asks how many of those people there are. The director replies that there are several hundred a day. He asks how he can help the guy. Kang Jin-hyuk says he'll send the director a list of something. The director needs to book it all. In addition to the list, Kang Jin-hyuk also demands that the director arrange for him to meet with the Fighting Fathers Guild. Kang Jin-hyuk goes to some cafe and buys himself a drink. The guy sits and drinks his drink when the man across from him asks if he took a break. The man's name is Kim Gi-dae. He is from the Fighting Fathers Guild. The man has been waiting a long time for a call from player Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk says that this is the first time they've seen each other since that test, and it's really been a long time. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes how good it is to have strength, and because during the test, Kim Gi-dae was very proud like a peacock. Kim Gi-dae is no longer so proud and pretentious now. Instead, he has become very closed, polite, and humble. Kang Jin-hyuk apologizes to the man for the mandrake incident because he was busy cleaning up the tower. Kim Gi-dae politely bows his head and says it's perfectly fine. Kang Jin-hyuk tells him to relax. Kang Jin-hyuk offers the man to change the terms of the contract as an apology. He heard that their guild owns 10 A-rank dungeons on the 3rd floor. Kang Jin-hyuk offers to change the terms of the contract and give one of the dungeons from the guild's holdings to him. Kim Gi-dae realizes that the guy is offering to give him 1 A-rank heat dungeon on the 3rd floor instead of 10 on the 1st floor. Kim Gi-dae suspects that the guy will never tell him the recipe for the antidote, so he also raises the terms of the contract. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to smile widely and contentedly, agreeing with Kim Gi-dae's words. The man understands him correctly. Kim Gi-dae turns to the guy and asks him on what grounds he's changing the terms of their contract. Kang Jin-hyuk explains to him that there is inflation, raw material price increases, and wage increases. Kim Gi-dae says they're not a charitable organization and he didn't come here to listen to his absurd demands. The man with the psycho gets up from the table and rests his hand on the table. He only wasted his time coming here. Kim Gi-dae is about to leave here and pretends he didn't hear anything. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles contentedly at him. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the man that the gray temple labyrinth he owns on the 3rd floor is not passable in any way. Those words stop the man. Kim Gi-dae warily turns around to Kang Jin-hyuk and asks how the guy knew that. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he is also a guildmaster, albeit unofficially, so he can get this kind of information whenever he wants. Kang Jin-hyuk hears that they never stop trying to pass the gray temple that they have monopolized. Every time they fail, causing his guild's reputation to suffer greatly. When this happens, his place as leader is threatened as well. The man is angry at such words. Kang Jin-hyuk tells all the information and suggests Kim Gi-dae to go through this maze instead of them. Kim Gi-dae listens to the guy's speech carefully and looks at him in surprise, not knowing what to say to all of this. Somewhere in Vienna, Austria, there's some kind of live music concert where musicians are performing on stage. Little Alice in company with Kang Jin-hyuk are at this concert. The girl claps enthusiastically at the musicians and is touched to the core. Kang Jin-hyuk is enjoying the masterpiece of the era. Kang Jin-hyuk completes the quest to go to the concert 7 times and fulfills the required conditions. Kang Jin-hyuk successfully copies the skill Absolute Hearing of rank F, as well as understanding instruments of the same rank. In the same establishment, in a restaurant, Kang Jin-hyuk and Little Alice are set a lot of delicious food on the table. Little Alice beckons the waiter and asks him to bring them 2 bottles of the most expensive thing they have. Kang Jin-hyuk proceeds to eat and thinks about finishing all the chores and going back to Korea today. The guy has a lot of tasks to do cooking and eating at the restaurant. Little Alice turns to the guy and says, why are they just sitting there quietly having fun, even though she doesn't mind at all? Kang Jin-hyuk replies to her that it will benefit them in the future. For now, she needs to enjoy herself while she can. Alice doesn't mind at all. Kang Jin-hyuk sets down her delicious and colorful salad and thinks about the 6th floor of the Tower of Trials, the Elf Forest. It's a floor with a beautiful forest guarded by chauvinist elves. The next floor will open if you just spend 90 days there. Kang Jin-hyuk knows that most players usually just mark their time there and then go to other floors to level up. Each floor has its own purpose, as well as the cultivation perks that can be obtained there. This time, the guy's going to prepare well. Kang Jin-hyuk receives a request for a video call from Kim Gi-dae, who informs him that everything is ready. In the middle of some ruins in yet another dungeon, a magic portal appears right in the middle of space. A man with a staff informs Kang Jin-hyuk that they are arriving. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks about how teleportation magic is very convenient. The Profession Change Shrine on the 3rd floor is the most popular and busiest profession change center in the tower. Many people come here to see the priestess who instructs them on the profession that suits them. Suddenly, someone appears from behind Kang Jin-hyuk and notices the appearance of a guy saying it out loud. Kang Jin-hyuk says that Commander Kim Gi-dae prepared everything very quickly. He thinks it's best not to delay with such a matter. Kim Gi-dae introduces the squad members of today's raid. The guy's name is Lee Yoon-gwon, and he's the captain of the 2nd Siege team. Lee Yoon-gwon says he's watched every Kang Jin-hyuk video on YouTube. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks the boy is pretty ambitious for a captain of the Fighting Fathers. The girl introduces herself as Ha Yoon-soo, and she is the sub-DPS in charge. She's a huge fan of Kang Jin-hyuk. Another male chiler asks the guy for an autograph. Kim Gi-dae tries to calm the young guy's hype and says that it's not a fan meeting at all. Kim Gi-dae realizes that even the top guys in the guild have become casual fans in front of Kang Jin-hyuk. Kim Gi-dae says that even though Lee Yoon-gwon is formally in command, the fact is that it's handed over to Kang Jin-hyuk. From there, they can take whatever they want because he doesn't care. Kim Gi-dae confidently clenches his fist and shows it to the guys. The most important thing is that they win. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks about how he was planning to finish Kim Gi-dae off if he suddenly threw something out. But there's no need for that right now. 30 minutes later, they meet at the entrance after finishing their preparations. Kang Jin-hyuk walks up the large and long staircase, about to go in to see the priestess. The first priestess of the profession change appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk. The girl says that in order to become stronger, you need a profession. The first priestess of the profession change asks what path Kang Jin-hyuk would prefer to take. The first priestess spreads her hands in front of the boy, and all sorts of professions are revealed to him. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that he tried all the popular professions through his second accounts. He thinks about which path he will choose. Kang Jin-hyuk asks to be shown the unpopular professions. Kang Jin-hyuk chooses the profession Barrier Master. It's unpopular, and also difficult to learn. It's perfect for him. Kang Jin-hyuk remembers Lancelot's Mang, who is proud of his barrier skill. He plans to stomp his pride into the dirt. He accepts the quest to change his profession to Barrier Master. Kang Jin-hyuk notices something interesting in front of him, and it draws his attention to himself. The guy turns to the side and notices a pandemonium of people. He wonders what they are doing there. A samurai guild appears and asks if Kim Gi-dae from the Fighting Fathers Guild is here. They ask to talk. Kim Gi-dae asks them why they came here again. They have been told many times before that they will not allow them to participate in taking over the Grey Temple. The man with gray hair says that so many people are disappointed in the Fighting Fathers that they still can't deal with this unfortunate maze. The man with gray hair says that if strength is lacking, for the good of humanity, they will do it. They offer to go through the maze together. Kim Gi-dae, the head of the Fighting Fathers Guild, begins to furiously cackle and resents the words of the man with gray hair. The other players who are present begin to discuss the appearance of the Samurai Guild. This is the same Samurai Guild that has been showing high growth lately. They are rising like crazy due to their fine-tuned organization and ability to gather information. They will be able to mop up the Grey Temple. Kim Gi-dae listens to the discussions of others and realizes that the man from the Samurai Guild has tweaked the society to suit himself. From behind, Kang Jin-hyuk slowly walks up to Commander Kim Gi-dae and tells the man that he is quite popular. Kang Jin-hyuk walks among the other players and is recognized by everyone. He's a famous ranker from Korea. The man with gray hair recognizes Kang Jin-hyuk with S rank. He suspects that the guy is related to the Martial Fathers. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly turns to the man from the Samurai Guild and says that listening to their conversation made him curious about something. Kang Jin-hyuk begins to state that the samurai men believe that the Fighting Fathers Guild lacks the strength to pass the maze. Kang Jin-hyuk continues and states that the samurai themselves lack the strength to do it, so they aren't much different from them. Another man from the Samurai Guild reacts sharply and aggressively to the guy's words and demands that they be repeated again. The guy with gray hair stops the outraged man and says that Kang Jin-hyuk S ranked. The man with gray hair asks if he thinks Kang Jin-hyuk S ranked weak. He replies that it's not that they are weak. They don't even reach the norm. The Battle Fathers Guild members listen to the conversation and think that Kang Jin-hyuk thinks they are weak after all. The man with gray hair says that he doesn't care what the guy says. They have strength that is incomparable to their strength. Kang Jin-hyuk stops smiling and looks at the man askance, asking what kind of strength we're talking about. The man with gray hair says that behind him is an old man who made it to the 30th floor in the Tower of Trials. Such words make Kang Jin-hyuk very wary, and he wonders who this old man could be since he made it to the 30th floor. People discuss that the samurai have such an old man. No wonder they managed to grow up so fast. The man with gray hair says that they have information about lands that no one knows about. They can prepare in advance for all the traps and prepare forces for conquest. The man claims that by using this information, they will be the first heroes to save humanity from the Tower of Trials. The man with gray hair smugly adds that it would be nice to get rich as well. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at him unhappily. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his greedy gaze skill, which he uses on the man with gray hair. Kang Jin-hyuk notices that the man's words are the truth. This means that he himself truly believes what he is saying. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to activate his greedy gaze skill and starts looking around at the others. The guy starts to study the people around him to find the one who was talking such nonsense for the Samurai Guild. Kang Jin-hyuk's greedy gaze eyes stop on one of the men, and he realizes that it's the one he's looking for. That man's name is Yamamoto Takeshi. The man possesses incomplete foresight. Depending on the level of the possessor, One can see the floors above. Kang Jin-hyuk frantically grabs his head and realizes that things are getting more and more interesting. The man with blonde hair and black eyebrows is the same one Kang Jin-hyuk was looking for. His partners from the Samurai Guild realize that the guy is a real genius, and he manages to actually see what is on the floors above. No one knows it yet, but the man has the ability of incomplete foresight. He thought that if he hit it, he would get an even better reputation. The man with the russet hair smirks rather smugly and knows that he was sure that this would help him increase his reputation. The man realizes that if no one ever finds out about it, it will not really constitute a lie. The man with russet hair begins to suspect something and wonders why Kang Jin-hyuk is looking at him like that and smirking. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he doesn't know who the man is, but he must be very strong to have climbed up to the 30th floor. After all, there's no information about floors above the 10th floor yet. The man with gray hair says that Kang Jin-hyuk is well informed. Information is the most valuable weapon in their time. They ask if they'll take them with them. Kim Gi-dae is already starting to get angry at the Samurai Guild and says he's not going to believe this nonsense. Kang Jin-hyuk stops Kim Gi-dae and says that the man with gray hair should have started right away. He suggests they go with them. The commander and guild leader of the Fighting Fathers Guild doesn't understand Kang Jin-hyuk's gesture and why he's making this decision. The man with gray hair is as surprised as Kim Gi-dae. He didn't expect the guy to agree to go with them. The man with gray hair says that there is finally someone to have a normal conversation with. The man with gray hair turns to Kim Gi-dae and tells him to make a simpler face. They raise their reputations if they do win the maze. The man with gray hair calls out to his partners and tells them to follow him. Kim Gi-dae doesn't know how he understands all of this and why Kang Jin-hyuk let them go with them. The man with incomplete foresight squints at the guys and moves on. Kim Gi-dae tries to figure out why they're just going to let them in after so many refusals. Kang Jin-hyuk says whether Kim Gi-dae really didn't think to let these guys into the maze if it wasn't for himself. Kim Gi-dae confirms this and says there's no way he would have let them in and stopped them. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the guild leader that this is no way to behave because the guys want to be heroes of humanity. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks fiercely and offers to give them a chance to feel what it's like to be heroes by infringing on someone else's prey. Kim Gi-dae squints at Kang Jin-hyuk and thinks he's crazy. He doesn't understand what the guy is up to after all. Lee Yun-gwan turns to the men and says that they're going to go with the others too. Kim Gi-dae looks after the guys entering the maze. They all enter the Gray Temple maze. Someone tells the others to look over here, where the players who went through the maze first have hardened. Another man says that these players are very pitiful, and is there any way to bring them back to life? Yamamoto Takeshi says there is no way. You can't cross her gaze. The man with gray hair tells the others not to be afraid because he has prepared himself. The man pulls out his Perseus shield. Kang Jin-hyuk watches the samurai and realizes how much money they drained for nothing. He doubts that the man knows how to use the shield properly. Kang Jin-hyuk fulfills some conditions and is given a second bonus for whoever conquered the tower first. The guy accepts the bonus and thinks it's because he entered the maze right after receiving the quest. Kang Jin-hyuk receives the Moon Seal. It will become effective after completing the Profession Change quest. The guy becomes the owner of the lost and forgotten languages in the tower. Kang Jin-hyuk recalls that he had seen these languages before when he passed through the tower, but he couldn't understand what they were for. It was all a reward for the first conqueror. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes light up with interest and excitement because there is something else he doesn't know about. The man with russet hair, Yamamoto Takeshi, begins to use his incomplete foresight skill and closes his eyes. When Yamamoto Takeshi gets all the information he needs with his ability, he whispers to the man with gray hair what he has seen and learned. The man with gray hair orders everyone to get ready for battle because a giant snake appears in front of them. They need to stay in formation. The man with gray hair starts smiling and suggests the others to crush the snake. He orders the main damagers to go on the attack. The main damagers from the Samurai Guild begin to attack the giant snake with their magic power. The Samurai Guild damagers use fire flames to hit the giant snake. The man with gray hair is about to enter the battle as well and orders the others to get ready. The man with gray hair flies up and is about to strike the huge snake from the air. The man with gray hair activates his Perseus shield and stores magical energy in it. The man cradles his Perseus shield and delivers a powerful blow to the giant snake, severing its neck. The rest of the raid and the Samurai Guild rejoice as the man with gray hair strikes the snake. Lee Yong-gwan of the Martial Fathers Guild watches and says that this man is very strong. They can do anything at all. Lee Yun-gwan moodily and despairingly lowers his head and says out loud that he is very pathetic. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks about how these guys have a very long road ahead of them. They are depressed just from that. Kang Jin-hek thinks about how only little Alice can handle something like this in a minute or less. On the 5th floor, Alice is coaching Adriana. She's about to show her something again, so the girl watches carefully and repeats. Little Alice puts her finger forward and shows her how to subdue and order someone around when she's the boss. Adriana says it was expected of Alice. A very different feeling. Alice confirms that she and the girl are fundamentally different. The man with gray hair rubs his chin thoughtfully as someone addresses him. The other members of the Samurai Guild ask their commander which way to go next. The man with gray hair turns to Yamamoto Takeshi to see what he has to say to him on the matter. Yamamoto Takeshi realizes that he didn't see 2 roads in his foresight, one of which is an ambush and the other is bright and seems easy. He doesn't know how to proceed. Yamamoto Takeshi begins to stutter and tries to figure out where they should go. He hesitantly says they need to go left. Kang Jin-hyuk says that's what you'd expect from an old man. Normal people would have chosen the road to the right, dangerous and with ambushes, sensing a catch here. Kang Jin-hek says the man is aware that people with this mindset, this maze sends people straight to hell. He doesn't know who the man is, but he believes him. Yamamoto Takeshi and the man with the gray hair look at each other with satisfaction, as they now know where to go. Yamamoto Takeshi leads everyone to the left side. Kang Jin-hyuk obediently follows him. Kang Jin-hek realizes that the man's foresight is far worse than he thought. Kang Jin-hek mentally and silently smirks at the fact that Yamamoto Takeshi chose the left side after all, because there is no right path here. No matter what he chooses, both paths will lead him to hell. One of the raiders notices some laser traps along the way and asks what they are. Yamamoto Takeshi says it's a simple trap. He tells the other guys not to worry so much. These laser beams are heading straight towards the raid members who don't understand why this is happening. The Samurai Guild members activate the mana introduction skill. They realize that the lasers are getting closer and they need to block them. One of the lasers does pressurize one of the raid members and severely injures him in the shoulder. Yamamoto Takeshi realizes that the laser is breaking through their blocking. They should use more mana. The man with gray hair tells Takeshi to stand behind him, so the man doesn't get hit by the laser trap. Yamamoto Takeshi realizes that this is all because of Kang Jin-hyuk, though he won't be able to get out of here in one piece. Yamamoto Takeshi is distracted from his thoughts, and something catches his attention strongly. Kang Jin-hyuk's quest to change his profession to barrier master begins. He creates magical symbols in the air. Kang Jin-hek stands in front of his entire team of guild battle fathers and creates a barrier that protects them from laser traps. Kang Jin-hek brings his hands together and exposes 2 fingers from each hand. A magic ball forms above them. Kang Jin-hek activates the imperfect physical barrier. He fulfills the first condition of his quest. When the laser traps begin to overwhelm their team, Kang Jin-hek protects everyone with his abilities. A girl from the Fighting Fathers Guild looks around the barrier and asks what it is. It's the first time she's ever seen something like this. Kang Jin-hek looks around the barrier and realizes that this is now his limit until he gets a profession. Although the first condition of the quest was only to activate the barrier, so whatever. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to the others and orders them to stay inside his barrier. The girl asks where Kang Jin-hyuk is going. Kang Jin-hek says he's going to get one item. It can be picked up when you dodge the laser traps 300 times. Lee Eun-gwan and her partner are shocked by Kang Jin-hyuk's action and can't believe it. Kang Jin-hyuk says that if there are those who want to join, they can come out. It's not at all as difficult as it may seem. Kang Jin-hek starts smiling smugly and covers his eyes, enjoying everything. The guy starts snapping his fingers rhythmically and says that all you have to do is set the right rhythm. Kang Jin-hek begins to deftly, quickly, and gracefully dodge the laser traps that are aimed at him. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly continues to dodge and says that it's as simple as that. Lee Eun-gwan admiringly watches Kang Jin-hyuk's actions and can't believe his eyes. While the Samurai Guild is fighting the lasers, screaming in pain, Kang Jin-hyuk calmly dodges and manages to smile through his teeth. Lee Eun-gwan asks Kim Gi-dae if they'll be at a disadvantage if they give everything to Kang Jin-hyuk after passing. Kim Gi-dae says that the guy is too young to understand everything. There are times when you have to accept even a loss. Kim Gi-dae continues that if you're not confident in your own abilities, then backing down, that's also a strategy. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to dodge the lasers with a cold-blooded expression. Lee Eun-gwan watches Kang Jin-hyuk and now understands why Commander Kim Gi-dae said that. Kang Jin-hyuk stops when the laser traps stop advancing. He completes the covert mission. Kang Jin-hyuk gets a reward for shedding sweat. The guy gets the blazing flame stone. Kang Jin-hek's joy and contentment is distracted by loud yells from somewhere on the other side. One of the raid members from the Samurai Guild grabs his lost arm and screams in pain. The man reports to Yamamoto Takeshi that one of their partners is dead. He demands that they get a chilera over here. The man with gray hair orders everyone to stand up and count the number of injured and dead. Kangjin Hyuk begins to sneeringly wonder how many wounded they have. His barrier was only for 30 people. He couldn't let everyone in at once. The man with gray hair starts to get aggressive and violently calls Kangjin Hyuk names. The man with gray hair says that everyone on Kangjin Hyuk's side is alive and unharmed. Did the guy really know about the trap? Kangjin Hyuk confirms it. The man with gray hair is amazed at Kangjin Hyuk's indifference and says that people died here. Kangjin Hyuk starts to tell the man with a serious face that he only let them come with them for one reason. The man with gray hair was rubbing it in about an old man who made it to the 30th floor, so he has no right to be angry. Kangjin Hyuk raises his tone and starts yelling about how no one forced or asked them to follow them. The man with gray hair calls Kangjin Hyuk a scumbag and says that the guild samurai won't just let him get away with it. Kangjin Hyuk is amused by this. Kangjin Hyuk points the way forward and says that this is not a good time to talk about such things. Special conditions are met where 50% of the raid is destroyed by traps. Kangjin Hyuk is to receive the blazing flame. This is where the guardian of the Gray Temple awakens. A man with gray hair and his companions notice a snake and ask what it is. Kangjin Hyuk tells no one to relax because things are just beginning. A fire-eating snake appears. Kangjin Hyuk smirks madly and says that if a man wants to say something, he needs to survive first. A huge fire-eating snake appears in front of the maze raid participants. This snake is a favorite pet of the jellyfish. Its body is composed entirely of flame, making it impervious to all physical attacks. The man with gray hair grabs his injured arm and says that they haven't even built up yet. Kangjin Hyuk says that since the man has realized his situation, he should give Kangjin Hyuk something. Kangjin Hyuk tells the man not to make a fool of himself and to give him his Perseus shield since he can't use it properly. The man with gray hair says the guy is talking nonsense. No one is just going to give up their artifact. The fire-consuming snake starts to get aggressive and is about to attack the raid members. Kangjin Hyuk activates the ice creation skill and says there's nothing more that can be done about it. Kangjin Hyuk smirks again and says that he will take the artifact already from the dead man. The man with gray hair tenses up and grimaces in horror at those words. He's not happy with that option. The flame-eating snake begins to activate its fire spear. Everyone in the guild notices the serpent's attack and is going to hide as far away from here as possible. The man with gray hair says it's a straight tunnel. Where are they all going to hide then? The man with gray hair activates his Perseus shield again and tells Takeshi to get behind him. The man with gray hair covers himself and Takeshi with his Perseus shield from the serpent's fiery flames. The man with gray hair shouts to Takeshi to make sure he survives. The man continues to cover him. All that is left of the man with gray hair is a charred and ashy body, and his Perseus shield falls to the ground. Kangjin Hyuk reaches his icy fingers towards Perseus's shield and says that the man with gray hair didn't use it properly. Kangjin Hyuk smirks and looks at the dead man with Takeshi standing next to him. He says, what good is an artifact if its owner is brainless? Yamamoto Takeshi gets angry and asks who Kangjin Hyuk is and why he acts like he knows everything. Kangjin Hyuk scoffs and says is the foresight that Takeshi was so proud of not helping anymore. Yamamoto Takeshi is surprised and shocked at the words of Kangjin Hyuk, who really does know everything. Yamamoto Takeshi thinks it's impossible. Has Kangjin Hyuk really seen his skills? Yamamoto Takeshi asks how Kangjin Hyuk is related to the Tower of Trial because he can't see his future. Kangjin Hyuk holds his new artifact Perseus shield and a fiery serpent erupts behind him. The huge serpent opens its mouth and bares its sharp fangs. The serpent releases a powerful flame of fire. Kangjin Hyuk activates the ice creation to counter the fire-consuming serpent. Kangjin Hyuk erects a huge ice block to counter the serpent's fiery flames. Kangjin Hyuk accumulates magical power in his palm and becomes enraged by the serpent's behavior. Kangjin Hyuk swats away the fiery blows time and time again and says how dare the serpent interfere and make noise when people are talking. Kangjin Hyuk creates an ice prison that completely envelops and traps the huge serpent. Yamamoto Takeshi blurts out in horror and fear as he looks at Kangjin Hyuk's capabilities. Kangjin Hyuk recalls that Takeshi asks how Kangjin Hyuk is connected to the tower. The guy answers him that he is the exiled god of that tower. Takeshi is surprised when Kangjin Hyuk says that he is a god. They are absolute beings ruling the upper floors of the tower. Takeshi now understands why Kangjin Hyuk's abilities are beyond the capability of mankind. Yamamoto Takeshi drops his head to the floor and says how dare he even dare not immediately realize this. He has committed a terrible sin. Kang Jin-hyuk mentally laughs and says that if that were true, he would be fumbling around among the floors here. He would have created an elevator or something. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Takeshi that he was banished into a human body, which is why he has that look now. He thinks Takeshi's skills will be useful to him when he conquers the upper floors. Yamamoto Takeshi thanks Kang Jin-hyuk for being a guy who thinks so highly of him. Kang Jin-hyuk sits down in front of Yamamoto Takeshi and suggests that Takeshi conquer this tower together. Yamamoto Takeshi rejoices that being chosen by the god himself is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yamamoto Takeshi continues to bow to Kang Jin-hyuk, and he says that it is a great honor and he will try his best. Kang Jin-hyuk says that as a sign of proof, he will leave a mark on the man. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the soul mark and says that this mark will burn him to the ground if he betrays the guy. Kang Jin-hyuk leaves the mark on Takeshi and says that now is not the time to reveal himself, so he better keep it a secret. Now it's time for Takeshi to go and do what needs to be done. Physical Imperfect Barrier begins its deactivation around the members of the Battle Fathers Guild raid. Lee Yoon-guan realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk has defeated the monster that destroyed the entire Samurai Guild. He thanks the guy for making sure they survived. Lee Yoon-guan says it's a shame that there was no help from them. Kang Jin-hyuk is pleased that the guy is thanking him. Kang Jin-hyuk turns away and says it's too early to thank him, like it's over. He says she's not the kind of person who will easily accept the death of her favorite pet. Lee Eun-guan turns to the other contestants and tells them to get ready to fight. Under no circumstances should they look at Medusa. One of the guild members didn't quite finish hearing what he was told, and a tentacle with scales appears behind him. The short-haired guy's face is encompassed by two green and female hands that are about to turn his face. The face of Medusa appears in front of the short-haired guy's face, looking him straight in the eye with her red eyes. The same Medusa that Kang Jin-hyuk was talking about appears. She turns the guy into stone. Medusa aggressively starts waving her long tail and breaks the guy's stone silhouette. Medusa turns to the humans and calls them insolent. She is extremely displeased that they have invaded her temple. The boss of Medusa's Gray Temple appears. On top of everything else, they also destroyed her favorite pet baby. Medusa begins to spread her magical energy throughout the space. Everyone in the raid closes their eyes. Lee Yong-guan orders everyone to calm down and pull themselves together. After all, this is what they all came here for. Lee Yong-guan activates General Command, which increases the raid members' fear resistance and morale by 20%. His partner activates lightning discharge in her hands and continues to keep her eyes closed. Medusa starts to get aggressive and calls people pathetic. Medusa dodges the lightning discharge and tells the man to look where he is aiming. Medusa is extremely angry that everyone in the raid is closing their eyes in front of her. Medusa swishes her tail around and asks if she looks like a fool, only capable of petrification. Lee Eun-guan gets hit by Medusa's tail and begins to painfully expectorate her blood. The girl, Lee Eun-guan's partner, keeps her eyes open and listens to the sounds. She wonders if someone here is injured. While the girl is trying to figure out if the guys are okay because she can't see anything, the jellyfish is about to attack her. Medusa aggressively and violently swings her clawed hands and swipes at the girl. Medusa's cheek is hit by the Perseus shield artifact, which Kang Jin-hyuk hits her with. Kang Jin-hyuk attacks Medusa and prevents her from hitting the girl. He pushes Medusa aside with his shield. The huge and scaly Medusa flies off into a stone wall, which collapses and leaves behind pillars of dust. Kang Jin-hyuk overlaps with Perseus' shield and tells the others to fall back. The Medusa is now exclusively his. Lee Yoon-guan, along with the rest of the raid, grabs the wounded and tries to run away, opening their eyes. Medusa asks Kang Jin-hyuk why the guy looks into her eyes and doesn't turn to stone. Through the use of the greedy gaze skill, Kang Jin-hyuk becomes immune to petrification. He tells her that it's all because she's weak. Medusa starts smiling cheekily and gamblingly, calling Kang Jin-hyuk a cheeky person. Medusa activates the Gorgon's Might. Her magic attack power is increased by 30%, and Kang Jin-hyuk's movement speed is reduced by 15%. Medusa is about to destroy Kang Jin-hyuk and says she will melt him. She activates the acid solution with her snakes on her head. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the demonic Sword King steps, and his movement speed increases by 70%. He asks how she was going to destroy him if she herself can barely crawl. Medusa activates her poison strike and swings her clawed hand at Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk picks up the Perseus shield and the sacred artifact answers its master's call. Kang Jin-hyuk's physical and magical defense increases by 300%, illuminating Medusa with a bright light. Medusa realizes that she has even used the Gorgon's Might, but her blows still fail. Kang Jin-hyuk purposefully and confidently rallies to deal with Medusa, accumulating his magic power in his fingers. Kang Jin-hek deftly flies past Medusa and leaves some sort of seal on her forehead. Kang Jin-hek activates the sealed coffin barrier and seals Medusa in it. The last condition to finally become a barrier master was to successfully lock the boss monster in the barrier. Medusa tries to get rid of the chains in the coffin in which she is sealed. She wonders if the guy thought he could lock her up so easily. Medusa breaks the barrier and says he won't be able to lock her in that pathetic glass box. Kang Jin-hyuk watches coldly as Medusa breaks out of the barrier he created. The huge and angry jellyfish once again begins to swing its scaly tail at Kang Jin-hek. The jellyfish begins its multiple attacks on the guy, who manages to dodge and escape. Kang Jin-hek manages to shatter the stone walls and floor in his confrontation with Medusa. Kang Jin-hek is about to counterattack Medusa and activates the Giant's Hand skill. A powerful and strong energy appears in Kang Jin-tung's hands and fingers, allowing him to lift even stone blocks. Kang Jin-hek picks up 2 huge chunks of stone floor in both hands and throws them towards Medusa. Medusa begins to fight off the stone debris flying at her and calls Kang Jin-hek a non-entity. Medusa continues to fight back and reprimands that such a thing won't work on her. Kang Jin-hek dodges her counterattacks as well. Medusa tells Kang Jin-hek that it's time to stop throwing debris. But Kang Jin-hek grabs another one in her hands. Suddenly the realization comes to Medusa that the guy was trying to throw rocks at her for a reason. She realizes that Kang Jin-hek's actions don't look like he was going to do her any harm. Medusa becomes wary and tensely cowering, trying to figure out what Kang Jin-hek is up to. A magic circle appears around Medusa, creating a dense and bright barrier for her. Kang Jin-hek crouches down on one knee and grins at the realization reaching Medusa late. Medusa realized that Kang Jin-hek was drawing runes using the ashes of dead people while he distracted her with stones. Kang Jin-hek activates the 3rd-level barrier-sealed coffin and traps Medusa. Medusa begins to squirm as the great binding force encases its target in shackles. Kang Jin-hyuk runs around the barrier and says that Medusa can't get out of there since he put a lot of effort into creating it. Medusa starts squirming and wiggling her body, demanding to be let out of there immediately. Kang Jin-hek suggests that she not waste her strength on that. Kang Jin-hek locks the boss monster in the barrier and completes the quest. The 3rd condition for becoming a barrier master has been met. It is very difficult to lock the boss monster in the barrier alive, so people only catch the goblin boss from the 1st floor. Due to catching a high-level boss, Kang Jin-hyuk changes his profession to rune interpreter of the barrier master's highest grade. He can realize the essence of a rune and create a new barrier that didn't exist. Kang Jin-hek starts squirming with happiness and joy at getting a secret profession. Kang Jin-hek realizes that the more difficult the conditions, the more generous the rewards. If he keeps digging, just how much more he can get. Kang Jin-hek receives the engraving of the moon seal. The barrier's activation time is reduced by 25%, and their effectiveness is increased by 30%. Kang Jin-hek is very pleased that he was even given the enhancements. He's already excited to torment everyone with it. Medusa sits locked up and asks what Kang Jin-hek is going to do with it now. Kang Jin-hek says he doesn't know yet. Maybe he should make an armor out of her skin. The girl tenses up. Kang Jin-hek looks at the roaring Medusa and thinks about how destroying monsters is a common thing to do. After all, you can get experience points, rewards, and items from them. Kang Jin-hek knows that there are no rewards for destroying Medusa. Outside the temple, her head loses its petrification ability. And after its demise, the armor made from its scales permanently damages the wearer with its poison. Kang Jin-hek wonders what use Medusa is. He purchases 3,350 coins worth of various items. Kang Jin-hek buys all the items he needs and starts diligently mixing them in a bowl. Kang Jin-hek gets a bright red-pink liquid in the brass bowl, who starts to draw something on the ground. Due to Kang Jin-hek's drawing, a secret communication line was drawn through the magic circle. Kang Jin-hek contacts Hennessy, who runs the magic library. The old man is surprised that the guy managed to get his contacts. Kang Jin-hek says he just bought what came to his hand and laughs it off. It's an amazing coincidence. Hennessy says it's useless for the guy to pretend. He hasn't even shared this contact with the gods, so he just needs to know. Kang Jin-hek ignores the library manager's questions and points his finger at the jellyfish, asking what it's doing here. Hennessy watches via video as the real and live jellyfish appears before him, trapped in the barrier. Kang Jin-hek knew this would interest the man. A collector who collects everything related to Greek mythology wouldn't miss a chance like this. Kang Jin-hek is being demonstrative and says that he was just about to get rid of the monster. Since the man is on call, he might as well watch. Kang Jin-hek is about to get down to business and activates his sword graveyard skill. The man starts shouting loudly that there is no way to destroy such a jewel. The man says that it doesn't matter to him now how or where the guy got his contacts from. A good thing is a good thing. Hennessy starts smiling broadly and tenses up. He'll open the gate leading to the library for the guy. They'll talk when they meet. The man's eyes light up with excitement and interest. He suspects that things could get a lot more interesting from this meeting. Kang Jin-hek watches the man carefully and wonders what's wrong with his smile. Hennessy creates a rift in space, which is the gateway to his magical library. He invites Kang Jin-hek to join him. Kang Jin-hek enters the gate that appeared without a second thought and heads over to the old manager. Kang Jin-hek finds himself far from the magic library. Hennessy greets him on the 42nd floor of the Tower of Trials in the city of ancient Egyptian gods. Hennessy's eyes glow brightly with a blue color. A man greets Kang Jin-hek in the white oasis. Kang Jin-hek didn't think at all that he would get to the 42nd floor so soon. This is his first time meeting the gods before reaching the 100th level. Kang Jin-hek had assumed that he would end up in the Great Library, but he didn't expect to appear here. Could it be that Hennessy is here on vacation? Hennessy adjusts his suit and says he wishes he was on vacation, but he's here for work. The Egyptian gods reside here, which the guy is well aware of. Hennessy's face turns serious, and he says that the gods themselves wanted to meet the guy. Everything worked out more than well and to his advantage. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks and notices the old man's manner of speech. Something tells him that the man found out about his lie with the blessing by the Egyptian god. Various creatures of Egyptian mythology quietly walk around their head and turn toward the guy. Everyone starts discussing the fact that there is a man walking there. They've heard that humans have entered the tower, but for them to have gotten here already, it's impossible. Hennessy leads Kang Jin-hyuk somewhere and points his hand at something, asking if the guy knows what it is. Hennessy tells him that there used to be a sphinx standing here, but now it's just a huge crater. Old man Hennessy tells him that he showed up here after it was revealed that the guy was covering himself in the name of Anubis. Kang Jin-hek examines the stone on the ground and says it's all some kind of pity. He heard that this statue had high artistic value. Hennessy asks if the guy isn't afraid of absolute beings that have great power and rule on the upper floors. Kang Jin-hek throws a pebble over his shoulder and isn't sure if he's afraid of these beings or why he should do it at all. Kang Jin-hek smiles smugly and tries to shake his palms off. He says it's not even the 50th floor. Old man Hennessy listens to Kang Jin-hyuk's words and starts laughing loudly at the top of his voice. He is interested in all of this, and the guy continues to not disappoint him. The black-pawed hound named Anubis hits the armrest of his chair with his fist. Anubis, god of perdition, says that Kang Jin-hek has defamed his name and now dares to stand before him. Osiris, the god of resurrection, thinks Anubis looks very funny. Rick Hennessy salutes the gods. Kang Jin-hek says he was led here by this old man's trickery. He didn't come here to see Anubis at all. Anubis starts to get hysterical and psychotic, calling Kang Jin-hek a very nasal and insolent man. Rick Hennessy creates a magical barrier and says that Kang Jin-hek has come here as his guest. Rick Hennessy turns to Anubis and asks if he's going to break the laws of the tower in front of him. Anubis silently and barely audibly clucks as Osiris continues to voice and laugh loudly at him. Rick Hennessy notices that Kang Jin-hek's player didn't even flinch, as if he already knows all the laws of the Tower of Trials. Anubis declares that if he can't destroy Kang Jin-hek himself, he will do so according to all the rules of the tower. Anubis begins to summon his warrior, who is about to emerge from the huge coffin. The warrior of Anubis's black hound is the guide of the departed, who emerges from his coffin. Kang Jin-hek realizes that the strongest warrior that the 6th floor player can resist has summoned the guide of the departed. Rick Hennessy realizes that with his current characteristics, Kang Jin-hek can't win. He wonders what the guy would do in this situation. Anubis sends a request for a duel to Kang Jin-hyuk. If the guy manages to stand for more than 5 seconds against his warrior, he will be able to take one item from the treasury. Kang Jin-hek starts smiling cheekily and asks again if he only needs to stand for more than 5 seconds, and that's it. Kang Jin-hek doesn't immediately announce his decision to god Anubis and opens the exchange to stock up. Kang Jin-hek buys a royal blood that costs 2 million coins. He only has 1,000 and penny coins left. Kang Jin-hek activates Heaven's protection and uses it on the artifact. The sacred royal blood is created. After the manipulation's done, Kang Jin-hek accepts a duel request from Anubis. Kang Jin-hek activates the demonic Sword King steps and flies lightning fast past the warrior, who gets his head blown off. The extreme change in characteristics is fatal. Kang Jin-hyuk's damage has been increased by 1,500%. The Anubis warrior is defeated. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't even need 5 seconds to do so. Osiris and Anubis are simply shocked at what is happening. It's amazing that a person from the 6th floor was able to defeat an Anubis warrior. Kang Jin-hek squints contentedly at Anubis and wonders aloud what he should choose from his treasure trove. Anubis starts to get aggressive and yells out wherever Kang Jin-hek saw such a thing to attack right after accepting a duel. The sun god Gore appears and interrupts and stops Anubis. Anubis made a promise himself, whether he's going to break the tower's rules or not. Anubis rises and gets up from his throne, freaking out and walking out of here hysterically. He tells Horus to do as he wishes. The sun god Gore apologizes to the boy and the old man. He asks them to follow him. Gore will show them where the treasure room is. The sun god Gore points with his hand to the mountain of treasures they have. He invites the lad to choose what he likes. Sun god Gore escorts the men to the treasure house and says that a promise is a promise. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes start to glisten at how smug he is with himself and can now choose his reward. The sun god Gore says there's some but. The guy would have gotten here sooner or later anyway. Sun god Gore suggests that Kang Jin-hyuk become a resident of the tower by choosing someone from among them gods. Gore says that then the guy will gain power, which is more precious than all the jewels. This time he'll actually get their support. Rick Hennessy realizes what Gore's words mean. He wants to offer the player from the 6th floor a once-in-a-lifetime choice of power. Rick Hennessy starts rubbing his mustache and smiling. The guy ends up getting the support of the gods anyway. It's all very interesting. Kang Jin-hek refuses the offer that the sun god Gore makes him. Rick Hennessy didn't expect the player's refusal. The sun god asks in surprise and shock if Kang Jin-hek really doesn't need his offer. The guy confirms it. Kang Jin-hek says he's going to conquer floors much higher. So what's the point of him getting help from here then? Kang Jin-hek smiles through all his teeth and points his finger at what he's going to pick out in the treasury. A vein protrudes on the sun god Horus's face because he tenses up and holds back his emotions. He calls the boy impertinent. Sun god Gore straightens up Kang Jin-hyuk's business and goes out to the balcony where the god of perdition Anubis is waiting for him. Sun god Gore says that Anubis is in trouble for having a temper as always. Anubis asks what that wretched Kang Jin-hek chose as his reward. The sun god Gore tells Anubis that the guy picked a black ancient egg. Anubis clarifies if Kang Jin-hek knew what he was choosing. The sun god Gore claims he couldn't verify that, so he doesn't know, but something he's 100% sure of. Regardless of what the guy does with the egg, it could be a huge disaster for humanity. Little Alice is distracted from her business when she's shopping through her phone. Alice is surprised that Kang Jin-hyuk chose a black ancient egg. The girl asks why Kang Jin-hek chose it. After all, he must realize that if he hatches it wrong, there will be trouble later. Kang Jin-hyuk pretends he didn't know that information. The girl points her finger at the egg and says that, let's say Kang Jin-hyuk can somehow survive. But what if the town disappears? Where will she shop then? Little Alice suddenly assumes her true form and moves back into the ring. Alice is outraged because she asked her boyfriend not to bring her back into the ring so suddenly. Kang Jin-hek asks her to wait there for now. In front of Kang Jin-hek, an ancient black egg covered in shiny and black and purple scales is lying on the table. Kang Jin-hek fills his body with magical energy and says that he is doing this for the first time in so long. The guy's eyes fill with madness and he realizes that he should concentrate properly. The only thing Kang Jin-hek knows about the ancients is one phrase said by the wacky adventurer Phasis: delicious mana is the key to success. Kang Jin-hek activates the fire elemental, then casts the ice creation skill effect on top of it as well. After that, the guy activates the heavenly protection, then the heavenly flower cultivation technique. The ancient egg absorbs mana from the air. Kang Jin-hek drinks the egg with different techniques and mana. He asks it if it likes such an enticing taste. Kang Jin-hek holds the ancient black egg in his hands and infuses it with mana. The egg begins to glow brightly with a purple light. Suddenly, the shell of the egg cracks, and a cute and cuddly dragon-like creature hatches from there. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the dragonkin and realizes that it is hatched. It is now looking for the mana it just tasted. Kang Jin-hek is going to collect all the remaining mana and give the hatchling creature form. Kang Jin-hek builds up the magical energy in his hands again and creates a small ball in the palm of his hand. Kang Jin-hek holds out the magic ball to the creature and tells it that this is its first food after hatching. The black dragon cub repeats Kang Jin-hek's words and begins to smell the yummy treat. The small and black dragonkin doesn't think long and eats the magic ball from Kang Jin-hek's hands. The carving of the seal on the ancient takes place. Kang Jin-hek is registered in the Hall of Fame for the great achievement of first to tame an ancient. All the residents of the tower are interested in his achievement. The system suggests choosing a name for the pet because it will increase its loyalty to its master. Kang Jin-hek picks up the dragon and says that since it's black and has yellow eyes, he'll name it Koguma, which translates to yam in Korean. Kang Jin-hyuk holds a contented pet who repeats his name. Although he's cute, the guy doesn't have the mana to feed him. Some system notification appears in front of Kang Jin-tung's face, which doesn't surprise him. The middle manager Rick Hennessy signs up for Kang Jin-hyuk's channel, and the commission rate drops from 90% to 80%. In one of Korea's tall and high-rise buildings, a man with glasses sits. He asks someone for just a routine interview. The head of the SWB television station, Kang Ben-chan, guarantees 40% of the rating. Kang Jin-hyuk sits in front of the TV executive and sips his favorite cocktail. Kang Jin-hyuk reads the contract terms and asks if this is what executives do. The man says that when it comes to Kang Jin-hyuk, it's only natural. If the guy shared his passing tips, people would really like it. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks about this passing the Tower of Trials program, which is the only and popular one now that has survived through time. Kang Jin-hyuk suspects that the leader is blind or has memory problems since he doesn't recognize Kang Jin-hyuk. The man with glasses, Kang Ben-chan, asks what's wrong with his face since the guy is staring at him like that. Kang Jin-hyuk agrees to the TV executive's offer and asks about payment. He'd like to get it in magic stones. Kang Ben-chan says, of course, there are a lot of players asking for payment in magic stones lately. Kang Jin-hyuk asks how much they can give him and wants to take whatever he can get. Kang Ben-chan says that they pay for everything by the standard. Kang Ben-chan says that for a superstar like Kang Jin-hyuk, they can offer unlimited condition. This thought goes deep into Kang Jin-hyuk's head, and he asks what such a condition means. Kang Ben-chan says that there is a person who wants to star with him. Guy agrees, then he can receive unlimited magic stones from his company. Kang Jin-hyuk really likes this kind of pay condition. He asks what kind of person wants to star with him. A large crowd gathers outside the tall SWB TV building and a black limousine pulls up to the entrance. The day finally arrives and director Hong Dok-pae steps out of the limo. He is asked if he is really starring in today's program, and if it's true that the relationship between his guild and Kang Jin-hyuk has improved. The crowd gathered at the entrance of the building notices that there is someone else in the limo. A player of S-rank Guild China and S-rank Shui Hua emerges from the Black Luck Guild limo. The reporters realize that something big is coming with this cast. It's going to blow up all the rankings. Following the guild's Black Luck car, a car with Kang Jin-hyuk pulls up. All the people are insanely excited to see him here. Kang Jin-hyuk asks if Hong Dok-pae is doing well. The man smirks and says that he's been busy repairing his image from the terrible embarrassment. Kang Jin-hyuk notices that the man has some friends over, apparently to praise his connections. He was told the guy was coming, so he had to prepare. Kang Jin-hyuk starts grinning brightly with his white teeth and mockingly replies to Hong Dok-pae. The men who came along with Hong Dok-pae look at Kang Jin-hyuk and know that he is their target. One of the reporters approaches the men, but notices that someone else is about to get out of Kang Jin-hyuk's car. The Saint of Amsterdam, Teresa de Laurencia, gets out of the car, followed by the strongest Korean martial artist, Yoo Jong-yoon. The director of the Black Luck Guild, Hong Dok-pae, notices the personalities coming out of the car and is extremely shocked by the situation. After all of the people who came out, another celebrity appears, Sword Saint John Yoo-sung. People start asking about Yoo-seong declining all the invitations to the guild, but Kang Jin-hyuk's offer was accepted. They ask if they are comrades. John Yoo-sung tensely and angrily turns around and says that they are not comrades and he is going to destroy Kang Jin-hyuk. The men on Hong Dok-pae's side realize that Yoo Jong-eun, who should have already died, Saint Teresa, and even Yoo-sung are all on Kang Jin-hyuk's side. The men turn around and get ready to leave. Hong Dok-pae asks where they're going since they were going to be filming with him together. The men turn around and say that their goal has already been accomplished, and they don't have to fulfill the rest of the conditions. Hong Dok-pae asks what the other goal is. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Hong Dok-pae and says that if he wanted to brag about the connections, he should have prepared better. Hong Dok-pae has been waiting for this chance for a long time, so he calls over the nearest journalist and says what about his interview. The journalist is not interested in Hong Dok-pae, and he literally jumps out of his pants, which he leaves in the director's hands. Hong Dok-pae clutches the journalist's pants in his hands and says that he is willing to take off his pants for Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk walks inside the SWB TV building and smiles contentedly. Yoo-sung asks if Kang Jin-hyuk is enjoying Hong Dok-pae's despair. Kang Jin-hyuk asks Yoo-sung to stay out of his personal life. Yoo-sung starts to get angry since the guy even lost his own house because of him. Kang Jin-hyuk remembers that he told Mainam that John Yoo-sung is the unknown. Kang Jin-hyuk demonstratively spreads his hands and says that he has no idea what Yoo-sung is talking about. John Yoo-sung states that by comparing the 16 videos he made with Kang Jin-hyuk, one can immediately realize that unknown is Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hek becomes alarmed when he realizes that John Yu-sung is the real stalker. Kang Jin-hek and John Yu-sung begin to be examined and pawed by the male guards at the entrance of the building. Kang Jin-hyuk asks Young Yu-sung how he feels about the fight with the Meng who was sent from the association. Young Yu-sung knows that Kawain is pretty strong in a fight, but there was some other but. John Yu-sung says that compared to the duel with Kang Jin-hyuk, it was quite simple and easy. Yu-sung finishes his story and says that's the end of it. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles back at him slightly. Old man Yu Jong-yoon turns to Saint Teresa and asks about the girl's relationship with Kang Jin-hyuk. Teresa de Laurencia starts to get embarrassed and smiles lovingly, but says that he is her comrade whom she trusts the most. Old man Yu Jong-yoon gets a little tense at Teresa's words and says that she's going to have a very hard time because of this. The TV host gathers all the guests around the oval table and the recording begins. Tonight's special guests on the Outside the Tower of Trials program. The TV host turns to Kang Jin-hyuk and says that the guy is gaining popularity because of his incredible passing speed. She asks if the guy has any special tips. The TV executive watches the video recording from the sidelines. Jin-hek says he has one special tip for passing. Kang Jin-hek puts forward a motivational speech and says that you can't stop trying until you succeed. The TV host starts smiling awkwardly and says that his advice is very encouraging. She starts to talk about the third floor, but the guy interrupts her and says that all you have to do is duck. His guests who came to join them awkwardly watch what Kang Jin-hyuk is saying. About the fourth floor, the guy gives out the same thing. You only have to dodge. The head of the TV station stops the recording and says, how can something like that even be shown on TV? The executive turns to the guy and asks if he realizes the damage if he doesn't produce even one episode, not to mention their reputation because of the ruined recording. The manager is shocked that on top of everything else, Kang Jin-hek also showed up here to receive his payment. Kang Jin-hek said that he fulfilled all the conditions that were required by the contract. He answered the questions asked of him. The supervisor gets indignant and asks if the guy really thinks such nonsense will work. Kang Jin-hyuk stops smiling and his eyes fill with hatred. He's not happy that the supervisor is calling his words nonsense. Kang Jin-hek rises from his chair and grabs the TV executive by the collar of his shirt. Kang Jin-hek holds the executive to him and asks if he knows who Lee Jong-soo is. Kang Jin-hek reminds the old man about Lee Jong-soo, which is exactly what the man is thinking of right now. The guy refers to Lee Jong-soo as his brother, the man's streamer director. He and he together kept the streamers like cattle with their slave contracts. Kang Jin-hek reminds the director how he came here once with other streamers who had gathered and showed up to protest. Kang Jin-hek reveals that he realized a lot of things about his life because of that, like how to wag his tail so he doesn't end up on the street. Kang Jin-hek asks, at a time when they were almost surviving because of rigged contracts, what they told them back then. The only answer Lee Jong-soo and his supervisor gave back then was that there was no problem with the contract. Kang Jin-hyuk starts smiling madly and asks if the man thinks his words are nonsense after all this. The old man and the head of the TV company walks over to the identification device that is used to count retinas and opens the door. A large and metal door to a safe opens in front of the TV company executive. The TV company executive shows the room to Kang Jin-hyuk and says that it is their TV company's magic stone storage room. According to the terms of the contract, they are allowing them to use an unlimited amount of magic stones here for 2 hours. Kang Jin-hyuk furiously asks why for 2 hours. The manager says that's what was spelled out in the contract, albeit in small print in the corner. The man says the guy can use the magic stones for his own purposes. There's an anti-theft spell in effect here, so there's no way to shove them into inventory. The man thinks that all the guy has to do is absorb these stones, but on average it takes 5 minutes to absorb even a low-level stone. The man is pleased that he came up with that himself. No matter how many stones the guy absorbs, the total amount in 2 hours will be negligible. The manager says that if Kang Jin-hyuk needs anything, he can ask their staff, because the entrance to the vault is strictly controlled. One of the girls who's going to control the entrance takes out her phone and starts videotaping. Kang Jin-hek realizes that the man intends to ruin his reputation in case he takes the stones by force. Kang Jin-hek agrees and says he'll take advantage of the time. The supervisor is happy that the guy is making a good decision. The supervisor says goodbye to Kang Jin-hyuk and says they will meet in 2 hours. The man asks the female employees to take care of Kang Jin-hyuk properly. The doors to the storage room close and Kang Jin-hyuk greets the girls, offering to show them something interesting. The two girls, both employees of the TV station, look at Kang Jin-hyuk questioningly and with interest in return. The TV executive looks at his picture with Lee Jong-soo and says it's a shame that the guy died in an accident. The TV executive throws the photo in the trash and says that the living should move on, and Lee Jong-soo haunts him even after his death. A man is heading down the hallway somewhere. He's thinking about how he can get rid of Kang Jin-hyuk, even though he's minimizing the loss of the magic stones. Maybe he should sick the reporters on the guy, who will raise a ruckus. The TV executive goes back to the magic stone vault and undergoes the retina test again. A man walks into the vault and asks Kang Jin-hyuk if he used the stones, but he doesn't get a chance to finish his sentence. The TV executive's face sinks into a stupor at what he sees. There was absolutely nothing left in the huge vault of magic stones. All the magic stones have been used. The girls, employees of the TV company, are smiling and stroking something soft. The girls take a picture of Kang Jin-hyuk's pet on their phone. The guy says they don't have magic stones anymore because his baby loves to eat. The little soft black and fluffy dragon lifts his paw up and says he needs food. The TV executive falls to the floor in shock as the girls continue to snuggle with the little dragon. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the executive and mentally tells him that this is the price he pays for doing dirty deeds without knowing his place. He will torture and use him for the rest of his life. Koguma has had enough and lies belly up. Its characteristics: when the ancient fights, it consumes its master's mana. The experience points it receives are separate from its master's. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that Koguma is strong, but he has enough mana for him to fight. He has a total of 80 units. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that if he summons the pet into battle, he can only last 5 minutes, if not less. The only thing left is to swing faster than he had planned. Kang Jin-hyuk receives an unexpected video call from some man who asks what the guy is doing now. The men from the China Guild are training and realize that the target is set. He has already formed an alliance with important people. Someone replies to them that Kang Jin-hyuk is acting faster than expected. A man with long hair says that the guy is acting aggressive, but obeying requests. The person in question is Yu Sung, who can be considered a supporter of Kang Jin-hyuk. The man in the call tells them to put all these individuals on the red list if they don't act with them. All people who are not going to act with the China Guild become enemies and are put on the red list. Jung Yu-sung once again looks unhappily at Kang Jin-hyuk, who is showing him something interesting. Kang Jin-hyuk brags about the boundary-breaking mirror. It connects to any desired location in the Tower of Trials on the first 10 floors. John Yu-sung, along with Kang Jin-hyuk, are on the 6th floor in the Forest of Elves. Yu-sung says that Kang Jin-hyuk promised to tell him about a way to become stronger. He has mastered a really monstrous thing. John Yu-sung says that Kang Jin-tung was going to conquer the floors above, so why call him along? He could have handled it himself. It's like the guy is ignoring his questions. Kang Jin-hyuk says it's because he thinks about and cares about Yu-seong. He, on the other hand, needs to get stronger to challenge him again. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the boundary-breaking mirror, and Yu-sung asks him where they're going. A magic portal opens behind Kang Jin-hyuk, and he waits for Yu-sung to follow him. The men activate the mirror, and they only have 4 hours and 30 minutes to do everything. Kang Jin-hyuk, along with Yu-sung, are teleported to the 10th floor to the Warrior's Haven. There are stone statues sitting on their knees in front of them. Kang Jin-hyuk says that the warrior strangers that guard and protect the boss, there are somewhere around 21 of them. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Yu-sung and asks him if the guy can handle his threat. Young Yu-sung smugly points his finger at something, like there's some obstacle in his way. He says that he should only try if that huge monster doesn't wake up. That monster is the 10th floor boss, Immortal Stone Giant. Kang Jin-hyuk asks if all of this will be enough for him. He offers the guy his plan of action. Kang Jin-hyuk says that if he gets rid of those warriors and lasts against the boss for 1 minute, he'll accept his challenge to duel. Such an offer suits Jung Yu-sung, and he instantly reacts by pulling out his sword. Jung Yu-sung doesn't hesitate to enter the fight and demands Kang Jin-hyuk to keep his promise. One of the stone warriors starts talking and says that the guys have gotten into their warrior haven. The stone statue starts to say that only those who have the right to be here, but doesn't have time to finish. Young Yu-sung doesn't even listen to what the stone statues are telling him. He furiously joins the fight. Someone heads to a hair product store. When the person goes inside, he notices one of the raid commanders. The bald raid commander notices Teresa de Laurencia entering the store and calls out loudly, not expecting to see a girl here. Teresa de Laurencia raises her cap in greeting and recognizes that raid commander. The girl greets Sung Jung-hwa. At the hair product store, the hair regrowth skill is used, and Teresa's long hair reappears, and Sung Jung-hwa's grows back from scratch. Teresa de Laurencia squints at her hair and is happy that it's back in place, even though she had to pay dearly for it. Sung Jung-hwa is even happier about her hair. The curse is still on Sung Jung-hwa, so his hair is falling out all over his body again. The man is angry at his bald head. Teresa de Laurencia tries to comfort Song Jonghua and says that life doesn't end with hair. Song Jonghua frustratedly tells Teresa that he thinks the curse is punishment for all his sins. Teresa doesn't understand what the man is talking about. Sung Jonghua says that he was a commander on the first floor raid. He only acted out of greed and avarice, which caused some people to get hurt. He thinks hair loss is even a light punishment for something like that. Teresa de Laurencia looks at a remorseful Song Jonghua awkwardly but in a friendly way. The girl replies to him that if people got hurt because of his greed, it's certainly very wrong. Teresa says that Song Jonghua risked his life to get what he wanted. She thinks that's something great. Song Jonghua looks at Teresa contentedly and embarrassedly in response. He is the head of the St. Teresa fan club, which is the holy of the earth. Yu Sung continues his confrontation with the stone warriors and activates his sword song skill. Yu Seong uses his extraordinary sword and deals with the last of the remaining warriors. The stone warrior disintegrates into many stone fragments defeated by Yu Sung. Yu Seong looks tired and exhausted, but the guy isn't about to give up. There's only one opponent left. Yu Sung deals with all the stone warriors, and only the boss they were protecting remains. Yu Sung realizes that if he can hold out for just a minute, he can fight Kang Jin-hyuk in a serious way. Yu Sung holds onto his sword with confidence and realizes that defeating Kang Jin-hyuk is something he's willing to risk his life for. The stone boss monster remains motionless as Yu Sung is about to attack him. The boss monster warrior's eyes open abruptly and glow red violently. Yu Sung abruptly opens his eyes and finds himself in a hospital room, wounded and lying on a bed. He himself doesn't realize where he is. Park Ha-na sits next to Yu Sung's bed and peels an apple from its peel. The girl says that Yu Sung is in the hospital. The guy recognizes her as Kang Jin-hyuk's servant. Park Ha-na is desperate and being in a desperate situation sighs and says that she is his slave, not his servant. Park Ha-na tells her that the director ordered her to take the guy to the hospital, which is why he's here. His condition was terrible. The girl starts digging through her bag and says that she was told to give something to Yu Sung when he wakes up. The girl pulls out some obscure rock from her purse and holds it out to Yu Sung. Yu Sung takes the black and shiny stone in his hands. The guy seems to recognize what it is. Yu Sung remembers that he was fighting the 10th floor boss when he activated the absolute skill Invulnerability, and damage stopped going through him. Yu Sung realized at some point that neither physical nor magical strikes were passing against him. Even his attribute sword had broken. Yu Sung turns to Kang Jin-hyuk in his last breath, who says that the guy only lasted 21 seconds. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out his unknown mask and tells Yu Sung that he still has a long way to go. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the unknown mask, is going to confront the boss and activates the demonic Sword King steps. Yu Seong watched as Kang Jin-hyuk managed to dodge all of the boss's attacks with impossible precision. The huge and stone monster boss swung its weapon and attacked the guy without stopping. The stone monster activates its Sanctuary skill, and the attraction power increases by 500%. Yu Sung is injured, lying on the stone surface, and is amazed at the terrible pressure this monster is creating. Yu Sung looks at Kang Jin-hyuk and thinks about how even he can't handle something like this, then what is he going to do? Just when Yu Sung thought it was all over for Kang Jin-hyuk as well, the guy says that he was waiting for something and accumulating magic power in his palm. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the first level barrier enhancing spells. It amplifies the effect of spells by a set area per second. Kang Jin-hyuk says it's time for the monster to really become a rock. He sets the activation direction, the center of the barrier. The huge stone monster is trapped in the barrier trap created by Kang Jin-hyuk. The huge stone boss begins a strange transformation and decreases in size. Due to its invulnerability, the damage on it never goes through. A small and shiny black pebble appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk instead of the huge stone monster. Yu Seong is simply shocked at what is happening. Kang Jin-hyuk defeated the boss as if he was showing off in front of him. That's the last thing the guy remembers. The 10th floor monster boss was neutralized. In front of Kang Jin-hyuk, only a small stone remains in place of the monster, and there's only 90 days of time to mop up the next floor. Kang Jin-hyuk defeats the immortal stone giant and copies its vulnerability ability, the time being reduced several times. Yu Sung now holds this giant in his hands. Yu Sung clutches this stone tightly in his hands and realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk is bullying him even now. Kang Jin-hyuk returns to the 6th floor in Forest Elf, and time again gets various achievements that are entered into the Hall of Fame under the name Unknown. Kang Jin-hyuk says that this flavor is the reason why he's addicted to Tower of Trials. He hasn't uploaded a video from Unknown in a long time. He needs to make up for the coins he spent in the battle with Anubis. Thanks to Yu Sung getting rid of the minor bipeds, he was able to concentrate his energies on creating the very barrier that required a lot of mana. As Kang Jin Hyuk is immersed in his thoughts and climbing the system, he is called out by little Alice from the ring. The girl informs Kang Jin Hyuk that someone has been following the guy all this time, but he's been aware of it for a while now. Alice is surprised that the guy knows about it and doesn't do anything about it. That's not like him at all. Kang Jin Hyuk replies to Alice that the place they're headed to hates outsiders. They won't get anything out of this battle, so he'll just leave it at that. A man sits on a branch with a camera and watches the guy. The masked man reports that Kang Jin Hyuk is now heading to the elf forest on the 6th floor. In Beijing, at the China Guild, Li Qian reports to someone that Kang Jin Hyuk has taken not only the 5th floor, but somehow the 10th floor as well. The man he reports all this to stands in front of them and asks them what they've been doing all this time. Li Qian receives his punishment for inaction. The superior deprives him of one ear. Li Qian silently endures the pain he is feeling. The warden calls him pathetic since he didn't do any errands properly. The head of the China Guild is S-ranked player Nam Gongchang. Forever he has to intervene for the case to even begin its course. The girl takes a seat next to Li Qian and is about to hilly his lost ear. Nam Gongchang demands that she leave him alone. The man puts his sword away and tells Li Qian to remember this when he looks at his wound. He won't get away with one ear next time. The man says that he doesn't know the reason why Kang Jin Hyuk stayed on the 6th floor, but they're better off for it. He orders Shui Hua and Teng Chao to head there and regroup. Nam Gongchang orders his men to burn down the forest with Kang Jin Hyuk and then eliminate all witnesses. On the 6th floor in the forest elf, the masked man is ordered not to take his eyes off the target. The masked man continues to sit on a tree branch like a ninja, watching Kang Jin Hyuk. From behind the masked man, a girl with short hair appears. Judging by her pointy ears, she's an elf. The girl is about to attack him. The elf forest on the 6th floor is one of the best resting places in the Tower of Trials. After all, only after staying there for 90 days, the 7th floor will open automatically. Therefore, many people come here for the purpose of simply resting. A fluffy rabbit with one horn in the middle appears next to a man who came here to rest. The girl tells the guy not to go there because it is the territory of elves and it is dangerous. The guy can't resist the horned rabbit. The girl pulls the guy back by his ear and tells him that elves don't like outsiders. If the guy doesn't want to get an arrow in the head, he should head back. The guy came here to have fun, and she grumbles. A fluffy and horny rabbit hops into the nearest bushes, and a masked man is knocked out in front of him. The elf girl, fully armed from head to toe, was about to set a trap for the player. But so far, only the masked man had been caught. The red-haired elf girl hops onto the branch where the masked man was sitting. She watches Kang Jin Hyuk carefully. The girl excitedly stares after the guy and wonders who he is that he's being followed like this. The red-haired girl realizes that his behavior doesn't look like he's up to something. Maybe he's just lost. The girl knows that only the experienced ones can get out of this forest. He will never find his way out. Kang Jin Hyuk smells something. Kang Jin Hyuk smells something and realizes that he should turn left now. The red-haired elf girl knows that you have to spend a lot of time in the forest to fashion a path by smell. The girl is extremely surprised that an ordinary human knows such a non-obvious way. The red-haired elf girl realizes that there is nothing wrong with this, because the guy is already approaching the illusion barrier. The elf girl is already aware that once Kang Jin Hyuk gets into it, he'll endlessly walk in circles until he's exhausted, wandering through endless illusions. The girl is just going to watch it happen. When Kang Jin Hyuk eventually passes out, she's just going to carry him outside. Kang Jin Hyuk walks up to the illusion barrier and says, "Who is so bad at creating barriers? There should be passive collateral here, not active collateral, because it cuts the effectiveness in half." Kang Jin Hyuk is going to correct the illusion barrier and says he doesn't know who made it, but he probably skipped all his grammar lessons. The red-haired elf girl is the very creature that created the barrier. The girl is alarmed and tries to figure out who this Kang Jin Hyuk is. Kang Jin Hyuk has known for a long time that an elf who looks like a newcomer has been following him. Kang Jin Hyuk starts to exemplarily stretch and activates the kitchen of another world. He pretends to be very hungry. Kang Jin Hyuk proceeds to prepare a delicious meal using his magical kitchen. The red-haired elf girl watches the guy and her drool flows as she looks at the food. She realizes that the man knows how to cook. After a while of her observations, Kang Jin Hyuk does something stunning and the elf girl reacts violently to it. The girl instantly gives away her identity and jumps behind Kang Jin Hyuk, reminding him that he is in the sacred forest of the elves. The girl loads her bow and says, "How dare a guy cook animal meat in such a place and thus insulting the forest?" Kang Jin Hyuk fries some cutlets on a skillet. The guy manages to get the elf's attention and brings her out of hiding. Kang Jin-hek becomes indignant and claims that he's not cooking animal meat at all. It's just ordinary beans. Kang Jin-hek offers the girl his dish. If she doesn't believe him, she can try it herself and see for herself. The elf girl still doesn't believe Kang Jin-hyuk and claims that the guy is lying to her because the cutlets are very similar to meat cutlets. While the red-haired elf girl continues to resent and argue, her nose smells the odor of the dish. The girl takes a sniff and tilts her head towards the dish, making sure that it really smells like beans. Kang Jin-hek knows that the elf race in the Tower of Trials just love music and cooking, but among them, animal meat is strictly forbidden. Kang Jin-hek wants to understand what would happen if he let an elf taste a dish similar to real meat. Kang Jin-hek offers the girl his best work and knows that she won't be able to contain her curiosity. The girl is already drowning in her drool. The elf girl really can't hold back and grabs a fork with the cutlet to taste it. Before taking a bite of the piece, she once again asks if the guy is really offering her non-meat animal meat. Kang Jin-hek demands the girl not to insult his skills and dedication to cooking. He won't allow himself to lie or pull dirty tricks with food. The red-haired elf girl is alarmed by the guy's words, but doesn't hesitate to bite into the cutlet. The elf girl begins to chew the cutlet greedily to savor its flavor. The elf girl's eyes fill with delight and she says, "How can something be so delicious?" The red-haired elf girl starts greedily eating one cutlet after another, unable to stop. She didn't think the guy would turn out to be the person to introduce them to the new dish. The girl greets the guy and says her name is Sylvia. She is the ranger of this forest. The girl apologizes that she was wrong about Kang Jin-hyuk. The girl bows a little and asks the guy what she can do for him as an apology. Kang Jin-hyuk already knows what he needs. He asks if he can visit the elf village. Sylvia accompanies Kang Jin-hek to her main village located in the elf forest. With a disgruntled and aggressive face, Kang Jin-hyuk introduces himself to someone and says his name. A long-haired and gray-haired male elf sits in front of him and introduces himself as Penhame, the head of the elf forest. Kang Jin-hyuk remembers his name and shows it to the elf. He asks if he's welcome here. Another elf appears behind Kang Jin-hek and points his bow at the guy. He asks how can a stranger who came from an unknown place expect a warm welcome here. This elf's name is Teslan. He says that wretched humans have no right to be in the sacred forest. To copy his skills, Kang Jin-hek needs to fire an arrow with more accuracy than him at least once. Kang Jin-hek looks at the guy with a greedy gaze and realizes that the guy is still the same. Even in the game, he really hated people, though it was probably because of the mess Kang Jin-hek made back then. When an arrow flies at Kang Jin-hek, he says that Sylvia invited him here. Kang Jin-hek pulls out his dagger and fends off Teslan's arrow. He says the guy is being too rude to the guests. Kang Jin-hek points his dagger at the elf and asks if he should have brought a gift with him. Teslan reacts to the guy's actions and says he has a pretty good reaction for a human, but he'll put the next arrow right through his head. Sylvia turns to Teslan and demands that he stop. She explains that she brought him to the village as an apology for the attack. Teslan rudely demands that Sylvia be quiet and tells her that strangers are not welcome here. They'll deal with it after he's dead. Sylvia points her hand at Kang Jin-hyuk and says she didn't invite him by accident. The guy is a talented cook. The red-haired elf starts drooling and says that the guy is capable of cooking real delicacies. Penhame and Teslan immediately react to Sylvia's words about real delicacies and cooking. Teslan keeps pulling the bowstring and says that there's just no way to change their minds. Penhame stops him. Penhame's mouth starts to drool as well. He says there's no need to rush and let the boy prove his words with deeds. Teslan grudgingly turns to the elder as Kang Jin-hyuk smirks contentedly. The elven fig is a special fruit that contains mana. By eating it, one can increase the power of their magic. And the day when the elves harvest the special fruit and thank the forest is called the Moonlight Festival. Kang Jin-hek is going to prove his words with actions and activates the skill Kitchen of Another World. Kang Jin-hek is deft with the food he prepares in front of the other elves of this forest. Kang Jin-hek sets up a long table where the elves are seated. The guy prepares bean cutlets again and explains that it's not meat, but only an imitation of it made from soybeans. The elves one by one start to get down to the soybean cutlets made by Kang Jin-hyuk. They all rave about the dish. Teslan also has a portion of soy cutlets in front of him, but he shakes his head in displeasure and refuses to eat them. Kang Jin-hyuk picks up the plate and is about to take Teslan's portion of soy cutlets away from him. Kang Jin-hek says the guy will get around to it, because just a little while ago he was still going to shoot him. Teslan stands frustrated and furious among the elves, who are enjoying the delicacy he didn't get. Penhame carefully and politely wipes his mouth with a handkerchief after the meal. He calls the dish marvelous. Penhame gets up from the table enthusiastically and says that the stranger has gifted them with such a delicious meal. The atmosphere only gets better. All the elves begin to thank their forest benefactor and are about to start the Moonlight Festival. The elves living in this forest take out their musical instruments and start playing different music on them. Penheim begins to hand the rest of the elves each a piece of a special fig, wishing them that the power of the forest will come with them. The people who have come to rest in the elven forest notice how noisy it has become and realize that the elves have thrown a party. They wish they could peek in. One of the players says that the elves have a very bad temper. If you get in their face, they will want to kill you immediately. But the guy continues that it's quite safe to be around them and then turns his head to something. The player turns to the fire and realizes that all his comrades have been destroyed by some ninjas in black. The man cries out in horror and tries to figure out what's wrong. A sharp knife is placed to his throat. Men and women dressed as ninjas destroy all witnesses in their path on orders from higher-ups. Sylvia praises the little elf, who almost accurately hits the target with his bow. Kang Jin-hek sits on a bench with Penheim and tells him that he's heard what marksmanship elves have from birth and in their blood. Penheim says that it's common for them. Penheim smiles contentedly and asks what Kang Jin-hyuk thinks of their Moonlight Festival. Penheim tells the guy that they rarely invite outsiders to their festival. Because of the fig effect, they have to hide in the forest. Penheim is certain that elves love entertainment and food as much as other creatures. Penheim laughs in a friendly manner and says that above all else, elves value their peace. Kang Jin-hyuk listens attentively to Penheim and says that elven wisdom amazes and impresses him. Teslan approaches Kang Jin-hek from behind and says how dare an outsider judge them, the elves. Kang Jin-hek smirks mockingly and asks if Teslan is offended because he didn't get any food. Teslan expresses his displeasure and says that being able to cook doesn't change his race. His being here denigrates the holy elven forest. An aggressive argument ensues between Kang Jin-hek and Teslan, and Penheim awkwardly tries to break them up. Kang Jin-hek reaches out his hand and pulls an arrow from behind Sylvia's back. He suggests that they have an archery competition. Kang Jin-hek offers his terms and says that the loser will leave this forest forever. Teslan confidently and smugly covers his face to contain his laughter. He laughs at the fact that Kang Jin-hek is confident of defeating the elf. Teslan aggressively agrees to the guy's suggestion and demands to prepare targets for the competition. All the elves have heard that an archery competition is coming up and are excited to watch it. Kang Jin-hek and Teslan take up their bows and are about to start the competition. The elves are mesmerized and watch the guys with excitement. Kang Jin-hek sneeringly regrets not having his own cheerleader. Teslan says there's definitely no such thing here. Kang Jin-hek is about to organize his own cheerleader and activates the subspace inventory. His furry and black pet falls out of his inventory and immediately asks for food. Kang Jin-hek begins to snuggle with his pet while Teslan watches him and notices how interesting his pet is. Teslan says it's time for them to get started. Kang Jin-hyuk shoots first. He points his finger at the target and says to hit it. Kang Jin-hek is confident and very focused as he pulls the bowstring and then fires. Kang Jin-hek hits the target, but not quite as well as he would have liked for an accurate shot. Teslan chuckles at Kang Jin-hek's shot and says that it's a very good shot for a human. Teslan begins to draw the bowstring and says that Kang Jin-hyuk still has a long way to go before his skills. As Teslan starts to take aim and is about to shoot, Kang Jin-hek's pet Kang Jin-hek flies at him. Kang Jin-hek's little black pet opens its mouth and activates its fear skill. Koguma directs his skill at Teslan, and the target immediately falls under its effect for 3 seconds. The fear effect spreads to all elves who also fall under the skill's effect. Kang Jin-hek begins to grin aggressively as he observes what is happening to the elves. All the elves watching the contest, along with Teslan, fall to the ground from the fear effect. Teslan comes to his senses and raises his head, looking at Kang Jin-hyuk. He asks what happened. Teslan's arrow doesn't even make it to the right target and sticks straight into the ground. Teslan misses. Kang Jin-hyuk takes some obscure thing in his hands and crumples it between his fingers. He laughs at Teslan's naivety. Kang Jin-hek, with his pet over his shoulder, aggressively smirks and complies. Teslan notices Kang Jin-hek's negative behavior towards him and starts aggressing on the guy. A small and black Koguma sits down on the ground, upset and sad, and talks about being hungry. Kang Jin-hek calls his pet a yam and tells him to be careful, but the pet just demands to eat. Kang Jin-hek gives his pet a magic stone and tells him not to do it again. His favor doesn't entitle him to forgiveness for all his misdeeds. Teslan holds his head and turns to Kang Jin-hek. He realizes that the guy purposely summoned the pet to cheat. Teslan holds on to his sore head as Kang Jin-hek denies his words about cheating. Kang Jin-hek takes a direct hit, for he is, after all, a cheeky little man. His bow skill increases by 90%. 5-second concentration increases his accuracy to 100%. Teslan says he doesn't care. He will never recognize such a victory. Kang Jin-hyuk agrees with him and says it was a warm-up. He suggests starting over again. Teslin aggressively warns the guy that if he cheats one more time, he'll execute him right on the spot. Teslin exhales frustratedly and realizes that they've already wasted a lot of time pampering. Teslin begins to draw his bowstring and activates direct hit and then fires. Teslin's arrow hits clearly right in the center of the target, speaking to the ultimate accuracy of the shot. Teslin smugly lowers his bow and realizes he hits right in the bullseye. The elves shriek in delight. Sylvia turns to Kang Jin-hyuk and says it's not too late to apologize to Teslin and stop. Sylvia explains that Teslin is the best ranger and a human can't beat him at archery. Kang Jin-hyuk's fingers start to get icy. He listens carefully to Sylvia about Teslin being the best of the elves. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his ice creation skill and creates an ice block under the target. With his ice block, Kang Jin-hyuk scrambles over the target, which flies into the air. Teslin shouts a question to Kang Jin-hyuk about what he's even doing here. Kang Jin-hyuk says it's simple. Kang Jin-hyuk is going to increase the difficulty to match his level. Blood Rage energy and direct hit synergize. Kang Jin-hyuk gets a scarlet magic shot. Black Flame enhances his shots. His bow mastery increases by 145%. Teslin realizes that something has changed in the guy. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to draw the bowstring and activates the scarlet magic shot to get an accurate hit. Kang Jin-hyuk hits the target so accurately that the arrow breaks through it and tears it into two halves. Teslin watches closely, and his emotions express shock and stupor. The other elves who have been watching the contest are as surprised as Teslin. Everyone is surprised that the target is breaking. After all, this target is made of a strong fig tree. Kang Jin-hyuk splits Teslin's arrow and breaks the target in half. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles smugly and says Teslin lost to the sneaky little man. Teslin says he can't lose what remains of his honor. He will leave the village and never come back here again. A ranger of the sacred forest always keeps his promises. Teslin sadly informs everyone that he is no longer a ranger. The elves sadly say his name after him. Kang Jin-hyuk holds out his palm to Teslin and demands that he stop right now. Teslin asks what's the matter. He's just fulfilling part of his bargain. Apparently, Kang Jin-hyuk wants to humiliate him even more. Kang Jin-hyuk believes that Teslin keeps his promises. It's just that the festival is in full swing right now. If the elf leaves now, the whole atmosphere will be ruined. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to smile contentedly and suggests Teslin change the terms of the contract. Teslin turns towards Kang Jin-hyuk and is about to listen to his proposal. Veins swell up on Teslin's face and he starts to get angry because he's almost out of here. The other elves who are watching them try to hold back their laughter at Teslin. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles rather smilingly and says that in his homeland, only brave men wear such things. Kang Jin-hyuk says that they call it a veteran's outfit. Teslin is dressed up in a ridiculous fairy bunny costume. One of the elves reprimands the others about how no one will dare make fun of Teslin. The elf who said this can barely contain his laughter and foam and drool begins to spurt from his mouth. The elves begin to laugh out loud at the elf, calling his hobby interesting. Teslin so obediently agrees to it. Kang Jin-hyuk hopes he didn't overdo it. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that the best elven ranger needs to be carefully exposed to something like this. Penheim says it's good for Teslin to taste defeat. His desire to protect the forest has already begun to weigh him down. They observe an angry Teslin. Penheim is grateful to Kang Jin-hyuk for fighting Teslin like this. Kang Jin-hyuk looks admiringly at Penheim and realizes that the elder is a worthy and wise elf. Kang Jin-hyuk asks if his punishment should be extended. Penheim agrees, needing to temper Teslin's ardor now that the opportunity has arisen. Some blonde elf appears, trying to catch his breath and rushing back to the village. The elves, along with the elder, turn towards the elf who has arrived in panic, trying to figure out what happened to him. Penheim also notices a tired, out-of-breath and frightened elf appearing from deep in the forest. This elf is Lucian, and he is a member of the outer garrison. Penheim panics and asks him what happened to him. Lucian starts screaming at the top of his voice that strangers have appeared. These outsiders have begun an invasion on the elf world. He tells him that masked men came out of nowhere and began destroying everyone they reached. Lucian tries to tell the story further and says that their rangers tried to the last man. But no one was able to stand up to these masked ninjas, and all of their rangers failed. Lucian tells them that these invaders are very strong. Even the high-ranking rangers were not a hindrance to them. Lucian finishes his story and grasps his wounded shoulder painfully. Sylvia and another elf pick Lucian up and tell him to conserve his strength in such a state. Elder Penheim begins to shake with anger, hatred, and rage at the strangers who have come here. The elder begins shouting at the top of his voice for the rest of the elves to prepare for battle immediately. Penheim tells everyone to start dismantling their weapons because the invaders have likely already surrounded the forest. Penheim tells everyone that they will defend their forest, sparing no effort or life in this fight. Teslin calls an emergency gathering of the resistance squad. The high-ranking rangers are to follow him. Kang Jin-hek stands amidst the commotion amongst the elves and silently observes the situation. Kang Jin-hek's face begins to distort in displeasure, rage, and anger. He seems to suspect what's going on. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes fill with immense rage and hatred. He is already contemplating a further plan of action. The players vacationing in this forest are fleeing from the invaders. One of them can't run anymore and tries to figure out who they are. One of the players stops and turns around to those who are running after them. He tells them that they are just regular players. The invaders begin to attack the remaining players. The players are unable to resist these people. The hooded and masked man tells the others that no witnesses should be left behind. Everything in this forest must completely disappear. As the hooded and masked men massacre the players, one of them is hit by an elven arrow. From the bowl of the forest, the best ranger Teslin jumps out. He's about to confront the invaders. Elder Penheim and the other elves enter the forest and assess the situation in horror. Elder Penheim takes the dead girl in his arms and realizes that their mother's children have been so brutally exterminated. Elder Penheim apologizes to the dead elves and says that he failed to protect them. Teslin stands behind Elder Penheim and begins to fill with rage and hatred. Teslin turns to the other elves to remember something. If they encounter survivors, they are to be evacuated to the center of the village. There they will be protected. Tears of sorrow protrude on the faces of Sylvia and the other elves, but the face expresses vengeance and hatred. Spotted enemies must be mercilessly finished off. Teslin begins to furiously give orders that it is time for them to avenge their enemies for their brothers and sisters. Kang Jin-hek approaches Teslin and tells him that revenge is a good thing, and he's just about to ripen a plan. The ninjas receive a message that they are losing 2 signals. They realize that the elves are out for revenge. Pretty quickly it all happened. The girl Shu Hua from the China Guild gives the others orders that their main target is Kang Jin-hek. The forest is protected by a barrier, so the guy won't be able to summon outside help. Shui Hua says to send more scouts to the village. They are bound to discover the target. The ninja men from Squad A and Squad C give the girl their understanding and accept her order. Shui Hua explains the plan. Their forces are 150 men. There are 3 with S rank. They will start advancing deep inside. At least one will definitely detect Kang Jin-hyuk. The girl compares the situation to dinosaurs. After receiving the coordinates, they will gather all their forces and attack the target. No matter how strong Kang Jin-hek is, no one will be able to resist 3 S-rank players at once. Shui Hua confidently moves towards his target and thinks about the fact that soon Kang Jin-hek will disappear as well. They won't leave a speck of dust from him. Suddenly and abruptly, someone attacks the girl as she dashes through the tree branches. The girl falls to the ground in surprise and does several somersaults from being hit in the face. The girl manages to get back on her feet and catch her balance. She notices Kang Jin-hek on a branch in front of her. Kang Jin-hek recognizes these ninjas as the guys from the China Guild who were prowling around near the TV building. Kang Jin-hek smiles smugly and says that he hopes these people will pay for interrupting him. Shui Hua starts to smile contentedly as she looks at Kang Jin-hyuk. The girl didn't think that he would show up to them by himself. Several members of the China Guild scour the elf forest in search of Kang Jin-hyuk. Squad A receives a message that the target has been located. Such a signal is given to them by Squad B. A masked man with a long sword turns to his partners and tells them that they are going to head towards Squad B. The man notices an approaching threat from outside. The elves begin to attack them with bows and arrows. Teslin shows up here along with the other rangers. He says that they are their targets for the day. The masked man begins to tense up and aggressively calls the elves real natives. Kang Jin-hek starts activating his sword graveyard skill, then activates demonic sword king steps. Shui Hua orders the others to keep their distance and scatter. All the members of the China Guild squad begin to scatter around the sides and tree branches. Kang Jin-hek keeps the members of the China Guild squad from leaving and uses his ice creation skill, piercing their bodies. Shui Hua hides behind a tree and realizes that Kang Jin-hek is much stronger than in the video. They could be killed before the backup arrives. She realizes that she has to stall for time. Kang Jin-hek continues to control the ice blocks when the girl calls out to him loudly. The girl tries to distract Kang Jin-hek and says that she doesn't know what he forgot here, but it seems like there's something valuable in here. Kang Jin-hyuk asks why they care. He demands to not stall and attack sooner rather than later. Shu Hua tells him that they are destroying everything and narrowing the encirclement ring. While he's here, the others are already destroying the village. The girl informs him that when the village is destroyed, the item they covet will disappear from this world. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't quite understand what the girl means by destroying the village. The girl thinks about the fact that if the thing he wants is in the village, he will definitely go back there to protect it. Shueihua thinks that she has recreated a perfect plan, and when he returns to the village, they will have time to regroup. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to laugh lightly and quietly at the girl's words, covering his mouth with his fist. The girl becomes alarmed when she hears Kang Jin-hyuk's laughter. She doesn't realize what's going on. The girl tries to figure out what's going on and why the guy's acting like this. She asks if he cares about the village. Kang Jin-hyuk denies what he said and says that he cares about the extermination of the village, but he already realized what they were up to. Kang Jin-hyuk expresses his thoughts that their plan is just an ordinary circus. Something is going on in the elf village. The men of the China Guild raise their heads up and notice the girl above them. They try to figure out why she is here. Little Alice's skinny legs begin to descend from the sky. She talks about how she doesn't care about the elves at all. Little Alice starts to get aggressive and says that they shouldn't have interfered with her partner's plans. Little Alice starts activating the blood spears skill. The girl says it's enough to take them all down. One of the men of the China Guild begins to shake with fear and says that the girl is a real monster. Little Alice puts her palm out towards the men and tells them to disappear. The girl points her bloody spears at them. Little Alice's bloody spears begin to penetrate the bodies of the members of the China Guild. A massive explosion happens at the site of the elf village, which forms a red domed ball. The girl Shueihua tries to contact the other members of the squads, but to no avail. She doesn't realize what's wrong. A man lies wounded on the ground and tries to contact the others. He requests help to the village. Little Alice looks at the mountains of dead members of the China Guild and says she is bored because this can't even be called a normal warm-up. The girl descends from the air to the ground and notices elves peering out from behind a tree behind her. Little Alice turns to the elves with a disgruntled face and folds her arms in front of her. The girl turns to the elves and asks them if they serve alcohol in their village. Shueihua continues to try to contact the others. She realizes that their main forces have been neutralized. She doesn't understand how the guy managed to pull this off. The girl pops out from behind the tree and orders the others to create a blood demon circle together. Kang Jin-hyuk turns in her direction without interest and doesn't understand what circle the girl is talking about. Kang Jin-hyuk is surrounded by the remaining members of the China Guild, forming a circle around him. The Shueihua girl starts activating her skill psychotropic poison injection. Thanks to it, her troops become resistant to fear. The members of the China Guild turn into walking zombies that seem as if they can't be penetrated by anything. Kang Jin-hyuk stands in the center of the circle and notices one of the ninjas about to attack him from above. Kang Jin-hyuk has a lightning-fast reaction. He instantly turns around and kicks away the attacking men with his feet. Another opponent appears behind Kang Jin-hyuk, who is already swinging his sword at him. Kang Jin-hyuk turns around with the same deft movement and fights off the man with his weapon. He thinks that they all here have already gone head over heels. Kang Jin-hyuk uses the ice creation with one hand while using the other to fend off the attacks with his sword. Shueihua hides behind another tree again and observes the situation from above. The girl notices how strong Kang Jin-hyuk is. The girl remembers about Ten Chao and thinks about how they really need his help right now. Another unit of the China Guild continues to confront and fight the elves who are avenging the victims. One of the elves activates his archery skill and attacks one of the ninjas of the China Guild. Sylvia sits down on her knees and activates her captive roots skill, which starts to come out of the ground. Her captivating roots begin to completely encompass the body of the man from the China Guild and restrain him. Teslin draws his bowstring and is about to fire a shot. He tells his opponents that they can't get away from them. Teslin is about to get revenge and releases 3 arrows from his bow. They will pay for all they have done to his forest and comrades. The man from the China Guild activates archery skill, and his defense is boosted by 50%. Ten Chao seizes the moment and reads messages from Shueihua, who calls him for help and says they have Kang Jin-hyuk. Ten Chao finds himself restrained by tree roots. He realizes that the elves are just trying to buy time. Ten Chao begins to strain and get rid of the roots that are restraining him. He says that the elves will not be able to accomplish what they have planned. Ten Chao manages to get rid of the roots that were restraining him, and as if with all his might, he tears them off on himself. Sylvia tries to cover herself and squints her eyes at the magical energy that spreads through the space. Ten Chao's defense increases by 50% again. He swings a huge sword at Sylvia. The red-haired elf girl notices the threat coming at her and opens her mouth in panic. A powerful and violent explosion occurs in the elven forest area and rises high into the air. A huge breach in the ground is left in place from Ten Chao's impact, but Teslin manages to intercept and rescue Sylvia. He demands the girl to be more careful. In front of the break in the ground stands an aggressive and furious Ten Chao, who stares at the elves with his red eyes. Sylvia and Teslin observe Ten Chao carefully and realize that he's quite strong. Kang Jin-hek effortlessly massacres one of the China Guild squads. He demands Shui Hua to finally show herself to him. The girl comes out from behind a tree and realizes that they didn't last until the others arrive. There's no point in hiding any further. Kang Jin-hek will only be able to copy her skill if he defeats her when he is poisoned by her venom. Kang Jin-hek studies the conditions of copying the skill and realizes that it's not an easy task. No surprise, it's the same conditions as the rest related to poisons. The Shuihua girl recognizes to Kang Jin-hyuk that he's pretty good. Poison begins to accumulate in her palm. The girl activates the spiritual poison skill. She thinks that the guy is unlikely to survive her poison. Shuihua fires her poison but misses. Kang Jin-hyuk manages to dodge and her poison hits the trunk of a thick tree. Kang Jin-hek dodges Shuihua's caustic poison and thinks about how it will probably hurt, but he needs at least one skill like this. At one point, Kang Jin-hek grabs Shuihua's collar and pulls the girl up to him. Kang Jin-hek pulls the girl up to him and is about to strike from his knee. He says that he's actually trying to make an important decision. Shuihua activates her protective chi barrier skill, and her defense increases by 50%. She can now ignore most of the physical damage. Kang Jin-hek kicks the girl in the stomach with all his might, which is not helped by any protective barrier. The girl drools from the kick and doesn't understand why it hurts so much. I guess his skill is too powerful. Kang Jin-hek kicks Shuihua away from him, who falls to the ground. He says that you shouldn't stop people from thinking. The girl lifts her head and tries to stand up. She tenses up and realizes that she needs to hold on until Ten Chao arrives. The girl manages to get to her feet and realizes that she just has to do some damage on the guy. She's going to pounce on him from behind. Kang Jin-hyuk has already realized that the girl is not going to listen to him. He makes a sharp U-turn and is about to strike, but the girl dodges and flies over his head. When Kang Jin-hek turns around, he notices that the girl isn't there. He doesn't realize what happened. Kang Jin-hek turns his attention to his fist and notices that there is a poison needle stuck in his finger. The girl is shaking with fatigue, but says that she won't be a regular punching bag for Kang Jin-hyuk. The girl smugly opens her mouth and reveals that she has a poison needle on her tongue. She rejoices that she finally hit the guy. Kang Jin-hyuk watches the poison spread through his hands. He was poisoned by the spiritual poison skill. Now his mana circulation has been disrupted. Shuihua explains that the poison spreads through the body, destroying mana channels and internal organs. It enters the body with mana, so there is no antidote for it. The girl begins to gloat and says that now Kang Jin-tung's body will begin to slowly and painfully fade away. Kang Jin-hyuk holds onto the scent hand and activates the Heavenly Flower cultivation skill. His mana recovery rate is now increased by 30%. Kang Jin-hek accumulates his magic energy in his fist and manages to get rid of the needle. Kang Jin-hek gets rid of the needle, which falls to the ground. He interjects Shui Hua about the antidote. The guy starts smiling madly and says, "Who needs that antidote anyway? He's not that weak." The girl pulls out her blue blade and smiles. She realizes that she won't be able to get out of here alive. Kang Jin-hek swings his fist with magical energy and hits the girl right in the face. Teng Chao is already rushing to Shui Hua's aid with all his legs. His face expresses worry and wariness. Kang Jin-hek doesn't stop his continuous attacks and now hits the girl with ice blocks. Kang Jin-hek's face expresses concentration and confidence. He attacks the girl without stopping. Shui Hua falls to the ground from the blow she received and her small blade falls out of her hands. Teng Chao is very close to save Shui Hua and help her confront Kang Jin-hyuk. A furious and aggressive Kang Jin-hek pulls out his sword and is about to give Shui Hua one last blow. From behind Kang Jin-hek, the same Teng Chao appears and activates his Sword of Abundant Chi skill. The confrontation between the China Guild and Kang Jin-hek rumbles throughout the forest. Ten Chao asks if the girl can stand up as he covers her with himself. Kang Jin-hek activates his greedy gaze and studies Ten Chao's features. He realizes that if the man is already here, then Teslan is lost to him. Ten Chao, it turns out, is in love with Shui Hua. For her sake, he uses the most devastating blow. If Kang Jin-hek defeats Ten Chao without getting injured, he will be able to copy one of his skills. Kang Jin-hek is trying to figure out if eradicating evil will be useful when the Sword of Abundance is completely useless against the Sword of Souls. Kang Jin-hek suddenly thinks about what happened to the system and why it knows about other people's feelings. Suddenly, something strange begins to happen to Kang Jin-hek. His perception and the tower system starts to ripple and float. Ten Chao says that Kang Jin-hek has started acting strange. He tells the girl to get up while there is still time to do so. Shui Hua looks tired and asks where the others are. Ten Chao says it's just the two of them left. Shui Hua starts smiling desperately and says that in that case, Ten Chao needs to listen to her. After her battle with Kang Jin Hyuk, she realized something. Ten Chao helps the girl to her feet. Shui Hua states that they can't win this battle, even if they have Li Keichang with them. Ten Chao looks at Kang Jin Hyuk and asks if he's really that strong. The girl states that they won't be able to return to the triad. Shui Hua starts to pull down the mask on Ten Chao's face and states that they only have one option left. The girl pulls the mask off of Ten Chao's face and kisses him. She says that all they have left to do is continue on with the mission. Kang Jin Hyuk continues to aggressively shake his head to come to his senses from the strange effects. Kang Jin Hyuk looks at the couple squeamishly and disgustedly and asks what they're doing here. Shui Hua starts to smile slightly and the green and corrosive poison she's using starts to smoke from her mouth. Teng Chao also starts to smile widely, and the same green and acrid poison smoke oozes out of his mouth. Shui Hua activated the psychotropic poison injection skill. Teng Chao gains fear resistance due to the effects of the poison. The man says he has no regrets. Kang Jin Hyuk realizes that Ten Chao and Shui Hua have decided to see their case through to the end. In that case, he himself will also become as serious as possible. The guy activates the sword graveyard, and his mastery of blades and swords is increased by 500%. Shui Hua, along with his comrade Ten Chao, abruptly leaps out of the way to attack Kang Jin Hyuk. Ten Chao activates the colossal sword form, the second technique. The man is about to use the colossal split. Shui Hua activates the snake strike skill and suggests the man to finish off Kang Jin Hyuk as soon as possible. Kang Jin Hyuk crosses his paired dragon swords and is going to use the soul-chasing sword dance, the 8th technique, one with shadows. The barter of communication disruption that had been spreading over the elven forest begins to crumble. Teng Chao's huge square blades remain abandoned on the ground, and the man himself lies immobilized on the ground. Ten Chao takes his last breath and dies. Kang Jin Hyuk manages to emerge victorious once again. The skills Thousand Poisons and Eradicating Evil are copied by Kang Jin Hyuk. He can now control various poisons and see the target's location and route on the map. Kang Jin Hyuk tries to stretch his arm and realizes that the 8th technique is still hard for him. Apparently, his whole body will be sore tomorrow. Kang Jin Hyuk thinks about what he should do now with the China Guild. That's how their attack on the guy ended. Teng Chao and Shui Hua died holding each other's hands. A quarter of the elven forest was burned and many elves lost their lives. Teslan lost to Ten Chao and was seriously injured, but thanks to Sylvia, he managed to stay out of danger. Teslan has a cloth bandage over his eyes. The elf thanks Kang Jin Hyuk for stopping the attack on their forest. Kang Jin Hyuk tells Teslan to stop pussyfooting around and focus on his recovery. The elf elder was in great shock because he only gave orders during the battle without leaving his house. Little Alice became the idol of the young elves and became an avid drinker. Meanwhile, Kang Jin Hyuk activates the 8-star barrier Great Fortress. Kang Jin Hyuk also activates the 3-star barrier Dimensional Gap and Mystical Manipulation. Kang Jin Hyuk realizes that making barriers is hard enough, but now the Guild China will think 100 times before attacking the guy. Kang Jin Hyuk is about to walk away from the elf forest and gives out the thought aloud that he just hates people like that. At the China Guild headquarters, S-rank Deputy Head Liao Wei receives news that a combat unit of 150 people, including 3 S-ranks, are lost. The man covers his face with one palm and asks if this Kang Jin Hyuk is really that strong. One of the council people says that the total mana of the S-rankers was over 10,000. The girl with glasses reports that the ranking system has not been fully worked out yet. Anyone whose mana exceeds 10,000 is already considered an S-ranker. The girl points to Kang Jin Hyuk's picture and says that he is special. He shouldn't be compared to other players of the same rank. Teng Wei suggests sending assassins with mana over 20,000 to his house. Another man with glasses says that this is a crazy idea that could start a world battle. One of the men tensely listens to the other's arguments and realizes that Nam Gun-hyun is determined not to let all of this happen. The patriarch of the Moen family from the 21st floor of Murim comes out. His name is Mo Yeon-soo. The old man is called out by the entire council of people sitting in the office. Mo Yeon-soo says that the basis of battle is to assess the strength of the enemy. They don't even know that, so they risk losing again. The old man informs that from now on, all responsibility for Kang Jin Hyuk rests with them. He will talk to Nam Gung-hyun on his own. The man with stubble continues to bow to the old man and says that he can't let them handle it on their own. But the old man shuts him up. The old man Mo Yun-soo looks at the people around him carefully and wonders how they haven't realized yet. Kang Jin-hyuk is on a completely different level. The old man recalls the last scene that was caught on the video. He's sure it was the 8th technique of the sword dance haunting the souls. Mo Yun-soo thinks about the fact that this skill is rare even in Marima, and the outsider learned it as high as the 8th level, but they still have another chance, nonetheless. The elves in their forest and central village continue to repair the damage that the China Guild has done to them. Some of the elves are surprised and excited to notice someone in front of them. It makes tears appear in their eyes. The elves from the elven village are approached by their wise elder, who looks very tired and shabby. The elder climbs up on the wooden stage to put forward his speech. He says that they have suffered many losses, and despite the bravery of the rangers, many have died. The elves are in tears as they listen to the speech saying that they need to move on. They need to rebuild the forest so that life can flourish here. An elder lifts up a special fig fruit and says that they need to continue the festival of moonlight. They will celebrate for the sake of the departed to overcome the sadness. In the elf village, the festivities continue and everyone raises their glasses to their friends who have returned to Mother Nature, to their comrades. Kang Jin-hyuk also attends the festival and activates the kitchen of another world to prepare delicacies. Sylvia tells the elder that who would have thought that a traveler randomly encountered in the forest would be so helpful to them. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to hand out his soybean dishes. The children are delighted with the food they receive. Kang Jin-hyuk notices a little elf boy sitting there without appetite, when all elves are basically known for their gluttony. Kang Jin-hyuk observes the little elf closely and suspects that he's just in severe shock. Kang Jin-hyuk's attention is caught by someone who came here wearing pink-colored high-heeled boots. The other elves are shocked and turn around in surprise at the person who came, as well as Kang Jin-hyuk. Teslin appears, dressed in that same infamous rabbit costume. No one expected to see him here like that. Kang Jin-hyuk mocks Teslin and says that he liked the clothes since he's still wearing them. Teslin starts to get indignant that that's not true. Teslin says that he always thought strangers were a threat to their forest, thinking they were coming for mana-soaked figs. Teslin realizes that in fact it was just a worthless massacre, and the one who stopped it became not him at all. Teslin gratefully tells Kang Jin-hyuk that because of him, all the surviving elves were saved. Teslin explains that he wore the outfit because he lost a bet. He voluntarily dressed up in it because he wants to show his respect. Kang Jin-hyuk exhales unhappily and says that it's not interesting anymore when he wanted to dress up in it himself. Teslin starts to get embarrassed and it makes him blush a lot. Someone laughs at him at the top of their voice. Little Alice can't contain her laughter and says she's never seen such stupid clothes before. Little Alice laughingly falls to the ground and holds onto her stomach. She can't even imagine who would agree to such a thing. Teslin looks at the vampiress in bewilderment. The little elf boy, who had previously sat without appetite, begins to laugh lightly and quietly. The other elves who had come to the festival support the boy's laughter and begin to chuckle as well. Sylvia, in company with the rest of the elves, starts laughing so hard that she wipes the tears from her eyes with her finger. Teslin also involuntarily begins to giggle slightly, and the atmosphere picks up a good bit. Kang Jin-hyuk is quite observant of what's going on and realizes that Alice has managed to keep the situation going. Elder Penheim appears behind the guy and calls out to him and asks him to step back to talk. Elder Penheim leads Kang Jin-hyuk to some kind of temple, which is under the roots of a thick and large tree. The elder extends his hand to the 2-star barrier and confirms his identity. The entrance has been unlocked. Kang Jin-hyuk, along with the elder, goes inside the temple. Penheim tells him that it is an old warehouse that holds the village treasures. No one can enter here without his knowledge. Kang Jin-hyuk looks around because he didn't expect to enter such a place at all. Elder Penheim holds out an instrument called the Descartes to Kang Jin-hyuk. Playing it can enhance the effects. The elder hands Kang Jin-hyuk this instrument. It's his thanks for saving him. He will always remember Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he doesn't really need the harp that much. If the elder wants to give a gift so badly, he would want something else. The elder realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk is telling him about the molar and pentaglyphs fang that are behind the glass. The elder tells him that these things have been passed down since the time of their ancestors. The elves received them in gratitude for healing a god. The elder shoves the harp into Kang Jin-hyuk's hand and says that he has no right to dispose of other powerful weapons. The elder adds that according to prophecy, the molar and fang will one day find their owner. Kang Jin-hyuk holds the harp in his hands. Kang Jin-hyuk evaluates the possessions that the elves have. He can't believe that they have such a thing here. The elder continues to lightly bow to Kang Jin-hyuk in gratitude with a slight smile on his face. Little Alice has already gotten knowledgeably drunk on alcohol, and turns to the elves to immediately raise their glasses. At this time, taking advantage of the moment, Kang Jin-hyuk walks over to the barrel of alcohol and holds up some kind of flask of liquid. Little Alice raises her glass and says that one day she will take over this place. The elves add that on top of that, it will also save their lives. As the elves raise their glass to the savior Alice, Kang Jin-hyuk pours purple liquid into the barrel of alcohol. The elves all amicably begin to raise their glasses and drink to the salvation of their village. Kang Jin-hyuk also sits down at one of the tables and looks forward with a focused face, but he doesn't drink from his glass. Kang Jin-hyuk notices the attention of the elven elder who sits across from him. Elder Penheim also raises his glass along with the others and is about to drink. Elder Penheim doesn't think for long and drinks his glass of alcohol in a volley as well. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the elder in bewilderment and raises his glass. He didn't realize what just happened. The guy puts his drinking glass on the table and realizes that he needs to pick up the items he needs and get out of here. Kang Jin-hyuk returns to the very temple where the elven elder took him. He recalls that the barrier there was a 2-star barrier. Kang Jin-hyuk approaches the temple and notices that the very same barrier is not here for some reason. While the elves are lying on the ground drunk, Kang Jin-hyuk takes this opportunity for his own gain. Little Alice is also lying on the ground drunk. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the Brahm ring and absorbs the subjugated soul into himself. Kang Jin-hyuk manages to sneak into the temple and retrieves the elven weapon he needs. He thanks the elves for such a gift. The elf elder Penheim falls asleep and drools in his sleep. He, like all the other elves, has gotten drunk and is now asleep. On the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials in the Church of Hate, the Manas are gathering. Without the Unknown One's permission, they cannot go up to the 10th floor. Among other things, they are missing all the artifacts. The Main, who is behind the podium, realizes that they had a problem with Kang Jin-hyuk and now also with Unknown. He didn't realize that guys could use items like that. Melina isn't going to listen to any more of these speeches and psychically gets up to get out of here. One of the masked mains asks Medina about where she is going. The girl states that she's going to take a vacation. The red-haired girl Melina leaves the hall and realizes how stupid the Manas are. The girl knows that Kang Jin-hyuk is the unknown. The girl grabs her face with Kang Jin-hyuk's soul branding and realizes that just thinking about it makes her burn with shame. But if she reveals the secret, she will die. 2 hooded figures with blonde hair appear in front of the red-haired girl Melina. They stop the girl. Melina pulls out her dagger and is going to defend herself if something happens. The girl asks them who they are and what they want. The tall white-haired man and the shorter girl shine their red eyes. They begin to smile defiantly with their sharp fangs. In an instant, all the guards standing at the entrance to the church hall fall lifelessly to the floor, and Melina is shot in the shoulder. The long-haired guy licks the blood off his sword like a true vampire who loves blood. The man informs him that the blood of the Mayanas tastes as horrible as they are. He makes a disgruntled face. The girl replies to him that he should stop putting anything in his mouth. It's hard to find a man with good blood. Melina realizes that they were so fast that she didn't even notice anything. The girl holds on to her wounded arm. A long-haired man with pointed ears begins to threaten Melina with his long sword. He asks if they should taste her blood too. In front of the red-haired Melina, the very same Main, nicknamed Lancelot, appears. He stands up in front of the vampires. The man bows to the vampires and apologizes for presenting himself in such a manner. He calls them aristocrats, spawned by the noble knight. He asks how he can help them. The white-haired girl begins to smile contentedly and removes her hood. She is glad that at least someone here is understanding. 90 days after the incident in the elf forest, the 6th floor was unlocked. The 7th floor was also unlocked. At the same time, it was time to prepare for the next stage. Yuri was going outside and thinking about the fact that she needs to hold on for at least a year. She has to graduate, but by then the world might disappear. A notification from the system appears in front of the girl. The shareholders' meeting of the veteran company is about to start. Employees need to gather on the 1st floor near the Moon Lake at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. When the notification informs that if anyone is late or doesn't show up, they will find everyone, the girl's mouth even falls out of her chupa chups. Yuri freaks out and grabs her head hysterically and demands that Kang Jin-hyuk stop bossing her around. Kang Jin-hyuk gathers his entire team in the test tower on the 1st floor near Moon Lake. All of his subordinates stand in front of him. Yuri voices her displeasure and says that they worked all night making horses. Can't the guy just let them go already? The old man supports the girl in this. Kang Jin-hyuk says that if they want, they can just turn around and leave. Yuri and the old man immediately react and really are going to leave. Kang Jin-hyuk says that if he dies, they will need to pay him compensation and demands that they tell them their bank accounts. The old man and Yu Ri instantly change their faces and thank Kang Jin-hyuk for his kindness, as it's very hard to find a job in their time. Kang Jin-hyuk says that they will do some sort of introductory round first. Have each of them tell him the latest news. Kang Jin-hyuk starts the meeting with Kim Hae-woon, who is the representative of the Black Raven Guildmaster. Park Ha-na continues and says that he is running errands for Kang Jin-hyuk. Kim Hae-woon reports that Jang Yoon-seok has moved to the 7th floor. According to his informant, the guy is trying to find a certain feather. The 7th floor of the Tower of Trials is a tundra. If you go from the starting point to the end, the next floor opens up. But it's known for requiring a long preparation for the raid because of the weather conditions. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that it's about the phoenix feather. The flame blessing will help out when passing this floor. Park Ha-na reports that Jung Yu-sung has fully recovered and has been released from the hospital. He also asked him to tell him that he will destroy Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that Jung Yu-sung is indeed fully recovered. He calls for the next one. Kneeling down in front of Kang Jin-hyuk is the same Yamamoto Takeshi from the Samurai Guild. Yamamoto Takeshi introduces himself to the others and says that it is an honor to meet Kang Jin-hyuk again. Takeshi holds out his sword to the guy and says that he stole the item he wanted from the Medusa Shrine. He thinks they're furious because their national relic is missing. Kang Jin-hyuk praises him for his excellent work. Kang Jin-hyuk receives the Fontaine Heavenly Sword, but it's useless now. It's worth trading it for something worthwhile in the future. Kang Jin-hyuk is approached by Andrea. She informs everyone that she's in charge of the 5th floor in the Tower of Trials. Andrea informs them that the organization of power on this floor is complete. Even though the players rarely show up, she prepares it just in case. The others look at Andrea in bewilderment and don't understand what she means about being in charge of the 5th floor. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the others that Andrea is the boss of the 5th floor. He thinks the girl is already very tired and praises her for doing a good job. The others start to panic and ask in horror about why the monster boss is here now and what the guy is even up to. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at Andrea and realizes how much the girl has grown. Is it really all thanks to Alice? Kang Jin-hyuk wags his finger and demands the guys stop running around, let the next one continue. The red-haired Melina, who is a member of the Demonic People's Association, appears. The others are shocked to hear about such an organization. Kang Jin-hyuk demands the girl to stop being quiet and tell her news. The girl says that there was an important incident recently. Melina reveals that an association came to them. Kang Jin-hyuk clarifies where she's from and if she's from the top floor. The vampirist points to her symbol and says that they are blood relatives of the Dekazes family who worship Amulus. The vampires say that if the mains help them out, they will help them achieve what they want. They hear that they need a relic from the 11th floor. Main Lancelot is interested in such an offer and asks what the vampires want in return. The male vampire informs them that a prisoner has escaped from the ruins of the 1st floor. They ask for help in catching him. Redhead Melina listens to the conversation between the vampires and the Mainas and doesn't realize which prisoner they are talking about. Kang Jin-hyuk listens to Melina's story, who says that they gave the Mainas the renegade bracelet from the 11th floor. Their leadership didn't expect anything like that. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to react violently to what Melina is now telling him. The guy tries to figure out what the reason for this reaction is. Kang Jin-hyuk finishes the meeting and a small and angry Alice appears, smashing everything in her path. She says that these vampires are among those who betrayed her. The girl gets aggressive and starts yelling that she's going to find them and destroy them by tearing them to pieces. Alice turns to Kang Jin-hyuk and reminds him that he promised to help her get revenge. Alice informs him that this is the perfect chance to do such a thing, but Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't say anything back. Kang Jin-hyuk replies to Alice that he will definitely keep his promise. The girl smiles contentedly and looks back at him. Little Alice becomes alarmed when Kang Jin-hyuk tells her that they should be more careful. Kang Jin-hyuk tells her that he doesn't have enough mana to fully unleash Alice's power. Right now, revenge could hurt them themselves. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the girl that she should refrain from wearing the necklace for a while. The girl starts to resent it. The guy tries to stay calm and starts smiling. He asks the girl to trust him. Little Alice immediately stops arguing with Kang Jin-hyuk and puts her head down frustratedly. Little Alice tells Kang Jin-hyuk out of frustration that she wants chicken legs. The guy agrees with her and tries to comfort her by letting her eat the whole thing. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that he's succeeded in comforting Alice now, but he'll need to prepare for something like this next time. On the 7th floor in Tundra, a group of players begin their raid. They discuss that the Eastern Sea is also blocked. There is too much ice there. They discuss the fact that the temperature there is low and the air is humid. There is no way to make a fire. The path to the gate is also not visible because of the blizzard. The raid in the tundra is trying to pass the second attacking section of the Tangan Guild, where Jang Yoon-seok is the captain. They're trying to keep warm. Jang Yoon-seok tells his subordinate to stop whining and look for other ways. They must get through the 7th floor by any means necessary. Another subordinate enters their tent and tells the captain that there is something he needs to see. A trained Kang Jin-hyuk appears in front of Captain Jang Yoon-seok. Jang Yoon-seok asks the guy what could have brought him here. Kang Jin-hyuk informs him that he's here to clear the floor. Kang Jin-hyuk tries to warm his hands and says that the guys have done a great job here already. Jang Yoon-seok says that they don't need Kang Jin-hyuk's help. They are capable of handling everything on their own. Kang Jin-hyuk hides his mouth behind his jacket collar and says that he didn't tell them that he was going to help. Kang Jin-hyuk walks past Jang Yoon-seok and tells him not to get his hopes up. He came here for the phoenix feather and they just happened to be in his way. Jang Yoon-seok says that occupying this place is their exclusive right. It turns out that Kang Jin-hyuk wants to say that he's going to invade private territory. Kang Jin-hyuk says that Jang Yoon-seok is being ridiculous. Someone really thinks that the 7th floor is the Tangan Guild's zone. Jang Yoon-seok is very unhappy with Kang Jin-hyuk's words and resents that this is a real provocation. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately replies to him that this is not a provocation, but a fair competition. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to walk forward and tells Jang Yoon-seok to try and stop him if he wants to. Jang Yoon-seok starts to grudgingly and aggressively scowl in response to Kang Jin-hyuk's words. Jang Yoon-seok and his subordinate turn around and go back to their tent. Captain Jang Yoon-seok's subordinates try to warm themselves by the fire they managed to build here. Kang Jin-hyuk moves toward them, but one of the men stops him and says that entry is forbidden. The man stops when he realizes that the player in front of him is Kang Jin-hyuk. He's a big fan of his. The man wonders why he's here. Kang Jin-hyuk replies that he needs to look at a thing here in the woods. The man stops him and tells him that this area is very dangerous. They're standing here for a reason. Kang Jin-hyuk walks by and thanks him for the warning, but they don't have to worry. Everything will be fine. The man turns to Kang Jin-hyuk and says he didn't even notice how he passed by, but he's walking in the snow. The man looks after Kang Jin-hyuk and thinks about how the S-Ranker's gate is very different from theirs. The man realizes that he needs to report this to the management. He contacts the captain via video, who orders them to gather a team and pursue Kang Jin-hyuk. The man interjects why they need to go after the guy. The captain informs him that Kang Jin-hyuk is heading for the pen. If they follow him, they are guaranteed success. Captain Jang Yoon-seok tells the men to keep their eyes on him. That's an order from the captain. Kang Jin-hyuk follows the footprints left by the men from the Tangan Guild, but there are no bodies. A huge stone cobblestone appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk with some symbol scratched out with claw marks on it. Kang Jin-hyuk turns back and notices the men who are following him. He asks why they're following him since they said it was dangerous. The men try to excuse themselves and say that they couldn't leave a guy alone in a place like this. They thought he might need a guide. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't understand what the man is saying at all. The man thinks it's gotten even colder in this area. The men, along with Kang Jin-hyuk, hide in the igloo from the cold that Kang Jin-hyuk is creating and warm themselves by the fire he made. The man says that it's good to be an S-ranked player. The man warms himself by the fire he made and feels relieved. His name is Gwa De-ho. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his greedy gaze skill and studies the people sitting there. He realizes how boring their skills are. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that these guys were told by Jang Yoon-seok, their captain, to follow him. Gwa De-ho tries to pretend it's not true. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the man not to lie if he doesn't know how to do it. He realizes that the captain must have sent them to go out to the Phoenix Feather. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to explain that seeing how they came here to such a dangerous place, he has only one conclusion and it all made sense to him at once. Kang Jin-hyuk adds that the guys shouldn't think about him blaming them. There are more annoying problems right now. Kang Jin-hyuk talks about a boulder with a strange sign on the outside. One of the girls replies that it's an ice troll mark. She's heard of them. They are the strongest mid-rank monsters on the 7th floor. Kang Jin-hyuk remembers the stone boulder and realizes that the mark on it belongs to the Ice Blades, the strongest clan of ice trolls. Kang Jin-hyuk asks if they mean to say that this is the territory of the ice trolls, but the girl denies it since their territory is to the west. Kang Jin-hyuk replies that that's exactly what confuses him. Their being in this area is very unnatural. Kang Jin-hyuk knows that the only route to the island with the Phoenix Feather runs through here. He asks himself if they are trying to get the feather by ignoring its resistance to the ice. Kang Jin-hyuk begins to squint tensely and concludes that something doesn't add up here. The girl notices his uneasiness. Towards the igloo where Kang Jin-hyuk and the guys are sitting, an attack begins and arrows fly. Kang Jin-hek already knows about this and reacts in time by activating ice creation and stopping the arrows with ice blocks. All the participants start to run out of the igloo to try to find a successful hiding place from the attack. A man hides behind a tree and tries to ask someone where they are about to be attacked from. Another member of their company, along with a girl, hides behind a log. He replies that he can't see anything and doesn't know where the attack is coming from. The man peeks out from behind the tree and yells to Kang Jin-hyuk that he needs to hide, but the guy confidently steps towards the attackers. Kang Jin-hyuk looks up and notices glowing spots and a spark on the high slope. He realizes that the attack is coming from there. Kang Jin-hek begins to be attacked from the high slope, but the guy manages to deftly and quickly dodge the attacks. Kang Jin-hyuk says out loud that his opponent should have realized by now that hiding won't help him and demands to come out. Standing on the high slope in front of Kang Jin-hek are the same vampires who came to see Manus at the church, with the ice trolls behind them. The long-haired man turns to the guy and asks if he's really Kang Jin-hek. The girl squats down and smiles sweetly, calling the guy cute. Kang Jin-hek activates his greedy gaze to study the opponent's characteristics. Alice gets nervous in the Bram ring, and the guy tries to calm her down by clasping the ring with the palm of his hand on his chest. The long-haired male vampire's name is Liorda Bertsion. He is 1,082 years old. Kang Jin-hek feels and understands the difference in levels perfectly, even just looking at Liord's stats. He will need a lot of mana. Kang Jin-hek studies the copying requirements and realizes that they are very complicated. There are a lot of penalties for each of them. A male Guadaho crawls up to Kang Jin-hek in the snow and tries to ask the guy if he's okay. Kang Jin-hek directs Guadiho to pick up his comrades and get out of here immediately. They need to run out of the forest and call for help. Guadiho wonders what about Kang Jin-hek. He asks if he's going to fight against them alone. Kang Jin-hyuk claims that he's far from a weakling. He just promises the guy that he'll buy him a drink after they get out of here. Guadiho starts crying and drooling at such words Kang Jin-hek says to him. Guadiho grabs his companions and says that they should run away from here. A man yells after Kang Jin-hyuk to take care of himself. The guy is attacked by an ice troll as he reads the terms of copying skills. He needs to survive after uttering 4 or more words spoken before dying. He is affected by the epic phrases before doom technique. Kang Jin-hyuk's poison technique is blocked, but it doesn't bother him, and he takes the troll to the ground with one blow. The girl and male vampires continue to watch Kang Jin-hyuk from the slope as he deals with the trolls. The vampires notice how delicious the blood smells to Kang Jin-hyuk, who is now battling the ice trolls. The vampire girl smiles and enjoys watching the guy and says that she is starting to become more and more interested in him. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to confront the ice trolls when the male vampire walks up to them and stops them. Liord says he's heard about Kang Jin-hek from demonic people. He's pretty strong for a normal human. The man introduces himself as Liord Bershon, who is working with Dekazes. The girl introduces herself as Ophelia, who is also related to Dekazes. Kang Jin-hek asks if it's their doing, that people have been kidnapped and ice trolls are attacking. Ophelia puts her finger to her lips thoughtfully and realizes that Kang Jin-hek isn't surprised and gets right down to business. Ophelia tells him that he can think of it as their trap. The girl slowly moves towards the guy. Ophelia tells Kang Jin-hek that they want to catch someone who can detect anomalies in the tundra. Ophelia continues her story. The demonic people gave her the names of the survivors on the first floor of the Hall of Depravity. These survivors were Teresa de Laurentia, the Invincible Unknown, John Yu Sung, and the strongman Porter that was Kang Jin-hyuk. Ophelia starts to smirk and says that they are sure that one of them helped Alice 1 Ataraxia escape. Ultimately, in this whole situation, Kang Jin-hek was the very first one to come here to Tundra. Ophelia puts her finger to her lips again, thoughtfully and smilingly, and asks what the reason is. Liord immediately warns Kang Jin-hek that he may not expect help from those underdogs behind the forest. Demonic humans and manas on wolves appear on the slope where the vampires stood before. They get rid of the humans behind the woods quite soon. Ophelia starts playfully rubbing her hair and asks Kang Jin-hek to answer a couple questions, like where Alice is now. Kang Jin-hek pulls out his green curved blade, which has runes engraved on it. He says he doesn't know about any Alice. The vampires begin to smile gloatingly and realize that Kang Jin-hek is just playing dumb and misunderstanding. Liord pulls out his sword and rips off his cloak. He's going to make Kang Jin-hyuk remember everything. Liord Bershon gets into the fight almost immediately. Kang Jin-hyuk notices the vampire get behind him. Lord Bershon starts activating his Dark Battle Spirit skill and directs it at Kang Jin-hek. Multiple dark streams of Liord Bershon's magical energy are directed towards Kang Jin-hek. Kang Jin-hek deftly counters the vampire's blows and fends off the dark energy streams with his green blade. Ophelia watches the confrontation from the sidelines. She reminds Bershin that they need Kang Jin-hek alive. Lord Bertion begins to launch melee attacks and is about to do physical damage to the guy. He reprimands Ophelia about remembering and knowing everything. The male vampire has time to watch Kang Jin-hek dodge and realizes that he's better than he expected himself to be. Kang Jin-hek smiles evilly and gloatingly as he dodges and counters Leord's attacks. Leord Bershin activates his Blood Jade skill and a trap of bloody threads appears above Kang Jin-hek's head. Leord Bertion uses his technique to block his opponent's vision for 30 seconds. Leord Bertion controls his blood like a magical power. The entire space around Kang Jin-hyuk is absorbed by the blood clots. Leord Bershin's attitude is confident and serious. He controls the blood clots and tenses up a bit. Leord Bershin begins to activate the blood spikes that appear from the blood clots. Kang Jin-hek begins to smile, even though his vision is now completely blocked. Kang Jin-hek uses his fire element skill and removes his blocked vision. He says that none of this will work on him. Ophelia watches and realizes that as a human, the guy is strong, but not at all inferior to even Bertien. Ophelia becomes wary and suspects that he is the man who let Alice escape. For a period of time, the confrontation between Bershin and Kang Jin-hyuk stops. Eye contact begins between the guys. Bershin calls Kang Jin-hyuk a hunted rat, but the guy doesn't react to the provocation and only laughs. Kang Jin-hyuk says that the vampires shared something interesting with him, so he'll repay them. He already knew in advance that they were coming for him. Vampire Leord Bertion becomes alarmed and surprised when he finds out that Kang Jin-hek knew about everything. The guy says he has many sources of information. A whole group of people are heading towards Jang Eun-seok's hideout in a hurry to take them down. Among them is the red-haired Melina. Jang Eun-seok notices the horde of people coming at them and shouts to everyone that there is an ambush. He orders everyone to get into a defensive stance. Among Captain Jang Eun-seok's team, 3 people wearing fur hoods appear and realize that the enemies are advancing quickly. One of these people is Teresa de Laurencia. This is immediately recognizable by her shiny blonde hair. Teresa de Laurencia raises up her sword and is about to confront the demonic people. The girl activates her skill, Holy Blessing, and the divine power increases by 20%. She informs everyone that she will help, only they should take their positions. Jang Eun-seok turns towards the trio and realizes that Teresa, Yi Dai-min, and Yu Yunhua are there. The Maenas and demonic men move in on their wolves and advance on the settlement. One of them gives the order to destroy everyone. A fierce battle begins between the members of Captain Jang Eun-seok's raid and Kang Jin-hyuk's men with the demonic men and the Maenas. Jang Eun-seok makes one quick and deft movement with his sword, pulling it out and sliding it back into the sheath again. The ice technique is triggered and freezes the demonic humans, tossing them into the air. Jang Eun-seok looks around and realizes that it will take a long time to clear the sword of debris. Leord Bershin and Ophelia look amongst themselves when something happens and it alarms them. Kang Jin-hyuk says he has something in store for them. The guy smirks and asks if they like his gift. Outside the forest, in a small settlement, a violent and destructive battle continues. Yi Dai-min activates his Monarch of Machines skill and fires at the demonic people, undermining them. At this time, Yu Yunhua uses his mana replenishment skill and directs it at Yi Dai-min's machines. Yu Yunhua is just as involved in the battle as everyone else and continues to fight off the enemies. Teresa de Laurencia casts a divine buff. The demonic people realize that they can't stand up to the divine power. One of the Maenas turns to Sir Lancelot and says they should retreat to regroup. The man under the mask of the Maenas, nicknamed Lancelot, begins to fidget and cackle with anger at the situation. Among the trees in this dense forest, a bright light appears that is characterized by divine power. Ophelia begins to get a nasty feeling and turns towards the divine power. The vampire Ophelia begins to get nervous and squints as she looks at the divine light, which infuriates her. Ophelia turns to Bershin and calls out to him loudly to tell him what happened. Leord Bertion doesn't even wait for the girl to tell him everything and says he feels it too. Leord Bertion activates his blood pool skill and envelops Kang Jin-hyuk with bloody ribbons all over his body. Leord Bertion creates a small bloody ball in the air that almost explodes. Ophelia informs him that the divine force caused an unexpected change and they should retreat for a change of plan. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the fire element and shatters the small bloody ball. He had already told the vampires that it wouldn't help them. Kang Jin-hek lifts his head up and looks after the 2 vampires who are about to retreat. Leord Bershin turns to Kang Jin-hek one last time and tells him that he will destroy him with his own hands. Kang Jin-hek puts his palm out towards the vampires and is about to use a bright flash. Kang Jin-hek activates his daylight skill and is about to aim it at the vampires. A mocking smile appears on Kang Jin-hek's face, and he asks what Bershin is yapping about. From the daylight skill, Kang Jin-hek leaves a huge trail among the trees in the forest. Kang Jin-hek wonders if he got rid of the vampires. He successfully performs phrases before doom 2 out of 4 times. His fire element is blocked, and the cliché doesn't let him down. The ring on Kang Jin-hyuk's chest starts beating again, and he asks Alice to calm down for now, because it's not the best time yet. At the Tangan Guild camp, one of the members thanks Teresa for being so helpful in the battle. The man starts bowing to the girl and says that she is the only reason they are able to survive. The girl says that she was only happy to help. Jang Yoon-seok is wary and frustrated looking at some symbol that is under his feet. Teresa turns to the captain and informs him that the camp is badly damaged. The demonic people are sure to attack them again. The girl suggests that the captain retreat to the tower now, and she and Kang Jin-hyuk will provide a safe path. Jang Yoon-seok grudgingly and hatefully turns around at Kang Jin-hyuk's name and realizes that he's the cause of all the trouble again. Teresa de Laurencia turns to the side and notices someone who catches her attention. Kang Jin-hek comes back here and Teresa with Yi Dae-min and Yu Yoon-hwa waving happily towards him. Kang Jin-hyuk sees Yi Dae-min and Yu Yoon-hwa running towards him and says what an unexpected encounter. He thanks them for coming here. Yi Dae-min says that Kang Jin-hyuk contacted them very suddenly, and Yu Yoon-hwa needs something here in the tundra. Yu Yoon-hwa turns back around to show Kang Jin-hyuk that there's someone else standing there. Behind the rest of the guys is Jeon Yu-sung, who is hiding his gaze in embarrassment. Kang Jin-hyuk texts everyone in time. Teresa says that she didn't think Jeon Yu-sung would come here too. They were able to fend off the demonic people's attack. Yi Dae-min informs that they can't relax, and they haven't found out who's behind them yet. Yu Yoon-hwa is amazed that the demonic people have organized such a large guild. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the others that these people are cooperating with the vampires from the upper floors of the Tower of Trials. One of the players suggests that the vampires are just up to something here in the tundra, but Kang Jin-hek has little faith in that. Kang Jin-hek explains to his company that they want to get out. That's what he's been able to find out. He tells them that the ice trolls are mopping up the location in defiance of their primary attribute. This is possible due to the pen's resistance to cold. He reports that when the feather is symbiotized with the right item, it is possible to open a magic portal. Jung Yu-sung listens to Kang Jin-hyuk and says that it all sounds absurd. How could it even have anything to do with escaping? Kang Jin-hyuk says that the members of the Tangun Guild have been kidnapped and many are probably already dead. It seems to him that the vampires want to unite the Phoenix Feather people to escape from the tower. Teresa de Laurencia begins to slowly panic and says anything but that. The girl starts to shake with terror and panic and says then an escape like the one in Amsterdam will happen. Jung Yu-sung walks up to Teresa and puts his hand on the girl's shoulder. He says that won't happen because surely Kang Jin-hyuk already has a plan. Teresa de Laurencia looks at Yu-sung with embarrassment, who just Kang Jin-hek to share his plan with them. Kang Jin-hyuk starts laughing and says that Jung Yu-sung must have realized it because of his stalkerism. In one of the caves in the icy tundra, Ophelia and Berthion hide out to discuss a new plan of action. Some vampire holds a wine glass in his clawed hands and asks if Kang Jin-hek is really that strong. The vampire sits on his throne and holds the glass. He says that the guys failed to bring the prey driven into the trap. He is very disappointed. The vampire on the throne doubts that he will be able to retrieve the fugitive. Berthion apologizes to his master and says that something unexpected has happened. Ophelia reveals that Kang Jin-hyuk was already waiting for them. He also easily fought back against Berthion. The vampire sitting on the throne is surprised that the human was able to withstand their attack. Ophelia bows her head in frustration and says that something else happened besides all of this. Ophelia informs her master that she felt Alice von Ataraxia's energy during the fight with Kang Jin-hyuk, and the shadows of the cave where the vampire lord is sitting begin to come out the undead head. The vampire lord begins to smirk and says that they will find the vampire girl before they are supposed to. The vampire lord sits on his throne and shakes his wine glass. He argues that there's at least some use for a guy with a girl. Both Dae-min and Yoon-hwa will support them in the forest. Kang Jin-hyuk proceeds to tell the plan of action. They're going to use drones to lure demonic people to their place. Teresa and the stalker will separate from the group in order to accomplish a completely different task. Yu-sung is surprised that Kang Jin-hek calls it a plan. Kang Jin-hek says that Yu-sung has no choice. Oh, and why does he even resent him if he's doing his requests anyway? The Tangan Guild will leave the camp and go to the outside of the tower. This is the plan of action that Kang Jin-hyuk is expressing, but there is one person who will still have to stay here. That choice falls on Jang Yoon-seok. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Jang Yoon-seok and asks what he is following him for. The man is surprised that he really doesn't understand. Jang Yoon-seok informs him that this is the property of the Tangun Guild, and he is responsible for it. He asks where they're going now. Kang Jin-hyuk is surprised when the man says, "We." He himself is heading towards the freshwater lake. The freshwater lake is that place with the highest concentration of mana on the 7th floor. Whenever the tribe has any problems, the Iceblade Chief is here for a mana boost. Among other things, this is not the only reason to come to the freshwater lake. Jang Yoon-seok tiredly exhales steam from his mouth from the incredible frost and cold. He looks around. The boys reach the place where the ice trolls settle. They turn around towards the people who have come to visit them here. There is a large settlement of ice trolls here where the assorted creatures reside. Jang Yoon-seok announces himself to the troll settlement and holds a stick with a white flag on it. Jang Yoon-seok asks Kang Jin-hyuk what they need that white flag for. The guy demands him to carry the flag normally, then it will be of some use. Jang Yoon-seok wonders about the truthfulness of Kang Jin-hyuk's words. The trolls really don't attack them, but there is some nuance to it. Kang Jin-hyuk explains to the man that ice trolls are not savages. They, too, have a concept of honor, and they value it. Family is a priority for ice trolls, so as long as they hold up the white flag, the creatures won't attack them. Jang Yoon-seok is surprised when the guy tells him about these creatures' concept of honor. They are just ordinary mobs, after all. Kang Jin-hyuk and Jang Yoon-seok make their way to where the leader of the ice trolls is sitting. The leader of the ice troll tribe is named Karakal. He says that he has heard about Kang Jin-hyuk, who beat their comrades with his bare hands. He asks why he gives up so easily since he is so strong. Jang Yoon-seok starts to screw up his face in horror when he sees the ice troll in front of him. He wonders why it's so huge. Kang Jin-hyuk snatches the white flag out of Jang Yoon-seok's hands and throws it on the ground. He says that he wasn't going to give up, but did everything he could to sneak in here. Karakal begins to scream in horror and hate that the man is disregarding the honor of a warrior. Karakal watches as Kang Jin-hyuk stands confidently in front of him after committing such a low act. Karakal pulls out his huge hammer and orders the man to die to atone for his guilt. Following tradition, he, the leader of the Iceblade, demands a duel. As the Iceblade boss rises from his throne, the other ice trolls begin to howl and cheer him on. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Jang Yoon-seok standing behind him and asks if he is going to defend the honor of the Tangun Guild further. Jang Yoon-seok doesn't even think about his answer and just starts shaking his head in a familiar negative response. Kang Jin-hyuk appears before the Iceblade boss and realizes that Jang Yoon-seok is no help to him. He says that the man can just observe then. At the Triad Guild headquarters, Nam-gung is psycho-smashing dishes and can't believe that all of his dispatch members, including S-ranks, died in the elf forest. The man shows a lot of negative feelings and emotions on his face. Anger, rage, hatred, and thirst for revenge. Old man Mo Yun-soo tells the guy that Kang Jin-hyuk is not someone he can defeat. The guy demands at least one more chance from the Lord. Old man Mo Yun-soo asks how long can he keep humiliating himself in front of him. He demands Nam-gung to stay away from Kang Jin-hyuk. Nam-gung starts grabbing his head in rage and freaks out, shouting loudly and resenting what is happening. There are a lot of people gathering outside the Triad Guild headquarters. Some are going to work, some are coming from work. Everyone is going about their business. Jung Yu-sung is heading somewhere aggressively and saying to himself that he will destroy Kang Jin-hyuk. Ice Fang Boss at this time continues to attack Kang Jin-hyuk, who successfully dodges. Ice Fang Boss Karakal starts to aggress and thinks about what he should do next against Kang Jin-hyuk. Ice Fang Boss activates his Crying Chief skill and starts yelling, opening his mouth wide and exhaling a stream of air. Kang Jin-hyuk starts activating the 2-star barrier distortion barrier and distorts the direction of the attacks on him. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks about the fact that he remembered this every time. He really is too strong for a troll. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the ice creation skill. The Ice Fang Boss observes the ice blocks in front of him. Kang Jin-hyuk controls the ice blocks he created and in an instant, all at once points them at Karakal. While the Ice Fang Boss is distracted by the falling ice blocks, Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out his Dragon King's paired swords. Kang Jin-hyuk accumulates magic power in his entire body and puts it into the paired swords in his hands. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the Sword Graveyard skill and immediately attacks the Ice Fang Boss. The Ice Fang Boss Karakal falls to the ground with a thunderous crash as Kang Jin-hyuk rises into the air and is about to deliver the final blow. Jang Yoon-seok and the rest of the ice trolls watch in shock and can't believe that Kang Jin-hyuk defeated the leader in 5 minutes. Karakal says that Kang Jin-hyuk is very powerful and admits his defeat. He asks him to let the guy destroy him with honor. Kang Jin-hyuk leans over to Karakal and says that he doesn't know much about honor, but he knows the traditions of the ice trolls very well. Kang Jin-hek says that their sacred and inviolable rule is total submission to the winner of the duel. Kang Jin-hek asks if the chieftain knows what he was thinking after he lost. This chieftain is able to stand up to demonic people. Kang Jin-hek asks why Chief Karakuli submits to the demonic men rather than stand up to them. Chief Ice Fang Karakuli shamefully turns his head away and asks if Kang Jin-hek is talking about Ophelia and Bertian. Kang Jin-hek listens to the chief about how he is not submitting to them because of his defeat in any of the duels. The Ice Fang boss claims that he was defeated by someone much stronger than these two, and that's why things are the way they are. Karakal tells of a vampire named Mikhail. He's the highest vampire in the Dekazes family. Ice Fang boss Karakal claims that not even his entire tribe can stand up to this supreme vampire. Karakal claims to know that there is no hope left for him or his tribe. He asks that he be granted at least a dignified doom. Kang Jin-hyuk ponders the supreme vampire of the Dekazes family. He definitely understands everything now. Kang Jin-hek approaches the leader of the Ice Fangs by name and offers to unite with him, scoring a dignified doom. Kang Jin-hek promises Karakal that he will return a bright future to his tribe, but then the chief will obey him. Kang Jin-hek points his hand at Jang Yoon-seok and says he'll leave the guy to the chief as his pledge. Jang Yoon-seok realizes that this is about him now. The guy points his finger in frustration and fear and is surprised that he has to stay here. The scout drones constantly loom before the eyes of the demonic people the Mainas are a part of. Lancelot watches as his subordinates try to catch the drones. He finds it odd that the scout drones are constantly in plain sight. Lancelot turns to Sir Mikkel and asks him if scouting shouldn't be stealthy. He asks what Sir thinks. Sir Mikkel begins to grin aggressively and says that Lancelot is too smart for an ordinary man. Sir Mikkel turns to Ophelia, who obediently obeys him. He orders the girl to go to the freshwater lake. Mikhail reveals that he has not heard from the Ice Fang tribe for some time. He suspects that Kang Jin-hek has lured them to his side. He believes the drones are just leading them around by the nose. Mikhail orders the girl that if Karakal seems suspicious, it's worth destroying everyone there. The girl obediently plans to do his bidding. Sir Mikhail orders Bertian to get something and prepare the so-called it from his words. Bertian obediently obeys. Sir Mikhail is about to fly into the air and addresses the demonic men. He says he'll get rid of the drones in a matter of a couple seconds. Lancelot thanks him. Sir Mikhail activates his climate change skill, and the weather immediately becomes noticeably worse. The drones that Yi Dae-min sent here are subjected to the strong and powerful vortex that the supreme vampire caused. Yi Dae-min turns toward Yu Yanhua and reports to the girl that all of their drones are out of commission at once. He suspects that the supreme vampire noticed something. Yu Yun-hua activates his heavenly flower cultivation skill and says it's about time. They'll all be here soon, so Yi Dae-min should get ready. Yi Dae-min understands and accepts Yu Yun-hua's instructions and starts typing something quickly with his hands on his panel. A whole lot of holographic panels open up in front of Yi Dae-min. He activates the Great Fortress. Yi Dae-min improves his activated technique and activates Mechanical Platoon Offensive. There are many wolves in the tundra on the 7th floor area. One of them scuffs its muzzle up and starts howling. Maine, nicknamed Lancelot, raises his hand up and orders the others to prepare for battle. One of the vampires, Ophelia, heads towards the freshwater lake on her bloody spear. Ophelia already understands the plans of Kang Jin-hyuk, who is trying to take the phoenix feather with the help of the ice trolls. It's a very clever move. When the girl flies up to the freshwater lake where the ice trolls live, she notices an amazing picture. The vampire Ophelia watches the ice leader cuddle with Kang Jin-hyuk and realizes that they are already together and in on it. Ophelia calls them fools because she located the military headquarters in the canyon of the freshwater lake for a reason. The girl puts her hands in the air and begins to gloat. She activates a mana storm and says that, if anything, she will bury the ice trolls in one fell swoop. The vampiress Ophelia is in the air and stands on her bloody spear, cultivating a storm of mana in the air. The canyon of the freshwater lake begins to collapse and is littered with shards and debris. Ophelia starts to smile contentedly and says that it's all such a pity, and after all, Kang Jin-hyuk's blood smelled really good. Yu Yun-hua turns around at the loud sound in the direction where Kang Jin-hyuk is. Yi Dae-min asks if the girl thinks he's okay. From behind Yi Dae-min, Kang Jin-hyuk appears abruptly, scaring the hell out of him and telling him that he's okay. Yi Dae-min falls to the snow out of fright and asks when Kang Jin-hyuk had time. He needs to make at least some sounds when he walks. Yu Yun-hua realizes that since Kang Jin-hyuk himself is here, then who are there by the lake? Kang Jin-hyuk smiles and turns towards the lake, not going to answer the question right away. The vampire Ophelia instantly changes her face when she notices a different picture in front of her. In front of the girl all this time was Mom's usual two-star illusion barrier created by Kang Jin-hek. Kang Jin-hek remotely undoes the illusion barrier, which disappears right before Ophelia's eyes. The girl watches the barrier disappear in shock and tries to figure out what it was even there for. From behind, someone approaches Ophelia gently and inaudibly, but the girl still feels the presence and turns back. Teresa de Laurentia appears from behind and activates her star blessing skill, just as Kang Jin-hyuk requested. Teresa turns to Ophelia and says that she won't destroy her if she surrenders right now. Teresa demands her to surrender. Vampire Ophelia begins to smirk with her sharp fangs and says that she fell into Kang Jin-hek's trap. Vampire Ophelia continues to smirk and picks up her sword, turning to Teresa. She says that she despises holy power. Yu Yunhua squats down before pushing off and moving forward. The girl is about to start the fight. One of the mains reports to the others that there is only one opponent approaching them now. The main, nicknamed Lancelot, turns to the others and shouts to them to keep their defenses up and open fire. Mang aka Lancelot raises the burning torch upwards and activates his dark body projection skill. Mang Lancelot starts throwing multiple blows towards the girl, but she deftly and quickly dodges them. Yu Yunhua's eyes burn with animal fury and red fire. The girl is about to attack the opponent back. Yi Daemin shouts, "Forward, Yu Yunhua," and shows his mechanical platoon with his finger to move forward. Mang, nicknamed Lancelot, in turn, activates his mana shield skill to avoid the fire from the mechanical platoon. Mang, nicknamed Lancelot, calls the boys' action very brave. They attack first, even though they are in a noticeable minority. A thick and tall cloud of smoke appears in front of the members of the Demonic People Guild. Above the thick cloud of smoke, Yu Yunhua appears in the air above, swinging her fist with accumulated magic power. At the same time, Teresa de Laurentia is in the same position, but with a sword, and is about to attack Ophelia. Teresa de Laurentia forms a golden cross in a circle in the air with her divine and holy power. Teresa de Laurentia's whole body is just boiling with divine and holy power, and her eyes express her thirst for revenge. The vampire Ophelia tries to hold back Teresa's attack and tells her that the divine power is very annoying. An entire tribe of ice trolls sets off at the behest of Kang Jin-hyuk. They should get as far away from here as possible. The leader of the Ice Fang tribe tells the others that there's no time to gawk now. They should hurry because they have a long journey ahead of them. The leader of the Ice Fang tribe, Caracal, explains to everyone that a battle has already begun that they won't be able to avoid anyway. Teresa de Laurentia continues her multiple holy power attacks on Vampire Ophelia. Vampiress Ophelia tries time and time again to hold and fend off the multiple blows of Teresa de Laurentia. Teresa de Laurentia manages to land a powerful and devastating blow on the vampiress that knocks her back. Vampiress Ophelia tries to get to her feet from the blow, holding onto a block of stone with her hand. She states that she is really pissed off by the paladins. Ophelia turns to Teresa, who is already walking towards her, and says that she is the nastiest of all the paladins. Ophelia begins to provoke the girl and says that while she is here, the Maenas are already attacking her friends. Ophelia states that Teresa's friends are already very much waiting for the girl to come to their aid as soon as possible. Teresa de Laurentia doesn't fall for the vampire's provocations and claims that her comrades are far from weak. Yu Yunhua continues her fierce attack and grabs one of the demonic humans who begs for help. Yu Yunhua, with the help of Yi Daemin, manages to confront an army of demonic men and crush most of them. Maying, nicknamed Lancelot, observes Yu Yunhua's behavior and actions and is amazed by her strength. He calls this girl a monster. She fights so many opponents and she doesn't even think of giving in. Maying, nicknamed Lancelot, realizes that the Holy Girl is not here now, and they have the opportunity to overpower their opponent. The guild warriors of the Demonic People Guild are ordered to surround Yu Yunhua. Yu Yunhua is attacked by many people from the Demonic People Guild and tries to resist them. The girl thinks about the fact that she should admit that it would have been easier with Teresa and her buffs because she's at her limit right now. Yu Yunhua doesn't stop but manages to call out loudly to her comrade Yi Daemin. Above the army of mains and demonic men, many flying mines appear in the air. The Mang, nicknamed Lancelot, lifts his head up and has no idea what they are. Yi Daemin activates his magic anti-tank mine skill and is about to attack the demonic people. Huge flying mines simultaneously rush down and start exploding on the demonic people. While Yi Daemin is attacking the demonic people, Yu Yunhua is trying to run away from there with all her legs and as fast as possible. Mang Lancelot loudly shouts out to everyone that Yu Yunhua is now trying to escape. There's no way they can let her go. The demonic men mount their wolves and are about to chase after the girl. She attacked them herself, and now she's going to escape. The image of Sir Mikkel appears in Mang Lancelot's mind, telling him that this is a trap. Main Lancelot briefly makes a loud whistle with his fingers, drawing the attention of the others to himself. Main Lancelot loudly orders everyone who was following Yu Yunhua to immediately stop following him. Yi Dai Min peeks out from behind a tree and reports that the demonic people are retreating. Yu Yunhua tries to catch her breath and asks if they should cry or rejoice. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks about the fact that they had already prepared a trap for them, but they must have found out about it. It also took them so long to set up the mines, and now they're useless. Suddenly, some realization comes to Kang Jin-hyuk, and he turns to the others to all head towards the crest of the mountain immediately. Main Lancelot begins to activate the dark gravity well skill, directing its effects towards the forest. Multiple and powerful dark gravity well attacks begin to hit the dense forest. The mechanical platoon that was summoned by Yi Dai Min is also being attacked by the gravity well. The Mainas from the demonic people notice the people who are trying to escape from the forest. The demonic men are going to go around the forest and catch up with them. Lancelot mentally laughs at the fact that the guys are going to run away from the wolves through the snowy forest. Kang Jin-hyuk, in company with Yi Dai Min and Yu Yunhua, continue their escape and climb up the slope. Yi Dai Min slightly loses his balance and says that it's very hard to climb and run in the snow, but they should hurry up. Main Lancelot and the rest of the demonic men are already on the guy's tail, and they almost manage to catch up. As the mains are already climbing up, Lancelot notices someone in front of him and becomes very wary. Yi Dai Min, along with Yu Yunhua and Kang Jin-hyuk, are trying to escape, and the unknown man appears in their midst. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks and looks at the reaction of Main Lancelot, who sees the unknown player among them. Some man comes into the Tangan Guild building who is noticed by the guards and immediately makes a fuss. The man with long purple hair waits for the guard to tell him something that is being radioed to him. The guard turns to Nam Gung Chong and says that something unpleasant has happened right now. After what the guard says, the door to Nam Gung Chong's office explodes and blows apart. Nam Gung Chong is shocked and puzzled by what is happening and tries to figure out who blew up his door. The unknown player enters Nam Gung Chong's office, whom the man of course recognizes. It's actually Yu Sung under the mask of the unknown player. He pulls a piece of paper out of his pocket and starts parodying him. How dare the Tangang Guild even dare call themselves the strongest guild in China? He demands them to surrender to stop embarrassing themselves. Nam Gung Chong tries to understand what's going on, and after saying this, realizes it's some kind of ridiculousness. The unknown man informs them that he is the unknown man and takes away their guild sign. If they ever catch his eye again, they will regret their action. Nam Gung Chong demands that they not interrupt him. The unknown man replies that if they have the nerve, let them go up to the 7th floor. The unknown man tells the man that the majestic Kang Jin-hyuk will be waiting for them there, and that's the only way they can settle their differences. When Nam Gung Chong hears Kang Jin-hyuk's name, he is immediately provoked and becomes aggressive. Young Yu Sung, under the guise of John Doe, throws away the piece of paper since he said everything that is necessary. That's the end of it. A powerful and loud explosion occurs in the tall and multi-story Tangan Guild building. From behind the unknown player, an entire army appears, assembled by the Tangan Guild, which is also now here. Lancelot doesn't realize where the huge army came from here. He didn't even know that the unknown had teamed up with someone. The unknown informs Nam Gung Jung that it's Kang Jin-hyuk's army. He must realize the position he's in now. Nam Gung Chan starts to resent that Kang Jin-hyuk promised he would be alone, but ended up bringing so many people here. Kang Jin-hyuk and his companions are caught between two guilds who don't understand what's going on. Young Yu Sung, undercover as unknown, says that Kang Jin-hyuk made him give that stupid speech. He belts it out to him, but the guy absolutely doesn't care. Kang Jin-hyuk yells that they should finish the job first and storms off. Young Yu Sung, under the cover of unknown, does the same maneuver and takes off at the same time as Kang Jin-hyuk. Explosions occur on both sides of the different armies of the different guilds, which acts as a signal for the battle to begin. Nam Gun Young and Main Lancelot think that the armies are starting to attack and shout at the top of their voices to unleash the battle and destroy everyone. It was in this way that the battle veteran created some minor misunderstandings that made the Mang and Tangan fight, ignoring common sense. This all, of course, changed the entire balance of power. Kang Jin-hyuk himself laughs at the fact that he was able to orchestrate all of this. A fierce confrontation between the Tangan Guild against the Demonic People Guild begins. Main Lancelot activates the skill Knight's Oath and orders the others to deal with the Chinese Guild, and after that destroy the unknown. Nam Gun Qian of the Tangan Guild activates the Aura Blade skill and orders the others not to linger here and finish off Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk and his comrades to the side are watching the scene and think that they are having fun here now. As the comrades run off with Kang Jin-hyuk, Kang Jin-hyuk turns around and watches the battle, thinking that they can fight until they're blue in the face. The guys come to a permafrost valley that only Kang Jin-hyuk knows about. He tells the others that this is a place to discuss plans and warm up a bit. The leader of the Ice Fangs begins to peek out of the shadows and says that he's been waiting for them here for a long time. Jung Yu-sung asks in horror what those ice trolls are doing here. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the guys not to worry. They used to be controlled by vampires. Now they're working with them to repay them for their release. Yu-sung grudgingly remarks that Kang Jin-hyuk is pretty good at luring everyone to his side. The others notice that Jang Yoon-seok is also here. Kang Jin-hyuk replies that he's here as a hostage, so don't pay attention. Kang Jin-hyuk turns toward Teresa de Laurencia, who is being rewound with bandages by the ice trolls. Teresa de Laurencia is upset and awkwardly tells us that she lost Ophelia after the battle. Kang Jin-hyuk says that the girl did a good job, as it was quite difficult to catch Ophelia alive. Lee Dae-min asks Kang Jin-hyuk what they're going to do now. Yoo Eun-hwa says that the situation has gotten more heated than they expected. Kang Jin-hyuk says that their enemies will definitely go to the island for the phoenix feather since they need it. They've advanced beyond them, though. Kang Jin-hyuk says they should prepare themselves properly to meet the guests when they catch up with them. Kang Jin-hyuk puts forward his plan. They are going to organize a real hot reception for their enemies. Kang Jin-hyuk's subordinates, represented by Park Ha-na, the principal, the old man, and Yu Ri, go outside where it's really cold. Karakal reveals a soul essence that allows for 2 hours of mana inside. It is needed to raise a rebellion against Mikael. He holds out the balloon to Jin-hyuk and says that they found this treasure while building a camp in the valley by the lake. He hands it to the boy as a token of trust. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that this soul essence is only given out after subjugating other tribes, and now he's getting it for nothing. Karakal says he's seen the guy fight bravely for them, so we'll trust him completely. Kang Jin-hyuk realized that the troll had taken it all in his own way. The Ice King says they should show their enemies what their Ice Blade tribe is capable of so they won't have to bow their heads again. Kang Jin-hyuk is content with this attitude of the ice trolls. They will fight for freedom, and they will do it. Little Alice sitting in the Bram Ring also supports this idea of fighting for freedom. Kang Jin-hyuk walks out into the open space in the middle of the forest and draws some strange symbolic circle in the snow. Kang Jin-hyuk stands confidently in his circle when he is approached by the vampire Mikael, who admires the guy's courage. Mikael flies closer to the guy and realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk has now shown up here first. Mikael hears that the guy convinced demonic people to fight ordinary people, and also convinced Karakal to become his ally. Kang Jin-hyuk is smart, so Mikael doesn't understand why he did such a stupid thing. Kang Jin-hyuk uses the Soul Essence, which temporarily increases mana from 113 points to 320 points. Kang Jin-hyuk tries to apply Greedy Gaze, but fails because of the level difference. Even after Soul Essence, the level gap is so big. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that Mikael is standing in front of him. He believes that the vampire is trying to leave the tower with the Phoenix Pepper. Mikael is surprised that the guy guessed that. Now it's clear how he managed to help Alice escape. Kang Jin-hyuk waved his hands defiantly and said he had no idea which Alice he was even talking about. Mikael says there's no point in the guy pretending. They're sure he had a hand in Alice's escape. Mikael starts to grin and smirk. Kang Jin-hyuk should respond, and then he will stay alive. Mikael says that Ophelia is very interested in Kang Jin-hyuk's blood. The guy doesn't understand why everyone wants to make him lunch. Kang Jin-hyuk refuses to answer and asks in response why they are so eager to escape from the Tower of Trials. Vampire Mikael begins to smirk contentedly and repeats Kang Jin-hyuk's question aloud to him. A strong and powerful shaking begins, and Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't realize what's happening or what kind of earthquake is happening. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes open wide, and he watches the scene warily and tensely. The vampire Mikael uses his blood port ability and forms a magical red circle in the area where they are located. Mikael says that this technique uses blood as material to create new creatures. It used to be easy to find victims, because they came to him themselves. They call these creatures blood golems. He asks Kang Jin-hyuk's opinion of these cuties. Mikael says they need the Phoenix Feather to send them beyond the Tower of Trials to get more human blood. Mikael frantically yells that they will continue to create golems using all available blood until they create an army to conquer the tower. Kang Jin-hyuk had never seen such a thing. Did the existence of humans make any adjustments to their behavior? Mikael calmly covers his eyes and orders the golems to bring him the Phoenix Feather immediately. Vampire Mikael's blood golems abruptly snap out of their seats and scurry away to do the vampire's bidding. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly smirks and says that these blood golems are quite vile. Kang Jin-hyuk watches the blood golems closely and realizes that they won't give them much trouble. Kang Jin-hyuk has no intention of giving Mikael the feather, so his comrades are already standing at full readiness to confront their enemies. Vampire Mikhail turns toward the forest and asks Kang Jin-hyuk what such a thing he has hidden there in the forest. Vampire Mikhail smiles contentedly as a bright blue light begins to illuminate him. It was Kang Jin-hyuk who activated his daylight skill. Kang Jin-hyuk thrusts his blade forward and tells Mikhail not to look at him with that look. The vampire Mikhail uses his blood control ability to create a huge bloody hand behind him. Mikhail's face begins to fill with anger and madness. He says that soon Kang Jin-hyuk will be begging him for his death. The face of the guild director with black glasses is covered in drops of sweat from the increasing fatigue. The director activates his unwavering spirit skill, and because of that, he won't get tired for 20 minutes. He carries Yuri on his shoulders. The blood golems begin to chase after Yuri, sitting on the shoulders of guild director Kang Jin-hyuk. Yuri tries to fend off the pursuit with the help of his created Anubis attacking blood golems. Yuri turns around and gets nervous because there are so many opponents. There was not a word about it at the meeting. Yuri contacts the old man and asks how their situation is and what's going on in general. The old man activates his fire element skill and creates a small ball of fiery flame in his palms. The old man hasn't fought like this in a long time. He confronts the bloody golems and feels rejuvenated again. Park Ha-na tells Yuri that Grandpa's pretty good at dealing with monsters like he's having fun, but they'll still need some time. Yuri demands the director to run faster because she thinks she can't last much longer. The director keeps running and says she can't draw something like that with her legs alone. She should hold on a little longer. Yuri gets angry because all the lumps go to her and she always does the hardest job. A divine bright light appears, attacking the blood golems and sweeping over their heads. Teresa de Laurencia holds her holy sword firmly in her hands and continues to confront the bloody golems. One of the blood golems manages to grab hold of Teresa's shoulder and pull the girl sharply toward him. After this attack on her, Teresa becomes angry and aggressively rocks, about to retaliate. The girl activates her holy blast skill and a bright divine beam of light rises into the air, after which she stabs her sword into the ground and the monsters explode. Teresa realizes that everyone is putting their best foot forward. The monsters will definitely break through if they give up their positions. The girl rises to her feet again and realizes that she just can't let this happen. The monsters start coming at her. Kang Jin-hyuk isn't far behind either, and is about to fight the vampire Mikhail, who provokes him himself. The vampire Mikhail concentrates the blood in his hands and activates his blood fist to punch Kang Jin-hyuk. Mikhail begins his attacks with a bloody fist, and Kang Jin-hyuk deftly and quickly dodges the blows. Kang Jin-hyuk rises into the air as he's surrounded by Mikhail's huge bloody fists. Several bloody fists grab the guy and clench to bind the guy in their trap. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his star blessing skill and breaks the trap of Mikhail's bloody fists. Mikhail watches Kang Jin-hyuk's actions and is surprised that he even has divine power. Kang Jin-hyuk isn't going to stop and attacks Mikhail with his fists, but the vampire won't stop him. When Mikhail dodges Kang Jin-hyuk's punch, he notices his crazy face and it makes him very wary and tense. Mikhail looks back at the guy and realizes that this man is just insane and looks like a psycho. Kang Jin-hyuk looks pleased and mad, though his attack clearly didn't work on Mikhail, and he realizes it. From behind, two vampires approach Mikhail and tell him they are done with their business. Mikhail tells them to bare their blades to attack the guy together. The two vampires look back and forth between them strangely and with incomprehension, but are about to do Mikhail's bidding. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles and giggles because it's totally mean to attack three people against one person. Mikhail doesn't understand why the guy is saying that, but he's got a grin on his face. Mikhail gives him one last chance to tell him where Alice is now, and then he will let him live. Kang Jin-hyuk denies knowing about it. Mikhail says that Kang Jin-hyuk is a liar and is going to attack him from behind with his huge bloody fist. Kang Jin-hyuk makes one powerful and strong swing of his hand and chops the bloody fist in half. Kang Jin-hyuk reacts in time and dodges the blades of the second vampire who is about to attack him. The vampire starts aggressively and violently yelling about where Alice is now, while attacking Kang Jin-hyuk at the same time. Kang Jin-hyuk says he had nothing to do with it at all when Ophelia starts her attacks on the guy as well. Kang Jin-hyuk looks back at Ophelia unhappily and says he doesn't know where Alice is. He's getting tired of repeating all this. From behind, Mikhail's bloody fist approaches Kang Jin-hyuk and does so very quickly and sharply. A bloody fist strikes Kang Jin-hyuk, causing the guy to fly off sharply and violently in the other direction away from the enemy. Kang Jin-hyuk still manages to stay on his feet to avoid falling from the bloody fist strike. Kang Jin-hyuk flies a short distance away from Mikhail, who strikes again with his huge bloody fist. Vampire Mikhail smirks and says he'll make a real chop out of the guy. Maybe this will help him remember what he needs to remember. Kang Jin-hyuk finds himself in the midst of an attack by a vampire. One hits him from the front, while the other attacks him with his bloody fists. Kang Jin-hyuk dodges and deflects attacks every now and then, even though he receives minor injuries. He doesn't even bat an eye at the blows. Park Ha-na continues to help the rest of his comrades and draws something on the white snow. Yu-ri helps the girl Park Ha-na and channels her magic power into what Park Ha-na is doing. Yu-ri starts smiling contentedly and says out loud and shouting out loud that all the preparations are ready. A strange dent in the snow appears between the vampires, which begins to glow brightly with a pink light. They don't realize what's happening. Kang Jin-hyuk activated the 4-star barrier, Shackles of Reality. The vampire is shocked when the guy only had time to create such a big barrier. Kang Jin-hyuk is annoyed that all the vampires do is ramble on about Alice. The vampires don't listen to him. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out the Bram ring and hands Alice his mana. The girl is really pissed off and is about to go outside. The vampires are wary and surprised to see Alice appear in front of them. Mikhail begins to fairly and cackling with interest as he watches the vampire Alice appear in front of them. The very same Alice von Ataraxia finally appears and appears before everyone in her full form. The limitations of the test tower have been loosened, and the limit of Alice's abilities increases by 20%. The girl covers her face with her hands. Alice von Ataraxia begins to fill with anger and rage when she shows up here and realizes the limits of what she can do. Alice von Ataraxia fills her body with so much rage that everything around her is consumed by her magical energy. Ophelia is shocked as to why Alice still has so much strength, even after so many years imprisoned in the ruins of the tower. Alice von Ataraxia says she lost too much during her banishment into infinite darkness, and the other vampires will make it up to her. The Ice Troll King Karakal is headed somewhere and holds hostage Jang Yoon-seok in the palm of his hand. Kang Jin-hyuk contacts the guy via video link and says it's his time to be helpful. He really needs his help. Kang Jin-hyuk says he should hurry because he doesn't know how long his men will last. He needs to find the magic crystals. They are the basis for the magic procedures with Karakal. The Ice Troll King notices the coming danger and tells the blood golems to attack. Karakal uses his White Beast skill and transparency is applied to his weapon. Attack power and attack speed are increased by 15%. Karakal manages to deftly and quickly dispatch several blood golems with his powers. Karakal says that such monsters would not guard magic crystals. He has a hunch and it should be tested. Jang Yoon-seok tenses up. Why does he have to work as some kind of assistant since he's the head of the Tangan Guild? Karakal tells Jang Yoon-seok not to worry because he's going to protect him. Jang Yoon-seok squints at Karakal in surprise because he didn't expect to hear this from the king of the ice trolls. The boy casts his gaze downward thoughtfully, mulling over everything he's heard from the king of the ice trolls. Karakal claims that he just can't lose the only person who can contact Kang Jin-hyuk. In the circles of the forest, a whole huge army of bloody golems appears amidst the white snow. Alice von Ataraxia rises up into the air and the blood golems watch her mesmerized. Alice von Ataraxia rises high into the air and activates her blood orb skill. From behind the girl appears an enormous-sized weapon created entirely from the blood subjugated to her. It is a huge bloody blade that appears from a huge magical symbolism. The girl activates judgment. The blood golems raise their heads in horror and watch Alice's manipulations in progress. A huge bloody blade, as if hanging from a magical chain, rushes down and crashes into the ground. Kang Jin-hyuk's comrades experience the effects of such an attack by Alice because everything around them starts to shake violently. Teresa de Laurencia is also experiencing this kind of shaking and feeling the powerful wind. This explosion came from Kang Jin-hyuk's side. The girl looks around anxiously and tries to guess the extent of Kang Jin-hyuk's battle with the vampires. Mikhail notices that Alice has managed for most of the golems with just one hit. That's impressive. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Alice that they have a lot to discuss. She should take over for Mikhail, and he will deal with the others and join in. Alice von Ataraxia hears it as that she won't be able to handle them alone, so he suggests such a thing. Kang Jin-hyuk denies this and says he wants to share the burden with her because they are a team. The girl doesn't expect to hear this at all from Kang Jin-hyuk, who doesn't seem like a caring companion. Kang Jin-hyuk turns away from the girl and is about to say something, but stops and remains silent. Kang Jin-hyuk changes his mind and is not going to continue. He'll tell everything after they're done. Alice smiles in response to Kang Jin-hyuk's words and says that it's very mean of her to do that. Kang Jin-hyuk reaches a new phase of the epic phrases before doom technique, and his invulnerable is sealed. He's going to deal with the small pawns. Mikhail silently turns toward the rest of the vampires, and they understand his order without words. Mikhail addresses Alice that they haven't seen each other in a while. He asks her how she's doing now. Alice starts to get aggressive and call the vampire names. He shouldn't say her name with his filthy mouth. Miko covers himself with bloody fists from Alice's punch. He argues that she should never have left the Tower of Trials. The restrictions of the tower made Alice weak, and she was once considered the strongest in their world. Miko cries and says that it upsets him to see Alice so worthless in front of him now. The girl becomes aggressive again and gathers bloody orbs in her hands. She will destroy Mikael. Alice von Ataraxia uses her blood blast skill again and aims it at Mikael. Mikael explains, given to protect the balance in the tower because of the pursuit of such a foolish goal, Alice has the strength to accomplish so much more. Mikael asks the girl why she is so eager to risk everything to preserve a meaningless world. Mikael says that now it's his turn to attack. He shows her how much he has grown. The vampire activates the Vistia. Alice von Ataraxia is outraged by this vampire's behavior and begins to insult and call him obscene names. Kang Jin-hyuk finds himself alone with the other vampires who say that this time will be different. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly smirks and says that it sounds like they've succumbed to him in the past. The male vampire says he left him alive to get information, but since Alice is already here, there's no point in keeping Kang Jin-hyuk alive. Kang Jin-hyuk asks if they're sure because he's about to show them his real power now. Kang Jin-hyuk rather says that they had only seen 20% of his real strength and skills before. The vampires look at Kang Jin-hyuk, who is bragging about himself in front of them with incomprehension and awkwardness. Kang Jin-hyuk reaches the final phase of epic phrases before doom, and mana absorption is successfully copied. He can now steal some mana from his opponent. The guy cuts his palm slightly and left the vampires alive just for the sake of copying this skill. When fighting vampires, sucking up mana is vital. Kang Jin-hyuk is going to combine the skill he received with his divine skill to resist vampires. Kang Jin-hyuk gains soul absorption, which allows him to obtain the spirit stat. Ophelia realizes that the guy has a skill that only vampires use. It's not just sucking up mana, it also connects him to divine power. Kang Jin-hyuk demands the vampire to stop staring at him and rather try to taste his skills and strikes. With its soul-sucking effect, Kang Jin-hyuk steals 3/10 of his mana from a male vampire. Through all of this, the guy manages to still get 1/100th of a spirit stat. The guy licks himself nice and sweet. The spirit stat harmonizes with other stats and fills with vitality. It's a secret stat that Kang Jin-hyuk discovered after trying 62 different combinations. Ophelia is shocked at what's happening. Spirit is a stat that never stops growing. Therefore, Kang Jin-hyuk's development would now be full and rapid. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the demonic Sword King steps and begins his multiple attacks on the vampires. During his multiple attacks, the guy endlessly gains spirit stats and steals mana points. It becomes difficult for the vampires to defend and resist Kang Jin-hyuk, who steals their mana and spirit without end. A male vampire turns to Ophelia and tells her to do something immediately right now. Ophelia immediately activates her blood lunge skill and fills her vampire sword with blood. The girl puts her sword arm out towards Kang Jin-hyuk and attacks him with her bloody sword power. Kang Jin-hyuk looks back towards where Alice is currently fighting with Mikael. He realizes that she can't handle him now, so he should return as soon as possible. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that time is short, so it's worth forgetting about stats. He asks the vampires what exactly Mikael wants. Kang Jin-hyuk concentrates his magic power and is ready to fight. If they tell him everything, he will consider letting them live. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the sword graveyard skill, and the vampires don't understand what's going on with his mana. Has he hidden his true power? Bershin starts reprimanding Kang Jin-hyuk about how they're not going to fall for his tricks. Ophelia is extremely unhappy with Bershin openly provoking Kang Jin-hyuk and yelling at him. Kang Jin-hyuk turns his back on the vampires and says he only needs one right now. Kang Jin-hyuk hilariously looks around and asks if Miss Ophelia is ready to talk. Ophelia starts to tense up and looks at Kang Jin-hyuk in horror, not realizing what's in store for her now. Mikael continues to fight Alice von Ataraxia, dodging and avoiding her attacks and techniques. Mikael aims his bloody fist directly at the girl, thus pinning her powerfully and forcefully to the ground. A huge bloody fist strikes the spot where Alice von Ataraxia is with full swing. The girl defies such a blow and tears into Mikael's bloody fist in an instant. Alice is already realizing as the battle progresses that she is starting to run out of mana, and it just might not be enough. When Alice is in the air and begins to fall, Mikael appears above her with his bloody techniques. Mikael starts screaming furiously at the top of his voice and creates a massive, violent explosion that can be heard throughout the neighborhood. The blood golems continue their assault on Kang Jin-hyuk's comrades who are trying to hold their defenses. Ice King Caracal continues to fight the blood golems with his White Beast skill. Karakal, among the bloody golems, spots the very same magic stone he and Yoon-seok were looking for. Karakal heads to the crystal and says to win this battle, it must be destroyed. Karakal tells Jang Yoon-seok that he'll clear the way for him. The guy just needs to get his hands on the magic crystal. Yoon-seok realizes that now he has to get through all these monsters and destroy that huge magic crystal, and he doesn't like it. He says Karakal has a family to protect, and all he wanted to do was be popular with the women. Jang Yoon-seok just wants to become more successful, so Karakal asks him to do some nonsense. Karakal tells the guy not to be dramatic. Life is much simpler than he really thinks it is. He just needs to do what he can at the moment. Jang Yoon-seok tries to take cover in Karakal's palm to avoid getting hit in the golem fight. Karakal goes on to slay golems and says it's all the credo of a real man. Karakal deftly wields his ice techniques and dispatches several golems in a matter of moments. Karakal opens his palm and tells Jang Yoon-seok to go and do as he was told. Yoon-seok doesn't have much time left to carry out the instruction he needs. He immediately heads towards the crystal. Jang Yoon-seok recalled being congratulated for now being the second captain of the Tangan Guild and being handed a sword. The guy enthusiastically examines the guns when he is told that he will have everything: guildies, cars, money, and women. Jang Yoon-seok remembers looking at his new sword and now wonders what it can really do. He thinks about what he can do at the moment. Then he approaches the crystal and destroys it, thereby destroying the mana source of the blood port as well. Opponents watch as the guy destroys the magic crystal and the magic circle is destroyed. A huge magic circle in the vicinity begins to disappear when the captain destroys the magic stone. Mikil begins to crouch tiredly and painfully as he is robbed of his only source of mana. Kang Jin-hyuk's comrades also realize that the magic circle is disappearing and marvel at it. Kang Jin-hyuk watches the magic circle disappear and realizes that his allies have done well. Ophelia is plunged into the nearest water source where the girl cannot breathe and is already beginning to choke. Kang Jin-hyuk's arm is already falling off as he tortures Ophelia. He's waiting for the girl to finally crack. Ophelia can't take any more of this bullying and says they're all aiming for the 29th floor. Kang Jin-hyuk is surprised by the girl's answer and claims that the forces of some empire are there. Ophelia tells them that Mikhail told them how he wants to get his hands on the Balman that belongs to the empire. That's all she knows. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately throws the girl back into the snow and says he understands and accepts the information. The best sword for slaying dragons is the Balman. Mikhail probably wants to use it to destroy the dragon on the 48th floor. Ophelia is wet and frozen trying to rise to her feet to avenge Kang Jin-hyuk for what she has done. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't let the girl get up and uses the brand of grief skill, aiming it at her. Kang Jin-hyuk asks what the girl will choose, life or death. This is how the skill stigma of grief works. Ophelia starts sobbing and asks why ask something so obvious. She really wants to live. Kang Jin-hyuk gets her opponent's consent and now sets the brand of grief on her body. The girl starts to burst into tears when Kang Jin-hyuk is about to leave and says she'll look forward to their work together. Alice von Ataraxia is no longer able to deftly defend and hold her defenses in front of Mikhail. Mikhail holds Alice back with his huge bloody fist and says that Alice has enjoyed her escape enough. Mikhail tells the girl that the time has come when she will have to go back. Kang Jin-hyuk appears and activates the sword graveyard skill to protect his little Alice. Mikhail is surprised that his Vistia even withstood Miss Alice's attacks, and Kang Jin-hyuk managed to cut it. The girl is very excited about the appearance of her contractor. Kang Jin-hyuk says that she has done a good job, and now she should rest. Alice closes her eyes and falls into a deep sleep. She is tired, exhausted, and in need of rest. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Mikhail that he will now be his opponents. The essence of souls will wear off in half an hour. Mikhail begins to aggressively and violently attack Kang Jin-hyuk, who dares to show up here again. Kang Jin-hyuk confronts Mikhail with his sword graveyard skill, fending off the vampire's attacks. Kang Jin-hyuk uses his sword technique and constantly gains spirit stat units due to the soul-sucking effect. Alice is already coming to her senses and wonders if Kang Jin-hyuk was always this strong, even though she was with him all the time. Alice realizes that the guy just plain grew up while she and he were separated and battling separately. Mikhail gets angry and calls Kang Jin-hyuk a very annoying gnat who's interfering with his plans. Mikhail starts concentrating the blood in his palms again to hit the guy with another technique. Kang Jin-hyuk at that time uses his paired dragon swords to confront Mikhail. Mikhail starts aggressively yelling about destroying Kang Jin-hyuk. He blasts the blood he has accumulated from himself. A huge bloody fist rests on the stone ground, and Kang Jin-hyuk chops it into small cubes. Mikhail watches in shock and bares his snow-white and sharp vampire fangs. Kang Jin-hyuk deftly and lightning fast, and in an instant he whizzes through Mikhail, ending up behind him. Kang Jin-hyuk unhappily turns around and realizes that Mikael had used the mana barrier skill. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that because of too much difference in mana level, his punches aren't getting through, and it will take him forever to catch up to the vampire. Jang Eun-seok is already drawn into the situation and begins to confront the blood golems along with Karakal. The rest of Kang Jin-hyuk's comrades don't stand idly by and fight the bloody vampire monsters either. Yu-sung stands overstated and says he's sick of having to play the role of Kang Jin-hyuk's pawn. Yu-seong notices the same Yoon-seok who is from Tangun. He defeated everyone with his broken sword. Yu-sung carefully observes and studies the guy because he didn't expect him to be tougher than he thought at all. Yoon-seok says that Chief Karakal is dying and asks for someone to help, as he is his comrade who protected his life. Teresa de Laurentiis responds instantly and goes downstairs to help Karakal. Teresa de Laurentiis sits down in front of the leader on her knees and uses her holy healing skill. Teresa de Laurentiis is very serious and focused. She keeps hilting Karakal. The girl finishes and says he's in no danger now. Yoon-seok tries to shout to the leader of the ice trolls. Yu-sung turns to Teresa and notices that the girl is losing consciousness and falls to the snow with her whole body. Yu-sung lays the girl down against a nearby tree and realizes that she passed out because she's overexerting herself. Kang Jin-hyuk told everyone not to come there under any circumstances. They should go with the wounded to the designated place. Yu-sung thinks about whatever Kang Jin-hyuk is doing right now. He should hurry up, because everyone here is already on edge. Kang Jin-hyuk uses the greedy look on Mikael with the stats of adaptation and luck. Mikael is the hunting dog of the Dekazes family and the ultimate vampire who plays the very role of the Black Wings. In order to copy his skill, Kang Jin-hyuk needs to survive a battle with this strongest vampire. Mikael notices that interesting smirk on Kang Jin-hyuk's face again. He's amused by the way the guy is acting. Mikael activates the hiding moon claws and is going to see how long Kang Jin-hyuk can smile. Mikael swings his bloody fist and points it at Kang Jin-hyuk to continue his attacks. Kang Jin-hyuk stands on alert as the vampire Mikael's bloody attacks are directed at him. Kang Jin-hyuk once again uses his sword graveyard skill to deal with Mikael's bloody streams. Kang Jin-hyuk tries time and again to straighten out Mikael's bloody fist with his paired swords. Mikael grins and smirks aggressively because he's already imagining how he's going to strip the guy's teeth one by one. Suddenly, a bow that is already loaded with 3 magical arrows appears in Kang Jin-hyuk's hands. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the magical red shot and fires it directly towards Mikael's head. After the strike, Kang Jin-hyuk bounces back and increases the distance between him and the vampire. A tiny scratch and a drop of blood appears on Mikael's face. The vampire says the kid's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It's more of a childish thing, though. Mikael begins to tense up and activates the Hellfire that destroys the world skill to attack. Alice is frightened and tells the contractor to hurry up and leave, because he won't survive if he gets hit by such an attack. Kang Jin-hyuk states that he needs to take a hit to survive and continues to smile. Alice starts to tense up and screams about what is this guy carrying. He needs to get out of here soon. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his Perseus shield skill, and the very shield he activates appears in front of Alice. Kang Jin-hyuk gives the girl this shield for her own protection and tells her to just watch. Alice starts shouting the guy's name loudly and starts to get unreasonably tense, worried about her contractor. Mikael's face begins to tense up so that his veins swell. He opens his mouth wide and makes some noise. Hellfire appears, collapsing the space and ground beneath it. Alice tries to cover herself with her hand from the impact. A huge rift appears along Mikael with cracks in the ground after activating the Hellfire. Mikael says to let Kang Jin-hyuk consider it an honor, since it's the first time he's used all his mana against a human. Little Alice continues to sit in the snow, and suddenly something catches her attention. Mikael asks if they should continue since that little gnat Kang Jin-hyuk is gone. Alice rapturously lifts her head up and clearly notices her contractor and savior there. Mikael doesn't understand at all what's going on and what the girl is staring at and smiling so contentedly. Mikael looks up and notices Kang Jin-hyuk there, who has survived and is flying at him with the swing of his weapon. In fact, Kang Jin-hyuk used the invulnerable ability during Hellfire even though it consumed a lot of mana. Kang Jin-hyuk flies at Mikael and says that he has no idea how much a whole second means to someone like him. Kang Jin-hyuk delivers his blow to Mikael and says that this second is enough to turn the vampire into meat, but only after sucking out all of his mana. Mikael tries to hold back Kang Jin-hyuk's attack to avoid getting hurt, but his mana is not enough. His mana barrier is immediately cancelled. Kang Jin-hyuk starts throwing multiple punches at the vampire Mikael when he's completely at his limit. Mikael really doesn't understand how Kang Jin-hyuk managed to survive his strong Hellfire attack. Kang Jin-hyuk appears completely unscathed after such a powerful attack and continues to smile smugly. Mikael admits that the guy caught him off guard. He didn't expect to use up all his mana at all. Mikael is going to attack and says, did the guy really think a vampire like that would lose to someone like Kang Jin-hyuk? Mikael still manages to hit the guy in such a way that a piece of his white sleeve jacket rips off and exposes his skin. Kang Jin-hyuk himself had not expected that vampire Mikael would be able to attack him like this and throw him backwards. When Kang Jin-hyuk tries to get to his feet, Mikael is already flying on top of the guy with all his aggression. Alice von Ataraxia appears in front of Mikael, who reacts in time and is about to defend her contractor. Mikael is greatly surprised when he realizes that Lady Alice is protecting this Kang Jin-hyuk and therefore confronts him. Alice calls Mikael nasty words and says she wasn't going to just stand by all this time. Alice manages to hit Mikael so hard that the vampire flies back a bit and struggles to stay on his feet. Mikael starts to get more than a little tense and angry. He tells the boys that they have managed to hurt him. Alice asks if Kang Jin-hyuk is okay because his mana is running low. The guy assures her that he's fine. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks about the fact that he's really just protecting Alice right now. Besides, in 10 minutes the soul essence will run out and the enemy's chances of victory will completely disappear. Somewhere on the 39th floor there is some kind of meeting of humans or vampires in black cloaks and at a round table. They watch as Kang Jin-haku forces Mikael to use his best skills. They are afraid that the vampire might lose. They can't lose Alice, who is right under their noses. They just have to do something about it, even with the resources they've spent on it. Someone turns to Mr. Exention and asks him what they need to do now. A man with red eyes and gray hair replies to the others that now they just keep watching. Mikael continues to fight Alice and aggressively asks her why she is on the side of the humans. Mikael says, even though Alice was dethroned, he still shows his respect for her. That's a betrayal of his companions. Alice gets aggressive when Mikael tries to explain and prove something to her about betrayal, and it's not his place to talk about it. Alice grabs different parts of Mikael's clothes now and then and says that they're the ones who didn't betray at that very moment, and she's not on the side of the humans. Alice explains to Mikael that she remains loyal to her contractor, and Kang Jin-hyuk is going to attack from the air. Kang Jin-hyuk hits the vampire Mikael with one of his strong kicks, causing him to immediately fly backwards. Mikael already looks tired and hurt as he continues to fly off the attacks of Kang Jin-hyuk and Alice. Kang Jin-hyuk suggests that the girl attack the vampire with bloody spears because he'll be able to handle mana for that. The girl recreates bloody spears in her hands and is about to launch them straight at the vampire Mikael. The girl Alice flies high into the air and swings her bloody spear towards the vampire with a shout. The girl gathers all her strength and directs a powerful stream of her magical power at Mikael. The bloody spear crashes into his hand and then into Mikael's body because he tried to cover himself with his palm from the blow. Alice flies as close to Mikael's face as possible and looks into his eyes. She knows that the others are watching through his eyes. Alice tells the vampires at the meeting through a magic orb that they are all traitors, and she will get revenge on them no matter what it takes. Mikael wonders if Alice has the strength for all this, since even a bloody spear couldn't pierce his vampire heart. Kang Jin-hyuk appears from behind and tells the vampire not to worry because he'll take care of it now. Kang Jin-hyuk swings his acquired Perseus shield and stabs straight into the chest of the vampire Mikael, who is at his wit's end. The vampire Mikael abruptly churns up a lot of dark blood from being hit so hard with the Perseus shield. Kang Jin-hyuk pierces Alice's bloody spear with his Perseus shield, causing them to manage to punch a hole in the vampire's chest. Kang Jin-hyuk fulfills the conditions to copy Mikael's skill because he manages to survive the battle with that vampire. Kang Jin-hyuk copies the claws hiding the moon's skill as Mikael falls to his knees on the ground and is defeated in battle. The blood portal abruptly collapses when Kang Jin-hyuk's level drastically and rapidly increases by multiple times. Kang Jin-hyuk abruptly faints and falls into Alice's lap when she tells him that it was a light matter. The girl is happy because thanks to him, she was able to taste the sweet taste of revenge. Alice looks at her contractor and admits that part of her still didn't fully and completely trust him. The girl strokes the guy's forehead and runs her hair over as she says she didn't understand the reason the guy was helping her. The girl begins to slowly fade away and says that she has now completely changed her mind and thanks her savior. The vampires at the meeting are starting to get angry and freak out because their royal guard lost to a mere human. Their blood portal has also been destroyed, and all of this will greatly hinder the gathering of their forces against that very empire. The main man in charge of everyone in this gathering says there is no need to make a fuss. The portal may have been destroyed, but they haven't lost everything. On top of everything else, the Alice von Ataraxia they need has been discovered, and Kang Jin-hyuk will be diligently watched by this man. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to open his eyes because he finally comes to his senses. His face is illuminated by the bright sunlight. His comrade, who surround him and have been waiting for his awakening, are overjoyed that the lad is finally awake. Teresa explains to him that they went to look for him because the guy hadn't been back for a long time. Then they brought him here while he was unconscious. Teresa de Laurentia tells Kang Jin-hyuk that they only found dead vampires in the area where they fought. Kang Jin-hyuk thoughtfully grasps his chest, on which rests the Bram ring in which Alice is sealed. Teresa asks what's wrong with Kang Jin-hyuk, but he assures her that everything is fine and it's just petty trifles. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to his comrades, who did a great job and helped him through such a tough battle. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to smile widely and contentedly because he suggests that everyone should start eating since he's hungry. The demonic people continue to fight the China Guild, who are pitted against each other by Kang Jin-hyuk. One of them grabs the other's hand and stops him, ending the battle. Guild leader China asks why the demonic people are only attacking them on Kang Jin-hyuk's orders. Lancelot replies to the man that he's talking nonsense, since they were the ones who planned the raid on them and went after Kang Jin-hyuk. Lancelot has some kind of realization in his head and seems to suspect something amiss here under Kang Jin-hyuk's orders. The man from the Tangan Guild is greatly surprised when Lancelot tells him that they are working on Kang Jin-hyuk's side. Ophelia hides behind a nearby tree and realizes that it has finally reached the demonic people that they are being tricked. Ophelia sits down by the tree and is happy that she managed to survive. She wonders what she should do about the stigma because every time she thinks about it, it starts to burn. Ophelia starts rubbing her neck and realizes she hears someone's unknown voice telling her that the stigma is hard to take. The very red-headed Melina appears, peering out from behind a tree and noticing Ophelia sitting under it. Ophelia notices the red-haired girl and becomes aggressive when she recognizes her. She asks why she is here. Melina begins to gloat that Ophelia was so arrogant, while she herself was also branded by Kang Jin-hyuk. Ophelia becomes even more aggressive and is already pulling out her sword, to which Melina replies that she was just joking with her. A notice appears in front of Ophelia that fighting between slaves is forbidden, and the brand of misery is activated. The branding marks left by Kang Jin-hyuk on the girls' necks begin to sting badly and activate. Kang Jin-hyuk still manages to get his hands on the phoenix feather. It increases cold resistance by 50% and can be used to create an item with a special ability. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that mopping up the 7th floor with a feather will be many times easier than taking candy from a child, but he should eat first. Kang Jin-hyuk sets up a long table full of delicious food. His companions begin to eat and say that they have never tasted anything so delicious. Caracal approaches Kang Jin-hyuk from behind and thanks him for keeping his people alive because of him, and he has no idea how to repay him for that. Kang Jin-hyuk successfully copies Caracal's White Beast skill and says no thanks, he didn't do it for free. Kang Jin-hyuk says that they must now pay him 500 magic crystals every month and leave them at the floor entrance. Caracal's face changes dramatically, and he stands in a horrified stupor. He clearly did not expect such a high estimate of the payment. Yu-sung stands back and quietly calls Kang Jin-hyuk names. He's disappointed that he's the one he chose as his opponent. Kang Jin-hyuk laughs that Yu-sung says these things and eats his food, but the man eats because he's angry, and his blood pressure rises when he thinks about what Kang Jin-hyuk told him to do. Kang Jin-hyuk says they can easily fix that. He offers to bet since there's not much food left. Kang Jin-hyuk says whoever catches the biggest fish wins, and the loser makes a video calling the winner Mr. and posts it online. Yu-sung lightning fast rips off his outer clothing and immediately plunges into the nearest body of water with his blade in his teeth. Yu-sung starts to get furious, thinking that victory will be his and there is no way he will back down. A water dragon appears in front of the man. Kang Jin-hyuk's comrades are calling Yu-seong a simpleton for falling for this again. It's too cruel even for him. Yu Yunhua abruptly throws some object into Kang Jin-hyuk's hands and says she found it when the guy was out. Kang Jin-hyuk is holding a strangely shaped metal pendant. Miko was going to use it on Alice. Kang Jin-hyuk thanks Yu Yunhua for giving him the item. He realizes that he needs to study this pendant. Kang Jin-hyuk asks where Jang Eun-seok suddenly went. Yu Yunhua says he doesn't know. He hasn't been around for a while. The white-haired man looks at the notification in front of him that the 7th floor has been passed and the achievement Company Veteran has been obtained. He is very nervous. The man becomes violently aggressive, grabbing the table and turning it over with his anger. He reprimands Jang Eun-seok for the fact that they sent him so much support and the guy ended up giving everything to Kang Jin-hyuk. He says that Eun-seok was supposed to sweep the 7th floor on his own, and his report was just useless. The white-haired man asks how the guy managed to break his sword, since it's worth a lot. Yoon-seok doesn't care. He puts his head down and smiles. The manager reports to Kim Dae-chun, the head of the Awakened Association Department, that the 7th floor has been cleaned out again by Kang Jin-hyuk. According to the Tangan Guild's report, there was a conflict with the demonic people on the 7th floor on the top floor. Kang Jin-hyuk and his men fought them back. Kim Dae-chun says that it's not a good idea to mess with Kang Jin-hyuk yet, and to just observe. It's too stupid to reveal their intentions so quickly. Whether Kang Jin-hyuk will side with humanity or become his true enemy is unclear at this point. For now, they'll just let them celebrate their victory. The news is all over the news throughout Korea that the world situation is now completely stable. Some man starts to panic and squeal loudly that an emergency is happening, reporting it to the others. A man runs down the hall of some building and shouts to everyone that the VVVIP protocol has arrived. We need to get the word out right away. All the other guards grab their rolled-up red mats and get ready to act like they're rehearsing. The workers of this organization must not miss a single detail. They start throwing flower petals on the ground. All the employees roll out the red carpet and are about to greet someone with low bows. They wish that person a good day. Little Alice shows up and the employees wish the girl a great shopping experience, and they will make sure it is a success. The girl instantly carries her treasures and gold artifacts here, which will be her payment. The girl says that everything she sets her eyes on from now on will be hers. No questions asked. Little Alice is seated on a padded throne, and several guards grab onto it to carry the girl on it. The employees are just shocked at Alice's status. Their manager passes out with happiness. It's such a way of expressing their emotions. Little Alice with big happy eyes looks back at her contractor who accompanies her. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles back at the vampiress contentedly when he notices her wide and happy smile. Kang Jin-hyuk stops at the entrance and realizes that Alice is happier than ever now. Kang Jin-hyuk takes out a Porvat necklace, made specifically for sealing, effective against those with dark-type skills. Miko used it to try to seal Alice again. Kang Jin-hyuk wonders why sealing her and not destroying her immediately. Kang Jin-hyuk tucks the necklace back into his inside pocket, and he should deal with it. Is there something he doesn't know? Alice is enjoying shopping in the meantime. Kang Jin-hyuk notices that Rick Hennessy is sending him some kind of invitation. If he accepts it, he can attend a masquerade ball held on the 1st floor of the Tower of Trials. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately notices a glass rack with a mannequin wearing a beautiful cat mask. The masquerade ball is one of the events that takes place on the 25th floor. When Tower of Trials was a game, Kang Jin-hyuk used to attend this place as a guest. He was the first and only one to get there that time, so he just danced and set everything on fire. But this time things are very different. This ball must be attended by all available players from all over the world. Kang Jin-hyuk loudly calls out to little Alice and tells the girl that they need to go somewhere. The girl smirks very contentedly and turns towards Kang Jin-hyuk questioningly. Kang Jin-hyuk, along with Alice, head to the 1st floor of the test tower, to the neutral zone in an unnamed city. The girl is angry that her boyfriend didn't let her buy whatever she wants, but they're here to stop by one store. The girl looks at the store entrance and thinks the guy is joking. Kang Jin-hyuk says he needs to get ready for the masquerade ball. Kang Jin-hyuk opens the doors of the store and walks in with Alice. He sees Yoo-seong in front of him. Yoo-seong abruptly becomes aggressive and says that Kang Jin-hyuk challenged him ridiculously and made him look like a laughingstock. Kang Jin-hyuk asks Yoo-seong to quiet his mana immediately because the goblins are going to drop out soon at this rate. The goblins who work in this store are fainting and foaming at the mouth. It's Yoo-seong's mana. Kang Jin-hyuk says that immersing himself in cold water is very good for his muscles. Yoo-seong starts to argue with the guy. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Yoo-seong not to get angry because he has a sword for him. Yoo-seong knows that he's already given in to his sweet talk many times. Kang Jin-hyuk asks the guy not to exaggerate because he told him back then how to move that sword. Yoo-seong realizes that he's right. Yoo-seong reflects that if he hadn't broken down with the stone giant back then, he would have used it for a long time. Kang Jin-hyuk says she'll help him, and to make him stop being angry, they'll see each other at the ball. Yoo-seong answers Kang Jin-hyuk again through gritted teeth that he's going to trust him one last time. Yoo-seong notices little Alice behind Kang Jin-hyuk, who is scrutinizing something. He tries to figure out what country she's from. If she's not an enemy, then it's not worth the trouble. Kang Jin-hyuk apologizes to the goblin in charge for the inconvenience, but he understands. The goblin realizes that the guy is looking for a suit for the prom, so he recommends Kang Jin-hyuk choose the classic black one. Kang Jin-hyuk agrees to this offer and says he's interested in something else, something specific. Kang Jin-hek approaches the incense containing the scent of snow canola flour. He smelled it immediately when he entered the store. Kang Jin-hyuk reprimands aloud what he thinks is strange when a goblin from the first floor has incense from a flower that grows on the mountains of the 17th floor. Kang Jin-hyuk continues that he noticed something else entertaining earlier. The goblin tries to figure out what the guy is getting at. Kang Jin-hek says that when his friend used mana, all the goblins fell unconscious while he remained standing on his feet. But as soon as Alice stepped over the threshold, the goblin's facial features trembled. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that the goblin already knows who Alice is, so he pretends to be a simple goblin. Kang Jin-hyuk points his hand at the goblin and says that this creature is actually a mid-level manager. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly puts a finger up and asks the goblin if his words are authentic. The goblin starts laughing out loud with a grin and says that Rick Hennessy already told him that Kang Jin-hyuk is far from a simple man. The goblin turns around to face the guy and continues to smile broadly as he says that the guy was wrong about something after all. The goblin looks sneakily at Kang Jin-hyuk and says that he's not a mid-level manager and Rick Hennessy works for him. Kang Jin-hyuk's face tensed as he realized that a top-level goblin manager was standing in front of him. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately activates his greedy gaze skill on him, but his level isn't enough to use it. In the test tower, the very real top-level manager Hastings appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk looks rapturously at the goblin standing in front of him, who is one of the 7 tower rulemakers. He had not met any of them before. Hastings reveals that Rick has reported to him that there is someone who knows that the controllers exist. Kang Jin-hyuk is more interesting than he imagined. Hastings says he'll reward the guy for finding the hidden manager. He takes over tailoring the suit. Kang Jin-hyuk is disappointed to meet the top manager in such a place. The goblin offers to get started on the costume. Kang Jin-hyuk points his finger at Alice, to which the girl reacts aggressively and asks why he's pointing at her again. The girl sits down on the side of the fountain and asks if Kang Jin-hyuk really provoked him to get an invitation for her as well. He knew Hastings would say yes. Kang Jin-hyuk knows that little Alice likes balls. The girl confirms this and asks how he knows that. Alice says it's very dangerous. All these guys are good. They made the rules of the tower. She's only met one top-level manager in her entire life. Kang Jin-hyuk scratches his cute pet's neck and assures little Alice that he will be careful. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't care how dangerous they all are, as he's only insanely interested in a diverse array of buffs. A guy gets a notification that his suit and dress for Alice are ready. Hastings wishes them a good evening. A lot of people are heading to that very masquerade ball. It's only open to a select few players. People are discussing Teresa, Maria, and the unknown of the players. 2 men appear among the crowd of people, and people immediately realize that they must be from the Samurai Guild. These are the very heroes who fight at the front. Among them is the master of the Samurai Guild, Hoshikawa Yoshio. They look grudgingly at other players who are considered bio-waste just because they live off the strong players. Tsutomu realizes that his boss is angry about the stolen treasure, but they won't come back even if they kill everyone here. Tsutomu recalls having to warn his boss that the China Guild had also received an invitation to this ball. Tsutomu turns to his boss and says that they will need to stay close to the China Guild. Tsutomu turns around abruptly and his face tenses with swollen veins of anger. He asks who dared to stand in his way. A huge and fat man suddenly falls to the ground with a thud out of the blue and doesn't realize how it happened. The boss of the Samurai Guild starts screaming and tries to call out to his subordinate Tsutomu to see what happened. Little Alice appears in company with Kang Jin-hyuk. She queries if she's still standing in Tsutomu's way. The girl's eyes light up red as she stares at the unknown huge man and doesn't understand how he dared to get to her. Little Alice activates her power suppression skill and steps on Tsutomu's neck. Her mana suppresses the opponent's power. Hoshikawa Yoshio is shocked, as Tsutomu is the top ranker in their guild. He's horrified when he realizes that he's been defeated by a little girl. Hoshikawa Yoshio looks at Alice and Kang Jin-hyuk carefully and in horror, and tries to figure out who they even are. Kang Jin-hyuk puts his palm on Alice's shoulder and asks her to stop. There will be trouble if her true identity is revealed. The girl listens to the guy's instructions, even though it annoys her. The girl deactivates her power suppression skill. Hoshikawa Yoshio thanks Kang Jin-hyuk for managing to calm the girl down enough to stop. He asks if such cruelty was really necessary. He apologizes for Tsutomu's behavior and didn't think it would hurt Alice and Jin-hyuk so much. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the man unhappily when he says that the guy calmed the girl down. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the ice creation and hits Tsutomu with a small ice hammer. Tsutomu's mask on his head splits from the impact as Hoshikawa Yoshio looks on in horror and open-mouthed at what's happening. Little Alice tactfully covers her mouth with her fingers and just watches in shock. Kang Jin Hyuk says that the men in the Samurai Guild didn't understand anything. He told Alice to step back so he could beat up Tsutomu himself. Kang Jin Hyuk looks at Hoshikawa Yoshio with a frantic look and asks if he has grasped everything that was said. Kang Jin Hyuk fairly and gamblingly rocks and smirks as she looks at the man and activates the greedy gaze on him. This man's name is really Hoshikawa Yoshio, and he's at the 52nd level of the Tower of Trials player. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that he's really a master of the Samurai Guild, and the conditions for copying his skills suck. Hoshikawa Yoshio turns to the guy and calls him names. He interjects, asking if he really already knows who he is. The man says that Kang Jin-hyuk should be aware that they're allied with the China Guild. He won't get away with it. Kang Jin-hyuk removes his mask and shows his face to Hoshikawa Yoshio, who definitely recognizes him. People in the crowd start to look back at Kang Jin-hyuk, and of course recognize him. Hoshikawa is just a nobody in front of him. Kang Jin-hyuk looks around at the crowd of people, and he's annoyed that they're so noisy. The guy raises his finger up and activates the ice creation. Kang Jin-hyuk lifts the ice blocks up and says he raised them to shield the two of them from the crowd. Kang Jin-hyuk starts pacing towards Hoshikawa and says that he's definitely heard of him, so threats like that don't work on him. Kang Jin-hyuk threatens Hoshikawa with a sharp ice block and says he doesn't care what they do there, but he advises them not to get in his way, and it doesn't matter who Hoshikawa is. Little Alice rises into the air and starts to fly away from Tsutoma. Kang Jin-hyuk says it's time for them to go. Little Alice hums a little song contentedly as she follows Kang Jin-hyuk. The boy puts his mask back on and they leave Hoshikawa alone behind them. Hoshikawa Yoshio starts to get aggressive and aggro following the departing and annoying Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk, along with Little Alice, enter the event area of the masquerade ball. Alice realizes how much there is to fit on one floor. Kang Jin-hyuk has never been to a ball with so many people before. He has a strange feeling. Kang Jin-hyuk looks around and notices that Teresa de Laurencia is also here. Next to her is Maria, the one he saw at the conference. Kang Jin-hyuk looks around further and notices that a stalker named Yu Sung has come here as well. Kang Jin-hyuk turns the other way and notices other people who surprise him. A girl pulls a guy back by his suit sleeve and asks him what he thinks about some guy. Some girl points her finger at a girl in a puffy pink dress and asks about her. Kang Jin-hyuk says that she will beg them to let her go. Casey, an independent S-ranked player, and the same player, Judello, discuss amongst themselves the funny people around them. Kang Jin-hyuk notices Judello and Casey in front of him and recognizes the twins as the top European players. These twins love to intentionally provoke a battle and destroy everyone around them just for laughs. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at them and realizes that these two are just bags of skills to him. He just has to keep an eye on them. Little Alice watches Kang Jin-hyuk and realizes that the guy is up to no good again. Some man asks Hoshikawa if someone really did this to him, even though they are allies. Hoshikawa reveals that Kang Jin-hyuk knocked out his comrade and is now not alone. He hopes there will be no punishment for what happened. The deputy head of the China Guild, Liao Wei, grasps his head with his hand in horror and realizes in horror that after all the humiliation, they have met up with Kang Jin-hyuk again. Among other things, Liao Wei received orders not to contact Kang Jin-hyuk anymore. He can't do anything. Someone else comes up behind the men and calls Kang Jin-hyuk annoying. He's going to deal with him. A small man adjusts his collar and demands that everyone stand back. People don't realize if he is a monster or someone else. This little man has a little horn on his head, which is why they call him Cutie. He asks if everyone is enjoying the ball. The man approaches Kang Jin-hyuk and Alice. He introduces himself as Carmen, and he is the manager of the lower level on the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Kang Jin-hyuk isn't even distracted by him and continues to do something in his system. He asks what Carmen wants from him. Carmen smiles contentedly and asks Kang Jin-hyuk if he really straightened out one of the guests. Kang Jin-hyuk pretends to think everyone around him is worthless. He realizes it's about that big guy, so he starts gloating and being sarcastic. Carmen creates a black plant underneath him and realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk is laughing at him, so he tells him to prepare to meet his doom here and now. People in the crowd are horrified and shocked at what is happening because they don't understand at all what has happened. Kang Jin-hyuk takes off his mask and asks how it is that the host is threatening his guest. He'll be in trouble if he tries to destroy him. Carmen continues to smile, but more crazily. He asks if the guy really thinks it would be that hard for the manager to get rid of him. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Carmen to take a closer look as the strongest of this tower watches them from the second floor. Carmen continues to smile smugly and says that despite his actions, no one ever came down here. Little Alice can already feel the tension building in this situation and is already braced for battle. Kang Jin-hyuk waves his palm toward the girl to stop. Alice doesn't understand why he's stopping her again. From behind the manager, Carmen, the goblin Hastings, who is the top manager, appears and angrily calls out to him. Carmen turns around in a panic. Hastings receives a text from Kang Jin-hyuk that his shirt button is loose. He's disappointed by this and asks him to fix it, or he'll write a long, angry review. Hastings doesn't understand what Kang Jin-hyuk is talking about because nothing like that could ever happen to his suit. Hastings, the supreme manager of the Tower of Trials, appears in the hall at the masquerade ball. He's extremely displeased with Carmen. Hastings gets aggressive and turns to Carmen about how dare he behave like that to his guest. Hastings stabs Carmen sharply in the ankle, causing him to immediately fall to his knee. Hastings asks if Carmen is going to answer him. Hastings aggressively asks what Carmen is doing with his precious client. Standing behind him is Rick Hennessy. The people in the crowd are discussing amongst themselves in amazement that this little goblin is the supreme manager. Hastings says he was aware of some managers taking outside bribes, and as long as it didn't cross the line, he turned a blind eye. Hastings says that if the manager hurts someone else's guest, then what will happen to the reputation of the event? Carmen didn't know that Hastings was the one who invited Kang Jin-hyuk here. Hastings says that's no excuse, and now Carmen has to apologize to the man since he did something wrong. Carmen looks at the top manager in horror and can't believe it himself that he needs to apologize to the man now. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly smirks and realizes that things are getting interesting. He starts videotaping. Kang Jin-hyuk stands up in front of lowly manager Carmen and tells him to try and speak from his heart. The low-level manager Carmen starts bowing in front of Kang Jin-hyuk and apologizes dryly and unpleasantly. Kang Jin-hyuk asks unhappily, Carmen's porridge hasn't been eaten since this morning. He needs to apologize much louder than he is right now. Carmen starts to get aggressive and calls Kang Jin-hyuk a regular pathetic person but stops herself. A pissed-off and furious Hastings appears behind Carmen and stops him from continuing this behavior. Carmen falls at Kang Jin-hyuk's feet and bows his head low. He tries to sincerely apologize and is sorry. One of the strongest is watching from the second floor, and he's impressed since Kang Jin-hyuk is using the manager like this. The old man in armor now understands why His Majesty gave him the gift. He's going to get this boy on his side. The old man in armor looks back at the other old man who is helping the China Guild and realizes that they can then end the war with that vile aristocrat. Rick Hennessy brings his fist up to his mouth and begins to activate his special microphone skill. Rick Hennessy addresses the guests and says that because of the problems that have arisen, he will be hosting the ball himself. He's going to finally talk about why everyone is gathered here. He says the masquerade ball is an event for hopeful players. However, all this is not its main feature. Today, players will choose a faction with which they are going to conquer the Tower of Trials in the future. Rick Hennessy begins to launch the main event of the masquerade ball. He wants the players to show everyone if they are worthy. They need to choose any maze or source between the 10th and 30th floors to complete. The player who gets the achievement will be given an advantage. Rick Hennessy says that they wish the players good luck on behalf of all the managers, and he and Hastings get away. Players who attended this masquerade ball look back in horror at the closed doors from the managers. People start whispering amongst themselves and trying to figure out what Rick Hennessy meant when he talked about whether they were worthy. Maria starts whistling loudly to the entire masquerade ballroom to get everyone's attention. The girl turns to the others and states that they are all equals here and should stop whispering like cowards. Maria says the situation has suddenly gotten complicated. They need to work together and solve the problem. Why don't they start with each other? Kang Jin-hyuk looks at Maria, who is once a player, always a player. For her, it's all out of the blue too, but she bravely takes on the job. Stalker Yu-sung approaches Teresa de Laurencia, who is happy to see him here. He says they're back on the same page. One of the men doesn't understand what it means to work together. Apparently, she wants to be chosen herself. She used to be the enemy of humanity. Maria tries to calm the raging crowd as Kang Jin-hyuk is already heading towards the terminal with location selection. Kang Jin-hyuk walks over to the terminal and presses the red button with confidence, selecting the 25th floor in the Valley of Kings. Maria and the rest of the players look back in horror at Kang Jin-hyuk, who has already decided everything and for everyone. Yu-sung irritably covers her face with her hand when she sees Kang Jin-hyuk's behavior. Teresa is thrilled that the guy is here again. All the players begin their movement to the chosen location. The people in the crowd are extremely unhappy with Kang Jin-hyuk's behavior, but he doesn't care. Players move to the 25th floor in the Valley of Kings. They can leave after completing the maze or choosing a faction. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Alice that the place looks just extraordinary and very impressive every time. The people in the crowd unhappily exclaimed at Kang Jin-hyuk, who had carried them here without any preparations. Some are starting to become filled with power and are going to do more than everyone else to become the chosen one. Maria says that nothing good will come of it if they go against each other. Maria says that they don't know what this place is, but surely Kang Jin-hyuk already has some kind of plan. Maria turns toward Kang Jin-hyuk to talk to him, but there's no sign of the guy. He's already disappeared. Maria asks in horror where Kang Jin-hyuk went and why he's already gone. Alice just spreads her hands apart. Kang Jin-hyuk makes his way inside the dungeon in Valley of the Kings and tries to find the right spot in the stone wall. Kang Jin-hyuk clicks on the right stone and 5 paths to the Tomb of the Kings open up. He can only choose one in 1 minute. Kang Jin-hyuk sees this creepy alert in front of him. Anyone who sees it will think it's the road to the treasury. Once he picks the door with the element, it will immediately open. Then the spirits guarding it will also appear. But if he still didn't decide anything in the allotted seconds, all doors would open. Kang Jin-hyuk was right, and that's what happened. The first salamander spirit appears, displeased that he is always first. He, half asleep, sees a human in front of him. The monster introduces himself as Salamander, the first spirit guarding the Tomb of Kings. Kang Jin-hyuk is about to pay for disturbing the peace. Kang Jin-hyuk turns back around and addresses someone, scoffing at the fact that Salamander is going to destroy him. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to his black pet and asks what he thinks about the whole thing. The dragon cub is now ready to fight. Salamander looks with incomprehension at Kang Jin-hyuk's pet, which he notices beside him. Kang Jin-hyuk contentedly and calmly puts 2 earplugs in his ears and smiles as if he knows the entire outcome of the battle. Kang Jin-hyuk's little black dragon opens its mouth and activates its flame skill, aiming it at the salamander. From the large salamander spirit, the small pet that originally came out of the door reappears. The other players open the doors to the inside of the dungeon and are subjected to a strong gust of wind from the energy that emanates from there. Teresa de Laurencia turns to little Alice and is about to ask the girl something about all this now. Teresa de Laurencia asks Alice if Kang Jin-hyuk said anything to her about where he went. Alice is silent and doesn't answer anything. Yu-sung turns to the girls and says that the guy is probably inside where that energy is coming from. Doing reckless acts is Kang Jin-hyuk's hobby. Little Alice suddenly grabs the hem of Yu-sung's jacket to get his attention. The girl pulls out some very plain and black pebble from her pockets, which she shows to Yu-sung. Little Alice throws this pebble aside, entering the dungeon to check something out and show the others. When the stone hits the door threshold, Yu-sung notices traps being activated throughout the dungeon. Teresa de Laurencia realizes that little Alice already knew about the traps. That's what was expected of Kang Jin-hyuk's partner. Teresa de Laurencia has a strange feeling, as if she has encountered an aura as frightening as Alice's somewhere before. In addition to the salamander, several other spirits appear: Sylphid, the wind spirit, and Dwarf, the earth spirit. The spirit of water, Undine, resents it because the salamander told them he wouldn't need their power. The spirit of light wisp just wants to sleep in general. Undine and Sylphid watch in shock as the salamander flies back to them and lies unconscious on the ground. They begin to panic. Salamander tells the others to shut up immediately and listen to him carefully. The devil is here now. The other spirits who guard the king's tomb listen intently and don't understand what devil is being talked about. Salamander ends up pulling out all of his fellow spirits to confront Kang Jin-hyuk's pet. The black dragon's eyes begin to burn with rage and the desire to destroy everything around him. The old man who helps the China Guild watches Kang Jin-hyuk, and what he sees shocks him. The old man realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk's pet is a dragon. He wonders how the guy managed to get his hands on it. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his Brand of Grief skill and subdues 5 spirits. The guy unlocks an incredible achievement and gets 5,000 points. The other people watching Kang Jin-hyuk outside the first floor stare, shocked at the accomplishment he received. Kang Jin-hyuk begins to receive many offers from different factions. All 13 factions want to work with him. The guy wonders what to do. Kang Jin-hyuk notices the notice that a third faction is interested in him and wonders if this will complicate things more than he expected. Kang Jin-hyuk strokes the neck of his pet Kogum and says that he himself became popular because of him. Kang Jin-hyuk receives a video call from Muriam, and the old man introduces himself as Mo Yun-soo. The old man isn't going to procrastinate and wants to be brief. He suggests that Kang Jin-hyuk cross over to them, because only then will they let him live. One of the Muriams says it's the easiest thing for their commander to do. But before he can say anything, Kang Jin-hyuk ends the call. Kang Jin-hyuk finishes with the notifications and demands all subordinate spirits to rise immediately. Kang Jin-hyuk tells them that they will be traveling onward, so they need to follow his orders. If they refuse, They will become an appetizer for Koguma. Kang Jin-hyuk receives a call from the Empire. He is greeted by Penheimer from the Kingdom of Caladium, which is part of the Empire. Kang Jin-hyuk introduces himself to the man and says he knows about how the Empire is interested in him. Penheimer says he'll get right to the point. He asks if Kang Jin-hyuk will work for them, and they will facilitate him conquering the tower. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly folds his arms across his chest and says he's going to consider their proposal. On top of that, Kang Jin-hyuk has one condition as usual. The guy raises his finger up and pauses. The man looks at Kang Jin-hyuk in surprise and doesn't understand what condition the guy is even talking about. The other players try with all their strength to pass the dungeon they have fallen into. They find themselves in the midst of traps. Maria asks the others what the setting is like in general. The girl answers her that it will take more than 1 hour. Maria realizes that at this rate, no one but those who followed Alice will get past these traps. Apparently, everything is going to be centered on Kang Jin-hyuk again. A notice appears in front of Maria that the conditions of return have been changed. If a player meets doom here, they will be returned to the ballroom. If someone gets hurt, the points will be lost. The condition has been changed at the request of Kang Jin-hyuk. The players say they can now come back if they die. They're not sure that can be trusted. A blonde girl appears from behind, striking herself with her own sword in front of the others. The players don't realize if the girl is really back. They wonder if it hurts or not. Maria realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk chose this level because he knew about this condition. She wonders if she should ask Teresa to introduce her. Some man starts to get indignant because the others are cheering. All their achievement points will be canceled if they die. The man says that Kang Jin-hyuk is not that simple. He has secured a favorable spot in this competition. Maria realizes that this man does not know how to be grateful at all. This surprises and stresses the man. Maria asks what, in that case, the man would say to those who have saved their lives because of this condition. The man knows nothing at all about this labyrinth. Maria and the other players tell him to go mop up the maze on his own since he's so good. The man blames everything on Kang Jin-hyuk. The man grabs his head and doesn't understand what's going on at all. Is he the only fool here? Liao Wei is contacted by Mr. Mo Yen-su using telepathic communication. He explains that it is a whispering technique and he shouldn't speak so loudly. Mo Yen-su says things didn't go according to plan. Kang Jin-hyuk needs to be eliminated, but this man can't do it at all, but he has to organize something. Liao Wei receives some strange gift from Mr. Mo Yen-su, which the man recognizes and understands exactly what it is. Kang Jin-hyuk asked Penheimer for some favor that would normally be directed by the manager. Kang Jin-hyuk accordingly will not forget their agreement. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the spirits that if they touch him, they will immediately go to feed the Koguma. He asks them not to make him say it twice. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the mode of the 5 spirits who are already tired, but don't want to be eaten by that monster Koguma. 2 of the spirits grab Kang Jin-hyuk's legs to help him move around. The guy praises them for doing a good job. When Kang Jin-hyuk notices something off to the side, he demands the spirits to stop now, and now they stay here. Kang Jin-hyuk notices one of the dead players in front of him who was just left here for nothing. It surprises him. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that whether it was because of a monster or a trap, this dead person wouldn't be here, meaning he died at the hands of another player. Those same twins get a thrill out of dealing with players. Their blood smells so wonderful. They do it just for the fun of it. As children, Casey and Giudello witness the brutal destruction of their parents by some psychopath. In such an absolutely dire and difficult situation, these twins manage to accomplish something impossible. Working as a team, these two quickly and deftly deal with the criminal who attempted to assassinate their parents. But of course, after such a horrible situation, these twins couldn't stay the same and would never be the same again. Kang Jin-hyuk watched this story on the system, which frustrates him. The conditions of copying are to fulfill all the perverted desires of these twins. The twins Casey and Giudello are already going to attack Kang Jin-hyuk, only doing it for fun and entertainment. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out his Dragon King pair swords and reflects the twins' blows. Their speed and strength and combined attacks all look good. Kang Jin-hyuk deftly finds himself between the twins and strikes each of them simultaneously with both feet. Casey and Giudello look amongst themselves and settle for knowing how strong Kang Jin-hyuk is. Casey and Giudello break free from Kang Jin-hyuk's grasp and are going to try to attack the guy again. The twins are going to conjure up an amalgamation of their 2 weapons they both use and make a more powerful one. Casey and Giudello activate the twin skill and copy their partner's weapons, creating a common one. This succeeds. Synergy is activated and the attack power increases by 200%. Giudello gamblingly beckons Kang Jin-hyuk over to him and says they will only take 1 hit. He wants to feel Kang Jin-hyuk's unusual blood on his hands. Kang Jin-hyuk rubs his neck tiredly and notices how energetic the twins are turning out to be. The guy agrees to their wishes. Serpenheimer's subordinates congratulate him for managing to sign Kang Jin-hyuk, but so far he has only gotten a promise in his favor. One of the subordinates says that the guy will definitely help the old man in the power struggle on the middle floors. He really did a great job. Mo Yun-soo freaks out when he sees Penheimer so satisfied. He shouldn't have acted so recklessly just because of the dragon. A bloody ghost suddenly appears behind Mo Yun-soo, whom the old man immediately recognizes and wants to know what he wants. The blood ghost says he didn't expect the old man to be looking for him. This is a pleasant surprise for him. Mo Yun-soo asks him to keep his voice down so they can't hear him. The blood ghost asks the old man who he should get rid of. Mo Yun-soo tells the bloody ghost that he needs to destroy the group that Kang Jin-hyuk is working with. They're the ones who bother him the most. The blood ghost tells the old man that he's not interested in the end goal. He says it's not worth breaking the rules. Also, he warns that the payoff for doing so will be huge. Old man Mo Yun-soo is already starting to get angry, to which the blood ghost replies to him that he was only asking. The bloody ghost disappears and old man Mo Yun-soo says that the creature is just awfully arrogant. Mo Yun-soo realizes that if they let the Empire take Kang Jin-hyuk, he will definitely be destroyed. Mo Yun-soo pulls out a small magic box from his pocket and realizes that he has to deal with Kang Jin-hyuk himself. Casey and Judello continue to attack Kang Jin-hyuk, enjoying what they're doing. The guy continues to deftly dodge the blows. Casey and Judello swing their guns and continue to attack Kang Jin-hyuk for fun. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his skill Demon King Steps, and after that soul absorption, gaining a small amount of mana points. Casey and Judello smile in a frenzy and realize that it's like their body has been stripped of something. It's the first time this has happened to them. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he feels sorry for the twins and starts hitting their bodies repeatedly with his fists. Kang Jin-hyuk needs his fist and realizes that he really wants the twins' skill no matter what. He thinks about how he can satisfy his desire for twins. Judello and Casey get up from Kang Jin-hyuk's punch and realize he's pretty good and strong. Kang Jin-hyuk is already beginning to suspect that their game has gone too long, so we'll have to take them both down. Judello and Casey suddenly sit down on their knees in front of Kang Jin-hyuk, who doesn't realize what they're doing or what's going on. The twins say they realize that they can't defeat Kang Jin-hyuk with their own strength. So if they can't destroy someone with such delicious blood, they'd better become one family with him. Kang Jin-hyuk's face shows surprise and stupor at the desire the twins express to him. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his Brand of Doom skill and is about to use it on the twins, who are smiling madly and can't wait to do so. The guy didn't think it would turn out like this. Kang Jin-hyuk fulfills the conditions of copying and receives the skill Sharing Everything of a rank. Thanks to it, he will be able to temporarily use the skill of the opponent he is familiar with. Judello and Casey hang on to Kang Jin-hyuk and say that they are now family and will always be together until the day they die. Yu-sung along with Teresa de Laurentia move after little Alice and ask her where Kang Jin-hyuk went. Yu-sung tries to find out where they're going since they can't get an answer out about where Kang Jin-hyuk went. Alice says she doesn't know anything. Yu-sung is already getting angry and aggressive, saying, "What does this little Alice even know?" Teresa tries to calm him down. Suddenly, Alice turns to the guys and says that she wasn't going to say anything, but apparently she has to. Alice begins to sniff and feels a line of mana that points their way and connects her to the contractor. Alice points her finger to that road. If they follow that road, they will definitely find Kang Jin-hyuk. Someone appears from behind and asks if what Alice said about the road is true. The boys turn back together and at the same time, a lot of half-ghosts start coming out of the wall, which look a lot like real people in masks. The Lord of the Murim clan, Blood Ghost, shows up and won't let the guys leave like this. He says they will all die here and now. Teresa de Laurentia and Yu-sung get into a fighting stance and tell Alice to stay behind them to protect her. Alice's face expresses fierce displeasure because Kang Jin-hyuk is far away right now, and so she has no mana at all. Kang Jin-hyuk, in the company of Judello and Casey, is heading down a dungeon corridor somewhere. Judello tells him something fiercely from his life of destroying other people. Kang Jin-hyuk is already getting annoyed with the twins' endless talking and realizes that his social battery is running low. Kang Jin-hyuk stops at one point and addresses the twins. Since they're a family now, they should listen to him. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls a satisfied smile on his face and tells the twins to stop destroying everyone from now on. The guy adds a new rule to their brand of grief. The twins are unhappy with the new rule and say that they are not awakened and the cops won't arrest them. Kang Jin-hyuk just realizes that there will be trouble. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes it's useless and is going to change the rule. He's going to point out the bad guys and the twins will do what they want with them. Such a rule suits Judello and Casey just fine, so they happily agree, and a new rule is added to the stigma of grief. Kang Jin-hyuk turns away from the twins who are happily chatting amongst themselves. He's glad they're so shallow. Kang Jin-hyuk stops at one point and notices something in front of him as the twins try to stretch their bodies before the fight. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his Demon King step skill and takes off from his seat, rushing forward. The twins ask him to wait for them. Bloody and shadowy half-ghosts are about to attack Yu-sung, Teresa de Laurencia, and Little Alice. Little Alice is immobile and cold-blooded as she watches the shadow ghosts about to attack her. Teresa de Laurencia appears in front of Alice, activating the Holy Enhancement skill and increasing her physical abilities. Teresa de Laurencia activates a sacred shield to protect Little Alice from the coming danger. Teresa de Laurencia turns to Little Alice and tells her to stand behind her so the girl can protect her. Yu-sung also confronts the bloody half-ghosts and activates his skill Sword Key Haunting Souls. His face expresses equanimity. Suddenly, Lord Blood Ghost appears in front of Yu-seong and sharply attacks the man who tries to hold back his blow. Blood Ghost notices that Yu-sung can use Sword Key even though he is not from the tower himself. He wonders who he is. Yu-seong aggressively swings his sword and demands the bloody ghost to back off. He has no intention of telling the stranger anything. The blood ghost flies away from Yu-sung and smiles contentedly, noticing how perky this man is. These words hurt Yu-seong, who reacts strongly to the words about perky. He's going to show the ghost how perky he is. Yu-sung activates his Song of Blades skill. He was going to save this skill for someone special to him. The blood ghost starts to chuckle and looks at Yu-seong, trying to figure out what he was muttering. Yu-sung repeats that this special skill of his was going to be used on another. Yu-seong uses the sword art of pursuing souls, unity with the blade. Yu-sung is lightning fast and deft in dealing with the half-ghosts who obey Lord Blood Ghost. Teresa de Laurencia watches Yu-sung in shock, and even she herself didn't expect that the man is so strong in reality. The blood ghost activates his Ghost Blood Blade skill. He sees that Yu-sung was skillful enough to use this skill. But what a pity. Blood Ghost points his blade at Yu-sung and says that it just so happens that his opponent is himself, even if Yu-sung is good enough. The bloody ghost stabs Yu-sung with his ghostly blade, and the man abruptly begins to regurgitate his blood. The blood ghost looks at the defeated Yu-sung and is surprised that he has reached such a level on his own. The blood ghost swings his huge metal sword and is going to destroy Yu-sung because such talent is going to be lost. Teresa de Laurencia appears, who is going to protect her comrades. The girl activates the cross skill to attack the blood ghost. Blood Ghost gets into a fighting stance and continues to smirk. This skill of Teresa de Laurencia's annoys him greatly. The Blood Ghost turns to Teresa de Laurencia and Yu-sung and says that it was a mistake for a man with holy power to come here. The Blood Ghost turns to Teresa and says that she should have protected that little girl, Alice, who continues to act indifferent and quiet. Blood Ghost suspects that if Alice has been behind all this time, then she's not so good at fighting. Little Alice looks on with complete indifference as Kang Jin-hyuk appears. Kang Jin-hyuk shows up here, activating his Sword Graveyard skill, but Alice claims he's already too late. Kang Jin-hyuk instantly handles a whole crowd of bloody half-ghosts that attacked his comrades. Lord Blood Ghost immediately gets tense when he notices Kang Jin-hyuk in front of him and the fact that he has massacred his minions. The Blood Ghost looks at Kang Jin-hyuk's back and realizes that he didn't even have time to follow his movements. Teresa de Laurencia enthusiastically calls out Kang Jin-hyuk and is very happy that he's here now. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Yu-sung, who's being abducted by Teresa de Laurencia, and asks why he keeps losing. Teresa de Laurencia says that Yu-sung is not weak at all. It's just that the opponents were too strong. Kang Jin-hyuk raises his finger up and starts making many circular motions in the air. In the end, Kang Jin-hyuk points his finger forward at Blood Ghost and says that everyone around him is definitely the bad guys. Judello and Casey appear behind Kang Jin-hyuk, who are excited about their new victims. They are ready and about to attack. Judello and Casey deftly deal with another mob of bloody half-ghosts who obey the Blood Ghost. Blood Ghost gets angry and realizes that reinforcements are coming to the guys. They should retreat and regroup. Blood Ghost's chest is pierced by his own weapon, which he uses. He doesn't understand what is happening or how it happened. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Eum-ho and tells him not to pretend because he's only a middleman in a demonic cult. Kang Jin-hyuk leaves behind a defeated Eum-ho and says that fighting him is a waste of his time. His minions turn to their master and watch in horror at what Kang Jin-hyuk has done to him. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to the twins and says they missed a couple more opponents. The twins are already tearing towards them. Yu-sung observes and realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk managed to destroy the opponent who easily interrupted his ult with just one strike. Yu Sung aggressively, but frustratedly lowers his gaze to the floor and thinks about how much more he has to grow up to Kang Jin Hyuk. Yu Sung looks at a satisfied Kang Jin Hyuk and realizes that his level is far behind Jin Hyuk's. In the dungeon remains the face of a whole crowd of dead minions of the Blood Ghost and the leader himself. Kang Jin Hyuk praises Judello and Casey for a job well done. He has more to do, so the twins need to go ahead first and watch out for traps. Teresa de Laurencia realizes that the twins are the ruthless guys. Kang Jin Hyuk says they work for him from now on. Yu Sung looks wistfully and sadly at the dead Blood Ghost that Kang Jin Hyuk destroyed. Yu Sung asks what the guy will do now because as far as he knows, this maze takes 20 days to complete. Kang Jin Hyuk starts to chuckle and wonders what 20 days. This kind of result is only for nerds who have a lot of time to play. Kang Jin Hyuk asks Teresa de Laurencia what suddenly happened to Yu Seong because he's acting strange. She's not sure and thinks he'll recover soon. Kang Jin Hyuk shows his comrades the spirits he has subdued. They will open the way to the king's tomb. If they find the right items there, they will clear the labyrinth in an hour. Little Alice grudgingly asks how Jean Heck got so many pets. Teresa is snuggling with one of them. Kang Jin Heck demands the spirits stop and stop dabbling, then shows them the way to the king's tomb. One of the Blood Ghost minions who was defeated by Jin Heck's team opens his eyes. Turns out he's still alive. In the high building of the China Guild, Xiao Ting, a girl who is an A-rank worker, is trying to sort out a large number of documents. The girl walks to the window and thinks about the fact that it's been 24 hours since Liao Wei and Nam Gong Chong entered the tower. She tries to figure out when they will return. The girl squints out the window and looks at the people passing by the building. They all look so calm. The girl realizes that it makes no sense at all to worry about civilians when you can't get in touch with the top ranks. The girl quietly and anxiously covers her eyes and thinks about how vulnerable this world is. Kang Jin Heck and his companions follow the spirits guarding the tomb, who open a secret passage for them. Thanks to the help of these spirits, the way to the king's tomb is free and they are about to enter it. Teresa de Laurencia, along with Yu Seong and an indifferent little Alice, watch as the big gate opens. Kang Jin Hyuk's team and himself enter the king's tomb. Jin Hyuk instructs everyone not to touch anything. Those who enter the king's tomb can choose treasures, and those who are too greedy will suffer the curse of the king. Jin Heck says they only take one. Kang Jin Hyuk shows Yu Seong an artifact, and if they call it, it will open a way out of this maze for them. Yu Seong thinks Jin Hyuk is playing a joke on him. It can't be that simple. Kang Jin Hyuk says that if the guy rambles on, he'll call his horn and shove him out of here. Kang Jin Hyuk starts rummaging through the treasure and tries to find something definite. Some silhouette appears in the doorway. The guy notices him. The very surviving henchman of Blood Ghost appears in the doorway, and Jin Heck asks him what he's here for. Yu Sung and the others begin to get into fighting stances and realize that they have managed to miss one of their opponents. A man pulls an early spring scroll from his inside pocket and spatial displacement occurs. Kang Jin Hyuk stares at the man in incomprehension, trying to figure out what kind of spatial displacement this is. The space in the king's tomb begins to tear, and from there the same old man appears, bringing his minions with him as well. The man reports to the old man that the Ghost Blood group and its leader have lost. The old man calls them useless trash and knew that these heretics could not be trusted. This man is Liao Wei, who has pretended to be a henchman of the Blood Ghost. The old man praises him for his good work. Kang Jin Hyuk asks if they used the divine artifact just to find it. Their managers get really pissed off when they find out about such a thing. The old man says that all these words are just nonsense. He takes out a small box, opens it, and is about to take out a balloon. The old man claims that their managers can't enter this maze. He's going to attack them all. The old man throws this balloon in his mouth and is about to pop it. No one will know a thing if he destroys everyone here. The old man bites into a small ball with a crunch and uses the rollback pill to improve his appearance. The old man begins to change impressively and grow larger. For an hour, all of his stats have been doubled. When the time expires, all unused power will dissipate. Yu Sung and Teresa de Laurencia try to cover themselves with their hands from the mana wind that comes from the old man. Little Alice grins contentedly and is about to engage in this fight as well. She happily wonders how such weak creatures dared to do such a thing. Suddenly, little Alice abruptly disappears and moves into another space without realizing it herself. Kang Jin Heck moves Alice back into the Bram ring and thinks her interference is unnecessary right now and she should just rest. The enraged old man pumps a bunch of muscles on his body and gives the order that everyone here must be destroyed. Teresa de Laurencia looks into the situation and tells Kang Jin Hyuk that there's a lot to oppose, but the guy disagrees with her. Kang Jin Hyuk replies to Teresa that if that's the case, they can summon someone too. The girl looks at Jin Hyuk questioningly. Kang Jin Hyuk turns to the five spirits to activate their battle mode. The spirits are immediately transformed into noble and powerful beings. Kang Jin Hyuk smirks smugly, and madness lights up in his eyes. He orders the five spirits to rush forward at the opponents. A real and serious battle unfolds in the king's tomb. Jin Hyuk tells the spirits to show what they can do. Teresa de Laurencia is wary of what's going on and asks Yu Sung if they should join at all. Old Man Murim swings his fist and pumped arms, followed by a hard punch into the stone floor, which cracks under his fist. The old man from Murim explodes into the air and flies over Kang Jin Hyuk, who is rummaging through the treasure and looking for something. The old man from Murim swings his pumped-up fist and is about to use the wall-destroying fist. The old man swings around and sharply punches where Kang Jin Hyuk was standing, who had already snapped into the air and dodged the blow. Old Man Murim turns to Kang Jin Hyuk and calls him nasty words. He demands that he stop dodging and fight him like a real man. Kang Jin Hyuk doesn't pay any attention to this old man at all, and still finds the very thing he's been looking for all this time. Old Man Murim is tense about this. The old man from Murim stops abruptly and ceases his attacks. He stares at Jin Hyuk silently and immobilized. Kang Jin Hyuk asks why all of a sudden the old man just stopped talking and stopped. He must know what kind of horn Jin Hyuk is holding. The old man says it's the most annoying artifact of the 25th floor, the horn that brings despair. Kang Jin Hyuk smiles smugly in response to the old man's words and says that he's right about everything he just said. It's an artifact that causes a cataclysm every time you blow into it. It is said that the fourth time you use it, you'll have better luck. The old man starts laughing, and when he suspects Jin Hyuk hopes to relive the three events ahead of him in a closed space. Kang Jin Hyuk is already starting to bring that grief to his lips when the old man asserts to him that he can't be scared like that. Kang Jin Hyuk is not going to procrastinate any longer and uses the horn that brings despair right in front of the old man from Murim. The old man notices that the first cataclysm is already arriving and something bulky and huge begins to fall on the man from above. A black scorpion appears in the king's tomb, which is the very first monster of this tomb. The huge black scorpion immediately attacks Old Man Murim's minions that have gathered here. Liao Wei, along with the rest of the minions, also flew towards the treasure from the black scorpion's strike. Teresa de Laurencia and Yu Sung look around, and the girl realizes she can't see little Alice anywhere. Yu Sung turns to Teresa de Laurencia and demands the girl to think of her safety first. Yu Sung stands next to Teresa de Laurencia and activates his battlefield selection skill to protect them from trouble. Old Man Murim addresses Jin Hyuk with name-calling and asks him if the guy is crazy enough to use such a thing here. Old Man Murim turns to Kang Jin Hyuk and asks if by his actions he's going to finish everyone off here. Kang Jin Hyuk is holding the horn quite contentedly and isn't about to give up. He asks what the old man is saying since he's just getting started. Kang Jin Hyuk deftly dodges the punches of the old man from Murim again and again as he continues to attack him. The old man from Murim continues his multiple punches and demands Kang Jin Hyuk to stand still and not move. The black scorpion begins to attack the old man from Murim, who deftly soars into the air and dodges the blow. The old man from Murim is extremely tense and tries to dodge such a massive attack from the black scorpion. The old man from Murim is already starting to get tense and yells another name-calling behavior towards Kang Jin Hyuk and demands him to stop. Kang Jin Hyuk is as if he doesn't hear anything around him and starts blowing the horn again, causing a second cataclysm. The spirits guarding the king's tomb continue to fight and confront the old man from Murim, who attacked them. The old man from Murim lowers his head down and tensely watches as the creature's huge, toothy maw appears beneath him. The mud raptor appears, the second despair of the tomb. The old man's minions from Murim succumb to the defeat of a creature that appears here and massacres everyone. One of the old man's henchmen is dragged into the jaws of a mud predator when the man calls out to his master. Liao Wei is trying to get to his feet after receiving punches from various creatures when the master calls out to him. The old man from Murim tries to hold the defense and calls out to Liao Wei to lend him support and help him take the horn away from Kang Jin Hyuk. Liao Wei is panicked and terrified, trying to figure out what the gentleman from Murim, who calls him a fool, is even talking about. The old man explains to Liao Wei that this horn is the thing that is causing all this chaos around them right now. The old man says that such a thing is too good for Liao Wei, but he needs to take it now. The old man turns to Liao Wei and orders him to fetch the horn by all means, with all his strength and persistence. Liao Wei grasps his sword, which is framed with golden symbols. He's about to carry out his master's order. The 5 spirits who guard this tomb continue to diligently and powerfully confront their opponents. The 5 spirits are going to fight the black scorpion and mud raptor that Kang Jin Hyuk summoned. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk continues his battle with a pumped-up old man from Marim who keeps attacking him. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't attack the old man back, but only manages to deftly and quickly dodge his blows. The old man from Morim thinks about how he should be more patient now, fighting Kang Jin-hyuk. The man realizes that Jin-hyuk will keep blowing the horn since he's already started. It is said that on the fourth time, a man will have tremendous luck. Obviously, the guy's in a hurry to get it. The old man there, Morim, keeps attacking the guy and realizes that he needs to take care of his luck. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to dodge punches as the old man roughly realizes what the guy is really thinking. The old man knows that even though they say that this horn brings great luck, it really depends on the person. The old man from Murim knows very well that one of the men will find good fortune and the other will fall into terrible despair. Kang Jin-hyuk climbs to a high place and there again blows the horn, causing a third cataclysm behind him. The space in the king's tomb begins to tear, and from there a thought body, the third despair of the fungus, emerges. The thought body begins to concentrate its magical and dark energy to attack everything around it. Someone in the crowd shouts out to the rest of the crowd that the body of thought splits everything it touches. Kang Jin-hyuk takes out his Perseus shield to dodge and defend against the blows of the huge thought body that appeared here. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that if he purely accidentally drops the horn from his hands right now, it will all be over at once. Kang Jin-hyuk purposely pretends to accidentally lose the horn from his hands, which falls to the ground with a clatter. This fallen horn is picked up by the same Liao Wei, who was ordered by the master to take it away from Jin-hyuk. Old man Murim turns to Liao Wei and shouts aloud that the man has succeeded in doing what needs to be done. The old man demands that Liao Wei immediately hand over this horn to him, but the man is in no hurry. He doesn't understand what the man is doing. Liao Wei asks why the old man wants to use this terrible object. Could it be that the old man wants to gain incredible luck? Kang Jin-hyuk demonstratively and actorically falls to the ground and tiredly rubs his head that he hit the rock with. Liao Wei says that he has been working very hard all this time, so he is going to be a little greedy this time. Kang Jin-hyuk starts screaming at the top of his voice, trying to stop Liao Wei, who is planning to do something to the mountain. Liao Wei, without further thought, grabs the bugle and starts blowing into it, continuing the appearances of the cataclysms. Liao Wei lifts his head up and joyfully begins to call out for good fortune, which arrives. Peace reigns once again in the king's tomb. Xiao Ting watches in horror through the window at what appears on the street among the people. The girl exclaims in horror at the sight of it all. The ordinary civilians who were passing by the China Guild building at this time look around in horror. In the ordinary world, the same three despairs that had been summoned in the Grobnika on the 25th floor of the Tower of Trials appear. Yu Sung sits on the stone floor as Teresa de Laurencia wanders back and forth and can't settle down because she doesn't know what's up with her comrades. Yu Sung turns to Teresa de Laurencia and demands the girl to save her strength and calls her a saint. Yu Sung pulls out a drink bottle from somewhere and says to get out of here, you have to knock him out or wait for time to run out. Teresa de Laurencia turns to Yu Sung and asks how he can even rest for such a situation. Doesn't he care about Jin-hyuk at all? Yu Sung's face changes dramatically and stops drinking, calling Jin-hyuk bad words and being surprised by Teresa's words. Yu Sung starts giggling and says that it's been so long and the girl still doesn't get it. Most of the situations are under his control. He picks up on things that others don't pay the slightest bit of attention to. He thinks that what is happening now is also part of his plan. The man holds out a restorative potion to Teresa and says that there is no point in interfering. She should therefore sit down and rest. Teresa de Laurencia silently observes and looks at Yu Sung, who continues to restore his strength with potions. After the time expires, Yu Sung's battlefield selection skill is deactivated and they go back again. Teresa de Laurencia observes the setting and wonders where all the despair of the king's tomb is gone. Liao Wei grabs his head and screams in terror about something. Large and bitter tears appear in his eyes. Kang Jin-hyuk tensely watches the scene and doesn't know what to do in such a situation. Teresa de Laurencia, along with Yu Sung, watches in horror as the others who are here watch. A video is emerging of what's happening now outside the test tower among ordinary civilians. All present are invited to witness the punishment for daring to disturb the king's tomb. The master of the tomb gives everyone a chance to atone for their sins. A portal is created to the place where the three cataclysms are located. An old man from Murim tries to calm and hold Liao Wei, who has to go there to the cataclysmic events because his homeland is on fire. The old man explains to Liao Wei that even if he goes there, he will be completely useless. That's why he asked him to give the horn to him. The old man from Murim pulls out his artifact and uses the scroll of early spring. Spatial displacement occurs. The Lord turns to the others and orders them to grab the wounded and head back. That is an order. The old man takes one last look as the three despairs lash out and Jin Heck and his team look on. The old man thinks about what would have happened if he had used the horn last. There would have been despair in Murim. The old man realizes that he wasn't able to get rid of Kang Jin Hyuk this time, but maybe he was lucky this time. The despair that is broken loose begins to destroy everything and everyone in its path. Civilians try to escape the disaster. Kang Jin Hyuk nervously and tensely observes what's going on in the streets outside the Tower of Trials and what kind of messes they've made here. The five spirits that Kang Jin Heck has subdued are gently and nervously asking if their master is all right. Kang Jin Hyuk looks like a bomb that's about to explode. Teresa de Laurencia notices what Kang Jin Hyuk is up to and tries to stop him from what he's up to. Kang Jin Hyuk doesn't hesitate to go through the portal that the king of the tomb opened. He's going to atone for his sins. The China Guild building explodes and begins to collapse. Xiao Ting is hit by despair and tries to get to her feet. The black scorpion swung its tail back and forth in front of Xiao Ting's face, who was trying to defend herself. Xiao Ting is going to activate his law of self-defense skill to protect himself from one of the despairs. The black scorpion delivers its devastating blow, but the girl manages to slip out and dodge the attack. Xiao Ting, along with the rest of the China Guild workers, find themselves outside amidst the destruction and rubble. Xiao Ting turns to the civilians and says there's nothing to see here and tediously runs away quickly. She gets to her feet and faces the monster. The girl realizes that she needs to hold out until Mr. Nam Gun Yung comes back here. She needs to buy time. Xiao Ting finds herself one-on-one with the huge black scorpion, and she needs to win at least one more second. Xiao Ting notices Kang Jin Heck and Yu Sung appearing in front of her, about to confront the three despairs. Kang Jin Hyuk turns to Yu Sung in a serious and focused manner and asks him to hold Scorpius for 10 minutes. Yu Sung looks at Kang Jin Hyuk in surprise and listens to the instructions he hands out to him. Yu Sung is in his repertoire and says he'll just finish this monster off instead of 10 minutes. Yu Sung activates his battlefield selection skill and moves with the black scorpion to the chosen location. Xiao Ting recognizes the guy in front of her. It's Kang Jin Hyuk. The girl asks in surprise what he is doing here. Kang Jin Hyuk tries to keep his image and not show how frustrated and stressed he is. He says that he is here to gain experience points. Kang Jin Hyuk deftly and lightning fast as one of the desperados attacks the nearby civilians. Teresa de Laurencia also joins the battle and activates her holy reinforcement skill. Teresa looks around and realizes that many people have not yet had time to evacuate. She needs to help here. Teresa de Laurencia looks at one of the desperados and realizes she must hold it off to save as many people as possible. One of the despairs begins to chow down aggressively and glares back at Therese, about to continue its attacks. A huge shadowy despair rises up into the air and concentrates its dark magic power, swinging its limbs. Teresa de Laurencia puts her shield in front of her to protect herself from the shadow despair attack. The mind of one of the civilian despairing thought bodies is infected with something, from which a mutation begins. Teresa de Laurencia tensely looks around and realizes that people are starting to mutate. People turn into walking zombies who obey the despair of the thought body unquestioningly. Teresa de Laurencia finds herself in the midst of mutated humans who are already on a rampage about to pounce on her. Teresa de Laurencia tries to fight off and defend herself from the mutated humans using her sword and shield. A huge despairing thought body appears before the girl and shows her its power and majesty. The huge creature begins to rage again with its sharp fangs, showing everyone its power and strength. Yu Sung at this time is fighting a black scorpion on his battlefield that he chose to distract the monster. Yu Sung abruptly deactivates his battlefield selection skill and his stats increase by 10%. All of the opponent's black scorpion stats are reduced by the same 10% at this time. Yu Sung does not lose the opportunity to attack. Yu Sung thinks back to Kang Jin Hyuk's face and has never seen him like this. No wonder even he can't be perfect. Yu Sung emotionally and furiously activates his Song of Blades skill and attacks the black scorpion with many blows. Yu Sung quite watches as the black scorpion falls to the ground and is defeated by the guy's blades. Kang Jin Hyuk climbs to a high place on one of the rooftops and watches an enraged predator, which is one of the despairs. A hidden quest appears in front of him. He needs to destroy 3 despairs, and the reward will depend on the result. Alice offers Kang Jin Hyuk her help because she's quite capable of handling them alone. The guy refuses because there are a lot of prying eyes. Kang Jin Hyuk thinks about the fact that he originally planned to launch Despair at Murim and decorate the kickback pill with martial arts texts. But Liao Wei's greed ruined everything. Kang Jin Hyuk takes one last look at the dead civilians and jumps down from the roof. He's really pissed off by all of this. Kang Jin-hyuk draws his bow, using 3 arrows at once, then shoots at the predator without hesitation. With his arrows, Kang Jin-hyuk activates the 2-star corner barrier to seal the monster. Kang Jin-hyuk leaps down from the roof, finding himself right above the huge and fanged maw of a predator of despair. Kang Jin-hyuk is extremely unhappy with the situation and uses his mandala skill on despair. Kang Jin-hyuk aggressively attacks the predatory despair and promises himself that he will be more careful in his calculations from now on. Teresa de Laurencia pushes back, trying to heal the mutated humans who are chasing her. The girl uses her holy healing skill, hoping to the last minute that she can rid them of the mutation. Teresa de Laurencia realizes that these people must not touch her, or they will be badly wounded by her sacred power. Teresa de Laurencia looks back on the despair of the thought body and realizes that she needs to get rid of it by all means. The girl leans towards the ground and touches the ground with her palms, activating her holy fall skill. Teresa de Laurencia directs a bright and thick beam of sacred power across the earth that envelops the feet of despair's body of thought. After these manipulations, the girl snaps out of her seat and zippers through all the mutated humans. Teresa de Laurencia reactivates her holy enhancement skill and attacks despair with her night sword. Teresa de Laurencia manages to lightly pierce despair's body as she is immediately thrown backwards away from the monster. The girl stops and realizes that her sacred power is active. She needs to get to the cataclysm while avoiding the people it controls. The desperate thought body begins to become aggressive and irritated, preparing its next attack on Teresa. Despairing thought bodies point their ribbon tentacles at the mutated humans and bring them close. Teresa de Laurencia watches in horror at what is happening. She did not expect this turn of events. Teresa recalls being told as a child that it was their responsibility to protect people in danger, even if they had to risk their own lives. Her parents had told Teresa that this was the truest burden of the Laurencia family. She needed to always remember that. Teresa de Laurencia finds herself in a terrible situation that throws the girl into shock. A thought body massacres all civilians right in front of her eyes. Teresa de Laurencia begins to lose her own sanity when such a picture throws her into a real shock. The girl begins to beg as despair destroys her. Saint Therese shows signs of infection. The huge, despairing thought body begins to chuckle and watches Teresa de Laurencia extinguish before his eyes. From behind the despairing thought body comes another despairing predator about to fall on its own kin. The huge predator despair flies away from Kang Jin-hyuk's punch and clearly hits the second despair that Teresa is fighting. Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes light up with rage and hatred when he asks what Teresa is doing there. While the despairing thought body tries to get up, Kang Jin-hyuk rushes towards Teresa. He realizes that this despair is annoying her. The girl continues to sit motionless on her knees to the point of despair, and the guy tells her it's too much. Kang Jin-hyuk appeals to Teresa de Laurencia that he can't let the girl die here like this. In the rift of space through which despair has entered the ordinary human world, sacred chains are seen. Kang Jin-hyuk's pet appears from the rift, manifesting the form of the ancient dragon Koguma. The restrictions of the Tower of Trials are in effect. The system displays a notification that Kang Jin-hyuk's mana consumption is increasing by 50%. The guy aggressively says that he doesn't care about mana. Thanks to Kogum, an overwhelming superiority is activated that instantly begins to take effect on the body of thought. The huge black dragon Koguma concentrates his magic power and is about to powerfully strike despair. Kang Jin-hyuk seizes the moment and activates his 3-star defense barrier, covering himself and Teresa. Kang Jin-hyuk tries to protect the girl, who keeps muttering to herself for him to destroy the despair. The black dragon Koguma activates the unique skill Blade of Punishment, destroying the despair thought body with it. A huge breach in the pavement appears in the place of the despair thought body, and a notification is issued that the despair has been destroyed. Koguma reverts back to his cute form and starts licking Teresa de Laurencia, who loses consciousness. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his greedy gaze skill and tries to study Teresa de Laurencia's condition. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that Teresa is showing signs of infection. Alice asks him if Saint Therese has really fallen. Little Alice from the ring asks the guy if he knows the consequences of infecting the holy girl. Kang Jin-hyuk is tense and serious about Teresa de Laurencia and knows the implications of it all. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that now in the future, everyone should be more careful when being around the girl. Yusong deactivates his battlefield selection skill at this time, and a notification is issued that the Black Scorpion has been destroyed. Here comes a wounded and exhausted Yusong, whose level is constantly and repeatedly raised. Yu-sung raises his head and sees Kang Jin-hyuk in front of him, who realizes that the man has done well. Yu-sung tells him to let Kang Jin-hyuk look down on him all he wants. He still has a long way to go. Yu-sung points the sharp tip of his sword at Kang Jin-hyuk and says that he realizes now that he can get to him. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't react to Yu-sung's words in any way and looks at the man seriously and focused. Kang Jin-hyuk shoves a new sword into Yu-sung's hands and tells him that he should throw away all his broken things right now. Yu-sung realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk is giving him the very same heavenly spring sword. The guy praises the man for doing a good job. Kang Jin-hyuk receives an urgent message about whether he is going to return to the ballroom. The Supreme Manager informs everyone that having escaped the observer's oversight, Muriam's forces have interfered with the trial. As manager of the higher floors, he bows to the guests and apologizes profusely for the situation. The manager says that words alone won't fix all this. He snaps his fingers and a magical portal appears above him. Hastings says that Muriam has committed an intolerable crime. He will not turn a blind eye and sends him his punishment. Hastings says that as a fine, they will confiscate all the coins Muriam possesses. Those who choose sides should take this into consideration. One of the guests that are in the ballroom begins to crouch down and looks aggressively at Hastings. The man realizes that he can't get in touch with either Carmen or Mo Eun-soo. He had no idea that Muriam could go bankrupt. He tries to figure out where Liao Wei is. Suddenly, the man is jostled by someone and he tries to apologize, but notices that it's Yu-sung with their Heaven Spring sword. The man turns to Yu-sung and says that he stole that sword and is now wearing it so brazenly in public. Yu-sung turns on the man in a rage and with hatred in his eyes as he begins to accuse him of stealing. The man doesn't have time to react even if Yu-sung is recognized, and instantly the hair from his head disappears. The man is horrified and awkwardly bows his head as he remains hairless. And Yu-sung realizes that this sword is pretty good. Kang Jin-hyuk successfully replicates the nudge skill, which increases strength and speed by 25% when she exposes her sword and makes the first attack. Hastings and Kang Jin-hyuk are left alone on the balcony. The manager says that everyone is excited because of the sudden quest. Hastings says that Kang Jin-hyuk was originally supposed to choose the same side as them. Hastings says he is sorry that there was a breach. He apologizes again for not preventing the tower forces from interfering. Kang Jin-hyuk says there's nothing the manager could have done about it anyway, so stuff happens. Hastings smiles contentedly and says that Kang Jin-hyuk has survived, or to be more accurate, defeated them all. Hastings asks Kang Jin-hyuk what he's going to do now. Is there something the manager can help him with? Kang Jin-hyuk brazenly and unashamedly tells Hastings that there are as many as 2 items in the help. Hastings along with Kang Jin-hyuk return to the ballroom and say that they have a big announcement to make. Hastings tells everyone that player Kang Jin-hyuk won't be joining the existing factions, but people don't realize what the big news is. Hastings rather points at Kang Jin-hyuk and says that he's going to start his own faction instead. People in the crowd begin to exclaim in surprise and shock as to how such a thing is possible and has never happened before. Hastings tells us that Kang Jin-hyuk scored 1.5 million points today. He fulfilled a hidden condition by scoring over 1 million points, which gave him the right to create his own faction. Manager Hastings thinks to himself that they don't know how Kang Jin-hyuk knows about such a hidden function. Penheimer appears and says that he, as a representative of the Empire, protests such action. Kang Jin-hyuk silently watches as the serious representative of the Penheimer Empire heads towards him. Hastings cheerfully says that one side of the tower has refused to accept the formation of a new force, and such a refusal is valid for a year. Penheimer asks Kang Jin-hyuk what that means, since he promised them to come over to their side. The guy denies it and says he would only consider cooperating with them. Penheimer realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk never thought of agreeing. They had spent so many resources to fulfill the conditions he had set for them. Penheimer gets aggressive and says he shouldn't be forced to repeat himself twice. The guy is obligated to keep his promise. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't react in any way to Penheimer's provocations and only begins to smile contentedly in response. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that representatives of all factions are watching them. If he loses, his idea will just turn to dust. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks this is all great news because it's an opportunity to utilize it. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Alice, who replies to him that, like he said, she doesn't do anything. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the girl that he will take some skill from her. He uses sharing everything and makes an exchange with Alice's blood trail skill. He can now control the blood of all living things within a certain range. Penheimer finds himself face-to-face with Kang Jin-hyuk, who immediately activates the new skill, Blood Trail. The people in the crowd watch in horror, shock, and surprise at what is happening in front of them regarding Kang Jin-hyuk. Penheimer feels as if the blood in his body is starting to boil when Kang Jin-hyuk started using his skill. Penheimer looks at an enraged Kang Jin-hyuk and realizes the guy is someone he can never convince to move in with them. Penheimer starts to tense up and says he's going to take it back just so the guy will stop. Kang Jin-hyuk deactivates his skill and realizes that he managed to convince Penheimer and he's happy about it. Hastings just watches in shock at what Kang Jin-hyuk is doing and doesn't realize how the man has such power. Rick Hennessy turns to Hastings and says he should keep his eye on the guy as closely as possible. Rick Hennessy starts to smile contentedly and squints at Hastings. He's sure that Kang Jin-hyuk will exceed their expectations. Hastings realizes that none of this was a joke. With Penheimer taking back his words, Kang Jin-hyuk needs to pick a name for his new faction. Kang Jin-hyuk begins to have second thoughts and registers a new name for his faction. Veterans Company. Penheimer walks away through the magic portal. He hopes that they will see each other again, and then they will talk more about their relationship. After that, he behaved with more restraint. Beijing's recovery from the breakthrough was moving very quickly, even without a single attempt to get to the truth. A huge memorial was set up to commemorate all those who died during this debacle where people gathered. Xiaoting comes to this memorial to honor her comrades when reporters pester her with questions. Xiaoting angrily turns around to the reporters, letting them know that she is not going to answer them to anything. The guild that was considered the largest in the country, according to Xiaoting, had disintegrated because all the leaders and the head were missing. Xiaoting tells the reporters that it wasn't the guild forces or even the government that saved them during this debacle. Xiaoting goes on to say that the first people to arrive on the scene were Jung Yu-sung and Kang Jin-hyuk. Xiaoting says that if it wasn't for all of them, the memorial standing here would be much bigger. Some guy in a hoodie also came to the memorial. That guy turns out to be Kang Jin-hyuk. He notices a girl crying with her mother in front of the memorial. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the women and activates his cold heart skill on himself to ease the pain and stress. The guy carefully places a white carnation at the memorial, and thanks to his skill, he keeps his composure even in stressful situations. Kang Jin-hyuk and little Alice return home together, where the girl plops down on a soft bed and says she thought she'd go crazy from boredom. The girl turns to her contactor and says that she didn't expect Kang Jin-hyuk to create a new and different faction of her own at all. Kang Jin-hyuk is going to spend 1.5 million coins to raise the number of members of his faction to 23. After Xiaoting's interview, the revenue from his channel's views had increased dramatically, and he was going to spend it wisely. Kang Jin-hyuk increases the number of faction members, then starts sending out invitations to new members. Kang Jin-hyuk receives a notice that a new member is joining the faction, and Kang Jin-hyuk is very happy about it. John Yu-seong is the first person to accept Kang Jin-hyuk's invitation to join his faction. The next ones to accept Kang Jin-hyuk's invitation were Yu Yunhua, Yi Dai-min, Yu Rigang, Melina, and many others. As time passed, everyone eventually accepted the invitation. But among all of them was Teresa, who turned down Kang Jin-hyuk and backed it up with the fact that she was already a member of the faction. Teresa was the only one who declined Kang Jin-hyuk's invitation. Obviously, as a paladin, she had joined the Empire. He had expected a similar outcome. Apart from all the others, the guy sends an invitation for Andrea as well. The boss of the 5th floor also joins the faction and becomes a member. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that he now has an almost endless supply of resources from the lower floors, but that's not the end of it. Kang Jin-hyuk is going to use free copying. He will use this reward he received for destroying the thought body. Now the guy can copy someone's skill without fulfilling the conditions of copying, and he copies Osiris's Sunshrine skill. Now Kang Jin-hyuk can reproduce the power of the sun. As a cherry on the cake, he's going to improve all his stats. The guy is trying to keep the endless notifications away from him. Kang Jin-hyuk opens his features and scrutinizes what he currently has. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles smugly and realizes that he's even more perfect now than he was before. Kang Jin-hyuk, with an angry and mad face, continues to look at his stats, characteristics, and stuff, while Alice watches him. The girl giggles quietly at the guy and thinks about how she's never met someone with such an evil smile before. It was still hard to get used to. Suddenly, some abrupt realization comes to Alice, which doesn't exactly encourage her or make her happy. The girl reasons in her head that Kang Jin-hyuk was the first to borrow her blood trail. Plus, there's a lot of weirdness around him. There are things that only the one living in the tower can know about. The girl is about to get out of bed and ask Kang Jin-hyuk about all of this. When the girl gets up, she feels like she's dissolving into space and looks like a nuisance. Little Alice is trying to figure out what's happening to her when suddenly Kang Jin-hyuk turns around and notices that something is wrong with the girl. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately asks Alice what's going on with her and what happened. Alice remains silent for the time being. The girl grabs her head and completely forgets what she was thinking just now. She kind of wanted to ask him what his future plans were. Kang Jin-hyuk replies to the girl with absolutely no emotion that the further plans were to go to the 8th floor. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to smirk and says he's going to take care of a couple other things before all this. Kang Jin-hyuk goes to meet with Hastings, to whom he makes his second request. He asks for a letter to be given to Yang Ho-meng of Murim. Hastings thinks it's not all that hard to memorize and asks what's the big deal about the letter. Kang Jin-hyuk says that the letter contains a deal offer. After that, the guy goes to the 5th floor to the stalactite cave. Kang Jin-hyuk notices Yang Ho-meng in front of him on one of the pillars and is glad he came here. Yang Ho-men is a man with long hair and stubble, who is the leader of the Murim faction's Black Wind Society. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out some book and shows it to Yang Ho-meng, offering to get down to business and activating his greedy gaze. Murim is one of the main powers of the middle floors of the Tower of Trials, a world where superhumans who have mastered the martial arts live. The strongest of such people is called the Heavenly Rider, and those who worship him call themselves the Heavenly Rider Cult. Among this group, because of his skills, Yang Ho-men is considered one of the worst superhumans of Murim. Now, after Murim lost all his coins, his drive to succeed has reached its peak. Yang Ho-meng appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk with a serious face and asks the guy what he wants. In order for Jin-hyoku to copy his skill, it is necessary to give him a ray of hope that will lead him to success. Kang Jin-hyuk abruptly throws the book into the hands of Yang Ho-meng, who deftly catches it and doesn't realize what's wrong with it. Yang Ho-meng realizes that Jin-hyuk gave him the item first and asks what that means. The guy says that he already got what he wanted, so he should take the book. Yang Ho-meng doesn't know what Kang Jin-hyuk has in mind. I don't care. He brought the elite members of the Black Wind Society here anyway. Yang Ho-men realizes that if this is indeed the secret book of a swordmaster, it will surely help him succeed. As Yang Ho-men begins to open the book, he realizes that he now has hope for success, and Kang Jin-hyuk fulfills the conditions of copying. A man opens a book and sees children's drawings on the pages, which are based on some fairy tale or story. Yang Ho-men looks awkwardly and warily at the pages of the book and realizes that he has been hoodwinked to the fullest. Yang Ho-men asks what it is. Jin-hyuk replies that it's a diary that the swordmaster kept as a child. It was damn hard to get it. Yang Ho-meng realizes that the guy is messing with him. He spent a fortune to get here, and he called him here for such nonsense. Kang Jin-hyuk says that they've been idling all this time, so he decided to show them something as a disciple of the Dark Emperor dragon that rules over heaven and earth. When Yang Ho-meng hears such words, his face abruptly begins to express surprise and genuine shock. The dragon ruling over heaven and earth, the Dark Emperor, is the right hand of the heavenly horse. Yang Ho-men knows, as does Jin-hyuk, that this is an important figure with the same roots as their Black Wind community. Yang Ho-men has no idea how some outsider could know about all this and orders his elite fighters not to move. Yang Ho-men asks how Kang Jin-hyuk dared to desecrate the name of the one he served. He shuts his filthy mouth with his own hands. Kang Jin-hyuk is smiling contentedly as always and realizes that everything went according to his plan and turned out more than well. Yang Ho-men is aggressive and furious. The man activates his Black Sky skill, intending to attack Jin-hyuk. Yang Ho-men realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk was able to stop his Black Sky technique just by using his fist alone. Kang Jin-hyuk sharply pushes Yang Ho-meng back so that he falls backwards onto the ground. His fighters are worried about their leader. Kang Jin-hyuk begins the fusion of two techniques, Sword Graveyard and Black Sky, concentrating magical power in his hands. Kang Jin-hyuk knows he can copy and merge the abilities he's received forever. Combined skills always turn out to be an improved version of the original skills. Guy smiles smugly. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his Black Sky Emperor art skill. Yang Ho-men realizes that this is the same Dark Emperor technique. Kang Jin-hyuk is going to use his dark fist that destroys all humanity to hit Yang Ho-meng. Horror and panic appear on Yang Ho-meng's face when he notices Jin-hyuk in front of him using the Dark Emperor technique. A huge hole appears in the stalactite cave, bringing a huge hole to the surface from Kang Jin-hyuk's blow. Yang Ho-men looks back at her in horror. Kang Jin-hyuk approaches a shocked Yang Ho-meng and asks if the man believes him after something like this. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles smugly and clenches his fist. He claims that he is actually a disciple of the close emperor. Yang Ho-meng starts crying and remembers hearing about the emperor coming out of the tower to recruit skillful disciples. He has already taken his first step. Yang Homeng abruptly drops his head to the floor in a bow and salutes the Dark Emperor disciple in front of him. The rest of his elite fighters mimicked their head's example and also bowed before Jin Hyok on their knees. Yang Homeng starts crying with happiness and realizes that now he too will have a chance to change his life for the better. Kang Jin Hyuk had already realized that the Murim guys were so easy to convince just by giving the master's name. He's going to leave all the work on the 8th floor to him. On the 8th floor of the Tower of Tests is a maze of incredible size with a straight-line distance of up to 10,000 kilometers. This labyrinth of incredible size is almost the diameter of the Earth and is so huge that it even has its own ecosystem. The 8th floor is dangerous only by its unimaginable size, so the method of clearing it turns out to be quite simple. This method of getting through the 8th floor is only a necessity to find the power crystal, which is located somewhere inside the maze. Thus, Melina, who is the demonic people's trump card, was sent there for reconnaissance. The hundreds of gates leading to the labyrinth are crowded with trading stalls, because you can make a fortune on items from the labyrinth. Melina contentedly examines the crystals on the counter and remembers that she's been working hard for Jin Hek, so now she can finally relax and look around a bit. When the girl tries to ask the seller how much the item she's interested in costs, Kang Jin Hyuk appears out of nowhere. The girl immediately puts on her glasses and turns around sharply to escape from Kang Jin Hyuk as soon as possible. Kang Jin Hyuk asks Melina where she's going and abruptly activates the branding he once left on her face. Kang Jin Hyuk asks the girl if she came to the 8th floor to see the double exposure. The girl tells him that the Lancelot has informed her how the 8th floor is getting cleaner every time. Kang Jin Hyuk thinks that double impact is the phenomenon of large-scale movement of multiple floors. Melina tries to cool down her branding on her face left by Kang Jin Hyuk, which stings and burns madly. At some point, the girl starts to feel strange attention on her, so she abruptly recoils and throws her dagger. A long-haired guy appears, hiding in the shadows and fending off Melina's dagger, which she threw at her. Kang Jin Hyuk comes between the girl and the guy and asks Medina to stop because they are allies here. Kang Jin Hyuk asks if it's okay to throw a dagger at the first person he meets. The girl replies to him that you don't have to hide yourself in the shadows. Kang Jin Hyuk is about to introduce a guy and a girl to each other. The guy from the shadows is named Wolyon, and he's from the Black Wind Society. Right now, Wolyon is only serving Kang Jin Hyuk on the orders of Yang Ho-men, so in order to copy his skill, you have to earn his trust. Kang Jin Hyuk carefully squints at Wolyon and Medina and tries to figure out how he can gain this guy's trust. Melina pokes her finger at Wolyon and asks why the guy is dressed like that. Is this really a historical one-actor play? Melina begins to be surrounded by elite fighters who report to Yang Ho-men and Wolyon, who also protect them. Kang Jin Hyuk asks Melina to temper her fervor. Besides Wolyon, there are 30 other people hiding in the shadows. Melina says the situation is shaping up nicely. There should be enough of them all to clear the entire 8th floor. Melina turns around and is about to leave again, saying goodbye to Kang Jin Hyuk until their next meeting. Kang Jin Hyuk activates the brand of grief again to stop Melina and put her in her place. The girl turns around in the other direction and is already calling her director, Kang Jin Hyuk, after her. 20 kilometers from the entrance to the 8th floor, a team appears, reporting something to their commander. Jack Friedman is the commander of the Rockheed Guild and is considered a rank A player. He receives a report that the scouting party has not returned. Jack Friedman realizes that something strange is going on right now because there shouldn't be any threats on this floor. A dark and black shroud appears in front of the man and envelops the space. The man tries to understand what is happening here. Jack Friedman senses someone's presence behind him, so he immediately reacts and activates his body enhancement skill. Many arrows start coming from somewhere, which Jack Friedman deftly fends off with his sword. Jack Friedman senses an incredible power and tries to figure out what that power is. There are no monsters here with such power. The members of the raid, led by Jack Friedman, realize they are surrounded and need to grab a gun. Jack Friedman turns back with his team and notices the small creatures standing in front of them. The raid, led by Jack Friedman, realize that they are just ordinary goblins. A witch-like girl with short pink hair tells the others that she will deal with them herself. The girl immediately activates her fireball skill and launches a powerful flame straight into the crowd of goblins. A powerful and violent explosion happens, which has no effect on the goblins, and they burst out of the fire, advancing on the humans. One of the little goblins flies past the witch dramatically and scratches her cheek with his sharp dagger. The girl abruptly grabs her throat and starts coughing, expectorating blood. The others realize that the goblins are using poison and need to be careful. The participants turn to the commander and ask what they should do in such a situation. Jack Friedman himself doesn't know what to do. Jack Friedman watches the goblins closely and studies them, realizing that these are no ordinary goblins. They are strong and could very well overwhelm them. Jack Friedman stops in the middle of the battlefield and tries to catch his breath as he suddenly notices something in front of him. Jack Friedman tries to look closely into the crowd of his competitors and spots Woolyon there, who has been hiding in the shadows all this time. Woolyon puts his long finger to his lips as if to indicate for Jack Friedman to be quiet and silent. Woolyon raises his hand with his finger up in the air and orders his elite fighters to destroy all the goblins. Jack Friedman and his team watch as the shadow fighters deftly and quickly destroy the goblins that attack them. Jack Friedman notices some man who smugly and in victory puts his foot on a dead goblin. The same unknown player appears in front of the raid commander, with the red-headed Melina standing next to him. Kang Jin-hek scrutinizes the appearance of the attacking goblins and notices a familiar symbol on their heads. From somewhere from the side, a multitude of arrows start flying in again, which Unknown catches with his hiding Moonclaw's skill. Kang Jin-hyuk turns around to the direction where those arrows flew from and tries to see who is the culprit behind this chaos. Several large and tall trolls appear in front of the Unknown, also painted with goblin-like symbols. These were their arrows. Kang Jin-hek isn't going to hesitate and activates his Demon King Step skill to attack the opponents. The huge and tall trolls begin to swing their huge spears and launch them at the Unknown. The tall and huge goblins begin to activate their Mana Spear skills, attacking Melina, who tries to dodge. At this time, Kang Jin-hek, under the cover of Unknown, continues to attack the tall and huge trolls. Unknown activates his Black Sky Imperial art skill and strikes the trolls with his furious fists. One by one, the trolls begin to fall to the ground, defeated by the Unknown with his powerful technique. Jack Friedman watches the battle in progress and realizes that he didn't even notice Unknown's movements. The system issues an alert to Kang Jin-hyuk that Wolyon's respect for him is increased by 5 units. Kang Jin-hyuk assesses the situation and is a little surprised that Wolyon's respect can be gained in this way as well. Melina walks up to one of the trolls and wonders what kind of monsters these are in the first place, since there have never been any of these on the 8th floor. Kang Jin-hyuk knows that such a red pattern is bestowed by the 9th floor boss, and there shouldn't be any ogres here at all. Kang Jin-hyuk blurts out aloud that he understands. This is the effect of the double influence that Melina was talking about. Kang Jin-hyuk, along with Melina, turn back around and look up, noticing something above them from above. There are several different beings looking at him in the magic ball. Kang Jin-hyuk says what it means. The 8th and 9th floors have joined together. One of the creatures with long claws and thick body hair looks into the orb and realizes that the pesky intruder Unknown has arrived here as well. The girl, covered in fur and looking like an animal, scoffs aloud at the fact that everything was done for him. Rick Hennessy gets himself a fancy tub of water and fills it with rubber duckies. He's enjoying his vacation. Unexpectedly, Rick Hennessy receives a video call from Kang Jin-hyuk that takes him by surprise. Rick Hennessy takes the call, and Kang Jin-hyuk abruptly rips off his mask and tosses it behind his back, saying hello to the manager. Rick Hennessy covers himself with his hands and tells Kang Jin-hyuk that next time you need to arrange a meeting and call time in advance. The elite fighters led by Wall Yen are very quick and skillful at chopping logs from trees and attacking the goblins with them. The little goblins continue their aggressive assault on the participants who are in the maze. Woolyon, along with the others, also deftly and quickly confronts the goblins that swoop in like small gnats. Woolyon exhaled tiredly, as if he was tired of all this and was fed up with all these battles and battles with monsters. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls some kind of vial out of his pocket and shakes it. Melina asks what's inside, but the guy doesn't answer. Kang Jin-hyuk brings the medicine to one of the goblins, and it should work on those like him with red markings. The goblin instantly changes in his face and behavior. Kang Jin-hyuk says that the medicine makes them very docile. Melina realizes that the guy has some kind of strange attraction to slaves, which is what he made these goblins to be. The elite fighters, led by Woolyon, make a wooden carriage, and Kang Jin-hyuk makes slaves out of goblins. Kang Jin-hyuk leads a carriage of goblin slaves that they created themselves. He orders them to move forward. Melina asks Kang Jin-hyuk if that's why the guy caught the goblins, to use as transportation. Kang Jin-hyuk says that the 8th floor is huge and they have to conserve their strength, but the true meaning is quite different. Kang Jin-hyuk hides his mockery under a mask and says he's going to show something to the new owner of the place. Kang Jin-hyuk is going to show his new mistress that such tricks of hers won't work on him at all. Wol-yan pokes Melina in the shoulder and asks her, since she's close with the leader, if he's always been so cruel to others. Melina realizes that Wol-yan is really new. Kang Jin-hyuk will stop at nothing until he makes sure everything goes according to his plan. Melina says that out of everyone she knows around her, Kang Jin-hyuk is the only one who really looks like a demon king. Woo-yeon, completely without emotion, interjects to ask which demon king she's talking about and what she means. Jack Friedman has been dragging a wounded witch, whose name is Catherine, on his back. He asks her to hold on a little longer. They almost make it to the exit. Suddenly, Jack Friedman and his crew are stopped by someone, blocking the guy's path. Jack Friedman is already grabbing his sword and demanding the unknown creature reveal himself, or he will attack immediately. Carmen, the low-level manager, appears. He again creates black tentacles beneath him, which scares Jack Friedman. Carmen starts grinning and grinning madly and cackling, saying that he's just a loyal servant who wants to destroy them. Kang Jin-hyuk abruptly stops the wooden carriage and looks up, realizing that they haven't caught on yet. Kang Jin-hyuk quickly acquires a cheap pick and activates a 3-star reinforcement barrier. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his fire element skill and is going to see if the hosts will ignore such a thing. Kang Jin-hyuk starts forcibly amplifying the item cheap pickaxe, causing a bright light to illuminate all around. Melina watches in genuine surprise and realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk's actions really worked. Kang Jin-hyuk creates a temporary diamond pickaxe that increases the mining radius by 200%. Kang Jin-hyuk orders all the subordinate goblins to immediately stand against the wall, and they obediently comply. The obedient goblin slaves start grabbing diamond picks and demolishing the wall that gets in their way. Melina watches everything that happens and smiles slightly, even though she thinks it's all completely insane. Melina watches as a multitude of goblin slaves hack away at the approach with diamond pickaxes. If this keeps up, it won't take a week to clean up. Melina looks at Kang Jin-hyuk and wonders why his methods are always so absurd. Maybe she should go to his side. Some creature appears behind them, laughing at what is happening and demanding they stop or there will be nothing left of the 8th floor. Carmen appears through a rift in the wall and says she knows exactly what John Doe wants to tell him. Melina and Woo-yeon are already grabbing their swords and daggers, but Carmen stops them and tells them to take their time. Carmen points to his magic portal, which contains the hostages he has trapped there. Carmen says that there are some dear people there that the unknown has just saved. His power inflicts terrible wounds on them. Carmen says that if blabbering on without further ado, they need to follow him and only then will he let the hostages go. The unknown is not going to talk to this stupid manager and activates the hand of the giant on him. The unknown man covers Carmen's mouth with his palm, and the manager realizes he didn't even have time to react. The unidentified man says he doesn't care about ordinary hostages, so Carmen won't be able to take him with this. Kang Jin-hyuk says that sending someone who knows how to open portals to him was the dumbest thing to do. The unknown man continues to hold Carmen by his mouth as the manager tries to unhook himself from him with his black tentacles. Manager Carmen uses her black tentacle sphere skill to delay time and hide. Carmen hides in his black tentacle sphere and realizes that he has severely underestimated the unknown, so he should retreat. Unknown activates the Black Sky Imperial Art to break the black tentacle sphere and pull Carmen out of there. The unknown man grabs Carmen by the collar, who no longer knows where to go and that he's in a dire situation. Kang Jin-hyuk, disguised as unknown, asks where Carmen is going, since he's yet to get the stardom he deserves. Melina and Woo-yeon are tensely watching what Unknown is up to and how he behaves with Carmen. The new furry and huge mistress of the 8th and 9th floor watches what Kang Jin-hyuk is doing to Carmen. The girl brings her clawed and woolly hands up to one of the orcs and as if to fill his body with her power. A bright and luminous light appears from behind and illuminates the back of the hostess, to which the girl turns around and observes whoever appears there. Through the portal, Carmen is thrown out, who is beaten to a terrible state. He was unable to resist the unknown. Unknown enters through the same magic portal with Melina and Woo-yeon. Kang Jin-hyuk says he had to come early. He hopes he didn't disturb anyone here. Melina grasps her head tiredly and nervously and says she understands everything, but she has some but. The girl and the others watch as the ogres, led by their furry mistress, appear before them. Melina thinks that's too much. Woo-yeon approaches Kang Jin-hyuk under the mask of unknown with the fact that there are too many enemies. They will try to clear a path of retreat. Kang Jin-hyuk calmly and coolly addresses Woo-yeon and pauses. The guy tries to figure out what he wants and waits for him to continue. Kang Jin-hyuk asks if Woo-yeon has forgotten who he is. The man replies that he is a disciple of the Dark Dragon Emperor who rules over heaven and earth. Kang Jin-hyuk assures Woo-yeon that such enemies can't even lay a finger on him. He should only watch. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Woo-yeon that no matter what happens, he should just trust him. He will never let his men be destroyed. Woo-yeon shockingly opens his eyes and wonders what Kang Jin-hyuk is telling him now. Woo-yeon expresses such a reaction because he can't even remember himself when it's ever happened that someone was worried about his safety. Yun constantly dealt with his injuries alone, and it had been so long ago that he had managed to forget such care. Yun smiles lightly and warmly in response to Kang Jin-hyuk's words and orders, and his respect increases by 20 units. The new mistress of the 8th and ninth floors requires her subordinates to get rid of trespassers. To the one who can do it, she gives the 8th floor territory. A huge ogre named Kangora, who is from the Black Rock tribe, rises up in front of Kang Jin-hyuk. He is going to trample Kang Jin-hyuk into the ground. The huge ogre begins to aggress and immediately swings his huge axe without delay. A small moment, and this huge ogre is already lying on the stone floor and defeated by the enemy. The rest of the ogres and other creatures that obey the new mistress watch in shock at what is happening here. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of the unknown, takes the fight, and the others are shocked that the guy took out Kangor in one punch. Kang Jin-hyuk scrutinizes the surroundings and knows that there are 3 monster bosses on the 9th floor. Unknown looks at the creature that is the new host and realizes that he doesn't observe the remaining 2 bosses here. They are clearly up to something. The new mistress of the 8th floor realizes and notices that the unknown is already here, and she needs to buy time. The woman points her finger at the guy and demands her subordinates not to stand in a pole, but to attack all at once, ordering them to bring her the heads of these people. Jack Friedman is trying to stay conscious and contact help through the live feed, but she is unavailable. Jack Friedman beats his fist on the ground aggressively and out of helplessness and realizes that he needs to figure out a way to contact the others. At the American Awakened Association, Ashley works in the media department. A girl is yelling at someone because Jack Friedman is missing on the 8th floor. The man replies to her that the players from India and Russia are greatly upsetting the international situation right now. At the moment, sending America's best players will not be possible for national security reasons. All this is explained to the girl by Hedges, who here is the emergency manager for the Awakened Association. The man says that on top of everything else, the 8th floor is a huge maze. Jack will get out of it alive if he tries. Hedges realizes that Jack Friedman is her boyfriend, but she shouldn't be so dramatic about it if that's the case. Ashley starts to fill with rage and psychically hits the nearest surface. She thinks that national security has nothing to do with it. They can't even save one player. Ashley is highly stressed and worried because she feels on her own that Jack Friedman is now in grave danger. The girl is wearing the same ring on her hand as Jack Friedman. The girl receives an incoming request for gaze sharing from Jack. Jack Friedman's point of view is now available for Ashley so she can see what his situation is right now. Jack tells Ashley that the unknown is already here. He himself doesn't know how it all happened, but the 9th floor boss is here on the 8th floor and leading a bunch of monsters. The girl needs to warn everyone that the rules of the tower are no longer the rules they knew they had. Ashley is excited that Jack managed to get in touch with her, and now she's going to show everyone what's going on. The girl starts live streaming right through the Division of Gaze to show everyone what's going on. Kang Jin-hyuk interrupts a bunch of monsters and appeals to the new mistress to join the fight herself, or else he'll get all the experience points for himself. The new mistress becomes angry and annoyed, calling unknown names. She says she's had enough of childish games. Atasha activates the lightning discharge. The new boss of the 8th floor, named Atasha, starts aggressively filling her body with magical power and lightning. Yun is worried about Unknown and calls out to him in a panic, while Melina hums a little song and smiles contentedly. Atasha delivers her powerful and devastating strike with a multitude of lightning bolts, but nothing happens, and the girl realizes that the strike was pointless. 5 spirits appear around the Unknown who will protect their master. They are a special squad of 5 elementals. Atasha asks why the spirits from the 25th floor are here and on the human side. Salamander replies that the Unknown had given them a good beating. Kang Jin-hyuk, disguised as Unknown, asks Atashi if it's his turn to show off his skills. The 5 elementals begin their transformation into powerful bodies on orders from their new master, Kang Jin-hyuk, and are about to attack Atashi. Kang Jin-hyuk puts out his palm and turns sharply to Yun, signaling him to act now. Yun immediately reacts to Kang Jin-hyuk's order, under the mask of the Unknown, and is already soaring into the air to attack the opponents. The 5 elementals, along with the others, continue their battle against the monsters in Atasha's charge. Melina turns to the Unknown and comments on the situation in the battle. It's really nice to have spirits like this. Kang Jin-hyuk looks unhappily at Melina, who's already slacking off and also commenting on something. Melina realizes she's screwed up and is about to get the full brunt of it when Kang Jin-hyuk activates the brand of grief. The girl immediately snaps out of her seat and enters the battle, saying that she will show the strength of the soldier from Vladivostok to everyone here. Little Alice from the Bram Ring approaches Kang Jin-hyuk and asks if he needs help, But the guy turns her down and tells her to rest. Kang Jin-hyuk observes the battle and asserts to Alice that everything is now completely under his control. Kang Jin-hyuk, under the mask of the unknown, stands back and hides in the shadows, not engaging in battle while everything is under his control. Yu Yun-hwa invites Teresa de Laurencia to visit, who admires her house, which is technically her grandfather's house. Yi Dae-min is already here, who happily greets Teresa and says that they haven't seen each other in a while. Teresa de Laurencia turns to the TV and notices the American live broadcast they're watching right now, showing Kang Jin-hyuk. Teresa realizes that Yoon-hwa and Dae-min already know the identity of the unknown man. Yoon-hwa says that they've known each other since middle school, but look at his movements, and it's immediately clear that it's Kang Jin-hyuk. Dae-min shows Eun-hwa that the 8th floor was just a huge, boring maze. But something happened, and now the 9th floor boss is there. Yu Yun-hwa asks if it's too early for what she means, and Dae-min agrees with her. Teresa de Laurencia watches the broadcast intently and pensively considers something on the screen. The girl notices Melina and Wol-yeon, thinking about how she's never seen these people with Kang Jin-hyuk before. Wol-yeon continues to fight and massacre monsters at the behest of Kang Jin-hyuk the Unknown. His elite soldiers, who obey orders, also fight the monsters and manage to get the upper hand. Wol-yeon fights and also gives the elite soldiers orders on what to do next. Melina pokes her finger at Wol-yeon and tells him that he's very strong, and this way they'll definitely win this battle. After what Melina said, the girl along with Wol-yeon turned towards the new opponents that had appeared. The 9th floor boss Lizard King and another 9th floor boss Black Fang appear and are led by Atashi. Atashi shrieks enthusiastically and is unrestrainedly happy that her comrades are finally here. In the hands of bosses are far from the simplest artifacts: the bone of the burnt ear, which permanently destroys the enemy's weapon, and the branch soaked in pure blood, which does not stop doing damage and wounds are incurable. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that the bosses have prepared artifacts that aren't the most pleasant. That's probably why they weren't here in the first place. Atashi asks the others where they've been fiddling for so long. The Lizard King demands the girl not to be in charge because the artifacts were hard to get. Atashi orders the other bosses to shut up immediately and deal with the man disguised as Unknown. Black Fang smirks and says that Atashi made such a fuss over some common bug. He'll destroy it in a heartbeat oka. Unknown Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Wol-yeon, about to give him another order, and the guy agrees. Wol-yeon orders his elite fighters to protect their leader Kang Jin-hyuk at all costs. The elite fighters begin to attack and target Black Fang, who first instigated this battle. Black Fang takes one strong swing of his arm and hits the ground, sealing one of the elite fighters into it. Black Fang begins to open his maw wide and shouts to everyone that he's just going to eat every single one of his opponents. Wol-yeon's eyes are filled with determination and confidence as he is about to advance with his elite fighters. Wol-yeon chooses his target and heads towards Black Fang, striking the wolf with multiple sword strikes. Wol-yeon deftly and lightning fast delivers his multiple strikes on Black Fang using his sword. He uses the shadow tip technique. Black Fang turns to Wol-yeon, who had inflicted minor wounds on him, and recognizes him. Wol-yeon brushes the blood off his sword as Black Fang refers to him as a petty henchman from Murim. Melina, meanwhile, continues to fight smaller monsters, the same goblins that attacked them the first time. Unknown Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Melina, who reacts aggressively and says she's very busy right now to talk. Behind Kang Jin-hyuk, some objects merge, but the guy claims there's a countdown to Melina's death. Kang Jin-hyuk says that if she wants to get out of here alive, she should protect it until time runs out. Melina's such words only cheer up, and the girl begins to fight the monsters with even more determination and diligence. The girl activates the rather unusual skill, Cobra Whip, summoning a huge and fierce cobra behind her back. Kang Jin-hyuk at the same time is about to activate his sonic mode to speed up his movement and running. Kang Jin-hyuk uses the new skill Wind Jump, and a white phoenix-like bird appears above his head. Kang Jin-hyuk is issued a notice that he can move long distances with the help of the wind. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his Wind Jump and accelerates so much that he simply flies through the entire battle with a single lightning bolt. Kang Jin-hyuk heads to the Lizard King, who thinks the guy is a fool, because as soon as he lands, the king will destroy him. Kang Jin-hyuk calls for his pet Koguma, who deftly spreads his wings and flies with the unknown on his back. The Lizard King realizes that his threats made no sense and crazily starts demanding that Kang Jin-hyuk come down immediately. At the moment when Kang Jin-hyuk lands on the ground, the live broadcast abruptly stops and stops showing. Yu Yun-hwa unhappily jumps up from the couch and doesn't understand why all of a sudden the live broadcast ended just now. The girl starts screaming and getting aggressive when the broadcast ends at the most interesting point. Dae-min asks her not to break the TV. Rick Hennessy thinks about Jin Hyuk adding a lot of work to his job, asking him to cut their broadcast the moment Unknown changed to Kang Jin Hyuk. It's an intolerable environment for cooperation. Kang Jin Hyuk will give Rick the scales of the ancient in return for such help, because only he himself can do it and get it. Rick Hennessy realizes that there's no way such a precious treasure can be missed, and so he complies with the guy's requests. But he doesn't understand why he needs a barrier from the higher beings who can't invade the 8th floor right now. Suddenly, a multitude of signs appear in front of Rick Hennessy, warning of some sort of danger and a bug in the system. Rick Hennessy immediately rushes into a magical rift that will transport him back to his office in the library. Someone shows up at the library, self-condemning himself about how he didn't expect Kang Jin Hyuk to think things through so much. The creature is going to break the system and destroy the barrier from the higher beings. What a shame for the Unknown, because he too has prepared himself. Kang Jin Hyuk continues to fly the Kogum and orders his pet to fly closer to his opponent's head. Kang Jin Hyuk is going to use his Demon King's paired swords and strike his blow. Kang Jin Hyuk manages to get rid of the flying monsters with his paired swords while flying. Kang Jin Hyuk smugly lets out a slight chuckle as he realizes how cleverly he's pulling off his actions. Kang Jin Hyuk, under the mask of the Unknown, turns to Atashi and realizes that she brought the monsters from the 9th floor here with her, and there are a sickeningly large number of them. Kang Jin Hyuk activates his daylight skill and thinks about thinning the ranks of monsters with magical red shot. A huge, powerful, and dense beam of red-blue color emanated from Kang Jin Hyuk towards the opponents. Atashi uses and activates her lightning armor skill, which increases the body's defense level by covering it with lightning. Kang Jin Hyuk creates a powerful blast wave with his dense stream of power and thins the ranks of monsters below him. Kang Jin Hyuk realizes he's finally done something by now, but he's abruptly distracted and loses his concentration. Kang Jin Hyuk notices that Atashi is still in formation and on his feet, so he confirms the fact that he's a bit cocky. Atashi raises his winged paw up and activates his lightning discharge skill towards the guy. The boss girl creates a huge ball that is fully charged with lightning, and Kang Jin Hyuk deftly dodges. Atashi becomes nervous and annoyed, demanding her subordinate monsters to get her Kang Jin Hyuk sooner rather than later. The bosses realize that the monsters can't get to Kang Jin Hyuk, even though they brought the military headquarters. But he's not embarrassed one bit. Atashi contemplates his plan of action and thinks about taking his opponents in numbers, holding out at least a little longer. Suddenly, the girl's gaze is drawn to a strange mirror that Melina is guarding at the behest of the Unknown. Finally, the creation of the object is finished and the thread that binds faith is obtained, after which it is joined with a boundary-bending mirror. Melina smirks contentedly and looks at Atashi, realizing that she managed to survive and protect the item she needed after all. The summoning of those who have answered the call of the user, threads connecting the faith, begins. This item can only be used by the owner. The Lizard King begins to get nervous and wonders aloud what is even going on. Did the creatures of the tower answer the call of man? A connection is made with the floor that answered the call. The leader of the Ice Fang tribe, Caracal, appears. Kang Jin Hyuk pays his respects to Caracal and thanks him for coming here, for giving him 3 months of payment. Caracal replies to the Unknown, quite but seriously, that he is fine with these terms of their deal. Caracal raises his bugle and begins to blow it at full blast, calling all of his tribe to join the battle. Caracal shouts out that they will fight for the glory of the Ice Fang tribe and orders the rest of the orcs to move into battle. The Lizard King becomes aggressive and responds to Caracal's call for their battle. The monsters begin their fight amongst themselves. The leader of the Ice Fang, Caracal, and the Lizard King begin to fight amongst themselves while their subordinates fight each other. The Lizard King manages to ask Caracal during the battle why the Ice Trolls are cooperating with humans at all. The leader of the Ice Fang tribe, Caracal, does not answer the Lizard King's question and simply grabs him by the neck, driving him into the ground. Caracal raises his huge axe upward and says that there is no warrior in the world that will not answer the call of his savior. Atashi observes that Caracal manages to destroy the Lizard King in such a short time, and it's impossible. Woolyun continues to fight Black Fang, who is already on his last breath and barely opposing him anymore. Atashi watches the circumstances in shock and tries to understand why things have changed so drastically all of a sudden. Kang Jin Hyuk comes down to the ground and approaches Atashi. Everyone is so busy. Is she going to continue watching all of this? Kang Jin Hyuk, under the mask of Unknown, is determined and offers the girl to start what he has planned. The boss girl starts to get aggressive, and her body fills with bright lightning bolts. She is surprised that the guy thinks that he will be able to overpower her alone. She activates the lightning armor and forms an electric defense. Kang Jin-hyuk stands up in combat readiness and clenches his fist using his mandala skill. He can now predict the trajectory of the opponent's attack. Atashi has no intention of stopping and activates her lightning whip skill, intending to attack the unknown with it. Kang Jin-hyuk simply raises his arm up and he manages to somehow keep the lightning attacks from Atashi at bay. Atashi realizes that the unknown had anticipated her attacks and repelled them with his bare hands. Had he been hiding his true power all this time? Kang Jin-hyuk flies up to Atashi's boss and activates his Demon King step skill by pushing off her body. Kang Jin-hyuk coldly looks at Atashi through his mask and says that the end of this whole fairy tale has come. Atashi tries to stop the guy and asks him to give her a chance to say something. The guy is already activating his Black Sky Imperial Art skill. Kang Jin-hyuk isn't going to listen to anything and uses the punishment circle and penetration technique on Atashi. A bright pink light begins to spread throughout the space as Atashi's boss is destroyed. The leader of the Ice Fangs tribe, Caracal, watches rapturously and marvels at the unknown. Wol Yan is just as smiling and enthusiastic in calling out his leader, who manages to straighten out the 9th floor boss, Atashi. Black Fang is almost completely scarred and orders his monsters to begin their retreat immediately. Melina is very tired and exhausted, so she immediately falls flat on the stone surface and realizes how many monsters there were. Unknown says the spirits will deal with the remaining enemies on this 8th floor. Wol Yan and his elite fighters bow to Kang Jin-hyuk and congratulate him on his successful sweep of the 8th floor. While the Epiathi elemental spirits are mopping up the remnants on the floor, Kang Jin-hyuk seriously stands there and doesn't reply anything to Wol Yan's words. Such strange thoughts are going through Unknown's head, as if he has managed to miss something else here after all. Kang Jin-hyuk turns around to see a still-alive Atashi who tells him that after experiencing his attacks on herself, she realized that the guy's level is nowhere near his level. Kang Jin-hyuk reacts surprised and wary to such words, and doesn't understand what exactly Atashi is telling him. Kang Jin-hyuk lifts his head up and notices a huge and red ball shrouded in black lightning bolts under the ceiling. Kang Jin-hyuk's face changes dramatically and begins to express tension and lack of understanding of the whole situation. A strange red orb appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk and begins to spread throughout the area. The space around Kang Jin-hyuk begins to sink into a strange shroud that envelops everyone and everything. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks tensely and realizes that he screwed up on something, even though he thought he was quite prepared for everything. A demon appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk, a handsome man with horns who has different colored eyes. The unknown man didn't expect to see him here. An hour earlier, Kang Jin-hyuk had called out to Melina and asked her about the double exposure they had discovered when they had invaded another floor. Kang Jin-hyuk asks why the girl didn't tell him the reason why she was sent to study him. The guy uses his brand of grief skill again to get the girl to give up. The girl grabs her face and surrenders that it's all the higher-up's fault. They said she might meet someone special if she followed here. Kang Jin-hyuk continues the brand of grief action and tries to figure out who special someone Melina is telling him about right now. Kang Jin-hyuk faces the demon and thought he had prepared enough for everything when he signed the contract with Rick. Kang Jin-hyuk scrutinizes the demon that appeared before him and realizes that here he has met that special one. The demon turns to Kang Jin-hyuk and realizes that he is the man who interfered in their plans and is going to unmask the guy. The demon man lowers his head to Kang Jin-hyuk's neck and notices the very same Braham ring with Alice on it. The demon explains to Kang Jin-hyuk that it's not so easy to save in his world of images, and someone tries hard to protect him. The demon begins to smirk and says that Alice's efforts are in vain because the guy's doom is very near. Kang Jin-hyuk tries to use his greedy gaze skill on the demon, but it's impossible due to the difference in levels. The guy aggressively demands at least some information about the demon. Suddenly, Kang Jin-hyuk's luck is activated, and because of the high level of the target, he only gets a piece of information. The guy starts mumbling something. The demon holds onto Kang Jin-hyuk's head and twirls it in his hands. He asks what Kang Jin-hyuk is saying. Kang Jin-hyuk, clenching his teeth, utters, "Mesedrus absorbing perdition." These words surprise the demon. Kang Jin-hyuk starts grinning madly and says that he was already waiting for this demon and wanted to meet him. The demon deactivates its image world skill and lets Kang Jin-hyuk go, causing the guy to fall to the floor. The demon asks Kang Jin-hyuk how he knows his real name. The guy only sees some of the information about him and that he has high magic. Kang Jin-hyuk tenses up a bit and realizes that Alice has passed out due to her resistance to the barrier. Kang Jin-hyuk looks around and realizes that everyone else with him is just frozen in time, even Koguma and the spirits. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that the probability of him defeating this demon is laughable, or more accurately, zero. The demon is already starting to get nervous, and in a rude tone, he demands Kang Jin-hyuk to answer his question immediately. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes there's only one thing left for him to do. The guy says he's a dark apostle serving Varial, one of the demon kings called Rotting Heart. The demon smirks with his eyebrows and interjects the moment the guy talks about being a dark apostle. Kang Jin-hyuk asks if Makadros is familiar with the demonic people organization he collaborated with to find him. Kang Jin-hyuk continues that as the demon knows well, the demon king Varial is not interested in the ranks of Pandemonium. He only does as he pleases. Kang Jin-hyuk explains that at first he wanted to be just an apostle, but as he served King Varial, he learned a lot about himself. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to smirk mockingly and says that it turns out he's quite an ambitious man. The demon listens intently to Kang Jin-hyuk's story and interjects, signifying his ambition. Kang Jin-hyuk bows his head to the demon and says he wants to serve a very different king. The demon turns away to ponder the information. Kang Jin-hyuk's information is correct, plus his energy is really dark, so he really could be an apostle. The demon begins to fill with rage and activates his black bullet skill, pointing a finger at the guy and asking if he's worth it all. Makadros threatens Kang Jin-hyuk and tells him to be valuable enough for him to turn a blind eye to interference in his plans. The demon gets angry and tells Kang Jin-hyuk to prove his worth to him for himself. Kang Jin-hyuk agrees with the demon without delay and activates his Sacred Abode of the Sun skill. The demon observes Kang Jin-hyuk and notices a strange thing. His image world was covered by another world. Makadros is surprised to notice the ancient Egyptian sun god Osiris sitting on his throne in front of him. Suddenly, Osiris's eyes are directed toward the demon, and he seems to have already sensed its presence here. Osiris abruptly becomes nervous and angry, not quite knowing what's going on but sensing something extremely wrong. A bright and hot sun appears in the sky, illuminating everything around him. Osiris starts screaming at whoever dares to use his skill. The demon watches this. The demon quite observes what's going on and realizes that the execution of the skill isn't perfect, but it's definitely the power of an ancient Egyptian god. Kang Jin-hyuk appears, bowing his head to the demon again and asking how he can do such a thing, since he is able to touch even the realm of the gods. The demon starts to fairly cackle and smile at the same time as he watches and listens to Kang Jin-hyuk. He finds him to be a really interesting person. The demon begins to deactivate his image world skill, and everything around him begins to go back to its place and stop freezing. All of Kang Jin-hyuk's comrades come to their senses and have some strange feeling on them, rubbing their heads. Melina looks around and notices that Jack Friedman and his crew have passed out for some reason. Woo-yeon realizes that it is as if he has been affected by strong and dark magic. But there is a but. Woo-yeon turns towards Kang Jin-hyuk, who is holding something in his hands, and realizes that he's fine. Kang Jin-hyuk receives the divergence key from the demon, which he needed to break his contract with the demon. Makadros tells him to find a crevice in the tower and use the key to get in there. He thinks the boy is quite capable of doing such a job. The demon tells Kang Jin-hyuk that he's met dark apostles before, but he's the most interesting and bravest of them all. Makadros is about to walk away and says he has nothing to do but recognize that Varial has an eye for the apostles. Kang Jin-hyuk holds the key that Makadros gave him and wonders if he has met the other apostles. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that based on all the information he has received, someone has already obtained a similar title for him. Bram's ring begins to vibrate, and Alice asks her contactor if he's okay. The guy replies that he only survived because of her. Alice tells Kang Jin-hyuk that this high-ranked demon with a high rank. Those who are able to use time stop can be counted on their fingers. Alice says that Kang Jin-hyuk lied to him, and does he really think everything will be okay? The guy replies to her that he already has a plan. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out a tedious magic crystal, and the system announces that the 8th floor has been successfully cleared, and since Atashi has been destroyed as well, the 9th floor appears to be cleared as well. Woo-yeon walks up to Kang Jin-hyuk and congratulates him for managing to clear the floor and what he's going to do next now. Kang Jin-hyuk's level increases manifold, and he turns to Woo-yeon with a disgruntled face and says that he will complain. Rick Hennessy returns to his great magical library and settles into his workstation. A distraught Kang Jin-hyuk appears and leans over to Rick Hennessy, asking if they have 1 minute to talk. Rick Hennessy explains to the guy that the barrier preventing the higher beings from entering is one he created with his own hands. He continues that while he was gone, a hole was created in the barrier. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that the hole was created in the barrier that the mid-level manager put up. Kang Jin-hyuk grudgingly turns to Rick and asks how he's going to justify his absence, but the manager remains silent. Rick Hennessy explains to him that Murim had unexpectedly invaded the Empire that day, and he, as manager, needed to be present. Kang Jin-hyuk tenses up after hearing the news that Murim has unexpectedly invaded the Empire. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks about the situation and knows that the Murim must have weakened after confiscating the coins since they were able to organize an invasion. Rick Hennessy gets up from his chair and says that such an excuse won't help him break his contract with Kang Jin-hyuk. Rick Hennessy kindly tells Kang Jin-hyuk that as an apology will let him choose one of his subjects. Rick Hennessy opens a magical portal into his warehouse. As Kang Jin-hyuk knows, specimens are very rare here. Rick Hennessy smugly adds to the conversation that even the very ability to purchase them is already a generous enough reward. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the old man without emotion and thinks about how the manager is trying to shove something of his items at him. Kang Jin-hyuk exhales tiredly and asks if the currency for the purchase will still be the scales of an ancient, and calls for his Kaguma. Kaguma begins to shine his scales in front of Rick Hennessy, who can't resist the creature. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the manager that he wants to trade one scale for a crack compass. He asks what Rick thinks since it's a great deal. Rick Hennessy activates his deep breath skill and accordingly takes that very deep expletive breath. Rick Hennessy tells Kang Jin-hyuk that his ancient dragon hasn't grown up yet, so one scale won't be enough. Rick says that the crack compass is very unique. What will he then live on if he sells it for such a low price? He activates his trade skill. Rick offers the guy for 10 scales to get a crack compass and a week's worth of ancient species rentals. He literally goes negative, so Jin-hyuk can consider it a gift. Kang Jin-hyuk knows that this old man is known for his ability to bargain for anything and everything. In other words, Rick Hennessy is the great bargainer. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't react to Rick Hennessy's tricks and says he doesn't need it. Rick's face changes instantly. Kang Jin-hyuk gets up and is about to leave, and Rick asks him if he really doesn't need a compass. Kang Jin-hyuk says that he wanted to settle things amicably, but Rick slammed his price, so it will be easier for him to talk to Hastings. Kang Jin-hyuk stresses out to Rick by saying that breaking a contract with the manager is a serious offense. Kang Jin-hyuk supposedly smiles in a friendly way and says that first the lower-level manager flew in, and now the middle-level manager. He's sure Hastings will be thrilled with that. Rick Hennessy is instantly provoked and stops Kang Jin-hyuk by waving his palm furiously in front of him. The mid-level manager agrees to Kang Jin-hyuk's terms and is willing to give him the compass for one scale. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately rolls up his sleeves and turns to Koguma, going to take just one scale from him, but it's going to sting a bit. Koguma sits frustrated and in tears on the table in front of his master and makes a terribly cute face that is hard to resist. Rick Hennessy, along with Kang Jin-hyuk, tense up at the sight of that facial expression on Koguma's face and stand in a stupor. Kang Jin-hyuk awkwardly looks away and really asks Koguma not to make such a doting and sad face. Koguma continues to let the tears out of her lovely and large eyes, starting to press pity. Rick Hennessy and Kang Jin-hyuk Juicy try to shield themselves from the bright light that sweet Koguma emits. Rick Hennessy can't resist him either and tells the guy to bring payment later. Kang Jin-hyuk gets a crack compass that points out the gaps in the tower. Kang Jin-hyuk pretty much appeals to Rick that it was a great deal. Rick asks him to keep it all a secret from Hastings. Kang Jin-hyuk stops before he leaves and says he has one last request for Rick Hennessy. Kang Jin-hyuk reveals that the low-level manager Carmen continues to meddle in the tower's affairs. He hopes that Carmen will be punished accordingly soon. Rick Hennessy promises Kang Jin-hyuk that he will make sure he never sees Carmen again. He should not worry about that. Carmen falls on his knees in front of someone and repents for making a mistake. If he is released, he will surely make things right. He asks for mercy to be shown to him. Some man sits on a throne in front of Carmen and says he connected the 8th and 9th floor so Carmen wouldn't fall through. Even the high-ranking man lent his support. The man says he took such big risks, and Carmen justifies his failure with a common mistake. It won't work that way. The man holds a mug of tea in his hand and says that Carmen is very pathetic and is going to get rid of him. A multitude of black tentacles begin to wrap around Carmen's body and grab his limbs, keeping him trapped. The black tentacles begin to pull Carmen in, who continues to beg for mercy and mercy. On that throne sits the very same top manager Hastings, who has no intention of sparing lowly manager Carmen. Hastings exhales disappointedly and wonders why there are so many fools around him. He turns to the statues and tells the ancients not to worry too much. In front of Hastings stands a huge stone statue that has a mad grin on its face. Hastings will not allow anyone to get to the shrine. The next day, one video was published in the Hall of Fame. The more Naizvestny's popularity grew, the more clear questions arose. Kang Jin-hyuk is at the entrance to the Hall of the Tainted, The guy opens the test tower system and studies something in it. Kang Jin-hyuk opens his big and long characterization again and notices that he managed to raise 7 levels at once. Kang Jin-hyuk is approached by Alice, who is making a very unhappy face. The guy asks if she was able to do anything. The girl picks up the Porvit necklace and looks at it. Everything worked, but he doesn't listen. Apparently, he doesn't like something. 15 minutes ago, the girl had walked into the Hall of the Defiled, where one of the other vampires lay on the floor. The girl carefully brings her hand up to the vampire's head and activates her blood trail skill on it. The girl turns to her loyal servant vampire and orders him to awaken, which he does. Velis lifts his head up and notices Alice von Ataraxia in front of him, who is pleased to see him. Little Alice asks her humble servant if he will continue to serve her faithfully. Velis didn't expect to see her. Velis puts his palm to his heart and bows to Alice von Ataraxia, saying he will continue to serve her. The vampire tells Alice that he, the vampire, Alice's loyal servant, will serve her for the rest of his days. When the girl seals Velis in the necklace, the vampire gets annoyed and yells about how he can't believe Alice, the noble woman, signed a contract with some scum of a human. Kang Jin-hyuk watches Velis inside the necklace, freaking out and hysterical that he doesn't want to live like this and put up with such thoughts. Kang Jin-hyuk exhales unhappily as he realizes what this is about and why Velis is so nervous. Kang Jin-hyuk and Alice return home together. The girl peeks out of the doorway and realizes that Jin-hyuk has started the circus again. Velis, which is inside the Porvate necklace, is subjected to violent shaking and earthquake within it. Kang Jin-hyuk unwinds the necklace in his hands as he had done once before with little Alice. Velis is trying to recover from the shakeup that Kang Jin-hyuk gives him with the promotion. Alice turns to a saddened Velis and says he'll get used to this. Kang Jin-hyuk is much better than he thinks he is. Kang Jin-hyuk gets a new message while little Alice tries to bring up Velis's necklace and pours herself some wine. The guy warns her that he's going to be gone for a while. Kang Jin-hyuk dresses in a hoodie with a big hood and meets Penheimer at the bus stop. Kang Jin-hyuk is surprised that Penheimer is coming all the way from outside the tower. Apparently, the Empire has plenty of coins. Penheimer takes off his sunglasses and says the world outside the tower is awesome. He asks the guy if he fits in locally. Kang Jin-hyuk says he looks like a tourist, so he needs more practice. Kang Jin-hyuk moves with Penheimer to the nearest cafe, wondering what the old man is telling him. Penheimer informs Kang Jin-hyuk that the Sky Racer has finished his training and was seen during the invasion on the 24th floor. Kang Jin-hyuk tiredly takes his forehead and realizes that Murim's strongest figure has come to move. This is very problematic. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks about the fact that he should have gotten out after they managed to clear the middle floors of the tower. Kang Jin-hyuk himself wonders if the believing part of Murim decided to team up with the Heavenly Horse to win the battle. Kang Jin-hyuk is trying to find out what Penheimer came here for. Does he really want to ask him to get rid of the Heavenly Horse? Penheimer denies such words and says the Murim invasion is their problem. Such a request would simply be out of line. Penheimer says that their defense system was completely destroyed in the last invasion. They looked into the matter and found that it was someone from the Empire. Kang Jin-hyuk asks Penheimer if this means that the Empire has a spy. The old man finishes his dessert and confirms these words. Penheimer turns to Kang Jin-hyuk again and says they have only one thing to ask of him. They need to find that spy. Penheimer says that if the guy catches the spy, the Empire will back him up and provide a shortcut to the upper floors. He'll contact him when they start the rat hunt. Lastly, Penheimer adds that according to their scouts, the Murim are planning something big again. The boy should be prepared. Kang Jin-hyuk returns home and thinks about the invasion of the higher demon on the lower floors, the return of the Heavenly Horse, and the battle on the middle floors. Kang Jin-hyuk turns towards the mirrored surface and realizes that the tower scenario he knew is changing. Everything is happening much earlier. Kang Jin-hyuk pensively raises his head and looks up. Will he be able to continue to cope with these events? Suddenly, at some point, the glass that Kang Jin-hyuk is looking into begins to crack before his eyes. Kang Jin-hyuk stares coldly at the broken glass as passers-by run up to the scene and try to figure out what it was. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that he needs to unwind. He enters the first floor of the challenge tower at the amusement park. Little Alice looks around and is surprised that there is even such a thing on the first floor. Jin-hyuk replies to her that not many people know about it. Velis appears in front of little Alice, covering the vampires with himself and demanding she follow him. He will protect her. Velis confidently clenches his fist and is going to defend Miss Alice, his mistress, at all costs. Little Alice slaps Velis sharply on the head to bring him to his senses, for they came here under cover. Teresa de Laurencia appears from behind. who also showed up here at Kang Jin-hyuk's invitation, and he's happy to see her here. Teresa de Laurencia smiles awkwardly and tells Kang Jin-hyuk that they haven't seen each other in a while. The guy doesn't understand why she's so awkward. Teresa de Laurencia smiles sadly and knew he wouldn't be alone, but somehow still hoped for a date. Kang Jin-hyuk gives Teresa a friendly hug and asks why she's embarrassed. Is it because she didn't join his faction? Kang Jin-hyuk points his finger at Yu Seong and says he even called a stalker over here. The guy hopes she won't be bored. John Yu-sung is aggressive as always and asks if they're really going to train. Kang Jin-hyuk answers back and says yes. Kang Jin-hyuk claps his hands and says, since they're all here, and then Alice interrupts him and asks what they're doing here. A notification appears in front of all of Kang Jin-hyuk's comrades that the amusement park event on Hardcore is activating. Some sort of capsule flies up in the grounds from which a plush rabbit suddenly jumps out. The plush rabbit turns out to be quite friendly and welcomes the boys to the park. His name is Ravi, and he will be their guide. Ravi tells the guys that this event has only one purpose. They need to survive and escape from this hell. Ravi makes a mad face and says it won't be easy. They won't be able to use their skills and items. Ravi frantically reports that terribly powerful monsters will be chasing them. He opens a hellish amusement park. Plush Ravi turns around and introduces the guys to the popped-up strongest monster of this park, the Horror Raccoon Man. Even little Alice is scared out of her wits when the plush Raccoon Man opens his maw and starts galloping. Little Alice turns away because she doesn't want to look at such a vile creature, and herself automatically punches her opponent in the face with her fist. The plush Ravi stands in a stupor as he watches the boys deal with the monsters without too much trouble. Teresa de Laurencia tells Kang Jin-hyuk that the monsters here are much weaker than they thought. Yu Sung confirms this and calls this place boring. Kang Jin-hyuk is not lagging behind and in the company of his comrades also deals with monsters. It seems that they have become too strong, and this event can be thought of as a vacation. Plush Ravi watches in horror and begs the guys to stop because they are destroying his amusement park. Plush Ravi looks at the happy kids and realizes that these intruders are about to tear his amusement park to splinters. Plush Ravi is already starting to cry bitterly and scream for these bullies to stop destroying his park. On the 24th floor of the Tower of Trials, the Empire collapses and most of the buildings are in total ruin. Muram's forces show up here, and one of the men named Namgung Jinho praises Namgung Cheon for doing a great job. The man notices that Namgung Cheon has single-handedly destroyed one of the imperial orders they were so proud of. They should have accepted him into their ranks a long time ago. Namgung Chong looks on with a serious expression as the dead members of the order lie on the ground within the empire. Namgung Jong thinks about the powers he's gained through Murim's help. The world outside the tower is just a sandbox for kids. Namgung Jinho tells the guy that he can leave the tower safely. If they can get rid of Kang Jin-hyuk, their job will be even easier. Namgung Jong turns to his chapter and says that now he can deal with Jin-hyuk with his own hands. Namgung Jong also says that Kang Jin-hyuk has too many strong partners. It could be a hindrance. Namgung Jong thinks back to Kang Jin-hyuk himself and his comrades and realizes that if he tries to get rid of him, they will all risk their lives to protect him. Namgung Jinho answers him thoughtfully that then his comrades must be dealt with first. He asks which of them poses the greatest threat to them. Namgung Jong is convinced that Kang Jin-hyuk's most dangerous comrade is the Saint of Amsterdam, Teresa de Laurencia. Namgung Jinho realizes that it's about a girl who is being protected by the Empire. This will be a great opportunity for them. If they get rid of Teresa de Laurencia, it will be the perfect opportunity to get rid of the rest of Jean Heck's henchmen as well. Teresa de Laurencia meets Maria in Amsterdam in some cafe. Maria asks if Teresa really went with Jean Heck. Not just the two of them, but the whole company. Teresa de Laurencia, with a smile on her face, confirms Maria's words and says it was fun all the same. Teresa tells Maria that thanks to the destruction of that park, she was able to get rid of all her anxieties. Maria tries to understand what kind of anxiety Teresa is talking about. Apparently, she's been worried about the events in Beijing all this time. Maria tells Teresa that her frequent encounters with Jin Hyuk have made her too much like him. Relaxing by destroying things is his specialty, but Teresa denies it. Teresa lowers her gaze thoughtfully but continues to smile. She says that after the last walk, she realized something about Jin Heck. Teresa says that Jin Heck seems like a willful and selfish person, but there are many wonderful people around him. The girl remembers the past and says that since they first met, Jin Heck has always been full of confidence. Teresa recalls that Kang Jin-hyuk always knew what needed to be done and never once hesitated. Among other things, Teresa realizes that the time she spent by his side was filled with joy. Teresa de Laurencia smiles and says she finally realized that now he won't be able to spend as much time with her as he used to. Maria watches Teresa and thinks about how anyone would get jealous, but Teresa is just upset. She's a sweet child. Maria is distracted from her thoughts and asks Teresa and her to introduce her to Jin Heck. The girl is extremely unhappy about this. Teresa de Laurencia suddenly notices something in the sky that catches her attention strongly. Mary and Teresa lift their gazes to the sky and don't understand why it has changed color and become so strange. A violent shaking starts, which is like an earthquake. The girls start to shake along with the table where they are sitting. Maria begins to tense up and asks Teresa what is going on and why the earthquake started. Teresa tensely watches the sky and realizes that this is no ordinary earthquake at all. Teresa suddenly and abruptly gets out of her seat and is about to head somewhere, and Maria anxiously calls out to her. Teresa de Laurencia looks tense and anxious. The girl thinks about the fact that it can't be what is happening now. Some construction continues on the 5th floor in the Tower of Trials on Andrea's property. Kang Jin Heck visits Andrea and starts practicing with her. The girl needs to look at her opponent's feet when she moves. From time to time, she needs to add false kicks. Kang Jin Hyuk says that the upper floors of the Tower of Trials are now open. He asks if the annoying players at Andrea have decreased. The girl replies in a friendly manner to Jin Heck that sometimes strong rankers come in, but it's not a problem for her. Andrea is confident and serious. The girl is going to show Jin Hyuk what she can do. Andrea activates her punishment strike skill and talk about how despite everything, she herself has become much stronger than she was. The girl attacks Kang Jin Hyuk with her skill, but the guy dodges as always. Andrea admires his skills. Andrea falls to the floor frustrated and saddened, and lowers her head because Kang Jin Heck blocked her punch so easily. Kang Jin Hyuk looks at Andrea and realizes that she's grown up a lot. And when they first met her, she was just a little and sobbing girl. Kang Jin Hyuk also inspects the building area and realizes that the 5th floor has been greatly transformed. The people here will soon become part of his army. Andrea looks frustrated at Jin Hyuk, who tells her that she has a long way to go. She needs to get up. Nothing will change if she sits still. This is also where little Alice appears along with her servant Velis. Alice says that this is not what she taught Andrea. Kang Jin Hyuk looks at Alice and Andrea and realizes that they get along even better than he thought. Andrea will become much stronger under Alice's care. Jin Heck also notices that Velis is also slowly settling in and is no longer acting as aloof as he used to. Unexpectedly, Kang Jin Hyuk receives a video call invitation from Han Sang-jin, the head of the Awakened Association. Kang Jin Hyuk takes the call and tells the man that they haven't contacted in a while. He asks what happened. Han Sang-jin panics and tells Kang Jin Hyuk that the matter is urgent and he needs to come to the association. Kang Jin Hyuk also starts to get tense and tries to find out from the chairman what happened and what the urgency is. A panicked and anxious man tells Jin Heck that there is now a massive breakout in Europe. Lots of different creatures and monsters get out when there is a massive breakout from the tower. Han Sang-jin says that at least 60 gates have opened, and the number is only going to increase. This is the biggest breakthrough since the tower came into existence. It is happening now in France, Germany, the Netherlands, and England. Han Sang-jin doesn't stop his story and continues that the breakthrough is now happening simultaneously all over Europe. The chairman also adds that the guilds in the army are currently forming a defensive front. Lots of military personnel and players from different guilds confront various monsters from the Tower of Trials. Han Sang-jin makes his point and says he doesn't think they'll all last long on defense. Among the regular military personnel, some player appears who uses his flame strike skill on monsters. The military turns around in shock and surprise at the player who shows up here to help them. Maria from the Olympus Guild shows up and says that the military attacks don't make much sense. They'd better help the residents with evacuation. In addition to Maria, Teresa de Laurencia appears here and activates her holy enhancement skill. The girl, with the help of her sacred and divine power, slays a multitude of monsters with a single blow. Teresa de Laurencia turns to Maria at just the right moment and says that now is the time. Maria is also determined and informs Teresa that she was just about to do the same thing. Maria sticks her palms forward sharply and uses a flame strike on the advancing monsters from the tower. Maria looks over to Teresa de Laurencia, with whom they are now teaming up and doing well. Maria looks at Teresa and realizes that the girl definitely feels guilty about the events in Beijing, but she's trying so hard. Maria smiles to herself and marvels at Teresa, thinking she is an amazing girl in person. Some sullen and grim creature appears behind Maria, telling her in the back that her skills in magic are good for humans. Maria begins to feel an overwhelming feeling like a huge flow of mana that consumes her completely. A huge creature that looks like an overgrown skeleton with glowing blue eyes appears behind Maria. The mana shield that Maria had created around herself for her protection was destroyed, and a weapon with two large blades slams into Maria. A strong and powerful explosion occurs on the territory of Amsterdam, which densely destroys everything in its path. Teresa de Laurencia turns toward Maria in panic and horror, and realizes that something terrible has happened to the girl. As Teresa de Laurencia looks toward Maria, she feels some horrible and huge creature breathing down her back. The huge and grim knight rushes at Teresa without a second thought, who manages to duck and dodge the blow. The girl stops in the middle of the nearest stone ruins and tries to catch her breath. The creature realizes that Teresa is really tough. The great knight of perdition appears before the girl. He says that he has been looking for Teresa de Laurencia for a long time and has finally found her. Teresa de Laurencia has no idea what's going on, but her face expresses worry and anxiety at what's happening. The great knight's minions begin attacking everyone they meet in their path. Former European maniacs Casey and Judello are also involved in the Breakout Massacre. They miss the days when they were with their brother Jin Heck. Judello and Casey watch and realize that Europe seems to be completely finished. Suddenly, the twins receive a phone call and they anxiously pick up the phone, listening to someone. When the twins realize that Jin Heck is on the other end of the wire talking to them, they immediately change in their faces. Kang Jin Hyuk, with a serious face and a cool but concerned look, calls the twins. Kang Jin Heck asks the guys where they are now. Casey answers him that they are in Dortmund now, which is in Germany. Kang Jin Hyuk demands that the twins calm down and listen to him carefully. He has a request for the twins. Judello asks Jin Heck with a crazy grin what the request is, and Casey tries to wrestle the phone out of his hands. The association discusses that it's been 3 hours since the breakout began. Supposedly, there are 40,000 casualties. Communication with Europe through the system is now impossible. The guilds are busy defending themselves, but without support, Europe will turn to ashes and Korea will follow. The head of the Awakened Association, Han Sang-jin, gathers a bunch of people in front of him in an emergency. The head of the association, Han Sang-jin, bows to the people who have come and says that he is counting on these awakened ones. Many different awakened ones, including Kang Jin Hyuk, Yu Sung, and his comrades, must save humanity from certain doom. Kang Jin Hyuk meets up with Andrea again, who asks how Teresa's doing, and she really missed her. Kang Jin Hyuk strokes the young girl's head and promises her that he will definitely tell Teresa everything. Andrea is happy and satisfied as she is about to leave, and Kang Jin Hyuk looks at her anxiously. Alice tells Jin Heck that since Europe is in such chaos right now, St. Therese is definitely not doing well. Alice explains to make Andrea stronger. She needs hard training. Bad news will distract her and cause her results to deteriorate. Alice recalls her question. The vampiress asks if she should stay back since the breakthrough is happening outside the tower. Kang Jin Hyuk coldly replies to her that such a situation can't be solved by little Alice's efforts. Kang Jin Hyuk instructs Alice that the girl should stay here and keep an eye on Andrea while he deals with the problems. The girl dutifully agrees with Kang Jin Hyuk and tells him that he can rely on her. Besides, she wants him to come back alive. Kang Jin Hyuk stands in the middle of the crowd, standing out from the rest of the people. He finishes his phone conversation with the twins. Mary is seriously injured after being attacked by a Grand Knight who appeared during the breakout. After Maria, the Grand Knight attacks Teresa, whom he has been searching for so long. Teresa continues her confrontation with such a monster. A great knight without end attacks the Saint of Amsterdam, who defies his tricks and deftly dodges. After another dodge, Teresa de Laurencia activates her Divine Blade skill and is about to counterattack. The Grand Knight looks around as he begins to be attacked by Teresa's holy and divine rays of power. Teresa tenses at the fact that divine power should work well against the undead, but it only left a scratch on the knight. The Grand Knight begins to swing his twin-bladed blade while Teresa is in the air above him. Teresa de Laurencia stares immobilized at the Grand Knight and realizes she won't be able to dodge this time. The Great Knight attacks Teresa with his blade and a massive explosion occurs, leaving only dust and destruction. The Great Knight looks at Teresa and marvels that the girl manages to last so long in such a battle. A girl lies in the middle of a stone ruin, and the Grand Knight says that paladins are a real problem all around. The Great Knight turns back and addresses another creature that looks very much like him. The Grand Knight turns to Sir Wei Rodham and asks if he is really right about everything he just said. Wei Rodham leans over to Teresa and examines the girl. Now he understands why the people of Merim wanted to get rid of her. Wei Rodham feels the power that Teresa has. Her sacred power is indeed strong and very pure. Wei Rodham leans even closer to Teresa's face and notices a very strange thing. He senses another interesting energy in her. Wei Rodham turns to his underlings and says they are taking her for themselves. Most likely he's about to break his promise. Wirodum says he has found something more interesting and more valuable than Doom. He orders to take Maria with him as well. Someone's hand with a phone takes pictures of what is happening. Judello asks Casey if the girl had time to film everything that was going on. He says that all those monsters look really strong and he's not sure they can handle it. Casey is typing something into her phone and laughing madly and saying that they definitely can't fight monsters like that. The girl sends all the pictures she took to Kang Jin-hyuk, including not only photos but also videos. Kang Jin-hyuk gets a text from Casey with pics and reads what she writes to him. It's all those skeletons' fault, and the girls are being whisked away to the palace in Amsterdam. When Casey talked about how only another monster would defeat such monsters, she had Kang Jin-hyuk looking furiously at the resulting pics. Nam Gun-hyun, Hwanbo Gunak, Che Gal-jeong, and Dan So-ha appear in the breakout territory in Europe. These people came here for a reason. A company of people from Murim look around and assess the situation in Amsterdam. There is a terrible demonic reality here. Dan So-ha's girlfriend asks why the Murim entrusted such a job to skeletons, and Nam Gun-hyun supports her opinion. Hwanbo Gong-ak turns around towards some person who appears here and is about to put forward a speech. Some girl asks if they thought it worked out this way because they all failed on the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials. Master Marima appears, the first of her contemporaries to achieve perfection. He is a short-haired girl in a dark kimono. This girl's name is Baek Seo-lin and her nickname is Volcano Conqueror. She's greeting the others. So-lin says that a warrior is only valuable when he follows orders, not when he questions them. They should be aware of this point. The rest of the Murim, led by Hwanbo, awkwardly agree with So-lin's words as she addresses them. Wirodum appears and asks if everyone is gathered. He welcomes them to the new land of the lost. He also introduces himself by his name. Wirodum asks, "Isn't this place amazing? Many battles and battles must have been fought here." Wirodum begins to shriek in admiration and rejoices at the abundance of the dead he can bring back to life. Baek So-lin calls out to Wirodum and orders him to stop such talk. They are here to make sure his promise is fulfilled. Wirodum pauses for a long pause and then lets out that this Miss So-lin definitely doesn't like any romance. Wirodum pulls out Teresa de Laurencia's broken shield as evidence and says that this saint is no equal to him. Nam Gung-hyun happily grabs Teresa's shield and says that finally this girl has met her doom. Wirodum says that this reaction is to his liking. Baek Seo-lin watches Nam Gung-hyun and Seo-ha chatting admiringly with Wirodum. Baek Seo-lin doesn't express any emotion with her face because what's happening doesn't impress her much. There are many military helicopters gathering in the Amsterdam territories, assembling an entire army to counter the breakout. Kim Dae-chun informs everyone that they will soon enter Amsterdam airspace. All the gates have been taken over by the enemy. Once they land, there will be nowhere to retreat to. Kim Dae-chun asks if Kang Jin-hyuk is really arranging the squad he's assembled before he lands. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles contentedly and replies to Kim Dae-chun that the 4 of them will be quite enough for a confrontation. Yu Yun-hwa smugly says that they've encountered something like this many times. Yi Dae-min tensely says that the scene is completely different outside the tower. Kang Jin-hyuk asks what happened to young Yu-sung, since this is the first time he's asked for this surgery on his own. Yu-sung indifferently covers his eyes and replies to Jin-hyuk to shut up. He's just doing what he wants to do. Kim Dae-chun stands up and asks Kang Jin-hyuk if there are any further instructions on the plan. Kang Jin-hyuk tells the others that the boss is a strong lich named Wirodum. As long as he has a supply of dead, his army will not run out. The guy explains that the fewer citizens he destroys, the less his powers will be. It is necessary to block the other gates while they are sorted out there. Ranchers from all over the world are arriving in Europe by both air and land. They will try their best to help Kang Jin-hyuk's unit. Kim Dae-chun wishes them good luck. The pilot of one of the helicopters informs the others that the enemies are beginning their assault on them now. And Damon blurts out that he's going to deal with them himself. He activates his King of Machines skill. And Dae-min further activates his magic shot skill and his drones start attacking the monsters. Yi Dae-min assesses the situation and says that there are too many enemies, so he won't be able to help the other planes. Possible violent collisions are possible. Kang Jin-hyuk is about to get up and addresses Yu-sung as a stalker before proceeding with his plan. Kang Jin-hyuk abruptly clenches his hand into a fist and presses the button to open the helicopter doors. Kang Jin-hyuk tells stalker Yu-sung to just watch what he's about to do. The guy opens the helicopter doors. Kang Jin-hyuk jumps out of the helicopter and tells Yu-sung to watch how the real masters handle these situations. Jong Yu-sung watches in shock at what Kang Jin-hyuk does and what he says to him, opening his mouth wide in shock. Kang Jin-hek jumps out of the helicopter with a confident smile on his face and quickly rushes down. Kang Jin-hek manages to activate a range extension barrier in flight for further action. After activating his barrier, Kang Jin-hek activates his favorite skill, ice creation, right in midair. A bright blue ball appears in the air, emitting a light glow. It strikes the enemies flying towards it. Kang Jin-hek summons one of the 5 sylphid spirits in the air to help him in the air and activate the flying phoenix. Yi Dae-min and the stragglers look out the window of the helicopter and say that it's not the first time he's seen something like this, but there's no way he can understand what the skill is. Yu Eun-hwa is happy that he and Jin Hyuk are on the same side. Wirodum suddenly begins to feel something strange. He lifts his head up and wonders who is flying towards him. Wirodum looks up into the sky and realizes that someone has reinterpreted the magic formula, increasing its power. It seems a talented mage is coming this way. Kang Jin-hek is beside the other helicopters moving through the air towards the gate from the breach. He's trying to figure out what Wirodum's thoughts are right now. Kang Jin-hyuk turns around to the other side and notices a tier of space in the air. He thinks his next move will be to summon a huge monster. Indeed, a huge monster appears near Kang Jin-hyuk's squad, the bone dragon summoned by Wirodum. Wirodum activates his gaze division skill and activates tracking from the shadows. He rejoices at what he sees and tells everyone to prepare to die. The bone dragon summoned by Wirodum activates its skill called Fear, opening its maw. The bone dragon uses his skill to create a huge powerful wind that begins to blow away the helicopters of the awakened association squad. Sung Yu-jung gets nervous and says out loud that they haven't even set foot on the battlefield yet, and already this is happening. Song Yu-jung looks out the window of the helicopter and notices Kang Jin-hyuk, who pulls out his pet Koguma and asks him to show everyone his power of the strongest. Koguma opens his cute maw and activates his Fear skill in response to what the bone dragon Wirodum does. Thanks to the higher creature skill of Koguma canceled the skill of the lower creature bone dragon, and its Fear skill disappears. Wirodum raises his surprised and delighted eyes to the sky and notices Kang Jin-hyuk with Koguma there. Kang Jin-hyuk demonstratively pushes forward his pet Koguma, who makes cute little dragon sounds. The bone dragon falls to the ground and is disoriented after Koguma uses his Fear. Wirodum watches rapturously and wonders how man tamed an ancient dragon. Is he really the one Murim warned him about? Wirodum spots the famous Kang Jin-hyuk in the air and is 100% sure it's him he's been warned about. Jeon Yu-sung doesn't sit still for long and is about to emulate Kang Jin-hyuk's example by jumping out of the helicopter. Young Yu-sung is serious and confident. He lands on one of the phoenixes next to Kang Jin-hyuk. Yu-sung aggressively addresses Jin-hyuk and says that if the guy can do it, he's not going to fall behind his level either. Young Yu-sung looks around and assesses the situation. Even though he said so, fighting in the air is not easy at all. Kang Jin-hyuk appeals to Yi Dae-min and Yu Eun-hwa to move on because they'll figure it out on their own here. The bone dragon is once again filled with magical powers and is about to soar into the air to fight the guys. The bone dragon advances, and Yu-seong asks if the two of them will be enough for such a monster. Jin-hyuk tells him not to waste mana because there's still the battle with Wirodum ahead. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles contentedly and urges Jung Yu-sung to get the attention of the bone dragon first. Kang Jin-hyuk teams up with Jung Yu-sung to begin turning out aerial maneuvers around the bone dragon. The guys manage to get the attention of the bone dragon on themselves, and Kang Jin-hyuk pretty much tells Yu-sung that they've succeeded in pulling off the plan. An army of dead men and military personnel gather at Amsterdam Palace, who are resurrected by Wirodum. Judello activates his sharing everything skill, because the better he and Casey understand each other, the more areas they have to share. The guy is undercover among the skeletons. Judello and Casey sneak into the palace under the cover of skeletons to follow the captured Teresa de Laurencia. In front of them, Teresa de Laurencia, bound with magical chains, hangs in the middle of the Amsterdam Palace. Casey realizes that they have found Teresa as Kang Jin-hek asked them to, but the girl is bound by unknown magical chains with a spell. Casey looks around and studies the situation. There's also a dead knight grazing nearby, which is a real problem for them. Judello turns to Casey and tells her in a panic that a dead knight is looking in their direction. Casey reassures him that the dead can't see them. Judello starts to panic even more and says that the knight is coming towards them. Casey gets annoyed and tells him not to be dramatic. Casey tells Judello that the world doesn't revolve around him at all. Right now, they just look like beautiful dead bodies. Judello continues to poke his finger at the knight while holding onto his sister Casey's ponytail. The Grand Knight turns to the others and says that there are real rats among them. Judello and Casey start laughing and smiling madly when they realize that the Great Knight has noticed them after all. Now they need to run away from here. Kang Jin-hyuk teams up with Jeon Yu-sung to continue their confrontation with the bone dragon Weyradum. Jeon Yu-sung is going to keep up with the battle, and Jin-hyuk, activating his Aura Blade skill, attacking the bone dragon. Jeon Yu-sung's strike on the bone dragon does nothing and nothing happens, and the guy wasted his mana. Kang Jin-hyuk irritably tells him that he's already pointed out saving his mana. Yu-sung doesn't understand how they can catch the dragon then. Kang Jin-hyuk tunefully covers his eyes, and now he understands why Yu-sung is so weak. He's only thinking about the fight. Kang Jin-hyuk explains to young Yu-sung that all it takes is the right timing to catch the dragon. Kang Jin-hyuk rushes forward with lightning speed and directs Yu-sung to immediately follow him. Kang Jin-hyuk, along with Jeon Yu-sung, rushes forward following the bone dragon that fights them. Kang Jin-hyuk asks Yu-sung if he can see the portal that the dragon came out of. They should enter it now. Kang Jin-hyuk leads Yu-sung behind him and rushes forward even faster, warning the guy to hold on tight. Jeon Yu-sung realizes Kang Jin-hyuk's plan to destroy the dragon by smashing it into the ground. He's not sure if that can work. That Yu-sung along with Kang Jin-hyuk are approaching the rift in space, the portal through which the bone dragon came here. Kang Jin-hyuk, along with Yu-sung, flies through the rift and makes it outside the portal, noticing that the dragon is following them. The bone dragon flies into the magic portal with only its head and eventually just gets stuck in it. Kang Jin-hyuk catches the right moment and activates the 2-star spell acceleration barrier on the rift portal. The spell cast speed increases by as much as 200%, and Kang Jin-hyuk begins to close the portal that slices the bone dragon's head off. A notification appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk that his level is being raised once again. The guy smiles. Koguma is nearby at this time and begins to lick himself sweetly and painfully as he looks at the dead bone dragon. Kang Jin-hyuk praises his pet Koguma and says he's doing great. Now he can eat the head of the bone dragon. Kang Jin-hyuk shakes off his shoulders while Yu-sung marvels that the guy planned the dragon's destruction by closing the portal. While Koguma proceeds to eat the bone dragon head, Kang Jin-hyuk tells Yu-sung that they've gotten into the enemy rear. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that they were able to get close thanks to the portal, but they still have to walk to the Amsterdam Palace. Weyradum appears behind the boys and praises them for their fine work. He didn't realize they would get here this way. It's very ingenious. Weyradum supposedly smiles sweetly and contentedly and says that he immediately remembered the days when he himself was human. While Weyradum is trying to finish his interesting story, Jeon Yu-sung activates his Aura Blade skill on him. Young Yu-sung still can't calm down and provokes Weyradum to fight because they're not interested in their coddling. Weyradum gets angry and says that modern people have really lost all sense of romance. It's a disaster. Kang Jin-hyuk is using his greedy gaze skill on Weyradum at this time to copy his skill if the guy lets him experience the bitterness of life. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Yu-seong that physical attacks won't work on Weyradum. His body is just an illusion. Only magic attacks can do anything to help. Weyradum looks at Kang Jin-hyuk carefully and tries to figure out how the guy knew the truth about his body. Weyradum starts showing off his acting skills and says he's a weak lich and he's really scared. They left him no choice, so there's nothing he can do. Weyradum turns to someone who he orders to come out of hiding immediately while Jin-hyuk and Yu-sung watch. The Murim family, led by Hwanbo, appears from behind cover. Weyradum calls them dear allies and fighters of the Murim. Behind the rest of the Murim fighters, a girl named Bak Seo-lin appears, who will also participate in the battle. At the same time, a helicopter-borne military detachment is being assembled in France to confront the breakout. In one of the helicopters is Baek Jin-ho, who is the head of the 3rd squad of the Tangun Guild. He asks Jang Eun-seok, the head of the 2nd squad of the Tangun Guild, if he's eager to fight because he used to run around with girls. Jang Eun-seok says that he decided to take a mindset after all, constantly remembering the words of Ice Chief Karakal. Baek Jin-ho smiles contentedly and looks at the guy, saying that he looks enthusiastic. Baek Jin-ho along with Jang Eun-seok open the helicopter doors and bomb down. The heads of the Tangan Guild rumblingly land on the first car underneath them and leave behind an explosion. Baek Jin-ho activates his Roar of the Wild Beast skill, and now all enemies within range of the skill will attack the user, and for 30 seconds, his defense will be increased by 30%. Humanity around the world begins its counterattack against the monsters that have made their way into this world through the breach. Players were urgently sent to different parts of Europe to protect places, albeit foreign to them. All players from different guilds go there to defeat the invaders threatening all of humanity. But those same invaders are far from shabby, such as the same lich named Werodum. Kangjin Hyuk, along with Yu Seong, find themselves in front of the Werodum with a team from the Marima family. Werodum orders his allies to deal with the guys while he takes care of the place. Namgung pokes his finger at young Yu Sung and remembers him as the guy who lost to him on the 4th floor back then. John Yu Sung succumbs to this provocation and becomes angry, but does nothing in response to such words. Kang Jin Hyuk starts gloating and pointing his finger at the Murims, since he's the one who trashed them back then, calling them 4 dogs that ran away with their tails between their legs. Kang Jin Hyuk starts parading Namgung, who was forever poking him with his, "Yeah, you know who I am, how dare you look down on the Namgung clan." Namgung, along with Seo Ha, start bickering and say that the guy didn't say that, and in general, Kang Jin Hyuk brought in a huge weed and acted like a coward. Kang Jin Hyuk ends such a circus and activates his greedy eye. It's all funny because they even have guards assigned to them for the things they've done. Kang Jin Hyuk studies Bak Seo Lin's characteristics. The guy reads the terms of copying, which says that the girl's pride in her skills knows no bounds. In order for Kang Jin Hyuk to copy this girl's skills, he needs to force her to use all of her skills and then be able to dodge them for 5 minutes. Kang Jin Hyuk recalls Penheimer saying that the Murim are planning something serious. They even brought the Volcano Conqueror here, so they are serious. Jung Yu Sung stands up in front of Kang Jin Hyuk and says he'll deal with these guys, and Jin Hyuk should go after Werodum. John Yu Sung claims to Kang Jin Hyuk that the guy knows magic much better than he does, so he should go after the Lich. Kang Jin Hyuk asks Yu Sung if he's sure of his decision because there are quite a few enemies here. Young Yu Sung gives a final smile and says that this amount of enemies is just right for a real workout. Kang Jin Hyuk is about to run after the Lich, counting on stalker Yu Sung, when Namgung calls out to him and asks him where he's going. Namgung doesn't even have time to say anything before suddenly, Jung Yu Sung is already on a flight towards him and is about to attack him. Jung Yu Sung makes a powerful swing with his leg and kicks Namgung so hard that the man flies back a great distance. Namgung flies right into the arms of Hwanbo, who catches the guy and tries to keep him on his feet after taking such a hard hit. Young Yu Sung puts his sword in front of the enemies and tells them not to even think about following Jin Hyuk, because only he is allowed to do so. The guy activates the Desperate Determination skill, and his attack power increases by 20%. Bak Seo Lin stands behind the Murim family and asks why they're frozen, and they should have started attacking the guy by now. The Murim family, led by Hwanbo, heed Seo Lin's order and instantly begin to all attack Jung Yu Sung together. John Yu Sung is cocky and selflessly raring to go in this fight, intent on destroying each of them. Bak Seo Ling silently watches the scene on the sidelines and does nothing. The girl is studying Yu Seong. Bak Seo Lin smiles slightly with the corners of her lips and realizes that Jung Yu Sung is very determined right now. All over Amsterdam and all over Europe, all sorts of undead, and various monsters from the breakout roam the streets. Kang Jin Hyuk continues his journey to Werodum and along the way encounters many monsters, which he deals with using his fire element skill. Kang Jin Hyuk leaves behind an impressive explosion from his attack and continues onward towards his target. Kang Jin Hyuk abruptly turns around and assesses the situation. He realizes that the concentration of dark energy is increasing. Teresa should definitely be there. Kang Jin Hyuk rushes forward and begins to deftly leap and fly over neighboring structures and debris. Parkai soars high into the air and wonders a question that troubles him greatly, whether he will be able to stop Teresa de Laurencia from being infected in time. Teresa de Laurencia tries to resist the torture she's being subjected to. The girl continues to be electrocuted and struck with strong lightning bolts. Werodum tries to uncover the infestation in Teresa, but notices that the girl is pretty tough and has a decent stamina. Werodum continues to torment Teresa and asks her how much stronger she will be when the infestation is complete. She shouldn't keep him waiting. Werodum expresses that it annoys him how much people interfere with their plans, but torturing a saint is awesome. Werodum begins to concentrate even more dark energy in and around himself to allow Teresa to become completely infected. The girl continues to fight desperately and with all her might when Werodum demands she open the doors to her mind. A Grand Knight approaches Werodum from behind and calls out to him. The Lich is aggressive because he is busy and no one should distract him. The Grand Knight bows his head frustratedly and reports to Werodum that they have lost track of the very rats. Werodum stops taunting Teresa and realizes, based on the news reported, that they have already been discovered. Werodum informs him that an uninvited guest is about to arrive and holds out a magical relic black buffalo bone to the Great Knight. The Grand Knight takes the artifact and Werodum adds that he needs to gather soldiers and reinforce the barrier. Teresa de Laurencia is still conscious and hears Wirodum talking about the mage girl they caught too. Teresa de Laurencia raises her panicked and worried gaze to Wirodum, who notices it. Wirodum looks over to Teresa and realizes that he has hit on Teresa's point of weakness, because we all have such weaknesses. John Yu-sung, meanwhile, continues to confront Murim's family who are attacking the guy. Hwanbo along with Namgung decisively swing their swords while attacking young Yu-sung. Jun Yu-sung bravely holds his defense in front of the Murima family, holding off their attacks with his heavenly sword. Young Yu-sung resorts to extreme measures and activates his skill, Sword Ki Chasing Souls, and his eyes light up with determination. John Yu-sung is great at the skill of Sword Art Ki, pursuing souls by attacking his opponents. Namgung anxiously stops and realizes that since their last meeting, Young Yu-sung has become stronger by a factor of 2. Bak Seo-lin finally gets into this foul fight too, and says that it's amazing that an outsider knows such a technique. Bak Seo-lin fights one-on-one with Young Yu-sung and notices his elegant and precise sword wielding. Seo-lin smilingly asks what his name is. She asks if Yu-seong wants to perfect this beautiful technique. Young Yu-sung stops abruptly and asks Bak Seo-lin what she's just telling him and what she means. Seo-lin asks if Jong Yu-sung will go to Murim with her to feel connected to her sword even more. Sol-ling says she can lead him to the creator of the sword chi technique. She asks if Yu-song wants to become stronger. Jung Yu-sung pensively stands in a stupor after Seo-lin's sentence and tries to ponder her words. Young Yu-sung smiles and says what sweet speeches Seo-lin is giving him, but if he goes after her, he'll prevent Jin Hyok from saving one saint. Baek Seo-lin smiles quite a bit and looks at Young Yu-sung, realizing that she likes this guy quite a lot. Kang Jin Hyok continues to make his way to the Amsterdam Palace to save Teresa de Laurencia. Now there's a whole army opposing this guy, and this army is led by a great knight with a dark artifact. The Grand Knight raises his palm with the artifact upwards and begins to activate the Black Buffalo Bone. Kang Jin Hek tries to fight off a wave of monsters coming at him and notices something strange in the Great Knight's hands. Kang Jin Hek lands on the ground with one deft jump and fights off a multitude of attacking monsters. Jin Hek realizes that the Grand Knight is holding the very same magical relic that Wirodum used all the time. It's a very maddening thing. Suddenly, something catches Kang Jin Hyok's attention, and the guy looks up and into the sky. 2 helicopters appear in the sky above them, from where a strange and small red flash of light begins to appear. Yu Yunhua abruptly jumps out of the helicopter, who's going to help Jin Hyok and is already ready to join the fight. Yu Yunhua uses the crushing power of his martial arts and powerfully lands on the Great Knight from above. The Grand Knight loses his grip on the Black Buffalo Bone from surprise, due to Yu Yunhua's punch. Kang Jin Hek looks around and realizes that the gravitational field around him is disappearing and canceling out. Kang Jin Hyok rubs his neck and smiles contentedly as he looks at Yu Yunhua, who has helped him out a lot right now. The Grand Knight already manages to get to his feet and calls Jin Hyok and Yu Yunhua brazen rats. The Grand Knight abruptly snaps out of his seat and starts attacking Yu Yunhua, who responds with equally weak attacks. The Grand Knight once again puts his palm with the relic forward and begins to activate the Black Buffalo Bone once more. A huge and fiery lion appears in front of Yu Yunhua and rushes straight towards the girl. Yu Yunhua looks shocked at the advancing lion and says that it's all too much and she wasn't prepared for this. From above, Yi Dae-min jumps out of the helicopter and lands right on top of Lion, activating his King of Machines skill. Yi Dae-min smilingly and encouragingly looks at Yu Yunhua and says that she's acting like this is the first time they've ever done something like this. Yu Yunhua turns to Kang Jin Hyok and tells him to hurry up and run to Teresa, and they'll deal with this Grand Knight. Kang Jin Hyok isn't going to waste a minute, so he abruptly snaps out of it and runs to Teresa de Laurencia. Another whole army of skeletons and undead appear in front of Kang Jin Hyok, as if they are purposely standing in his way. Kang Jin Hyok remembers Wirodum and realizes that it's all his doing and he's the one blocking the guy's path. Kang Jin Hyok abruptly starts yelling to someone that he'll do what they want, only they need to hurry up and get out soon. Judello and Casey appear and answer his call. The twins ask if Jin Hek promises them that he will fulfill their wish. Judello and Casey grab each other's hands and start using their powerful twin mill skill to get rid of the undead army. Casey turns around following Kang Jin Hyok and tells him to run to Teresa de Laurencia's aid as soon as possible. Wirodum turns to Teresa and says that he knows well people like her. They can't stand the suffering of others, and it's some kind of twisted nature. Wirodum shows Teresa Mary, who is hanging upside down and unconscious. Teresa will not be able to bear the suffering of someone who is an important person to her. Wirodum activates his lightning blade skill and uses it on Maria to inflict pain and suffering on her. Tears are already starting to appear in Teresa de Laurencia's eyes, and the girl begins to scream for Wiradum to stop. Wiradum starts looking down at Teresa and calls the girl a wuss, even though she should know that herself. Wiradum begins to taunt Teresa and tells her that it's all her fault. If she were much stronger, none of this would have happened. Wiradum tells Teresa that her friends are dying right in front of her, but she can only watch helplessly. At this time, Kang Jin-hyuk rushes towards her. Wiradum continues his showmanship and says that really, no one can help Teresa de Laurencia. A black and thick liquid begins to ooze from Teresa's eyes as the girl begins to show signs of pollution. At this time, Wiradum throws Mary to the ground once he realized that his plan to bully his loved ones worked on Teresa. Wiradum holds out his bony fingers to the girl and tells her that the gates of her soul have finally opened for him. When Wiradum's bony finger almost touches Teresa's head, Kang Jin-hyuk is already on his way to them. Wiradum touches Teresa's head with his finger, and the girl begins to show signs of being completely infected. Jin-hyuk realizes he's too late. A notification appears in the Tower of Trials system that the holy of their country has fallen and has been exposed to contamination. A dense and large beam of dark energy bursts outward from Teresa. This beam can be seen even from a distance. Yu Yunhua along with Yi Dae-min turn around to the direction where the loud sound and dark beam came from, wondering what happened there. Wiradum watches mesmerized and interested in what the contagion is doing to Teresa de Laurencia. A very different girl who looks like the complete opposite of Teresa begins to appear in front of Kang Jin-hyuk. This girl with blue eyes and dark hair is the dark side of Teresa. She's glad she's finally getting out. Wiradum spontaneously looks at the new Teresa and starts laughing. He has succeeded in making her even cooler than he himself could have expected. Wiradum leans over to Teresa, who is now grinning steadily. He tells her to hear his first order. Wiradum turns to Teresa and points her finger at Kang Jin-hyuk, who she must now destroy. Teresa de Laurencia, in her dark guise, pulls out her dark shadow sword and starts threatening Kang Jin-hyuk with it. Teresa de Laurencia snaps out of her seat without a second thought and rushes over to Kang Jin-hyuk, while Wiradum claps her hands contentedly. Kang Jin-hyuk's face expresses worry and wariness from the situation. He takes out his Dragon King steamy stoves. Dark Teresa starts attacking Kang Jin-hyuk, who tries to hold off her attack with his paired swords. The battle between Dark Teresa and Kang Jin-hyuk is accompanied by explosions and violent tremors that leave destruction in their wake. Kang Jin-hyuk tries to keep his defenses up but doesn't counterattack Teresa, who's about to do Wiradum's bidding. Kang Jin-hyuk stabs his sword into the ground and smiles disappointedly. She's changed too much in his opinion. He liked the old Teresa much better. Teresa de Laurencia smiles aggressively back at Kang Jin-hyuk and thinks he liked her weakness more than she does now. Ju Dello, along with Casey, hide behind the nearby wreckage and watch Jin-hyuk and Dark Teresa battle. The twins watch Dark Teresa and say admiringly that they think this girl is very cool. Teresa de Laurencia continues to attack Jin-hyuk without end and says she feels much better now, as she had a very hard time because of Saint. Teresa is about to pounce on Jin-hyuk and says that no matter how hard she tried to get closer, he was still hanging around with other girls. Kang Jin-hyuk dodges a punch from Dark Teresa, who says that the same vampire appeared next to him, and yet Saint Teresa didn't even know her secret. Dark Teresa begins to become even more filled with rage and questions whether Jin-hyuk was really just bullying her. Dark Teresa straight glows with a dark and gloomy energy. The girl swings again to hit Jin-hyuk, who doesn't say anything back. Dark Teresa starts smiling madly and asks if Jin-hyuk really thought she was the only one who should suffer. Kang Jin-hyuk listens attentively to all of Dark Teresa's speeches, but remains silent and answers nothing, only holding back her attacks with his paired swords. Dark Teresa swings her dark and shadowy sword every now and then, attacking Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk stops at one point and realizes that Teresa is only getting stronger as she absorbs Wiradum's dark energy. Kang Jin-hyuk crosses his Dragon King's paired swords and activates his sword graveyard skill. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that if he doesn't deal with this now, he won't win. He's ready to counterattack. Kang Jin-hyuk attacks Dark Teresa using his powerful Dark Blade Dance skill. To top it all off, Jin-hyuk adds perfect cleansing to his skill. The girl fights back from his strong punch. Dark Teresa starts smirking brightly again and notices that Kang Jin-hyuk is very nimble and quick in his movements. Kang Jin-hyuk brings his sword up to Dark Teresa's neck, but stops. The girl asks him why he's not finished with all of this. Kang Jin-hyuk tenses up when Dark Teresa asks him if he really thinks that if he destroys her, he'll never see that naive fool again. Not a single muscle on Dark Teresa's face trembled. The girl just smirked and held Jin-hyuk's sword with one finger. Teresa de Laurencia pulls Kang Jin-hyuk close to her by the collar of his sweatshirt and says she's not attracted to his weak appearance at all. Yi Dae-min appears and notices the situation. The guy panics and calls out to Jin Hyuk in shock. Casey abruptly covers Yi Dae-min's mouth with her palm and tells him to sit still, and the guy doesn't even know who she is. Casey watches mesmerized and tells Yi Tae-min that something has awakened in Teresa de Laurencia. Dark Teresa looks over Kang Jin-hyuk's face and says that his face isn't even her type, so what did Saint Teresa see in him? Teresa de Laurencia brings her face closer to Jin Hek's face, and some strange realization comes into her head. Dark Teresa brings her hand to Kang Jin-hyuk's chest, from where dark and bright red energy oozes out. Dark Teresa gathers Jin Hek's dark energy into her hand and says that this energy is very much okay and to her liking. It was as if Kang Jin-hyuk already knew how the situation was going to play out and just silently smirks back at the girl. Werodom is somewhere off to the side and starts yelling at the girl to stop stalling and destroy Jin Hek. Dark Teresa confidently clenches her fist and turns to Werodom, telling him that she doesn't want to destroy Jin Hek. Werodom opens his mouth wide in shock and horror because he didn't expect his Dark Teresa to refuse to follow orders. Dark Teresa calls Werodom a skeleton and tells him that his magic is pretty good, but Jin Hek's energy is much better. The girl walks away from Werodom. Teresa squints at Jin Hek and tells him that another Teresa likes him. Jin Hek realizes that now he just owes Teresa his life. Veroduma watches them in horror and can't believe that the girl chose the kid over him because he did so much to resurrect her. Werodom even broke his promise to Muram and afterward tortured the wretched humans to resurrect her. Werodom realizes that Dark Teresa only needed Kang Jin-hyuk's dark energy to change sides. He's not going to forgive that. Werodom abruptly sends his magical energy towards the Great Knight, taking the magical relic from him. The Black Buffalo Bone returns to the hands of its Dark Master Werodom, who intends to use it. Werodom begins to rock aggressively and says that Jin Hek will pay for everything he took from him. The Black Buffalo Bone awakening begins. Teresa de Laurencia, along with Kang Jin-hyuk, watches a magical relic is activated in front of them. Dark Teresa smirks contentedly and tells Kang Jin-hyuk that the very same Grand Knight she will take on, all the undead and unholy things that have made their way into the world through the breach, begin to rear their heads and end the battle. The head of the Tangan Guild notices the strange behavior of the undead and wonders where they have so abruptly decided to go. The manager of the Awakened Association also surprisingly begins to shake his head around to assess the situation. The manager recalls Kang Jin-hyuk's order for the undead army to block the passage to the other areas. The manager turns to the heads of the Tangan Guild and yells at them to stop them and detain them as long and as much as possible. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles self-consciously and his hair flutters in the wind. He's excited that something is starting. Werodom is offended and upset by these circumstances. He begins to accumulate a huge amount of dark energy around him. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Teresa that the fight with the 14th floor boss, who is summoned by Werodom, is about to begin. The rest of the undead and unclean things that were here and attacking the guys start getting sucked in by a new boss monster. A huge skeleton appears, which is the most important one here, and he is the leader of the rest of the dead creatures. Yu Yun-hwa and Yi Dae-min are shocked to see a new huge monster appear and wonder what else it is. Jin Hek asks the boys to stop the creatures that are moving towards Werodom. The players from the association are already doing it, but they can't cope with all the undead that have filled Europe. Jin Hek explains that by merging with the rest of the undead, the Werodom will continue to grow and the damage to the city will multiply. The enormous boss monster of the 14th floor seemed as if it continued to grow and drink in dark energy. Yu Yun-hwa and Yi Dae-min obey Kang Jin-hyuk's instructions and tell him that he can rely on them. Kang Jin-hyuk starts kneading his fist and says that he'll do everything in a beautiful way while looking at the 14th floor boss. While Yi Dae-min along with Yu Yun-hwa deal with the other undead, Kang Jin-hyuk smilingly says that the undead leader definitely won't be able to take his eyes off of him. At this time, Jin-hyuk's black pet Koguma sits on one of the spirits and orders him to dig up something. The leader of the undead begins his attack and moves between the dwelling houses, destroying them with his limbs. The Great Knight looks back at the boss of the 14th floor and realizes that his master Werodom has become very angry. Dark Teresa approaches the Grand Knight and asks if he put her down. The girl claims that things will be different now. Dark Teresa smirks and says that she is quite different from the Saint Teresa she was. The Great Knight addresses the girl as a fallen maiden. He was just wondering about her current abilities. Dark Teresa snaps out of her seat and immediately begins attacking the Grand Knight, not intending to spare him. The girl begins to attack aggressively and asks how dare the Grand Knight speak so arrogantly to her. The Great Knight manages to confront Dark Teresa and deftly dodge and fend off her blows. The Grand Knight begins his counterattack and tells the girl that she moves much better, but talks too much. Dark Teresa can't stop smirking and says that the Grand Knight makes an interesting assessment of her abilities. A merciless battle begins between the Dark Teresa and the Great Knight that will leave no trace of the world around them. The Great Knight asks why the girl left her master, for she could have become even stronger with his help. Dark Teresa already stops smirking and is offended by his words. If he knows everything himself, then why does he ask such questions? Dark Teresa continues to fight the Great Knight and thinks about the fact that Jinhek's dark energy really attracted her. But the girl realizes that Weirodum's actions weren't so terrible as to leave him. Dark Teresa is transported to her consciousness and scratches her head thoughtfully. She wonders what to do with the other Teresa. Dark Teresa approaches Saint Teresa, who is sitting on the floor and hugging her knees. Dark Teresa asks if the saint is supposed to sit like that. Dark Teresa realizes that as soon as she should have grabbed Kang Jin Hyuk, Saint Teresa immediately changed in her face. The girl immediately starts smiling brightly and friendly, completely stopping crying and tantruming in front of Dark Teresa. Dark Teresa fights the Great Knight and asks herself if there is a way to capture that will, that light in her eyes, that profile. Judello and Casey are mesmerized watching Dark Teresa and realize how cool they think this girl is. They are even ready for her to adopt them. Kang Jin Hyuk turns to the twins and says that now is not the time to count crows. They should do what he asked them to do and join the fight. Dark Teresa pokes her finger in front of Jinhek's face and tells him not to let anyone overtake him in magic. Dark Teresa claims that if she doesn't lose interest in him, Saint Teresa will have one less reason to be sad. Jinhek suspects that if someone with stronger magic than him shows up, the girl might just leave. There's another reason to develop dark magic. Weirodum continues to control and manage its creatures, which attack awakened players. In front of Kang Jin Hyuk's face, the huge and bony fist of the undead leader who was summoned here by Weirodum appears. The enormous boss of the 14th floor strikes with such a powerful punch that he simply breaks through the ground with his fist. There are undead and other foul things flying around Jinhek time and time again as the guy is about to strike back at the undead leader. Kang Jinhek concentrates the power in his hands and activates his daylight skill, and his face expresses aggression and confidence. Kang Jinhek shoots a powerful and dense wave of daylight directly at the huge boss and undead leader. The undead leader painfully grasps his head, which was hit by a daylight strike from Kang Jin Hyuk. Weirodum says it's all useless. The guy will never get rid of everyone. He has amazing magic. Lich knew the guy was very talented. Weirodum cocked his head narcissistically and said that all of this is not enough to be considered his opponent. He asks himself what price he paid to become such a mage. To become a great mage, his family, friends, and even the royal mages he cared for had to be sacrificed. Weirodum begins to accumulate his magical power in his palms and says he has even sacrificed his soul and body. Weirodum screams about losing everything just to become such a powerful mage. He activates the undead leader's multiple magic circle. Judello and Casey try to drag Maria away from here, but stop to observe what's going on here. Kang Jin Hyuk coldly looks at the sky, noticing the many magic circles created by Weirodum above it. Kang Jin Hyuk activates the fusion skill and combines the fire elemental and ice creation skills, but this combination will be impossible to combine anymore. After that, Kang Jin Hyuk activates the 10-star barrier of multi-layer perception, and daylight was added to fusion. Kang Jin Hyuk begins to smile aggressively and vindictively, talking about Weirodum beholden to his abilities. Weirodum watches with a shocked face as Kang Jin Hyuk's skill fusion he shows him here. Dark Teresa and the Grand Knight stop their battle and turn around to look at Jinhek as well. Dark Teresa looks shocked and genuinely amazed at Jin Hyuk's actions and can't contain her enthusiastic exclamations. Dark Teresa lifts her head up and notices the sky, which is simply studded with various magical circles. Kang Jin Hyuk uses infinity magic. He can use any magic spell without consuming mana. But all this has its own disadvantage. The time of such a skill is strictly limited due to the instability of the activated skill. The time of use is 1 minute. Judello and Casey, Yi Dae-min and Yu Yun-hwa also notice what Kang Jin Hyuk is up to and just can't take their eyes off of it. Kang Jin Hyuk activates his daylight skill, and after that, the magical red shot skill is activated. Kang Jin Hyuk raises his hands with magic circles up and begins to attack the undead leader summoned by Weirodum. After such a powerful blow, Kang Jin Hyuk uses the new skill Cold Witch's Breath, freezing the undead leader's limbs. Weirodum tries to analyze and assess the situation correctly. He realizes that he can't even lift a finger to control the undead leader. The undead leader's huge limb finds itself frozen to the ground and unable to move. After all the skills played, Kang Jin Hyuk activates his next skill, Hellfire, attacking the undead leader. Wirodom tensely watches Kang Jin-hyuk, who used the instability of magic to set off an explosion. He doesn't understand how such a thing is even possible. Wirodom already realizes that this pathetic little man's magic is stronger than his, the magic he has honed his entire life. Wirodom becomes violently aggressive after his own thoughts about Kang Jin-hyuk's abilities. Kang Jin-hyuk successfully fulfills the conditions of copying Wirodom's skill because he showed him the bitterness of life. He copies his skill, creating undead. The undead leader lifts his head up and notices the many magic circles in the sky created by Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk mockingly reprimands Wirodom that life has always been unfair. His infinity magic activates eternal redemption. Magical circles begin to line up alternately in the sky, and then powerful infinity magic flows through them. Through the magic of eternal redemption, Kang Jin-hyuk manages to destroy Wirodom with the ends. At the site of the battle between Kang Jin-hyuk and Wirodom, only a large rift in the stone surface on the ground remains. Jin-hyuk's magic is deactivated. Kang Jin-hyuk tiredly leaned on the nearest rock he could find and sighed exhaustedly. Judello, along with Casey, have been watching Jin-hyuk and Wirodom battle all this time and now realize that the Lich is dead. Kang Jin-hyuk is called out and told that he's amazing. Just for a moment, but he used magic far superior to that of a Lich. Only a dark shadow in the form of a haze appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk, asking him what he will do now. The only image that appears is that of Wirodom, who states to Kang Jin-hyuk that he can't be destroyed so easily. Judello and Casey are like gawkers and continue to watch what's going on between Jin-hyuk and Wirodom. Kang Jin-hyuk says that the recent attacks didn't do critical damage, because he knows that a Lich can't be destroyed unless its life force vessel is destroyed. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly smirks and tells Wirodom that the Lich must have hidden his vessel well. Wirodom realizes that Jin-hyuk knows suspiciously much, so why he commits so many pointless actions, the guy ends up with no mana. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to smirk and replies that it came out pretty good. Even he, the great magician Wirodom, didn't notice anything. The ground suddenly starts to crack beneath the Wirodom, because someone is about to crawl out of it. Koguma appears from beneath the ground along with one of the 5 spirits who have dug up some sort of magical orb. Wirodom notices the magical orb in Koguma's hands and realizes that the pet has retrieved a vessel of his life force from beneath the ground. Wirodom watches Kang Jin-hyuk petting his dragon and realizes that the guy didn't cancel his pet's challenge either. Wirodom tensely grasps his face and realizes that Jin-hyuk's attacks were merely to distract him. Kang Jin-hyuk holds up Wirodom's life force vessel and says that he hit it better than he expected. It's just that Koguma has a good nose for magic. Kang Jin-hyuk starts twirling the magic ball in his hands because it's very light. Wirodom gets nervous and begs the guy not to drop it. Kang Jin-hyuk starts acting again and portrays Wirodom, who is being rude. The guy pretends to beg the Lich for mercy. Kang Jin-hyuk's face changes just as dramatically and says that there's no point in listening to someone who has caused so much trouble. Kang Jin-hyuk reveals that Wirodom has destroyed countless people and tortured a girl dear to him. Kang Jin-hyuk thrusts the vessel into Kogume's jaws and asks what about those who begged Wirodom for mercy. Wirodom becomes nervous and gnaws his bony fingers in terror. Jin-hyuk assures him that the Lich will not be able to escape the nightmare that awaits him. Koguma continues to hold the vessel in his mouth, and Jin-hyuk says that Koguma will slowly swallow the vessel like candy. Suddenly, someone appears from behind and starts attacking Kang Jin-hyuk, who didn't expect it at all. Someone's hands abruptly snatch Koguma out of Jin-hyuk's hands and take her own, apologizing aloud for doing so. Kang Jin-hyuk says his mana is at 0, so he uses Koguma to activate a friendly shield. The ball in Koguma's mouth begins to crack, and just as suddenly, the black beast suddenly breaks the Wirodom vessel in its mouth. Park Seo-lin appears and attacks the guy from behind. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the girl. Wirodom at this time begins to roar bitterly and doesn't even have time to say anything because his vessel has been destroyed. Suddenly, Wirodom abruptly disappears into thin air and only his clothes are left behind. The boss of the 14th floor is defeated. The special item, Great Magician's Robes, was obtained, and the player who dealt 90% of the damage was Kang Jin-hyuk, but it was Park Seo-lin who dealt the final blow. Rewards are distributed according to the player's contributions. Kang Jin-hyuk is mad when he realizes that his girlfriend has interrupted him. Park Seo-lin only smiles back and didn't expect it to end this way. They would consider it as revenge for breaking the contract. Park Seo-lin turns to the enraged Jin-hyuk and says that he's not that easy to defeat. With those skills, he can easily reach the middle floors. Park Seo-lin disappears in a flash of eyes, offering Jin-hyuk to fight when they are both able. Kang Jin-hyuk can't stay on his feet and abruptly falls to the ground because he's tired and completely exhausted. Dark Teresa comes up behind him, saying that the Grand Knight said he had no reason to fight anymore and just stepped into the portal. But more likely, he just chickened out. Kang Jin Hyuk asks Teresa what he should call her now. The girl freaks out and suggests calling her Nuna. Teresa tells Jin Heck that she should go too, and there's no point in staying and stealing his magical energy. Dark Teresa tells Jin Heck to take care of this saintly Teresa de Laurencia, who is the light side. Dark Teresa gives Saint Teresa a hand and helps the girl up. They live in the same body after all. Dark Teresa tells Saint Teresa that she has expressed some affectionate words to Jin Heck, so she needs to be braver in her feelings. Dark Teresa sends Saint Teresa to meet Jin Heck, or else the girl will just take him for herself. Saint Teresa bursts out and rushes over to Kang Jin Hyuk without a second thought, saying that she's insanely happy to see him. Judello and Casey show up and are extremely unhappy that the Dark Teresa has disappeared somewhere, and the saint has returned. Young Yu Sung, who safely dealt with the Murim guys, also returns here. Kang Jin Hyuk looks at Young Yu Sung contentedly and caringly while going to hug Teresa de Laurencia. Kang Jin Hyuk puts his arms around the girl and gently cuddles her to him, saying something about how it's been a very long day for everyone. Some forest continues to be roamed by the undead left over from the time of the breakout across Europe. Jung Yoon Seok says he and Miss Yu Yunhua will go first. We need the remaining undead to block the escape route. The girl wonders where this solidity comes from. He used to be a very different person as far as she knows. Jung Yoon Seok smiles smugly and replies to Yu Yunhua that he is growing as a man, a person, and a human being. The Werodom that caused the breakthrough in Europe has disappeared, but has left everyone a gift in the form of many different undead. Even after gathering the forces of players from each country, it still took a lot of time for everyone to eliminate them. According to the report, the number of casualties amounted to 100,000. People faced 2 consecutive breakthroughs for the first time in history, and for the sake of protecting their kind from the Tower of Trials, they founded the World Committee of the Awakened. It was decided that the Awakened from all over the world must conquer the Tower of Trials for the salvation of all mankind. They must unite, rejecting values, religious and cultural differences. Kang Jin Hyuk is taken to the world outside the Tower of Trials by 5th floor boss Andrea. The girl says that this world is amazing, and in some places it's similar to her hometown. Kang Jin Heck tells Andrea that it used to be a lot cooler here. Now all the buildings are being restored. The girl is upset when she remembers that it was all because of the boss who broke out of the tower. Kang Jin Hyuk puts his palm on the girl's head and asks her why she's suddenly so upset. Kang Jin Hyuk smilingly asserts to the girl that it's not her fault. She's on his side, so she shouldn't bow her head. Andrea raises her head in an instant, as if immediately listening to Kang Jin Hyuk's words. Kang Jin Heck tenses up when little Alice enters their conversation, saying that Jin Heck is right. Alice says that the floor boss can't get discouraged so easily. The girl has to have confidence in herself. Velas supports her by speaking from the necklace. Kang Jin Hyuk looks at little Alice unhappily and realizes that she has become much more arrogant since Velas came along. She needs to be taught a lesson. Kang Jin Hyuk thinks about how when the Tower of Trials first appeared, he treated everything that happened playfully. Kang Jin Hyuk recalls all the unpleasant and tragic incidents that happened during all this time that made him think differently. Kang Jin Hyuk thinks about the fact that if he can finally conquer the tower but loses everything else, will there be any point to it? Kang Jin Hyuk turns back and notices a bandaged up from his wounds Jung Yu Sung following him and calls him a stalker. The guys sit down on the bench and Jin Hyuk says that Yu Sung looks better than he expected. He asks how it went. Yu Sung replies that it wasn't hard to deal with the clan guys, but an unknown person showed up during the battle. Yu Sung says that this man straightened him out with a single attack. He was on a completely different level. Young Yu Sung tells us that this stranger called himself the Dragon Emperor, ruling heaven and earth. Words like that put Kang Jin Hyuk in a sharp tense, and he mentally realizes that the Dark Emperor is already starting to act. Kang Jin Hyuk continues to ponder. He kept wondering why the connection with Woo Yun was cut off. Apparently his lies had been exposed. Young Yu Sung asks Jin Hyuk why he has such a sour face. This is followed by a question about how Teresa is doing. It's not that Kang Jin Hyuk is surprised by such a question, it was quite obvious, but his face expresses that surprise. Teresa de Laurencia is now recovering in the hospital that Jin Heck assures the girl will make a speedy recovery. Kang Jin Hyuk assures that she will only recover quickly because Maria is looking after her well. John Yu Sung ends the conversation and informs Kang Jin Hyuk that he has to go because he has a scheduled practice. Kang Jin Hyuk collapses on a bench and stares after Yu Sung, who comes some tough guy. Little Alice approaches Jin Heck and asks if Teresa has really succumbed to the infection. She asks if Jin Heck is sure she shouldn't be eliminated. Kang Jin Heck scoffs slightly and explains to Alice that Teresa de Laurencia now has the usual split personality. Little Alice frowns her eyebrows slightly and asks Kang Jin Hyuk what his words about the girl mean. Kang Jin Hyuk replies that her fallen personality has decided to coexist with her original personality. As long as they maintain a friendly relationship, Teresa won't become a threat. Little Alice arrogantly turns away and tells Jin Heck that if he changes his mind, he should just tell her. Kang Jin Heck knows that his Black Sky Emperor art is based on dark energy. He didn't think that the Demon King's curse would be useful in a situation like this. Kang Jin Hyuk also realizes that Teresa is actually more trustworthy than he expected. Maybe change isn't such a bad thing. Kang Jin Hyuk's phone starts ringing and the guy sees that Han Sang-jin is calling him with a level 1 security code. Han Sang-jin tells the guy on the phone that he apologizes for the urgency, but he needs to come to the association right now. Han Sang-jin explains to Kang Jin Hyuk that some people have come who wish to talk to the guy about something important. Kang Jin Hyuk listens attentively to what the association director says about these people linking their conversation with the forces of the empire. Han Sang-jin provides a private plane for the guy and his fellow girls to get to the association. Andrea walks into the airplane in shock and can't believe she is on the plane. Alice says that in the past she has also been surprised in such a situation. Alice tells Andrea that if a girl is flying on an airplane for the first time, there is one ritual that is mandatory. Alice says that this ritual is terribly important, so she should watch and learn, or else this flying piece of iron will develop. Alice starts to give Andrea her instructions, and the girl obediently repeats after her teacher. First, they need to take off their shoes. After that, the ritual is to stand on the airplane seat, take 5 steps, and clap your hands 5 times. The last step is to close your eyes before takeoff. You do it just once, and you don't have to worry about the whole flight. Alice asks if Andrea can do it. Andrea obediently follows all the steps told by Alice and says that not being a teacher is awesome. Kang Jin Hyuk laughs at the fact that Andrea believes it all. He's going to take a couple of funny pictures for the future. When the plane is already taking off and soaring into the sky, Andrea and Alice fall asleep wrapped in plaids. Kang Jin Hyuk doesn't waste a minute at this time and starts pumping his stats like agility, strength, and mana. Kang Jin Hyuk activates his greedy gaze and is about to look at the skill Wirotum copied from Wirotum. Kang Jin Hyuk looks around to find the right resources to try out a new skill. Kang Jin Hyuk notices the empty plate from the food in front of him, where there is an ordinary bone from a piece of meat. Kang Jin Hyuk activates his Create Undead skill on this ordinary bone and a small skeleton appears. Kang Jin Hyuk pokes his finger at the skeleton and says, since he was created from steak on a bone, he will be called Kostyan. Kang Jin Hyuk picks up Kostyan and realizes that this skill is practically useless now, but in time the balance of power will change, and it will definitely come in handy in the future. Kang Jin Hyuk realizes that although he lost some of his profits because of Seol Lin's last strike, he at least got his hands on the great magician's robes. Now he can sleep. While Alice, Andrea, and Kang Jin Hyuk are sleeping, Kostyan gets out of his seat and heads somewhere. In the luggage compartment at this time are twins Judello and Casey, who are insanely excited that they will now live with Jin Heck for a long, long time. Han Sang-jin is sitting in the awakened association when unknown people ask him how long they have to wait for Jin Hyuk. The chairman assures them that the guy will arrive soon. A girl named Chandra is an S-rank player from Gandhara Guild. A man is named Aaron, and he too is an S-rank player from the same guild. The man resents that the president of the association urgently cannot even summon one player. Han Sang-jin assures the two that they really appreciate the time they have given them, so they provide them with a first-class hotel and facilities. Han Sang-jin is already getting annoyed and tells Aaron and Chandra that they are already starting to cross the line. Aaron, in response to all this, only smirks and sneers mockingly. Chandra does not express any emotion. Kang Jin Hyuk appears from behind, patting Han Sang-jin on the shoulder and praising him for a job well done. The guys from the Gandhara Guild look back at the guy tensely. Kang Jin Hyuk smilingly and friendly turns to Han Sang-jin and says he'll take care of the rest. Han Sang-jin obediently obeys Kang Jin Hyuk's instructions and walks away to leave them alone with each other. Kang Jin Heck takes a seat on the couch in the association president's office and asks Aaron and Chandra what he was called here for. Aaron realizes that he didn't even notice Jin Heck enter the room. Could it be that he has a skill that hides presence? Aaron looks at Jin Hyuk and thought it was all a cheap game that he saw in the video, but in reality he feels an unknown power from Jin Hyuk, the kind of power that doesn't even compare to the president of the association. Aaron says that they have an offer for Jin Hyuk. Right now, all the top runners are focused on the battle for the middle floors, not the outcome, and the winner will affect the other players unconditionally. Manhwa continues that eventually, whoever wants to rise further will be forced into this battle for power. Arin puts his hand to his chest and is about to be brief. He suggests that Jin Hek join the Gandhara Guild and Murim. Kang Jin Hyuk is fed up with facing Murim's forces without end. The boy grudgingly asks why he should join them. Chandra enters the conversation and activates her war map skill. These people can give Jin Hek information about the Empire. Kang Jin Hyuk looks at the map, and Chandra tells him that they have information about the major military bases. It's valuable information that only a select few have. Kang Jin Hyuk thinks to himself how they even managed to get this information while he asks what's next. Arin chuckles contentedly and realizes that this is all intriguing to Jin Hyuk, but it's still flowers. They have far more valuable resources. Arin continues to smirk and tells Jin Hek that if he joins them, they will tell him who their informant is. Kang Jin Hyuk realizes that these people are already close enough to Murim since they already know the spy's real identity. Chandra suggests Kang Jin Hyuk to get to know the informant because it will help him to master a lot of information. He will easily gain an advantage in the battle. Arun confidently clenches his fist and happily announces that they will help Murim win and then be on the winning side. Kang Jin Hyuk only sobs derisively at all this and tries to quiet his laughter. The guy says that Arun and Chandra's ideas are too ridiculous. Kang Jin Hyuk abruptly raises his head and activates his greedy gaze skill to examine the target's hidden thoughts. Arun and Chandra tense up dramatically in the moment when they notice that Jin Hek has an equally dramatic change in his face and behaves strangely and frighteningly. Arun tensely looks at Jin Hyuk and realizes that his face has changed dramatically. Does the guy already know who the spy really is? Kang Jin Hek gets up and is about to leave, and Arun asks him where he's going. Doesn't he need the information? Jin Hyuk assures them that he doesn't care at all. Among other things, Jin Hek says they were very rude to the president of the association. How can one behave like that in a foreign country? Kang Jin Hyuk's face becomes furious and vengeful. He assures Arin and Chandra that he can't let them go so easily for such behavior. Kang Jin Hek uses his brand of grief skill, abruptly and unexpectedly leaving his imprints on Arun and Chandra's foreheads. On the 21st floor in Murim, Wol Yan accompanies the Dark Emperor, the dragon of the power of heaven and earth. The old man asks him who this man who pretends to be his disciple is. Wol Yan tells him that Jin Hyuk even used the imperial black sky art to convince everyone. The old man thinks about whether to call this act amazing or daring. The old dragon emperor dragon of the power of heaven and earth asks Wol Yan for a guy to tell him about this Kang Jin Hyuk. Wol Yan obediently bows his head and begins the story. This vicious Jin Hek will never stop at anything to achieve his goals. Wol Yan continues that Jin Hyuk, like any other villain, uses his subordinates as tools and then throws them away. After his story, Wol Yan recalls all the words Jin Hyuk told him about not letting his men get hurt and looks down frustrated. The old man emperor notices Wol Yan's strange behavior and realizes that Jin Hyuk was able to melt the heart of this child known for his cold-bloodedness. The Earth and Sky Power Dragon Emperor asks if Wol Yan has already gotten attached to Jin Hyuk, but the guy vehemently denies it. The Emperor says that Jin Hek is a criminal who tarnished the name of the heavenly demon cult. They can't just leave it at that. The Emperor calls Helgoma's name, and an unknown man, whose face is hidden by a hood, appears behind him in an instant. The Emperor orders Helgom to bring to him the very same Kang Jin Hyuk that this whole conversation was just about. Wol Yan awkwardly but frustratedly closes his eyes when the Emperor says he wants to see the man who shocked Wol Yan so much in person. Helgom doesn't ask any unnecessary questions and immediately takes off into the air, disappearing from where he had just been to fulfill the order. Judello and Casey open the doorknob to some room, excited to finally open it and be able to enter. The twins begin to look around and study the house. They suspect that this is Jin Hyuk's house, and now they will be living here too. Judello piles onto the bed like a little kid, marveling and delighting at how big it is and how buzzed it is. Casey starts bouncing on the couch and suggests that Judello scare Kang Jin Hyuk when he gets back. They wonder when he's coming back. While Casey and Judello are spoiling themselves, the news shows news of players from India being caught in their underwear walking around outside. It was the same Arun and Chandra from the Gandhara Guild. When Kang Jin Hyuk is on an airplane with the others, he checks the luggage compartment to make sure of something. Jin Hek opens the luggage compartment and notices that the twins are already asleep and sniffling sweetly on top of each other. Kang Jin Hyuk is not going to disturb the twins' sweet sleep. and tries to quietly and carefully close the door to the luggage compartment. Kang Jin-hyuk grudgingly grabs his head and learns that the twins have already broken into his house and are waiting for him there. Kang Jin-hyuk starts grabbing Koguma's sweet cheeks and lounging around with him. The guy tells Koguma not to worry. Kang Jin-hyuk and his pets find themselves on the 12th floor in an anthill with huge ants crawling around. The five spirits look into the holes in the ground and notice these huge ants there, thinking these insects are nasty. Five spirits appear before Jin-hyuk and ask their master what he called them for. This is the same anthill ruled by the queen. Kang Jin-hyuk picks up the skeleton in his arms and offers to introduce himself to the others. This is Kostya, and he's their youngest now. Jin-hyuk explains that Kostya is joining them so late because he is very weak. Their task is to make him much stronger. When the five spirits ask how they can make the skeleton boy stronger, Kang Jin-hyuk just kicks them aside with Kostyan. Kang Jin-hyuk unhappily covers his face and realizes that the five spirits themselves can't handle anything right now. Koguma is staring at something and can't take his eyes off of it. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Koguma and says that if he's the oldest, he should look after the others. Koguma is very unhappy with this arrangement. Koguma is not about to contradict his master's instructions, so he confidently and decisively walks down to the other five spirits and Kosta. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks contentedly and watches his pets, happy that they're doing well. Kang Jin-hyuk watches over Kostyan, who is bound to become much stronger. The skeleton man's level begins to rise. Kostyan tries to keep up with the others and fights the rest of Jin-hyuk's pets, and his level continues to rise. Jin-hyuk realizes that if Koguma keeps an eye on Kostyan's growth, the skeleton man will be much stronger in their next encounter. Little Alice is resting in her Brahm ring and asks what they're going to do next. Jin-hyuk answers her that they will head to the middle floors of the tower. Jin-hyuk tells them that the Murim forces have begun attacking the Empire earlier than expected. If they don't intervene, they will take over their territories. Since the 14th floor boss Wirodum had died, there were approximately 90 days left to mop up the 15th floor. While other players will be busy conquering it, Jin-hyuk will lay the groundwork on the middle ones. Little Alice asks if the empire Jin-hyuk is talking about is the same empire the guy refused to join earlier. She asks if it's going to be okay. Kang Jin-hyuk says that Penheimer gave him one thing, so it comes out that they need the guy alive. It's an emperor's ring. It moves the user to a location of their choice once. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Alice that he was silent about something during the faction selection. After all, that's probably what everyone does. Alice doesn't think so, judging by the look on her face. It doesn't take long for Kang Jin-hyuk to activate the Emperor's Ring. In order to move freely through the middle floors, it is important to establish a good relationship with the Empire. Jin-hyuk is going to focus his attention on Penheimer to start laying the right foundation. Kang Jin-hyuk receives an invitation from a resident of the floor in question and moves to the chosen location using teleportation. Kang Jin-hyuk raises his disgruntled face and notices someone in front of him who doesn't make him excited, but rather the opposite. In front of Kang Jin-hyuk sits an old emperor on his throne. The man is covered with gold chains and dressed in imperial clothes. Kang Jin-hyuk recognizes this emperor. This old man is Lionheart III, who is the ruler of the empire. An army of soldiers appears around Kang Jin-hyuk, surrounding him and not about to let him go. They think there is an invasion going on. Kang Jin-hyuk starts to smile tensely and laughs at what a terrible first impression he left behind. Lionheart III is a legendary emperor who managed to lead the empire to its greatest heyday. However, after his successor died for unknown reasons, the sovereign's energy began to fade and he lost the will to live and simply waited for his death, turning into an old and powerless lion. The soldiers of the empire that surround Kang Jin-hyuk start attacking the guy to protect the emperor from evil. Kang Jin-hyuk reacts instantly to the attacks and has no intention of giving in. He deftly dodges and evades. At this time, Penheimer shows up and tries to get Lionheart III away from here. The right-hand man for such an emperor was an imperial grand sword master named Penheimer, whom Jin-hyuk was already familiar with. The soldiers continue to attack Jin-hyuk and realize that they're not succeeding in catching him at all. The guy's too good at dodging. Kang Jin-hyuk is straight up in flight, and during the fight, he calls out to Penheimer and tells him that he's the one who called him here. Kang Jin-hyuk turns around, but no Penheimer is around, so the guy is extremely surprised and asks where he went. Kang Jin-hyuk fights and manages to think that since Penheimer teleported him here, it's part of his test. The soldiers still can't catch the agile Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks about the fact that if even a single soldier here is killed by his mistake, it will not be easy at all to restore relations with the Empire. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks over the next course of action and realizes that he can't take the lives of these soldiers. But even if Jin-hyuk isn't going to destroy them, he'll at least give them a good workout. Grandmasters of the Sword Abraham and Mackenzie appear and are about to deal with the invading Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't think for long and turns towards the great sword masters and activates his greedy gaze on them. Kang Jin-hyuk scrutinizes the characteristics of the men. Abraham, for example, cares a great deal for his fellow Mackenzie. At this time, Mackenzie has a secret of his own that he's carefully trying and wanting to hide. If Jin-hyuk reveals his secret to Abraham, he will be able to copy one of his skills. Kang Jin-hyuk finds these conditions harsh. These two are among the top 10 masters of the empire, so why is he still in the palace when he should be on the front lines fighting Murim? One of the sword masters approaches Jin-hyuk and claims to him that this is the sacred meeting hall of His Majesty Lionheart. Abraham activates his Aurora Blade skill and demands Jin-hyuk to immediately end the pointless confrontation and surrender. The soldiers surrounding Jin-hyuk and the swordmasters begin to shout enthusiastically and admiringly towards Abraham with the great blade of Aurora. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out his weapon and smirks at Abraham, because the same as the white-haired guy, he can do it himself. Abraham and Mackenzie's faces change dramatically as Jin-hyuk pulls out his sword, which looks like Aurora's blade. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles smugly while activating his blade song skill. Abraham exclaims aloud that such a thing is impossible. Aurora's blade in such large size in Jin-hyuk's hands? Is he really a sword master too? Kang Jin-hyuk assesses the situation and realizes that the atmosphere has changed, and now that everyone is quiet and calm, he can make his move. An unknown man appears pointing at Jin-hyuk's sword and saying that his blade is far from waving a blue transparent glow. The murky purple sword exudes a sinister energy. This man is Duke Weinstullen, and he appeals to everyone to not let themselves be fooled. Such a sword in Jin-hyuk's possession is an obvious sign of barbarism. Duke Weinstullen begins to smirk demonstratively and in an acting manner as if to mock Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk is already starting to call this Duke all sorts of names in his head when Abraham seizes the moment and is about to attack. Abraham attacks Kang Jin-hyuk, who deftly dodges and says how much everyone here pisses him off. Abraham calls the guy a heretic. Abraham squints at Kang Jin-hyuk in horror and starts to panic that the guy just dodged the attack with his eyes closed. But no matter what, Abraham is not going to give up and continues to fight when Kang Jin-hyuk activates the Demon King Sword Steps skill. Abraham starts looking around and trying to figure out where Jin-hyuk, who is already right on top of Mackenzie, has gone. Abraham turns around to his comrade and calls out to him in a panic because Jin-hyuk is already attacking him. Abraham begins to reach out to his best comrade and is already thinking about Mackenzie's end from the intruder. Kang Jin-hyuk didn't plan on attacking him. The guy simply and in one easy motion removes Mackenzie's headdress and exposes his bald head. All the servants and soldiers who are in the sacred hall begin to cover their mouths in surprise and horror and become hysterical. Kang Jin-hyuk already pulls out his sunglasses from somewhere and starts to mock the amazing baldness glow from his bald head, emphasizing his daylight skill. Kang Jin-hyuk brings his hand with daylight to Mackenzie's bald spot, and a bright solar flare happens. All the servants, soldiers, and Abraham begin to cover themselves with their hands from the bright light so as not to go completely blind. Mackenzie loses his night helmet and falls flat on the ground while Kang Jin-hyuk disappears somewhere. Duke Weinstullen appeals to the others not to stand around and find Jin-hyuk now. Abraham awkwardly tries to wipe his eyes. Abraham awkwardly turns to Mackenzie and asks if he's okay. Mackenzie tries to quickly pull his helmet back on his head. Mackenzie begins to cry quietly and says that the damage would have been much less if they hadn't all made such a fuss about what they saw. Abraham looks at the Emperor's painting and says that it was all too Io for their eyes, hence the reaction. Kang Jin-hyuk hides behind the nearest corner, and the conditions for copying the skill are successfully met. The guy copies the skill Quick Blade. Meanwhile, somewhere on the other end, Casey and Judello are gorging themselves on various goodies and sweets and falling sound asleep. They're such flashers when they sleep. On the outskirts of the Empire's capital city, many flyers appear with Kang Jin-hyuk's picture on them. He's wanted for a bounty. They say this guy is a heathen who broke into the imperial palace. People in the outskirts are discussing how far the dignity of the ruling government has fallen, that even the invaders have already appeared. Their collapse is just around the corner. Little Alice notices how popular Jin-hyuk is already with the locals here. She doesn't understand how she can even go out in public after that. Kang Jin-hyuk hides behind a hooded robe and confidently replies to Alice that there's nothing to fume about. Jin-hyuk assures that more people will now be interested in him. He insulted two great sword masters right before he disappeared. Alice wonders what the guy thinks of such a thing when he's being stalked. Jean Heck thinks of that Duke Weinstullen who showed up and called him a heathen, thus complicating things greatly. Kang Jin Hyuk and Alice come to a small house with wooden doors to ask about why he's wanted. Kang Jin Hyuk is going to ask this question to the initiator of this whole story. He and Alice enter a wooden house. In front of them sits the great swordmaster and the Emperor's right-hand man, Penheimer, who is madly excited to see Kang Jin Hyuk here. Penheimer suggests they sit down and rest, as they did a great job finding this place. Alice says that this house looks too shaky to call it safe. Jean Heck grudgingly and sarcastically thanks Penheimer for pretending they didn't know each other and then calling him and declaring him a criminal. Penheimer realizes the guy is at a loss. Penheimer explains to Jean Heck that he just wanted to test his abilities again because it was a matter of special importance. He wanted to see how the boy would behave in an unexpected situation. Kang Jin Hyuk tenses up a bit but pulls a smirk on his face. He asked Penheimer if he passed his test. Penheimer was actually pleasantly surprised at how quickly Kang Jin Hyuk managed to escape. He always exceeds his expectations. At this time, Alice is eyeing the wine. Kang Jin Hyuk asks to be allowed to catch the spy and bring this case to an end. He hopes that Penheimer has already prepared a shortcut to the upper floors. Penheimer has already prepared everything, but Kang Jin Heck should know, to gain access to the upper floors, the Empire must take over the middle floors. Jean Heck smirks and mentally realizes that Penheimer has finally shown his true intentions. The boy waits for further instructions. Penheimer tells us that the middle floors are now fighting against Murim for the Citadel of Giants, a huge fortress in the center. But Lionheart isn't exactly stable. This all leads to the nobles fighting each other for power to sit on the throne after His Majesty's death. Penheimer bows his head disappointedly because it is frustrating to see such a situation in such difficult times when unity is most important. Alice is sipping wine and eating meat as Penheimer continues the story. If things work out this way, the Murim will take over the Empire, and then it will be difficult for him to keep his promise. Kang Jin Hyuk analyzes the situation and realizes that the situation is much worse than he expected. He wonders what Penheimer wants from him. Penheimer gives Jin Heck the opportunity to choose one of the Emperor's treasures as an advance. The man asks Jin Heck to lead a raid to capture the Citadel of Giants. Jin Heck realizes that Penheimer is giving the royal family's jewel to an outsider, and after all, they could be executed for it. Penheimer smiles and replies that if he can contribute to the defense of the Empire and His Majesty, he would gladly give his life. Kang Jin Heck gets a third special assignment for the first conqueror of the Tower of Trials. He must help Penheimer gain the trust of Lionheart III and lead the Empire to prosperity. If successful, a third feature will be revealed for Kang Jin Hyuk, which the guy is extremely excited about and can't wait to get it. So he negotiates with Penheimer with a handshake. Kang Jin Heck reminds Penheimer that he's only doing all this for his own benefit, and he's doing it for his country. Kang Jin Hyuk starts to reveal that he's learned something about that spy. Penheimer is surprised at how quickly the guy accomplishes his goals. Alice suddenly tenses up out of the blue and realizes that someone is heading towards them, sensing his presence. An unknown man with blonde hair approaches the wooden house, pulling a rubber glove over his hand. Alice immediately reflects to Jean Heck and Penheimer, informing them that someone is coming this way, and there is a very unpleasant mana odor coming from them. Penheimer suspects that it was the man who followed them, avoiding his magical detection. Could it be another sword master? Kang Jin Hyuk turns to Penheimer with a smirk and claims that he was followed. Penheimer replies that age is taking its toll. Penheimer promises that he will definitely correct his mistake. The boys are waiting for the uninvited guest to show up. The wooden doors break through and several undead appear, acting aggressive and unfriendly. Little Alice starts screaming because of the abomination she sees in front of her. The girl is already beating the undead as if on automatic. A huge and unpleasant undead with sharp teeth begins to pounce on Alice, and the girl successfully fights back. Penheimer snaps out of his seat and leaps across the room to attack the undead. They have no right to touch his guests. Kang Jin Heck realizes that the person who sicked the undead here is practicing necromancy, although this kind of magic is despised in the Empire. Kang Jin Hyuk realizes that there is only one answer to all of this. He activates his Black Sky Imperial Art skill. Kang Jin Heck blows a huge hole in the roof and bursts to the surface. Penheimer is disappointed that his hideout is being destroyed. Kang Jin Hyuk soars high into the air and pulls out his magic bow. He peers down from above to assess the situation below. The undead begin to simultaneously raise their heads upwards, while looking at their opponent, Kang Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin-hek activates his abilities and uses the skill Magical Red Shot. A multitude of magical arrows begin to hit the undead, striking their bodies and injuring them. Kang Jin-hyuk deftly deals with a bunch of undead that some unknown necromancer sicked on them. Kang Jin-hyuk demands that he stop making jokes. He's approached by a necromancer who realizes that Jin-hyuk didn't like the performance. He wanted to leave a good impression. A man introduces himself to Kang Jin-hyuk and gives his name. His name is Kawain, and he's from the Demonic Peoples Association. On the 21st floor in Marim at this time, Bak Sol-lin is doing his training. An interesting magical portal appears in front of the girl, through which some person comes through to her. Bak Sol-lin already knows the unknown man who is sneaking to her through the portal. The girl is pleased that he showed up here. Young Yu-sung comes out of the magic portal, and Bak Sol-lin pretty much welcomes the guy here because she once called him to her. Bak Sol-lin introduces young Yu-seon to Marim, who is on the middle floors of the Tower of Trials. In her opinion, everything here is beautiful. Young Yu-sung looks around the surroundings of Marim and thinks about how he didn't suspect at all that he would come here so soon. Jung Yu-sung follows by Lin, who unexpectedly gives the guy the news that he should be grateful to her. Bak Lin looks at Young Yu-seong with a sneaky look and smiles because back then at the breakout, she stopped the Dark Emperor from destroying Yu-seong. When the Dark Emperor almost took Young Yu-sung's life, Bak Lin stood up for him and asked to keep the man alive. The Dark Emperor looks down at the girl and asks how dare she get in his way. Lin will have to explain herself. Bak Lin sits down on one knee as a sign of respect for the Dark Emperor and apologizes for his behavior. Bak Lin explains to the Dark Emperor that this swordsman Yu-sung will soon become Chu Hong-san's apprentice, and today he got a lot of experience. When the Dark Emperor hears Chu Hong-san's name, his face instantly changes, and it's as if he's already willing to make concessions. Jung Yu-sung replies to Lin that he never thought the girl would say that name, but it's not clear to him why she lied to the emperor. Yu-seong knows that in the past, Chu Hong-sen was a legendary master of Marim. Now she is either dead or just an ordinary old woman. Yu-sung gets angry and says that if such words were a ploy for him, then Lin needs to be prepared for the consequences. Bak Lin looks back at Yu-sung and realizes that the guy is well aware of this world. The girl thinks about how sexy Yu-sung is when he's angry. Bak Lin takes Yu-seong to a gray-haired old woman whom he calls Chu Hong-sen. That was pretty rude of him. Young Yu-sung's face instantly changes when he notices a far different gray-haired old woman in front of him than the one he expected to see. This girl is in full bloom. Alien Saiyan sits on a rock and plays with birds with her fingers. Chu Hong-sen is the founder of the sword key chasing souls technique. The girl welcomes Yu Se-yong as her child who uses her technique. At this time, Penheimer takes Alice with him and suggests that the girl hide in the Imperial Treasury. While Alice goes with Penheimer to the treasure house, Jin-hek is going to stay with Cavan and listen to him. Penheimer asks Alice if it would be okay if they just left Kang Jin-hyuk there alone. Alice sighs tiredly and calls Penheimer a youth who shouldn't waste his nerves on all this. Alice explains to Penheimer that when her contractor asks to leave, it means he has a plan. They should stop talking and move on. Cavan pretty much states that following Penheimer was the right decision. He's glad he was able to meet Jin-hek. Kang Jin-hyuk isn't going to listen to Kawain's determination for long and demands that he stop explaining himself and tell him what he needs from him. If Kawain starts talking nonsense about a sect of demonic people, he should prepare himself for an uphill battle. Kawain claims that even if they shake hands, they will still hold a knife to their throats. Kawain also tells Jin-hek that he's raised a bit of a fuss, so the whole guard will be rushing in here soon. Cavan suggests that we don't waste precious time and arrange to exchange information in a fair way. Kang Jin-hyuk once asked Melina about that man Kawain. The girl answered ambiguously at first. Melina rubs her chin thoughtfully and says that she doesn't know much since she is on Hosenbelt's side. In order to get as much information out of Melina as possible, Kang Jin-hek activates the Brand of Grief skill, and the girl immediately remembers everything. Melina tells us that Kawain is one of the Knights of the Round Table. Unlike Hosenbelt, Kawain is known for being active on the front lines. Melina knows that Kawain is good at necromancy and swordsmanship. He also has excellent information retrieval skills. Kawain begins to smile brightly and cheerfully and activates his Trust Scales skill to begin the exchange of information. The target of the Trust Scales is a hand. Each party takes turns asking questions and truthfully answering the questions received. In case of deviation or lying, the scales of credibility will condemn the person. Cavan demands to speak only the truth, and the same applies to him. Kawain starts to rock, and sure enough, Jin-hyuk has quite a few questions piling up. He asks if the guy wants to have some fun before security arrives. Kang Jin-hyuk calls Kawain names and realizes that he wants to turn them all in. The guy accepts the trust scales and is very emotional and enthusiastic. An entire Imperial Guard is already on its way and approaching Pennyheimer's lodge and hideout. The Imperial Guard infiltrates the grounds and only notices a broken table and chairs. No one is here anymore and everyone has fled. The Imperial Guard are more than certain that there was definitely a heathen here. We should disperse and all start looking. Kawain hides behind some building and keeps laughing. This time at the fact that Kang Jin-hyuk isn't so easy. He almost lost his arm. Kawain almost lost his limb for not expecting such a question from Kang Jin-hyuk at all. Kang Jin-hyuk seems to be enjoying everything that's going on. He asks Kawain how many people in the association have become Dark Apostles. Kawain immediately tenses up because he doesn't understand how Jin-hyuk knows such a thing. You have to be in close contact with the leaders or directly communicating with demons to know about it. Trust Scales begins to intervene because Kaveen is obligated to tell only the truth. Kaveen says there are only 3 of them in the association right now. The Trust Scale rates an answer that is truthful. Kawain had not expected such a question at all, however. Now it was his turn to ask. Kavin talks about the ruins hidden in the Tower of Trials on the 15th floor, the tomb of the Antichrist. He wonders how to get there. Kawain watches Kang Jin-hyuk and knows that this guy has a lot of information about the Tower of Trials. Jin-hyuk knows about the tomb of the Antichrist. The middle floors are also a prime example. He will find the tomb and contribute to the resurrection of the Demon King. Trust Scales starts to interfere again because only the truth needs to be answered. Kawain demands Jin-hyuk to tell everything he knows. Kang Jin-hyuk rubs his chin thoughtfully and interjects to ask if Kawain is talking about a place to summon demons. Kang Jin-hyuk starts laughing madly and suddenly issues a response by saying that he's not going to say anything to Kawain. Kawain didn't expect such a response from Kang Jin-hyuk at all, so he stands in a stupor and doesn't know what to say to such a thing. Trust Scales evaluates the answer and concludes it is true. Kawain tenses up because Jin-hyuk's answer is scored and he doesn't understand what's going on. There is a very simple way to distinguish truth from lies. It is a skill called Trust Scales, which is based on the target's heart rate. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his intermittent breathing skill, and he can now control his breathing volume and heart rate. Kang Jin-hyuk comes up with a plan. If he can control his heart rate, then any sentence he says will be considered true. Kawain at this time starts to get indignant because this is impossible. Why didn't the scales punish him after such a blatant lie by Jin-hyuk? Kawain realizes that even though Jin-hyuk mentioned the tomb of the Antichrist, it still turns out that he found a way around the scales. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the 3-star barrier spell weakening and abruptly snatches his hand from the trust scales. Kawain can't stop being amazed and shocked as he looks at Jin-hyuk. This guy still managed to break the handcuffs. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to hold the concentrated magic power in his hand and thanks Kawain for telling him about the 3 apostles that need to be dealt with. There's only one thing left for Kang Jin-hyuk to do, find out what the demonic people sect is doing here. Jin-hyuk activates the Brand of Grief skill. Kang Jin-hyuk swings his palm sharply and leaves a brand of grief mark on Kawain's forehead. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't have time to leave a full branding because Kawain activates his emergency exit skill. Now, instead of moving to safety, Kavin takes only minor damage. Kawain flies into the nearest wooden obstacle and, given Jin-hyuk's unknown barriers and subjugation magic, realizes it's very dangerous to play with him. Kawain tries to get to his feet in honor of his loss. He's going to tell Kang Jin-hyuk something interesting. Kawain tells Jin-hyuk that he looked around Murim's neighborhood on his way here. He asks if Jin-hyuk knows that they are not the only mid-story players here. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately changes his face and doesn't understand what Kawain is telling him, so he interjects. Kawain begins to grin aggressively and informs Jin-hyuk that there was a he in Murima, the same one that Jin-hyuk fooled by calling himself the Unknown. On top of all that, there's more bad news. John Yu-sung is now in Murima, much to Jin-hyuk's shock. Kawain says that he saw Jin-hyuk today to exchange information, even though he almost lost a limb. But here, Jin-hyuk has already lost his right hand to Yu-sung. Kawain assures Jin-hyuk that he can continue to stand up to the demonic men, but he should check in more often to see if his comrades have betrayed him. Kawain abruptly says goodbye to Jin-hyuk and vaporizes into thin air, leaving behind only a black haze. Kang Jin-hyuk also hides in hiding to avoid trouble with the Imperial Guard. Kang Jin-hyuk makes an angry face and says out loud to himself that this kind of business with stalker Yu Seong won't go down well at all. Duke Weinstullen is screaming in the Imperial Palace about the fact that the heathen has still not been caught. It was worth it to at least draw a proper portrait. At this rate, the Empire's status will plummet. He orders the guard to bring this heretic here immediately. Duke Weinstullen is angry that the guardsmen don't understand anything until you yell at them. The Duke is a powerful man in the Empire. The Duke asks Abraham if it makes sense to chase one criminal when they're in the middle of a battle with Murim for the Citadel of Giants. Abraham ponders his words briefly, then says that everyone had seen the heretic's Aurora blade. It was much larger than his or Mackenzie's, the swordmaster's. Abraham realizes that the situation is clear. This heretic Gene Heck is on the same level as him, or maybe even higher. It would make more sense to simply bring him to their side. Duke Weinstullen shouts to the soldiers that they have nothing to do here and need to search the area outside as soon as possible. Abraham realizes that the Duke wasn't even going to listen to him, so he was basically talking to himself. It makes him laugh. Kang Jin-hyuk dresses up in the Great Magician's robe, which gives the user 20% stealth. If they look for him, they won't find him. Kang Jin-hyuk begins to wander the grounds of the Imperial Palace and tries to remember where to go next. Penheimer stops Alice in the treasure room at this time because the girl is grabbing for everything, and he promised only one thing. Kang Jin-hyuk walks up to the huge doors leading to the Imperial Treasury and sees Alice starting to collect different bottles. Penheimer notices Gene Heck's appearance and is glad he came. Alice is about to take an extra, and he tries to stop her. Gene Heck is just getting the wine ready, because they won't regret it. Penheimer points his hands at the vicinity of the treasury and asks what Gene Heck will choose. We have to stop at one thing. If the guy takes more than that, he'll be in trouble. Kang Jin Heck examines the items in the treasure room. As expected from the Empire, there are many incredible treasures of the middle floors. Kang Jin-hyuk already knows exactly what he wants. The guy points to the red dragon blood. Penheimer assures that the choice is only Jin Heck's. It's dragon's blood, which even the mages of the Empire had a hard time dealing with. The man asks how Jin Heck will use it. Kang Jin Heck smirks smugly and assures Penheimer that he knows that working with this blood isn't easy. Penheimer opens his eyes wide with surprise and doesn't even know how he should react to such words himself. Penheimer pulls out the dragon's blood and his credentials are confirmed. He interferes for nothing. He's sure Jin Heck will do a great job. Penheimer holds out a bottle of dragon's blood to Jin Heck and claims it's all he can provide him. He's counting on it to help him capture the Citadel. Judello and Casey wake up to the fact that they receive a request for a video call from Kang Jin-hyuk. Judello and Casey instantly come to their senses as soon as they see Kang Jin-hyuk's favorite brother on their screen. Kang Jin-hyuk asks the twins if they're really in his house, but they deny it. Jin-hyuk can't be fooled because he can see his couch behind them. Jin-hyuk says he doesn't care. He promised the twins that they would live together. Now he has an assignment for the twins. Judello and Casey look overjoyed and are very happy with the news that their brother has an assignment for them. Kang Jin Heck gives out all the proper instructions to Judello and Casey, then ends the video call. The twins are just thrilled. Jin Heck reflects on the fact that Kavane didn't ask about the Tomb of the Antichrist by accident. It's one of the few places where demons can appear. If he's going to go there, he definitely has the summoning relics with him. Alice grudgingly asks Gene Heck if she really has to live with Judello and Casey too. Gene Heck makes them a promise, but if Alice doesn't want to, he can buy the downstairs for them. Jin Heck is already moving quietly on the outskirts of the Empire, no longer in hiding. Alice is surprised because the guy was wanted. She wonders why no one is paying attention. Kang Jin-hyuk shows up to Alice and says that he looks like his usual self to her, but there's some kind of loophole. Kang Jin Heck activates a 2-star illusion barrier on Alice, and the girl notices his appearance that the others can see. Little Alice changes the subject again and asks what they are here for. Didn't they have to prepare for the attack? Jin Heck explains to Alice that before they go to the Citadel, there's an interesting place they need to check out. Kang Jin-hyuk, in Alice's company, approaches an ordinary wooden house that looks like a shabby blacksmith shop to Alice. Jin Heck agrees that this little house is outwardly unattractive, but it houses a talent that is impossible to pass by. Gene Heck revealingly opens the doors and shows Alice that the best blacksmith in all of the Empire is in front of them. The best blacksmith in the entire Empire is named Oren. The man sleeps soundly and drools a lot. This blacksmith shop is ranked first from the end by the residents of the Empire. Alice walks in squeamishly and thinks it's not a blacksmith shop, but some kind of trash can. Alice looks at the sleeping Oren and is squeamishly surprised that Jin Heck calls him the best blacksmith they need so badly. Kang Jin Heck activates the greedy gaze skill on Orun. Orun is now exhausted and feels helpless. If Jin Heck manages to reignite the fire in Orun's soul, he will be able to copy his skill. Kang Jin-hyuk tries to wake up Oren and starts yelling at him to wake up soon. Jin-hyuk turns to Alice to ask her for some item that only little Alice has. Little Alice pulls out a bottle of wonderful Imperial Royal Prince wine with 50 years of aging. Kang Jin-hyuk turns on his acting skills and raises the wine bottle up. If Orun doesn't wake up, the Imperial Prince's bottle will go to waste. Kang Jin-hyuk defiantly turns around and says he's going to leave with that beautiful bottle of wine. Orun reaches out his hand helplessly and stops Jin-hyuk. Orun wakes up abruptly in an instant and starts greedily reaching for the bottle of wine for Jin-hyuk to give it to him immediately. Kang Jin-hyuk gives a bottle of expensive wine to Orun, who immediately proceeds to drink the wine and enjoy its wonderful flavor. Orun asks what Kang Jin-hyuk wants him to do. The guy states that he needs to strengthen his equipment. Orun asks why all of a sudden Jin-hyuk would trust him with anything, since he's just a regular drunk who lost his skills a long time ago. Orun asks if it's a shame to trust him with his weapons. Jin-hyuk smiles contentedly and asks Orun not to worry about the little things and just take his order. Jin-hyuk is going to pay Orun generously for his work. Jin-hyuk activates his sharing everything skill and targets Alice von Ataraxia, who doesn't quite know what's going on. Kang Jin-hyuk takes Queen Pendragon's bracelet from Alice's treasure trove, offering it to Orun for his work. Orun takes the bracelet and begins to examine it. He knows that it is valuable and not easy to get. Little Alice starts to get indignant because Jin-hyuk is taking her bracelet, but Jin-hyuk only nods satisfactorily, about to give it to Orun. Orun agrees to the terms and accepts Kang Jin-hyuk's instructions, because as long as he gets paid, he doesn't mind. Orun inflates his mouth and is about to let fire out of it. The important thing is that Jin-hyuk doesn't regret his choice later. Orun activates his Breath of Metal ability, which he uses on the Queen of Pendragon bracelet Jin-hyuk gave him. Orun is filled with fierce energy and magic, causing the gear to strengthen, and it does begin to strengthen. Queen Pendragon's bracelet suddenly shatters, and the reinforcement fails. Now instead of a normal bracelet, a broken bracelet appears. Little Alice watches in horror at what Orun is doing and realizes that her Queen Pendragon bracelet is being destroyed. Little Alice abruptly begins to devolve into screaming and tantrums because Orun and Jin-hyuk have destroyed her bracelet. Orun makes a cute and innocent face, making the excuse that his hand just slipped off his bracelet. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't support Alice's opinion and tells Orun that everything is perfectly fine. Orun didn't expect such a strange reaction. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks and says he still has a lot of gold goodness, only it's from Alice's vault. On the third floor of the Tower of Trials in the Temple of Change, a whole crowd gathers and surrounds Teresa de Laurencia. Teresa can't fight off her fans who ask her where she's going since she's dressed like that. She is asked to take part in a broadcast. Teresa de Laurencia recalls Jin-hyuk telling her he sent someone here, but somehow there are too many people here. The twins Judello and Casey show up and start yelling out loud that they came here on instructions from Jin-hyuk. Teresa de Laurencia turns around in surprise to realize who exactly Kang Jin-hyuk sent to her on the third floor. The crowd starts to disperse as soon as they spot the crazy twins, who could take everyone here down in one fell swoop. Teresa de Laurencia greets the twins in a friendly manner and asks if they were sent here by her comrade Kang Jin-hyuk. Teresa de Laurencia points to a portal and invites Casey and Judello to go there. She has the Empire prepare invitations for them. Judello and Casey resentfully turn away and refuse to go with Teresa, who doesn't understand the reason for their refusal. Casey pouts her lips resentfully and says they're not going anywhere with a wimp like that, trying to draw out Dark Teresa. Teresa de Laurencia realizes what's wrong and only exhales confused and tiredly, realizing that she needs to turn to Dark Teresa. Dark Teresa appears from inside Saint Teresa, who grabs Judello's head and starts pulling his hair. Dark Teresa appears, holding Judello by the hair and asking if they really only understand in a bad way. Saint Teresa's words and her words, so one must obey her. Judello enjoys Dark Teresa's sadism and gets high on what's going on. Casey is loudly jealous of his brother. Dark Teresa suggests to Casey and Judello that if they escort Saint Teresa, she will definitely come back and play with them. Alice holds up the destroyed jewelry that Orun keeps ducking and failing the enhancements that lead to the destruction. Orun looks at Alice awkwardly and realizes that out of all the times, there hasn't been a successful one, and this is the 10th ornament in a row. Orun watches the enraged Alice and already doubts himself that he will stay alive after such experiments. Kang Jin-hyuk demands that Orun stop and asks him to move over. The guy puts on a blacksmith apron and is going to try it himself. Jin-hyuk looked at how Orun wielded his hammer, so he thought about how he too could handle such a task so deftly. Orun's face changes dramatically, and he begins to express his displeasure and incomprehension, for it is not easy to repeat such a thing. Despite being the best blacksmith in the past, Oren is now a common drunkard wielding a hammer. It won't be hard for Jin Hek to follow Oren's lead. Oren realizes that although his skill level has dropped, it's not easy to master blacksmithing. Jin Hek is overconfident. Kang Jin Hyuk starts repeating Oren's exact movements and actions, and then the gear enhancement really kicks in. Oren watches Jin Hyuk's actions in shock. This guy is really good, bold, and precise technique. He hits the heated metal at the perfect moment. Kang Jin Hek applies the red dragon blood to enhance the Pentagris Fang. Oren is shocked that the guy curbed that red dragon blood. Oren is shocked to wonder where this kid got such a valuable item in the first place. The blacksmith sees that Jin Hek is going to max out the amplification. Oren, though angry that Kang Jin Hyuk had demeaned his dignity, but something still ignited a new fire in him. Oren watches Jin Hyuk mesmerized. The sight of the reddened blade that absorbed the dragon's blood pleases Oren very much. Jin Hek at this time fulfills the conditions of copying and receives the skill, Breath of Metal. Oren continued to watch mesmerized as suddenly Jin Hek stops abruptly. Oren asks him why he doesn't continue. Jin Hek assures Oren that he was merely imitating him. It is impossible for him to replicate Oren's true skill. Jin Hek hands Oren his hammer and assures the blacksmith that this reinforcement should be finished by a true professional. Oren looks at his own hammer in surprise and fascination, and it's as if he's seeing it for the first time when Jin Hek suggests the blacksmith take it up. Jin Hek looks at Oren and he knows the feeling better than anyone else, those emotions of a man at his peak. When any of us reach our limit, everything around us in this world starts to seem really boring. But if some incentive comes along at such a moment, as it did for the blacksmith Oren thanks to Jin Hek, things are different. Once this stimulus occurs, motivation makes a person feel again the feelings that each of us so desperately need. The return of incentive and motivation helps one find that same fire rekindling in the chest, as Orun's is now. Oren grabs his blacksmith's hammer and concentrates all his blacksmithing might into it, going to finish the reinforcement. Oruna, with furious and enraged eyes, continues to bring Jin Hyuk's weapon improvement to an end. Red Dragon Blood successfully combines with the equipment, after which the hidden potential of the weapon is revealed. Thanks to Oren, the highest difficulty improvement is successful, and the Blue Fang of Pentagris is obtained. Every third attack increases the chance of a critical hit by 7%. If Jin Hek damages the Pentagris Fang, the weapon's power is temporarily increased by 100 times. Oren seems to be infused with his former passion and desire to wield his sledgehammer. Jin Hek examines his weapon and realizes that it's much better than he expected. With this feature, he can take out even the bosses on the upper floors in no time. Oren turns to Jin Hek to listen to him. The blacksmith thought he would never experience something like this again, so he thanks Jin Hek. Oren clenches his fist confidently and says he still has room to grow. There is so much unexplored around. Jin Hek pulls out some rolled-up document and states to Oren that he's glad to hear the blacksmith is satisfied. Jin Hek offers Oren to join him, due to which he will get much more amazing experience. You just have to sign the contract. Oren puts on his glasses and he needs to read every clause of this contract because he is a very meticulous man. It will take him 3 hours. Jin Hek agrees that contracts should always be read extremely carefully. However, if Oren signs it right now, he will get a busy thing. Such a busy and guaranteed thing as the defense against an enraged Alice, who is standing in front of Oren. Little Alice's face is full of revenge and anger because the blacksmith Oren has destroyed her entire beautiful jewelry collection. Kang Jin Hek grabs hold of little Alice, who is eager to destroy Oren. Jin Hek assures the blacksmith that he won't keep her like this for long, so Oren is ready to sign the treaty right away. Suddenly there is some sort of call and Oren and Jin Hyuk turn toward the door of the forge. A bell rings throughout the Empire and surrounding areas to warn of an attack. Duke Weinstollen runs to a soldier to ask if Murim has invaded the lands of the Empire. Imperial guards stand throughout the city to defend against incursions, but now the Murim are far from invaded. Right now, the circumference of the Empire is being attacked by giants who have crossed the border and attacked the city. Abraham realizes that all the knights are now on the front lines, and the giants are suddenly attacking the Empire's capital. Giants do appear in the neighborhood and are far from friendly. They immediately engage in battle. The Imperial Guard begins to spread out into positions as a multitude of giants head for the palace grounds. Penheimer had already asked Jin Hek to conquer the citadel where the giants were supposed to be, so what did these hulking behemoths forget here? Kang Jin Hyuk holds something out to his companion Alice in his hands and tells the girl to take it right now. Alice wonders why she wants to do this. Kang Jin Hyuk tells her that he has a plan. The Imperial Guard grabs their turrets and machine guns, about to open fire on the advancing giants. These giants are quite tough. and it is not easy to break through their armor and skin. They are adept at fending off the Empire's attacks. One of the soldiers of the guard realizes that their attacks are not going at all and are not working. Swordmasters Abraham and Mackenzie are due to arrive soon. Now we must hold out until the main defenders arrive. They cannot yield the wall to these vile giants. Two giants fold their arms between them to toss another giant over the wall of the Empire. The Imperials must obey the orders of the giant king Ograkunu. The Imperials must die and repent to them. The giant, who had previously been tossed by two other giants, deftly flies up to the stone wall and breaks through it with his weight. As Duke Weinstullen and Abraham are on their way to the wall area, it became apparent that the wall was crumbling. Abraham strains toward the front lines and realizes that by the time he gets there, they will have already suffered irreparable damage. As the swordmaster Abraham is already approaching the wall, he notices something unusual and surprising him to the point of creepiness in front of him. Outside and inside the Empire, the giant who had broken through the stone wall had already collapsed and hadn't even gotten to his feet yet. Kang Jin-hek combines his Poison of 1,000, Mandala, and Giant's Hand skills, and the merge is ultimately successful. Jin-hek activates the new skill, Giant Strike. Kang Jin-hek sets out to chase the infiltrating giants out of the Empire by hitting the Veklikan with his new technique. Kang Jin-hyuk's punch was so powerful and strong that the giant simply flies back through the wall and crashes into his companions. Kang Jin-hyuk climbs onto an overhang of stone wall rubble and turns on the videotape. Little Alice dresses up as the unknown player. Alice tells the contractor to memorize her acting in this embarrassing play. Little Alice activates the blood trail skill and imprisons all the giants present in her blood traps. After Alice in the unknown's disguise imprisons the giants in traps, Jin-hek strikes at them with a quick blade. Kang Jin-hek activates his skilled demonic sword king steps, and his eyes once again flare with rage. Kang Jin-hyuk, along with Alice under the disguise of unknown, climb back in, and the guy praises the girl for a good job. Little Alice chimes in from under her mask and wonders what it was all for. Did the guy just want to test her abilities? Jin-hek smiles smugly and confidently. We need Little Alice to wait a little while, and then she'll see for herself. Jin-hek and Little Alice begin to be approached by the guardsmen, who shout that the great magician and knight have saved them. When the soldiers get closer, they recognize Kang Jin-hyuk as the same criminal from the posters around town. Duke Weinstullen appears along with the swordmaster Abraham. The Duke looks rather angry and puffs like a bull. Duke Weinstullen turns to Jin-hek, and he saw the boys defeat the giants. He even managed to hire a powerful magician. Abraham immediately grabs his sword and stands at the ready. If Jin-hek starts another battle, he won't miss the chance to avenge Mackenzie. Kang Jin-hek puts his wrist forward, and if the Duke is going to arrest him, he might as well do it. Alice watches excitedly. Duke Weinstullen denies the arrest, and even on the contrary, the appearance of the hero is a gift from God. Jin-hek manages to save the capital from the giants. Duke Weinstullen invites Jin-hek and Alice to the Imperial Palace, where they are happy to give them a warm welcome. Kang Jin-hek smugly squints at Alice, who is trying to figure out why Kang Jin-hek always turns out to be right in his calculations. Duke Weinstullen escorts the boys to the palace and calls them heroes who have defended the Empire. He is pleased to welcome them here. The Duke bowedly apologizes for the earlier incident because the battle with Murim has made things a bit tense here. Duke starts laughing, and if he had known earlier that Jin-hek had such outstanding abilities, he would have invited them earlier. The Duke stops laughing and clears his throat. He is sure that after the recent incident, they want to rest, and so they can discuss everything tomorrow. Duke Weinstullen turns to the soldiers and orders them to prepare a room for the new heroes and guests. Abraham stands unhappily behind Jin-hyuk, who until a couple hours ago was considered an intruder, but now he's in hero status. Abraham's face tenses as he studies Kang Jin-hyuk. The swordmaster thinks he is a very mysterious person. Coming up behind Abraham is Mackenzie, who begins to break down in tears and hysterics because Kang Jin-hek is here again. Abraham spreads his hands because he asked Mackenzie not to go out. He offers his comrade a drink on him. Kang Jin-hyuk and Alice are escorted to their guest rooms, where Alice pours herself a glass of wine and enjoys a hot bubble bath. Kang Jin-hyuk looks back into the bathroom and smiles in response to little Alice's behavior. Does she really like everything that much? Alice agrees contentedly. She hadn't even been able to wash herself in the last few days, and here she had wine and a hot bath. It's so nice. Kang Jin-hyuk scoffs slightly at little Alice's words and realizes that he managed to please this little vampire. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that once Alice appeared as a powerful mage, the Empire's attitude towards them immediately changed. Jinhek knows that naming Alice as the second unknown will make her popularity skyrocket. He'll be able to get enough coins and expand the unknown's reach. Jinhek also brings up the Duke of Weinstühlen, who first called him a filthy heretic and now just licks his heels. Jinhek recalls the very Indian player Arun, who knew that Duke Weinstühlen was the very spy of Murim in the Empire. Kang Jinhek rolls up the video he recorded and realizes that Duke Weinstühlen is a scout sent from Murim. This is a big problem. Even if he tells Penheimer, he won't capitalize on it. Looking at the atmosphere in the Imperial Palace, one could conclude that Weinstühlen had already taken full control. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. There are too many unknowns today. Abraham walks into Jin Hyuk's room holding a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. He wants to have a drink with him as an apology for what happened. Abraham tells Jinhek that Mackenzie has never felt such shame since becoming a swordmaster. Jinhek asks him to tell him to apologize. Abraham begins to drink his wine and mentions that the people outside the Tower of Testing have now only reached the 10th floor. Jinhek claims he's here at the request of Penheimer, who plans to conquer the giant citadel. Abraham's face changes dramatically and realizes that Penheimer has finally managed to find someone for such a task after all. Jinhek notices Abraham's worried face and realizes that such an idea is not at all to the swordmaster's liking. Abraham says that Penheimer has always been loyal to the Empire and His Majesty. If need be, he would sacrifice his own life. That's very dignified for a knight. Abraham continues, now the Empire is falling with His Majesty Lionheart. Even if Jinhek manages to conquer the citadel, nothing will change without a true leader. Abraham, saddened but smilingly, lowers his gaze and ends the story with the fact that the Empire would then be overrun by the forces of Murim. Kang Jin-hyuk starts giggling madly and asks Abraham if that's the reason he wants to side with Weinstühlen to betray the Emperor. Abraham rarely reacts to such words and immediately jumped up from his chair. Jinhek just wanted to make it clear there was no need for them to fight at all. Kang Jin-hyuk waves his hand and says he understands. For the sake of the country, one can give up the honor of a knight. Abraham is very impressed with Jin-hyuk's cleverness. In that case, he suggests getting straight to the point. Abraham assures Jinhek that he can give him far more than Penheimer. He offers to win a fortress for the Duke of Weinstühlen. Jinhek and Alice set off on their journey. The Duke is grateful that they have accepted the Empire's request. There is an Imperial encampment west of the citadel. If help is needed, they should head there. Duke Weinstühlen bows respectfully again and wishes good luck to Mr. Jinhek and his companion Alice. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't reply anything but simply nods his head slightly in agreement with the Duke and his words. The Imperial horse sends Jinhek and little Alice directly to the giant citadel where the Empire has sent them. Abraham seriously asks the Duke if he is sure that Jinhek will fight there on his and the Duke's side. The Duke orders Abraham to tell the commander to use Jinhek to the max and capture the fortress at the first opportunity. Abraham tenses up sharply at such unexpected orders, but is not about to be crossed and hurries to carry it out. Kang Jin-hyuk reflects on Abraham's words. Would the swordmaster have said the same thing if he already knew that the Duke was Murim's scout? Little Alice approaches the contractor and asks if he's really going to cooperate with the Duke. Kang Jin-hyuk isn't that stupid. Of course he's not. Though Duke's head is now bursting with ideas on how to maximize Jin-hyuk's use and then throw him away. Jinhek suggests getting to the citadel first and thinking about everything after that. He needs more information to see the whole picture. In the sacred kingdom of Sades, several nuns are beginning to pray for Saint Teresa de Laurentia. The nuns see this for the first time in their lives. The dark energy present in the girl, creating an unusual metamorphosis. It's like 2 fish swimming in a pond. A woman appears behind Saint Teresa and states that the rules say they must clear her immediately. This woman's name is Sabina, and she is the Archbishop of the Holy Kingdom. The woman assures that it is difficult to do anything in such a situation. Teresa de Laurentia only bows her head in response to all of this and guiltily apologizes to Sabina for all of this. Sabina strokes Teresa's head and says that the brighter the light, the stronger the shadows. Her sacred power is powerful and pure enough. She should not worry. Sabina takes Teresa somewhere and in the process asks her if the girl is going to explore something here. A sullen woman, Sabina, points her finger at Judello and Casey and asks if Teresa is going to take them with her. Judello and Casey constantly go rogue, taking sacred paraphernalia from the nuns and building towers on their heads. Sabina sees that these twins look very naughty. Will Saint Teresa be able to handle them? But the girl has no other choice. Sabina believes in Saint Teresa. She will have to personally convince the other ministers of the importance of her work. She asks why Saint Teresa needs such a study. Saint Teresa says that her comrade, whom she trusts completely, told her that someone was going to attack the 21st floor and cause a major disaster. Sabina puts her hand to her chest and asks if it is all God's will. Teresa wonders what is wrong with the Archbishop, if she has any idea. Sabine makes a serious expression and informs Saint Teresa that people have been going missing in the Empire lately. All of the disappeared were custodians of ancient relics, the whereabouts of which are also unknown to them. Sabine puts her hand on Teresa's shoulder and says that because of the battle with Marim, they didn't have the men to deal with it. She believes that Teresa has been God's salvation to them by coming at a time like this. Sabina leaves this research to Saint Teresa, who is determined and confident. Teresa contacts Jin Hek via video call. The guy tells her that he ran into an association of demonic people on the 21st floor. Kang Jin Hyuk suspects that while everyone is busy fighting Marim, they are going to summon a very powerful demon. When Saint Teresa hears this horrifying news, her face twists in tension and panic. Kang Jin Hyuk knows how much Saint Teresa cares for the Holy Empire and how much the girl values it. Kang Jin Hek asks Saint Teresa to investigate what the Demonic People Association is doing in the name of protecting the Empire. Saint Teresa only nods satisfactorily in response, and Jin Hek adds that he will send people to her who can help with the search. These people end up being Judello and Casey, who are dying of boredom and want to fight someone as soon as possible. Teresa de Laurencia rushes forward on a search for clues and orders Judello and Casey to follow her. Koguma, meanwhile, continues to train the 5 spirits and Kostyan on the 12th floor in the ant farm. Kostyan's level is constantly increasing. He says that he has already managed to grow up and can even talk now. Koguma reacts indifferently to little Kostyan's words and only exhales tiredly and without interest, which sounds very rude in his direction. Kostyan says that everyone worked so hard for him, so you can't respond so rudely. The ants try to stretch one of the spirits. Koguma grabs the head of Kostyan, who makes a sad face. The summoner's call from Jin Hyuk is activated. The 5 spirits rejoice wildly when the summoner's call is activated and realize that freedom has come for a while. The summoning of summoned creatures takes place, and Kostyan can't wait to meet his master and show himself to him as soon as possible. Kang Jin Hyuk and little Alice awkwardly and thoughtfully watch Kostyan, who is coloring in front of them. Kostyan begins to show himself from all sides, showing his power and strength to his master. But it looks ridiculous and verse cute. Kang Jin Hyuk looks at Kostyan and realizes that even though he's grown up, he's still too weak. He has a long way to go. Kostyan cries frustratedly. Alice wonders to Jin Hyuk why he hasn't summoned Koguma, since he can't be seen at all. Jin Hek tells Koguma to rest, though he doesn't really respond to the summoner's call himself. He's probably very angry that Jin Hek made him work and didn't give him any goodies. Kostyan follows his master and continues to sullenly cry. Alice doesn't think it's worth raising him, as he's too weak. Jin Hek assures her that she will see everything when the time comes. Kang Jin Hyuk wanted to test Kostyan anyway and offers to put him up against the guy who's stalking them. There is indeed a man sitting in one of the tall trees trying to hide his identity behind a hooded robe. Kostyan is immediately filled with determination and demands the stranger come out. He will deal with this upstart immediately. The man jumps out of hiding, followed by several of his fighters. Kostyan immediately hides behind his master's legs. This man is the White Snake Hel-gom, who is the commander of the Shadow Squad. He claims that the Dark Emperor ordered Jin Hyuk to be brought in. The White Snake Hel-gom claims that Jin Hek must be punished for pretending to be a disciple of the Dark Emperor. Kang Jin Hek instructs Kostyan to take on the assassins from behind. It's time to show off his skills to his master. Little Alice isn't going to stand by either and concentrates her bloody energy. She won't outplay them. She'll destroy them. Jin Hek thumbs up and states that taking the lives of no one is not allowed. Little Alice is not happy with such terrible rules. Kang Jin Hyuk is complicating the whole situation for a reason. The guy turns around and looks up somewhere. Kang Jin Hek assures little Alice that everything is done because the owner of the hunting dogs is watching them. The Dark Emperor is going to see how strong Jin Hek is since he's pretending to be his disciple. The White Snake Hel-gom begins to attack and uses his Aura Blade skill. Jin Hyuk deftly dodges the blows. Kang Jin Hyuk thinks that Hel-gom is one of the strongest Murim he's ever met. This man could be useful to him. The Dark Emperor watches the battle and realizes that Jin Hek is quite agile. Woo-yeon tensely watches and mentally protects Jin Hek to be more careful of the White Snake. Woo-yeon watches Jin Hyuk and Hel-gom fight, thinking that the guy is going to have a hard time now. The White Snake Hel-gom starts yelling loudly and in a shout praises Jin Hyuk for deftly dodging. The White Snake Hel-gom starts to get aggressive and is filled with rage. He's about to show Jin Hyuk his abilities. The White Snake Hel-gom activates his skill Ruinous Blood Bomb and attacks Kang Jin Hyuk again. Kang Jin Hyuk dodges again and asks if Hel-gom should lead him to the Dark Emperor. Kang Jin-hyuk effortlessly and calmly dodges, asking why Helgam is showing his doom techniques then. The white snake Helgam is already starting to get pissed off because in all this time, he's done everything he could, but there's no way he could hit Jin-hyuk. In the end, Helgama's white snake technique grazes the guy's jacket a bit and cuts it, leaving a small cut. The white snake Helgam continues to fight Jin-hyuk, but something off to the side strongly attracts his precious attention. Little Kostian is dealing with assassins. Don't look down on him because he's much stronger than he looks. The white snake Helgam can't believe his eyes. This little skeleton soldier is fighting on equal footing with the assassins of the Shadow Squad. Little Alice sits down on a pebble and says that the assassins are lucky. If it wasn't for her contractor, they would have played the box by now. Helgam turns around on Alice and can't believe that the others have been defeated by this little girl. Mad Jin-hyuk is going to do a test since they've already dealt with the pawns. He wants to see how much the Dark Emperor appreciates Helgam. Kang Jin-hyuk zippers through the white snake Helgam's attacks and chops up the trees behind him. Kang Jin-hyuk is going to get serious and activates the ice creation skill to attack. Huge blocks of ice appear in front of Helgam and under his feet and trap him in ice. The white snake Helgam activates the Law of Self-Defense skill and destroys the ice blocks that have appeared. Helgam claims that such tricks are useless against him, as Jin-hyuk already gets as close as possible to the white snake with the demonic sword king steps. Kang Jin-hyuk concentrates his dark energy in his fist and says that he only wanted to get Helgam's attention. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the Black Sky Imperial Art technique and is about to attack Helgama with this powerful technique. Helgam realizes in horror that this is the Dark Emperor's Dog Moon technique, a technique of the Munpa martial arts clan. Helgam falls to the ground in horror and leans against the nearest tree. He can't help but utter a word out of shock. The Dark Emperor appears in front of Kang Jin-hyuk and stops him. All of this is enough. Little Alice immediately reacts and offers Jin-hyuk to protect him, but the guy claims it's okay. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at Wolyun and the Dark Emperor who has appeared, happy that he has finally shown himself. In the age of virtual reality and gaming, when the Tower of Trials was passed and nothing was left, Jin-hyuk had something in common with the Dark Emperor. Jin-hyuk recalls the days when the Dark Emperor was one of the few characters he could have a heart-to-heart talk with. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his greedy gaze skill on him and is excited to meet the dragon of the power of heaven and earth. Kang Jin-hyuk studies the Dark Emperor's characterization, but some of the information is hidden because the greedy gaze is too low in level. Helgam apologizes to the Dark Emperor for having to stand up for him. He is infinitely ashamed of such a thing. The Dark Emperor assures the White Snake that everything is fine and he needs to get up. The Dark Emperor assures the White Snake that everything is fine and he needs to get up. The White Snake Helgam respectfully bows his head to the Dark Emperor and says he is sorry. The Dark Emperor had already noticed how Jin-hyuk was surprisingly easily fending off Helgam's punches. Among other things, the Dark Emperor notices that Jin-hyuk is keeping the terrifying monster Alice under him. Fortunately, Alice's power is limited by something right now. Otherwise, even the Dark Emperor would have a hard time opposing her. The Dark Emperor turns to Jin-hyuk and says his skills are amazing. He fought the White Snake, transferring magical energy to Alice. Kang Jin-hyuk suggests that in that case, the victory should be rewritten to him. The Dark Emperor must know the honor of the strong. Kang Jin-hyuk also adds that it's very rude and impolite for adults to interfere in the battle of the young. The White Snake Helgam stands behind the Dark Emperor's back and starts to get aggressive because Jin-hyuk doesn't even know who he's talking to. The Dark Emperor cocked his head and started laughing out loud at what a scumbag this Kang Jin-hyuk was. The Dark Emperor just wanted to see for himself why Kang Jin-hyuk liked his subordinate Wolyun so much. Wolyun looks at Kang Jin-hyuk with an indifferent face, not answering anything or reacting in any way to the Dark Emperor's words. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Wolyun with a satisfied smile on his face and asks him how things are going now. Jin-hyuk realizes that Wolyun has a big grudge against him when the guy hides behind the Dark Emperor's back. The Dark Emperor says that he is well aware that Jin-hyuk pretended to be his apprentice. At first, he wanted to punish him for this lie, but when he saw him using the Emperor's Black Sky art, he changed his mind. Dark Emperor has a rather peculiar and interesting proposal for Kang Jin-hyuk in such a case. The Dark Emperor suggests that Jin-hyuk stop pretending and really become his apprentice. The White Snake was angry that the Dark Emperor was going to take an outsider as an apprentice. If Helgam had destroyed him with his own hands, this wouldn't have happened. Kang Jin-hyuk agrees to the Dark Emperor's proposal, leading the old man to conclude that Jin-hyuk is a simple guy. After that, Kang Jin-hyuk shows 3 fingers and says that he has 3 conditions in such a case and offer. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks and reminds him that from now on, they will be teacher and student. Can he ask for something like that? Woo-yeon and the White Snake. Helgam tense up when they realize that Jin-hyuk is already in the edge of crossing the line by speaking in such a tone. All of the Murim realize that Jin-hyuk has obviously crossed the line. The Dark Emperor smirks at the fact that Kang Jin-hyuk thinks the whole world will be at his feet. The Dark Emperor is going to fight Kang Jin-hyuk in order to put the cocky guy in his place. Little Alice tensely asks Jin-hyuk if everything is okay. Jin-hyuk orders her and Kostjin to step back. Kang Jin-hyuk is not intimidated by the power of the Dark Emperor. The first condition will be that he doesn't join the demonic people cult, and the apprenticeship will be under contract. The second condition would be that the Dark Emperor would give Jin-hyuk control of the White Snake and Shadow Squad for 3 days. The final condition is that Woo-yeon will eventually leave with him. All the conditions have been agreed upon. The Dark Emperor considered all the conditions to be a lot of chutzpah. He asked if Jin-hyuk was done with his conditions. The White Snake Helgam orders the Shadow Squad and the others to stand back. If they are hit, they will no longer be saved. The Dark Emperor's eyes fill with chaos, rage, and hatred. He offers Jin-hyuk one last thing to say. Jin-hyuk activates the Black Sky Imperial Art and is filled with the same rage and chaos. If the Dark Emperor accepted Jin-hyuk's terms, he would become his disciple and they would complete the 13th demon formula that they couldn't complete on their own. These words deeply hurt the Dark Emperor, for this is exactly what he has wanted to deal with for a very long time. The Dark Emperor looks at the enraged guy and tries to figure out how an outsider would even know about such things. Little Alice watches awkwardly and realizes that she will have to get used to this. Kostjin doesn't know what she means. The Dark Emperor hugs Jin-hyuk and thinks it's odd that this is the first time they've met, but it feels like they've known each other for a long time. The Dark Emperor addresses the Shadow Squad and says that for the next 3 days, they obey Jin-hyuk's orders. The Dark Emperor asks Jin-hyuk to let him know when he's done with his business. He wants to formalize their bond. The Dark Emperor laughs and punches Jin-hyuk as a joke. He kept wondering if he could complete the formula before his death, but then Jin-hyuk showed up, and it would definitely succeed. The Dark Emperor changes his shoes and instead of scum, calls Jin-hyuk good-looking. Where has he been all this time? Woo-yeon watches Jin-hyuk with an indifferent face as he interacts with the Dark Emperor in such a cute and friendly manner. Woo-yeon had condemned Jin-hyuk for pretending to be a disciple of the Dark Emperor, but now he had actually become one for real. Woo-yeon smiles slightly, remembering that Jin-hyuk will take him with him. He really is an extravagant person. Woo-yeon smiles even bigger and is very happy to see his Captain Jin-hyuk again. The White Snake Helgam looks after Kang Jin-hyuk and little Alice, realizing how much he's pissed off about the whole thing. First, Jin-hyuk embarrassed Helgam in the presence of a master, and now he has to address him as a master. Woo-yeon asks the White Snake not to get so angry. It may not look like it, but Jin-hyuk treats his people well. Now Alice understood why Jin-hyuk had asked them not to take lives. The giant citadel could use a few extra hands. Alice asks what the giant citadel is even like since they're preparing for a raid. Jin-hyuk shows her the citadel, which is a big and annoying place. At the western gate of the Citadel of Giants, a battle is already beginning. The Imperial Guard realizes that most of the spells and scratches have not left a scratch. Count Xavier, the Imperial Commander-in-Chief, addresses the soldiers and says there is no choice, so we must begin. One of the soldiers activates his barrier resistance skill on the rest of the Imperial Guard army. The guards begin the offensive, ordering the rest and the first line to move forward into battle. The Empire Guards begin to advance, and they manage to get beyond the barrier, fighting for His Majesty Lionheart. Activation of the Tangrasil World Tree Barrier and the 12-star Reality Distortion Barrier begins. At least one soldier must reach the gate before the shield is destroyed. The resistance to the barrier begins to break down, so the soldiers once again fail to make it to the end. The perception around the Empire Guard distorts, and another stone wall appears in front of them. Count Xavier realizes that even with the Empire's best mage barrier, the soldiers can't last longer than a second. How can they then break through the defenses? The soldiers of the Empire Guards fall helplessly to the ground, unable to break through the Citadel's defense barrier. A huge giant appears in front of the guards, appearing before them with a gun and calling these men pathetic. The giant is extremely amused by the fact that the humans can't handle the elemental barrier they put up. The giants grew under the influence of the concentrated mana of the World Tree, so they became bigger and stronger, gaining immunity to curses. These giants do consider themselves special because they were once chosen by the World Tree. These giants think their people are the only ones who can rule the current Tower of Trials. Baxiao Lin seems to be flirting and fixing her hair, It's time for Yu Xiong to show the results of his training. Park Seol-lin calls the cocky and determined Yu Sung the heir to the sword chi technique. John Yu Sung looks at the world tree and didn't expect to find himself so soon in the place he came to chase after someone. The former head of the China Guild appears, who is surprised to see young Yu Xiong here. Could it be that the guy has joined Morim? Young Yu Sung recognizes the man. He thought the former head was missing, so he didn't expect to meet him in Morima. Baek Seol-lin suggests dropping the introduction since the guys already know each other. She suggests joining forces to take over the Citadel of Giants. Baek Seol-lin strokes Yu Sung's hand and will expect great results from him. Yu Xiong doesn't understand what's wrong with her. Kang Jin-hyuk climbs up to the over-the-top and observes Yu Sung and Seol-lin in front of him, realizing that he's teamed up with Murim after all. Alice is sure that all of this happened because of Jin-hyuk's ridicule. If she were in his place, she would have left in that case too. The space around Alice begins to change because Kang Jin-hyuk brings her back into the Bram ring. Kang Jin-hyuk says that the girl is extremely upset with him right now, so he brings her back to his house. Kang Jin-hyuk starts giving Alice another ride. Helgam turns to Wol-yeon because he claimed that Jin-hyuk is kind to his subordinates. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Wol-yeon, who calls him his captain. The guy makes an indifferent face. Kang Jin-hyuk releases Alice and removes the ring. He has one small thing for Wol-yeon to do. Young Yu Sung returns to his tent and sits with his eyes closed, holding his heavenly sword. Young Yu Sung realizes that in his mentor's sword ki technique, he finally saw an opportunity to catch up with Jin-hyuk. Young Yu Sung begins to sense someone's presence and swings his sword at the stranger. Young Yu Sung demands the unknown man to come out of the shadows and show himself to him. Only a black haze appears. Wol-yeon shows up and says there's no need for a fight. He was sent by Captain Jin-hyuk to deliver a message. John Yu Sung recognizes him as the same girl-like swordsman who helped take down the boss. Wol-yeon realizes that Jung Yu Sung knows Captain Jin-hyuk's second identity, so he was right about Yu Xiong being a friend. John Yu Sung isn't going to drag out the conversation for long and tells Wol-yeon to say what he wants to say faster. Wol-yeon pulls out a piece of paper from his pocket and begins to read, Young Yu Sung, Jin-hyuk has heard that he has defected to Marim's side. He understands the reasons, but as the head of the veteran company, he is truly sorry. Wol-yeon continues, since that's the case, Yu Sung should get useful information about Murim, and then he'll count this request as punishment. Jin-hyuk will tell Teresa de Laurentia that Yu Sung went over to Murim's side, which caused the breakthrough in Europe. Young Yu Sung asks if Wol-yeon read the entire message. The guy doesn't want to continue reading what he's written, but Yu Sung insists. Jin-hyuk reports that he's going to strip Yu Xiong naked and hang him upside down in downtown Seoul. No, he'll only leave his underwear on. Jin-hyuk calls himself Yu Xiong's eternal senior companion. Jung Yu Sung aggressively and violently grabs his head because now he has one more reason to destroy Jin-hyuk. Wol-yeon bows frustratedly in front of Yu Sung and mentally asks the captain not to make him do such things anymore. Kang Jin-hyuk's ears start to itch again, which means Wol-yeon has successfully delivered a message to Yu Sung. Kang Jin-hyuk is standing in the middle of the magic circle with his Kostian. They are about to get down to the business at hand. Kang Jin-hyuk is about to move on to take over the Citadel of Giants by activating several barriers: magic canceling, interference reduction, and adaptive response. At this time, little Alice explains the plan of action to Velas, giving out information about the Citadel of Giants raid. One of the giants peers out of the citadel and says that foolish humans will never break the barrier set up by their mother. Another giant smacks him on the head and tells him he should stop loafing and should go on patrol. The giant unhappily and incomprehensibly scratches his bald head and doesn't understand why it's him and what there is to patrol here in the first place. In front of the giant appears a small skeleton named Kostian, who is trying to cross the road with a quiet and sneaking step. The giant can't figure out what this creature is, and Kostian turns to his master and says he's been caught. Kang Jin-hyuk is affected by the resistance to his mother's barrier, but the guy still sneaks in and was just looking for one giant. The giant stares back at Jin-hyuk with a surprised and tense expression and doesn't realize what's even going on. The mother of the world tree says she feels everyone attacking her barrier. Murim from the east, the Empire in the west. Tangrasil says she can feel people struggling to get through her barrier. The King of Giants bows to Tangrasil and asks her not to worry. No one will be able to get through her barrier. But even if someone manages to do so, he, King Ograkun of the Giants, will deal with all the invaders. Ograkun turns to the Giants and says that the humans are now trying to attack them to deprive Tangrasil of her mother. The King of Giants sighs worriedly and clenches his fist confidently because it all sounds sad. Ograkon addresses the giants and says that now, the future of the giants of the world tree is in jeopardy. Ograkon says the slogan, "If they, the descendants of the great blood, stand up for themselves, they will surely win this brutal battle." Ograkon raises his fist up and asks his giants if they are ready for battle to protect the world tree. The other giants begin to support King Ograkun's words and shout at the top of their voices, agreeing with his words. The giant asks Ograkon if they really have a chance at victory. Ograkon says that if the enemy decides to surround them, their supplies will be depleted and they will lose. Ograkon says that all this is not important at all. The most important thing is that as long as the mother of the world tree Tangrasil is alive, the people of the giants will be alive. The same giant who left to patrol comes to Tangrasil, who asks him why he's here. Tangrasil wonders why the giant is here, since everyone else has gone out to fight their opponents, as she suddenly notices that she has been snuck in. Kang Jin-hek used his body and giant image to sneak up on Tangrasil. He greeted her and knew she wasn't expecting visitors. The Tangrasil world tree knows that only giants can get in here. Did Jin-hek use one of them as a key? Tangrasil is drowning in his musings and doesn't understand how an ordinary person managed to break the barrier and make it this far. World Tree Tangrasil begins to use her summoning skill, creating magical circles above her. Tangrasil summons the soldiers of Paradise Lost because a man dared to enter here without her permission. Jin Hyok must be made to pay for his sin. Soldiers of Paradise Lost begin to rise even from the ground. Jin-hek is alert and ready for battle. Jin-hek knows that the world tree has two strong barriers, an outer barrier and an inner barrier. Each takes a lot of energy to maintain, so she can't activate them at the same time. The inner one is only activated if the outer one falls. The reason for their strength is quite simple. When both barriers are threatened, Tangrasil will have to remove one of them. Kang Jin-hek activates his fire elemental skill. Kang Jin-hyuk directs his fire element at the soldiers from the Lost Paradise, intending to deal with them immediately. The Tangrasil world tree looks tense and set for battle. Kang Jin-hek offers the mother a choice. Kang Jin-hek fights with his Dragon King's paired swords, and Kostian tries to help him in this battle. The first choice for Tangrasil is for the walls of the citadel to fall. The other choice is to die at the hands of Kang Jin-hyuk. When the guy offers her this outcome of events, his face twists in rage and madness. World Tree Tangrasil listens to Jin-hyuk and watches him. She can't figure out what's wrong with this crazy guy. Meanwhile, in the catacombs of the Sacred Empire's underground cemetery, a brutal battle begins. Judello and Casey fight the local undead and creatures. Casey envisioned the Holy Empire very differently. Teresa de Laurencia also fights the local undead and scrutinizes their behavior and attacks. Teresa realizes that the knights buried here have turned into actual walking, lifeless bodies. Teresa de Laurencia realizes that such a thing should not be here and immediately contacts Jin-hek via video, intending to report it. Teresa calls Jin-hek right during the battle with Tangrasil, but the guy assures her that everything is fine and he can talk. Teresa tells Jin-hyuk that the undead have appeared in the catacombs of the Holy Empire, as if the holy power that protected the place has disappeared. Kang Jin-hek continues to fight Tangrasil and points out to Teresa that they must destroy the undead and summon all the knights of the Holy Empire. Kang Jin-hek manages to stay focused on the battle and thinks about the fact that the demonic people have already been to the catacombs. They're acting faster than he thought. Teresa de Laurencia takes Jin-hek's instructions and completes the video call. Casey asks her if she and Jin-hek are okay. Teresa de Laurencia realizes that since Jin-hek reacted this way, something really bad happened. Another undead appears behind Teresa de Laurencia and is about to attack the girl, but she's not so simple. Teresa de Laurencia reacts quickly and turns around sharply to grab the undead and destroy it. Teresa de Laurencia expresses that it's time for a change of plan, to which Judello and Casey react happily and delightedly. Dark Teresa appears and will implement the new plan. She will absorb all the dark energy from the undead that come out here. Kang Jin-hyuk continues to fight the soldiers of the Lost Paradise, and Tangrasil has already realized that this guy is very strong and the soldiers are no match for him at all. Suddenly, Tangrasil's mother turns to the king of giants, Ograkon, and is about to say something to him through her thoughts. Tangrasil telepathically tells Ograkon that there is an uninvited guest in her space. Ograkon needs to come to her soon. Tangrasil delivers some terrifying news. If she doesn't activate the internal barrier, the White Jade will be in serious jeopardy. When Ograkon hears about the White Jade, he realizes that it is an essence containing his mother's powers. A stranger cannot be allowed to take it away. Ograkun finds himself in a dire situation. If Tangrasil deactivates the outer barrier, the Empire and Murim will break through here, but he will try to deal with everything. From the eastern side of the giant citadel, from Murim's camp, a third group begins their attack. None of these people want to die. The soldiers start advancing on the giant citadel, and one of them realizes that nothing has happened, which means the barrier is gone. Bak Lin puts her palm on Young Yu Sung's shoulder, and she doesn't know what happened. But apparently it's from the chance to start acting. Young Yu Sung doesn't even have time to finish listening to Seo Lin's words and immediately zippers out of his seat, going to act immediately. Bak Lin looks at Young Yu Sung with a satisfied smirk on his face as he has to show her what he has learned. Bak Lin calls Young Yu Sung the Holy Sword. John Yu Seong is determined and confident to prove his abilities. One of the Murim fighters raises the red flag up to signal that it's time to attack the citadel. The rest of Murim's fighters support his instructions and instantly rush towards the citadel because the barrier is gone. The giants look out from outside the citadel and realize that it's impossible, that the mother barrier has fallen. Young Yu Sung cleverly and stealthily sneaks through the giants and enters the territory of the Citadel of Giants. With a serious look, Jong Yu Sung pulls out his heavenly sword and activates the skill Sword Chi Chasing Souls. With a few deft movements and swings of the celestial sword, Jong Yu Seong slashes the two giants. Jong Yu Chong stands nobly in the middle of the surroundings of the giant citadel because he managed to defeat a couple of them. Bak Seo Lin approaches Yu Chong and realizes how easily the guy slashed the giants known for their resilience. This is a good result. Bak Seo Lin relentlessly calls Jong Yu Sung Holy Sword, and the guy with a serious face enjoys her compliments. Young Yu Sung looks around and realizes that without the barrier, capturing the walls will go quickly. On the Empire's side, it's probably the same. Jung Yu Sung looks up and knows that the veil couldn't have just fallen. It must be the work of Kang Jin Hyuk. John Yu Sung is extremely unhappy with Kang Jin Hyuk's personality and tries to figure out what he's even doing here. The Tangrasil World Tree continues to hold on and resist the attack of Kang Jin Hyuk's intruder. In order to protect the source of its power, the Tangrasil World Tree activates its internal barrier, which will prevent Jin Hek from sneaking any further. Kang Jin Hek is seriously stressed when the effects of the gravitational force are increased tenfold due to the internal barrier. A bunch of negative effects are imposed on Kang Jin Hek. His sense perception is altered, his stamina and movement efficiency are reduced, and his mana coefficient is quadrupled. Kang Jin Hek smirks tensely and realizes that even his barrier can't handle these curses. Kang Jin Hek looks at the Tangrasil World Tree and realizes that in the end, the mother chose to protect herself. Kostian looks to his master with concern and worry, but Kang Jin Hek assures the little skeleton that he's fine. Kang Jin Hek successfully tries to get to his feet and asks Tangrasil if she really thinks that can stop him. Tangrasil replies that no matter how strong Jin Hek is, this is her territory here. If he wasn't born with her blessing of white jade, he may not even hope to survive. Kang Jin Hek continues to smirk obliquely and tells Tangrasil's mother that her inner barrier is very strong. Jin Hyuk continues that right now, and on the outside, Tangrasil's children are probably being put down left and right. Does the mother arrange for this to happen? World Tree Tangrasil replies that her heart aches, but right now she has no choice. This is the only way she will deal with Jin Hek. Jin Hek continues to provoke Tangrasil and informs her that he has heard that no living creature can survive here. Is the mother even sure of what she is saying? Tangrasil calls Jin Hek a fool since he still has the strength to talk. All life here is under her control. Kang Jin Hek smiles madly and replies that it was a good answer from Tangrasil. Jin Hek activates the judgment of Anubis. World Tree Tangrasil doesn't realize what's going on, and in the meantime, Anubis's judgment reduces her mother's skills by 50% for 1 minute. World Tree Tangrasil suddenly realizes that something strange is happening to her body and something happens to her powers. Kang Jin Hek realizes that a living being will never get out of Tangrasil's curses, so he brings Kostian here. After all, he hasn't been alive for a long time. Eventually, Kostya is chosen as his opponent. Something begins to happen to his body, anticipating a transformation. The Tangrasil World Tree watches Kostyan's transformation with a twisted and disgruntled face. Through it all, Kostya's chosen opponent evolves into the Great Knight of Perdition. Kostya rejoices at having become so strong. Kang Jin Hek calls out to his Kostyan and is about to issue him further instructions for him to act. Kang Jin Hek points his finger at Tangrasil's World Tree and says that she has white jade in her body. Kang Jin Hek tries to stretch his shoulder and points to Kostyan to take that white jade from Tangrasil's body, and his mother tries to tell Jin Hek to stop the knight. Kostian begins his first and most serious and powerful battle with the world tree Tangrasil and her soldiers of the Lost Paradise. Tangrasil watches in horror and realizes that no curses are working on Kostian. Didn't Jinhek already know this? Kostya controls the body of the Great Knight of Perdition and continues to confront the soldiers of Tangrasil's Lost Paradise. Kostya gets to Tangrasil's mother herself and clasps her arms and legs, preventing her from moving. He's about to take what Jinheku needs. Kostya, in the body of the Great Knight, is about to grasp with his hands to the white jade inside Tangrasil. He asks his mother to be patient and hold still. Kostya turns back around and notices some dark and strange silhouette that catches his attention and heads straight towards him and Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk turns around towards Ogre-kun, who has appeared here at the call of his mother and is going to protect her. Ogre-kun immediately kicks the Great Knight of Perdition, Kostya, and he starts to fly backwards when Jinhek calls out to him. Ogre-kun approaches Tangrasil's mother and lets her know that he is here. He helps the World Tree up and stands up. World Tree Tangrasil, with Ogre-kun's help, rises and begins to activate the outer barrier to protect her children. At this time, the rest of the giants fight for their home, the Citadel. Some manage to survive, while the rest have already fallen in battle. The Murim fighters are about to destroy all the giants in their path to capture their citadel. The Murimians are abruptly pinned down as the curse of the Tangrasil World Tree begins to take effect after the outer barrier is activated. The Murimovians find themselves in a terrible position and pinned to the ground to the point where it is impossible to even move. The giants at this time realize that the grace from Mother Tangrasil has returned to them, and they can attack their enemies. Kang Jinhek notices the curse is disappearing and realizes that Tangrasil's inner barrier is disappearing. Jinhek can now act and move. Jinhek realizes that Mother Tangrasil activated the outer barrier at the same time as the moment Ogre-kun arrived. On top of that, Jinhek knows that even for a world tree, changing barriers requires a large expenditure of energy. Apparently, Tangrasil is so confident in Ogre-kun that she made such a move even though she won't be able to activate the inner barrier for a while. Kang Jinhek activates the greedy gaze on Ogre-kun. To get the hidden reward, you need to assure the King of Giants to continue the lineage, and to copy his skill, you need to subdue him unarmed. The Great Knight of Doom, Kostya, becomes angry and promises his master that he will take revenge on Ogre-kun, but Jinhek stops him. Kang Jinhek begins to knead his hands and wrists. That King of Giants Ogre-kun is going to get him. Demon men contact their ringleader and report that Empire and Murim made it through the walls, but they're having trouble because of the barrier and they're done here. One of them reports to Kawain that the secret room on the 15th floor is still unopened, but he has all the sacred relics from the Holy Empire of the 21st floor. Kavin replies via video that it's too bad their plan failed, but they don't have much of a way out right now. Kavin is asked what to ultimately do with the Citadel. Right now, it doesn't matter at all who takes it over. In the end, the Citadel will be useless. One of the demonic men claims that no one even knows what they are fighting for there at the Citadel, or what is going on. Everyone needs to be patient as they have a fun festival ahead of them. After saying that, an arrow flies into the head of one of the demonic men from somewhere behind the bushes and shelter. The demonic men turn sharply toward the attacker and try to see who is there, preparing for battle. From the shadows of the forest, Wolin appears. Just as Master Kang Jinhek told him, an impressive pile of trash has gathered here. Wolin turns to his shadow squad and orders them to follow Master Kang Jinhek's instructions. The Tangrasil World Tree rises and comes to its senses. Ogre-kun turns to Jin Hyuk, who believes that the fast man dare not touch their mother. This is an unheard of impertinence. Ogre-kun becomes violently aggressive and claims that only the children of Tangrasil are allowed to enter here, as this is a sacred place. Ogre-kun, the King of Giants, activates his giant punch ability and starts attacking Kostyan and Jin Hyuk. Kang Jinhek tries to hold on and catch Kostyan, who is holding on to the Great Knight's armor with his last strength. Kang Jinhek begins to mock Ogre-kun, mother this, mother that. He doesn't care much about their family ties at all. Kang Jinhek rises up and finds himself above the giant to give him his Colossus strike. Kang Jinhek's head lights up with rage, and he claims that one time is not enough at all, continuing to hit with the Colossus punch. Kang Jinhek begins to attack Ogre-kun endlessly and quickly with the Colossus strike, and the giant holds back his attacks with his sword. Ogre-kun realizes that Kang Jinhek is very strong. Ogre-kun admits to Jinhek that he is not quite an ordinary man. Kang Jinhek stops his multiple attacks and stops when Ogre-kun asks him about his comrades out there. Ogre-kun's eyes also fill with hatred, and he is sure that Jinhek's comrades are now losing their lives because of the barrier's influence. Ogre-kun asks if Jinhek is going to leave his comrades out there fighting the giants and the barrier. Kang Jin-hek doesn't fall for the provocation and states that if his comrades can't even survive this, he won't recognize them as his comrades. Jin-hek assures Ogre-kun that he'd better worry about himself right now. Jin-hek activates his Black Sky Imperial Art skill. Kang Jin-hek attacks Ogre-kun and breaks through his staunch defense. Ogre-kun recognizes this destructive technique. It is a Muramovian technique. World Tree Tangrasil tries to shout to King Ogre-kun, who must protect her. Kostyan tries to reach his mother. The Great Knight Kostyan apologizes to Tangrasil but continues to reach her. All he has to do is get to the White Jade. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles and knows exactly what to do, because there are only two ways to clear the 21st floor. The first such way is to take that White Jade from the body of the Tangrasil World Tree, and the second is to defeat the boss chosen by the White Jade. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles in all his 32 and wonders to himself what he will choose despite the others. Ogre-kun already realizes that soon the insect warriors will die and the White Jade will refuse under serious threat. Ogre-kun mentally tells his mother that he is going to use it to protect everyone. Tangrasil needs to be more careful. Ogre-kun thrusts his huge sword sharply into the ground, while Kang Jin-hyuk watches the giant silently and with a fierce smirk. Ogre-kun begins to fill with some sort of green energy and is about to show Jin-hyuk why he was considered the king of giants all this time. King Ogre-kun activates his berserk ability. For 60 minutes, his attack power and speed, as well as his movement speed, are increased by 30%. Ogre-kun abruptly transforms and changes his body. He swings his enormous sword and attacks Kang Jin-hyuk. World Tree Tangrasil turns to the soldiers of the Lost Paradise and shows them to immediately protect her. The Great Knight of Perdition Kostyan notices that something strange is happening to Tangrasil. The Skeleton Man reports this to his master Jin-hek. Great Knight of Perdition. Kostyan then turns toward the giant and notices the enraged and huge King Ogre-kun in front of him. Ogre-kun swings his sword and is about to use the Crazy Cyclone, while Jin-hek activates the Hiding Moon Claws. Kang Jin-hek tries to hold back Ogre-kun's crushing and crazy cyclone with his bloody technique. There is a massive explosion from Jin-hek and King Ogre-kun's attacks in the Tangrasil World Tree area. Kostyan tries to hide in the body of the Great Knight of Perdition and calls out to his master in panic and hysteria. Kang Jin-hek gets rid of the dust veil and smiles through his teeth, saying that the King of Giants Ogre-kun is strong enough. Ogre-kun continues to violently aggress and yell relentlessly. Everyone around him realizes that he's finally gone off the rails. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks this is all even better and to his advantage. The guy stretches his palm forward and concentrates magic power in it. Kang Jin-hek activates the fusion skill. He fuses the Colossus Strike and Hiding Moon Claws. After all of this, Jin-hek activates the 3-star barrier, Oppression of Reality. Kang Jin-hek also adds the White Beast skill to the fusion. There is a possible risk of karma collapse when attempting to recreate a part of a higher being. He uses the maximum of his mana reserves. Kang Jin-hek continues his magical manipulations as the King of Giants Ogre-kun is about to attack again. The King of Giants swings his blade hard and powerfully and strikes exactly where Kang Jin-hek is. A blue hand with yellow lines all over it appears, which activates the passive skill Seal of the Moon. Kang Jin-hek successfully creates the Tom Graves right hand. Due to the current conditions, only 10% of the skill can be reproduced. Jin-hek's strength index increases by 500%. Kang Jin-hek looks out from behind his new arm and says that collecting interesting things can bring great benefits. World Tree Tangrasil watches in horror and realizes that Jin-hek is using the energy of a higher being. Tangrasil opens her mouth in horror and doesn't understand why a higher world aura is emanating from Jin-hek, an ordinary person. Kang Jin-hek simply tramples the huge giant King Ogre-kun with one deft and powerful right-hand punch. Kang Jin-hek can't stop smirking and promises Ogre-kun that since he is the boss of this floor, he will give him a fitting demise. At this time, Young Yu-sung along with Baek Seo-lin and the other Marimians are hurriedly heading somewhere. Something terrifying and strange appears in front of Young Yu-sung and Baek Seo-lin, which catches their attention and shocks them very much. The guys notice an enraged Ogre-kun, the King of Giants, who is fighting an unknown force. A huge, blue and muscular arm appears from the ground and throws Ogre-kun into the air with a single blow. Young Yu-sung opens his mouth in horror and stupor as he observes such an amazing yet terrifying scene. Ogre-kun doesn't even try to resist anymore and can't even grab his weapon. The King of Giants is suspended in midair. Kang Jin-hek uses a new skill thanks to Tom Graves' right hand, Giant Soldier, striking at Ogre-kun. Kang Jin-hek uses Brutal Destruction, starting to deliver repeated and crushing blows to Ogre-kun with his right hand. The body of the King of Giants, Ogre-kun, is struck time and time again with endless and powerful punches from Jin Hek's right fist. Kang Jin Hek continues to watch Ogre-kun with ferocious eyes and beat this giant to the end. Even the Earl of the Empire is in complete shock at what is currently happening in the giant citadel at Tangraseel's mother's place. Little Alice, meanwhile, is resting quietly and watching. She is holding Koguma in her arms while 5 spirits hover around her. Little Alice removes her sunglasses with a white smile on her face and calls the contractor a devil. Little Alice continues to hold the Koguma and expresses out loud that her contractor Jin Hek really likes to show off. Kang Jin Hek continues to swing his new Tom Grave right arm around and actually seems to be enjoying it. A strong wind from Jin Hek and Ogre-kun's battle starts blowing around the entire area, and John Yu-sung gets caught in that wind. John Yu-sung looks out from behind his hands and starts to get aggressive. He wonders what Kang Jin Hek is up to again. Kang Jin Hek breaks the ground and leaves a serious depression where the immobilized king of giants, Ogre-kun, lies. His berserk action is completed. Ogre-kun expectorates blood and says that he is so ashamed of this battle that he no longer dares to call himself king. Kang Jin Hek gets rid of Tom Grave's right hand and stands over the defeated Ogre-kun, who acknowledges Jin Hek's victory. Eventually, the challenge tower system issues a notification that the 21st floor boss Ogre-kun has been defeated. Kang Jin Hek successfully suppresses Ogre-kun by force and copies his berserk skill since all conditions have been met. World Tree Tangraseel reveals that she tried to create a paradise where no one could harm her family, and it ended up like this. Tangraseel also realizes that her children will die soon, and this place will be an outpost for the 21st floor to take over. Tangraseel falls to her knees sadly and frustrated and is not going to resist anymore as she sees no point in it. Tangraseel turns to a distraught Jin Hyuk and asks the guy to end it all as soon as possible. The soldiers of the Empire start exclaiming delightedly that they won thanks to Kang Jin Hek, whom they hired. The Count realizes that Jin Hek single-handedly took the indomitable fortress. Who among them would have thought that the man sent by Weinstullen would turn out to be a savvy one? The Count raises his fist in the air and begins to shout enthusiastically that the forces of the Empire have taken the citadel. The place is now theirs. Murim's forces realize that it would be worth attacking the Empire soldiers now, but they need to regroup first. Xiao Lin looks after Yu Xiong. Zhang Yu Xiong turns to the Marima soldiers and calls them names. They should not jump to any hasty conclusions. Zhang Yu Sung looks around and assesses the situation. He will never believe that Jin Hyuk did this in favor of others. Kang Jin Hek turns to the Empire Guard and demands them to get the hell out of here immediately. The Citadel of Giants is now taken over by the Veteran Company faction. The Count and his Empire fighters are extremely surprised by this turn of events and Kang Jin Hek's words. Kang Jin Hyuk starts to get even more aggressive and turns to the Count because he's staring. They should get the hell out of here if they don't want to lose their lives. Caracal will be in charge of restoring the Giants' morale from now on. They should start with 20 squats. Caracal instructs the Giants to begin to sit down and shout, "Purification," and the Giants in turn obediently comply. Caracal goes on to explain, when they stand up after the squats, they should shout, "Reason." Kang Jin Hyuk has brought Caracal to get the Giants to cooperate more quickly. He, as the leader of the Ice Fang tribe, knows well how to train warriors. With the help of the Giants and Tangraseel, the Citadel was quickly rebuilt thanks to a promise not to destroy its children or take the White Jade. Among other things, the Veteran Company, led by Kang Jin Hek, managed to make contact with the Tangraseel World Tree. Kang Jin Hek looks at the number of coins on his status and gets high when he sees a number of over 32 million there. Kang Jin Hek opens up NiTube and is happy to see that the response to the middle floors that first appeared online came out just fine. The released video brought a huge amount of coins to Jin Hek, thus making many top guilds feel threatened. Just because of one person, they felt themselves in a crisis situation that shook their power. The item that fell from Ogre-kun was a great berserk sword. It's just unrealistically huge and Jin Hek doesn't realize how he's going to carry it around. Kang Jin Hek throws the berserk sword back and tells Kostian to catch it and use it for his training. Someone appears behind Jin Hek, who says he can't believe Jin Hek is using the giant sword so easily. The master really is amazing. Andrea shows up and Jin Hek is happy to see her here. The journey to get here must have been hard. Andrea replies that she only answered her master's call. Kang Jin Hek is up to something and realizes that Andrea has already arrived and little Alice has finished all her preparations. Kang Jin Hyuk and the others only have to wait for Teresa and then he will be able to take full control of the situation. Kang Jin Hyuk is approached by Wol Yon, who reports to him that he has conveyed his demands to Murim and the Empire. Jin Hyuk praises his subordinate and asks how the others reacted to such a thing. Wol Yan quotes the Count of the Empire as saying, "If you want to compete for the right to use the Citadel, you need to send a delegation tomorrow. The Empire thinks they've been betrayed." Regarding Murim, Jung Yu-sung was very unhappy when he heard that one of the conditions was for him to be present at the negotiations. Kang Jin-hyuk's face fills with rage and he says that Yu-seong should have been punished a long time ago. How dare he betray him and go to Murim? Wol Yan can't get used to that look on his face. Wol Yan had not yet fully revealed everything that Master Jin Hyuk needed to know. The boy anxiously covers his eyes. Wol-en shows Jin Hyuk the relic they took from the demonic people. He moved it to the warehouse as instructed by Jin Hek. But why would they leave such a dangerous item in such an obvious place? Kang Jin Hyuk replies to Wol Yun that there are things in this world that make things complicated if he understands, so there's no need to mess with his head. Wol Yan was about to argue Jin Hyuk's words, but the master puts his hand on his shoulder and tells him that there's no buts. He just needs to follow him. Kang Jin Hyuk turns to Wol Yun with a satisfied smile on his face and says that the guy did a good job. Wol Yan smiles warmly and puts his hand on his chest. He sincerely thanks his captain for the praise. Alice turns to Andrea and suggests she get some rest since the Citadel has been taken over. Andrea is raring to get into training and thought she was called here to learn. Kang Jin Hyuk approaches the girls chatting amongst themselves and informs them that taking over the Citadel isn't the end. Jin Hek explains that they will use it as a base to expand their forces in the future. They need to make sure this fortress is protected. Alice doesn't understand what the problem is. Does Jin Hek really think that the Murim or the Empire will try to take them over after Jin Hek trashed the place all by himself? Kang Jin Hek assures him that it's not about the inhabitants of the 21st floor at all. More dangerous creatures are already right under their noses. Kang Jin Hek says that tomorrow they'll be busy defending this place, and now he's going to test his team's skills. Kang Jin Hek doesn't want to do a simple test as it's boring and proposes a bet. Whoever catches him within 5 minutes will be able to make any wish. Alice and Andrea immediately get involved in such an interesting idea. One of them is interested in the bet itself and the other in the wish. Kang Jin Hyuk continues, "If neither of them succeeds, then tomorrow they will wear whatever he says they will wear." Little Alice and Andrea look at each other happily and contentedly. Kostyan appears in front of them and wants to participate as well. Kang Jin Hek lines up his comrades, including Kostyan, in a circle and asks if they're ready to get started. Kang Jin Hek sets the timer for 5 minutes and they start the bet. Everyone immediately rushes out of their seats to catch Jin Hek. Kang Jin Hek isn't going to give in to someone so easily and immediately activates his demonic King Sword Step skill. The next morning, Empire meets with the members of Murim who arrived on time. It is about the fact that they do not have the right-sized furniture. The forces of the Empire are present, represented by Abraham and Count Xavier. They look extremely displeased and tense. From Murim's side, Yu Sung, Seo Lin, and the former head of the China Guild, Nam Gong, come in. All of them are also unhappy with what's going on. The former China Guild head tensely looks at Jin Hyuk's team and doesn't understand what's even going on here. Kang Jin Hek appears to negotiate with his team and dresses up in just incredibly strange costumes, as if for a masquerade. Kang Jin Hek proposes that the Murim forces and the Empire forces finally start negotiating for the right to use the fortress. When Kang Jin Hek dressed up Andrea in an interesting and cute kitty cat costume, the girl liked it even though she felt awkward. Kang Jin Hek, using the steps of the demonic Sword King skill, deftly dodges his comrades who are trying to catch him. Andrea unsuccessfully falls to the ground and looks at Jin Hyuk unhappily. She really hoped that she had gotten faster. Kang Jin Hyuk zips through his comrades while making a very crazy and inadequate face. Andrea continues to feel awkward, while Alice is unhappy that she didn't have enough strength to catch Jin Hek. Wol Yun stands silent and thinks about nothing at this time, while Kostyan thinks his leader's hobby is strange. He's the only one here who hasn't changed in any way. Baek Sol Lin studies the guy's masquerade costumes and wonders if people outside the tower wear such interesting things. Yu Sung can't even look at Jin Hyuk at this time out of annoyance. Kang Jin Hyuk tells everyone that the Citadel of Giants is the only fort of this floor that can house troops. It is the most important facility in the battle for the 21st floor. Kang Jin Hek is up to something interesting again, and is going to see how far Murim and the Empire are willing to go to get the Citadel. Count Xavier becomes annoyed and resents that Jin Hek's words are different from the original agreement. After all, the cat was hired by the Empire. Wol Yan is already grabbing my sword and holding at the ready to defend himself immediately, if anything. Javier asks why they have to bargain on the same terms as Murim. Count Xavier says that he, as commander-in-chief of the Empire, will not tolerate such treatment, and Abraham tries to stop him. Something heavy, huge, and very sharp is passed in front of Count Xavier's face. Xavier is immediately silenced. The huge berserk sword that Jin Hek got from Ograken appears in front of Count Xavier. Apparently, Xavier doesn't realize the whole situation. Kung Jin Hek starts listing the sword masters from the Empire side and the master of Murim himself to continue his thought. Jin Hek threatens Xavier with a huge knife and claims that everyone else here is standing still and listening to him no matter what. Kang Jin Hek starts to get annoyed and his eyes fill with rage. He reminds Xavier that only Jin Hek has control over the situation. Abraham asks Jin Hek to forgive Xavier, who is not trained enough to judge the strength of his opponent. Nam Gun Cheon, the former head of the China Guild, states that Murim's forces are ready to bargain and asks what Jin Hyuk wants. Kang Jin Hek throws away his berserk sword and turns to Nam Gun Cheon. He didn't think that the former China Guild leader would dare to show up here so shamelessly. Jin Hyuk claims that if Nam Gun Cheon had been in Beijing for the breakthrough, there would have been far fewer casualties. I wonder what life is like for him after betraying humanity and moving into the tower. Bak Seo-lin tries to calm Nam Gun Chong down and asks him not to be provocative. They are in dire need of this place, the Citadel of Giants. Kang Jin Hek is unhappy that the Murim forces and the Empire forces don't know how to bargain at all. He gives them a day to come up with acceptable terms. Count Xavier goes to Swordmaster Abraham and voices his displeasure that Jin Hek is setting himself too high. Abraham watches Jin Hek leave and thinks he is amazing, even if the situation is very unexpected. Not only did Kang Jin Hek capture the Citadel single-handedly, but he took possession of it, thus stopping the battle between the forces of Murim and the Empire. Abraham is well aware that if the Citadel of Giants had fallen into Weinstullen's hands, he would have definitely started a rebellion. Abraham wonders if the fate of the Empire can change with the appearance of just one man. Young Yu Sung places a hand on his shoulder by a disguised Wol Un, who starts patting him lightly and faintly. Jong Yu Sung turns around to Wol Yun, who pretends like he's not doing anything and nothing happened. Jung Yu Sung is in complete incomprehension as to why Wol Yun is making this circus and what he even wanted. Jin Hyuk meets with Tangrasil's mother, who asks him how the negotiations went. The guy replies that he gave them time to think about it. Kang Jin Hek asks Tangrasil what his mother wanted to show him, but he himself immediately turns his attention to something in front of him. Cradles of plants and huge leaves appear in front of Kang Jin Hyuk containing little giants. Tangrasil explains to Jin Hyuk that these are the next generation of children raised with white jade. Tangrasil reveals that all this time, the tower dwellers wanted to take her white jade so they could use the citadel as a military fort. Tangrasil strokes one of the cradles and assures Jin Hyuk that she understood the wishes of these people because she knew it was her destiny. Tangrasil begins to cry and remembers that when Jin Hek gave her the opportunity to choose her destiny and didn't destroy her, but instead gave her a new chance, everything changed in her. Tangrasil swears to Jin Hek in the name of the World Tree that she will raise all these children just for him. Tangrasil turns to one of the babies named Ograkun and promises him that this time will be different. Kang Jin Hek feels as awkward as possible and just as awkwardly agrees with everything Tangrasil says. Kang Jin Hek is surprised that the white jade had this ability as well, so it wasn't just a condition of conquest. Kang Jin Hek is insanely happy that he went a completely different path and wishes for his new army to grow soon. Wol Yun turns to his master and brings young Yu Sung, who is perpetually dissatisfied with everything. Kang Jin Hyuk takes John Yu Seong to a remote place because no one will disturb them here, and Yu Seong can start his story. John Yu Sung looks away unhappily and asks what Kang Jin Hek wants from him. But in Jin Hyuk's opinion, it's obvious. Kang Jin Hek irritably asks Yu Sung why he put Teresa in danger and joined Murim. Yu Seong himself realizes that the Murim have ruined a lot of people. The creator of his sword, Chuhon Sayen, was supposed to be there. He had no choice but to go and check for himself. John Yu Sung holds on tightly to his heavenly sword and asks if there is a chance for him to overpower Kang Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk realizes that Yu Sung has finally reached the hidden condition and meets the changed Chuhon Sen after all. John Yu Sung doesn't doubt his words and thinks he did the right thing. He did all of this in order to catch up with Jin Hyuk. Young Yu Sung right now is going to show his progress and the secret he learned by joining Murim. Kang Jin Hyuk pulls out his Dragon King pair swords and wants to see what Murim gave Yu Sung and if it was all worth it. Young Yu Sung is filled with rage and magical power. The guy activates the battlefield selection skill. John Yu Seong stabs his sword into the ground and the guy's feeling world was opened. At the user's call, the training ground was opened. Kang Jin-hek moves to the training ground and knows that it's the place the stalker always chooses to fight. Kang Jin-hek is already aware of the fact that Jung Yu-sung can never change. Jin-hek immediately reacts to the stalker's attack. Jung Yu-sung activates his Song of Blades skill and immediately attacks Kang Jin-hek with his heavenly sword. Jung Yu-sung causes devastating effects with his blows and breaks everything around and underneath him. Kang Jin-hek is not going to give up and continues to confront the stalker attacking him, Jung Yu-sung. Jung Yu-sung looks at the smiling Jin-hek and grudgingly asks why he doesn't attack him back. Jung Yu-sung tries to understand why Jin-hek ignores his sword, activating the Black Soul Sword Dance skill afterward. Jung Yu-sung is not going to forgive Jin-hek for his behavior and activates the 10th form of his black skill. The final form of Jung Yu-sung's new skill is Thunderstorm of Truth. The entire space around fills with lightning and magical energy. Kang Jin-hyuk is giddily watching what's happening and mentally calls Yu-seong's name, realizing that the guy is going to destroy him. Jung Yu-sung is really stressed out when he attacks Kang Jin-hek, so he has droplets of sweat appearing on his face. Kang Jin-hek tells Yu-sung that the Storm of Truth is a good technique, but if he can't develop it above 6 stars, the opponent will memorize the pattern of the technique. He'd better increase the degree of completion, sacrificing the low level of form. Jung Yu-sung starts swinging his sword recklessly. Kang Jin-hyuk knows that Yu-sung has already expended his strongest technique. Jung Yu-sung continues to swing his sword aggressively and shouts that he has struck over 1,000 times. Jung Yu-sung is extremely frustrated and aggressive because he sacrificed everything just to be able to defeat Kang Jin-hyuk. Jung Yu-sung begins to endlessly shout out the question why, while addressing Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk is extremely tense from such a question. Jung Yu-sung falls to his knees disappointedly and covers his face with the palm of his hand. He says that the result is still the same every time. Jung Yu-sung starts crying bitterly, trying to understand and decide what he should do next after all this. Jin-hyuk quietly and calmly watches Jung Yu-sung, listening to him talk and repent about himself and his actions. Kang Jin-hyuk says that Yu-seong isn't weak at all. Honestly, he didn't expect to see the guy's 10th sword form now. Yu-sung has talent, and there's no point in talking about effort. Kang Jin-hek smiles and says that the reason Yu-seong loses is because the guy is in too much of a hurry every time. Kang Jin-hek explains to Jung Yu-sung that he keeps thinking like he's going to die if he doesn't catch Jin-hyuk right away. All of this leads to the unattainability of his goal. Kang Jin-hek puts his finger right in front of Jung Yu-seong's face, pausing their heart-to-heart conversation. Jin-hek advises Yu-seong to keep following him at a slower pace because he's always ready to fight him. Jung Yu-sung instantly comes to a realization of everything that is going on. Kang Jin-hyuk was right in his words from and to. Jung Yu-seong always wanted to defeat Kang Jin-hyuk as quickly as possible, always rushing his actions. But in reality, Jung Yu-sung's strength only grew when he forgot about defeating Jin-hyuk. Jung Yu-sung finally realizes that he has turned out to be the very person who limits himself. Kang Jin-hyuk ends the heartwarming conversation and starts bullying Yu-seong again, asking if he's had time to cry it all out. Jung Yu-sung instantly reacts to such obnoxious bullying and slams his fist straight into the ground, shattering the surface, telling Jin-hyuk to cut the nonsense. Jung Yu-sung forgot to add something. Thanks to Jin-hyuk, he was able to regain his original goal for himself. Jung Yu-sung thought to the last that Jin-hyuk was a demon doing something unimaginable, but it turned out to be not true at all. He thanks Jin-hyuk for everything. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks slightly and lets out a barely audible chuckle. Getting a thank you from Yu-seong is pleasant enough. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his greedy gaze on Jung Yu-seong and realizes that the copying conditions must be met. The conditions of copying Yu-seong's skill are indeed met, as Jin-hyuk manages to get the guy emotional and forget about his goal for a moment. Kang Jin-hyuk looks back at the notice with a satisfied and snide expression on his face, which asks him to dress Yu-seong in unique clothes to copy the skill that Yu-seong will acquire in the future. Kang Jin-hyuk starts waving his hand in front of Jung Yu-sung, trying to stop him and ask him to come over for a moment. Jung Yu-sung immediately tenses up after Jin-hyuk beckons him over. His face expresses tension and wariness. Kang Jin-hyuk makes an angry and mad expression on his face because Jung Yu-sung betrayed him, which means punishment will follow. At the Murim Forces camp, Nam Gun-young and Baek Seo-lin are sitting at the table. Yu-sung returns to them and looks rather strange, which surprises those sitting at the table. Kang Jin-hyuk dresses Yu-sung in a penitent maid uniform, It's a luxurious apology garment. It can only be removed by the enemy's destructive technique. Seo-lin and Nam-gung are just thrilled and shocked at the same time by this outfit. Yu-sung requires them to pretend they can't see anything. Everything has its reasons. Bak Seo-ling blushes slightly as she watches young Yu-sung, because it's quite her taste and she doesn't mind the outfit. The demonic people at this time go down to the dungeon where they start worshipping the demonic statue. One of them reports to Kawain that despite Jin Hyok's information about the 12th floor, they have not been able to continue the Demon King's summoning. The man says that this is not Kawain's fault at all, as he has the power to destroy the 21st floor. The test tower system issues a notification that the contact with the underworld is successful. The demonic people finally answer the call. The mouth of the stone statue opens and an offering is required to connect the dimensions. The sacrifice ritual begins. One of the demonic people already realizes what is really happening, but alas, he does not have time to react and do something. The stone statue with an open mouth eats the demonic men who realize too late the fact that they were brought here as victims. Kaveen begins to laugh furiously and madly, calling for the great kin of the Demon King. Kaveen bowedly raises both hands upwards, begging and asking the Demon King's kin to devour this place. The path to unlock the door to the demon world stretches forward in search of the key. A dark magical energy accumulates in the space around it. This thread of magical energy extends through the citadel, penetrating to the pilgrim's crown of thorns that Jin Hek keeps in his possession, and the relic answers the call. Something extremely strange and incomprehensible begins to happen, and Murim's men try to figure out what's wrong, if an assault has begun. Right before the eyes of the rest of the Murim people, space begins to crack. The pilgrim's crown of thorns opens this crack. From this small yellow rift, doors of hands with clawed fingers appear and try to open the gate. At this time, Bak Seo-lin from Murim's side and Abraham from the Empire's throne can feel this terrifying and so powerful magic. There's a strange loudspeaker in the shape of red lips hanging from the ceiling of the Empire building. It issues a notification that a demon is appearing on the Citadel grounds. The loudspeaker announces that in order to survive, everyone needs to escape or unite and fight back against the demon. Kang Jin Hek is holding a small sunflower at this time and gives all the necessary instructions to Alice and Andrea. An order is given to the West in the Empire to prepare for battle. The Citadel must belong to the Empire, so it cannot be allowed to collapse. Kostya is at this time peddling a 5-star fire resistance potion. One of the Empire's soldiers recognizes this small Kostya as the Citadel Master's pet. Kang Jin Hek reaches the Tangrasil World Tree in time to give his mother all the proper and necessary instructions. Kang Jin Hek warns her that high-ranking demons will soon be summoned here. She should make sure that her barrier will be activated to its full strength. Tangrasil immediately begins to activate the 3-star barrier Heat Attenuation, and then the 4-star barrier Cold. This is followed by the gravity field and movement restriction barriers. Eventually, the girl activates another 6-star barrier, Concentration. The effects of all the barriers activate in the designated area. A huge and fiery demon appears and violently informs everyone that they need to fight and die. He tries to resist all the barriers. The huge demon starts talking about feeling something in this world. Nam-gung's family watches the demon in horror. In Marima, a bright beam of dark energy appears in one of the small structures on the overgrowth and pierces the roof. The demon senses its fellows here. Pilgrim's Crown of Thorns begins to react to the demon, resulting in a violent and serious explosion. From the rift in space, which is a portal from the underworld, the Ice Soul Demon of Hell Magdra emerges. At the same time, the same problem happens in the Holy Empire. A bright beam of dark energy appears. The artifact located in the Holy Empire's territory, the Stake of Holy Blood, also begins to respond to the demon's call. From the spatial rift, but already on the territory of the Holy Empire, the demon of hell inevitability Selkarim appears. Selkarim doesn't even have time to crawl out of the underworld and already begins to shriek and howl at the entire territory of the Holy Empire. Judello and Casey are watching the demon, which looks dangerous. But this demon is alone now, so they should be able to handle it. Teresa stands behind the twins and realizes that her body feels like it's falling apart just from looking at the demon. This is a far cry from what 1 or 2 S-ranked ones can handle. From behind, Sabine places her hand on Teresa's shoulder, who sees that Teresa is now shackled with fear, but there is nothing to worry about. Sabine brings a whole army of fighters with her. There is nothing to worry about because they are now at their full strength. Teresa de Laurencia only responds to Sabine with a warm and grateful smile, along with a nod of understanding. Sabina makes the most furious and frantic face possible, which even seems a little odd. She offers the Sisters of Light a prayer. The Sisters of Light raise their swords up, for with them is the protection of the goddess of light when a huge demon is already closing in on them. Judello and Casey support the idea of the Sisters of Light to pray and also idolize the goddess of light, going to fight the others. Teresa de Laurencia bides her time and gives the order to the others that now is the time to attack. In the Empire, the Holy Guard is also fighting the demon. One of them has already been seriously wounded, and the rest of them are trying to figure out what this creature is. Swordmaster Abraham watches Selkarim with his mouth open, realizing that this creature is a demon of the highest class. The Tangrasil World Tree continues to try to hold its barriers against the higher demon. Abraham looks back at Tangrasil and realizes that if it weren't for her and her barriers, everything would have turned to ash long ago. Meanwhile, little Kostyan continues to peddle a fire resistance potion that costs 3,999 coins. The guards start buying up the potion that Kostyan sells one by one. Abraham wonders if the skeleton man already knew what was going to happen since he started selling potions in advance. Kang Jin-hyuk calmly walks down the street with Yu Seong, dressed in a maid costume. All the soldiers recognize who is the master of the citadel. Abraham opens his mouth in horror, trying to figure out what's going on and how one can have fun in such a situation. In an instant, Abraham realizes that Kang Jin-hyuk is a powerful person, so he is clearly up to something. Kang Jin-hyuk mockingly asks Yu Sung that the audience's reaction is impressed with the costume, even though it doesn't have much of an effect. Young Yu Sung doesn't care. Let Jin-hyuk mock all he wants. He should move on to the real plan as soon as possible. Kang Jin-hyuk drinks the fire resistance potion, and when he saw the pilgrim's crown of thorns, he immediately knew to expect a demon to appear. But despite all that, Kang Jin-hyuk didn't suspect at all that a high-ranking demon would eventually come out of there. Jin-hyuk realizes that the demonic people had quite a lot of information. It turns out they're better than he thought. Kang Jin-hyuk doesn't say anything, except to have Yu Seong look at something, pointing his finger forward. Jin-hyuk points to the portal behind the demon. It's connected to the underworld, so the mana supply is infinite. As long as it's open, their chances of winning are zero. Thanks to Tangrasil, this place hasn't turned into a coal yet. Looking at the high-ranked demon, one could conclude that even the barriers of the Tangrasil World Tree wouldn't be able to hold it back for long. Kang Jin-hyuk explains to Jung Yu Seong that when Tangrasil gets tired, they will need to replace her. All of this will need to be done to hold out until the group that will destroy the source of the demon's magic arrives. They are Alice and Andrea. Alice holds onto Andrea's neck to keep from falling and realizes that something has already started in the distance from them. Andrea agrees. Just like Master Jin-hyuk said, there are demons invading. Andrea asks Alice if they will be able to find anything here, as the 21st floor is huge. Little Alice lowers her gaze to Koguma and assures Andrea that all they have to do is trust Koguma's sense of smell. Koguma lets out his cute and amused exclamations when it comes to him. He rushes further into the sky with Alice and Andrea. The Selkarim continue to aggress and try to get rid of the Tangrasil barrier. Antrad begins to summon his companions. A whole bunch of small demons begin to emerge from under the ground, breaking through the ground and trying to get out. The demons begin to advance. Kang Jin-hyuk stands in the middle of the street and starts ringing a bell to get everyone's attention. He has a new announcement to make. Kang Jin-hyuk explains to everyone that they will now be hunting demon pawns. Whoever contributes the most to exterminating them will get extra points. Kang Jin-hyuk addresses the forces of Murim, represented by Sol Lin, and the forces of the Empire, represented by Abraham, who wanted to take over the citadel. Now they need to join forces so that it doesn't collapse. Nam Gung Chong turns to Kang Jin-hyuk through gritted teeth and grudgingly asks him why they need to defend his citadel. Abraham orders the guards to engage in battle. If they score less points than Murim, the vacation pay will be cut. Nam Guncheon himself didn't expect this from the Empire's forces when they unconditionally enter the battle for Jin-hyuk's citadel. Murim's forces aren't going to lose to the Empire either. Baek Seol-lin orders his fighters to show Murim's strength. Nam Gung Chong turns around again, but already at Seol-lin, not understanding why they decided to fight for the citadel in the first place. Nam Gung Chong starts yelling that everyone needs to stop immediately, because Kang Jin-hyuk is manipulating them. Kang Jin-hyuk mentally comments on the situation. Everyone needs to forget about being enemies for at least a moment in order to fight together. Thanks to Tangrasil's buff and his potions, by destroying small monsters, all the fighters will pass on the experience to Jin-hyuk, which is actually happening now. All of the fighters from different sides continue to fight the small demons that are now and then bursting into flames of fire. Young Yu Sung isn't going to stand by either and abruptly snaps out of his seat. Jin-hyuk stops him, as this isn't the time to get into a battle. Kang Jin Hyuk starts yelling irritably for Jang Yu-sung to at least take a sip of the potion he's selling. He'll burn if he doesn't drink it. Jang Yu-sung manages to grab the bottle and take it with him before attacking the petty demons. The small demons begin to simultaneously open their mouths from where fireballs appear. The small demons point their fire flames directly at Jang Yu-sung, who gets lost in those flames. Kang Jin Hyuk watches tensely as Yu-sung disappears into the flames before his eyes. The petty demons watch mesmerized as Yu-sung disappears and burns in their fiery flames. Jang Yu-sung gets rid of the maid's clothes and activates his sword chi chasing souls skill, dealing with the fire and surviving. The maid's uniform was destroyed, to which Jang Yu-sung is extremely happy and pulls a gloating smirk on his face. Jang Yu-sung pulls his cloak and the rest of his clothes over his head body because the maid's uniform was burned. Kang Jin Hyuk deservedly appreciates such an idea since the uniform is so annoying to Yu-sung. Yu-sung drinks the potion and his fire resistance increases by 20%. Young Yu-sung replies that he's been in that uniform long enough, and her suit has a higher level of defense. In any case, Jin Hyuk has already taken the necessary pictures. Kang Jin Hyuk assesses the situation and tells Yu-sung that it won't be long before they need to engage in battle. On the 21st floor, the demon Magdra builds an ice castle that imprisons everyone. A girl from Namgung's family contacts the former head of the China Guild and demands that he return because the high-ranking demon will soon tear the place apart. Namgung shows the girl another demon and tells her that he is in a bad position. She's surprised that they showed up at the Citadel as well. Namgung Jung tells her that one demon has appeared here too and needs to be dealt with, while looking back at Jin Hyuk. Namgung Cheon was once already warned that he should be wary of some player named Kang Jin Hyuk. Namgung Chong was elected by Mareem, so there's no need to make him laugh. He himself is laughing at what everyone is telling him about Jin Hyuk. Kang Jin Hyuk doesn't miss the most opportune moment to use his greedy gaze on the fire demon. Due to the significant difference in levels, Jin Hyuk only gets to see the copying conditions. If the guy manages to take his attack, he'll be able to copy any skill. Kang Jin Hyuk assesses the odds. If you meet the demon face to face, there won't even be a hair left of him. The only way out is to make it in time after closing the portal that gives him mana. The fire demon at this time does not leave all possible attempts to resist Tangrasil's barriers. Mother Tangrasil turns to Jin Hyuk tiredly and informs him that she can no longer contain the demon. The fire demon Selkarim begins howling and screaming, having almost gotten rid of the barriers of the world tree. Tangrasil is on his last gasp, but eventually the 4-star barrier, restriction of movement, is destroyed. Kang Jin Hyuk praises Tangrasil and he and Jang Yu-sung are going to switch it up. They immediately rush forward. The rest of the fighters turn to each other and tell everyone to stand back, or they will immediately forfeit their lives. Kang Jin Hyuk gathers all his strength and activates his ice creation skill. Kang Jin Hyuk uses ice to create ice shackles and heavy weights in an attempt to trap Selkarim. At this time, Jang Yu-sung soars high into the air and finds himself above the fire demon Selkarim. While Jin Hyuk restrains Selkarim with ice shackles, Jang Yu-sung activates the soul-chasing sword of Ki. Selkarim doesn't appreciate Jin Hyuk and Yu-sung's attacks, thinking it's ridiculous. The demon is going to vaporize everyone here. A fiery flame starts coming towards Jang Yu-sung, and the guy realizes that he won't be able to dodge such an attack. A strange paper ribbon appears around Jang Yu-sung's abdomen, restraining him and preventing him from moving. This paper and long ribbon encompasses Jang Yu-sung and begins to pull him sharply behind him, protecting him from the attack. Jang Yu-sung falls to the ground and notices the white snake in front of him, who saved him from the demon attack. The white snake tells him that they are a temporary unit put together by Jin Hyuk called Shadows. Before all of this, Kang Jin Hyuk had handed out instructions to White Snake that they must save everyone who might get hurt. Their origin doesn't play any role. White Snake gets upset because he has to work again, or else Jin Hyuk will call on Alice again. Orders really should be obeyed. The fire demon Selkarim launches a powerful fire wave that comes upon the Citadel of Giants. Tangrasil is tired and exhausted lying on the ground. The mother begins to scream in panic that her children are there. Kang Jin Hyuk activates his sword graveyard skill, immediately aiming it at the fire wave to hold it back. Kang Jin Hyuk has to put in a lot of effort to hold back the high-ranking demon's attack. Jin Hyuk realizes that even the maximum power of the Aura Blade is not enough. Kang Jin Hyuk calls out to his spirit salamander. Immediately, a transformed salamander appears from behind Kang Jin Hyuk, ready to help his master immediately. Tangrasil desperately puts her palm to her chest, then reassures herself that her children are fine. Kang Jin Hyuk is burned by the demon's fire and falls to the ground. He fulfills all the conditions of copying and can now copy Antrad's skill. Kang Jin Hyuk thinks over the next plan of action. He'll have to leave the demon on Yu Xiong to get himself some mana. Kang Jin-hek begins to feel an incredible thirst for destruction as Nam Gung-chan suddenly flies out at him. Nam Gung-chan looks aggressive and is obviously going to destroy Kang Jin-hek with ends by attacking him. Nam Gung-chan attacks Kang Jin-hyuk using his famous Sword of the Sky Swallow skill. Kang Jin-hek has to pull out his Perseus shield to protect himself from the attack of the surprised Nam Gung-chan. Nam Gung-chan continues to attack and choke Kang Jin-hyuk, who tries to defend himself and hold back the blows. Baek Seo-lin turns to Nam Gung-chan and asks what he's up to. At this rate, they'll lose any right to bid for the Citadel. Nam Gung-jung turns to Baek Seo-lin in a rage and tells her that Kang Jin-hyuk is just playing with them. Nam Gung-chang attacked Jin-hyuk now for a reason, because it was the perfect chance, since the demon's attacks had weakened him. Nam Gung-cheon reminds of the Forest of Elves, the breakthrough in Beijing, the choice of faction, and now the attack on the Citadel of Giants. Jin-hek was just manipulating all of them. Nam Gung-cheon finally realized an important thing. Jin-hek is a true demon who deserves to perish. From Nam Gung-cheon's side, someone else starts attacking, knocking the sword out of the long-haired guy's hands. Wol-yeon appears defending his master. He shouldn't have attacked the captain in such a dire situation. Wol-yeon's head fills with hatred for the first time, and he thinks that Nam Gung-chong is finally out of his mind. Nam Gung-cheon recognizes this shadow magic that belongs to a demonic cult descendant. Apparently, Jin-hyuk has brainwashed him too. Nam Gung-chan starts aggressively yelling for Wol-yeon to get the hell out of here. He's going to destroy Jin-hyuk, who organized the demon's appearance as well. Kang Jin-hyuk silently watches Wol-yeon's actions. Nam Gung-jong suggests that he refresh his memory since Jin-hek would always be suspicious. Wol-yeon recalls the times when he already asked Jin-hyuk how he knew this or that information, but the guy couldn't tell due to circumstances. Kang Jin-hyuk has already told Wol-yeon that he will find out everything when the time comes, since he is Jin-hyuk's right-hand man. Wol-yeon points his sword at Nam Gung-chan, for he is his captain's sword, and a sword doesn't question its master's words. Nam Gung-chan scoffs at Wol-yeon's words when he talks about being his captain Jin-hyuk's sword. Nam Gung-chang is provoked by Wol-yeon's words and is going to destroy him the very first, in that case. Baek Seo-lin watches Nam Gung-chan and Wol-yeon's battle from the sidelines, not supporting Nam Gung-chan's behavior. No matter how much Nam Gung-chang hates Jin-hyuk, Seo-lin thinks that he should choose the time and place, not to attack the one who is controlling the current state of affairs right now. Just when Seo-lin was thinking that Nam Gung would be smarter, a strange needle flies into her thigh and starts to burn. Baek Seo-lin is approached by a smiling skeletal man named Kostian, who holds out the same needle to the girl and asks if she has a minute. Kostian uses the fainting sting on Baek Seo-lin to make the girl pass out immediately. Kostian works clearly and according to plan. Baek Seo-lin loses her consciousness, and Kostian catches her on a stretcher. Kostian tries to carry Baek Seo-lin through the crowd of panicking soldiers and yells about carrying a wounded patient. Meanwhile, Wol-yeon continues to fight Nam Gung-chan. Jin-hek realizes that even though Nam Gung has unexpectedly intervened, Wol-yeon is opposing him well. Kang Jin-hek realizes that the main problem is still unsolved. Even though he managed to repel one attack from Antred, Kang Jin-hek assesses the fire demon and realizes that he won't be able to block the next attacks because it's too much mana consumption. We need to hold out until the portal closes. At this time, Alice and Andrea fly up on the Kogum to a strange creature that has appeared in the middle of the forests. It is a terrifying and scary monster with several heads, which is the fruit of necromancy. Alice observes the monster from above, sitting on the Kogum. The girl genuinely hates such creatures. Little Alice sends Andrea on a mission. The girl needs to deal with these monsters. Andrea rushes from the air to the ground and in flight thinks about the fact that the master Jin-hek gave her a new life, protecting her from fanatics. Andrea realizes that now is the best and most opportune moment to repay this debt to Kang Jin-hek. Andrea unleashes all her might and magical power outward, activating her Fanatic's Judgment ability, attacking the monster. Alice at this time lands near where Andrea is fighting. This is her first fight, but Andrea handles it perfectly. Alice approaches the magic circles, realizing that it is a summoning spell created with a sacrifice and a relic. Alice realizes that this is quite a complicated technique for the average person. The girl uses the summoning destruction skill. The magical portal where all these demons have crawled out from begins to close, and the connection to the underworld is lost. One of the demons with his burning eyes watching the portal closing and realizes that the connection is broken. This demon is not bothered at all by the closing of the portal, because he knows that the defeat of the humans has long been predetermined. Judello and Casey are no longer able to fight such a demon. Kang Jin-hek will destroy them if they don't survive this battle. When the huge demon starts attacking the twins, Judello reminds Casey that Jin-hek will have no one to swear at if they die. Saint Sabine appears in front of the twins, Judello and Casey, and protects the twins with a holy shield. Saint Sabine is not going to let this demon let the comrades of Teresa de Laurencia, who was protecting them, die. Sabine continues to hold off the demon's attack with the holy shield as she begins to reprimand Teresa that now is her exit. Teresa de Laurencia appears from above the demon and is about to attack the creature with her divine power. Teresa de Laurencia, like the others, is not about to lose and activates Holy Fall. Teresa de Laurencia is left with a huge, bright, and divine cross after her attack. Teresa de Laurencia tries to catch her breath from her final attack. Judello and Casey tell her it was pretty awesome. The twins state the obvious thing. None of it worked, and after all, Teresa said the chances of winning would increase when the portal closed. Teresa realizes that this demon is still powerful, even though it's no longer getting mana. At this rate, they'll all be wiped out for sure. Teresa de Laurencia turns to Archbishop Sabine and says that there is no other way out now, and she is going to use something. Sabine tries to stop Teresa, as there are too many sister knights here now, even though she knows her situation. Sabine follows up by telling Teresa that if she uses this power now, she will surely be hated by the others. Teresa replies to a frustrated Sabine that she can't understand that, because this place is a second homeland to Teresa. Teresa de Laurencia looks confidently at Sabine and tells her that she's ready to take on this burden to protect her second homeland. The fire demon Antrad also realizes that his connection to the underworld is being destroyed and interrupted. Young Yu-sung notices the strange behavior and appearance of fire demon Anthrad after the magic portal closes. Young Yu-sung realizes that due to the interrupted connection to the underworld, this huge fire demon has become much smaller. Young Yu-sung turns to Jin Hyuk in a panic and asks what he pulled off again. Kang Jin-hek realizes that Alice has done her job. Kang Jin-hek explains to Yu Seong that he needs to stay alert. Just because his height has decreased doesn't mean his strength has decreased as well. The fire demon Anthrad turns to Yu Seong and Jin Hyuk and clenches his huge demonic fist. The demon taunts the guys who think they can defeat him by simply closing the portal to the demon world, the underworld. The fire demon Antrad begins to aggress and behave violently. The actions of humans are incredibly stupid. Fire demon Antrad is going to destroy everything around him. He activates the fire spiral skill. Kang Jin-hyuk stands in front of Jung Yu-seong and pulls out his Perseus shield again to defend against Anthrad's attack. Anthrad's fire spiral begins to engulf everything and everyone in its path. Many soldiers are exposed to this danger. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Whitesnake and yells orders him to take everyone and move away. The two of them and Yu-sung will handle things here. Whitesnake isn't going to contradict the order and heeds it, immediately grabbing several soldiers in an armful. Kang Jin-hyuk, along with Jung Yu-sung, continue to defend themselves with the Perseus shield, waiting for Anthrad's next attack. Fire demon Anthrad starts waving his fire flames again, and this starts shaking everything around him. Fire demon Anthrad sends a powerful and bright fire beam directly at Jin Hyuk and Jung Yu-seong, who are defending themselves with a shield. After finishing his attack, fire demon Anthrad realizes that Jin Hyuk, in the company of Jung Yu-sung, manages to avoid this attack. The head of fire demon Anthrad's head is wide and crazed. He has a request for the guys. They shouldn't die too quickly because he hasn't enjoyed a fight this much in a long time. Jung Yu-sung assesses his opponent and realizes that his strength has remained the same, but his speed has changed impressively. Jung Yu-sung begins to tense up from his thoughts. He thinks about whether they even have a chance to defeat such a demon. Kang Jin-hek can even feel with his back that Jung Yu-sung is beginning to doubt that they can defeat this demon. Kang Jin-hek activates his sword graveyard ability and tells Yu-sung to watch carefully because he's going to teach him something. Judello and Casey at this time are trying their best to support Teresa de Laurencia in her idea. Sabina watches silently as Teresa de Laurencia decides to make a desperate and final choice that will help them win. Teresa de Laurencia begins to change personalities, swapping Saint Teresa for a Dark Teresa, who can definitely pull it off. Jin Hyuk is the head of the faction Veteran Company, who will find a way out of even the most crisis situation, just like his comrades, such as Teresa. Dark Teresa appears, who engages in battle with another demon that has appeared in the territory of the Holy Empire. The sister knights who watch Teresa and the demon battle call her actions blasphemy. They discuss amongst themselves that the sister who received the blessing of light is now using the forces of darkness. Sabina listens unhappily to all this. Archbishop Sabina demands her sister to be quiet, They will talk about it later because she is very tired and has already lost a lot of blood. Dark Teresa de Laurencia continues to fight a huge demon who calls her behavior and actions impertinence. The huge demon with horns activates its strong coffin skill to counterattack Dark Teresa de Laurencia. A strange and toothy creature emerges from beneath the ground, which activates the follow-up skill, Inescapable Shackles, on Dark Teresa. Judello and Casey join Dark Teresa because they're not about to let the demon take their sister's life. Wounded and already exhausted, Judello and Casey turn to Teresa de Laurencia that they are also here by her side. The Dark Teresa de Laurencia smirks and states that she is not so weak as to need rescuing. Judello asks to be saved in that case. Wol-Yan, meanwhile, is still fighting Namgung-chan, who manages to wound and exhaust his opponent. Namgung-chan throws Wol-Yun back with his attack, calling him a real fool. Wol-Yun tries to get back to his feet. Namgung-chan approaches Wol-Yun and threatens him with his sword. Wol-Yun should have realized everything back in the beginning. Namgung-chan snaps and starts hatefully yelling that Wol-Yun will never defeat him. Namgung-chan asks if Wol-Yun knows this simple truth. So why does he continue to fight for Kang Jin-hyuk? Wol-Yun lowers his sad and pensive gaze before giving Namgung-chan's tedious answer to his question. Kang Jin-hyuk fights the fire demon Anthrad. Wol-Yun assures Namgung that Kang Jin-hyuk is special. Wol-Yun claims that Kang Jin-hyuk has interests that he will never understand. He can be cruel, and he enjoys playing pranks on others. John Yu-sung starts to smile widely and smirk as he looks at Kang Jin-hyuk fighting the demon. Wol-Yun states that when he stands beside such a captain, he firmly believes that they will definitely win any battle. Wol-Yun smiles and wipes a trickle of blood from his mouth. Even though Namgung is stronger than him, it is for these reasons that he continues to fight. John Yu-sung, after a while, also joins along with Kang Jin-hyuk in a fight with the fire demon. The fire demon looks at Jung Yu-sung and realizes to himself that this man is not much of a threat to him. Fire demon Anthrad shifts his gaze to Jin-hyuk and realizes that this man is a different matter altogether. Kang Jin-hyuk is too good at dodging attacks and is using up mana little by little. The guy activates the soul suction skill, causing his mana volume to increase by 30%. Fire demon Anthrad is annoyed that Kang Jin-hyuk expects to defeat him when he is completely exhausted and loses his strength. Fire demon Anthrad activates the special battlefield Borders of the Underworld, due to which the image world has been opened. Kang Jin-hyuk and his comrade Jung Yu-seong tense up when they notice a change in the fire demon Anthrad's behavior and actions. The fire demon Anthrad plunges Kang Jin-hyuk and his comrade Jung Yu-sung into the blazing hell that is the image world. Fire demon Anthrad's power points increase by 20%. Anthrad asks if the guys really had time to be happy about their one successful attack. The fire demon Anthrad tells them that this world was created by his will. The demon activates the summoning of his companions. Anthrad assures Jin-hyuk and Yu-sung that they won't get out of here alive. Many small demons appear around the boys. The small demons summoned by Anthrad are not going to hesitate and immediately descend on Jin-hyuk and Yu-sung. Kang Jin-hyuk and John Yu-sung don't plan on slowing down either and immediately pull out their swords to deal with the petty demons. Jung Yu-sung tries his best to fight off the advancing demons. He realizes that nothing good is going to happen at this rate. Jin-hyuk turns to Yu-sung, who can also create an image world with battlefield selection. He needs to activate it, and Jin-hyuk needs to bring it with him. John Yu-sung replies to Jin-hyuk that his field will inevitably collide with the local barrier, and he'll simply waste his mana. Jin-hyuk asks him to try it because he has a plan. Kang Jin-hyuk points to Anthrad and states that they will never win while in the demon world. Their only way out is through Yu-seong's barrier. Kang Jin-hyuk gives all the proper instructions and takes off into the air, about to pull off his deeds and plans. John Yu-sung takes out his hatred and aggression on Kang Jin-hyuk, who is a wayward person in his opinion. John Yu-sung gets rid of the nearby petty demons and realizes that he has no choice. He activates the battlefield selection skill. John Yu-sung uses the battlefield Wharf of Blades, causing his image world to be opened. Kang Jin-hyuk is on his way. Kang Jin-hyuk concentrates all the magic power he can, going to realize his plan of action. Kang Jin-hyuk uses the swords created by the image world to strike at the most important points of the fire demon Anthrad's magical barrier chain. Jung Yu-sung suddenly stops Kang Jin-hyuk and reminds him that he too has a skill that can activate the image world. Kang Jin-hyuk answers Yu-sung's question positively. He copied the battlefield selection skill from Jung Yu-seong. This is one of the two possible copying skills. Kang Jin-hyuk chooses the first elevated area he finds, and the minor demons watch Kang Jin-hyuk's actions. Kang Jin-hyuk curls up in a ball and activates the new skill, Battlefield Selection. and the new image world opens up again. Anthrad tells him that the degree of completeness of the world the user imagines is directly related to the user's level of understanding of the desired location. Antrad asks Jin Hek if he thinks he can surpass the world that Antrad, who has lived for thousands of years, has honed over centuries. Kang Jin Hek is about to show the demon living on the 40th floor how wrong he is, for their experience of the tower is different. The demon being fought in the Holy Empire casts off the wounded twins and Dark Teresa's sword. The huge red demon tells them that the creature living in the middle floors made him what he is now. The huge red demon grabs Dark Teresa and holds her upside down. It's amazing that there's a defiled saint here. The demon tells Teresa that her darkness is amazing. Her existence could shake the very foundation of the demon world. Teresa angrily asks who he is to tell him what to do. Dark Teresa immediately changes in her face when she realizes that she is actually in great danger now. The red huge demon begins to open its maw, and Dark Teresa is frustrated because she was trying so hard to stall for time. Someone's human hand appears and activates the Black Sky Imperial Art leaf on the red demon. A dark and magical vortex appears above the huge red demon, which strikes it hard. The huge red demon is distracted by the dark art's strike, so it immediately releases Dark Teresa, who falls to the ground. An unknown man appears, who addresses Dark Teresa and clarifies if her name is Teresa de Laurencia. Teresa de Laurencia raises her head at the unknown man and begins to smile for him to guess 3 times. The Dark Emperor appears, apparently sent here by Kang Jin Hek himself to help the guys. On the grounds of the Holy Empire, in the middle of a field of flowers, Dark Teresa sits while twins Judello and Casey weave wreaths for her. The Dark Emperor confirms Teresa's words about being sent by John Hek. He's his teacher, and his name is Juan. He had a hard time taking on an apprentice in his old age. Juan says he wanted to get here quickly, but first he had to deal with a demon in Murem. Despite his dislike for the Murim, they're still human, also practicing martial arts. The Dark Emperor manages to deprive the red demon of one arm. Juan notices that the demon in Murim, that this one is both very noisy. Juan gets distracted from Teresa de Laurencia and turns to the demon, who should be resting by now. Juan calmly asks the red demon to help him get rid of the pain. The man is about to attack the demon. Dark Emperor Juan uses the Black Sky Imperial Art called Black Spot. A notification appears in the Tower of Trials system, and that a demon named Selkarim has been defeated. Teresa notices this notification and scoffs, because it is immediately clear that it was Kang Jin Hyok who dealt with him. Teresa continues to smirk, and was already thinking that she would have to rush to Jin Hek for backup, but that's no longer necessary. Teresa de Laurencia has 100% confidence in Kang Jin Hyok. He can handle the situation himself. John Yu-sung watches with interest as Kang Jin Haek's world of images is revealed to everyone nearby. Kang Jin Hyok's eyes are so bursting with bright and dark energy that such a thing can be seen from afar. The guy smirks. Kang Jin Hek recreates the image world called the Peak of the Lone Tower of Trials and rides that peak. Fire Demon Antard looks around and tries to figure out what this place is, since he's never been here before. Fire Demon Antard turns to Jin Hek again and is sure that it's not enough to destroy his image world. Kang Jin Hek eventually fulfills the hidden condition. The image worlds of Wharf of Blades and the top of the Lonely Tower react to each other. Due to the player's high understanding, the image worlds begin to merge, and Yu Seong watches shocked. Around Jin Hyuk and Yu Sung, a special world of images called the Player's World is recreated. Due to the recreation of this world, all of the player's stats immediately increase by 30%. At this time, all the stats of the hostile fire demon monster Antard's stats decrease by 30%. Antard watches the new image world in horror and believes that this is impossible. His world has been destroyed by ordinary people. Kang Jin Hyuk points out to Yu Sung that they will now use the sword dance together. Yu Sung doesn't know what he means, since they've never practiced something like this before. Kang Jin Hek can't stop smirking and assures Yu Sung that they've done this more than once. They just need to refresh their memory. Young Yu Sung, under Kang Jin Hyuk's instructions and advice, begins to remember all the moments of their battles together. Some kind of realization comes to young Yu Sung, and everything becomes clear to him. He covers his eyes and puts his sword up to his face. Young Yu Sung turns to Jin Hyuk and assures him that he has realized everything. Jin Hyuk praises him in response to this. John Yu Sung at the same time as Kang Jin Hyuk starts shouting in one voice that they are ready to move forward. It's time for the battle to begin. Jung Yu Sung and Kang Jin Hek begin to synchronize with each other as Jung Yu Sung activates his Song of Blades skill. John Yu Sung along with Kang Jin Hek pick up the right rhythm and begin to move in line with each other, attacking Antard. John Yu-sung looks back at the smiling Jin Hyuk and realizes that he can see every single one of his next strikes. Chu Han-sen has already told Yu-seong to think of the battle as a dance, the rhythm, the movements, his partner's breathing, and even the flow of his soul. If Jung Yu-sung is able to understand all of this, then together they will easily defeat enemies that are stronger than them. Having reached the perfect level where two blades merge into one, this is the 11th form of sword chi blade fusion. A serious-looking John Yu-sung looks over with a smiling Kang Jin-hyuk right during the battle with the demon. With Jin Hyuk and Yu-sung's two blades synchronized, they manage to attack the fire demon with ease. Nam-gung watches the battle in shock from somewhere far away and can't believe that Jin Hyuk defeated the supreme being, an ancient demon. Woo-yeon at this time smiles at the captain's victory, even though he himself can barely hold on and is already as exhausted as can be. Woo-yeon desperately bows his head and realizes that he will not keep his promise to Kang Jin-hyuk. Woo-len takes one last look at Nam-gung-chong and realizes that he can't handle him at all right now. Suddenly, Andrea appears in front of Woo-yeon and uses her Fanatic's Punch skill. Woo-yeon raises his head in shock and genuine surprise and looks at his savior, Andrea. Andrea grabs Woo-yeon around his waist and instructs him to hold on tight, activating her Fanatic's Shield, which provides protection for 10 seconds. Nam-gung-chong starts to get even more aggressive when he notices that someone dares to interrupt him again. Alice shows up, saying that her contractor doesn't like it when things he owns are broken. She sees that it wasn't a student who took Woo-yeon under her protection. Little Alice is now restricted from using her power in any way. She's going to destroy Nam-gung-cheon. Nam-gung-chong watches in stupor and horror, seriously thinking that this is all just a bad dream. The world of images created by Jin Hyuk and Yu-seong disappears. The people around them try to help each other despite their different factions. The fire demon Antard says he should have burned down the 21st floor and turned it into a demon base. He is desperate to find out why it was entrusted to him. Fire demon Antard doesn't understand why he is suffering such a fate and why his lord is now just watching his demise. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that Antard is blaming his master. Apparently, he is unaware that due to the characteristics of the world tree, the lord will not be able to look here. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks the whole time. This is the fire demon's loyalty fee. It must be very frustrating to stay here abandoned like this. Kang Jin-hyuk reminds Antard that he has served his Demon Legion commander Guntafer for thousands of years. The fire demon turns to Jin-hyuk in his last breath and asks how he knows the lord's name, but the dying man has no need to know such a thing. Kang Jin-hyuk assures Antard that he will disappear anyway, so he should give his heart, and then he will take revenge on Guntafer. Kang Jin-hyuk offers to give the dying demon an entertaining gift to the master who betrayed him. Kang Jin-hyuk chuckles and offers to do all of this as revenge against the ruler who abandoned his loyal subject. The fire demon is interested in such a parting joke. It is very arrogant that the man would destroy Guntafer, however. He likes the offer and reveals his heart. He begs the man to keep his promise. Kang Jin-hyuk consensually takes Antard's heart, receiving a relic called Half of Antard's Heart. The fire demon Antard begins to disappear right before Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes. The Antard demon was eventually defeated. Kang Jin-hyuk quite holds Antard's heart in his hands, realizing that the defense of the Citadel of Giants is now complete. With the death of the supreme demon Antard, peace has finally prevailed in the Citadel of Giants. Tangrasil teaches little Ograkun how to walk. Due to the immense damage caused by this invasion, the forces of the Empire and Marim decided to stop fighting for the Citadel for the time being. Since the Citadel had been taken over by a third party, that is, Jin Hyuk, there wasn't even any further dispute. While Jung Yu-sung was recovering, Kang Jin-hyuk was able to easily hide the bounty dropped from the demon Anthrad. Kang Jin-hyuk successfully copies Antrad's skill, Flame of Beginnings. It replaces Fire Element due to its high compatibility. It's quite a useful skill. Kang Jin-hyuk looks over his inventory and realizes that half of Antrad's heart will definitely come in handy in the battle against demons. While Kang Jin-hyuk was distracted by his business, teacher Juan and Teresa de Laurencia managed to enter his room. Kang Jin-hyuk praises the Dark Emperor and Teresa for their glorious labor. Such a request was not an easy request at all. Kang Jin-hyuk wonders how the twins Judello and Casey are doing. Teresa tells him that they are resting in the Holy Empire because they are very tired. Juan has already heard about Jin-hyuk's deeds from the White Snake. Not only did he capture the citadel that no one could topple for decades, but he ended the struggle between Murim and the Empire. Jin-hyuk's methods are devious, but the result is great. Jin-hyuk thinks Juan is flattering him. All of this was only possible because of the teacher's help. While Jin-hyuk is chatting with Juan and Teresa, A memory comes into the Emperor's mind that White Snake told him something else. When Kang Jin-hek first used his sword to save people, he didn't differentiate between friends and enemies. Kang Jin-hek is indeed a busy guy in the Dark Emperor's opinion, and many would probably support him in that. In the Empire, Kang Jin-hek and his comrades are welcomed with honor and joy. These heroes that protected the Empire are finally back. From a criminal, Kang Jin-hyuk has turned into a true hero. Little Alice and Andrea are as enthusiastic about the people as they are about them. Abraham waves to the other people who adulation them. Jin-hek thinks it's too grandiose a celebration, since the threat isn't over yet. Abraham thinks Jin-hek is right, but right now he should just smile and wave at the people. That's what the people need. From the fight against Murim to the demon invasion, there have been too few reasons to rejoice lately. Kang Jin-hek watches Abraham with a sidelong glance and realizes that he cares about the Empire's well-being far more than he thought. That was probably why Abraham had asked him not to reveal information about what was happening on the 21st floor. There was still one demon left. Everyone had successfully dealt with 3 top-ranked demons, but from the investigation on the 21st floor, it turned out that there were 4 of them. All Jin-hek knows about the 4th demon is the number of people he destroyed. Jin-hek realizes that it would be best to enlist the support of the entire floor and find him. He will contact Murim through Yu Seong. Jin-hek turns to Andrea and asks where Yu Seong is. Andrea replies that the guy left something behind in the Citadel of Giants. In the underground dungeon of the Citadel of Giants, crazy laughter is heard. Someone calls out to Baek Seo-lin, who is unconscious. Kostyan holds out a small spider to the girl. She stole experience points from Kang Jin-hyuk, so she should pay for it. Kostyan throws the eavesdropping spider at the girl, which penetrates the user's body and records the sounds of the surroundings. The spider quickly and deftly climbs up Baek Seo-lin's body and successfully penetrates this girl's body. A small but bright explosion happens, which startles little Kostyan, who is sitting next to Seo-lin. Young Yu-sung, who has been trying to find Seo-lin all this time, walks up to them. He realizes that it's all Jin-hyuk's doing. Kostyan threatens the guy to stay away. Young Yu-sung kicks Kostyan with one leg, causing the skeleton to fall apart. Yu-sung grabs the girl and throws her on his shoulder. Now she owes him. Kang Jin-hyuk with Andrea and Teresa kneel before Emperor Lionheart of the Empire, who wanted to see the faces of the heroes. Lionheart looks distraught, but the Emperor is very happy to see these people who are heroes here. He can see everything. He hasn't been this happy in a long time. After the death of the prince, it seemed to Lionheart that nothing else could bring him joy. Lionheart looks back at Penheimer and says that he now realizes that the world has not yet betrayed him. Lionheart rises from his throne and exposes his sword of the first emperor, which leaves the servants and the audience delighted and shocked. Lionheart appreciates the bravery of heroes and the honor of his ancestor, Emperor Lionheart I. He grants Andrea, Teresa, and Jin-hek the great title of Empire, as well as the Heavenly Stone of Destination. When Kang Jin-hek hears about the Heavenly Destination Stone, his eyes immediately light up with interest and mad excitement. Weinstullen is horrified that the Emperor has granted the heroes this stone, which is the greatest treasure of the Empire, allowing them to communicate with the gods of the higher floors. Weinstullen clenches his fist in rage, for this is a treasure that only members of the royal family are allowed to see. It is an insult to the entire Empire. Lionheart explains to the heroes that their gift will be delivered to them tomorrow. The Empire must celebrate this great victory. Lionheart orders the servants to give the heroes the most extravagant banquet to show them what imperial hospitality means. Soldiers of the guard take to the streets with carts. The Emperor has ordered wine and meat to be distributed to all the people. If there is any left over, they will all be executed. People all over the Empire grab glasses of wine and pieces of meat, eating it and drinking to His Majesty. The real stars of the Empire show up and start playing the most real imperial rock for the whole town. Alice tells Andrea that, as expected, the imperial banquets are spectacular. Andrea is thrilled to hear the music for the first time. Andrea grabs Teresa de Laurencia and convinces the girl not to stand in a pole, but to come out and dance with her. Andrea, in the company of Alice and Teresa, go out on the dance floor and start dancing hot and rocking out. Kang Jin-hyuk stands off to the side, and with a slight smile on his face, watches the girls who are his comrades. Next to Jin-hyuk appears Yu-sung, who managed to climb so high it's not surprising since he's a stalker. Jin-hyuk wonders if Yu-seong took what he needed. Kang Jin-hyuk reveals that John Yu-sung missed the moment when they were greeted as a hero. Yu-sung claims that he's not interested in that kind of thing. Kang Jin-hek won't say anything more about Yu-sung training with Chu Hon-saen. He has a teacher from Murim now too. Kang Jin-hyuk looks back at his crazy girl team and tells Yu Sung not to think about going over to Marim's side. Kang Jin-hyuk reminds John Yu Sung that he is a member of the veteran company, to which the guy smiles warmly. Young Yu Sung wants to tell Jin Hyuk an interesting thing. He learned some information from Marim. Young Yu Sung asks if Jin Hyuk knows about the demon that is raging in the north. It's a demon of poison, and his name is Velmariel. Kang Jin-hyuk replies that he was already planning to deal with the demon tomorrow, after he receives the Heavenly Destination Stone. There's a chance that the aristocrats might be able to influence the emperor's decision. Young Yu Sung closes his eyes and says there's no need for that. Someone has already dealt with that demon on their own. When Kang Jin-hyuk hears such information from Yu Seong's mouth, a creepy tension and surprise comes over him. According to young Yu Seong, this girl is hiding in Marim's territory with Weinstollen right now. On Marim's errand, this noble woman is hiding in the castle. So far, it is not even known what this girl's name is. Weinstollen is somewhere in his office and starts to get very psychotic, calling the new heroes of the Empire names. He was going to get the fortress and take over to overthrow the Emperor. But because of the alien Jin-hyuk, all plans went down the drain. Weinstollen continues to aggress and smash everything he can get his hands on. A tall and muscular woman asks him to calm down because there's no point in getting so hot. The woman assures him that he must act to get something. Weinstollen thinks she is suggesting that he start a rebellion, but Jin-hyuk and his companions get in the way. This woman's name is Nishara, and she is an S-rank player and the head of the Gandhara Guild. She calls Weinstollen a fool. Nishara has brought Chandra and Arun, who are already familiar to Jin-hyuk. It is for rebelling against him that they have come here. Alice gets wasted and says that Teresa is doing pretty well. The girl confesses her liking for Teresa. Teresa holds on from the last of her strength and argues with Alice that she likes Alice much better than Teresa likes Alice. Andrea looks frustrated at the drunken girls because at least she managed to get Alice and Teresa into the room. Andrea rubs her arm awkwardly and says she can't take these drunks anymore. Kang Jin-hyuk suggests that she leave them to their own devices. Kang Jin-hyuk assures Andrea that right now Alice and Teresa need to bond by any means necessary. Kang Jin-hyuk asks Andrea to better tell him what happened there with Namgung Chan, who was attacking them. Andrea tells her master Namgun Chong met a fitting end for an arrogant person. She left no trace of him. Kang Jin-hyuk praises Andrea for a fine job after all. She saved him another headache in the form of Namgung Chan. Kang Jin-hyuk abruptly turns to Andrea and throws a green bag into her hands. Andrea successfully catches it. It's a gift for her from Kang Jin-hyuk for the girl successfully saving his precious Wolyun. Kang Jin-hyuk gives Andrea a fox bead that allows her to transform into a kumiho when touched. Once transformed, Andrea will gain various abilities, including a strong increase in speed. The wielder can no longer be changed. This goes for Andrea more than her past costume. Now Andrea can go back to her floor. Jin-hyuk thinks the residents won't be happy about the boss being away for too long. Andrea is about to leave and in the meantime is enjoying her new costume. Jin-hyuk realizes that the fox bead is clearly to her liking. Kang Jin-hyuk examines her inventory and realizes that other than the fox bead, there is nothing else useful among the rewards that fell out of Anthrad. Kang Jin-hyuk suddenly notices a Oblivion Serum among all the items. This serum gives large-scale memory manipulation. He doubts that there was such an item in the game. While Teresa and Alice continue to have drunken conversations, Jin-hyuk thinks about how many different powers are hidden in the Tower of Trials. The next day, the team of new heroes descend into a dungeon located in the Empire and guarded by the guard. Teresa de Laurencia looks around and notices a large number of high-ranking items here, but don't be fooled by their glow. Penheimer warns Teresa that all of these treasures are enchanted. If you touch them, a trap will be triggered. Those blinded by the treasures here will have a hard time surviving. Penheimer tells the boys that they are now traveling to the place where the ancestors of the imperial family rest. People with impure intentions have no right to enter this shrine. After the words about impure intentions, Penheimer addresses Abraham with strange innuendos. Abraham does not respond at all to Penheimer's words in his direction. The boy only lowers his gaze sadly. Penheimer assures the boys that His Majesty will reward them as he promised. That's why they're all going there. Penheimer leads Jin-hyuk and the others to the place where the emperors of previous generations rest. This is where Lionheart is already waiting for them. This brightly lit place is called the Emperor's Tomb. There is a tall female statue standing in the middle of the room. Kang Jin-hyuk finds it strange to enter the tomb by invitation because he has only been here before after secretly entering the tomb. Penheimer and Abraham get down on one knee in front of Lionheart to pay their respects. Lionheart praises them for a job well done. Lionheart calls them heroes for destroying the three demons. As promised, He gives them 3 heavenly destination stones. Destination Heaven Stone is an item that allows you to communicate with the higher gods of the tower. Originally, only people of royal blood received it. Lionheart reminds the boys to remember that it is only a means of communication. To communicate with the gods, they must possess the proper qualities. Only the chosen one will be chosen to own such a stone. Those people who are not chosen will never be able to use the stone. Teresa de Laurencia looks up interestedly and notices that besides their 3 stones, there is 1 stone missing here. Kang Jin-hyuk replies that there is no 4th stone because it has already been used. It was the king that is recognized by the deity for his absolute power, overwhelming strength, and aggressive rule. The man that Kang Jin-hyuk is now telling the others about was Emperor Lionheart I. Jin-hyuk asks Lionheart if this could mean that all subsequent emperors could not stand on equal footing with him. Kang Jin-hyuk continues that the royal authority only declined over the years. He clarifies this point with His Majesty. Penheimer starts to get aggressive at Jin-hyuk's words, going to stop him, because despite his merit, he will not tolerate insults. Lionheart calms Penheimer down, which he obediently does. Kang Jin-hyuk has indeed said all the right things. Lionheart turns to the portrait of Lionheart I and thinks about authority. It's something his servants always tell him about. He knows he can never be as powerful. The emperor has no strength or courage left. Everything he took for granted disappeared in an instant, just like his ancestors buried here. Lionheart tells us that authority has become too burdensome for him, so he asks the boys to accept these stones to protect the empire, instead of the useless him. Kang Jin-hyuk mentally calls this emperor pathetic. If he were the people of the empire, he would have gotten rid of such a one long ago. Penheimer frustratedly and desperately looks away, unable to find the words to respond to the emperor's words. Suddenly, all barriers are removed and the protective magic is neutralized. The enemies penetrate the emperor's tomb. Kang Jin-hyuk and his comrades are surrounded by the Imperial Guard, who begin to threaten them with their spears. Weinstullen appears at the head of the guard. He turns to Lionheart and says that he is giving away the treasures of the empire to foreigners, which is why the country is in such a state. Penheimer responds to Weinstullen's provocation and begins to shout that the Duke has no right to cross the emperor. Weinstullen turns to Penheimer and calls him a fool, for he is not the only one who has bared his teeth against the emperor. Mackenzie, who is the emperor's swordmaster, also finds himself among the traitors. Another such person who acts with Weinstullen also turns out to be the swordmaster Abraham. Abraham pulls out his Aurora sword and points it at the players led by Jin-hyuk. He gives one last warning. Abraham demands Teresa, Jin-hyuk, and Young Yu-sung to step back immediately because none of this business concerns them. Kang Jin-hyuk also pulls out his Aurora sword and starts laughing. He's not going to leave because he hasn't gotten his reward yet. Weinstullen starts to get aggressive when he observes that Mackenzie and Abraham are standing pillar to post and doing nothing. Duke Weinstullen starts yelling for the swordmasters to immediately spring into action and attack. Abraham is already starting to get tense and gives a final warning to the players Jin-hyuk and his comrades. Abraham threatens the guys with his sword and says that he just doesn't want to hurt those who saved the empire. Nishara appears and realizes that Abraham can't point his sword at the benefactors. Then the matter should be left to them, since it makes no difference if some players fight others. Before Nishara can even give orders to Aaron and Chandra, the two immediately jump out of their seats and get into the fray. Chandra immediately targets Teresa de Laurencia, attacking the girl to destroy her. Aaron at the same time attacks Young Yu-sung, who is also going to be dealt with for good and loose. Nishara, accordingly, attacks the head of the gang, Kang Jin-hyuk. It doesn't take long for the girl to attack him. Nishara starts smiling broadly with some evil smile and says that she's happy to meet Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his greedy gaze on Nishara, but the target can't be looked at because she's protected by the mandala. Kang Jin-hyuk deftly dodges and quickly deflects the powerful attacks of Nishara, who pounces on him. Nishara can't stop smiling and says that it's not too late. If they join them, they will get some good benefits. Nishara tells them that when Weinstullen successfully takes over the empire, he will give 10% of the profits to the Gandhara Guild. Nishara points to Lionheart, who is defended by Penheimer, saying that he's completely hopeless. Nishara shifts her attention back to Kang Jin-hyuk and is surprised that the guy is laughing now. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles at all 32 and realizes that Nishara doesn't know who the swordmasters are at all. Abraham and Mackenzie are at this time attacking Penheimer, who deflects their sword attacks with an aggressive look. Penheimer doesn't recall teaching Abraham and Mackenzie such a thing at all, so why did these two betray the empire? Abraham and Mackenzie fight Penheimer and answer him that they didn't betray the empire, they betrayed the emperor, who did nothing when the country was crumbling. Abraham begins to shift to shouting and tells Penheimer to look now at the Emperor himself. Lionheart is now only able to watch in silence as the others fight. There is not a shred of fighting spirit left in him. Penheimer frustratingly agrees that His Majesty was not in good health after the Crown Prince's death. Penheimer is going to use his Blade of Aurora to protect the Emperor, since he still has Lionheart's blood running through his body and he has sworn to protect her. Abraham and Mackenzie are going to counterattack Penheimer. If he responds like this, they have no choice but to do so. A bloody battle begins between Swordmasters Penheimer and Abraham and Mackenzie. Lionheart watches in horror as his Swordmasters begin to fight between each other. Nishara begins to squint at Penheimer and tells Gene Heck that this fight is the summation of what is happening. Abraham and Mackenzie pierce Penheimer's body with their Aurora swords and look like they didn't expect it themselves. Penheimer could have easily destroyed Abraham and Mackenzie with his attack, so why wouldn't he? This Blade Master's sword is obligated to protect everyone, including the Emperor, and Abraham and Mackenzie are brothers and apprentices to Penheimer. Penheimer grabs Abraham and Mackenzie's heads, for what kind of mentor would ever injure his apprentice? Penheimer begins to smile back at the boys and says that he couldn't keep them from going down the wrong path and apologizes for that. Penheimer begins to fall to his knees because he can no longer stand on his feet from being badly wounded. Abraham tries to shout to him. Kang Jin Heck calls out to the crying Abraham and suggests that he tell him something interesting regarding Weinstullen. Duke Weinstullen, whom they want to make the new leader, has already joined Muram's side. Kang Jin Heck points to Nishara and the Chandra and Aaron who came with her, who have already received their invitations from Murim too. Abraham tries to fully realize what is even happening. He starts remembering all the words said by Weinstullen. Duke Weinstullen is not at all upset that Abraham just found out his biggest secret. The Duke smirks and asks if Abraham has any regrets now. Kang Jin Hyuk turns to Abraham and says it's not too late. They need to capture Penheimer and the Emperor to get out of here. Abraham replies to Jin Heck that they are surrounded. Kang Jin Heck turns to Mackenzie to remember what the guy told him about his injury. At the Imperial banquet, Kang Jin Heck apologizes to Mackenzie for the incident that happened to him. After all, he came to protect the Empire, not taunt him. Kang Jin Heck switches to a real and serious tone, asking about Mackenzie's injury that he suffered. Jin Hyuk thought Mackenzie's trauma was bad enough and wants to tell him how to get over it and overcome it. Kang Jin Heck assures Mackenzie that when he can show his bald head, which is his trauma, then he can get over it and get rid of it. Kang Jin Heck reacts in time and puts on his sunglasses while Nishara is blinded and shocked. When Mackenzie removes his headgear, his baldness activates the daylight and creates a powerful flash. This bright and powerful flash illuminates and blinds everything and everyone around him. Everyone immediately stops seeing anything. Chandra, along with Aaron, also try to cover themselves with their hands from the bright flash that is made by Mackenzie's bald head. Young Yu Sung is amazed at such an interesting maneuver. He now understands why Jin Hyuk gave him the sunglasses. Lionheart, meanwhile, is in genuine shock and horror at everything going on around him. Mackenzie and Abraham grab hold of Emperor Lionheart and Penheimer to get him as far away from here as possible. Abraham will accept any punishment for such treachery. Lionheart looks worriedly at the wounded Penheimer. Duke Weinstullen orders the guards to follow Abraham and Mackenzie, for the Emperor cannot be left alive. Kang Jin Heck watches Nishara's fleeing subordinates, so there is an opportunity to talk quietly. Kang Jin Heck approaches Narasha with a suggestion to continue the conversation in private. The girl tries to wipe her eyes to regain her sight. Kang Jin Heck was looking forward to meeting the player who single-handedly defeated the demon on the 21st floor, but it turns out to be nothing special. Kang Jin Heck lowers his glasses and offers to fight for real since it's just the two of them. Narasha shows Jin Hyuk her agreement to this battle with her smile. The girl starts pulling out her weapons. Narasha is going to show Kang Jin Hyuk her true strength. The girl starts to activate her body unity skill. Kang Jin Heck excitedly looks at Narasha, who is so filled with powerful magic power. Narasha activates unity, after which the god of destruction Shiva appears behind her, under whose protection Narasha is. Kang Jin Hyuk can't stop smiling and covers himself from the wind that comes from Narasha. He wonders where she got the mandala's protection from. Kang Jin Heck watches Narasha and realizes that this girl is now leading a real god. Narasha turns to Jin Hyuk with burning eyes and asks if he doesn't know that the Emperor has only a little time left. Thanks to Jin Heck's tricks, they've all managed to avoid a major crisis, but it will only temporarily prolong Lionheart's life. While Jin Hyuk deals with Narasha, his comrades try to lead the Emperor away. Young Yu Sung rushes past the Emperor's treasury and touches them, which activates the Tomb Raider's trap. Yu Sung's activated traps begin to trigger, restraining Aaron and Chandra, buying time. Narasha asks Jin Hyuk, Does he really think there are still people in the Empire who will side with the vegetable Lionheart? Nirasha suggests that Kang Jin-hyuk not to waste his time simply, and just join them. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles contentedly and agrees that Nirasha is indeed right in this case. At the moment, there are no supporters of the Emperor in the Empire's capital except for his close associates. Kang Jin-hyuk stretches his smile even more and tells Nirasha that this is why he gathered the Emperor's associates in advance. Abraham is already out of breath because he was dragging Lionheart on his back. They are both surprised to see other people in front of them. Teresa de Laurencia looks out from behind Abraham's back and smiles back at the people who came here. All of these people are Lionheart's associates that Jin-hyuk had gathered beforehand. These are the people who will follow him. Penheimer lifts his head from the last of his strength and is surprised to see Archbishop Sabine here. He wonders why she is here. Penheimer throws himself into the warm and loving embrace of Sabine, who calls him her love. Sabine uses her holy healing skill and is about to stop Penheimer's bleeding. Teresa tells her that there are people gathered in the capital who want to harm the Emperor. Sabine realizes that this is the reason her connection to the city was cut off. She says that Penheimer is a real good man. Behind Sabine and Penheimer, Aaron, Chandra, and Duke Weinstullen appear. The Duke wonders why Sabine is here. Sabine holds Penheimer's head with one hand, and with the other she's going to teach traitors like Weinstullen a lesson. Sabine points out to Teresa and her companions that they will handle themselves here and they need to get Lionheart away to safety. The Duke calls them pathetic knights who don't even know the whole situation. So what are they trying to make a difference for? Weinstullen activates the command skill, making his voice heard in the chosen area. He orders the soldiers of the capital to assemble. Weinstullen broadcasts over the loudspeaker that the Emperor has betrayed the Empire and is going to hand the country over to foreigners. Duke Weinstullen gives a false order for the soldiers to defend the Empire. Everything he says is a brazen lie. He's going to overthrow the Emperor. The soldiers begin to look amongst themselves, trying to figure out if this is really the Duke's voice. One of the guard soldiers notices Jin-hyuk and the Emperor's associates fleeing before their eyes. The other soldier tells him not to stand still but to just move after them and start catching them. Sabine appears in front of the guard soldiers and hits one of the soldiers in the head. She realizes that Weinstullen is serious. Saint Sabine orders the sister knights to avoid unnecessary destruction. One may be beaten, but let them live. They have the protection of the light with them. Chandra and Aaron try to catch up with the Emperor because their initial task now is to catch him. Chandra says that things have become much more complicated now. Someone's big and long weapon appears in front of Aaron and Chandra, and the person orders them to stop. The twins Judello and Casey appear and offer Aaron and Chandra to play with them, as they are players like them. Chandra quickly and cleverly sends a message to Nirasha that the Knights of the Holy Empire have arrived here, so they need support. Nirasha carefully reads the message from Chandra and realizes that Jin-hyuk has indeed prepared. He has proven to be difficult to do business with. Nirasha realizes that all that is left is to get rid of Jin-hyuk on her own and capture the Emperor. Nirasha instantly attacks. Since Kang Jin-hyuk is a treasure of humanity, in that case, she won't take his life. Nirasha smirks because she doubts that Kang Jin-hyuk will stand up to her. The girl launches a circular attack. Kang Jin-hyuk deftly and quickly dodges Nirasha's multiple attacks that she directs at him. As if in the midst of the battle, Kang Jin-hyuk ponders his next plan of action while constantly watching Nirasha. Nirasha begins to swing her fist at Jin-hyuk, intending to use the destructive chakra wheel. Kang Jin-hyuk immediately crosses his arms right in front of his face to keep his defense against the blow. With the support of his god, Nirasha activates the annihilation skill to finally deal with Jin-hyuk. Nirasha drops to the ground and lands on all limbs. After her attack, the girl leaves a massive explosion that raises a lot of dust. Nirasha continues to smile, though Kang Jin-hyuk couldn't be dealt with in one blow. Despite the deity behind Nirasha's back, this place is the tomb of the imperial family. Jin-hyuk thinks that it's not okay to raise such a brouhaha here. Nirasha claims that she doesn't care deeply about the residents of the tower. They have nothing to do with climbing the Tower of Trials. Kang Jin-hyuk pulls out the Heavenly Destination Stone, and Nirasha realizes that the guy is really going to use it. The girl's face immediately changes. Nirasha states that if Jin-hyuk's behavior angers the gods, he may not be able to hope for a good outcome. Kang Jin-hyuk clenches the stone tightly in his fist and scoffs at what Nirasha says. The anger of the gods doesn't surprise him anymore. Kang Jin-hyuk starts activating his Heavenly Destination Stone. He thinks that you can only hate someone you care about in one way or another. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his Heavenly Destination Stone, which starts him trying to communicate with higher beings. Nirasha begins to cover herself and her face from the wind that blows the stone around. She considers Jin Hek's act as madness. At this time, the higher beings respond to Kang Jin Hyuk's call by blocking and making the space around them freeze. The Supreme Being is very willing to manifest, but the restriction of the tower does not allow for this action. Contact is only possible through conversation. The Supreme Being tries to destroy all possible restrictions and prohibitions of the Tower of Trials in order to manifest. The Supreme Being successfully destroys all interfering restrictions and appears in space with Jin Hyuk. The Supreme Being turns to Jin Hek, who first refuses the offer to become the Dark Apostle, and then calls out to him himself. Kang Jin Hyuk looks surprised and shocked at the appearance of the Supreme Monster, who he never thought he would see here. Variel's rotting heart rises up in front of Jin Hyuk and asks him to repeat the same fiery speech. He came to hear it in person. Variel reminds Kang Jin Hyuk of how he insulted him back then on the 5th floor because he's much stronger here now. Kang Jin Hyuk starts to smile and makes a veiled apology. He asks him to help him since Variel came here. Rotting heart, Variel starts laughing as if he owes the man something. That's the height of any insolence. Kang Jin Hek calls Yuseong's name and knows that it was Variel who added the condition for him with the maid suit fitting. Kang Jin Hek is already aware that Variel tampered with the system to set up something like this. He sure likes his content. Kang Jin Hek asks Variel to help him now, and he'll repay him with more interesting material in the future. Jin Hek promises Variel to provide entertainment that will dispel the creature's boredom once and for all. Kang Jin Hek promises Variel the kind of fun that the Tower of Trials has never heard of. The world of images created by Variel's appearance begins to slowly fade away, and Narasha comes to her senses. Narasha's face changes and she is filled with terror and shock when she sees who appears before her along with Jin Hek. Kang Jin Hek activates his body unity skill along with the Demon King Variel, who decides to help him. Shiva is as surprised by Variel's appearance as Narasha is. The goddess asks why he sided with the man. Variel, along with Kang Jin Hyuk, starts laughing heartily. The reason for this action is because Jin Hek is a very entertaining guy. Kang Jin Hek uses his Supreme Being Variel and starts attacking Narasha quickly and accurately. Kang Jin Hek, with the help of Variel, is going to use the Demon King's fist skill. After activating the fist, Jin Hek activates the personal skill Colossus Punch, improving the attack power. Narasha gets the worst of it from Kang Jin Hek's fist. The girl begins to expectorate blood painfully. Jin Hyuk's punch leaves behind devastating effects. Even though he himself said that destroying the tomb was bad, Kang Jin Hyuk seems to be filled with incredible rage and power. He claims that everything is fine now. Kang Jin Hek turns to Narasha and says that he'll just pretend that she's the one who destroyed the tomb. Variel starts laughing at Kang Jin Hek's words. This demon clearly has a lot of sympathy for him. Meanwhile, the twins Judello and Casey continue to fight Chandra and Aaron, who are in the way. Aaron asks why the twins are now trying to get in their way, since they don't even belong to any guild. Casey tries to figure out if there needs to be a reason for such a decision. Judello argues that they don't know anything about that sort of thing. The twins Judello and Casey kick Aaron and Chandra in the face at the same time and with both feet. All they do is like Jin Hek, so they do the whole thing. Judello and Casey kick Aaron and Chandra so powerfully that they pass out. Teresa realizes that the twins really do like Jin Hek. Teresa de Laurencio suddenly begins to feel a tremendous energy oozing from beneath the ground. There is a battle going on. Shiva, the god of destruction, starts yelling at Variel that he just won't stand for defeat in front of him. Shiva doesn't even want to see the horrible behavior of the demon Variel. The 1,000-year-old great mandala begins to bloom. Narasha thanks Shiva for giving her the incredible amount and power of immense divine power. Variel folds her hands in front of her in a lock and gets frustrated because it was so much fun before. Variel tells Jin Hek that Shiva shared his real skills with Narasha, so body unity won't be enough. Even though Variel is a high-ranking demon who can overpower Shiva, they won't have enough synchronization, so you can't count on his skills. Kang Jin Hyuk starts going through his inventory. It's time to show Variel something very interesting. Kang Jin Hek uses the third advantage of First Tower Conqueror. He takes up a copy of the special spear, but the area of use is limited to Variel. Before this, Kang Jin Hek fulfilled the conditions of the third First Tower Conqueror task because he helped Penheimer. Jin Hek has gained the Emperor's trust, but has yet to return the Empire to its prosperity, though he doesn't understand why. Kang Jin Hek doesn't understand why the tower system keeps giving him indulgences, but he can't lose them, which is why he uses the copy of the special spear. Kang Jin Hek manages to reproduce Variel's copy of the spear with the help of the manipulations and tasks he has done. Variel is shocked when he notices his black Kishan spear. How can Jin Hek even use the weapon without his permission? Kang Jin-hek said earlier that he was going to humor Variel by launching the Kishan directly at Shiva and Nirasha. Nirasha activates the mandala, which starts to get contaminated. Shiva asks where Variel dug up that monster in human form. Variel laughs admiringly and interestedly at Shiva, for this is the demonic nature. The god of destruction Shiva clutches his head in horror and realizes that things are bad. Their body unity and great mandala with Nirasha is cancelled. Kang Jin-hek mockingly points his finger at Nirasha and says that it was fun enough. Kang Jin-hek abruptly changes the trajectory of his attack to avoid hitting Nirasha. You can't destroy an S-rank player because of something like that. Meanwhile, the sister knights of the Holy Empire continue to fight the guards summoned by Weinstullen. Teresa de Laurencia is greatly startled when a bright and powerful magical ray begins to ooze and break out from the ground. Teresa de Laurencia manages to realize in time and bounces aside to avoid getting hurt. Variel praises Kang Jin-hyuk because he hasn't had this much fun in a long time and he has great content. Their body unity is cancelled. Variel lastly promises Kang Jin-hyuk that she'll make him her dark apostle next time and they'll see each other again. Kang Jin-hek turns to Nirasha, who bowing her head admits that Jin-hek has defeated her and she surrenders. Nirasha smirks through her teeth and demands Jin-hek not to think that her defeat can stop the revolution. Kang Jin-hek activates a 2-star hypnosis barrier on Nirasha to make her sleep. He left her alive, and she's also bickering. Kang Jin-hek gently puts Nirasha to sleep and realizes she's right, because he can't stop the rebellion. He will only be able to do so if the Emperor himself takes action. Otherwise, the Empire will fall due to internal conflicts. In that case, he won't get the reward from Penheimer. Kang Jin-hyuk is faced with the dilemma of settling for the third feature or giving up the shortcut to the middle floors, when suddenly Alice from the ring asks if the Emperor's morale needs to be restored. Little Alice, dressed as the second unknown, comes out of the ring. She has an idea on how to awaken the right spark in Lionheart. The battle between Nishara and Kang Jin-hyuk in the Imperial Palace leaves a huge hole straight through the floor. Emperor Lionheart does not express any emotion at all with his face, as if he is not bothered by anything around him at all. Little Alice is dressed in the robes of the unknown player. The girl calls out to the Emperor and asks why he is sitting there with a slumped face. Little Alice begins to envelop herself with a small amount of her magical power. She wonders how the Emperor even inherited the Lionheart name. Mackenzie begins to aggress at Alice under the mask, calling her behavior disrespectful to His Majesty. Abraham stops Mackenzie. That masked magician is a colleague of Kang Jin-hyuk. They should wait and see what happens. Little Alice points her sword at Lionheart's face, huffing about how she can't look at this. Little Alice starts twirling the bloody spear above her head and says that the Lionheart she knew wasn't like this. Kang Jin-hyuk watches as Little Alice starts muttering an unknown incantation and summoning something. Little Alice raises her sword in the air and begins a temporary summoning of a soul that the girl had a deep connection with in the past. Lionheart III watches with shocked eyes as someone appears in front of him. Alice thinks that the Emperor should be taught a lesson, and does so by Lionheart I, who appears in front of everyone. Lionheart sits immobilized and in a complete stupor. The Emperor does not believe in what is happening because it is impossible. The soul of Emperor Lionheart I appears in front of everyone present. The man smiles warmly. Lionheart I sits down on one knee in front of his 38th generation descendant. He asks why he is sitting here in utter despair. Emperor Lionheart I can't stop smiling and says there's no need to be crushed. It's not something the Emperor can afford. Lionheart III bows to the first Emperor and tells him that his child, to whom he gave everything, has left this world. He does not know how he should go on with his life. Lionheart I states to Lionheart III that he has already had a chance to speak with his precious son. The first Emperor also tells him that all of their blood relatives are now with him. The first Emperor states that the third Emperor's son was a wonderful child. After talking to him, he realized why he was chosen as his successor. Lionheart I continues that the third Emperor's son would not have been happy to see the kind of battle scene that is now happening in the Empire. Lionheart I places his palm on the third Emperor's shoulder and shows all of their blood relatives. On the day that Lionheart joins them, the third Emperor would definitely like to tell his son that he has lived a worthy life under the name of Lionheart. Lionheart III remembers those beautiful days when he used to pamper his precious child in his palace. Lionheart I continues to sit before the third Emperor and never fails to smile with care and warmth. Lionheart III begins to cry bitterly, and the first Emperor notices the light in his eyes at this time. Lionheart I rises from his rut and activates the Emperor's message skill to address the entire Empire. A bright divine light begins to illuminate the Empire. The first Emperor addresses the children of the Empire. While Archbishop Sabine is trying to heal Penheimer, he notices the appearance of the First Emperor. The First Emperor's oversized body orders everyone to immediately lay down their weapons and stop fighting. The soldiers of the guard immediately drop their weapons, and Duke Weinstullen realizes that his body is unyielding and does not move. Archbishop Sabine presses Weinstullen's head to the earth with his large hand because his rebellion is over. The First Emperor turns to the Sisters of the Holy Empire and knows that they will sort this out without him. Lionheart I continues to smile and thanks everyone for calling him here. Lionheart turns to Alice and calls her teacher. He recognizes the vampire girl even with the mask. The First Emperor realizes that Alice managed to get out of the labyrinth after all. He is sorry to have to leave her behind again. Alice takes the First Emperor's face in her palms and assures him that everything is fine. He shouldn't worry about her. Little Alice has already found someone she can completely rely on. She dispels the image of the First Emperor. The rebellion in the capital of the empire has come to an end. Weinstullen and his companions were sentenced to a ruinous execution for raising the rebellion. Further at the Emperor's mercy, Weinstullen and the others were sent to a penal institution run by Sabine. Sword masters Mackenzie and Abraham were also subjected to this punishment, but it was deserved, and they did not resist. Since Jinhek couldn't take the lives of the Gandhara Guild members, he simply decided to take all of their equipment and coins. Despite the small number of casualties, thanks to the quick resolution of the situation, it was enough to make people doubt the Emperor's authority. But later on, this doubt was dispelled in an instant when the people saw the Emperor once again, who was full of strength. The First Emperor Lionheart had to make his grandiose speech in front of all the inhabitants. Penheimer attended this event where he realized that their Emperor had finally returned to them. Penheimer knows that all of this only happened because of Jinhek. He sincerely thanks him for everything. As Penheimer promised, he will provide Jinhek with a shortcut to the middle floors. Kang Jinhek and Penheimer's friendly and cooperative handshake is another reward. The great swordmaster Penheimer becomes an ally of the player named Kang Jinhek, something he himself is genuinely happy about. Kang Jinhek sighs contentedly, realizing the whole true and real nature of the Empire's swordmasters. Jinhek had already thought that everything would go wrong, but thanks to Alice, everything ended safely. He wonders how the girl knows the First Emperor. Alice sinks down on the railing frustratedly and looks down, having no desire to talk about it. Little Alice only replied to Jin Hyok that she and Lionheart I had a little chat once long ago. Kang Jinhek definitely heard the word teacher, and that Alice asked him not to worry because she found someone she could trust. She probably doesn't want to talk about it now. Suddenly, Kang Jinhek's attention is drawn to a strange man among the crowd who stands out with a hooded robe. Kang Jin-hyuk asks Alice to wait here and is about to go somewhere. Alice asks where Jinhek is going again. As a thank you and for waiting, Kang Jinhek tosses Alice a bottle of wine as a gift. The girl who is trying to hide in the crowd starts to run away from there rapidly to avoid being seen. The girl in panic starts to run even faster, but Kang Jinhek activates her brand of grief skill. The cloaked and hooded girl falls to the ground, and Jinhek wonders if she really thought she could run away from him. Kang Jinhek gets even closer to the girl and tells her that it's been a long time since they've seen each other. The girl takes off her hood and it turns out to be the vampire Ophelia. The girl cries and looks at Jinhek in horror. After the battle on the 12th floor of the tundra, Ophelia returned to her guiding people, the only one left alive. Ophelia begins to be beaten. Berchin and Mikhail, who had dedicated their entire lives to the prosperity of the Dekasis family, died. A man in dark robes asks Ophelia why she is the only one left alive after the battle. The man is already starting to get aggressive. Hesitantly, Ophelia begs for her life and bows down to the man. The man sends Ophelia to the 21st floor and find out how to find the Balmung. She is not allowed to return until she succeeds, or she will die in the agonies of hell. Ophelia doesn't want to deal with Jinhek anymore, so she puts her own sword to her throat. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the brand of grief. A slave's life belongs to the master. Taking one's own life is forbidden. Ophelia drops her sword from her hands and realizes that she can't go back to her home, and now she can't take her own life either. Ophelia begins to cry bitterly, and with a desperate face asks Kang Jin-hyuk to just destroy her. Kang Jin-hyuk takes a seat closer to the girl and thinks her words are nonsense. If he wanted her destruction, he would have called Alice here. Kang Jinhek breaks out into a wide smile. Stop suffering, she can't die, and will work for him for the rest of her life. Ophelia begins to cry bitterly again at the situation. After all, she is an honorable being. Kang Jinhek silently watches the crying girl and realizes that the vampires are still looking for Balmung. Kang Jinhek aggressively grabs his chin and starts thinking furiously about something. Kang Jinhek grabs the girl's chin and pulls her face to his. She needs to go back home and tell him that she knows how to find the Balmung. The Balmung is a dragon-destroying blade, the best sacred relic for hunting dragons. This sword is somewhere in the depths of one of the dungeons of the 21st floor near the dead body of a dragon, which still exudes a devastating poison. Normal players and tower dwellers have a hard time finding the entrance to this dungeon. Its location changes randomly and has no pattern of appearance, so there is only one way in. Kang Jin-hyuk is followed by some unknown kid with glasses and a briefcase. He gets startled when Jin-hyuk turns around to look at him. Kang Jin-hyuk activates his greedy gaze on him. Faces is a researcher who spreads the news of the tower. To copy Faces' skill, you have to listen to his request and show him how Jin-hyuk himself treats his companions. This kid will have to be used. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Faces and asks him to stop with his ridiculous pretenses. Kang Jin-hyuk knows that Faces has been following him since he first arrived here. Faces is shocked that Jin-hyuk knows him. Kang Jin-hyuk smugly smiles and says that instead of stalking, he'd rather have Faces tell him what he wants from him. Faces is working on a piece called the Tower Rating. It can be used to measure the skill of everyone active in the tower and make a ranking. Faces says what he wants from Jin-hyuk. He would like to include data about Jin-hyuk in the tower ranking. Faces has long wanted to add Jin-hyuk there for his feats, since the tower doesn't even have a system to determine player stats. With the tower rating, all the information about the players can be gathered. Kang Jin-hyuk watches Faces and realizes that this guy is obsessed with analysis, so he looks like Rick Hennessy. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the tower rating cube and realizes that this is the request from Faces. Faces says that all Jin-hyuk needs to do is sign a consent form agreeing to hand over personal information about himself and his faction members. Kang Jin-hyuk agrees that he'll sign everything that needs to be signed, but in return, he demands a small favor. Faces says interestedly that this is the way it should be, a favor for a favor. He asks Jin-hyuk what he can do for him. Kang Jin-hyuk replies that it's simple. All Faces needs to do is find the entrance to the dungeon where the sword Balmung is buried. Faces obviously didn't expect such an interesting and challenging request from Kang Jin-hyuk at all. Faces awkwardly states that the Empire has forbidden entrance to this dungeon. Kang Jin-hyuk tellingly says that he's not getting any information for the tower rating then. Kang Jin-hyuk is about to leave and lastly adds that it's an unequal deal, and he still has to divulge his and other people's information. Kang Jin-hyuk says that's an impertinence. He leaves and hopes that he and Faces never meet again. Faces bursts up from the table and starts yelling for Kang Jin-hyuk to at least think a little bit about his situation. Faces tells him that he's a simple explorer, so if he becomes the enemy of a strong army, he'll be in great danger. Kang Jin-hyuk thinks that none of this is a problem at all, because all he can do is leave their dungeon trek a secret. Faces begins to get lost and does not understand what is the right thing to do and what is not. The tall and glassy Black Raven Guild building is approached by a lot of people who are crowding around. Yuri tiredly and almost without energy rolls on the couch she's sitting on. The girl feels like she's about to lose her mind. Yuri is furious because it's impossible to process all the applications. The principal replies to her that the chapter's video from the 21st floor is gaining popularity, so they won't be getting a vacation anytime soon. The principal starts to let the men's stingy tears flow because all of this wasn't here when Alice was looking out for them. While the director Yuri and Park Ha-na are dealing with the paperwork, someone suddenly starts knocking on their door. The twins Judello and Casey appear and rattlingly open the doors and report to everyone that they have arrived here. All of Jin-hyuk's subordinates are shocked when the twin Europe S-rank twins appear in front of them, acting like lunatics. Judello tells the others that Jin-hyuk asked them to help with the guild business. Casey claims that he and Jin-hyuk are family. Judello asks the director if Jin-hyuk didn't warn them. Judello with pitying eyes just bank card. The guild director remembers Jin-hyuk's message and now it's clear to him what it all meant. Casey asks contentedly what they need to do in the end. Judello hopes it will be something interesting. Outside the Black Raven Guild building, people are crowding around like this. The twins walk out to the people and realize that there are a lot of applicants. Due to the large number of people, they will be conducting the first trial right here, and the conditions for passing is to not recline until the end of the trial. People look on in horror at a distraught Judello and Casey as the twins pounce on them right into the crowd. Some incredible chaos ensues outside the guild building as people try to figure out what the twins are doing here. The director is quite observing what's going on through the window. S-rankers can be relied on after all. Alice would have done the same thing. The headmaster looks at a picture of him and Alice that they once took. He hopes she's okay. Faces brings Kang Jin-hyuk to the right place after all. Kang Jin-hyuk hesitates and isn't sure if this is the right place. Phases assures Jin Hyuk that it may not seem that way, but the entrance to the dungeon is indeed here. Phases puts on his glasses and begins to look around. He is clearly convinced that this is where the dungeon is formed. Phases begins to use the pass. It begins forcibly opening the entrance to a place where passage is forbidden. There is a penalty here. You can't get points or experience. Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that it's a good thing that Phases exists. Without him, he would have to use complicated magic or emperor items. Phases invites Jin-hyuk to enter the dungeon, as he himself is curious about what the place is so unusual. The magic portal that leads to the dungeon is approached by some people who have been following Jin-hyuk. The hooded man praises Ophelia for the girl doing a really good job this time. The man extends his clawed hand forward and orders his minions to move forward into the dungeon. Phases, along with Kang Jin-hyuk, enter the dungeon area where the sword Balmung is located. Phases is simply delighted with the surroundings. On the wall there is a whole history of the master of the Balmung sword, who was called the Great Dragon Destroyer Siegfried. Kang Jin-hyuk's spirits help him and Phases get through the traps set in the dungeon. With the help of the spirits, Thesis is able to read what is written here in an ancient language. Siegfried once destroyed the poisonous dragon Fafnir. Also, Thesis knows that spirits don't make contracts with humans since Jin-hyuk managed to get them then. Kang Jin-hyuk smiles and replies in a veiled manner. He opened the way to the spirits' hearts with his love and care. Kang Jin-hyuk addresses the spirits who work hard and confirm those false words of Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk reminds the spirits that if he or Thesis are even slightly hurt, Koguma will punish them. The spirits turn to Kostian, who is strangely subdued. They've been working like the damned here. Now it's time for him to speed up too. Kang Jin-hyuk notices a strange thing. The copying conditions are still not met, so he hasn't proved his love for his companions to Phases yet. Kang Jin-hyuk uses his new skill, Flame of Beginnings, to light all the torches in the dark corridor of the dungeon. In front of Kang Jin-hyuk and Phases appears the body of the huge poison dragon Fanfire, which was destroyed long ago. In Fanfire's huge body, the very Balmung Dragon Destroyer sword that Jin-hyuk was looking for can also be spotted. Kang Jin-hyuk praises the spirits who did a good job protecting them from traps for 3 hours. As a reward, he throws them a small piece of magic stone. Kang Jin-hyuk tries to get Jin-hyuk's attention on himself and warns him not to let the guy get too close to Fanfire. This huge dragon died spewing venom full of resentment towards Siegfried. It is said that no one will stay alive by getting close to such a strong poison. Kang Jin-hyuk already knows about all of this. Even if he goes through it, he will only be able to use the sword if he chooses it himself. Phases listens to Jin-hyuk and realizes that he really does know everything about the tower. He suggests that he become an explorer like him. Kang Jin-hyuk chuckles amicably at Phases' words. It would definitely be fun traveling around the tower with him. Phases is the only one who has such interest and such an open-minded attitude towards exploring the Tower of Trials. Kang Jin-hyuk replies to the kid that it's a great suggestion, but now is not the best time for him. Phases turns around on someone in a panic. Kang Jin-hyuk turns around after Phases, but the kid smiles wryly when he realizes they have uninvited guests. The man who is at the head of the vampires abruptly raises his head to assess the situation. The vampires finally notice and find the very Balmung Dragon Destroyer sword they have been looking for so long. The male vampire turns to Ophelia and once again compliments the girl for doing a fine job. The male vampire states that Ophelia can now return to her Dekaza's home, where she was forbidden to enter. Kang Jin-hyuk mocks the vampires, calling them Dekaza's mosquitoes. They must have spent a lot of money to bring them here. The male vampire replies that they always sacrifice something for the tower. They searched all the middle floors to find this sword, and even enlisted the help of demons. The vampire man himself is surprised that it was only worth it for them to follow in Kang Jin-hyuk's footsteps to find the sword. This is completely absurd. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks at the fact that the vampires are so eager to get it. Even the higher beings won't be able to resist this poison. The male vampire shows the minions to move forward. They already know how to get rid of such a powerful poison. The vampire man orders the researcher to be captured alive because he will be useful and become a tracker for the Dekaza's family. The researcher Phases starts running around in a panic because he doesn't want that fate. If that happens, he will not be able to explore the entire tower. Phases activates his quick step skill to escape from here. The activation of this skill works without penalty. Phases apologizes to Jin-hyuk. Phases is about to sneak to the exit first, trying to escape from the vampires attacking him. Suddenly, right above Phases, someone instantly deals with the attacking vampires. Koguma jumps over Phases and deals with these aggressive and attacking vampires. Phases raises his head and looks at Koguma in surprise, realizing that there is an ancient dragon in front of him. Kang Jin-hek orders his pet Koguma to take care of phases, to which the dragonkin responds positively. From behind Kang Jin-hek, the transformed 5 spirits appear, going to help their master deal with the rest of the vampires. The vampires stop in horror in front of Kang Jin-hek, who looks quite threatening. Kang Jin-hek smiles epically and asks the vampires if they really thought it would go the same way as the last time they met. Kang Jin-hek knows full well that vampires are very weak against fire, so Salamander enters the fray. Kostyan stands quietly on the sidelines and watches the battle. Kostyan realizes that his older comrades are insanely tough. Kostyan adjusts himself with determination and self-confidence. He too wants to join the battle and become as cool as the other 5 spirits, but Jin-hek stops him. Kang Jin-hek picks up little Kostya and suggests that he take a few things before entering the battle. Ophelia stands back and assesses Kang Jin-hek's strength. He has as many as 5 spirits and even an ancient dragon at his disposal. Ophelia realizes that since Mikel's death, Jin-hek has become even stronger. Many of the Dakazus are no match for him. One of the 5 spirits who controls the forces of the earth notices the strange behavior of the vampire Ophelia. Ophelia activates her Blood Blast skill, aiming her full force at the 5 spirits of Kang Jin-hyuk. The male vampire realizes that his subordinates are barely fighting against a couple of spirits. When they return, they'll be in for some serious training, or Dakazus won't have a bright future. The vampire is going to show everyone how powerful the Dakazus family is. The vampire's name is Amilam de Dakazus. He is the possessor of pure blood. Jin-hek activates the greedy gaze on Amilam. To copy his skill, you need to get rid of his mind control. Several spirits already manage to deflate and go blind with tired faces. They warn the master that vampires are on another level. Kang Jin-hek orders the spirits to go to Koguma and help him protect Phezus. Amulam's opponent will be himself. Amulam de Dakazus notices that Kang Jin-hek looks confident, however. Even with the spirits and the ancient dragon, he is no match for him. Amulam de Dakazus activates his vampire skill Blood Alchemy, attacking Jin-hek. Kang Jin-hek responds to Amulam de Dakazus' attack with his Flame of Beginning skill, attacking him in return. Amulam de Dakazus abruptly finds himself behind Kang Jin-hek, something the guy didn't expect at all. After Jin-hek sensed Amulam's appearance behind his back, he manages to deftly dodge. Amulam is watching Kang Jin-hek with a serious face, who really has a fast reaction for a human. Kang Jin-hek was able to dodge in such a short time, however. It is still not enough for Amulam. Amulam de Dakazus puts his palm forward and launches something strange at Kang Jin-hek. The vampire activates his Blood Blast skill to see what Kang Jin-hek's blood power can do. A strange bloody ball of blood flies onto the guy's cheek. After making contact with Kang Jin-hyuk's cheek, this small blood ball turns into a strong and large explosion. Amulam de Dakazus hangs in one position for a while, after which he notices something in front of him. Amidst the debris and pile of dust, the silhouette of Kang Jin-hek appears, who luckily dodged. Kang Jin-hek asks if the vampire is going to fight directly. This is the first time Amulam de Dakazus sees such an explosion in his life. Jin-hek's blood not only smells sweet, it means there's something special about it. Kang Jin-hek calmly sheds his outer clothing and asks Amulam if he wants to destroy him or still take the sword. Amulam replies to Jin-hek that how he takes the blade is not his concern, but he was looking for Jin-hek himself for another reason. Amulam points with his noble hand to the Bram ring around Kang Jin-hyuk's neck. In that ring, the criminal who was sealed by Amulam is sealed. He came after Jin-hyuk to get Alice back. Kang Jin-hek will wonder about the vampire calling Alice a criminal, but the guy pretends he doesn't know what the vampire is telling him at all. Amulam gets really pissed off when Kang Jin-hek messes with his head. The vampire clearly saw on the 7th floor that Alice was next to Jin-hek. Kang Jin-hek covers his ears with his hands and starts to jerk that he can't hear anything else because of the massive explosion. Around Kang Jin-hyuk, many bloody and flat balls start to accumulate and fly, and he doesn't know what they are. Amulam instructs Jin-hyuk to stop this spectacle immediately if he doesn't want to die. He needs to summon the vampire he's hiding. Kang Jin-hyuk starts smiling and puts his hands up in the air. He can hear everything now. He can only summon one vampire right now. Kang Jin-hek turns to the one vampire who is standing behind Amulam's back right now. Amulam turns toward Ophelia in surprise and doesn't fully understand what all of this has to do with her. Ophelia becomes very nervous when Amulam de Dakazus asks her what she is still doing here. Ophelia had previously reported to Amulam that player Kang Jin-hek was looking for the Balmung sword on the 21st floor. Ophelia confirms her words once again. She reveals that she saw Kang Jin-hek with her own eyes. Ophelia tells Amulam that Jin Hek has enlisted the support of a mysterious researcher who can find the burial place of the sword. Amulam listens to the girl's stories and quietly lets her go. This is Ophelia's chance to restore her honor and dignity. Afterward, Kang Jin Hek activates the brand of grief on Ophelia, causing the girl to be in great pain. Kang Jin Hek orders Ophelia to grab a forgotten relic of the great Dakaza's family on his way. Ophelia exposes her wrist and reveals that she is wearing the very same traitor's bracelet on her hand, which is the Dakaza's relic. Amulam looks closely at the girl's arm with the bracelet and cannot understand why it is on her arm. Traitor's bracelet tries to break the seal, whereupon it begins to confirm itself. The bloodline to the Dakaza's family has been confirmed. With only 10 minutes left before the seal is broken, Amulam tries to snatch the bracelet from Ophelia, trying to figure out what she's up to. Kang Jin Hyuk activates the brand of grief on Ophelia because it's not recommended to remove the traitor's bracelet before the seal is broken. Anyone who tries to take the traitor's bracelet will be immediately attacked. Ophelia suddenly lashes out at Amulam. Ophelia falls to her knees and begins to shake with fear. She apologizes to Amulam for the attacks, for it worked itself out. Amulam can't hear or understand anything anymore because he is blinded by rage. How could Ophelia even allow herself to raise her hand against him? Ophelia abruptly stops crying, but tears are still streaming down her cheeks. The girl realizes that she's about to be finished. Amulam de Decazes turns to Ophelia, who he believes is about to betray the Decazus family, in a scream. The vampire Amulam begins to get very aggressive and swings his clawed hands around him. Kang Jin Hyuk activates his demonic Sword King Steps skill at this time, grabbing Ophelia in his arms and protecting her from Amulam's strike. Ophelia asks Jin Hek what reason he has for saving her. Jin Hek replies that she will now work for him for the rest of her life. Kang Jin Hek lands on the ground and throws Ophelia far away. He also saves her because the seal on the bracelet hasn't been broken yet. Kang Jin Hek scoffs at Amulam because he should have kept a better eye on his subordinates. Ophelia is now his maid. Amulam uses his transmission skill to make sure Kang Jin Hek doesn't utter another word with his filthy mouth. Amulam de Decazes kicks Kang Jin Hek with one strong kick so hard that he flies into the stone ceiling. Kang Jin Hek thuds into the stone ceiling, shattering it under his body. After the inflicted kick, Amulam de Decazes uses his blood alchemy skill again, attacking Jin Hek. Thanks to Amulam's blood alchemy, the vampire manages to summon a bloodhound that rushes after Jin Hek. In response to Amulam's hound, Kang Jin Hek activates his Tom Graves right-hand skill, swinging it back at him. With one deft and quick move, Kang Jin Hek manages to dissolve Amulam's bloodhound in the air. Amulam is not about to give up, and once again activates his Blood Blast skill, swiftly heading towards Jin Hek. Kang Jin Hek activates demonic Sword King Steps, countering Amulam's attacks and dodging the blows. A fierce battle ensues between Amulam with his bloody techniques and Jin Hek with his Tom Grave arm. Ophelia tries to shield herself from the aftermath of Jin Hek and Amulam's brutal and powerful battle. Ophelia opens her mouth in shock and can't believe what is happening. This fight is on a whole other level than the battle with Mikael. Ophelia turns back sharply and notices Koguma, who is grudgingly handing out some orders. Koguma directs the transformed salamander to stop and wait some more. Amulam grabs Kang Jin Hyuk's collar and starts dragging the guy right along the ground, destroying the stonework on it. Amulam de Decazes abruptly and gracefully soars into the air and fires a powerful magic beam into the ground. Amulam looks at the slumped Jin Hek and marvels that he actually managed to replicate Tom Graves' giant soldier arm from the upper floors. But even with all his possible power, Kang Jin Hek leaves only a small scratch on Amulam's face. Kang Jin Hek replies to Amulam that he is deluded, while not even trying to raise his head at him. Kang Jin Hek argues that the scratch that Amulam thinks is meaningless is exactly what Jin Hek needed. At this time, Kostian holds up the very object Jin Hek gave him recently, and the skeleton says he's finished. Amulam already realizes what is happening now, as the tower's containment power is weakened by 20%. The 4-star barrier, restriction of the real world, begins its activation, and time is running out on the timer. The seal of the traitor bracelet finally comes off, and Ophelia removes it, throwing it forward. Be what it may, she has nowhere to go back to anyway. Kang Jin Hyuk successfully catches the traitor's bracelet out of Ophelia's hands. In order to break the seal, the blood of the caster is needed. Kang Jin Hek uses Amulam's blood on the traitor's bracelet, and the vampire responds with a blood blast attack. Many bloody and spiky orbs spread around Kang Jin Hek again, and the guy only smirks. Amulam de Decazes watches as a strong and powerful explosion happens on Kang Jin Hyuk again. Amulam de Decazes incomprehensibly turns around on Kang Jin Hek to realize what is happening. The bloodcaster is successfully confirmed, and the Dekazu's family seal binding Alice von Ataraxia is successfully broken. Alice von Ataraxia appears in her full body. This girl, the head of the Ataraxia family, will make Amulam pay for his sins with her name. Alice von Ataraxia, in her full form, turns to Jean Heck, who approves of her desire for revenge. Alice von Ataraxia looks as if she was waiting for Jean Heck's approval, then moves towards Amulam with a serious face. Amulam's minions cry out in horror that the seal restraining Alice von Ataraxia has been broken. These minions are quickly and deftly dealt with by Velis, who serves Alice von Ataraxia. Velis nobly raises his sword and says that they have no right to speak Alice's name with their rotten mouths. They deserve to perish. Amulam de Dekazus looks extremely annoyed when he notices Velis and Alice von Ataraxia in front of him. Amulam, unable to contain his rage and aggression, is about to use his blood bullet skill. It's as if an invisible shield appears around Alice von Ataraxia that keeps Amulam's attacks away from her. Alice von Ataraxia makes Amulam's blood bullets go around her and flies behind her. After the blood bullet, Amulam is going to use blood alchemy to attack Alice. To repel Amulam's attack, Alice von Ataraxia activates her blood trail skill. Alice von Ataraxia's eyes are filled with rage, even though so much time has passed since the events when Amulam betrayed her, but she still can't believe it. Alice von Ataraxia reminds Amulam of the moment when all the monarchs turned their backs on her for refusing to expand their power. Alice von Ataraxia recalls the days gone by when Amulam de Dekazus was at her side to the last. After all that, Amulam was the vampire who betrayed her first. Amulam continues to be aggressive at her words. Alice seriously injures Amulam, causing the vampire to bleed through his teeth, but he holds on tight. Alice von Ataraxia is determined to destroy Amulam, not about to forgive him for the choices he has made. Alice von Ataraxia attacks Amulam de Dekazus time and time again and throws him backwards and forwards into the ceiling. Amulam de Dekazus, meanwhile, deftly dodges Alice's attacks and even manages to attack her back. Amulam de Dekazus begins to resort to extreme measures when he activates his special skill, Red Coffin. Alice will be buried using blood. Amulam thought the balance of the tower would benefit his family. Alice for Ataraxia turns indifferent to Amulam when he claims that Alice ultimately chose the tower once. Amulam rages that Alice was considered the strongest vampire for generations, while she herself gave up the future of her blood relatives for a pathetic balance. Amulam de Dekazus clasps his palms together, causing time and space to begin to shrink. Amulam says that if Alice leaves them again, he will seal her in for as long as it takes. He creates a red coffin around Alice. The red coffin that Amulam seals Alice in lands right in front of Ophelia. Ophelia starts biting her nails in horror and panic, realizing that she is finished. Jinhek drinks the potion and asks why she thought that. Kang Jinhek uses the potion to restore her health. Jinhek claims that Alice von Ataraxia is the strongest vampire. Amulam de Dekazus tries to catch her breath and watches Alice being in the red coffin. Alice von Ataraxia begins to chisel from inside the red coffin, while Amulam continues to watch her. A sudden and powerful explosion happens, deafening and lighting up the entire area around the battle. Amulam de Dekazus watches the scene, and his face expresses fear, horror, and incomprehension. Phasis at this time adjusts his glasses to get a better look at what is happening. He says that everything is happening as in the legends. Alice von Ataraxia successfully destroys the red coffin by activating her special skill revelation of the creation of the world and enters the battle mode Empress of Pure Blood. Amulam looks at Alice in horror. Had the tower's restrictions weakened so much that she was able to activate a special skill? With one swift and dexterous movement with her hands, Amulam de Dekazus begins to dissolve into thin air. Alice von Ataraxia deftly manages the blood as the vampire disappears right in front of her. She thanks him for his words. Alice von Ataraxia looks around to find Amulam. She will not hesitate now. Amulam de Dekazus uses his super regeneration skill. The vampire realizes he can't keep track of Alice. Alice von Ataraxia continues to attack Amulam de Dekazus, who cannot fight back. Alice von Ataraxia, practically unmoving, begins to attack Amulam with a bloody and powerful beam. Kang Jinhek steps into their battle. He leaves Amulam to Alice and goes to retrieve the Balmung sword himself. Alice von Ataraxia assures Jinhek not to worry, as she hasn't had enough of Amulam's suffering yet. Kang Jinhek mixes the bark of the misty tree of Mount Pashan and the ointment of the Mellerman Clinic, obtaining an unidentified liquid. Kang Jinhek uses the resulting liquid and gains poison resistance that is increased by 50% for 5 minutes, then uses poison of 1,000. Amulam's minions notice Kang Jinhek going to catch him because he's going to take the Balmung sword. Due to the poison effect, Kang Jin-hek will now lose 11% of his health reserve every second. Amulam's minions who follow Kang Jin-hek are exposed to the poison and die almost immediately. The other vampires try to figure out how Jin Hyuk manages to withstand the poison. They don't need to get close and should attack with magic. Ophelia also joins the fight and deals with Amulam's minions, even though she herself was on his side. Velis looks back at Ophelia in a disgruntled and arrogant manner and clarifies whether she is a dog of the Decazes. Ophelia replies that Velis must have seen Alice fighting, so she's not going to stay on the loser side. At this time, Kang Jin-hyuk starts bleeding. Due to the poison effect, his movement speed is reduced by 5%. It's like Kang Jin-hyuk is dying right in front of his eyes, but he's still holding on. He realizes how strong the poison is here. Kang Jin-hek is going to deal with it in one go. He activates the Blessing of the Star, followed by activating the Black Sky Imperial Art. Now the poison starts blocking Kang Jin-hek's vision. Due to the effect of the poison, his mana paths begin to be blocked. The Balmung sword is getting closer and closer to Jin Hyoku, who wants to reach it so hard. Eventually, Kang Jin-hyuk manages to reach his target. The guy grabs the sword with his last strength and pulls it out. When Jin-hek pulls out the sword, Fanfear's grudge falls into oblivion. Now all the curses of the poison disappear. Ophelia and Velis watch rapturously as Jin-hek manages to retrieve the very sword of Balmung. Phases, Koguma, and the other 5 spirits also watch mesmerized as Kang Jin-hek reaches his destination. Alice von Ataraxia pins Amulam to the ground with her heel, looking back at Kang Jin-hek and smiling at him. Kang Jin-hek smugly holds the dragon-destroying sword Balmung in his hands, showing it off to everyone else. Amulam smiles at his last breath and already assumed that Jin-hek would be able to get the Balmung blade. Amulam de Decazes disappears from under Alice von Ataraxia's feet and abruptly gets behind Jin-hek with the transfer skill. Alice von Ataraxia starts to call out to Amulam in a rage, but Amulam de Decazes demands the vampire stop, holding Jin-hek's head in his hands. Amulam grabs the sword of Balmung and says that if Alice takes one more step, he will take Jin-hek's head off. Amulam tells an enraged Alice that he was wondering how she got out, but now he's figured it out. Amulam lifts Jin-hek's head and says that the man pulled out the legendary blade as if he'd done it dozens of times before. This is beyond all limits. Kang Jin-hek can't be allowed to die, so Amulam will take him into the Decazes family instead. The vampire starts pouring his blood into Jin Hyuk's mouth and activates mind control. Alice von Ataraxia, terrified and panicked, begins to reach her hands out to Jin-hek and deny what happened. Kang Jin-hyuk's body is transported to a completely different world, and he himself looks like an ordinary ghost in a ghostly world. Amulam begins mind control. The effectiveness is increased by 100% because of the caster's pure blood lineage. In the real world, Kang Jin-hyuk's body falls to the ground and begins to beat in crazy and violent convulsions. Amulam observes Jin Hyuk's behavior. It is clear to him that it is difficult for the human vessel to cope with his mind control. Amulam is confident that even so, Jin-hek will have no problem following orders. Amulam orders Jin-hek to head forward and catch the ghost of Alice von Ataraxia with his hands, to which the guy only squirms mockingly and makes nonsensical noises. Amulam de Decazes didn't quite understand this strange reaction, because of the mind control Jin-hek has to obey. Alice von Ataraxia looks at Kang Jin-hek in utter bewilderment and tries to understand what's going on. Alice von Ataraxia starts grabbing her stomach and laughs ringingly as she looks at Jin Hyuk. Alice von Ataraxia wipes a tear of laughter from her eyes and says that she almost fell for Jin-hek's acting. Amulam de Decazes looks back at Jin Hyuk, who is making a zombie of himself, in incomprehension. Kang Jin-hek fixes his hair and asks how Amulam likes his acting. The guy fulfills the copying condition by getting rid of mind control and copies Amulam's bloody explosion skill. Amulam is horrified to realize that Jin-hek has managed to get rid of his mind control. Alice von Ataraxia attacks Amulam de Decazes again, causing the vampire to start running away again, dissolving into thin air. Alice von Ataraxia doesn't know at all how Jin-hek pulled something like this off, but she enjoyed it all very much, and he's great. Kang Jin-hek smugly smiles and tells how he saw what Amulam's thoughts were trying to destroy his mind. Kang Jin-hek in the world of mind did a good job on ridding himself of Amulam's silhouette. Kang Jin-hek assures Amulam that he's got the wrong guy, because the guy has solved tougher problems than this. Kang Jin-hek uses his new skill, Blood Blast, for the first time, which allows him to blow up blood in the air. Amulam doesn't understand how Jin-hek, a person without pure blood, can use his blood explosion skill. Kang Jin-hek smirks and praises the new skill. It's really not a bad thing. He now directs it towards Amulam. Kang Jin-hek aims the blood blast at Amulam and activates it, causing the blast itself to explode accordingly. Amulam de Dekazus moves away from the attack and realizes he's starting to lose momentum. He needs to increase the distance between them. An enraged Alice von Ataraxia appears in front of Amulam and uses Vladimir's harpoon on him. Alice von Ataraxia uses Vladimir's harpoon to shackle Amulam in bloody chains, trapping the vampire. Kang Jin-hek turns to Amulam and says that he was too carefree. Thought he was only dealing with people from the middle floors and didn't even take the main weapon. Kang Jin-hek is going to use the Balmung sword on Amulam, which gives a lot of great characteristics. He can recreate Siegfried and Fanfare's battle. Jin Ya-hek assures Amulam that it was for all these reasons that he lost. Jin Ya-hek activates the skill Blessing of the Star, followed by Imperial Art of the Black Sky. Kang Jin-hek hits Amulam, who is restrained by Alice von Ataraxia's bloody chains. Jin-hek hits the vampire right in the chest. Amulam de Dekazus begins to activate super regeneration without end, because if he stops it for even a second, he will surely die. Alice von Ataraxia is about to deliver the final blow to Amulam with the horrifying flame of Gersi's skill. Alice gives Amulam some final words. The vampire must wait for Alice to send the other heads of families to him as well. The last thing Amulam sees before his demise is Empress Alice von Ataraxia's huge spear. In the end, through a combined effort, Amulam de Dekazus was finally defeated here. Kang Jin-hek tries to cover his eyes to dodge the blast wave left by Alice with her attack. Jin-hek's level increases and he receives the seal of Dekazus. Dekazus's minions realize that he is dead, and now they have no more hope of victory. They should retreat. Phases writes something down in his notebook with a fountain pen. He asks Koguma if it was over in time. Alice von Ataraxia's special skill, Revelation of the Creation of the World, is cancelled after the battle is over. Kang Jin-hek, along with Velis, look worriedly at Alice von Ataraxia, who is acting strangely. Alice explains that the revenge she has dreamed of for so long is one step closer to her today. She thought she was going to be happy, but things are very different. Kang Jin-hyuk pats Alice on the back for not getting upset. He suggests that she go and eat something she likes. Kang Jin-hek starts smiling and says that after eating a delicious meal, her mood is sure to improve. Alice von Ataraxia looks back at Jin-hyuk with gratitude and agrees to his wonderful suggestion. Ophelia sadly looks after Kogume and the 5 spirits along with Bones, who fairly walks out of here after Kang Jin-hyuk. Ophelia looks down sadly and realizes that she barely survived and now she doesn't know what to do at all. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Ophelia and asks why she's frozen. Does she need a special invitation? It's as if Ophelia didn't expect such an offer from Kang Jin-hek and is happy to be taken along. Ophelia is immediately satisfied and happy and rushes off after Kang Jin-hyuk and his companions. Kang Jin-hek also turns to Phases, who he invites to follow them and as quickly as possible. Kang Jin-hek shows Phases how well he treats his comrades and copies his synergy skill, which increases the one-piece synchronization between the two skills. In the Tower of Trials in the Vampire District on the top floor, the chair that Amulam once sat on is burned down. The other vampires realize that if his chair burned down, it only means one thing. Amulam is already dead. The head vampire looks back at someone who says that he warned them that Kang Jin-hyuk should not be classed as an ordinary human. The Supreme Manager tells the vampires that it's as if Jin-hyuk knows all about the Tower of Trials. If they keep sticking it to him, they'll end up like Amulam. The vampires get aggressive and angry when the top manager suggests they just let some human go. The head of the vampires turns to Hastings and didn't even think he would show up here to talk about how good Jin-hek is. This serious vampire is the head of the Ataraxia Exention Ataraxia family. He's had enough humiliation. Hastings needs to be told what he wants. Hastings didn't expect anything else from Exention Ataraxia, but to get right to the point. Hastings has a plan to take down Jin-hek. One of the vampires asks why Hastings, who protects the balance in the tower, is helping them with such a thing. Hastings makes a furious face and doesn't understand the questions. That's why he's helping them, for the sake of that very balance. Phases enters the information about the veteran company into the tower ranking, and O gives it to Jin-hek as a gift. Phases replies to Jin-hek that it was enough for him to see Fanfare and the Balmung dragon-destroying sword. Kang Jin-hek realizes that if fate allows them, they will still definitely meet Phases. Phases really wants Kang Jin-hek to use his test tower rating very wisely. A happy Teresa de Laurencia appears, who calls out to Kang Jin-hek and happily runs towards him. Teresa tries to catch her breath and says that she's been looking for Jin-hyuk for so long, asking where he's been. Jin-hyuk assures her that there were some things to do. Kang Jin-hek asks Teresa de Laurencia what happened and what's up, but the girl only smiles sweetly in response. Sabina already asked Teresa what she's going to do now. Teresa is going to continue attending the Knight's course. Sabine explains that serving the Goddess of Light can be hard. By getting a second class, she can become stronger, but she will have to give up a lot of things. Sabine goes on to say that the most frustrating part of this is that Teresa will not be able to tie herself with family ties. Sabine, like Penheimer, are the ones who have chosen to live with limitations for the sake of fulfilling a sacred duty. Sabina says that now they can only remember the beautiful moments with those they love so much. Teresa realizes that she has no other choice at all. She needs to go through with this in order to become stronger. Sabina abruptly hugs Teresa and is honorably discharged from the Holy Empire by the Archbishop's decision. Teresa is released from all obligations to them. Teresa is shocked at such a move by Sabina. Sabine thinks that she once got this position just for this day to free Teresa. Sabina strokes a happy Teresa's cheek and sends the girl running to where and with whom she wants to be. Teresa de Laurencia joins the company of veterans. Jin Hek knows she had a hard time leaving the faction because of her paladin position. Sabine most likely helped her. Teresa de Laurencia turns to Jin Hek with confidence and determination and wants to offer to celebrate her joining. Teresa de Laurencia overestimates herself and can't even continue what she wants to say anymore. Suddenly, Dark Teresa appears and grabs Jin Hek by the cheeks. She invites him to her house to throw a party. Dark Teresa continues to hold Jin Hyok's cheeks right in the middle of the street, and Jin Hyok awkwardly but calmly agrees. Kong Jin Hek, along with little Alice and the other companions, approach Teresa de Laurencia's house. Kong Jin Hek, of course, knew that the girl was from a family of nobles, but he couldn't even think that she was that rich. To Kang Jin Hek and his companions, the servants of the Laurentia family open the front doors, inviting them to come inside. At the entrance, they are greeted by a satisfied Teresa, who asks if it was hard for them to get here. She's very happy to see everyone. Andrea and Wolyan greet Teresa de Laurencia sincerely, after which the attention shifts to Alice and Bellis. Teresa points to the white-haired girl, to which Jin Hek means her with the new faction member, Ophelia. Teresa de Laurencia expresses her contentment with the acquaintance. Ophelia is shocked that the girl didn't recognize her just because she changed the shape of her ears. The guys are also greeted by Teresa's father, Dustin de Laurencia. He greets his daughter's fellow travelers with joy and welcome. Dustin is the first to meet Kang Jin Hek in person. Kang Jin Hyok reciprocates the man's affection. Dustin has heard of Jin Hyok as the hero who saved Europe. Teresa tells him a lot about Jin Hek. Kang Jin Hek smiles sweetly when Dustin expresses his joy that his daughter is fighting such a strong man side by side. Now Dustin is going to cut to the chase, starting to strike up a conversation about Teresa and Jin Hek's plans to have a serious relationship. Teresa de Laurencia grabs her father in an instant and tries to fly with him far away from here so as not to embarrass herself. Teresa peeks out of the pantry and says that she needs to discuss appetizers with her father and they should feel free to look around here. Teresa aggressively slams the doors behind her, leaving a surprised Alice and Kang Jin Hyok in the hallway. Soon Jong Yu-sung also shows up at their door along with Kang Jin Hyok's 4 slaves. Stalker is constantly resentful, but ends up doing as Jin Hyok says. For the residents of the Tower of Trials, Bellis gave lessons on how to behave properly in the outside world. This was supposed to be handled by Alice, but she threw all the work off on her servant. The twins Jadello and Casey weren't invited to the party, but they knew about it and showed up anyway. The most recent guests to arrive were Yu Yunhua and her friend Yi Dae-min. Kang Jin Hyok walks up to the pedestal and addresses all the people and faction members who came here. Jin Hyok says that everyone here, whether they like it or not, are members of the veteran company. They can use this opportunity to get to know each other better. Kang Jin Hyok pushes a motivational speech and proposes to start their first caucus meeting. All of Kang Jin Hek's members and comrades begin the unbridled fun in swimsuits and poolside. The twins Jadello and Casey find the biggest and most delicious cake at this time, starting to devour it. Teresa de Laurencia looks around and tries to figure out where Kang Jin Hek has gone. Kang Jin Hek at this time moves to some secluded spot in the Laurencia mansion, realizing that the members got along better than he thought. Now is the perfect time to check out all the rewards dropped from Amyalam after the battle. Kang Jin Hyok takes out the Dekazu seal from his pocket and begins to activate it in his hands. In front of Kang Jin Hek, the Dekazus treasure trove opens up. Jin Hek gets one random relic from the treasury. Kang Jin Hek receives the famous painting Where Silence Reigns. Only those who have studied the forgotten language will be able to discern the true value of the painting. Kang Jin Hek is trying to figure out if this is a joke. Even though he has a high success rate, he still can't believe it. Kang Jin-hek knows that the forgotten language is mentioned in the second advantage of First Tower Conqueror. He wonders if he's really lucky. Kang Jin-hek begins to suspect that someone is helping him finish the forgotten languages task. An unusual notice appears in front of Kang Jin-hek that surprises him. It says that Kang Jin-hek has finally realized everything. An unknown user whose nickname and name are not even signed on the screen appears in front of Kang Jin-hek. Jin-hyuk starts to get nervous. The video call with the unknown begins. The other side says they have no intention of harming Jin-hek and have been looking out for him for a long time. The other side reports that they are the creators of the tower. Meanwhile, Teresa de Laurencia is walking around the mansion trying to find Kang Jin-hek. Dark Teresa turns to Saint Teresa and says that this is her chance to confess her feelings to Jin Hyuk while everyone is distracted. Teresa de Laurencia turns to a window that overlooks a courtyard with a fountain. The girl notices a light there. Back in the days when Jin Hyuk was streaming his walkthrough of the Tower of Trials, he had about 20 people following him. Thanks to their donations, he was barely making ends meet and made it through the game. He recalls one UPNG user he often saw in the comments under his videos. Kang Jin-hek realizes that this strange user and appears to be the creator of the tower now. Their history with Jin-hek is much longer than he realizes. They provided him with support and income and built a training ground. Jin-hek realizes that they wanted him to focus on conquering the tower. The creator says that Jin-hek is different from other people who give up quickly. They believe that he will definitely be able to see the end. Tower of Trials was created to test what a person would achieve in an unfair and stressful environment. But Jin-hek enjoyed this environment. Kang Jin-hek managed to make it to the top. Jin-hek realizes that all the benefits and clues about the forgotten language were passed on to him by his creators. Kang Jin-hek wonders what they are helping him for again. The answer is simple. He needs to get to the top of the tower again, but Jin-hyuk wonders what will happen if he refuses. Kostya, meanwhile, accidentally breaks a wine glass in front of everyone, to which the faction members laugh. If Jin-hyuk refuses, humanity will die. From behind, Kang Jin-hyuk is slowly and carefully approached by little Alice, who calls out to him. The girl wonders why her contractor Jin-hyuk is standing here alone and not going back inside. Kang Jin-hek and Alice sit down together on the side of the fountain, and he tells her that he was checking out the rewards he received from Lam. Little Alice is pleased that she's finally rid of one of the 6 monarchs who betrayed her. Kang Jin-hek only smiles contentedly in response, because he promised Alice that he would help her get her revenge. Little Alice rests her head on Jin-hyuk's shoulder and knows that he will keep his promise. The girl asks what is troubling him now. Little Alice suggests that Jin-hyuk talk about it now since he's the only person she trusts. Kang Jin-hek looks warmly back at little Alice, who calls him her only contractor. Kang Jin-hek along with little Alice embrace while sitting by the fountain in the courtyard of Laurencia's mansion. Teresa de Laurencia has been listening to their conversation the whole time, hiding behind a nearby pillar. Dark Teresa is infuriated by Saint Teresa's attitude like this. Kang Jin-hyuk looks at the picture from the Veterans Company faction meeting. This meeting helped the members of his faction become friends. Kang Jin-hek looks at the picture and smiles. For teamwork, it is important to understand each other. Due to Jin-hyuk's limitations, he couldn't hear the VPNG's phrase completely, but according to them, the 50th floor has changed. Kang Jin-hek thinks there's no need to worry and looks back at the sleeping twins Judello and Casey. Andrea along with Wal Yan are sweetly sleeping next door to twins Judello and Casey while they are on the plane. Kang Jin-hek also looks back warmly at little Alice, who has Koguma sleeping in her arms. Kang Jin-hek smirks slightly and realizes that in all of this, it's not just the Tower of Trials itself that has changed. Kang Jin-hyuk returns to Yu Yun-hwa's house where his favorite cocktail has been specially prepared for him. Sitting in front of Kang Jin-hyuk is Yu Jong-yoon, who welcomes him here with honors and wishes for Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk notices that Yu Jong-yoon's mana has increased significantly since the last time they met. Hesitantly, he has already started climbing the tower. Yu Jong-yoon confirms Jin-hyuk's words and says that he has decided to use this system to train with his students. It wasn't long before Yu Jong-yoon realized that this system allowed people to gain strength that was unfathomable in their world. Kang Jin-hek mentally rejoiced that he had won Yu Jong-yoon over to his side beforehand. Even without a test, Jin-hyuk can tell that Yu Jong-yoon is above S rank. Martial arts masters really do have great potential. Kang Jin-hyuk sinks into his thoughts and realizes that Yu Jong-yoon reminds him of Hwan in some ways. Yu Jong-yoon knows that Jin-hyuk didn't come here to say hello. He wonders what brought him here. Kang Jin-hyuk replies to Yu Jong-yoon that he came to see him just for permission to take Yu Yun-hwa with him to the 15th floor. Yu Jong-yoon is surprised since it doesn't require his permission. Kang Jin-hyuk assures him that's all he wanted to talk about and offers to take a walk. Yi Dae-min sits at the table with Yu Yun-hwa and enthusiastically watches the girl with her wonderful appetite. Yi Dae-min, along with Yu Yun-hwa, turns to the window and sees Kang Jin-hyuk talking to Yu Jong-yeon. Only Yi Dae-min wonders what they're talking about. Yu Yun-hwa is sure that Kang Jin-hyuk is talking to Yu Jong-yeon about taking them to the 15th floor. When Yi Dae-min hears about the 15th floor, his face starts to express panic, fear, and wariness. Everyone already knows that the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials is the tomb of the Antichrist. Yi Dae-min tells Yu Eun-hwa that there is an infamous boss on that 15th floor. This boss is a woman with purple hair who is called the Morning Witch. On the 15th floor in the Tower of Trials are the ruins of the tomb of the Antichrist. The camp of the offensive squad is located there. Both the European players from the Olympus Guild led by Maria and the Asian players from the Tangan Guild have shown up here. In addition to them, the strongest guild in the world, Gandhara, is also here. The most prominent figures gathered in one place. Nirasha speaks unhappily about conquering the ruins. How can they do that when they are unable to break through even a single guard? The head of the Tangun Guild turns to Nirasha and says that there is no other way. Defeating the apostles of the guardians of the 7 destructive sins is difficult enough. Before their unit is destroyed and falls asleep from an unknown curse, it is necessary to gradually advance and strategize. Nirasha tensely recalls that they have announced that they will successfully conquer the ruins on behalf of humanity, bringing the association of the awakened to the witch's jug. Nirasha is no longer allowed to use Shira's power after asking the demon to keep her alive. If she wants to gain his favor again, she needs to prove her worth. Nirasha tenses and angrily realizes that at this rate Shira, the god of destruction, will abandon her. Nirasha looks back towards the other tents and notices something strange. Someone is making a lot of noise. Nirasha, in a stupor and shock, notices that Kang Jin-hyuk appears here along with his faction mates. Kang Jin-hyuk and his precious companions appear here. Finally, there is some hope for everyone here. Kang Jin-hyuk is greeted here by Maria and Jang Eun-seok, who reciprocate him contentedly. Kang Jin-hyuk looks behind Jang Eun-seok's back and notices an interesting person behind him. Standing behind the rest of the guys is the same Nirasha they've met before. Their new meeting was earlier than expected. Maria glances between Jin-hyuk and Nirasha, realizing that the two have already met. Kang Jin-hyuk isn't going to procrastinate and says bluntly that the veteran company will join in the conquest of the ruins. Kang Jin-hyuk assures Nirasha that there's no need to be so nervous. He's not going to take credit for them, and he just wants to catch the witch. Kang Jin-hyuk just needs to copy the Morning Witch's black tears, which will be useful later in the battle with the dragon. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks and tells Nirasha that she can pass the witch's jug on her behalf. The people around them begin to whisper about Jin-hyuk's selflessness. They actually have hope of conquering the ruins. Kang Jin-hyuk activates the greedy gaze and mentally denies his selflessness because he's not some kind of volunteer. A huge number of ranchers gather around Kang Jin-hyuk. It's like a buffet for his greedy gaze. Kang Jin-hyuk uses his greedy eye skill on Maria. To copy her hellfire skill, you need to use overwhelming magic to turn her feelings into desire. That was exactly what he was looking for. Teresa de Lorenzia clenches her fists tightly and promises herself that she will definitely protect Jin-hyuk this time. Kang Jin-hyuk turns to Teresa de Lorenzia, who doesn't even have time to listen to the instructions and already agrees. Kang Jin-hyuk reports to Teresa that she will be separate from him in the rear team. He will take Maria to the front line. Teresa looks at Jin-hyuk frustrated, and tears appear in her eyes. Jin-hyuk explains to her that everything has a reason. Kang Jin-hyuk tells Teresa de Lorenzia something that only Teresa herself and Jin-hyuk now know about. Teresa de Lorenzia puts her hand to her heart and says that in that case, she'll take over the rear. Yu Yun-hwa wonders from Yi Dae-min after saying that Teresa's mood has changed so much. Kang Jin-hyuk smirks slightly at the serious Teresa de Lorenzia as she walks away from him. The offensive squad goes to the ruins. Jin-hyuk is about to tell a little about this place. It consists of 7 areas, and there are almost no monsters here. Aside from the creatures created by the Morning Witch, only the apostles of the guardians of the 7 ruinous sins are here. One of these apostles appears in front of the offensive unit. He is called the Apostle of Pride. Jang Eun-seok raises his sword up and orders his acolytes to prepare for battle. Jang Eun-seok turns to Jin-hyuk with a tense face and asks him if they want to step back a bit. Kang Jin-hyuk and his companions are already ready to fight. Jin-hyuk is only willing to step back for the convenience of the other guilds. At this time, the lamenting witch is watching the advancing people from somewhere, which annoys her. The morning witch is talking to herself and trying to figure out why there is no way she will be left alone. People keep coming and coming. Standing next to the witch is Kavain. As one of the members of the Demonic People Association, he completely agrees with the witch's words. This perpetually disgruntled Dentine is the morning witch Isabella, who is the boss of the Tomb of the Antichrist. Isabella yells at Kavain that she is a common witch who quietly lives herself and creates apostles in the image of the 7 ruinous sins. The lamenting witch Isabella starts shedding black tears and tries to understand why everyone is attacking the one who wants to live a peaceful and quiet life. Kavain can't stop smiling and bows before the witch because that's why they all came to help her. The witch Isabella starts to grin and smirk. She tries to find out how Kavain is going to help her. Kavain tells Isabella his very simple plan. The witch should open the 7th room. Once the morning witch Isabella opens the 7th door, Kavain's servant Tristan will deal with everyone. Maria, Narasha, and Jang Eun-seok stand quietly on the sidelines and watch Jin Hyuk and his comrades fight with the apostle. Yu Yun-hwa attacks the Apostle of Pride with his physical attacks. How dare the Apostle of Pride even have his head so high? The Apostle of Pride begins to apply the humility pose to the Apostle of Pride. His immunity to damage is now cancelled. Kang Jin-hyuk takes advantage of such a good and necessary moment and is about to hit the Apostle of Pride with his Colossus strike. The people around are trying to figure out if the Apostle can really take damage in this pose and why Jin Hyuk is using such a strange method. Jang Eun-seok continues to watch the veteran company from the sidelines. They impress everyone as always. Jang Eun-seok notices that each of them have great abilities and their teamwork has improved by leaps and bounds. Jang Eun-seok is happy that some progress is being made, even though they look incompetent now. Narasha grits her teeth furiously. Maria watches from the sidelines too and sees for the first time at all Jin Hyuk and his team fighting together. It's amazing. Maria tries to gaze into the battle between the guys and the apostle and realizes that it's not amazing, just some one-sided mockery.